A smiling face has appeared. Everyone has received a special skill. Old Wu, who runs a store, has gained a skill that ensures your business will thrive. The next day, the entire village joined forces to smash his veterinary clinic. College student Xiaoli received a skill that allows you to gain every skill. He hadn't even had the chance to celebrate his academic progress. He could only watch as he had to downsize many of his underwear sizes, lost in thought. Single for 18 years, Xiaowu gained a significant boost in attractiveness to the opposite sex. That night, he lit 20 incense coils, yet they couldn't ward off those words. While everyone was studying these skills, the game has begun. On a full moon night, you hurried home with your head down, but noticed everything around you suddenly appeared to be bathed in pink, instinctively thinking it was just your bloodshot eyes. But when you accidentally looked up, you were instantly stunned. The full moon in the sky now had a large pink pixelated face on it. It was a smiling face. It was as if someone had suddenly lit up a giant neon light on the moon, creating a very eerie sight. Afterwards, everyone saw it. An information box recording different skills. And when people closed that information box, they all found that they possessed one of those skills. Yes, it seemed that the neon smiley face on the moon was a gift to all humanity, with only a few duplicates, and nearly billions of people having unique skills. This meant that the skills obtained were almost anything, some of which you still find quite strange. For example, the round-head attack allows you to select a target. You can remotely blow up the target's ancestral grave. As the king of keyboards, you can reach through the screen online and slap the idiot on the other side. Bowsy Bomb, the buns you touch can be used as grenades. When thrown, they explode, delicious and fun. Using chai-filled buns grants additional biochemical weapon effects. These skills were somewhat useful, as Han Chen heard from others. There's a guy in the neighboring community whose ability is to make farmers suddenly stop crying. If your food falls on the ground, it won't get dirty, and you can pick it up and continue eating. This ability really seems useless, and indeed it was. You heard that he later removed the dining table and just ate his meals off the floor every day. However, for most people in this world, abilities have a significant impact on life. Real life always has its possibilities, and many stories are so absurd that you couldn't have made them up before. For example, a television program mentioned a middle-aged man in the capital who gained the ability to turn stones into gold. Everything he touched turned to gold. However, he forgot to wear gloves when he went to the bathroom, resulting in him having a golden bird heart but completely insensible. His life immediately lost its luster, and he decided to take revenge on society, touching everything on the street every day. He directly drove the international gold price down from hundreds per gram to mere cents per pound. The story concludes with him being targeted by a coalition of securities and investment companies that hired people to deal with him. Another example is a young man in the west of the city who gained the ability to resurrect his relatives. He was very excited and immediately resurrected his mother, who had passed away several years ago. However, this ability is not as good as people instinctively think. It can only resurrect deceased relatives and does not provide them with a new body. Afterwards, the neighbors occasionally saw this young man helping an urn downstairs for a walk. Though the scene was eerie, it was actually quite heartwarming upon closer inspection. There's also a story from your own community that you heard from the old security guard. Old Zhang in the community is friends with the security guard. He gained the ability to communicate with animals. While this ability is somewhat common, it is considered a great skill by most people. Especially since old Zhang is a bird enthusiast. He keeps over 10 birds in his house, filling an entire room with bird cages. It is said that when old Zhang received this ability, he excitedly returned home to chat with his beloved birds that he had raised for several years. However, upon returning home, he finally understood what his birds had been saying all along. What they had been calling him all these years. Old fool, why don't you keep your mother in a cage? Old bald donkey, have you turned into a vulture? Look at this terrible feed you gave me. Is this what birds eat? Are you crazy? You make me, a canary, learn to talk like you. Can't you just raise a magpie instead? Old bastard, who are you calling mixed breed? Don't let me out, or I'll have the other birds curse you to death. In a panic, old Zhang released all the birds, but after that, his nightmare began. His birds were tough. They kept their word and went out to teach all the birds in the community to curse old Zhang. As soon as old Zhang stepped outside, he could hear a flock of sparrows in the trees chirping, "Hey, old bald donkey is still alive." Soon, old Zhang had a heart attack from all the bird cursing. Even when others saw him and rushed him to the hospital, he could not be saved. There are many such stories. A quick search online will yield a bunch, all of which are true stories. However, the most common cases are those where abilities have brought fame and fortune, leading to a comfortable life. Those who gained painting abilities became great artists, those with combat skills became excellent fighters, and those with learning abilities could become technicians or even scientists, maximizing resources and talents. Even skills that can spit small flames can be used for cooking, saving on gas. Most people benefit, but are these skills really gifts? A month after gaining abilities, everyone saw an information pop up for the second time, but this time it wasn't about new skills. Instead, it contained only one sentence: "Are you ready to play the game?" Then came an introduction about the game, stating that everyone aged 18 to 65 must participate in the game at scheduled times. The specific game content allows each participant to draw multiple skills before the game, then enter various task worlds with their own skills plus the drawn skills. If victorious, not only will there be regular rewards, but participants can also choose several skills drawn before the game to bring back to the real world. In other words, the more games you win, the more skills you will have, making life easier in the real world. If you fail, you will pay the price. The games are divided into 10 randomly drawn difficulty levels. The higher the difficulty, the more generous the rewards. The cost of failure is also more severe. In the worst-case scenario, one could lose their life. High-difficulty games can be deadly for ordinary people. However, if you unfortunately draw a high-difficulty game, there is a compensation mechanism. The interval before the next mandatory game increases, allowing for more rest time. The rest time for difficulty level 1 is 1 month, level 3 is 3 months, and level 10 is 1 year. Moreover, the break time is not over, and everyone can voluntarily join the game early to earn more rewards. Game participants can summon the panel with their thoughts, fill out the registration, and then be instantly transported to the task world. This game doesn't have a specific name. It is referred to as a game on the panel from start to finish, but everyone knows that these skills and games are related. They are all connected to the smiley face on the moon above. People simply refer to it as the neon smiley game, using the term to denote both the system behind the game and its organizers. This year marks the 4th year since the start of the neon smiley game, and your ability is to control static points, a theoretically unlimited skill that allows you to suppress most people in common combat skills. In the 2nd year after the neon smiley game began, a significant number of high schools and universities around the world specialized in the neon smiley. High school and university courses have shifted from traditional cultural studies to primarily focus on the neon smiley game, with only a few cultural subjects as electives. The purpose of this setup is simple: to help more people survive. Most of the content in the neon smiley game is related to combat or has some combat nature, so those with stronger combat abilities will have an advantage. At that time, due to your relatively good abilities, you were placed in the second best class in the school suitable for top students. However, due to some limitations in your discharge ability, you were not in the best class. Over half of the students in your class have various strong combat or control abilities, but since it's not the best class, most students' abilities are similarly limited. Fire breathers need to take a couple of bites of high-grade coal to activate their skills. Coal dust won't work. For ice targets, they must listen to the completion of his cold jokes before being frozen. However, the school has a systematic learning approach that allows these individuals to maximize their strengths and minimize their weaknesses. For instance, at your teacher's suggestion, you switched all your clothes to those that easily generate static electricity. Jingluan studies various subjects every day, and all these efforts are aimed at helping students successfully navigate the neon smiley game as much as possible. After 2 years of such studies, you turned 18 and faced your first neon smiley game. As the second-ranked student in the school, you are considered a good student in your class, and both teachers and classmates have high expectations of you. Everyone believes that as long as you draw a combat-type game, you should be able to pass easily. You were quite lucky, drawing a purely combat-type game with a low difficulty level. The game is called Sky Arena, which takes place in a suspended arena. It involves 5 versus 5 team battles, where defeating the opponent or knocking them off the arena counts as a victory. The 2 skills you drew are one that can heat coffee and another that can install a virus on someone else's computer, which are not direct combat skills. But that's okay, since you still have your main skill. However, all 4 of your matched teammates lack combat or control abilities, making you the only one with combat power. Yet, with your godlike combat skills, your chances of winning are quite good. The good news is that the opponents also have only 2 with combat abilities, and they are both melee types. They are completely suppressed by you. The bad news is that there is also a woman among the opponents who has no combat skills. However, her skill is deadly to you. I run a clothing store and don't need a fitting room. I can change the specified target's clothes to what you imagine in 1 second, but I cannot change them into clothes that would cause harm or hinder movement. Initially a useless skill, it played a crucial role. It's unclear when she discovered your abilities and the conditions for use. Just as you were discharging wildly, she gave you an anti-static suit, causing you to lose control of your electricity and be knocked off the platform. Without your support, you quickly lost. Since it was your first participation and a low difficulty instance, the neon smiley merely reclaimed your skills, turning you back into an ordinary person. The school organizes classes based on skill strength. Now that you've become an ordinary person, you're ridiculed by countless people, but you don't have the time to retort. As your leisure time is about to end, you are about to participate in your second neon smiley game. Winning will grant you powers, allowing for a strong return, and losing will spare you from further ridicule. The game begins. This time, the combat level is low, and you will play the role of a warden, preventing prisoners from escaping. Next, a series of numbers appears on the screen, 3. This series of numbers strictly indicates the quantity of skills involved. The first digit, 3, represents the number of skills you can draw for this task, and the second digit, 1, means you can bring back one of those skills to the real world if you win the game. You begin to draw skills. The gift of the god of jealousy significantly increases your attack power against those who are more handsome than you or have a higher monthly income. If I don't go to hell, who will? You will surely go to hell after you die, but you can occupy 100 spots in hell. King of Thunder, you can play any movie you want in your mind at any time, but movies that do not exist in reality cannot be played. After drawing the 3 skills, you feel a bit deflated. For this low combat level task, it seems none of these skills will be of use. There's nothing you can do but hope for that one chance to change skills. As for which one to replace, there's no doubt it should be that nonsensical "if I don't go to hell, who will?" Let's send this foolish skill to hell first. After the replacement is complete, you select from 10 new cards. Upon seeing the skills, you instantly feel pain. This skill, which can use the essence of 502 glue, has almost zero bonding ability between plastics, metals, ceramics, etc., but it sticks to your hands incredibly firmly. In this game, your role is the temporary warden of Prisoner Cage Island. Your task during your brief 3-month term is to prevent any prisoners from escaping the prison. It is known that within 3 months, there will be only 30 prisoners with escape intentions who will take action, including 20 novice escapees, 6 experienced escapees, and 4 unknown prisoners. Please do your utmost to prevent their escape. The novices and experienced escapees will be represented by NPCs generated by the system. Compared to novices, experienced escapees have richer experience and stronger abilities. The unknown prisoners will be played by other participants, and their abilities depend on the individual capabilities of the participants, all possessing special skills. The victory condition is that no one escapes from your prison within 3 months. For each escaped prisoner, you will face a penalty of losing 10 years of your life or permanently losing one eye, which cannot be healed by any other skills. The game rules state that a prisoner is considered to have successfully escaped only if they completely leave the prison area. If a prisoner escapes to receive medical treatment, it does not count as a successful escape. However, note that as a warden, you cannot engage in actions defined by the higher judicial department. The specific regulations from the judicial department are placed on your desk in the office for you to consult at any time. Violating the rules will lead to game failure. All language barriers have been removed, and you can communicate freely with people from any country. Good luck in the next moment. You feel the surroundings brighten again, and before you is a long corridor, resembling something from a company. In front of Han Chen, there was still a prompt box. Attention! You are currently in preparation time. The preparation time lasts for 3 days. During these 3 days, all prisoners preparing for a jailbreak will not initiate any escape actions and cannot make any preparations. Please familiarize yourself with the prison situation and operations as soon as possible within these 3 days. Additional tip, the other 4 game participants have each replaced a former prisoner and inherited the appearance and some memories of the original prisoners. Please abandon similar investigations. The last sentence was a hint, a bit complex, but Han Chen more or less understood. Soon, the prompt box disappeared, and a young woman in a business suit appeared before Han Chen. "Warden, you finally arrived. I am your secretary here, Maggie." Han Chen was taken aback when he looked at the female secretary. She was blonde and blue-eyed, completely a Caucasian. Han Chen recalled the earlier game rule that stated, all language barriers have been eliminated. This meant that the setting of this prison should be a foreign prison. Then Han Chen immediately thought of some prison movies where black gangs and white gangs. "Warden?" the secretary asked tentatively again. "Oh." Han Chen came back to his senses. "Please take me to the office and tell me about the prison situation along the way." The secretary nodded. Soon, Han Chen walked through the corridor and arrived at his office. Sitting in the office chair, behind him was a bookshelf filled with prison documents. On the desk in front of him, besides a computer, there were 2 folders. He opened the folders to take a look, The first folder contained the regulatory documents from the Ministry of Justice mentioned earlier. The second was an overview of the current prison-related information. Han Chen estimated that the Ministry of Justice regulations were just some vague rules, so he flipped through them casually. However, just flipping through, Han Chen noticed something was off. These documents meticulously outlined various aspects of the prison, with the most emphasis on the rights of the prisoners. This included regulations such as the minimum weekly outdoor time for prisoners, prohibiting the installation of cameras in prisoners' restrooms, and the circumstances under which firearms could be used in the prison, among others. In short, it was quite complex. Han Chen frowned. He felt that this set of regulations was riddled with landmines, and a slight misstep could lead to rule violations and game failure. After looking for a while, he opened the other document on the desk, which was the overview of prison-related information. Cage Island currently houses 890 prisoners, with 70 guards and some other staff. Calculating this, it averages out to more than 10 prisoners per guard, which Han Chen wasn't sure what that meant, but it felt insufficient. The prison was also equipped with more than a dozen police cars, several search boats, and police dogs, which could be used to hunt down escapees in emergencies. However, Han Chen knew very well that when it came to using police cars and search boats, he would be close to game failure. Next were the various current regulations in the prison and the daily schedule of the prisoners. Han Chen picked up the Ministry of Justice's regulatory document and carefully compared it, finding that the current prison rules completely complied with the Ministry of Justice's regulations. This meant that as long as Han Chen did not arbitrarily change the prison's rules, he would basically not violate the Ministry of Justice's regulations. Thus, he would not break the rules. Phew! Han Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This job seemed not so cumbersome after all. Han Chen also understood why there were these regulations as restrictions. Without these limitations, Han Chen, as the warden, could do many outrageous things. For example, locking everyone in a small dark room for 3 months, providing them with very little food, just enough for the prisoners to barely survive. In that case, it would be difficult for the prisoners to stay alive, let alone have the strength to escape, and Han Chen would be in a position of guaranteed victory. There's an even simpler way. Han Chen could directly take the guard's gun and shoot all the prisoners, putting an end to it once and for all. Whichever of these two measures is implemented, the participants in the prisoner's game on the other side would have no chance to play. Thus, with these restrictions, it's clear that the neon smiley is providing a balance for both sides. It makes sense. Flipping to the last page of the overview, there's a map of the prison and its surroundings. This map feels out of place because it has a large red box enclosing the entire prison and the surrounding sea. Inside the red box is a note, prison area. Outside the red box is another note, escape area. Han Chen understands that this map is for the neon smiley's reference. As long as the prisoners leave the red box on the map, it counts as a successful escape, and he loses. Han Chen carefully studied the map, as it could directly affect his win or loss. The map shows that Prison Cage Island is located within a bay, with land just a few kilometers of water to the north, east, and south, and a relatively large city on the land. The right side of the map has a large boundary for the red box, defined by the coastal road on the opposite shore. Therefore, the red box includes not only the sea and the bridge but also extends to the beach on the opposite shore. This means that if a prisoner swims across the sea to escape, reaching the shore does not count as escaping. Only by crossing the beach on the opposite shore and entering the city via the coastal road is it considered an escape from the prison. Han Chen has an idea. If he discovers that a prisoner has escaped from the island, he could have the officers quickly drive across to search before the game ends, making a final effort. However, this effort is likely to be in vain. The coastline on the opposite side is simply too long, at least a dozen kilometers, and with the limited police force at his prison, the chances of finding the escapee in time are too slim. Therefore, he still has to focus on preventing prisoners from leaving this side of the island. But how to do that, Han Chen still needs to plan slowly. Then, Han Chen noticed that the left boundary line of the red box on the map, which is the western boundary of the prison, has a small red cross marked on it. There's also a small note next to it, no escape zone. The west side is a no escape zone? Han Chen felt a bit confused. At this moment, a prompt box appeared before him again. Hint, there is no escape zone on the west side of the prison, but prisoners can take a detour from the west to escape to the north, east, or south. Han Chen looked at the hint, feeling slightly puzzled. Why is the west side not allowed for escape? Han Chen looked at the map again and suddenly understood. The west side is the ocean. The purpose of escaping from prison is to live freely, not just to leave the prison. If a prisoner escapes into the city, they can continue to survive, which is a successful escape. But if they escape into the ocean where there's no fresh water, they can't even survive. What kind of successful escape is that? Therefore, there is no escape zone on the west side. Leaving from the west does not count as a direct victory, but prisoners can escape via the ocean on the west side to the escape zones on the north, east, or south shores to win. Alright. Han Chen flipped to the next page, and the following pages contained the prison's design blueprints. The various rooms of the prison, along with pipes and electrical circuits, are all marked on the map in great detail. This must be something those 30 people preparing to escape have been dreaming of, right? It needs to be kept safe. Han Chen quietly tore out these few pages of blueprints, folded them a few times, and tucked them into his pocket. Such things are safest when kept close. He can take them out to look at whenever he has time. After reviewing the general information, Han Lin walked out of the office. Outside is Secretary Maggie's office, where she is organizing documents on her desk. Xiaoma, you should know about the prison inside, right? Take me for a tour of the prison area, Han Chen said. The secretary shook her head repeatedly, looking troubled, and said, I'm sorry, Warden, I don't go to the prison area often, so it might be a bit. Oh, the secretary doesn't understand the situation in the prison area. Han Chen could only press on with the question, then who does understand? It's the prison captain *N% #, he's currently in the prison area, I can call him to come. The secretary mentioned a long foreign name, which Han Chen heard clearly but didn't remember. However, it seemed unnecessary to remember. Just calling the prison captain would suffice. Well, then call him over. Han Chen nodded repeatedly. He was now in a leadership position and needed to speak with some authority. Soon, a burly white man in a police uniform carrying a baton rushed over. The captain of the guards had a face full of muscle and a fierce look, and even from a distance, Han Chen could feel the pressure. He probably didn't hold back when dealing with inmates. If Han Chen weren't the warden and his superior, he might have felt a bit intimidated. But when the prison captain stood in front of Han Chen, his expression changed immediately, his face breaking into a smile as he warmly said, the new warden looks really young. This sudden contrast caught Han Chen off guard. He didn't know what to say and could only skip the small talk. No need for pleasantries, just take me on a tour of the prison to get acquainted. Okay. The prison captain nodded repeatedly and led the way. He completely lost the previous intimidation, resembling more of a hotel concierge welcoming a guest. Exiting the office building led directly to the prison parking lot, where a dozen police cars were parked. In addition to police sedans and buses for transferring inmates, there was also a flashy police jeep. The prison captain pointed to the jeep and introduced, Warden, that jeep is your exclusive vehicle, with more horsepower than regular police cars, convenient for your inspections in command. Han Chen nodded. Continuing forward past an open area, they reached the main entrance gate of the prison area. Han Chen turned to look at the prison environment. The entire prison had the typical style often seen in movies. The walls of the prison area were not concrete but rather barbed wire, with metal spikes on top to prevent climbing over. At each corner of the prison, Han Chen could see a tall watchtower, where armed guards were patrolling. Passing through the large iron gate, they entered the interior of the prison area. For Han Chen's safety, the prison captain called another guard to accompany them. Essentially, it was an old main building of the prison area surrounded by a large open space, with some other low buildings nearby. Over the next while, Han Chen quickly toured almost the entire prison. This prison had 3 areas, A, B, and C. Area A housed extremely dangerous criminals serving long sentences, with the strictest management. Area A consisted of single cells, with a bed outside and a toilet and shower inside. Each cell had a camera, monitored 24/7 by dedicated personnel. However, according to the Ministry of Justice's regulations, inmates had exclusive privacy rights, meaning they could not be filmed while using the toilet or showering, so those areas were located in blind spots of the surveillance. Nevertheless, each cell had a voice system. If the duty personnel noticed an inmate disappearing from the camera, they would ask a question via voice. Inmates needed to extend their hands under the camera and respond verbally, indicating they were showering or using the toilet. If there was no response for a few minutes, the duty personnel would quickly rush over. It was considered safe. Area B was a regular prison area, with 2 inmates per cell. The cells only had toilets, and bathing had to be done in a communal shower. Area B only had cameras in the corridors, relying on guards for patrols. Clearly, the security measures in Area B were much weaker, and it would definitely be a focus for Han Chen regarding escape risks. As for the C monitoring area, it is the isolation cell, commonly referred to as the Little Black Room, which serves as a place of punishment for inmates. Any inmate who misbehaves can be locked in the isolation cell by the guards, and the warden Han Chen certainly has this authority. According to regulations, Han Shen cannot directly execute criminals, so even if he captures one of the 30 escaped prisoners, he can only confine them in this little black room under strict supervision. Next, he visited the cafeteria, the medical room, the workshop, the searchboat dock, and other places. The more he walked around, the more he felt uneasy. This prison is too old. Over the years, combined with the long-term erosion from the sea's humidity, many areas of concrete are crumbling like tofu, and a gentle tug can break off a large chunk. The barbed wire fences are also rusted, and Han Shen fears that a strong pull could tear them down. Some of the corridor doors are old and broken, and breaking through a door is faster than using a key. The prison guards are also unreliable. Many are so overweight that they gasp for breath while walking, and when Han Shen passed by, some were even sleeping on the job. This is just the visible problems. Who knows how many hidden loopholes there are? Han Shen suddenly felt that the entire prison seemed as if it were made of paper, looking intimidating but actually easy for someone inside to poke their way out. At this moment, Han Lin confirmed that this game is fair. As the warden, managing a prison full of loopholes, achieving victory is not any easier than for those 4 prisoners who need to escape. Back in the office, Han Shen suddenly didn't know what to do. He had no experience as a warden and had learned little about escaping from prison. He couldn't imagine how those 30 prisoners might escape. He felt he needed to study some materials to catch up. But where to learn? There isn't a subject called prison break studies. Han Shen immediately thought of his skill, King of Thunder. Learning doesn't necessarily have to be through books or lectures. He could watch movies and documentaries to learn. Leaning back in his chair, Han Shen activated his skill. With a slight mental shift, all the movies and documentary entries about prison breaks appeared in his mind, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. The further back he scrolled, the less relevant they became, and movies directly about female inspectors failing and getting captured popped up. They began to play. It even supported ultra-high definition and accelerated playback. Thus, for the remaining 3 days, Han Shen spent most of his time doing 2 things: patrolling and familiarizing himself with everything in the prison, and watching various prison break movies and documentaries at 3 times the speed. As the preparation time dwindled, Han Shen had basically finished watching over 100 films, whether they were artistic movies or purely documentary films. After 3 days, Han Shen felt he had become a prison break expert. He even compiled a summary. The most common method of escape in these movies and documentaries was digging tunnels, while making keys or drilling through ventilation systems was also quite common. Given that this prison is old, Han Shen estimated that digging tunnels would be the main focus for those 30 individuals planning to escape. Although this is an island, it is only a few kilometers from the shore. If they dig out of the walls, they could swim to the other side holding onto a piece of wood. Therefore, digging tunnels must be guarded against. However, the act of digging a tunnel is generally very discreet and difficult to detect. Directly searching for a tunnel would be too challenging. Han Shen felt he needed to find other clues, such as starting with the tools needed for digging tunnels. In almost all prison break movies, there is a prisoner who secretly supplies others, essentially acting as a general store within the prison. Han Shen estimated that there must be such a person in his prison because where there is demand, there will be a market. Therefore, this type of person in his prison should be a crucial channel for inmates to obtain tunnel digging tools, and Han Shen needed to find a way to crack down on that. In addition, he needed to check if there were any prisoners responsible for simple construction work. If so, that too must be stopped. Because of the opportunity to work in the prison, he could secretly dig tunnels, appearing legitimate on the surface, making it harder to be discovered. Besides the tools, there was another clue: the entrance. Where there is a tunnel, there will be an entrance, and a hole big enough for a person to crawl through is quite difficult to hide. In the movies Han Shen watched, they used paper, clay, and other materials, painting them with colors that matched the wall as camouflage. Some even painted them to look like ventilation ducts for disguise. But generally, paint was involved. And painting materials were not common in prisons. Only those who painted had them, and it wouldn't raise suspicion. Han Shen slapped his thigh. Thinking about it, anyone painting in prison must be a dangerous element. Those in Area A would only dare to kill someone at most, but this guy actually dared to paint. Too dangerous. With this thought, Han Shen called the prison captain again. He should know who painted in the prison. The captain directly mentioned several prisoner numbers over the phone. Han Shen was too lazy to remember and simply asked the captain to take him to the corresponding cell. While waiting for the captain, Han Shen flipped through the documents from the Ministry of Justice. This time, a problem arose. The documents clearly stated that prisoners had the right to create in prison. The examples in the parentheses following creation included painting. So, if a prisoner wanted to paint, the warden actually couldn't stop it. This wouldn't do. He needed to be flexible. Cell 17, Area B1. A prisoner was painting an oil painting, meticulously detailing the canvas with a brush. The sound of leather shoes approached from afar. Usually, when a regular guard came, other prisoners would mock and jeer, but this time, there was no sound from the prisoners. Everyone was too afraid to speak. This prisoner already knew who was coming. Soon, the iron gate of the cell was pulled open, and the prison captain walked in with a baton. Scum number 1702. The warden is here to see you. Prisoner 1702 silently put down his brush. A young man in formal attire appeared at the door. It was Han Chen. Now that he was the warden, he had to present himself well, naturally wearing good clothes. Han Chen first turned to look around the cell. He glanced at the paint on the floor. This guy had a complete set of paints, with more than a dozen cans just on the ground. Han Chen then looked at the finished oil paintings displayed nearby. Whether landscapes or portraits, they were all exquisitely painted. This guy had decent skills. With such good painting skills, he must be even better at camouflage. With this thought, Han Chen picked up an oil painting nearby and pretended to examine it closely. Not bad, Han Chen nodded. Very authoritative. Thank you for the compliment, Warden. Prisoner 1702 nodded in response. But, your fundamentals are still a bit lacking. Han Chen changed the subject. Fundamentals? Prisoner 1702 was taken aback. Yes, the structural details are a bit off. Really? The prisoner was confused. Look. Han Chen casually pointed to a house in the painting. The main subject of your painting, the rice field, is a light yellow, while this house is dark. The color difference is too great, causing the house to appear somewhat distorted. Don't you think? Han Chen rambled on, deliberately adding, don't you think? To give the prisoner a strong psychological suggestion. I guess there is a bit. The prisoner scratched his head and said, but I estimate you might not know how to fix it. I do have a bit of trouble with that. Han Chen nodded. That's right, light and shadow structure and such really test your fundamentals. Your fundamentals are a bit undercooked, so naturally, you can't be precise. If this continues, your style will become fixed, and it might be irreparable. So what should I do? The prisoner was a bit flustered by what he was told. How about this, you listen to me and draw sketches for a while longer, practicing light and shadow structure. Then, when you paint again, it will definitely be different. Warden, you understand painting too? Of course I do. But you look so young, you shouldn't have painted for many years, right? Prisoner 1702 was still a bit skeptical. After all, Han Chen's youthful face was not very convincing. I started painting oil paintings when I was 3. If my family hadn't forced me to give up, I would have been an artist by now. Trust me, no one understands painting better than I do. As Han Chen spoke, he ignored what prisoner 1702 had to say and directly signaled to the captain of the guards behind him. I'll keep those paints for you, Han Chen said. The captain and another guard immediately took all the prisoner's paints and painting tools out of the cell. Seeing the paints being taken away, prisoner 1702 became a bit anxious and wanted to retrieve them, but was stopped by Han Chen. Keep practicing. Han Chen handed a pencil to prisoner 1702. If you practice steadily like this, you will surely become a great talent. At that moment, Han Chen felt like a company boss who was cutting employees' salaries while promising them a bright future. Then the guards, following Han Chen's instructions, brought prisoner 1702 several sheets of white paper and an eraser. Prisoner 1702 stared at the white paper for a moment. Warden, what exactly do you mean for me to practice? This question caught Han Chen off guard. He could at most doodle, he knew very little about painting. Han Chen could only pat his shoulder. Think slowly, the more you draw, the quicker you'll understand. Han Chen threw him a seemingly profound answer and left the cell as if escaping. Looking back, that prisoner indeed began to gesture at the drawing paper. Clearly, after hearing Han Chen's words, he was really going to start practicing. Then Han Chen instructed the guards to thoroughly search through prisoner 1702's personal belongings to ensure no paints were left behind. After that, Han Chen did the same with 2 other painting prisoners, confiscating their paints under the guise of guidance. By now, all visible paints in the prison had been banned. Moreover, this was not seen as Han Chen, the warden, stifling the prisoners' creativity, but rather as a good deed of the prisoners having a hobby for painting, and the warden patiently guiding them. After finishing these tasks, Han Chen felt a bit relieved. However, while paints were easy to check, they were not essential for escaping. He first checked the paints because they were the easiest to find. What he needed more was to uncover the tools that prisoners might be hiding to dig tunnels. It could be a small hammer or shovel, or even something like a metal spoon or small piece of iron. These were usually found through guard searches. But Han Chen recalled the guards he had encountered 2 days ago who were sleeping on the job. His guards basically slacked off whenever they had a chance, making them completely unreliable. He still had to rely on himself to search each one. This was a major project. However, this major project was not yet the time to start, because this was only the first day of the game officially starting, and the 30 prisoners preparing to escape hadn't really begun to act. Searching now would be futile. So, for now, Han Chen needed to focus on some prison loopholes that could be exploited without too many tools. Han Chen looked up at the ventilation ducts hanging in the corridor. Although he sensed that the ventilation ducts could be a fatal loophole, he wasn't foolish enough to check the vents in front of the prisoners. That would be giving them a hint. So he turned and went along the ventilation duct to the prison hall, ensuring the prisoners couldn't see him before calling for a ladder. Han Chen climbed the ladder and opened the grill of the hall's ventilation duct, shining the guard's flashlight inside. Han Chen widened his eyes. The ventilation duct is quite large, allowing an adult to crawl through without any issues. Moreover, the inner walls are relatively smooth, and there are no obstacles within the entire duct. This is not just a ventilation duct, it is clearly constructed to the standards of a secret passage. Han Chen took out the blueprints from his pocket and glanced at them. The ventilation duct is interconnected with about 30% of the cells, providing direct access. Since it is a ventilation duct, there are also openings leading to the outside. This means that around 30% of the cells can directly access the ventilation duct to the outside of the prison building. The only barriers are two relatively weak metal grills at the entrance and exit. What a jailbreak highway! It needs to be addressed immediately. Han Chen climbed down the ladder and quickly called the prison maintenance worker. The worker arrived shortly. Han Chen asked directly, "Can you install a fence inside this ventilation duct?" The maintenance worker climbed up the ladder to take a look and nodded, "I can, but I don't know what requirements the warden has. It needs to be exceptionally sturdy, the kind that can't be dismantled with pliers or a saw." "That would be quite a hassle. How long would it take? Are you just installing one?" "No, I need to install many inside the ventilation duct. Then it will take a long time, maybe a few months." "Why so long?" "According to your requirements, it has to be made of special grade steel, and that kind of material takes time to order and install." Han Chen felt a bit at a loss. A few months? By then, the game might be over before it's even installed. Is there a faster way? Han Chen could only ask with a glimmer of hope. "Then you would have to lower your requirements and just use welded wire mesh. That would be much quicker. If we have enough manpower, it could be welded within a month, but it won't be as secure." "Wire mesh?" Han Chen thought for a moment. If it's just wire mesh, a prisoner could probably use pliers to break through in a few days. Plus, installation would still take nearly a month. This won't do. So what to do? Han Chen looked at the ventilation duct, deep in thought. Wait a minute. Why am I installing a fence? Isn't it to prevent prisoners from escaping? Then why not just install a sturdy fence at the exit, preventing them from getting out? As for the interconnections between the cells, that's not a big issue. If prisoners want to visit each other, let them. If they want to bond, let them. As long as they don't escape, it doesn't matter. Brilliant. Han Chen slapped his thigh, about to speak, but then thought of another matter. There are still 4 prisoners with special skills among the unknown prisoners. Who knows what skills they have? Perhaps they have the ability to break through the fence. If all the bets are placed on the only layer of fence at the exit, even if it's very sturdy, it's too risky. The best strategy is to quickly identify those planning to escape and then monitor and control them closely. Han Chen immediately had a new idea. But whether this idea could be implemented still needed to be tested. "Do you have strong glue?" Han Chen suddenly asked. Jumping topics caught the maintenance worker off guard for a moment, but he quickly nodded and took out a tube of strong glue from his toolbox. "Does this stuff work well for sticking things?" Han Chen asked as he took the glue. "It's quite effective," the worker replied. Han Chen asked the worker for 2 plastic sheets, applied glue to them, and pressed them together to test. After a moment, the 2 plastic sheets easily separated with a gentle push. Sure enough, due to the side effect of Han Chen's essence of 502 skill, this strong glue was less sticky than snot. Han Chen carefully dripped a tiny bit of glue on his pinky finger, then climbed back up the ladder and pressed his pinky against the inner wall of the ventilation duct. As soon as his pinky touched, Han Chen wanted to pull it away. It wouldn't budge at all. His pinky seemed to have grown onto the ventilation duct. Impressive. Han Chen began to pull hard, but it still wouldn't come off. There was no way out. He could only hold onto his little finger to prevent it from being dislocated while he forcefully pulled down on the edge of the ventilation duct. The maintenance workers and prison guards nearby were dumbfounded. What kind of performance art was the warden engaging in? Finally, Han Chen's little finger was painfully torn away from the skin against the inner wall of the duct, and he finally managed to pull it off. Looking at his bleeding little finger, Han Chen felt no pain at all. The essence of 502, the glue you applied has almost zero bonding ability between metal, ceramics, and other materials, but it sticks to hands extremely well. It indeed fails at sticking things together. It sticks to hands with great strength. If a little finger could end up like this, how could a person run if it stuck directly to their hand? Han Shen felt a surge of joy, suddenly realizing that this skill he had previously looked down upon had transformed into a miraculous technique. The prison captain, on the other hand, was in a fit of rage, waving his baton at the maintenance worker. "What exactly did you give our warden? Look at his hand." The maintenance worker looked innocent. "It's just ordinary strong glue. While it can stick to hands, it shouldn't be this strong." "You call this ordinary strong glue?" The prison captain continued to scold. "Alright, it's my own problem, stop shouting." Han Shen raised his hand. "Warden, The prison captain still glared at the maintenance worker, hesitating to speak. "He is an employee, not an inmate. He is not under your jurisdiction," Han Shen said. "Okay." The prison captain nodded and obediently put down his baton. Han Shen turned to the maintenance worker and gave instructions. No need to fix the iron bars, just weld some wire mesh at a few designated spots. The workers accepted the instructions and began their work. So, after several minutes, the maintenance workers welded wire mesh at several ventilation ducts near the outdoor exit as per Han Shen's specified locations. Then, Han Shen asked the maintenance worker for a bucket of special glue. This glue was similar to that used on mousetraps and would definitely not dry within 3 months. He chose this glue because Han Shen was afraid that if it dried and lost its stickiness, his skill might not work, making it a wasted effort. Then Han Shen took action himself, crawling into the ventilation duct and applying the glue to the inner wall at the bottom of all the ventilation ducts, behind the newly welded wire mesh. Why apply it behind the wire mesh? Han Shen's plan was simple. The wire mesh was not sturdy and could be easily broken with simple pliers or a saw. Imagine a prisoner opening a hole in the wire mesh, excited to crawl through. At that moment, having just breached a layer of defense, they would instinctively let out a sigh of relief, which would be their most vulnerable moment. Moreover, the dim light inside the ventilation duct would make it nearly impossible for the prisoner to notice anything unusual at the bottom. The moment their hand reached the other side of the wire mesh, they would immediately fall into the trap. At that point, they could be captured alive. To be safe, Han Shen also applied a second layer of glue half a meter behind this first layer. A third layer of glue was applied at the grill of the outdoor exit of the ventilation duct. As for the grill on the cell side, he decided not to apply any. It would raise suspicion and could harm innocent prisoners who might accidentally touch it. After finishing all the ventilation duct exits, Han Shen still had more than half a bucket of glue left. Such a good thing could not be wasted. He needed to find more places where prisoners could escape and apply glue everywhere. "Let's see how you run." Han Shen, holding the glue bucket, stood in the yard of the prison district, looking around. Beyond the prison walls, a place caught his attention. It seemed like a good hiding spot. He should apply some glue there too. With the ventilation system nearly done, Han Shen sat in the office, sipping coffee, and continued to look over the prison blueprints. Compared to the blueprints of the ventilation system, the blueprints for the piping and electrical systems were much more complex, and Han Shen found it a bit difficult to understand on his own. There was no way around it. He still needed the help of professionals. However, as the warden, it was quite easy for him to find experts. So he had his secretary bring in a construction engineer, and with the engineer's assistance, he was finally able to understand the blueprints of the plumbing system. Then he took the engineer to inspect the prison's plumbing system on site. Sure enough, the pipes were very old, and many of them were quite fragile. This fragility meant that they could be easily broken with a stone. Moreover, many pipes led directly to the seaside outside the prison. Some pipes were even in a very special state, posing huge hidden dangers. However, compared to the ventilation ducts, the pipes had one advantage. The main pipelines that could be accessed by people were mostly buried underground or within walls, meaning that prisoners would need to dig for a while before they could reach the pipes. Thus, it all came back to the most important issue, preventing prisoners from digging tunnels. Prisoners were not rats, so digging required tools. Ultimately, he had to investigate all possible tools. Han Shen devised a plan that would yield results with half the effort. He found an unoccupied cell, carefully examined it, and identified several good hiding spots. Then he summoned all the guards and issued an order. From this day forward, all guards must search the cells daily to find any possible contraband. Additionally, Han Shen established an extra regulation. The toilet tanks, ventilation duct grills, and a few small corners against the wall in each cell are absolutely off limits for searches. Furthermore, no one is allowed to mention this regulation by the warden within the prison area. Anyone who dares to violate this will face serious consequences. The guards present did not understand and began to question Han Chen in a flurry. These spots were easy to hide things in, and if they did not search these areas, their searches would be essentially pointless. Han Chen did not respond directly. Instead, he slammed his service weapon down on the table and made the most serious expression he could muster. The guards instantly fell silent, all pledging to complete the task. The authority of the warden was indeed quite effective, especially when his subordinates had questions they shouldn't ask. Thus, every day thereafter, the guards searched each cell according to Han Chen's instructions, making sure to avoid those few strictly prohibited corners. Initially, they found some contraband like nails, spoons, and lighters, but after a few days, they gradually found nothing at all. Han Chen became increasingly satisfied, as this meant everything was proceeding according to his plan. The warden's office had coffee available 24 hours a day, along with air conditioning and soft seating. There was even a bed in the back room where Han Chen could sleep each night. However, Han Chen did not dare to relax in the office. He did not believe that a daily search would deter those 30 prisoners from attempting to escape. He also did not think that the measures he had implemented so far were enough to keep the prisoners securely locked up. But he had already taken measures in all the places he could think of, and for a moment, he did not know what else to do. With no other options, Han Chen could only continue his patrol. Area A. Compared to Area B, Han Chen had paid less attention here, mainly because the security measures in Area A were relatively complete. Aside from the common issue of the ventilation ducts throughout the building, he could not find any vulnerabilities, especially since each cell had surveillance cameras, which were like a super insurance in Han Chen's mind. Yes, the cameras. Under the protection of the prison captain, Han Chen arrived at the monitoring room for Area A. There were 2 staff members watching the monitors, staring at the wall of screens. When the 2 workers saw Han Chen arrive, they immediately stood up to salute the warden. Han Chen waved his hand to signal them to sit down. He looked up at the monitor screens. It was not the free time for Area A, and all the prisoners in Area A were in their cells. Most of the prisoners were lying on their beds doing nothing, while a small portion were exercising without any gym equipment. Only a few chose to read books. At that moment, Han Chen noticed that the prisoner in cell 012 stood up and walked into the blind spot of the camera, which was the area with the toilet and shower in the cell. The staff member nearby also noticed and immediately switched to the A012 channel, asking into the microphone, "A012, are you there?" A hand immediately reached out into the view of the A012 camera. This was the prisoner indicating that he was still there. "How often do you ask?" Han Chen inquired. "We ask once when the prisoner disappears from the camera, and then about every 2 to 3 minutes until the prisoner returns to the camera's view. However, if the prisoner is in the shower, we might wait a bit longer before asking again," the staff member replied. "Can you tell if they are showering or using the toilet?" Han Chen frowned. Yes, in odd-numbered cells, the toilet and shower are on opposite sides. If a hand reaches out from the upper left corner, it means they are showering. If it comes from the lower left corner, they are using the toilet. In even-numbered cells, it's the opposite, the staff member explained. "If there's no response, how long until you can get there?" Han Chen asked again. "At most 2 minutes, the staff member answered. Han Chen nodded. The management in Area A was very strict. If a prisoner disappeared for a few minutes, the staff would arrive quickly. Even if a prisoner did escape, they should still be in the prison for a few minutes, allowing the prison to sound the alarm and initiate a search in time. It seemed quite secure." Han Chen thought for a moment and asked, "Have you encountered anything unusual these days?" "Unusual?" The staff member was taken aback. "I mean something that's not quite the same as usual," Han Chen clarified. Having watched so many escape movies, Han Chen was convinced that all anomalies likely hid an escape plan, so he would use the unusual as a starting point. "It seems there isn't anything." Both staff members shook their heads. "Think again. If you think it's a small matter, just say it," Han Chen continued. Area A housed a quarter of the prison's population, and he didn't believe there wasn't a single escape attempt. "Now that you mention it, there is one thing." One staff member recalled something he thought was a bit unusual. After hearing the description, Han Chen took a deep breath. "Pull up his surveillance records for the day. I want to review them," Han Chen said immediately. A few dozen minutes later, in front of cell 023, the prison captain knocked on the door. Then he shouted through the observation window on the door, "A023, stop sleeping, come out. The warden wants to see you." A023 was a strong black man, and upon hearing the captain's call, he was momentarily confused. What could the warden want with him? The door opened, and the prison captain along with a guard appeared at the entrance. They placed handcuffs and leg irons on A023. "Captain, what does the warden want with me? Am I getting paroled?" A023 asked. Parole? With the crimes you've committed, if you were to go out, it would definitely be at the time of your execution, the prison captain said coldly while putting on the handcuffs. A023 was left speechless. Once the handcuffs and leg irons were secured, A023 was roughly pushed out of the cell by the prison captain. Not far away stood two guards holding shotguns, watching A023 warily. This was the necessary treatment for dangerous prisoners in Area A. The four guards said nothing further, simply escorting A023 down the corridor. Soon, the four guards arrived at the public restroom on one side of the floor. Since each cell had its own toilet, this area was mostly used by guards and staff. Han Chen stood coldly in front of the wall at the back of the restroom, watching as A023 was brought in. A023 immediately looked away, choosing to selectively ignore Han Chen. A023, the warden wants to talk to you. Just answer honestly, no tricks, the prison captain said, delivering a blow to A023's stomach with a baton. A023 nearly fell to the ground from the hit. Warden, just say what you need to say. A023's voice trembled. That hit must have hurt quite a bit. Han Chen spoke up. A023, I've reviewed the surveillance footage from your cell over the past few days. The reason I called you here is simply to have you perform. Perform what? A023 still didn't understand. Han Chen pointed to the toilet beside him. Come on, show us how you manage to defecate 23 times a day. A023's expression changed, and he quickly explained, no, Warden, I might not be defecating, I could just have frequent urination. Frequent urination? Han Chen looked at A023, frowning. Respectful Warden, is frequent urination not allowed in our prison? A023's confidence grew a bit. Of course, frequent urination is allowed, but I still need you to perform. Han Chen pointed to the toilet again, show us how you can urinate for 5 minutes at a time. Time him, Han Chen instructed a few nearby guards. A023 had no way to argue and silently slumped to the ground. Indeed, the staff had just informed Han Chen of this. The prisoner named A023 had left the camera area more than once a day, each time for over 10 minutes, and whenever the staff called out, he claimed to be in the restroom. So Han Chen brought him out for a thorough questioning. Han Chen didn't say anything further and turned to a guard from Area A, saying, take me to his cell. The guard complied. As they walked down the corridor, the prisoners in the cells on either side became quite excited. Unlike the prisoners in Area B, those in Area A were all serious offenders, mostly serving life sentences, with no concerns. They directly shouted greetings to Han Chen through the door. Warden, why don't you have all your hair? Did you come to work right after finishing kindergarten? Warden, how did you become a warden at such a young age? Did your mom sleep with the Minister of Justice? Next time, let your mom sleep with me, and I'll make you the boss of Area A. Ha ha ha. The more these prisoners cursed, the more intense and excited they became. Before Han Chen could respond, the prison captain had already taken action. Do you want your legs to have extra joints? The prison captain shouted at the prisoners. Then, he entered the cell of the one who had shouted the loudest. Soon, Han Chen heard the sharp sound of the baton striking flesh, followed by the echoing screams in the corridor. Just give them a lesson, but don't injure them severely, Han Chen advised the prison captain from outside the door. After all, according to the regulations, hitting prisoners is allowed, but if it results in serious injury and they need to be sent for emergency treatment, that would be a violation. Don't worry, I've been a prison guard for over a decade. I know how to control myself better than anyone, the prison captain said, showing no signs of slowing down. The sound of the baton hitting was loud, even drowning out the screams of that prisoner and the shouts of others. This was the loudest beating Han Chen had ever heard, sending chills down his spine. However, since the prison captain claimed to have control, Han Chen chose not to intervene. He walked a bit further until he reached cell 023. Han Chen went directly to the blind spot of the camera and took a careful look. Sure enough, above the toilet on the ceiling, he saw many small indentations. It looked like something not very solid, like a fist or something else, had struck it. The prisoner A023 was clearly attempting to dig through the ceiling to escape. However, it seemed he had no effective tools, and his efficiency was rather low. Han Chen turned to look at the prisoner A023 being escorted by the guard outside, pointing at the dent in the ceiling and said, "Care to explain? I was bored, is it wrong to scratch the wall a bit?" A023 stubbornly tried to explain. This explanation made Han Chen want to laugh. At this point, he could still stubbornly explain. Interesting. Han Chen smiled at A023, then turned to the guard beside him and ordered, since he loves scratching walls so much, put him in solitary confinement. The walls there are thick, giving him a delightful wall-scratching experience, enriching the prisoners' lives with hobbies. How humanitarian. Han Shan saw A023's face turn pale instantly. Well, he must be overjoyed. After the guard took A023 away, Han Shan sighed in relief. He took out a small notebook from his pocket and wrote down the prisoner number as 023. The first of the 30 escapees had been found just like that. Monitoring him in solitary confinement was the most effective way Han Shan could think of to handle the situation. However, was this guy an escape expert or a novice, or was he an unknown prisoner? He should be a novice. This was too new. Pulling him out was not difficult at all. Han Shan walked out of the cell, and the prison captain, holding a bloodied baton, was already waiting outside the door. It was dead silent outside. The captain's beating had clearly been effective, and no one dared to speak up anymore. Why wasn't that prisoner screaming anymore? Did he get knocked out? How's it going? He didn't get seriously injured, did he? Han Shan looked towards the cell where the captain had gone in. Don't worry, when I strike, it definitely hurts like hell, but the injuries won't be severe. The captain smiled at Han Shan. Did you call the prison doctor? I did. He said he would come right away. The captain nodded repeatedly. Han Shan nodded in response. This prison captain was ruthless, almost to the point of being inhumane. For the prisoners on Cage Island, he might be a nightmare, but for Han Shan, he might actually be quite useful. Just as Han Shan was thinking this and about to leave, someone suddenly shouted from the left front, "Warden." Han Shan looked over and found a bearded white man pressing his head against the observation window in the cell to the left, smiling at him. Han Shan glanced at the cell number, which was A036. You want to eat liquid food too, huh? The captain walked over with his baton. No, I have something to discuss with the warden. A036 beard quickly said. What do you want from me? Han Shan asked. I want to shake your hand. A036 beard said, extending his hand through the food slot below. Shake hands? What for? Han Shan continued to ask, looking at the outstretched hand. I've never seen someone of your rank since I was a child, so I admire you a bit and just wanted to shake your hand. A036 beard hurriedly said. Han Shan actually didn't quite believe this. Cut the nonsense, just say what you need to say. If there's nothing, I'm leaving, Han Shan said warily. The bearded man's smile instantly turned to sorrow. Alright, actually, I want to apply for a review of my sentence, and I hope you can help me submit it. How many times have you reviewed your sentence? Stop bothering our warden, the captain said directly. I am guilty, but my crime shouldn't warrant such a heavy sentence. So please, warden, help me, I beg you. The bearded man's voice was full of pleading, almost to the point of kneeling. Forget it, if your sentence is heavy, then the others in Area A should probably be released on the spot. The captain scoffed. Han Shan was somewhat moved. It didn't seem right to just walk away. As the warden, he should show some humanistic care. Alright, I can apply for you, but this process might take a while. You may not get a response for over 3 months, so please be patient. Han Shan told a lie. Well, by the time 3 months pass, I'll have already finished the game and run away. You can look for a ghost to reply to you. Han Shan thought to himself. Really? A bearded man smiled. Yes, really, Han Shan nodded. Thank you, warden, thank you so much, you saved me, and I will remember this for a lifetime. The bearded man completely failed to detect Han Shan's lie and knelt down, desperately expressing his gratitude. This made Han Shan feel a bit uncomfortable, and he began to walk away slowly. The bearded man continued to thank him. No need to thank me, it's just a small effort. Han Shan ignored the bearded man and left directly. On the way out, Han Shan quietly gave orders to the prison captain. He instructed the captain to pay special attention to this A036, even though he was already under A-level surveillance, because A036 gave Han Shan a feeling that was strange, very off. Moreover, there were 30 guys in this prison planning to escape. If it feels off, then there's a 99% chance there's a real problem. However, according to regulations, solitary confinement requires a valid reason, and Han Shan currently had none, not even any suspected evidence. He couldn't just put someone in solitary because others wanted to review them, right? That would clearly be a violation. Han Shan could only monitor closely for now. Han Shan, the warden, comfortably arrived on the 7th day after the game started. It was about time to cast the net. After all, if he didn't act soon, some prisoners might escape. Without any warning, Han Shan suddenly arrived at Block B with several guards. He personally conducted the search, even retrieving a metal detector from the storage. The focus of this search was the areas that Han Shan had previously instructed the guards to avoid and not search. Han Shan ordered all prisoners to leave their cells and stand aside to await the search. By doing this, the prisoners had no opportunity to change the location of their items. Han Shan's plan was already quite clear. The guards would search every day, intentionally avoiding a few corners where items could be hidden, making the prisoners think that the guards would never search those spots. When the prisoners felt those corners were safe and began to hide contraband there, Han Shen would then strike and search those corners. A complete catch, with half the effort. This search was conducted by 3 guards, one searched the cell directly, one scanned the entire cell with the metal detector, and one was responsible for searching the prisoners themselves. Han Shen supervised. In the first cell, Han Shen found a pack of high-end cigarettes in the lower bunk against the wall. The 2 black prisoners in the cell turned pale. Damn, this is fancier than what I smoke. The prison captain didn't care whose it was and directly hit both prisoners hard with his baton. Amid the screams, Han Shen felt a bit disappointed, because this was not what he wanted to find. Cigarettes were indeed contraband, but they couldn't be used to escape. After finishing this search, he moved on to the next cell. Han Shen signaled the prison captain to stop. He didn't put the 2 prisoners in solitary confinement but returned them to their cell. Just cigarettes, as long as they weren't escape tools, hiding a woman would be fine. In the next cell, there were 2 old white men, and they had no personal belongings. Searching them was fine. In those corners, Han Shen found nothing. The guards scanned other areas with the metal detector and found nothing either. It seemed that the 2 in this cell were quite law-abiding. In this prison full of troublemakers, such law-abiding models were needed. Good, reward them. Han Shen turned and walked out of the cell, glanced at the cell number, and shouted to the staff at the door, "Add a dish for the 2 in B003 for dinner." "What specific dish should we add, Warden? What's going on?" the staff member pressed. Fried potatoes." Han Shen casually suggested a dish that was tasty and inexpensive, feeling it should meet the prisoners' meal standards. After giving that instruction, Han Shen didn't linger and continued his search. After all, there were still over 600 people to check. In the next dozen or so cells, there were occasionally some items that seemed a bit inappropriate, like playing cards. However, since playing cards couldn't be considered escape tools, Han Shen simply overlooked them and even added an extra serving of fried potatoes to the cells that followed the rules. The next cell housed a middle-aged prisoner alone, and there was no issue with a body search. Han Shen searched and found a wooden board under the bed. The metal detector had checked, and there was no metal in the board. "What is this board for?" Han Shen asked. "Just a small table, not a contraband item, right, Warden?" the middle-aged prisoner replied. "Not at all," Han Shen said, not taking it to heart, and put the board back under the bed. At that moment, Han Shen noticed a lot of light-colored debris under the bed. "What is this?" Han Shen dipped his finger in it and observed closely. It was hard. Wood shavings. Wood shavings? "I often do carpentry work in prison. It's normal to get some shavings on my clothes, right?" the prisoner added. "Normal," Han Shen nodded. But out of caution, he still carefully examined the entire cell. Han Shen then noticed a clump of light-colored substance in the corner, which at first glance was hard to identify. Leaning down for a closer look, it resembled some kind of mud, a type of finishing mud left over from the cell's construction. "What is this?" Han Shen asked, pointing at the mud and reaching out to touch it. "I don't know," the prisoner shook his head. "Maybe it's the essence of 20 years' worth of boogers from the last person who lived here." Upon hearing this, Han Shen quickly withdrew his hand. As Han Shen straightened up, the prisoner was staring at him intently. "So, Warden, do I get fried potatoes for dinner too?" "Yes, have a big portion." Han Shen nodded and walked out of the cell. The guard pushed the man back into the cell and closed the door. The moment the door shut, Han Shen suddenly felt that this clump of mud looked familiar, like something he had seen in a movie. Yes, it was plastic explosives. "Open the door!" Han Shen suddenly shouted. The guard, who was locking the door next to him, was startled and quickly opened it again. "What's wrong, Warden?" the middle-aged prisoner inside the cell asked hurriedly. Han Shen leaned in and yanked down the clump of mud. It was slightly soft. Holding the clump in front of him, Han Shen examined it closely. This clump emitted a faint scent. It smelled quite familiar, like mint. Mint mud? No, it was toothpaste. So this clump must be toothpaste mixed with wall putty. It wasn't plastic explosives. If it were, there would be no need to mix in toothpaste to make such a conspicuous lump. Han Shen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, if the prisoner really could make explosives, what would he, the warden, do? Just surrender. "Why did you make the toothpaste into such a lump?" Han Shen asked, puzzled, looking at the middle-aged prisoner. "I don't know, maybe the last prisoner wanted to play with it like clay," the middle-aged prisoner quickly replied. "The toothpaste hasn't completely hardened, and you say it was the last prisoner who did this?" Han Shen questioned. The middle-aged man immediately lowered his head and said in an extremely sincere tone, "I'm sorry, Warden. I wanted to learn sculpture and used this to practice. But I heard you don't seem to support art, so I had to hide it in the corner. Is that really the case? Although Han Shen didn't quite believe the middle-aged man's words, it seemed to be the most fitting explanation. If the man wanted to escape, what could a lump of toothpaste like clay do? Han Shen pondered and casually broke apart the toothpaste lump. As he did, his eyes widened because he saw a hard, long strip wrapped inside the toothpaste lump. Han Shen immediately took out the long strip. This strip was made of wood, one end clearly larger than the other. It gave Han Shen the feeling of a flattened lollipop. This is the skeleton for the sculpture. The larger part is where the head of the sculpture will be, the middle-aged prisoner quickly explained. Oh. Han Shen looked at the wooden strip, and the more he looked, the more it resembled something else. Upon closer inspection, there were several scratches on one side of the thin strip, seemingly marks for future processing. Damn, isn't this just an unfinished key? At that moment, Han Shen understood everything. He had seen a similar plot in a movie. The escapee made a dough, and when the guard wasn't paying attention, pressed the key into the dough to create a mold for a matching key. Goodness, this guy almost got away with it. He even called it booger, making himself seem like he wanted to avoid it. With such skills and cunning, he was definitely a seasoned escape artist. Han Shen took a deep breath. Warden, is everything all right? The middle-aged man saw Han Shen's dazed expression and cautiously asked. Han Shen snapped back to reality and turned to the nearby guard, giving an order. This guy is secretly making keys, claiming it's a support structure, insulting my intelligence. Send him to solitary confinement. Han Shen's voice was filled with seriousness. The middle-aged prisoner hurriedly explained, No, Warden, you misunderstood. This really is a support. Those marks are just for me to calculate the sculpture's structure. Han Shen remained silent. He hadn't even mentioned the marks, yet this prisoner was eager to defend them. Clearly, he knew there was something suspicious about those marks. As the guard escorted the middle-aged prisoner away, Han Shen quietly instructed the prison captain, This guy is stubborn, let him learn a lesson. The captain nodded immediately. Don't worry, Warden, leave it to me, it will be handled. Han Shen actually didn't like using force to educate prisoners. However, if it was a dangerous element planning an escape, he still hoped to give them a bit of education. After all, having a few more injuries could make it much harder for the prisoner to escape, and it would also make Han Shen a bit safer. Han Shen couldn't afford to lose again. He couldn't risk being merciful to these enemies. Unfortunately, regulations prohibited causing serious injury. Otherwise, if he could just beat these dangerous elements to the point they couldn't get out of bed, it would save him a lot of trouble. The search continued. In the next cell, no contraband was found. There wasn't even a suspicious spot in the cell. It was a perfectly fine cell. However, the prisoner on the lower bunk, upon seeing Han Shen, instinctively averted his gaze for a brief moment. Although it was just a fleeting instant, Han Shen noticed it. It looked like he had something to hide, but his cell and body search showed nothing wrong. Why was he so nervous just now? Han Shen felt frustrated and casually grabbed a metal detector. He waved it over the body. When the detector scanned the prisoner's buttocks, it suddenly beeped. Ha! Han Shen was momentarily at a loss for words. Can you explain why there is metal in your butt? Han Shen asked. The lower bunk prisoner said nothing, only lowered his head. Even though he was black, Han Shen could see his face turning a bit red. Forget it. No need for explanations. Han Shen turned to look. The prison captain who had just returned from sending the prisoner to solitary was back. Let him handle this dirty work. Han Shen stepped forward, patted the captain on the shoulder, and pointed to the nearby prisoner. Go check his butt and see what the metal is, then come back and tell me. Ha! The captain was confused. After all, he had just returned and didn't know the situation. The detector shows there are metal objects in his butt. Han Chang replied, Understood. Watch how I deal with this thief. The prison captain immediately understood. He directly dragged the prisoner to the public restroom in Area B. Han Chang continued his search. The subsequent cells were relatively orderly, with no particularly forbidden items, and Han Chang rewarded them all with extra fried potatoes for dinner. Soon, the prison captain also found something out. The guy had a cloth-wrapped metal spoon hidden in his backside. A spoon, a classic tool for digging holes. This basically confirmed the prisoner's intent to escape. However, the prison captain told Han Chang that the prisoner adamantly denied any intention of escaping. His explanation was that he was afraid of perverts in the prison, so he had preemptively stuffed a spoon in his backside as a defensive measure. If a pervert were to forcefully enter, the spoon handle would naturally injure them. It sounded quite reasonable. Han Chang was somewhat inclined to believe it. But forbidden items were still forbidden items. The prison captain had already given him a lesson before coming back to ask Han Chang how he planned to handle it next. Han Chang believed, but only a little. Han Cheng thought for a moment and replied, since he's so afraid of perverts, just put him in solitary confinement, he'll be the only one there, so there won't be any perverts. Han Cheng's idea was simple. If you can't determine whether someone is a bad person or a good person, treat them all as potential threats. The warden is indeed wise. The prison captain nodded vigorously in agreement. They continued the search. After checking a dozen more cells, Han Cheng discovered a particularly special one. This cell had several posters of female stars on the wall. At first glance, it didn't seem too out of place, but in the documentary films Han Cheng had watched, posters were also common props. Yes, if someone wanted to dig a hole in the wall, putting a poster over the hole would definitely be the simplest way to disguise it. Han Cheng looked at the posters on the wall. He couldn't be bothered with the posters on the side walls, as they were likely just a way to dig into the neighboring cell to play mahjong. The key was the inner wall. This cell had no ventilation, but there were various pipes behind this inner wall. Han Cheng directly peeled off several posters of female stars from the inner wall. Sure enough, behind the posters, there was a large indentation on the concrete wall. It seemed the progress wasn't much. This was also a solitary prisoner. Han Cheng turned to the only prisoner in this cell and coldly asked, "Where are the tools for digging the wall?" A prisoner, realizing the situation was exposed, could only silently open the water tank and remove a small metal piece from beneath the button. This effectively revealed another hiding spot to Han Cheng. The guard beside him quickly checked this spot in the cell. No other cells had anything. This was a unique creation of this cell. With the escape plan firmly established, Han Cheng naturally couldn't let it go. He instructed the guard to send the prisoner to solitary confinement. After that, Han Cheng checked the remaining cells in Area B. Most of the cells had no issues, and they were all rewarded with extra fried potatoes. However, there were still a few that hid forbidden items, which were all confiscated. Even if they found items that could potentially be escape tools, it wasn't very certain that they were indeed escapees. They could only be suspected of attempting to escape. Unlike the previous two prisoners who had been confirmed as escapees, none were found this time. This search lasted from noon until night, leaving Han Cheng quite exhausted. However, the results were quite fruitful. 2 confirmed escapees were found, and 6 were suspected of attempting to escape. Han Cheng noted them all down in his notebook. As for the escape tools, they had probably searched most of the relevant spots. Han Cheng felt a wave of relief. This search should significantly delay the actions of those escapees in Area B. Managing them for 10 days to half a month should be no problem, possibly even longer. Everything went smoothly. That night, Han Cheng had the most peaceful sleep in this game world in his office. The next morning, Secretary Maggie came in with documents to report to Han Cheng. She first placed a document on Han Cheng's desk. "Warden, the first thing today is this resignation letter sent by Kevin from the duty office this morning." "Kevin? Who is that?" Han Cheng had no idea who this person was. "He's the one responsible for peeling potatoes in our prison cafeteria. He's been doing it for several years, and I don't know why he suddenly wants to resign." "Responsible for peeling potatoes?" "Yes." Oh. Han Cheng understood immediately. "I'll sign it later. There's one more thing, and it's very important." "Go on." "This morning, we found 2 prisoners trapped in the ventilation ducts outside the prison building." "This morning?" "Yes, it's inmates 1240 and 1241 from Block B. They seem to have been stuck in the ventilation duct with some very strong adhesive and couldn't free themselves, only able to call for help until our guards found them." "Great." Han Cheng felt a surge of excitement. His strong adhesive had indeed caught the big rats trying to escape. "Where are those 2 now?" Han Cheng asked. "Still in the ventilation duct. Our workers are trying to figure out how to get them down," Secretary Maggie replied. "Let's go take a look." Han Cheng quickly made his way outside the prison building. At that moment, one worker was sitting at the duct opening waiting, while another had brought a bucket of solvent. According to them, if the solvent didn't work, they would have to cut the duct. However, cutting the duct was a significant matter that required Han Cheng's approval as the warden. Han Cheng encouraged them to try boldly, saying they could cut it if necessary without needing to ask for permission. Then, Han Cheng had the prison captain taken to the cells of the 2 prisoners stuck in the ventilation duct. Upon arriving at the cell, he saw that the grill of the ventilation duct had been completely destroyed, twisted, and discarded on the ground. Han Cheng stepped forward to take a closer look. The grill was originally secured to the inner wall of the duct with 8 screws, which couldn't be accessed from this side of the cell. These screws were still intact. The marks indicated that the metal grill had been pried open and forcibly removed with tools. Achieving this overnight couldn't be done with just a metal spoon or a small piece of iron. This meant that the 2 who had drilled into the ventilation duct from this cell not only had tools but also had very sturdy ones. At the very least, it was a long, large metal object, similar to a crowbar. But Han Chen had just searched the entire Block B yesterday. He even thought he had confiscated nearly all the escape tools in Block B and could enjoy a period of peace. Now it seemed truly ridiculous. Han Chen felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. After waiting in the office for a while, the prison captain finally returned. "How did it go?" Han Chen quickly asked. "Warden, I dealt with those two well, knocked them out twice, but they won't say anything about the tools," the prison captain replied. "Keep hitting them until they talk." Han Chen was a bit anxious. The two stuck in the ventilation duct must have used relatively professional tools. Since they were relatively professional tools, if he couldn't block their escape route in time, Han Chen's efforts would essentially only be a temporary fix to a fundamental problem. The prison captain shook his head. "It's no use, Warden. If we hit them more, they'll be ruined." Han Chen fell silent. According to the Ministry of Justice's documents, if he really disabled a prisoner, it would be a serious dereliction of duty, and Han Chen would naturally be in violation, losing the game outright. "Warden, what should we do?" the prison captain asked again. Han Chen sighed. "Then let's put them in solitary confinement for now." "All right. Also, have the guards continue to conduct strict searches of the cells every day, even more strictly than before." Han Chen gave another order to the prison captain. "Don't worry, Warden, we will conduct a thorough search," the prison captain readily agreed. However, the captain's promise did not provide Han Chen with any sense of security. They had been searching every day, and just yesterday, there had been a personal search, yet the situation remained the same. Han Chen searched for Han Chen, and they did their own thing. It seemed to have no effect on each other. Where could these professional tools have come from? Han Chen thought of the plot in a movie. Could it be that these two prisoners' tools came from outside the prison? Hidden among the various personal items sent to the prisoners by their relatives, like cakes, clothes, and so on. A classic plot twist. Yes, the problem was likely right here. Just as the prison captain reached the office door, Han Chen hurriedly stood up to add, "Captain, there's one more thing for you to arrange." "What?" the prison captain turned to respond. "From today on, everything sent to the prisoners from outside the prison must undergo a destructive thorough inspection. Even if a steak comes in, it must be turned into dumpling filling by the time it reaches the prisoners." "No problem," the prison captain answered cheerfully. "Warden, rest assured, I will personally oversee the inspections from now on, and I guarantee there won't be any more issues." The prison captain's tone was firm, and his face was full of confidence, as if everything was already under his control. Han Chen felt a bit more at ease and sat back down in his office chair. To be honest, in Han Chen's heart, this prison captain might be the only reliable person in the entire Cage Island prison. If he didn't trust him, Han Chen really didn't know whom to trust. After that, the prison captain indeed did as he said. Most of the items sent from outside the prison were food. At first, he would cut them a few times with a knife, but later, the prison captain found it troublesome and just put everything through the shredder. Bread was turned into chicken feed, and cream cakes were turned into paste. Han Chen asked the prison captain if he thought he was going a bit too far. The prison captain's response was straightforward. "Food, well, doing it this way doesn't change the nutritional content, and the feelings contained in the food remain unchanged. It doesn't affect anything." This made a lot of sense and convinced Han Chen. In the end, buckets of paste and scraps were delivered to the corresponding prisoners. The prisoners, unaware of the situation, were confused. They had written to their families saying that the prison food was worse than pig food. But was it really necessary to send pig food over? Moreover, the prison captain arranged for the shredder to be cleaned only once a day. The food sent by one person would inevitably mix with that of others. At first, there were indeed some contraband items hidden in the food, mostly small objects and cigarettes. So many people ended up eating metal shavings and tobacco leaves in the paste they received. This led to a chorus of complaints. Over time, the prisoners hiding contraband seemed to have figured out what was going on. The items sent into the prison no longer contained contraband. In this regard, Han Chen's measures seemed to have succeeded. On the other side, the prison area was also searching for contraband in the cells every day, tirelessly. Although the prisoners complained bitterly, they had no way to resist. This continued for nearly 10 days. During this time, the prison was relatively calm. Although there were occasional fights, thankfully, there had been no more escape incidents. Not even similar suspicious events occurred. This gradually gave Han Chen confidence. If this continued, as long as he persisted for another 2 months, victory in the game would surely belong to him. One day, Secretary Maggie came to report to Han Chen. She said that a water pipe in the prison had leaked due to years of disrepair. Water was gushing out directly from the floor of the B-block cell. Now, the 2 prisoners affected by the disaster had been temporarily moved to another empty cell, and the prison workers had gone to make repairs. Which cell was affected? Han Chen asked. B0188. Secretary Maggie replied. B0188? Han Chen took out the map and glanced at it. Han Chen's face instantly darkened. Call the guard in charge of the new cell arrangement and take me to visit those 2 prisoners, Han Chen said. Maggie immediately complied. Soon, Han Chen followed the guard to a cell in Area B. 2 white prisoners sat on the bed in the cell. Although they had changed into dry clothes, their hair was still somewhat wet. Upon seeing Han Chen, they immediately began to complain. Warden, the facilities in this prison should have been repaired long ago. Today, we almost drowned in here. Yeah, Warden, if something really happened, you'd be guilty of murder. This seemed like a complaint, but it sounded more like an accusation. Han Chen looked at them without saying a word. The 2 prisoners grew more animated in their complaints. The repair costs for the pipes aren't being embezzled by the higher-ups, are they? Warden, this prison is too dangerous. I want to apply for a transfer. Exactly, this broken prison should have been rebuilt long ago. It will eventually kill us all. Han Chen could only press his palm down. Let me say a few words. The 2 prisoners seemed to realize Han Chen's displeasure and wisely fell silent. Let me tell you something interesting. Han Chen smiled slightly. The 2 prisoners exchanged a confused glance. They had no choice but to turn back to Han Chen. Please, go ahead. When I first took office, I looked at the pipeline diagram of our prison. Han Chen began his story, deliberately speaking slowly so the 2 prisoners could understand. At that time, I discovered that directly beneath Area B, there was a very thick hot water pipe buried. This hot water pipe is the main line of the heating system, extending outside the prison, and it's spacious enough for an adult to pass through easily. The most critical part is that it's summer now, so there won't be any water in the hot water pipe. In other words, as long as you dig a few meters down from the cell and break the wall of the hot water pipe, you could escape through it. At this point, Han Chen paused and looked at the faces of the 2 prisoners. Their expressions were not good. Han Chen continued. As the warden, I naturally cannot allow such a significant loophole to exist in the prison. So, I directly consulted the workers and opened the valve to let cold water into the hot water pipe. Only I knew about this. Later, guess what happened? 2 idiots actually dug open that water pipe to escape. The cold water I had prepared instantly flooded their cell. Han Chen smiled again at the 2 prisoners in front of him because he genuinely found it amusing. The 2 prisoners remained silent. Han Chen had to add a crucial point. Logically, if it were truly an accident, there would have been a lot of mud debris, but when I went to your cell, the little bit of dirt in your room was less than what was in the flower pot in my office. The 2 prisoners still did not speak. Han Chen was a bit annoyed and continued. You both have over 10 years left on your sentences. If this escape attempt is confirmed, your sentences will definitely be extended to 20 years, and you will be transferred to Area A, where the food is even worse than here. However, I can treat this as if nothing happened and cover it up as an accident for you too, Han Chen said, staring intently at the faces of the 2 prisoners. Their expressions suddenly shifted. What do you want? One of the prisoners suddenly asked. Clearly, he was wavering. The other remained silent, looking down. Han Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He must have won the gamble. Because this condition was completely useless to those 4 unknown prisoners, as they would return to their own world once the game was over, and whether their sentences were extended made no difference. The wavering prisoner is most likely a prison break novice, and less likely a prison break expert. Because prison break experts are already experts, they shouldn't really be sitting in prison until their sentences are fully served. The reduction of their sentences should hold little temptation for them. Han Chen seized the opportunity. Don't rush, I haven't finished explaining the preferential policies. Looking at the records, you 2 should have been here for a few years, right? Years without a decent meal, it must be painful, I understand. So, I can use my small authority as warden to arrange a feast for you. Anything you want to eat, meat, lobster, you choose. Han Chen was very confident. He had been to the prison cafeteria, and the food there was indeed terrible. He would bet that after a few days here, one would turn into a starving wolf, so food should be the most tempting thing for prisoners. Upon hearing this, the wavering prisoner nodded repeatedly. Good, warden, what do you want? Just say it quickly. Tools. Han Chen's expression became serious. Where did you get the tools for digging? As he spoke, he glanced at the other silent prisoner beside him and continued. If you used any other methods, you can tell me directly. The promise of a feast still stands. Han Chen actually suspected that the silent one was one of the unknown prisoners who had used some ability to dig up the ground. After hearing Han Chen's words, the wavering prisoner immediately opened his mouth to say something. However, he hesitated. After a moment, he closed his mouth again. His gaze also became resolute. Mr. Warden, I don't know what you're talking about. What tools or methods? I'm just a disaster-stricken prisoner. Han Chen's expression changed. After that, no matter how Han Chen threatened or tempted, the two prisoners remained tight-lipped. Han Chen was puzzled. What part of the process had gone wrong? One of the prisoners seemed to have the words on the tip of his tongue, yet he could still swallow them back. What was he worried about? Han Chen thought seriously. He considered two possibilities. The first was that the silent prisoner had a strong trust from the wavering prisoner regarding the escape ability. He was afraid that if he spoke out, the silent prisoner would not take him along for the escape in the future. So he kept quiet. If this were the case, it would be simple, he just needed to separate the two. The second possibility was that both prisoners were concerned about something, and the wavering prisoner, after internal struggle, decided it was better not to speak. This was more troublesome. Until Han Chen figured out what they were worried about, they definitely wouldn't open their mouths. The two in the ventilation duct were probably in a similar situation. What could make them so concerned that they dared not say anything? Was there a powerful force behind them? Or something else? Troublesome. Let's handle it according to the first possibility for now. Han Chen coldly glanced at the two in front of him and walked out of the cell. Put them in solitary confinement, and remember to keep them far apart. Han Chen instructed the guard waiting at the door. Watching the two being escorted away by the guards, Han Chen felt even more irritated. He had indeed checked the cell where the incident occurred. The hole was located at the lower left of the toilet. This meant they had covered the hole with the toilet. Underneath the toilet was a concrete floor. However, the dismantling of the toilet, the destruction of the floor, and the excavation of such a deep hole, this was a huge amount of work, and the game had only started a little over 10 days ago. It was impossible to do it with just a metal spoon from the cafeteria. There must be proper tools involved. Where did these tools come from? Now, both of Han Chen's prepared contingencies had been used up by luck. If he didn't find out where the tools came from, the next time would mean death for Han Chen. Yet, these prisoners just wouldn't say a word. Han Chen couldn't think of any damned source for the tools either. As Han Chen anxiously waited at the entrance of Block B, the prison captain arrived. Warden, I heard the pipes exploded? The captain inquired with concern. Yes. What's the situation? Not too good. Han Chen replied casually, his mind racing as he had no time for small talk with the captain. It's all right, Warden. Our prison is old, such things are quite common. You get used to it. I understand. How have the cell inspections been going lately? Han Chen asked offhandedly. The captain patted his chest confidently and smiled. Of course, the inspections are thorough. Our team works diligently, leaving no corner unchecked. Nothing suspicious escapes our eyes. Han Chen paused, his expression shifting slightly. You've checked cell 0188, where the pipe issue occurred, before? Han Chen looked at the captain. We did check, but it was for contraband and such. If you want us to check for possible leaks in the pipes, we're not professionals in that area, so we definitely wouldn't find anything. The captain chuckled nervously. Let's not talk about the pipe leaks for now. So, you're saying you've already checked that cell for contraband? Are you sure there were no issues? Han Chen smiled. Of course we checked, absolutely no problems. Wait, Warden, are you implying? The captain sensed the unusual tone in Han Chen's voice. Han Chen could no longer contain himself. He grabbed the captain by the collar. Damn it, they dug a nearly 10-meter deep hole under the toilet, and you still dare to guarantee that everything was fine? The captain immediately panicked. Really, Warden, that's our fault, we didn't check thoroughly enough. Han Chen glared at the captain's flustered face, furious. Since it's your problem, then you better check it thoroughly from now on. Understand? Yes, we will definitely be more diligent, you can rest assured. The captain nodded vigorously, frightened. Then go check it properly now. Get out. Still fuming, Han Chen gave the captain a shove, releasing his grip. Thud. The captain was pushed against the nearby wall, making a sharp sound. Ah. The captain sat on the ground, letting out a wail. What the hell are you screaming for? Han Chen scolded him. The captain groaned. It hurts, Warden. Han Chen was even angrier. I just gave you a light push. What are you acting for? Really, Warden, cough, call an ambulance quickly. The captain coughed violently, even spitting out blood. Seeing the blood, Han Chen realized this was no act. He hurriedly called the secretary from the prison phone at the entrance and had her call an ambulance. Afterward, watching the captain being carried away on a stretcher, Han Chen still couldn't believe it. He looked at his own hands. The captain was a burly man. Compared to him, Han Chen felt almost fragile. How could a light push do this? Han Shen glanced at the wall where the captain had just crashed into, noticing several new cracks. Was there really that much force? 2 hours later, Han Shen sat in his office, waiting. Finally, Secretary Maggie walked in. How is he? Han Shen quickly asked. 5 broken ribs, several other fractures, and internal bleeding. But he's no longer in life-threatening condition, Maggie replied. So serious? Han Shen was stunned. He really had just given a light push. How could the captain have so many broken bones? I was wondering, did he fall? Where did he fall from? Secretary Maggie asked curiously. Don't worry about that for now. I'll find time to see him and then let you know. Han Shen gritted his teeth and said, all right. Secretary Maggie didn't say much and left the office. Han Shen was left alone in the office, feeling gloomy. What on earth was going on? First of all, Han Shen was definitely not a sudden genius in martial arts who had awakened the run and do meridians. Secondly, the prison captain was absolutely not a glass man. Han Shen thought and thought, and the only possibility was that he had just triggered the skill, gift of the god of jealousy. Your attack power significantly increases against those who are more handsome than you or have a higher monthly income than you. There were 2 situations for triggering this skill. Han Shen took out the prison captain's file from the cabinet and looked at the photo of the captain inside. Then he went to the mirror, looked at himself, and carefully compared it with the photo of the prison captain. No matter how he looked at it, he was definitely much more handsome than the prison captain. Even if Han Shen might have some subjective confidence boosting him. But the prison captain had a face full of flesh. To say he was handsome was an understatement, and not calling him ugly would be a compliment. Han Shen, being cautious, looked for a while longer. The more he looked, the more certain he became that he was definitely more handsome than the prison captain, and not just by a little. That could only mean it was the second situation. The prison captain had a higher monthly income than him? In fact, Han Shen had a bank card for his salary here, but he hadn't used it much. Han Shen took out the file again to check. As the warden, his monthly salary was clearly more than twice that of the prison captain. How could the captain's monthly income be higher than his? Was it because his income didn't count? Han Shen thought of this and called over a guard who looked relatively ugly to try it out. He pushed the guard hard against the wall. Does it hurt? Han Shen asked the guard. Not really. The guard shook his head in confusion. Han Shen let go. Are you okay? The guard answered decisively, I'm fine. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. What's there to be uncertain about? Han Shen's questions completely baffled the guard. Then you can go back to work. Han Shen waved at the guard. After the guard left, Han Shen confirmed that only the prison captain could trigger his skill. The guard he had called over did not trigger the skill, which meant Han Shen's monthly income was at least not lower than his. In other words, Han Shen's monthly income in this world was valid. So, why could the prison captain trigger it? Han Shen had a hypothesis. He picked up his briefcase and walked out of the office. Secretary Maggie was working just outside the door. Maggie, which hospital is the prison captain in now? I'm going to see him. After a brief preparation, Han Shen arrived at the prison captain's hospital room. At this time, there was also a guard who had just finished the night shift visiting the room. Warden, the guard sat up from beside the bed. You go out for a moment, I have something to discuss with the captain, Han Shen said. The guard left the room. The prison captain on the bed was wrapped in a lot of plaster and bandages, looking like he had indeed sustained serious injuries. When he saw Han Shen, he still smiled. Warden, although this injury was caused by my own carelessness, I still have to ask, what kind of innate strength do you have? There was no blame in his tone, which made Han Shen feel a bit guilty. Han Shen smiled back at him. Don't worry, I'll apply for work injury compensation for you as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about the medical expenses at all. Thank you, Warden, but could you tell me what you usually eat to be so strong? I'd like to buy some too, so I can recover faster. That's not urgent. I want to ask you something. You can ask. How is your family's financial situation? The prison captain listened and immediately shook his head. No way, my wife loves to gamble, and with my meager salary, it's getting hard to make ends meet. So, Warden, you must help me apply for work-related injury. Is your income only from your salary? Have you had any extra income from stocks, lotteries, or anything like that recently? Inheritance counts too, Han Shen asked seriously. The prison captain shook his head repeatedly. Of course not. I don't have the habit of buying lottery tickets or stocks, and I certainly don't have anything else. Good fortune like that can't possibly come my way. Are you sure? Think carefully. If there is, just tell me quietly, and I'll help you cover it up. It won't affect your application for work-related injury. The prison captain hesitated for a moment but quickly nodded. I'm sure, definitely none. Han Shen sighed lightly and fell silent. Warden, what's wrong? the prison captain asked. Han Shen took a deep breath. Alright, now tell me honestly, how much money have you taken from the inmates? The prison captain's expression changed instantly, but he quickly regained his smile. Warden, what are you talking about? How could I dare to take money from the inmates? Han Shen's tone became serious. Several inmates have already confessed, and the other evidence is on my desk. As soon as I hand it over to the Ministry of Justice, you should soon be moving into our prison's Block B. Indeed, Han Shen had started to fabricate lies to intimidate the prison captain. Warden, what are you saying? I don't understand. However, I can save you now and suppress this matter, but I need your help. Warden, don't joke around. The prison captain forced a smile. Han Shen looked at the prison captain seriously. Do you think I'm joking? Think about how you usually treat the inmates in the prison. Once you become an inmate, do you think they'll let you off easy? I can't protect you 24 hours a day by myself. Warden. The prison captain's face turned ashen. Just tell me what you need me to do. You need to write down a detailed list of the money you've taken and the corresponding items you've smuggled. Warden, that can't be right. The prison captain showed a troubled expression. That can't be right? Right now, someone in the prison is using the items you provided to escape. If they really manage to escape, not only will my job be at risk, but you could also be charged with aiding the escape. The prison captain's face instantly fell. Warden, I've smuggled quite a bit for people, but I didn't help anyone escape. Just because you say you didn't, doesn't mean it's true. They are indeed using the items you smuggled. Do you think the people at the Ministry of Justice will believe you? Well, the prison captain became a bit incoherent. Then write down everything you've smuggled without missing a single item, and we'll retrieve those items. This way, such a major incident as an escape won't happen. I can continue being the warden, and we can suppress this mess of yours. Okay, I'll write it. Do you have paper and a pen? The prison captain looked at Han Shen. I've prepared it for you already. Han Shen took out paper and a pen from his briefcase. The prison captain hurriedly began to write. Han Shen maintained a serious expression, but inside he felt a wave of relief. He hadn't expected that a major source of tools would actually come from this prison captain. However, this guy looked tough but was actually weak inside. His psychological resilience was really poor, and he confessed everything as soon as he was pressured. On the other hand, he was indeed bold, daring to smuggle such super contraband. Didn't he fear losing his job? The prison captain wrote down 2 items and suddenly remembered something, turning to Han Shen. Wait, Warden. What now? Han Shen was startled. Could it be that this guy had discovered something wrong? If he really asked Han Shen for evidence, Han Shen wouldn't be able to produce any. I took so much money from them, and now I'm going to confiscate the items. Won't they be furious and report me? I'll still end up exposed. The prison warden said. Is that all? Han Shen frowned. Don't worry, when I confiscate them, I'll pretend to have discovered them by accident, acting as if it has nothing to do with you. Then thank you, Warden. The prison warden continued writing with satisfaction. He wrote for nearly an hour before finishing the list. Han Shen took a look and his expression immediately changed. The list contained common items like chess, cigars, and alcohol. Although there were quite a few metal objects, they were all flimsy little items. Using them to dig a hole would be as effective as a metal spoon. Weren't you supposed to write everything down without missing a single item? Why are you only writing down trivial things? Han Shen questioned. I didn't leave anything out. These are all the things I brought, the prison warden replied. Do you even want me to save you? Write everything down. Han Shen was getting angry. The prison warden looked miserable. Warden, I'm not lying to you. I really only brought these things. Do you think I'm stupid? Can these things even be used to escape? Han Shen nearly wanted to slap the list across the prison warden's face. The prison warden started to panic. I really don't know, and I didn't think these things could be used to escape. It was you who said there was evidence. This made Han Shen choke a bit. According to the prison warden, he was indeed wronged. Is this guy really trying to fool me? Han Shen thought. If you don't tell the truth, don't expect me to save you, Han Shen said angrily as he stood up. Warden, I'm really telling the truth. The prison warden, ignoring the tubes attached to him, hurriedly grabbed Han Shen's hand, looking as if he was about to cry. Han Shen felt he didn't seem to be faking it. Could it be that the prison warden really only brought these things? Did I get it all wrong? Well, this guy has been a guard for a while, he should understand the rules. He must know how serious it is to bring escape tools to prisoners. Maybe it really isn't him. Then it's over. If it really isn't the prison warden, then there are other channels for escape tools. Han Shen felt a chill in his heart at this thought. He needed to find the real source quickly. Just as Han Shen was about to leave, the prison warden hugged him tightly. He pleaded like a 200-pound child, tears streaming down his face. "Warden, please save me, I will definitely repay you in the future." Seeing that he was about to smear his own snot all over himself, Han Chen quickly broke free. Han Chen felt a bit of pity and wanted to say something comforting. But at that moment, he suddenly realized something was off. This guy only brought such ordinary items, yet he could be richer than me? Something's wrong. Han Chen picked up the list and took another look. The ordinary items indeed didn't cost much. Only a few items labeled carefees had a relatively high and outrageous price. "Stop crying for a moment and tell me what this carefee is specifically for?" Han Chen asked. The prison warden looked away. "Oh, that. It's just medical fees. The prison infirmary provides free medical care. How can you dare to ask the prisoners for so much money? It's not medical, it's for medical services. Is there a difference?" "Well, we have a nurse in the infirmary, but she's actually not a nurse, she's a service worker." "A service worker?" Han Chen was taken aback. "Just that." The prison warden forced a smile. Han Chen understood. "Oh, I thought every time I went to the infirmary, the nurse couldn't button her shirt because of that. Turns out she does that." "Yeah, right, that's what she does. I split the earnings with her 50-50. The prison captain smiled. Han Chen also smiled. The prison captain smiled again. Han Chen smiled again. The prison captain smiled once more. Then Han Chen suddenly grabbed the prison captain by the collar. "What the hell are you laughing at? Do you dare to run a prostitution ring in my prison? And split the profits 50-50? The prison captain was nearly scared out of his wits. "Warden, I was wrong. You saved me this time, and I will repay you whenever I get the chance." Han Chen really wanted to punch this guy. It wasn't out of a sense of justice, but rather out of anger at how the prison captain was acting recklessly right under his nose. He was completely treating Han Chen, the warden, like air. But he couldn't do it. Hitting this guy would trigger a skill, and if he hit again, he would die. Thinking of this, Han Chen gently let go of the prison captain. "Warden, you will help me, right?" The prison captain still looked at Han Chen with hope. Han Chen ignored him and turned to leave, even as the prison captain continued to shout behind him. Han Chen returned to his office, where there were still many documents to review. In fact, this warden had a lot of official paperwork to handle every day, both from above and submissions from below. However, Han Chen's mind was entirely focused on preventing escapes, so he naturally took the opportunity to slack off, writing just a few words. Any opinions from above would take time to accumulate, and by the time any punishment came, Han Chen would have long since finished the game and left. However, before reviewing the documents, Han Chen still called in his secretary, Maggie. "Maggie, go tell the nurse in the medical room that she doesn't need to come to work every day anymore," Han Chen instructed. "Huh? Why not?" "No reason, just tell her." "What if she asks me why?" "She won't ask you, she knows in her heart," Han Chen said. "Okay." Secretary Maggie nodded and left. Watching the secretary leave, Han Chen thought of another matter. The prison captain was now hospitalized, and his injuries were serious. He wouldn't be out for months. This meant his prison was short one managing guard. In fact, Han Chen didn't feel much about the absence of the captain, but he did find it a bit inconvenient to be without a capable enforcer. He had to promote a guard to act as the deputy captain. That night, Han Chen called all the guards together. He initially thought of just picking one at random, but most of the guards were quite overweight and out of breath just walking. Having to take care of a captain like that every day wouldn't work. Han Chen needed to choose carefully. Among the guards, there was a strong black man, robust and muscular. Although he was slightly less capable than the previous captain, he was still decent. Moreover, this guy looked a bit like that basketball player, LeBron. Han Chen had always been faceblind when it came to black people, but finally, there was someone he could recognize at a glance, which was even better. So, Han Chen appointed him as the deputy captain. Han Chen also asked him what his name was. He said his name was Sha LeBron, but Han Chen didn't remember it. "Forget it, I'll just call you LeBron from now on." "Sure." Then, Han Chen gave LeBron a warning. The last captain violated regulations by smuggling contraband to inmates, almost causing a huge mess, so I want to give you a heads up, don't do that. Just hold on for these next 3 months, got it? Got it. If any guards do the same, make them stop. For these 3 months, no one is allowed to smuggle anything. After 3 months, you can do whatever you want, I won't interfere, understood? Understood. Good, remember, just these 3 months. You just have to hold off for 3 months. Han Chen said, holding up 3 fingers. Understood. Deputy Captain LeBron replied loudly. After a period of time, the prison was unexpectedly calm for Han Chen. There were no more escape incidents, nor were any contraband items discovered. Han Shen didn't know if it was because the former prison captain was hospitalized, or if his instructions to Captain James had taken effect, or if it was due to some other reason. In any case, it was very peaceful. But whether this peace was a good thing or a bad thing, Han Shen couldn't tell. On the 18th day after the game started, Captain James came to the office to report something to Han Shen. Warden, a prisoner in Area A said he wants to report that someone in the same block is planning to escape. Han Shen immediately sat up in his seat upon hearing this. Wasn't this good news? He had only managed to find less than 10 of the 30 people, and none of the 4 skilled ones had been located yet. This was a golden opportunity. He would definitely reward the informant later. Which prisoner is reporting the escape? Come on, let's go verify this, Han Shen said excitedly. He didn't say. The prisoner said he doesn't trust us, only trusts the warden, and wants to discuss the situation with you in person, Captain James replied. Why is it so complicated? He probably wants to talk to you about a reward in person. Fine, take me there, Han Shen said. Soon, Han Shen, Captain James, and several guards arrived at the corridor of Block A. Which cell? Han Shen asked. A 036, Captain James pointed to a nearby cell. Han Shen looked at cell 036 and felt it looked somewhat familiar. Captain James approached the door and knocked with his baton. A 036, wake up, the warden is here. But there was no response from inside the cell. What was going on? The guards exchanged glances. A036. Captain James shouted through the observation window. Still no response. Han Shen stepped up to the observation window to take a look inside. He saw a prisoner curled up on the bed, motionless. A 036, I'm the warden. Didn't you want to talk to me? Han Shen called out. The prisoner on the bed remained still. Han Shen suddenly felt something was off. This prisoner had just mentioned knowing about an escape, and now he was lying still on the bed. Could he have been silenced? Open the door, Han Shen stepped back and turned to Captain James. James took out the key and unlocked the door. The moment the door opened, Han Shen remembered. This A036 was the same guy who had asked him for help with a review last time. Although Han Shen had instructed people to keep a close watch on him afterward, nothing had happened since. But still, he needed to be cautious. Just as Han Shen recalled this, the door swung open. Almost instantly, a figure rushed out, darting past Captain James. Watch out! Captain James shouted. Han Shen had not expected someone to charge out, and before he could react, the figure was already in front of him, hand striking towards his throat, not knowing what weapon was in hand. The guards were still several meters away, and there was no time to stop it. Just as it seemed Han Shen was about to be attacked, in the next moment, he reached out and grabbed the wrist of the person in front of him, pulling down with force. Then, he delivered a heavy elbow strike to the person's back, pressing down with all his weight. The person was pinned to the ground by Han Shen, unable to move. It was a fluid motion, instantly subdued. Only then did Han Shen have the chance to see the face of the person who had rushed out. It was indeed the bearded man from last time. At this moment, the guards nearby were stunned. Warden, you are amazing, Captain James couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, who would have thought that the prison warden, Han Shen, would be so skilled? The moment the bearded man charged out, he was subdued instantly. In fact, it wasn't that Han Shen had any special talent. It was mainly because a significant part of his training involved combat skills. After years of martial arts practice, Han Shen's abilities were naturally impressive. He silently shook his head. If it had been the previous prison captain, there would have been no need for Han Shen to intervene. The bearded man would have been knocked to the ground the moment he charged out. But now, Captain James was just standing there, at a loss, at most shouting a warning. The two were still on vastly different levels. Then, under the eager gazes of the many guards, Han Shen grabbed the bearded man off the ground. What were you trying to do just now? Han Shen asked coldly, looking into the bearded man's eyes. The bearded man managed a smile that seemed full of goodwill. I just saw you getting a bit excited, so I couldn't help but come over to shake your hand. You were trying to shake hands? Han Shen's peripheral vision caught sight of the bearded man's hands. They were open, clearly empty, without any weapons. Could it really be a handshake? He had clearly charged at him. Was he going to shake hands or choke him? A custom from another world? Who would believe that? But he indeed had no weapons, and any issues were merely suspicions. It was better to ask him about the escape plan. If he was deceiving him, then that would be a problem, and he could be sent straight to solitary confinement. Thinking this, Han Shen set the bearded man down. About what you mentioned earlier. Tell me the specifics, Han Shen said. You come in, and I'll talk to you privately. The bearded man smiled at Han Shen. All right. Han Shen immediately agreed. After all, such matters of informing on others shouldn't be known by anyone else, otherwise, the informant wouldn't be able to survive in prison. But before that, Han Chen needed some safety measures. Cuff him, Han Chen said, looking at Captain James. What? Captain James didn't understand Han Chen's meaning. Han Chen realized that the person before him was no longer the previous prison captain. He had to clarify, put him in shackles. Understood. Captain James suddenly understood and quickly brought over handcuffs and leg irons to restrain the bearded man. Only then did Han Chen enter the cell with him. However, Han Chen ordered that the door remain open. This way, if anything happened, the guards could rush in to help him immediately. Go ahead, Han Chen said, sitting on the bed in the cell. The bearded man wasted no time, leaning in a bit closer and whispering, Warden, you mentioned helping me apply for a review, and I appreciate it. So, I'll just tell you directly, the inmate in cell 039 across from me has been sawing something these days. He must be preparing for an escape. Are you sure you didn't hear wrong? I'm sure. The bearded man nodded firmly at Han Chen. Alright, I'll go check it out now. Don't! The bearded man quickly stopped Han Chen. Why? The moment you leave here and go check on him, everyone will know I informed on him. How can I survive in prison after that? Got it. Han Chen nodded. Don't worry, if what you said is true, I will personally provide you with a reward when the opportunity arises. It's fine, Warden, I don't want a reward, just remember to apply for the review for me. The bearded man looked at Han Chen eagerly. Han Chen nodded in response and left the cell. Although he didn't trust the bearded man, Han Chen had no reason to ignore the free escape lead. However, out of concern for the informant's safety, he didn't verify a 039 on the spot. His choice was to have the staff in area secretly monitor a 039 closely. The next afternoon, Han Chen, accompanied by nearly 10 guards, began inspecting all the cells in the A block. On the surface, it was a thorough investigation, but in reality, the focus was on inmate A039, the rest were just a formality. However, Han Chen, to prevent A039 from destroying evidence, pretended to randomly select a cell and began a quick search starting from A035. The earlier cells were briefly overlooked, and soon he arrived at the key target, A039. A039 was a tall, thin white man. After searching around, Han Chen indeed found small scratches on every iron bar of the window. Upon closer inspection, he realized that each iron bar had been sawed halfway through. The evidence of A039's escape attempt was undeniable. Han Chen ordered the guards to take the disheartened A039 to solitary confinement. Further questioning would follow. As Han Chen left the A block, he quietly instructed Captain James, that big bearded guy in A036 has done a great job. Bring him decent meals every day. I don't want the hero eating slop. Wait, every day? Captain James was taken aback. Yes, every day. Remember to check his room daily, something's off with that guy. Keep an eye on him for me. Got it. Captain James nodded repeatedly. And that guy always wants to shake hands. If he tries to shake your hand, ignore him, it's probably a problem. Understood. Captain James nodded seriously. Afterward, Han Chen personally interrogated the white inmate in solitary confinement, A039. The moment he entered the cell, A039's face went pale, and he immediately answered whatever Han Chen asked. He had accidentally discovered a loose piece of barbed wire above the wall while out in the yard, which he had managed to detach and fashioned into a crude saw blade, then spent every day sawing the bars in his cell. As for how he evaded the cameras in each cell, it was simple. He pretended to exercise with shuttle runs, running from one side of the cell to the other, taking advantage of the brief moments when he was out of the camera's view to saw a few times. He also sawed a few times while showering or using the toilet. After hearing this white man's confession, Han Chen immediately used the closed-circuit phone to issue orders to several staff members in a block. From today onward, shuttle runs were banned in a block. After placing A039 in solitary confinement, Han Chen also noted A039's name in his notebook. Was this a master escape artist or a novice? For now, let's consider him a novice. His methods were too ordinary. But regardless, catching another one was always a good thing. Han Chen felt a wave of relief. He walked out of the solitary confinement area in C block. There was still plenty of time, so he casually inspected the corridor of the prison building. A staff member from a block happened to run into Han Chen and casually greeted him. Warden, didn't you say you were going to change into work clothes? Why are you back in a shirt? Han Chen smiled. When did I say I was going to change into work clothes? Are you confused by the surveillance footage? The staff member waved his hand and smiled back. Come on, don't joke around. You were just wearing the inmate's uniform, angrily complaining about its poor quality, saying it was mistreatment of prisoners. How could I be mistaken? As the staff member spoke, they brushed past each other. Wait. Han Chen turned around and grabbed the staff member's shoulder. Say that again. What did I just do? Explain it to me in detail. The staff member was taken aback. You just wore the inmate's uniform, saying you tried it on and found it uncomfortable, and that you wanted to write to your superiors about it. Han Chen's expression changed drastically. Are you sure it was me who said that? The staff member was completely bewildered. Of course it was you. At this close distance, how could I mistake you? This was bad. Han Chen's heart raced. And then? What else did I say to you? He asked urgently. Then you said you wanted to try on the staff uniform and asked me where the staff clothes were. And then? Han Chen asked eagerly. Seeing Han Chen's expression, the staff member seemed to guess that something very bad had happened. He hesitated and said, then. I said it was in the laundry room, and you said you didn't go to the laundry room much and didn't remember where it was, so I pointed it out to you. Upon hearing this, Han Chen immediately released the staff member and rushed towards the laundry room. This is bad. Something big has happened. When Han Chen burst through the door of the laundry room, it was empty. Han Chen hurriedly rushed out again. At that moment, another staff member happened to be pushing a cart back. Warden, why did you change back into your shirt? Is the work uniform uncomfortable? The staff member said with a casual smile. Did you just see me in the work uniform going anywhere? Han Chen quickly asked. Huh? What do you mean? I don't understand. Of course, this staff member didn't understand. Just tell me where you saw me go. Han Chen said sternly. Oh, I see what you mean. I didn't see you just now. The staff member quickly turned to leave. Han Chen was a bit anxious and grabbed the staff member, staring at him as he questioned, I don't mean that. I'm asking you where you last saw me in the work uniform. Just tell me the truth. Didn't you go towards the main gate? So where did you actually go? Isn't that enough? Han Chen released the staff member and ran directly towards the prison area gate, leaving the staff member confused. When he reached the gate, the guard at the prison entrance was deeply questioning life. Warden, why do you keep leaving one after another? One after another? Yeah, weren't you just carrying a stack of things out? I even opened the door for you. Do you have a clone army or something? The guard joked. Where did that clone of mine go? Han Chen stared seriously at the guard at the door. Just over by the main gate. Not to the port? No, the port is on the other side. Alright, I'll make a call. Han Chen picked up the nearby closed-circuit phone. Clearly, that Han Chen had tried to leave through the main gate, and Han Chen might not make it in time to catch up, so he needed someone to intercept him midway. Han Chen called the guard tower. Hello, guard tower. Can you hear me? I'm the warden. Warden, why are you suddenly calling? The guards on the other end were stunned, as the warden usually never called the guard tower. I want to know if anyone in a work uniform has gone out through the prison gate before or now? No. Oh, actually, there is someone right now, looks like they're about to go out, talking to the guard. That's it. Get that guy shot right now. Shot? Yes. I'm not joking, shoot him now. That guy is a prisoner in disguise, don't let him out. Han Chen hung up the phone. The guard at the door was also taken aback. Warden, who do you want to shoot? It can't really be your clone, right? Han Chen shot him a glance. It really is. Hurry up and open the door. As Han Chen stepped out of the prison area gate, he immediately heard gunfire from the distant prison gate. But when Han Chen ran a few steps to the prison gate, he didn't see the expected body or bloodstains. Even the guard at the booth was gone. What happened? Han Chen could only run towards the guard tower. At the guard tower, two guards were already arguing. One was a guard with a gun, and the other was an unarmed regular guard. What's going on? Han Chen shouted loudly. The armed guard at the tower spoke first. Warden, you finally arrived. It was you who called and told me to fire, right? Another ordinary guard immediately slapped him. Damn it, still talking nonsense. The warden called you to shoot himself, right? Just now, the warden was outside my booth asking me to open the door. Where's the call? After saying this, the ordinary guard turned to Han Chen, right? Warden. Yes, it was me who ordered him to shoot. Han Chen replied. Ha? That's right, I don't know what you're babbling about. The warden is going out. The guard with the gun in the watchtower mocked. But I told you to take that guy down. Where is he? Han Chen shouted at the guard with the gun. The guard with the gun chuckled awkwardly. Warden, don't be anxious. According to the rules, we have to fire a warning shot first, otherwise, they will directly bypass you and dismiss me. Han Chen directly grabbed the collar of the guard with the gun. Where is that guy now? He ran along the wall. It's a blind spot. I can't hit him. The guard with the gun said, a bit flustered. The guard next to him was also in a daze. Warden, wasn't he the one who almost got shot? Han Chen didn't have time to explain to him, just shouted at the guard with the gun. Just tell me, after firing, where did that guy who looks like me go? He should have gone to the office building. Han Chen could only run towards the office building again. What a marathon in the prison. When Han Chen ran down from the watchtower, many guards had already arrived, including Captain James. They had heard the gunfire earlier. Warden, someone fired a shot. Are you okay? Captain James asked with concern. Just in time, have your brothers search the office area. If you see anyone in prison work clothes, take them down immediately. Remember, as long as they are in work clothes, even if it's me wearing them, take them down. Han Chen quickly gave the order. In the office area, there were very few people in prison work clothes, mostly in plain clothes or police uniforms, so Han Chen dared to give this order. Understood. Is there an inmate escaping? Pretty much. Hurry up and catch them. Remember to catch any naked men too. Watching a dozen guards enter the warehouse and office building, Han Chen didn't feel relaxed at all. Clearly, in this situation, Han Chen fully understood. An unknown inmate had taken on his appearance and was moving around the prison. With Han Chen's face, he could basically command all the guards. This was troublesome. No good. Just based on Han Chen's previous order, the guards might not take action upon seeing that guy. He had to follow the guard team and immediately order them to fire upon seeing him, taking the initiative. Otherwise, if the two Han Chens mixed together, the guards wouldn't know whose orders to follow. Thinking of this, Han Chen quickly ran a few steps and jogged into the office building. The office building was actually quite large, with a dozen guards searching together. There weren't many people on one floor. Walking down the corridor on the first floor, Han Chen only saw two guards searching each room not far away. Soon, a black guard ran over to report to Han Chen, "Warden, we found someone in work clothes. To be honest, he looks quite a bit like you." "Where is he? Bring him over. He's currently half his body trapped under a fallen rack. A steel bar has pierced through his arm. We might need to call the fire department." Finally found this bastard. He even fell himself. What an idiot. Han Chen felt a wave of relief. No need to trouble the fire department. Take me there, we'll just take him down ourselves. Are you really going to do that? Yeah. Han Chen nodded. Since this guy could turn into him, the threat was too great. He had to be killed to eliminate future troubles. So, Han Chen followed the black guard to a storage room. As soon as they entered, they indeed saw that the iron shelves had fallen over. A person in work clothes was trapped between several fallen iron racks, groaning in pain. Wait. Something seems off. There's no blood on the ground. Didn't the arms get blown through by the rebar? Han Chen frowned. Thud. Han Chen felt a heavy blow to his back. Then he collapsed onto the ground. The intense pain and dizziness drained all his strength. This is bad. Han Chen realized. This black prison guard is a prisoner wearing a guard's uniform. He's that guy's accomplice. There's actually an accomplice. It's not entirely Han Chen's fault. Mainly, in his eyes, all black people looked somewhat similar, so he couldn't tell if a black man in a uniform was from his prison. The black prison guard, seeing Han Chen fall, chuckled quietly, closed the door behind him, and locked it. The person in work clothes stood up from between the racks. This person indeed had Han Chen's face, twisted into a grotesque smile. He grinned at Han Chen and said, "Warden, there's acid here that can wash away a corpse's face. If I take care of you, I'll be the only warden here, and I can leave whenever I want." So this guy chose not to escape but to directly eliminate the real Han Chen. How sinister. For the first time, Han Chen felt his own smile could be so disgusting. The black prison guard didn't waste any words, picking up the iron rod in his hand and bringing it down heavily on the fallen Han Chen. Han Chen quickly rolled to the side, dodging the blow. Then he tried to get up, but the next strike was already coming. The rod slammed directly into Han Chen's chest. The pain made it hard for him to breathe. He fell again, his vision blurring. "It looks like I'm about to become the real warden, ha ha ha." The person across from him mocked, his voice sounding exactly like Han Chen's. The black prison guard laughed along and raised the iron rod again. Han Chen was already unable to move. This blow was sure to land on Han Chen's head. Everything was about to end. Han Chen could still hear the disgusting laughter of himself ringing in his ears. Bang! The black prison guard trembled violently, dropping the iron rod. Then he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his chest. Han Chen on the ground also raised his hand. Then he revealed the revolver in his hand to the self across from him. "Sorry, but this warden has an anti-counterfeiting mark." Indeed, as a warden, Han Chen naturally carried a sidearm. Since it was a sidearm, Han Chen adhered to the principle of not leaving it behind, carrying it at all times, and this time was no exception. The black prison guard lay in a pool of blood, and Han Chen struggled to stand up. He immediately aimed the gun at the self across from him. "This guy must die today." To Han Chen's surprise, the person across had already raised both hands in surrender, and his face transformed from Han Chen's to that of a 036, the bearded man. So it was that bearded guy. No wonder he was so eager to shake hands with Han Chen. His ability must allow him to transform into the appearance of whoever he touches. However, seeing this guy surrendering, Han Chen couldn't help but laugh. You really think that as an extremely dangerous person, you can surrender and I'll let you go? That's a bit insulting to my intelligence, don't you think? Han Chen mocked. Yes, if the other party surrendered and Han Chen chose to let him go, leaving such a huge hidden danger, then Han Chen would truly be a fool. No matter whether you want to or not, you can't shoot. You should have a prompt box, take a look. The bearded man smiled at Han Chen. Han Chen was taken aback. Then he noticed that, he didn't know when, a prompt box had already appeared floating beside him. Warning: the opponent has interrupted all skills, halted the escape attempt, and assumed a surrender posture. The system has determined a state of resistance has been abandoned. The other party cannot use skills today, cannot escape, and cannot pose any threat to you. As a part of the judicial department, you cannot shoot and kill the other party, otherwise, it will be considered a foul, resulting in a game loss. You can only shoot and kill when the other party attempts to escape next time. The cold-hearted people were stunned. But soon, Han Chen understood. He was playing the role of the warden, so he had to act according to the rules. It was just unfortunate that he let such a dangerous guy go. It would be troublesome later. At that moment, the bearded man across from him laughed again. Warden, if I'm not mistaken, the only way you can deal with me now is to put me in solitary confinement, right? So, Han Chen replied coldly. But I remember the judicial department has a document stating that the continuous solitary confinement time cannot exceed 1 month, and the interval cannot be less than 7 days, right? So, when I come out of solitary confinement in a month, we can play slowly again. Ha 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 ha. The bearded man laughed triumphantly. Han Chen listened, his grip on the gun tightening involuntarily. This guy was too arrogant. Did he really have no way to deal with him? Han Chen smiled back at him. You know, even though I can't shoot you dead, it doesn't mean I can't injure you. If I shoot your leg, can you still play with me? As he spoke, Han Chen lowered the gun slightly, aiming at the bearded man's leg. The bearded man's expression changed instantly. Hey, you! Bang! Han Chen fired. The bearded man twitched slightly. However, the shot hit the ground. It didn't hit the bearded man's leg, but it scared him enough. Because in that split second before pulling the trigger, Han Chen realized something. If he shot and injured him, such a serious wound would likely force the bearded man to be transferred to the hospital. With this guy's abilities, escaping from the hospital would be much easier than escaping from prison. Han Chen couldn't afford to create trouble for himself. He had also considered shooting him twice to make him unable to walk, letting him lie in bed for the remaining 2 months. However, one shot could be seen as restricting the violent crime of a prisoner, but 2 shots would clearly be seen as torture. It would likely be classified as severe abuse of a prisoner. That would be a foul, and he could easily lose the game. Han Chen couldn't take that risk. So, after thinking it over, his only option was to fire a shot to scare the guy a bit, to vent his frustration. After firing that shot, Han Chen made a confident expression towards the bearded man. Even if I give you 2 good legs, you still can't beat me. The words were full of mockery, but they placed real psychological pressure on the bearded man. The bearded man immediately fell silent, his expression becoming slightly serious. After saying this, the other prison guards in the building had already rushed over to check. They broke through the door and saw Han Chen and the bearded man. Of course, there was also the body of the black man in a police uniform. Warden, are you okay? We just heard gunshots, the guards quickly asked. I'm fine, I shot and took care of it, Han Chen replied. Good. As long as everything is fine. Put that guy in solitary confinement, Han Chen ordered, pointing at the bearded man. The guards took the bearded man away. The identity of the black man in the police uniform was quickly clarified. He was indeed a prisoner, a 068. With 1 prisoner dead, Han Chen had to think a bit about how to write the report for his superiors. He couldn't really write that a prisoner had turned into the warden and conveniently found a partner, could he? In the end, Han Chen could only fabricate a story that his 068 had tried to grab a guard's gun while escaping during exercise time. Looking at it feels like courting death, akin to using a lighter to check how much fuel is left in a gas tank. Han Chen himself found it hard to bear, but there was no other choice. As for the bearded man, this super dangerous individual, Han Chen naturally had to be on high alert. He arrived at the isolation cell and first instructed all the guards to keep a close watch on the isolation cell where a 036, the bearded man, was held. Additionally, Han Chen made a further note, This A036 is a master of disguise, so no matter who you see in the A036 isolation cell, do not pay any attention, even if you see the warden inside." The guards frowned, looking skeptical. No, they were completely disbelieving. A master of disguise? That was too far-fetched. Although it was indeed true. Han Shen patted the guards on the shoulder. "You may not believe what I say, but when what I say actually happens, just do as I instructed." The guards nodded in agreement. After locking up the bearded man, Han Shen still couldn't relax. The first of the 4 unknown prisoners was already this dangerous. What about the other 3? They had yet to be found, and he had no idea what dangerous things they might be doing in the shadows. This was not good. Han Shen was very worried, but it seemed there was nothing he could do at the moment. In a state of anxiety, a month passed for Han Shen. During this month, he captured 2 more escapees. Their method of escape was still digging, but they had done it while working in the laundry room. The washing machines could mask the noise of digging, and they could hide the hole. It was actually quite clever. However, the dust from digging was quite significant, and the freshly washed clothes ended up covered in dust, which gradually led to their discovery. Han Shen locked each of them in isolation and shook his head outside the iron door of the cell. "Did you both attend a class taught by a mouse? Day after day, it's nothing but digging holes and breaking walls, and after a month, there's still no new tricks." Indeed, a month ago, Han Shen had mobilized the prison's meager budget and even dipped into his own salary to purchase an ultrasonic device. The ultrasound would scan the prison walls, clearly showing where there were voids. These prisoners really had nothing new to offer. They only knew how to dig, which was equivalent to walking right into Han Shen's line of fire. Thus, these 2 were already the 4th wave of people Han Shen had caught in a month. However, the other 3 unknown prisoners had still not shown themselves in this month. Han Shen had no idea what they were plotting, managing to remain inactive until now. It's not the thief stealing that's frightening, but the thief's intentions. This led Han Shen to be on edge every day, fearing a second incident like the one where he had to chase Han Shen all over the prison. But nothing happened at all. This left Han Shen feeling very uncomfortable. During this month, some of the escapees in isolation had reached the 1-month detention limit. According to the Ministry of Justice's documents, they had to be released from isolation. In fact, putting escapees back into regular cells wasn't a big issue. Han Shen arranged for several guards to take turns monitoring them strictly. Once the 7-day minimum interval was up, Han Shen locked them back in isolation. However, the location of the isolation cells and the number of supervising guards were ultimately limited. Some suspected escapees, like the one who had set a trap for himself, were released back into regular cells after a month to make room for prisoners who had committed escape acts. However, these were all minor issues. The biggest problem was the only identified unknown prisoner, the bearded man who could transform into Han Shen's likeness. His month was up today, and he had to be released from isolation. However, given his level of danger, placing him in a regular cell could easily lead to major trouble. Even in the strict block prison cells, there are fixed times for outdoor activities. When the time comes, prisoners must go to the prison yard to move freely. During outdoor time, there are many people, and when the scene gets chaotic, the chances of something going wrong increase. What to do? Aside from arranging for a few more guards to monitor, Han Shen really couldn't think of any other good solutions. It was time for the bearded man to come out of solitary confinement. Han Shen personally led several armed guards to escort him. "You actually stayed in solitary for a whole month, huh?" Han Shen said, looking at the somewhat haggard bearded man being brought out. "I said we would continue our game a month later, so I will play again in a month." The bearded man looked at Han Shen with bloodshot eyes, a playful smile on his face. "A new round has begun, be careful." The bearded man said something almost provocative. After that, he said nothing more, allowing the guards to take him back to cell 036. He then sat on his bed in the cell, expressionless. Although his expression didn't change, his face kept shifting. One moment it was Han Shen's face, the next it was Captain James's face, and then the face of the prisoner in guard's clothing that Han Shen had killed. Was this a demonstration or a show-off? Han Shen didn't pay him any mind. Anyway, in the cell, he could jump around as much as he wanted, he could even turn into Marilyn Monroe. Then, Han Shen specifically assigned another staff position to the monitoring room of a block. This position would be rotated among 4 people. The job was simple, to keep a constant watch on the bearded man in cell 036, 24/7. Once the bearded man left the camera's view, the staff member would immediately verify in the cell to ensure he was still there. Han Shen also gave these watchers the same instructions as the guards in solitary. A 036 is a master of disguise and can take on anyone's appearance. So, no matter who appears in cell 036, including the warden, do not rush in, just keep watching. Naturally, these staff members were skeptical. But Han Shen reiterated, "You may not believe it, but if what I said happens, just do as I say." As for the most tricky part, the outdoor time, Han Shen had also made preparations. According to what the staff had said earlier, when this guy first transformed into Han Shen's appearance, he was still wearing prison clothes. He had to find the laundry room to change. This indicated that he couldn't change his clothes. Even if he changed his face, he would still be wearing the A036 prison uniform for a short time. So, as long as he wasn't given the chance to change clothes, keeping an eye on him would actually be quite easy. Thus, Han Shen arranged for 2 guards to take the bearded man to the yard for outdoor time and then bring him back. Their task was to keep a close watch on the bearded man, regardless of what he transformed into. They just needed to report to Han Shen and return him to the cell. If they couldn't find a 036 or couldn't determine who he had turned into, the 2 guards would directly lock down the block, prohibit anyone from leaving, and notify Han Shen until they found out who a 036 was. In addition, Han Shen would patrol a block whenever he had time to check if the bearded man was in his cell. Although this was tiring, Han Shen only needed to hold on for these 7 days. After 7 days, he could send this dangerous guy back to solitary confinement and relax for another month. This guy was indeed not obedient. On the first day of outdoor time, the bearded man maintained Han Shen's appearance the entire time, startling the monitors and guards. Because he even sounded exactly like the warden, if Han Shen hadn't given prior notice, the guards might have really let this guy out of the block. However, what would a prisoner do upon seeing a warden in prison clothes? At first, he was startled, but later he understood the situation and began to gang up on the bearded man. Which prisoner could refuse the chance to beat up the warden, even if it was fake? So the bearded man learned to behave and stopped impersonating Warden Han Shen. He started to transform into various prisoners from Area A. Some prisoners laughed heartily when they saw a second version of themselves. Others got angry and beat up the bearded man, mostly targeting his face. However, the bearded man's shapeshifting ability seemed to cover up the injuries on his face. Even after being beaten, there were no marks. Even when he was hit, this guy seemed to enjoy it. Every day he transformed into another prisoner for an imitation show. Then, when luck ran out, he would get beaten again. When Han Shen heard about these events, he was a bit surprised. What was this guy trying to achieve? A masochist? Han Shen felt there might be a problem, but he didn't know what it could be. There was no other way. He could only come as often as possible and keep a close eye on him himself. Sometimes Han Shen even thought that this was really a thrilling ability, if only he had such a power. On the 5th day after the bearded man left the isolation cell, Han Shen, still feeling uneasy, first went to the monitoring room in Area A to check. This time, there were only 2 staff members in the monitoring room. One of them might have gone to the restroom. However, the most important monitor responsible for watching a 036, the bearded man, was at his post, so Han Shen didn't ask too many questions. Han Shen took a glance at the camera for a 036. On the screen, he could only see a person lying sideways on the bed, facing the wall, asleep. Han Shen asked the nearby monitor who was specifically watching a 036, "What's the situation with a 036 right now?" "Everything is normal. He came back from his break and is taking a nap," the monitor replied seriously. "Is he still wearing the face of the other prisoners in Area A?" Han Shen casually asked. "Yes, today he's wearing the face of a 088, and he got beaten up when someone saw him," the monitor answered. Han Shen looked at the screen, muttering to himself, "What is he really after? It can't just be because he's a masochist, right?" "I don't know," the monitor shook his head, "but today is quite special." He fought back. Before, he was always the one getting beaten. He fought back? Yeah, they got into a scuffle, and then they just started fighting bare-chested, but he still couldn't win. In the end, the guards had to save him, the monitor casually said. "Wait." Han Shen immediately interrupted the monitor. He seemed to have heard a very concerning word. "What's wrong? You said they were fighting bare-chested?" "Yes." "How did they end up without their clothes?" "Well, they got too into it and just took them off." "They took them off themselves?" "Yeah." The monitor nodded. Han Shen took a deep breath. Who was he fighting? "Which prisoner's cell is that?" Han Shen hurriedly asked. "It's a 088, right here." The monitor pointed to a nearby screen. But when the monitor looked at the screen, he was also stunned. The cell in the image was empty. "Where's a 088? What's going on?" Han Shen asked nervously. Another monitor spoke up. "Warden, don't panic. This cell didn't respond. Anasan just went to check." As he spoke, this monitor pointed to an empty chair in front of the monitor. "Someone has already gone to check? When did they go?" Han Shen quickly asked again. It seems like it was a while ago. Why hasn't the problem been resolved yet?" This monitor scratched his head. Call the guards. Go to A088 right now. Han Chen suddenly stood up from his chair. Soon, several on-duty guards rushed over, running with Han Chen towards A088. In front of the A088 cell, Han Chen looked through the observation window. It was empty. However, the location of the restroom had low walls, so the situation inside was not visible. Open the door. Han Chen immediately commanded. The guard quickly opened the door. Everyone rushed to the low wall behind the restroom. What they saw was a person covered in blood, wearing only underwear. The monitor recognized that this person was Anderson, but he was already lifeless. Han Chen had already guessed what had happened. This bearded guy knew he was under strict surveillance, so everything he had done in the past few days was to mislead them. A036, the bearded man, first disguised himself as various prisoners in Area A for several days to get the staff accustomed to him. Then, when some prisoners beat him up, he endured it, allowing the staff to get used to seeing him being attacked. By today, he had taken on the appearance of prisoner A088, so neither the staff nor Han Chen would find it surprising. Then he and prisoner A088 pretended to argue, and the two started fighting, which the guards also wouldn't find unexpected. They pretended to get so worked up that they stripped off their clothes and fought bare-chested. After a while, the guards came over to separate them, and A036 took the opportunity to pick up A088's clothes and put them on. Thus, the two quietly completed their identity swap, and A036 escaped the staff's close watch. Next, prisoner A088 pretended to be A036, resting normally on the bed. A036, on the other hand, hid in the blind spot of the surveillance in A088's cell, luring the monitor responsible for A088's cell, Anderson, to come check. Then, by some means, he tricked Anderson into opening the door. Han Chen estimated there were two ways: hiding behind the low wall of the toilet to play hide-and-seek, forcing Anderson to come in and check, or changing his appearance to that of another staff member who had been knocked out and stripped, also forcing Anderson to come in to check the situation. But in any case, the current situation was that A036 had killed Anderson and escaped from the cell. Most likely, he would also take on Anderson's appearance. So where was he now? Most likely he had gotten out, but they still needed to check the surveillance to confirm. You go check the corridor surveillance. Hurry up! Han Chen shouted desperately as he realized the situation. Everyone ran back to the monitoring room to check the corridor surveillance. This surveillance was usually not monitored by anyone. Sure enough, the footage showed that just over 10 minutes ago, Anderson, wearing his work uniform, swaggered out of cell A088 and then swaggered through the back door, leaving the A block. As he left, he even gave the camera the middle finger. Indeed, he had already exited through the back door. This was bad. They needed to find him quickly. Without any delay, Han Chen, along with two guards and the monitor, hurriedly rushed out of the back door of the block building. Outside the building, Han Chen ran into a guard. This guard was white, and Han Chen recognized him. He was mainly in charge of patrolling. Before Han Chen could ask anything, the guard spoke first. The guard glanced at Han Chen's empty hands and immediately became a bit flustered. "Warden, where's my gun? Please don't joke around. Give it back to me. I have to take responsibility." "Your gun?" Han Chen was taken aback. "Yes, Warden, didn't you just take my gun to use? Where is it now?" The guard said. "I took your gun?" Han Chen's expression changed. "Yes, you said you needed it urgently. What kind of gun is yours?" Han Chen's voice dropped even lower. "The automatic rifle." "Warden, how could you forget it right after taking it?" The guard said. "Automatic rifle." Hearing this word sent a chill down Han Chen's spine. "Do you remember where I just went?" Han Chen quickly asked. The guard shook his head. "No, you told me to go check in front, so I didn't pay attention to where you went." Han Chen's face turned pale, and cold sweat was about to break out. The bearded man, having obtained a gun, would undoubtedly want to resolve his own issues. The current situation is that the bearded man has transformed into his own likeness, deceived his way into acquiring an automatic rifle, and is now in this prison, waiting for the opportunity to kill himself and become the sole warden here. But he doesn't even know where the bearded man is. He is in the shadows, while Han Chen is in the light. Han Chen is the prey in a perilous situation. Thinking of this, Han Chen feels as if a rope is tightening around his neck, making it hard for him to breathe. What to do now? Run out like a headless fly to find him? That would be too foolish. That guy is probably even disguised as someone else, just waiting for Han Chen to show up so he can take aim. No, that won't do. The first lesson Han Chen learned in school was to never sit idly by. Even if this guy's abilities are overwhelming, he must come up with a plan. Where is he most likely to be now? In which corner is he observing, searching for Han Chen? No, That might be relatively simple for him, but the efficiency is too low. If he goes out and casually asks someone, he should be able to find out that Han Chen, the warden, just went to Block A. So, if he knows that Han Chen is in Block A, what will he do? He will come back. And he will definitely come back wearing someone else's face. Because of this, at first glance, Han Chen won't recognize him, but he will quickly recognize Han Chen's face. Right, Warden? What's wrong with you? The nearby guard who had dropped his gun waved his hand in front of Han Chen. Oh, it's nothing. Han Chen came back to his senses. Then just tell me where you put my gun, the guard with a sorrowful face said. Don't rush, wait a moment. Han Chen circled halfway around the outer wall of the block building, heading towards the main gate. He slightly poked his head out to take a look. Sure enough, the main gate had just been opened, and several armed guards walked in. Han Chen recognized most of these guards, except for the face-blind black man. They were primarily responsible for patrolling outside. Generally speaking, they wouldn't come inside the block without Han Chen's orders. Now that they had come in armed, something must be wrong. A 036 must have used Han Chen's face to give them orders and was looking for an opportunity to blend into the group. A 036 was likely among them. However, Han Chen couldn't distinguish who was the fake among these people. There was no way to take the initiative. Killing the wrong person would be a foul for Han Chen. What to do? Han Chen glanced at the two guards and a monitor beside him, who were still completely unaware of the situation. Hey, you four, help me with something, and if you do it well, I'll give you a 50% raise, Han Chen said. You say, the guards and the monitor looked at Han Chen. You now go back to your blockade, wander around until your shift ends. And if anyone asks if you've seen the warden, you say the warden went to Block B for inspection, understood? Understood, they nodded. Remember, even if I ask you again, you must answer like this. Understood. And you, swap clothes with me. Han Chen pointed at the guard next to him. This guard was still wearing the guard's hat. With the guard's hat, Han Chen could lower it to hide his face. This would prevent, in case the bearded man was still lurking outside, Han Chen from being shot the moment he stepped out. Okay. The guard began to take off his uniform, but halfway through, he suddenly stopped. Wait, Warden, why the sudden change of clothes? You're not a master of disguise pretending to be someone else, are you? The guard looked at Han Chen. Han Chen was taken aback. Previously, Han Chen had given instructions to a small number of guards overseeing Block B and the isolation room. So some guards were aware of the existence of the bearded man, the master of disguise. However, most of the prison guards come to work just to slack off, bringing people in without using their brains, and the only thing they probably think about every day is getting off work. Moreover, the idea of a master of disguise sounds ridiculous, so most guards basically don't take the master of disguise matter to heart. But now, this guard suddenly had a moment of clarity. This awareness came at the worst possible time. Han Chen almost wanted to laugh. Your bonus this month will increase by 50%, Han Chen said coldly. Okay, Warden, you must be serious. The guard quickly took off his clothes and handed them to Han Chen. If the bonus could increase, then he must be the real warden. Han Chen took the clothes and also handed over his own, but the holster remained on him. This was an important tool for Han Chen's survival, so he naturally had to ensure it stayed with him. You don't need to go to the cell block in that outfit, just stay in the office area. Watching the guard put on his shirt, Han Chen said. Understood. The guard was a bit overweight, and even though he put on the clothes, the buttons were straining to close. Everyone else hurry back to the cell block, remember what I said, Han Chen said while getting dressed. A few nodded and entered the cell block building through the back door. Han Chen also finished changing. The police uniform looked quite large on him, making movement a bit inconvenient. The hat was even a size too big, but that was better, lowering it could cover most of Han Chen's face. He touched his waist to confirm his gun was still there. Han Chen felt a bit more at ease and lowered his hat further, exiting the prison through the emergency passage door in the back wall of the cell block. This door was a coded entry, usually unused, only activated in emergencies. Perhaps it could provide convenience for Han Chen. What should he do next? Han Chen pondered. Now, in the entire prison, among the new people he might encounter, anyone could be the bearded man. Han Chen was still in danger. Today, Captain James had been sent out by Han Chen to handle some matters and should be back soon. He might be the only person Han Chen could be sure about right now. Should he wait for him to return and think of a plan when he sees him? Han Chen walked toward the prison gate. Were there any other options? At this moment, in cell block A, several armed guards walked through the door of cell block A. The on-duty guard was taken aback upon seeing these armed guards. Brothers, what's going on? The leading armed guard immediately replied, I don't know, the warden called us here, where is he now? The on-duty guard shook his head, the warden was just here, but I don't know where he went now. He might be inside talking to someone. Alright, let's go in and look for him. A few armed guards entered cell block A. The leading guard was somewhat different from the others. He was particularly cautious, looking around, gripping his gun tightly. The guards wandered around the third floor of cell block A but did not find the warden. At that moment, a staff member in work clothes walked in through the back door. Hey, brother, have you seen the warden? The leading guard asked. The staff member immediately perked up. Oh, the warden? He just went to inspect block B, the staff member replied. Thanks. The leading armed guard immediately moved toward block B. Soon, the guards arrived at the adjacent block B. Upon casually asking, the guard at the entrance surprisingly said the warden hadn't been to block B today. One of the armed guards immediately grew impatient and questioned the leading guard. Didn't you say the warden urgently summoned us? Where is he now? The leading guard waved his hand. I don't know, this guy clearly called me to explain, but now he's hiding. This warden is really something. Isn't he just messing with us? Another guard said angrily. Forget it, let's keep looking, the leading guard said, and led the team to search 2 more rounds. They had already checked the isolation room, but still hadn't seen the warden's shadow. A few guards returned to the entrance of the prison area and asked the guard at the door. The answer was still the same. They saw the warden enter the prison building, but they hadn't seen him come out. Everyone said he hadn't gone out, so why was he missing from the entire prison area? The armed guards grew increasingly impatient. The leading armed guard was also a bit anxious. He gritted his teeth, and his hand gripping the gun was already drenched in sweat. Warden, are you hiding in some small room in the prison and crying? Then you can keep hiding, you'll have plenty to cry about later. I'm done playing with you. The leading guard muttered to himself, a smile creeping onto his lips. A few minutes later, this leading guard, holding an automatic rifle, calmly walked to the prison parking lot. The management room next to the parking lot was unlocked, and the administrator seemed to have gone off to slack off. Or maybe there was no administrator at all. The guard opened the door and found a car key on the windowsill. Just right. The guard picked up the car key and walked into the parking lot. He pressed the electronic key, and the lights of a Jeep lit up. The guard opened the car door, placed the automatic rifle in the passenger seat, and then got in the car. The smug smile on his face was impossible to hide. Fool, you keep playing your hide and seek, I'm going to win, he muttered to himself, starting the car. That's right, he had become the bearded guard. He had searched the entire prison area for Han Shen several times without finding him, so he simply gave up and planned to leave directly. At that moment, he suddenly felt something cold pressed against the back of his head. He immediately looked at the rearview mirror. In the mirror, Han Shen was sitting in the back seat, a revolver pressed against his head. I win, ha! Han Shen gave the middle finger to the rearview mirror, exactly the same gesture he had used to the camera earlier. I surrender. The guard desperately raised his hands. But just as his hands went up, Han Shen's gun went off first. After the gunshot, Han Shen lowered the gun. At this point, the guard in front had reverted to the bearded appearance, lifeless. Han Shen checked again to confirm that this guy was really dead. Finally resolved. Han Shen felt an unprecedented sense of ease since coming to this world. That's right. When Han Shen left the prison area, he was already thinking of countermeasures. It was unwise to focus on a prolonged game of hide-and-seek with the bearded guard, who was in the dark while Han Shen was in the light. Han Shen had to think from a different perspective. Yes, the bearded guard had a gun, could change into someone else's appearance, and was in a place unknown to Han Shen, thus holding an absolute advantage for the time being. But what would happen if the bearded guard couldn't find Han Shen? Right, as long as he couldn't find Han Shen, for the bearded guard, Han Shen would be equivalent to being in the dark. Han Shen was afraid, and he would be afraid too. Moreover, as time passed, he would become increasingly fearful. He would start to worry that Han Shen had some grand plan, that Han Shen might suddenly jump out from somewhere and execute him. Therefore, he would begin to look for other ways to resolve the situation before him. He was an unknown prisoner, and his mission was not to kill Han Shen but to escape the prison area. So, he would definitely give up on hunting Han Shen and instead choose to escape the prison quickly. How would he escape? There were only 2 ways to leave the prison: by water, through the port; by land, over the bridge. The water route to the port was behind the island, requiring a detour. Moreover, the water route had a fatal flaw. The boat was slow, having to make a half-circle around the back of the island before heading to the shore, which took a long time and was prone to problems. Moreover, the boat was quite suspicious. At that time, if a police boat suddenly left the prison, Han Shen would naturally know he was on board. At that moment, Han Shen would order a barrage of gunfire at the boat, leaving him with no place to escape in the middle of the sea. He was also afraid. so he would definitely not choose to go by water. He would opt for the convenient and quick land route to escape the prison swiftly. He had already suffered once on land, so this time he would not leave on foot again. He would definitely find a car because once he got in, he could quickly escape the prison area within minutes, and Han Shen wouldn't be able to catch up. Therefore, since Han Shen knew he would come to drive, he just needed to wait for him. Han Shen had a revolver, while that guy had a rifle. Naturally, they couldn't shoot at each other from a distance, it had to be a one-shot kill. The management office had spare keys for all the police cars, and Han Shen hid them all in the cabinet of the management office, then placed the spare key for his own car at the door. He had never been to the management office, so he wouldn't notice that Han Shen had taken all the keys. When he entered the management office, he would only feel pleased to find a car key left there. Once he sat in Han Shen's car, everything would be predetermined. Han Shen was not the talkative villain from the TV shows. He had already suffered before and would not give him any chance to surrender this time, directly shooting him dead. The dangerous element was finally eliminated. Han Shen let out a long breath and leaned back in the rear seat. The gunfire attracted the surrounding prison guards. Captain James, who had just entered the prison gate, also approached the car. Click! The car door was pulled open. Hands on your head, slowly get out of the car. Captain James shouted into the car, holding his handgun. It's me, Han Shen said impatiently, looking at the gun's muzzle. Oh, it's the warden. Captain James lowered his gun. Han Shen nodded at him, but when he saw the corpse in the front seat, he immediately raised his gun again. You killed the prison guard? You're not the warden, you must be that a 036 who can disguise himself. Hands on your head, or I'll shoot. Captain James shouted at Han Shen. This scared Han Shen quite a bit, and he immediately raised his hands, fearing that Captain James would pull the trigger. Having survived great storms, it would be a joke if he got shot by his own people now. That one in front is a 036, Han Shen said, glancing at the corpse in the front seat. Ha! Captain James slightly moved the body in the police uniform to take a look. It really is a 036. Are you really the warden? Yeah, Han Shen nodded. No, wait, since you can disguise yourself, could this body be your prison guard's body in disguise? Captain James raised his gun again. Enough already, have you done what I asked you to do? Han Shen said impatiently. Oh, if you had said that earlier, I would have known you were the real warden. The person has been brought here, in the reception room of the office building. Captain James's face immediately turned into a smile. Han Shen curled his lips and got out of the car. Warden, please don't be too angry. I'm just being cautious, Captain James apologized. I'm not angry, go do something else for me. What do you need? Han Shen's peripheral vision swept over the blood-stained driver's seat. Help me take the car for a wash, but remember, just wash the driver's seat. Okay. By the way, later put a 088 in the isolation cell. That guy colluded with a 036 and almost got me killed. Remember to give both of them a good slap. In the following time, Han Shen was still on edge every day. Over the next month, Han Shen found 10 more escapees one after another. Han Shen felt that he had captured all the escape experts, as the new ones he had caught were basically all rookies in prison breaks. Their lack of skill was quite obvious. Among these escapees, a few still had the audacity to dig tunnels, which were detected by Han Shen's ultrasonic device, making it easy to catch them, essentially handing themselves over. There were two who, perhaps having watched too much of The Shawshank Redemption, thought that the sewage pipes would lead to the seaside, so they seized an opportunity in the prison to break open a sewage pipe and desperately crawl through it. In the end, they reached the septic tank. It was only when the guards came to work and heard the manhole cover crying for help that they rescued the two. Then there was one more person. Han Shen couldn't tell if he was an expert or a novice, because he had actually succeeded in escaping. However, it was a partial success. His method of escape was to sneak into the prison's garbage transport pipeline while working. This pipeline was special, with its exit high up, several meters off the ground. Normally, the exit was closed, only opening when the garbage truck arrived. This guy managed to come out of the pipeline and landed in the garbage truck. It was only when the garbage truck reached the waste treatment plant and unloaded that the staff discovered him. By that time, he was already outside the prison's perimeter. However, the system did not count his escape as successful. The reason was simple: the prison's garbage truck was a specialized one, and it would immediately compress the garbage it received. Thus, this person was compressed in the garbage truck, turning into escapee. Zip! When the garbage truck was unloading, the staff noticed a large amount of blood flowing out and discovered his body, which had been compressed into a neat square shape. So, does a dead body count as a successful escape? According to the system's response, it did not consider it a success. After all, the person was dead. What kind of escape was that? However, his route was very discreet. and the prison had not discovered it until his death. If there were an unknown prisoner with the ability to withstand the garbage truck's compression, perhaps this would be a very good escape route. Han Shan was also afraid that such a person really existed. So the next day, he had the garbage pipeline sealed with cement. After all, there were only a few days left, and the garbage shouldn't be thrown away, it should be piled up in the wasteland on the east side of Prison Island. Thus, 3 months were about to end, and soon it was the last day. Han Shan looked at his notebook, which already had the numbers of 27 confirmed escapees written down. This meant that there were still 3 people who had not been discovered by Han Shan, and these 3 just happened to be the remaining 3 unknown prisoners with special abilities. Han Shan couldn't understand why these 3 could remain so calm. It was already the last day, and there was no movement from them. However, these 3 had not acted in the past 3 months, and with only this last day left, they would definitely take action. Han Shan suspected that these 3 might have secretly formed an alliance, preparing to commit a group crime. This was the last day, and those escapees in solitary confinement would likely not sit idly by either. They would also stir up some trouble. Han Shan had to take measures. He called back all the guards on leave and promised each of them 15 times the overtime pay. That's right, no matter how much he offered, it was an empty check. After all, Han Shan would disappear when the game ended tomorrow. If they had the ability, they could chase him into the real world. Normally, due to the need for rest, there were only a little more than half of the total guards in the prison at any given time. But today, due to Han Shan's generous reward, all the guards of Prison Island came to work. This marked the peak of the prison's defensive strength in 3 months. In the solitary confinement area, Han Shan dispatched a few more guards to strengthen the vigilance. Then he issued guns to all the guards, so that in case of any sudden situation, they could immediately open fire. All the lights in the prison had been repaired by Han Shan's people the day before. By evening, Han Shan turned on all the lights that could be lit, ensuring that the prison was as bright as day. Today was the final key day to determine the winner of the game. Come on, let me, Han Shan, see what tricks you can pull on the last day. Amid Han Shan's worries, the day passed quietly. He glanced at the countdown in the prompt box, 5 hours left until the game ended. Hold on for the last 5 hours. The twilight glow disappeared over the horizon, and all the lights in the prison were turned on. Han Shan instructed Maggie to take the staff to distribute coffee to all the guards. In these last few hours, no one should doze off. Han Shan sipped the precious coffee provided by the warden, standing in his office, overlooking the entire prison. It was still very calm. With 5 hours left, are you not planning to make a move? Then I might just win. A closed-circuit phone had also been installed in Han Shan's office. If anything unusual happened in the prison, the guards would call Han Shan immediately, allowing him to command and handle the situation. At 7:03 p.m., Han Shan's phone rang. He immediately answered. It was a guard on duty from Block B. Warden, the prisoners in Block B are very restless, shouting insults across the cells, and have been at it for a long time. What should we do? Drag 2 of them out to fight, make sure they shut up. Han Shan responded immediately. At that moment, the entire block suddenly erupted in shouting. Someone must have instigated it. Why instigate? This person must be trying to do something under the cover of the shouting. Since they want to use the noise as cover, let's quickly silence those who are shouting. Understood. The guard hung up. Han Shan continued to look out the window. Moments later, he heard a loud bang. Flames erupted from the side of the block building. That was the cafeteria. Those 3 unknown prisoners had finally made their move. But starting with an explosion? That's quite bold. Han Shan immediately picked up the phone and called the nearest closed-circuit phone to the cafeteria. Moments later, someone answered on the other end. Hello? What's going on over there in the cafeteria? Han Shan asked. Warden, it seems like a gas pipe exploded, but I'm not sure of the specifics, came the reply. Hurry and check what's going on. Okay. Warden, I'll take a look. Just as the person on the other end finished speaking, there was another explosion in the cafeteria. This explosion was slightly weaker than the last one, but it was closer to the main prison building. Under the light of the prison searchlights, Han Shan saw a large amount of black smoke rising. The call on the other end was cut off. Moments later, Han Shan's other phone rang. This time it was Captain James calling, and the background noise was very loud. Warden, I'm now in the block building. A lot of smoke has already seeped in, cough, cough. Captain James coughed. Don't panic, I've already sent someone to check, Han Shan reassured him. Cough, cough. Warden, we have a big problem. What? You don't need to worry about the prisoners' unrest, they can't do anything in their cells. No, according to the Ministry of Justice's regulations, there is now a serious fire and incident threatening the block building, and we must evacuate the prisoners outdoors, James said on the other end of the line. Hearing this, Han Shen felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Yes, the Ministry of Justice's documents did have this regulation. According to the rules, if a serious fire or incident threatens the prisoner's block, the prison must organize an evacuation within a specified time, which is actually 5 minutes. They absolutely cannot leave the prisoners locked in their cells to wait for death. If they don't evacuate and the threat is not resolved after the specified time, it means a violation, and the game is lost. With such a large explosion, it was naturally impossible for Han Shen to resolve it in a few minutes. Therefore, Han Shen had to organize an evacuation, moving the prisoners to the square outside the prison building. However, he was well aware of what it meant to release those hundreds of prisoners all at once. At that moment, Han Shen fully understood the intention behind the explosion. Letting them out was precisely falling into their trap. Han Shen had no choice. He sighed heavily. I understand. I'll notify the broadcasting room to have the guards organize the evacuation. Han Shen put down the phone with a heavy heart and called the broadcasting room. At this time in the prison area, the prisoners were desperately banging on the doors of their cells, shouting and cursing. We're going to choke to death. You want to kill us in here, right? Where's the warden? Remember, if I burn to death, I won't let him off even as a ghost. The guards on duty were also overwhelmed by the smoke, shaking their heads vigorously. If we don't organize an evacuation, are we trying to get ourselves killed too? Yeah, what's the warden doing right now? At that moment, the loudspeaker in the prison area finally blared to life. Attention all officers, due to an emergency, please quickly organize the evacuation of prisoners to the outdoor refuge square and maintain order. You may fire at will if necessary. The guards breathed a sigh of relief. The guards in each prison area pressed the unified button to open the doors, and all the cell doors swung open. In the corridor of the isolation cells, the guards also opened the doors to the confinement rooms. But the guards still held their shotguns, shouting, if you don't want to get shot, line up and exit the prison area in an orderly fashion. Line up my ass. As soon as the guard finished speaking, a prisoner burst out from the confinement room and punched him in the face, knocking him down. Another guard immediately raised his gun to fire but was tackled by another prisoner. The two guards at the entrance immediately opened fire, hitting the prisoner who had lunged at them in the back. Everyone, put your hands on your heads. The guard shouted. However, several prisoners showed no hesitation and charged forward. The guards fired again. But their guns were pushed down by the rushing prisoners, and the shot hit the ground. More prisoners surged forward. Soon, all 4 armed guards in the isolation room were overwhelmed by the group of prisoners. A few prisoners picked up their shotguns, a fierce grin appearing on their faces. They rushed out of the confinement area and reached the corridor of the prison building. The guards outside were still focused on organizing the evacuation of prisoners from Area B and had no idea that several armed prisoners were behind them. The armed prisoners wasted no time, shooting at the guards from behind. The prisoners from Area B, who had just run out, were instantly stunned. One prisoner ran forward, picked up the fallen guard's gun, and raised it, laughing, brothers, grab a gun and let's kill our way out. The prisoners from Area B hesitated a bit. That's what we mean too. Meanwhile, at the exit of Area A, several armed prisoners also emerged. They laughed heartily. Indeed, the prisoners from the confinement room in Area C were all ruthless individuals captured by Han Shen who had attempted to escape, so they would naturally revolt without hesitation. The prisoners in Area A were also violent offenders with nothing to lose, and they would seize any opportunity to revolt. Seeing that both Areas A and C had turned against them, the prisoners from Area B no longer wavered and followed them, charging towards the main entrance of the prison building. At this moment, Han Shen in the office was burning with anxiety. After he ordered the evacuation, gunfire erupted from all corners of the prison building. The more gunfire there was, the more chaotic it proved to be. Soon, Han Shen's phone rang again. Captain James was still on the line. Warden, I'm at the entrance of the prison block right now. The situation inside the building has completely spiraled out of control, and many prisoners have already gotten their hands on guns. Han Shen listened and gritted his teeth, then quickly order all the guards to retreat, fall back to outside the prison block, and leave the area to them. Understood. You all stay outside the prison block, and remember, if any prisoners charge out, open fire immediately, shoot to kill. Got it. But we have too few people, and the other side has guns. We don't know how long we can hold out. Just hold on for a while, reinforcements are on the way. Understood. Han Shen hung up the phone and saw that indeed, more than 20 guards had rushed out from the prison block. Compared to the vast prison area, these 20-odd guards looked pitifully few. The police force was still too small. As soon as these guards ran out, several prisoners followed them. The guards immediately opened fire, and some of the armed prisoners returned fire right away. A few prisoners were shot dead on the spot. Although 2 guards also went down, for the time being, no prisoners dared to charge out through the main gate, which somewhat stabilized the situation. To be safe, Han Shen called again to have a few guards check the employee exit on the side of the prison. After hanging up, Han Shen took a deep breath. He had requested reinforcements not long ago. Now, they just needed to hold on a little longer until the SWAT team arrived, and the problem would be resolved. At that moment, Han Shen heard a loud explosion. This time, the fireball was at the prison block's wall, and its power was significantly less than the previous 2 explosions. However, it was more than enough to blow open the wall. Shrapnel from the prison wall flew everywhere. Han Shen clenched his fists. Damn it! Why is there another explosion, and this time it's a wall blast? Is someone capable of using bombs? After the wall was blown open, many prisoners immediately rushed out. They scattered like sheep that had broken free, quickly fleeing in all directions. There were only 80 guards in total, with 20 at each entrance and watchtower. Originally, there were over 40 guards inside the prison block, but now those who had escaped were blocking the entrance. Han Shen had less than 10 people left in his hands and could only order them to block the way. The order was simple: anyone outside the prison block who saw a prisoner should open fire. Although the prisoners had escaped the prison block, there was still a layer of concrete wall outside the prison. Han Shen still had something to defend. At that moment, Han Shen thought of something. The system said that in this prison, there would be exactly 30 people with escape intentions who would take action. Now that so many had run out, far exceeding 30 escapees, wasn't the system contradicting itself? According to the cases Han Shen had studied, the neon smiley would never do anything that contradicted itself. So, if a situation arose that went against the rules, the neon smiley would control those projected NPCs and forcibly steer the situation back to one that conformed to the rules, even if it might not seem entirely reasonable upon closer examination. So, they definitely wouldn't escape, right? Then what were they doing? Han Shen looked out the window again. Sure enough, the prisoners who had rushed out of the prison block quickly scattered but were mostly heading in one direction: the office building. They were all coming for me. Han Shen gasped. The next second, a gunshot rang out from somewhere below, and the glass in the room next to Han Shen shattered in response. They really are coming. Can we hold them off? Han Shen looked outside again and suddenly realized that the guards he had just sent out had seen a massive crowd of prisoners and had fired a couple of shots before running away. Looking further away, the guards who had originally been stationed at the prison block's entrance had also vanished without a trace. They must have seen a large group of prisoners suddenly charging out from the side and, sensing danger, had hidden away. Good grief, earning a few $100 a month, why risk their lives, right? That meant there were probably only 2 guards left at the entrance of Han Shen's office building. Those 2 would likely run away upon seeing the enemy as well. No way, I have to hide too. Han Shen took a box of revolver bullets from the drawer and strapped it on, then walked out of the office. The 2 prison guards at the door and Maggie were still unclear about the situation. Warden, what do we do now? One guard asked. What do you mean, what do we do? You're asking me? The 2 guards fell silent. If you ask me, the answer is to run. Han Shen turned and left, and the 2 guards and Maggie briefly reacted before hurriedly following behind. Han Shen and the others climbed out of a window on the side of the office building and hid behind a bush, preparing to assess the situation. Many prisoners had already surged into the office building, but they did not see Han Shen. Han Shen let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, a loud explosion came from the direction of the prison area. Han Shen immediately looked over. In the dust raised by the explosion in the distance, a huge gap appeared in the concrete outer wall. With the outer wall blown apart, it was certain that someone was trying to escape from there. However, in this situation, Han Shen no longer had the ability to stop it. He needed to find a safe place to hide first. Were the support police coming by bicycle? Why were they still not here? Han Shen felt a wave of irritation and prepared to move from behind the bush to the prison gate. At that moment, seemingly due to the prison's bright lights, a muscular black man in prison garb spotted Han Shen by the bush. He charged out holding a wooden plank. Warden, ever since you came, the prison has been in chaos, and my cake has turned to mush. You won't live through today. Bang! While the guards behind him were still in a panic, Han Shen had already shot the prisoner dead. Then Han Shen nervously looked around. Fortunately, gunfire was everywhere, and the office building next door was even louder. No one was paying attention to Han Shen's side anymore. Han Shen and the others quickly ran toward the gate. After a few steps, he heard a peculiar noise from the sky. Han Shen looked up and saw 2 police helicopters not far away, their searchlights shining directly into the prison area. Support had finally arrived. By the time Han Shen reached the gate, the police riot vehicle had also arrived. "Where's the person in charge here? Call him." A special police officer got out of the riot vehicle, looking like a captain. Han Shen hurriedly approached and replied, "That's me, I'm the warden here. What's the specific situation now?" "Prisoners are rioting, they've taken many guards' guns, and they should be inside smashing my desk right now." "Are you sure they have guns? That means we can fire at will?" "Absolutely. Can't you hear the gunfire inside? Just wait here." The special police captain turned and walked back to the vehicle. Han Shen suddenly remembered something important and quickly shouted, "Wait, there's one more very important thing. The outer wall on the northwest side of the prison has been blown open by the prisoners, and there are definitely a lot of them trying to escape from there. You need to send someone to intercept them quickly, or it will be too late." "Got it." The special police captain waved his hand. Several riot vehicles drove into the prison gate, followed by a few police cars. These special police were well equipped and well trained, and with their numbers, they would soon be able to control the situation. However, they were a bit late. Han Shen glanced at the large hole in the outer wall in the distance, feeling a chill in his heart. Now, among those 30 people, many had surely already escaped through that big hole. Once they got out of the prison from there, finding them would mean searching too many places. Even if most could be found, letting even one escape would be a loss for Han Shen. 10 years of life or an eye. He had to do something. Han Shen turned to the two guards who had just run out with him. They saw the special police's riot vehicle and were still quite excited. "You two, grab your guns and come with me to handle something," Han Shen instructed. Then, Han Shen, accompanied by 2 prison guards, jogged back to the parking lot beneath the office building. Most of the prisoners wilted at the sight of the armed guards in bulletproof vests, so the special police moved quickly. At this point, the guards had cleared the area around the office building and began advancing towards the prison block. The helicopter had also arrived above the breach in the outer wall, and the gunman on the helicopter opened fire as soon as he spotted the prisoners emerging. The Coast Guard team had also arrived, and their speedboats began searching the waters surrounding the prison island, ensuring that even if any prisoners escaped the outer wall, none would be able to swim to shore. Han Shen, along with the 2 guards, got into his police jeep and drove out of the prison gate, speeding along the bridge. He needed to secure his final insurance. At 8:37, the special police had completely taken control of the situation inside the prison, and order was beginning to be restored. The Coast Guard team had also found several prisoners who hadn't swum far. Their orange prison uniforms were very visible in the water, easily spotted with a sweep. Han Shen used the intercom in the vehicle to contact Captain James, instructing him to organize the guards to search along the opposite shore. "Organize as many as possible, and make sure to capture any prisoners who might have a chance of swimming to the other side." The prison police cars were dispatched, crossing the bridge and driving along the coastal road on the opposite side to search. The city police department also deployed a considerable number of officers to assist in the search. For a moment, as Han Shen looked out, he saw police lights flashing in many places along the coastal road. He could faintly hear the barking of police dogs. They had also been deployed. However, across the water, it was actually of little use. This was the final large-scale search, but the opposite coast was very long, and there were simply too many places to land. Even with a dozen police cars patrolling, it felt like a drop in the bucket. Han Shen had no hope for them. Not long after, Han Shen sat in the dark wooden cabin, silently locking eyes with the other 2 guards. All 3 held their guns tightly. Click! Amid the continuous sound of the waves, Han Shen heard a distinct unusual noise. "They're coming," Han Shen whispered. The 2 guards immediately pushed open the cabin door. On the beach a few meters away, 2 people in orange prison uniforms immediately panicked. "Only 2 people?" Han Shen widened his eyes. "Leave one alive," Han Shen shouted. The guards were just about to open fire when they heard Han Shen's shout and quickly lowered their rifles a bit. The 2 prisoners were still hit by gunfire, collapsing onto the beach, motionless. The guards still held their guns up. Han Shen looked around. Under the moonlight, there was no one else on the lonely beach. "I surrender." The prisoner lying on the left slowly raised his hands, then weakly let them drop. A prompt box indicating the other side's surrender popped up next to Han Shen. This surrender was effective. He could no longer escape today, nor could he pose any threat to Han Shen. With 3 hours left in the game, he had effectively conceded to save his life. The guards moved forward to cuff him, although it was already a redundant action. Upon checking his injuries, he had been shot in the upper thigh, which was not too fatal. "Go check the other one's condition," Han Shen ordered the guard beside him. The guard complied. "Report to the warden, the one on the right has been shot in the chest and is already dead," the guard replied after checking. "Dead. That left only the one on the left. Hey, want to chat for a bit?" Han Shen called out to him. Sure, I mean, I've already lost, so waiting for the game to end is less interesting than chatting while we wait. Han Shen glanced at the dead prisoner beside them and said, he was an unknown prisoner too, right? Which of you is the bomber? Bomber? Oh, he is. The prisoner on the left, lying on the beach, replied. Is there one more person? Han Shen asked the question he was most eager to know. No, just the two of us. Really? Yes, just the two of us. It seems like there's one person you haven't found yet. Are you anxious, Warden? The prisoner's tone was filled with schadenfreude. The last unknown prisoner was not here. Han Shen sat down heavily. Warden. The two guards beside him saw Han Shen's reaction and hurried over to help. Han Shen waved his hand, signaling them not to. But Han Shen's mind was becoming increasingly chaotic. There was still one last unknown prisoner. Han Shen didn't even know who he was or what abilities he had. With only 3 hours left, would this guy really give up on escaping? Would he really do nothing for these 3 months? Impossible. So, he must still be somewhere Han Shen didn't know, carrying out his escape plan. But where could he possibly be? Han Shen had no clues at all. He really couldn't think of anything. Could it be one of the people just caught by the Coast Guard? Or had he already been shot dead by the police and SWAT? No. Thinking like that was too optimistic. The unknown prisoner had special abilities. He shouldn't be as weak as an ordinary prisoner. Where could he be right now? The fact that he hadn't made a move yet, could it be because there was some special opportunity he could take advantage of on the last day? What could that opportunity be? What could be different today? Han Shen was desperately thinking. Warden, why aren't you speaking? The fallen prisoner asked. I don't want to talk. Then, Warden, you finished asking me, let me ask you a question. No time. Come on, maybe I know who that last unknown prisoner is. You know? Then who is he? What are his abilities? Han Shen immediately stood up. Don't rush, you answer my question first. We'll take turns, it's fair, right? Fine, go ahead and ask. How did you know we came ashore from here? The opposite shore is so far. Because of the current. The current? Yes, I previously invited a marine expert from the city and asked them about the currents near the prison. He told me that if a person swims straight towards the opposite shore, due to the water flow, they will inevitably land on this beach. A prisoner escaping from prison would definitely want to leave as quickly as possible, so they would swim desperately towards the opposite shore, not paying attention to where the current takes them. Therefore, I was sure that if someone swam to escape, they would end up on this beach. And this beach is completely bare, so I built a wooden house here half a month ago, using old planks, and buried plastic sheets under the sand around it. As long as a fugitive comes ashore on this beach, the area is open, and the wooden house is the only cover on this beach. The sense of unease would prompt him to come around the wooden house to hide and see the situation. I see. Originally, I considered this as extra insurance, but I didn't expect to end up using it myself, Han Shen continued. The fallen prisoner let out a light sigh. Alas, it's a pity that our plan went so smoothly, but in the end, we accidentally fell into your trap. I admire you. Han Shen smiled and shook his head. There was nothing accidental about it. Without consulting experts, prisoners would basically have no way of knowing about the currents, while Han Shen, on the other hand, had the identity of a warden and could easily invite local experts. This was also an advantage for the warden's side. Han Shen just made full use of that advantage. Alright, I've answered your questions. Now tell me, who is that fourth unknown prisoner? Han Shen quickly pressed. To be honest, I actually don't know. The fallen prisoner shook his head. Are you kidding me? Han Shen got angry and stepped forward, ready to give this guy a couple of punches. The main thing is, I really want to know how you blocked us. The fallen prisoner looked at the moon in the sky and said. Han Shen wanted to lift this guy up and hit him, but when he saw the fallen prisoner's face in the moonlight, he froze. Although this guy was black, his face looked somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the guy who hid a trap in his butt during Han Shen's last patrol? The impression of the trap hidden in his backside was so deep that even if Han Shen was face blind, he still remembered his face. It turned out this guy was also an unknown prisoner. How come it's you? Han Shen said. Yeah, Big Warden, we actually had some communication, but you didn't recognize me as an unknown prisoner. So what is your ability? I'm embarrassed to say, you can check the replay after the game ends. Embarrassed to say? Han Shen curled his lip. With 3 hours left, Han Shen really couldn't figure out where the last guy might be. He could only search around and try his luck. He turned around and walked towards the jeep parked on the road behind. The two prison guards beside him had been listening to Han Shen's conversation in a daze. When Han Shen suddenly turned to leave, they seemed to wake up from a dream and followed him. Warden, what have you been talking about for so long? One guard asked. Nothing, you don't need to worry about it, just continue the coastal patrol with me. After that, Han Chen drove desperately back and forth on the coastal road. A few eyes in the car were always fixed on the shore. Along the way, they even crossed paths with other police cars. However, there was nothing to be found. Time gradually approached the end of the game, and some police cars stopped searching along the coast, making Han Chen increasingly anxious. Fourth unknown prisoner, where are you? The game is about to end, aren't you coming out? Do you have to wait until the last few minutes when I let my guard down to come out? The more Han Chen thought, the more scared he became. He patrolled a few more rounds. Time was down to the last few minutes. Still, there was no sign of the fourth person. Han Chen looked at the countdown on the panel, growing more and more nervous. Only 20 seconds left. If he didn't cross the coastal road immediately, he wouldn't have time. Han Chen looked around. There were only a few passing cars on the nearby road, not even a pedestrian. 5 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1. Han Chen instantly returned to that room, and on the screen in front of him was a line of text. You have won the game. You can now review the game from each player's perspective. You can also directly enter the reward settlement phase. Han Chen looked at the words game victory and still couldn't quite believe it. This last person really didn't make a move the entire time, obeying the rules until the game ended? Was his skill so poor that he couldn't do anything? Or did something unexpected happen to him midway that forced an end? Han Chen was very curious and immediately clicked on replay. Here, replaying wasn't about watching a video. Under the processing of Neon Smiley, Han Chen would automatically understand what these people did in the game in his mind, as if he had experienced it himself. Moreover, to a certain extent, he could also know the person's intentions at that time. It was amazing. Han Chen didn't know what the principle was. However, since Neon Smiley could grant so many equally magical skills, even mind reading was possessed by someone, this level was naturally easy for him. In the replay, there were 4 samples, corresponding to the 4 unknown prisoners. Among them, samples 2 and 3 were grouped together, proving that these 2 had basically cooperated. Without guessing, Han Chen also knew that samples 2 and 3 were the 2 people caught on the shore. In Han Chen's mind, their faces began to display. Looking at the faces, sample 1 was the bearded as 036. Han Chen had almost figured out the process of this bearded man and planned to take a quick look at his abilities before moving on. However, abilities could only be seen if they had been used in the game. Han Chen couldn't know about those that hadn't been used. A line of text appeared in Han Chen's mind. Sample no. 1. Skills used in this game include, honey, you feel a bit different today. You can transform into the appearance of any man you have come into contact with, and your voice will change accordingly. The name of this skill seemed strange, but that aside, it turned out that this guy's skill activated upon contact, not just by shaking hands as Han Chen had previously thought. The moment he burst out of the cell and was subdued by Han Chen, the contact had already been made. That's why he could freely transform into Han Chen's appearance. So that's how it was. Additionally, this skill had no rating, indicating it was an initial skill generated at the start, not one drawn later in the game. This guy was really lucky. With such a powerful transformation skill, he must be someone of high status in reality. A person from the upper class that Han Chen couldn't reach. Yet, such a person still fell here. The judgment of the Neon Smiley game is something no one can escape. Next, samples no. 2 and no. 3 appeared together. They should be the 2 who finally escaped to the other side. Looking at the photos, no. 2 seemed a bit unfamiliar. He was probably the guy shot dead by Han Chen at the seaside, having only seen Han Chen half a face. No. 3, however, was recognizable to Han Chen. He was the one who set a trap in his rear and surrendered at the last moment, talking a lot with Han Chen. First, let's look at no. 2. The abilities used in this round include Assembly Line Master, C-level skill. You can manufacture various parts without using tools. Directly looking at the skill description, Han Chen didn't think the skill could be rated C. It was just about saving a tool. How could it be C? Moreover, didn't he have a bomb skill? Han Chen continued to look down. There was another skill. You stole the air I need to breathe. Pay up. You can steal the bank balance of people around you, and this money can be withdrawn directly. However, you can only choose the same target every 3 months, and the total amount stolen cannot exceed 30% of their entire balance. Damn, what a divine skill. Han Chen wanted it too. Then walk around the rich every 3 months. How beautiful. 4 no. 3. The skills used in this round include, Life is worse than shit, D-level. Your rectum contains a storage space of 3 meters high and 120 square meters in area, and the size of the entrance and exit is not limited by your structure. No fear of hemorrhoids, F-level. Having anything in your rectum won't cause you pain. I am his beloved friend and brother. Others will definitely not betray you unless they are bribed by someone else, and they must pay above the regular price. So many? Han Chen continued to review. First, from No. 2's perspective. No. 2 was born in Zone B, numbered 1092, and had no roommates. At first, he observed his surroundings in the cell, trying to find loopholes. During the airing time, No. 2 also looked around, attempting to find weaknesses in the prison's defenses. He seemed to have found something, but Han Chen wasn't sure, and the review couldn't reveal it. This was a drawback of the review. It could only understand the characters' intentions but not their deeper psychological activities. Then, No. 2 began searching for materials, preparing to use his abilities to create escape tools. However, to manufacture metal tools, he needed metal materials. His ability could only fuse parts, and it seemed the prison's iron bars had to be dismantled to be fused. Number 2 was a bit at a loss. At that moment, he heard other prisoners talking about how the prison captain could secretly bring things in from outside the prison for the inmates. It was said that if the funds were sufficient, women could be arranged for you. So, Number 2 quietly approached the prison captain and mentioned a few names of metal objects he wanted him to bring in. The prison captain curled his lip. The things you want are a bit against the rules, and the price will be very high. Can you afford it? Number 2 nodded. I can afford it, of course. Then he activated his skill. You've stolen the air I need to breathe. Compensate me. And withdrew 10,000 from the prison captain's bank balance. Once the 10,000 was in the prison captain's hands, his eyes immediately lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Good, no problem. I'll get it for you as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Han Chen couldn't help but smile. Paying the prison captain with the prison captain's own money. A bit unethical. After that, the prison captain really brought the items Number 2 wanted. During a patrol, he quietly passed them to Number 2 through the cell bars. Late at night, Number 2 took these metal objects out from under his bed. Then came the moment of Han Chen's shock. His ability, Assembly Line Master, allowed him to create without tools. A furnace was also a tool. The metal objects hovered in front of him, quickly turning red in the air, melting, and merging into the shape he desired. Soon, a pickaxe head was completed. At this point, Han Chen suddenly felt that this skill deserved at least a C rating. This was not just useful, it was extremely useful. However, smoke seemed unavoidable. The smoke from the melting drifted next door. The prisoner next door began to knock on the wall. Hey, you over there, what are you burning? Mind your own business, I'm just burning some feathers. Number 2 shouted back. The prisoner next door was momentarily speechless, and after a while, he finally said, Alright, you go ahead and burn a big wave. After the melting, Number 2 hid the pickaxe head under the bed. The next day during yard time, Number 2 casually walked around the square. A black prisoner approached him. This person was known to Han Chen, he was Sample 3. At this time, Number 2 and Sample 3 did not know each other. It should have been their first meeting. The black Sample 3 leaned in and quietly said to Number 2, Brother, you're planning an escape, aren't you? Number 2 shook his head. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Number 2 was very cautious and chose to play dumb. The black Sample 3 laughed. Brother, don't pretend. If you can ask the prison captain to buy those things, are you planning to open a convenience store instead of escaping? I still don't understand. Number 2 shook his head. The black Sample 3 smiled again at Number 2. Friend, hiding your pickaxe head under the bed isn't safe, you know. You. Number 2 was shocked. Don't be afraid, brother, you're also an unknown prisoner, right? So am I, that's why I took your pickaxe and hid it. The black Sample 3 gently patted Number 2's shoulder. What do you want? Number 2 asked the black Sample 3. You can make tools, right? But the cell is so small, you won't have time to escape before your tools are found. You don't need to worry about that, Number 2 replied dismissively. Come on, brother, my ability is just right for hiding things. Let's cooperate, okay? Cooperate? Then let me see your ability. Sure, brother, come on, let's go to the bathroom. I'll show you. The black Sample 3 patted Number 2's shoulder. When the black Sample 3 took Number 2 to the public restroom and pulled a pickaxe head out from his backside, Number 2 frowned the entire time. Your ability is too disgusting, isn't it? Number 2 said with a frown. Black man no. 3 shook his finger. Look at what you're saying, brother, disgusting, but useful, huh? Hidden in the butt, can be carried anywhere, anytime, and even if stripped, it can't be found. It's a divine skill. So how much can your butt hide? Internal space of 120 square meters, 3 meters high, enough for parking. Can you fit a car in there? Although my opening isn't limited by my own exit, a car won't fit, but I can fit something bigger. Alright, then let's cooperate. No. 2 and black man no. 3 shook hands. It was another chance to breathe fresh air, and the two began to plan their escape. Did you have any original plans? Black man no. 3 asked. I was thinking of digging through the wall behind the toilet and then covering it with something, no. 2 replied. Isn't that too risky? Black man no. 3 shook his head. Then what else can we do? Brother, think about it, the warden above us is also a player, we don't know what abilities he has yet. So, if we unfortunately get exposed, that guy will definitely keep a tight watch on us afterward. If he has any strong abilities, we definitely won't have another chance to escape. Then do you have any ideas? Aren't there still 28 other escapees? We can let them take the lead and test the warden's depth. How do we let them take the lead? Can't you make tools? Just make tools and provide them to them. What a terrible idea. If they get caught, they'll definitely rat us out. It's better if we dig ourselves. Don't rush, I have another ability. What? This ability is called, I am his beloved friend and brother, which forces others not to betray me unless they get paid. But doesn't that mean they can sell you if you pay? Don't worry, when they catch escapees, they'll definitely beat them up first, and at that time, because of my skill, the escapees won't say a word. And then do you think someone who's half dead and hasn't said a word can be made to talk for money? Of course not. No. 2 replied. Then isn't that settled? Black man no. 3 smiled. Oh, no. 2 suddenly realized. So how do we find the others? Just leave it to me. Having understood this, Han Chen finally realized why, whether it was the prison captain or himself personally interrogating the prisoners, they ended up saying nothing. So that's where the trick lies. If he had made an offer back then, perhaps someone would have spoken, and he had foolishly thought he could bribe the prisoners with a big meal. It was a bit laughable. However, if he had to do it again, he really wouldn't have thought of this. Han Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. After that, Black man no. 3 indeed found several escapees. Tools were made by no. 2, and Black man no. 3 provided them to the escapees. Black man no. 3 even spread the word among the prisoners in Area B, saying they had tools available for free, but at the same time warned the prisoners not to tell the guards. Because of Black man no. 3's ability, not a single prisoner confessed to the guards. More and more prisoners came knocking. No. 2 and Black man no. 3 became figures like arms dealers in Area B. Soon, someone really did escape and got caught. The search efforts on the prison side also intensified. During the free time, number 2 asked Black man number 3, "Hey, the searches around the prison are getting stricter. Is everything really okay?" Black man number 3 patted his own backside. "Of course it's fine. With my backside here, you can rest easy. Let's observe for a few more days, and once we gather enough intel, we'll make our move." "Alright," number 2 nodded. Then, the prison warden, Han Chen, personally led a large search team. The prisoners stood at the doors of their cells, waiting for the search to begin. Black man number 3 initially appeared calm. However, when he saw the guards using metal detectors to search each cell, he started to panic. If the metal detector scanned his backside, everything would be exposed. In that moment of panic, he was immediately noticed by Warden Han Chen. Warden Han Chen quickly searched his cell but found nothing. Searching Black man number 3 himself yielded no results either. Finally, Han Chen swept the metal detector over Black man number 3's backside. Beep beep beep. Han Chen asked a few questions, and Black man number 3 was at a loss for how to respond, so he remained silent. Consequently, Warden Han Chen handed Black man number 3 over to the prison captain. The prison captain dragged Black man number 3 to the public restroom, raised his baton, and impatiently said, "Hurry up, pull it out yourself. I don't want to dig into your filthy backside." The captain's demand gave Black man number 3 an opportunity. He pulled out the least suspicious spoon from his backside, which was originally meant for number 2 to use for melting. "Good boy, hiding a spoon to dig your way out, huh? Aren't you worried about hurting your backside?" The prison captain laughed. Black man number 3 quickly denied it. "Captain, I really didn't hide this spoon to escape." The captain didn't believe him at all. "You think I'm stupid? What else can a spoon be used for besides digging?" "No, I was afraid there might be perverts in the prison, so I stuffed a spoon in my backside as a defensive measure. If a pervert tries to force their way in, they would naturally get hurt by the spoon's handle." The prison captain paused and nodded. "It makes some sense, but I still don't believe you." Thus, the prison captain began to beat Black man number 3. Black man number 3 endured it, refusing to change his story no matter how hard he was hit. In the end, the prison captain reported to Han Chen, who ordered Black man number 3 to be placed in solitary confinement. Black man number 3 spent a dismal period in solitary, cut off from the outside world. Number 2 and Black Man Number 3 were separated, and the escape plan was temporarily shelved. During the time Black Man Number 3 was locked up, it was also when Han Chen discovered that the prison captain had issues. At that time, the prison captain was still puzzled as to why he had received so much money lately, yet his bank balance hadn't increased at all. He blamed it on his wife's gambling habits, accusing her of stealing his money to gamble. The two of them argued about it every day. Upon learning this, Han Chen found it strange that the prison captain's money hadn't increased much, yet it still triggered his skills. But Han Chen quickly figured it out. His skill, Gift of the God of Jealousy, was triggered by monthly income. Money given by others should count as income. As for the fact that it was actually his own money that had gone around in circles, that counted as an expense and had nothing to do with income. If a sum of money entered 3 times, it counted as 3 transactions, regardless of where it went after entering the account. Continuing to investigate further, Black Man Number 3 was released after a month in confinement. When Black Man Number 3 and Number 2 discussed their plans again, Black Man Number 3 learned that the situation in the prison had changed dramatically, and the prison captain had been replaced by a black man. The warden also gave a heads up. For the next 3 months, no one was allowed to bring goods into the prison. The source of materials was cut off. Black Man No. 3 was anxious. What if we ask that nurse in the medical room? That guy does that kind of thing. He might be able to bring us some stuff for a price. No. 2 shook his head. That nurse was also fired by the warden. Black Man No. 3 was taken aback. No. 2 shook his head again. This warden seems to know everything. He has severed all our supply lines. Does that mean we are exposed? Black Man No. 3 was a bit panicked. Not yet, no. 2 said. Well, I still have some left in my stash. Will it be enough? This warden is not simple. He's hard to deal with, so we won't use those anymore. I have a new plan. No. 2 said. What is it? We go to the prison laundry or somewhere else and get some chemical materials. Chemical materials? Yes, this time I'm going to create a shocking tool. After that, Han Chen learned almost everything. No. 2 and Black Man No. 3 desperately collected chemical materials, but the supplies in the prison were indeed limited. They made their move on the last day for a simple reason. Because the day before, the prison had a regular big cleanup, during which a large amount of cleaning agents and oxidizers would be brought in. With these materials, they made explosives, but it still wasn't enough. There was no choice. No. 2 decided to use the gas from the cafeteria to amplify the power. No. 2 also made a simple timing device, hiding the explosives in a corner near the gas pipeline in the cafeteria during the day, then waiting for the explosion at night. At night, the explosives detonated with a loud bang, quickly threatening the main building. The warden, Han Chen, was indeed forced to evacuate the prisoners. The prisoners also rioted. Taking advantage of the chaos, No. 2 and Black Man No. 3 blew open 2 walls and rushed into the sea. A few other prisoners also ran out with them. However, unlike the others, No. 2 and Black Man No. 3 had prepared their final tools in advance. Those were 2 black-painted plastic basins. These basins could provide buoyancy in the water, greatly reducing the physical exertion of swimming. When the police searched the surface of the sea, the 2 could hide under the bottom of the basins, avoiding the police's line of sight. After all, a black basin on the night sea was very inconspicuous. Later, the Coast Guard's speedboat arrived, capturing almost all the prisoners in the water. The 2 managed to evade the police using their basins. After that, Han Chen was very clear about what happened. The 2 faced countless difficulties and finally made it to shore. Then, Han Chen immediately broke down one of them. The review ended. Han Chen's first feeling after understanding everything was that it felt like he had just watched an adventure movie. But the ending was a tragic failure for the protagonist, and he had become the ultimate boss. Fine. After all, it was a competitive game. There had to be winners and losers. If he was more skilled, really, and won the game, he couldn't blame himself. Next, Han Chen was looking forward to the review of Sample No. 4. Han Chen still didn't know what this guy had been doing for 3 months and why he hadn't made a move in the end. A new line of text appeared in Han Chen's mind, the abilities exhibited by Sample No. For in this round are, should I cooperate? You can know the target's inner plans. Physically strong, E grade, your physical strength is greater than that of an ordinary person. If you happen to be mentally challenged, your physical strength can increase significantly. Knowing the target's inner plans? Isn't that a simplified version of mind reading? Han Chen felt a wave of tension. Why hadn't such a strong guy shown up in the end? Han Chen officially began to understand. No. 4 also belonged to Block B. Shortly after No. For entered the prison, he had walked around the square during the exercise period and learned all the prisoners' inner plans. Through the content of these plans, number 4 immediately knew who was one of the 30 escapees. What he was preparing to do was simple: find a successful escape plan and then follow it to escape. An important influencing factor in determining which plan could succeed was the warden, Han Chen. If a prisoner's escape plan alerted Han Chen and made him vigilant, it would inevitably fail. If Han Chen was not on guard, then the feasibility of the plan could be considered. During Han Chen's patrol, he learned about the initial plans of Han Chen. Han Chen's initial plans had two components: a tactical search for contraband using the tactic of feigning capture, and tampering with the pipes and vents that could easily be used for escape. Number 4 happened to know that several prisoners in the same block had plans that involved escaping solely through the ventilation ducts and pipes. Number 4 did nothing but quietly watch these people's jokes. Later, these individuals were indeed caught one after another by Han Chen. Number 4 also did not take action, because he was aware of the plans of number 2 and black number 3. The plan that provided tools to other prisoners, allowing them to take the lead. Like number 2 and black number 3, number 4 coldly observed the repeated failures of other prisoners' daring escape attempts. Thus, he gathered more information to prepare for his own escape. Later, when black number 3 was caught, his plan was forced to be interrupted, and number 4 could only shift his attention to others. However, others also had no feasible plans, and number 4 began to feel a bit anxious. After black number 3 came out of solitary confinement, number 2 and black number 3 had a new plan. This plan was to create chaos with explosives and then take the opportunity to escape. Number 4 was very tempted by this plan, because this plan would cause great chaos in the prison block, making it very convenient for him to find an opportunity to escape. Therefore, based on the plans of number 2 and black number 3, number 4 devised an escape plan suitable for himself. The content of the plan was: wait for number 2 and black number 3 to cause an explosion, blowing open the prison wall. At that time, number 4 could slip out of the prison block but would not take the risk of escaping through the water route with them. Instead, he would look for the prison's police car and use his ability, well-developed limbs, to easily climb underneath the car. Once number 2 and black number 3 escaped the prison's outer wall, the prison police would definitely mobilize to pursue them. The prison's police car would also certainly be dispatched to search along the coast. At that time, the police car would take number 4 away from the prison without attracting anyone's attention. After crossing the bridge, number 4 could casually find an opportunity to get out of the car, and in just a few steps, he could escape the prison area. The underside of the car was very concealed. After all, in that situation, no one would check under the car. Compared to the crazy plan of number 2 and black number 3 swimming frantically for several kilometers in the sea, number 4's plan was much more secure. Number 4 truly implemented it this way. However, to number 4's surprise, the progress of number 2 and black number 3 in making explosives was very slow. This led him to give up on number 2 and black number 3 first and turn to consider the plans of other escapees. However, these escapees' plans were basically all about digging tunnels and walls, which were completely countered by an ultrasonic device plan by Han Chen. Along the way, there was only one plan that seemed decent, which involved drilling through a garbage pipe, and Warden Han Chen had no defenses against it. However, knowing that the guy later ended up in a garbage truck and was compressed, number 4 could only give up. Thus, on the last day, number 4 decided to implement his own plan. In the last few hours, the explosives exploded, chaos erupted in the prison block, and number 2 and black number 3's plan was successfully executed. However, number 4 did not expect it to be so chaotic that both sides began a gunfight. After number 4 ran out through the gap in the prison wall with the main group, he took advantage of the chaos to escape to the parking lot. Number 4 saw that police jeep. He had seen the police jeep entering and exiting the prison gate during the previous outdoor time. He also took a moment to observe. The chassis of this vehicle was quite high, with ample space underneath. Most importantly, there were safety crossbars under the vehicle, making it very convenient to cling to. One could say that if he hadn't seen the jeep, he wouldn't have thought of such a special plan to hide under the vehicle. He immediately ducked under the jeep. There were many places to cling to under this jeep, and number 4 casually grabbed a spot, quietly waiting for the police cars to move out. After a while, the prison guards finally set out. The surrounding police cars began to move. Number 4 waited patiently. Soon, someone approached the jeep he was hiding under. It was Warden Han Chen, accompanied by 2 prison guards. They hurriedly got into the vehicle, completely unaware that someone was hiding underneath. Number 4 then realized that this vehicle was actually Warden Han Chen's exclusive ride. Hiding under the vehicle, he watched as the jeep drove past the prison gate, crossed the prison bridge, and then got onto the coastal road. Number 4's face grew increasingly excited. Soon, the jeep stopped by the roadside. Warden Han Chen and the 2 guards got out, not knowing what they were up to. At this moment, just a few meters to number 4's right was the boundary of the coastal road, which was also the boundary of the prison area. If he could run over, the game would be a complete victory. Number 4 almost laughed out loud. Warden, oh Warden, who would have thought that in the end, it would be you who personally delivered me out of prison, ha ha. Then number 4 first lowered his feet gently to the ground, ensuring that the sound wouldn't attract Warden Han Chen and the guards back. Then came his hands. Hands. Number 4 let go of his hands, only to find that they hadn't slipped off the crossbar under the vehicle. What's going on? Number 4 could only pull desperately, but his hands remained completely still. What the hell is going on? Number 4 looked at the crossbar under the light of the street lamp outside. It was then that he noticed that many places under the vehicle were coated with a special glue. He had thought it was just dirt because it was too dark under the vehicle. Damn it! What kind of person would coat the underside of a vehicle with strong adhesive? Number 4 couldn't help but curse. But no matter how much he cursed, he couldn't get his hands off the crossbar. It was as if his hands had grown onto the crossbar. He cursed for a long time, but it was all in vain. Thus, in despair, number 4 welcomed the countdown. The end of the game. The review concluded. Han Chen was a bit dazed. Goodness. It turned out that the person he had been looking for was right under his own vehicle. This left Han Chen with an indescribably complex feeling inside. The glue under the vehicle was applied by Han Chen himself. At that time, after applying glue in the ventilation duct, Han Chen, seeing the small half bucket of glue left in his hand, thought it was a waste not to use it, so he started looking for places to apply it. He saw that the underside of his vehicle was high and thought it could hide someone, so he casually applied some there. This was just a spur-of-the-moment idea, and Han Chen had almost forgotten about it later. It was only during the review that he remembered it, and it had never been part of Han Chen's plan. This should be why number 4 had no idea there was glue under the vehicle from the beginning. He could only know the plan, he couldn't be aware of the spur-of-the-moment thoughts. In any case, this was how Han Chen won. This way of winning made Han Chen feel a bit embarrassed. The review was complete. Next came the reward settlement. First, there was a small routine random reward draw. This reward varied widely. It could be the removal of a physical ailment, an increase in the ability of certain organs, the ability to delete a bad memory, or even cash and other material rewards. Sometimes there were some strange ones as well. In short, there were all sorts of options, a wide variety. And it was a 3-option draw, with each person able to choose one according to their needs. After the most extravagant animation, 3 choices appeared before Han Chen. 1. Increase lifespan by 3 years. 2. Your greatest enemy suffers from kidney deficiency. 3. Gain skill enhancement, minor, once. The first choice, 3 years of life, isn't too much when you think about it, but it's also not insignificant. However, for Han Chen, lifespan should be the least useful reward. In a world where one is forced to participate in games every so often, the likelihood of dying in the game or dying due to its penalties is high. The hope of living to an old age is bleak, so lifespan naturally holds little value. However, while increasing lifespan may not be useful, the impact of deducting lifespan is significant. This is because the calculation for deducting lifespan directly corresponds to aging. For example, if 10 years are deducted in this game, Han Chen would immediately age 10 years, pushing him straight to 30. A deduction of 10 years might not seem too impactful, but if several people escape from prison, Han Chen would become an old man. The aging of the body naturally comes with a sharp decline in physical condition. This way, Han Chen would likely find it very difficult to survive the next game. This is why he couldn't afford to relax even for a second before the game ended. The first option is useless. The second is even more so. Causing his enemy to suffer from kidney deficiency is pointless since Han Chen currently has no enemies. If you ask whether those who have beaten Han Chen in previous games count as enemies, he actually doesn't hate them. After all, the rules are set, and they had no other choice. This option harms others without benefiting oneself, making it completely unnecessary. Moreover, even if Han Chen had a deep-seated grudge against someone, kidney deficiency is too mild. Blindness, paralysis, terminal illness, even impotence would be more useful than this. It's a completely ridiculous option. So the only choice Han Chen could make was the third one. Gain skill enhancement, minor, once. This is something Han Chen learned about in school. It's a relatively common reward that can be stored, usually saved for when a powerful skill is drawn to enhance it further. However, this is a minor enhancement, so its effect is limited, but it's certainly better than nothing. He chose this. After completing the reward selection, it was time to choose which skills to keep. Han Shen's previous skills had been deleted by the system due to a game failure, leaving him with only the 3 skills drawn at the start of this round. King of Thunder E grade, a large number of high-definition video sources, which might help pass the time when bored. However, it seems he could also watch documentaries in the game to supplement his knowledge in various fields. The essence of 502 E grade, the glue Han Shen handles sticks particularly well. Currently, it seems very useful for trapping, making the E grade rating feel a bit low. Gift of the God of Jealousy, D grade, Han Shen's attack power significantly increases against those who earn more than him or are more handsome. All 3 skills are useful. It's hard to choose. The first skill was quickly dismissed by Han Shen because it has no combat capability. Currently, Han Shen has no means to protect himself. If he chose the first skill, he would essentially be waiting to die the next time he faced a combat situation. He could only choose between the second and third skills. The second skill requires glue, which is a bit demanding, and it only sticks, making it unstable. The third skill presents a strange dilemma because the uglier and poorer Han Shen is, the more he can trigger this skill. And triggering this skill would enhance his combat ability. In a world where status is determined by skills, an increase in combat ability would bring a certain level of status and income, making it less likely for Han Shen to be poor. However, if Han Shen isn't poor, the skill becomes harder to trigger. It's a strange cycle. After thinking it over, Han Shen ultimately chose to keep the third skill. Because he had experienced loneliness, he wished he had a skill that could pull him up whenever he felt down, a kind of insurance for his life. The choice was made. The screen displayed only the neon smiley face logo. It began to transport him back to the real world. It was still the same classroom. At that moment, it was daytime in the real world, and the whole class was still in a case analysis lesson. Han Shen suddenly appeared, and the entire class immediately turned to look at him. After the initial surprise, the teacher next to them remembered and asked Han Shen, "Did you win?" Han Shen nodded. He had won. The class erupted in cheers, as if they were the ones who had won. This was the empathy among classmates. "So, what skill did you bring back?" the teacher asked. Han Shen simply and truthfully explained. The teacher paused for a moment after hearing it and nodded. "Not bad. You can go back to your seat and continue the class." After class, a group of teachers pulled Han Shen to the office, surrounding him with questions. After all, a living case study was first-hand information and very important for the school. Han Shen answered them truthfully. However, there was still some debate among the teachers about which skill was the best choice. Some felt that the gift of the God of Jealousy, being an easily triggered enhancement skill, was a good choice and that Han Shen had made the right decision. But other teachers disagreed. They argued that as an ordinary person, even if Han Shen triggered the gift of the God of Jealousy, his combat power would only be that of an enhanced ordinary person. In such a case, if he encountered someone with strong combat skills, he would still be absolutely suppressed, even instantly killed. On the other hand, glue could be used unexpectedly, and for those with strong combat skills but weaker physical abilities, the restraining effect would be significantly better. In the end, it was Teacher Chin, who taught skill studies, who expressed a viewpoint that everyone agreed with. The gift of the God of Jealousy was actually a better skill. Although its effect was limited now, in the long run, if Han Shen later drew any combat skills, this skill would amplify and enhance those combat skills. It was like a multiplier of 2 or 3 times. Han Shen's current combat power was 1, multiplying it by 2 would make it 2, which wasn't a huge improvement. But when Han Shen's combat power reached 10 or even 100 in the future, multiplying it by 2 would yield a significant increase. Han Shen agreed with this viewpoint. However, before that, he still needed to survive enough games to reach that level. The conversation with the teachers continued until evening, and only then did they let Han Shen go. He yawned as he left the school gate, preparing to return to his dormitory. Just as he exited the school, he encountered Teacher Chin again, who was still driving that classic old car. Skill studies was one of the most important subjects in the school, covering how to utilize one's skills, how to counter others' skills, and how to cleverly use newly drawn skills, among other things. Teacher Chin, who was in his 60s, was not rigid in teaching. On the contrary, he was quite flexible. He had a clever way of using many skills that left Han Shen in awe. Therefore, Han Shen respected this teacher a lot. At that moment, the teacher parked the car next to Han Shen. The window rolled down, and Teacher Chin leaned out. "Han Shen, get in. I'll give you a ride." Han Shen shook his head. "Thank you, teacher, but I live in the student dormitory of our school. It's just a few steps away." "So, do you have any plans recently?" Teacher Chin drove slowly alongside Han Shen. What plans could I have? Han Chen replied, a bit puzzled. The neon smiley face gave me a 6-month break this time, so I'll just go to class and do some odd jobs. Are you really planning to do that? Of course, my meager skills aren't enough to support me in lying around making big money. I can only make do with some odd jobs to get by. Han Chen nodded. I'm not talking about odd jobs, said Teacher Chin. Then what are you talking about? Let me tell you something. Would you like to hear it? Sure, Han Chen replied eagerly. Then let's get in the car, it's more convenient. Teacher Chin patted the passenger seat. Han Chen sat in the passenger seat. You go ahead, teacher, Han Chen said. Actually, it's just a suggestion for you, Teacher Chin said, looking ahead. Go ahead. My suggestion is that you should take a break for the next few days. Once you've rested well, don't go for odd jobs, just open the panel and apply to start the next game directly, Teacher Chin said seriously, looking at Han Chen. Han Chen was taken aback. Almost everyone hoped for a longer rest. After all, participating in the game meant risking their lives. I don't understand, Han Chen said directly. You don't understand either? I don't understand. Then let me ask you a question. You can think about it before answering. Go ahead. In today's society, can you sense any trends in class changes? Teacher Chin posed the question. This was a unique question, one Han Chen had never heard before, and he didn't know how to respond. But after thinking for a moment, he tentatively answered, class changes are quite frequent now? People from the lower class can turn their fortunes around with a powerful skill, while those in the upper class might become ordinary people after losing a few games? Quite the opposite, Teacher Chin shook his head. Han Chen was momentarily confused. In the neon smiley game, luck plays a part in winning or losing, but ultimately, it's still a competitive game. Those with stronger skills find it easier to win than those with weaker skills, and those who win the game receive skills as rewards. The strong can acquire more skills more easily. The more skills they gain, the stronger they become. Thus, the strong accumulate more and more skills, becoming increasingly powerful, making it easier for them to win games and grow even stronger. Meanwhile, the weak lose games, not only failing to acquire new skills but possibly losing their original skills, and in the end, they might even lose their lives. Over time, this will inevitably lead to the strong remaining strong and the weak remaining weak, solidifying class divisions. This is foreseeable, Teacher Chin said earnestly. Han Chen followed Teacher Chin's words, deep in thought. Currently, the types of games in the neon smiley game are completely random. The game types may not correspond to the skills possessed by the participants, and it's common for strong fighters to enter non-combat games and lose. So, because of this randomness, the anticipated solidification of classes has been significantly delayed. However, over time, class solidification will still become increasingly apparent, Teacher Chin added. Han Chen remains silent, listening intently. In addition, there's another fatal trend, which is the devaluation of skills. Skills can be devalued? Yes, initially, everyone had only one skill. Your skill just needed to be stronger than other skills for you to be superior, to have a higher social status, and to win games more easily. For a straightforward example, at the very beginning, if your skill was the strongest in all of humanity, stronger than anyone else's, then when everyone else had only one skill, you were the strongest skill, making you the strongest among humanity. However, as the games progressed, someone kept winning games, accumulating more skills and becoming stronger. Eventually, one day, although each of their skills was weaker than your strongest skill, due to the various combinations of their skills, they became stronger than you. Your skill hasn't changed at all. When taken alone, it remains the strongest individual skill among all of humanity. However, in reality, you have already become second among all humans. As time goes on, more people with multiple skills will emerge, and your ranking among humanity will gradually drop to third, fourth. Eventually, you will find that despite having no changes at all and still holding the strongest skill, you have fallen to the back of the human ranking. This is the devaluation of skills. Your skill hasn't changed, but it appears weaker due to the progress of others. Han Chen fell into deep thought upon hearing this. I've said so much, and there are two major trends that may mean two things for you: goals and means of achievement. You should perhaps become part of the upper class of society before class solidification occurs, so that you can ensure your participation in the game is less likely to lead to loss and that you can survive. Your current skill is actually at the bottom of society. To rise to the top, there are only two ways. One is by luck. Perhaps your next skill will be an S rank, allowing your life to take off. The other is through hard work. While others win a game and are still shaken, starting to rest, you hardly rest and directly enter the next game. While others play 2 or 3 games a year, you can play 12 games a year, winning by the sheer volume of skills, overtaking others and causing their skills to depreciate relative to yours. Teacher Chin said this and patted Han Chen on the shoulder. Han Chen fully understood Teacher Chin's meaning. Teacher Chin, I understand. You mean, I should desperately participate in games to strengthen myself while others haven't reacted yet, right? The latter part is correct, the former part may not be entirely appropriate. Many people foresee this, such as many high-level figures in the school. Then why don't they teach us about this? Han Chen asked curiously. The reason is simple, this game is also a death game, and there is a high probability that participants will die. Encouraging others to participate more is essentially killing them. The school cannot do this. So, my advice to you is just that, whether to participate more in games and take your fate into your own hands, or to be like others, only participating in the basic mandatory sessions and hoping for luck. The choice is still up to you, Teacher Chin said. Han Chen nodded but couldn't help but ask, then, Teacher, if the school can't do this, why are you telling me all this? Teacher Chin paused, then made a serious expression towards Han Chen, because based on your performance in this game, you are more outstanding than I expected. So, if you take the path I mentioned, your chances of success will be greater than those of other students, including those in the top class. Me? Outstanding? Han Chen scratched his head. Outstanding? He might have been somewhat relevant in the past, but with his current skill, he didn't believe he was outstanding. Your excellence doesn't lie in your skill, but in your ideas, which I don't see in other students. Ideas? Yes, your application of several skills in this task shows great thought, stronger than many students in my top class. Really? Really? The students in the top class are just skilled, not necessarily clear-headed. For example, that King of Thunder, some students in the top class might only know how to use it to watch adult films for 3 days. Teacher Chin chuckled. Han Chen laughed along. I understand, teacher. I will seriously consider your words. Good luck. On the way home, Han Chen kept thinking about what Teacher Chin had said. Although what he said made a lot of sense, participating in games at a high frequency would inevitably lead to a high death rate. Han Chen had already lost once and needed to think it over. Passing by the bus stop, just as a bus was arriving, Han Chen saw a person covered in metal spikes pushing onto the bus. The people nearby hurried to avoid him, creating a personal space around him. Clearly, a crowd was trying to board the bus, yet everyone made way for him. Some passengers even jumped off the bus to escape him. He boarded the bus with a nonchalant air. This skill was truly a masterstroke for squeezing onto public transport. Get lost. Just as this hedgehog man got on the bus, another person made entirely of cast iron crashed into him, knocking him down. The others at the bus stop cheered. Han Chen shook his head with a smile. There would always be another skill to counter a specific one. Crossing the street led to the student dormitory where Han Chen lived. It was a 13-story apartment building provided by the school, with a rather average environment, but the rent was very cheap. Most of the residents were ordinary students. The top students wouldn't live here. The top students had excellent skills, could earn a lot of money in society, and would live in upscale residences, looking down on this shabby place. Han Chen took the old elevator up to the 7th floor where his room was located. Most of the girls in the school were reluctant to use this elevator. This was mainly because a boy had previously drawn a skill, Elevator Love. If you are trapped in an elevator with a woman, you can make her fall in love with you. This skill had quite strict conditions for activation. However, since the boy's looks were not up to par and the old elevator was prone to accidents, most girls were too scared to use it, fearing they might encounter him. Nevertheless, that boy was actually quite decent. Later on, for everyone's sake, he stopped using the elevator. Unfortunately, the elevator still saw very few girls using it. It was quite lamentable. Han Chen walked down the corridor to his home. Although the corridor was old, the lights were good, which was rare in an old apartment. Han Chen lived next to the class monitor, separated by just a wall, and he had to pass by the monitor's room every time he came home. Today, Han Chen didn't see the monitor in the classroom, so he must be in his room studying that formula of his. Han Chen knocked on the monitor's door and found it was not locked, just ajar. He simply walked in. Sure enough, the monitor was sitting at his desk, with his back to the door, studying his formula. Monitor, I'm back, Han Chen said. The monitor looked up and smiled. You were gone for a full 3 months. What was the game about? It was a competitive type, as a warden, preventing prisoners from escaping. Sounds good. Did you win? Of course I won. My prison was as solid as a fortress. That's great. I won my game this time too. You participated recently as well? Han Chen was a bit surprised. Of course. It's been a few months. The break time was over, and I was forcibly sent in by the Neon Smile. What was your game about? Mine was also competitive. The content was beast taming. Beast taming? Yeah, the premise was that I and another guy were each locked in with a beast. Whoever tamed their beast first or whose opponent died first would win. What was your beast? A tiger, and my opponent had a big crocodile. Wow, you can tame a tiger? That's impressive. Not really, it all depends on the opponent. Depends on the opponent? The opponent seemed to know a bit about crocodiles, understanding that their bite force is very strong, but their jaw-opening strength is weak. It's said that even an old man can hold a crocodile's mouth shut. So that's just a rumor? No, it's true. After he held the crocodile's mouth, it really couldn't open it. And then? You could win like that? Then the crocodile's jaw strength is indeed weak, but the strength of its neck is not weak at all. The crocodile directly shook its head to break free from his hand, and then it opened its mouth to bite again, and I won. The two laughed for a while, and then Han Shen asked, "So, squad leader, what new skill did you bring back this time?" The squad leader shook his head. "My new skill is called Magical Cat Girl, which can turn maids wearing cat ears into cats." Damn, that must be so annoying for you. Han Shen was full of envy. Wait, turning maids into cats? Han Shen's envy suddenly stopped as he realized. Yes, the order is correct. It's turning maids wearing cat ears into cats. Sigh. The squad leader sighed lightly. Then this skill of yours is a bit weak. Yeah, it doesn't seem very useful. Then why did you choose to keep this one? Others are even better than this. Because I misread it. I just glanced at it casually. Who would have thought it was the opposite? What about you? What skill did you bring back? Damage significantly increases against people who earn more than me and are better looking than me. Han Chen replied. Yours sounds pretty good, at least better than mine. I actually hope it won't trigger. After chatting for a few more sentences, the squad leader suddenly remembered something. By the way, surviving in the game for these 3 months isn't the biggest joy for me. My biggest joy is this. The squad leader said, pointing to his desk. Han Chen looked at the desk, which had a homemade scroll that looked like rolled paper. Han Chen recognized this thing. It was the paper the squad leader used to write his formula. Because his formula was too complex, ordinary paper couldn't accommodate it, so he specially made this long paper into a simple scroll for daily research. What's wrong with your formula? Look at this data. The squad leader flipped through the scroll and pointed to a number in the formula, which was a 23-digit large number, longer than Han Shen's phone number. And this one. The squad leader pointed to another number next to it, which was smaller but still had nearly 10 digits. What's wrong with these two numbers? Han Chen completely couldn't understand. These two numbers are the mass and diameter of the moon, the squad leader explained. Han Chen still didn't get it. The squad leader quickly continued to explain. In other words, my formula is related to the moon. That likely means it's about the secret of the neon smiley face. As the squad leader spoke, his eyes seemed to contain a glow. Han Chen listened, first furrowing his brows, then interrupted the squad leader. This doesn't seem right, squad leader? What's wrong? After you learned this formula, didn't you show it to many mathematicians and physicists right away? That's right. Then, such simple data like the moon's mass and diameter, how could so many experts not recognize it? Oh, you're curious about this. The squad leader smiled. You really have been gone for 3 months, and there are many things you don't know. These data were only recently made public by the International Astronomical Center, and they are different from the normal moon data from before. Do you know what this means? The squad leader looked at Han Chen. But before Han Chen could speak, the squad leader answered first. This means that the neon smiley face has never been a simple projection on the moon. It is a new moon, a new planet hiding too many secrets. Han Chen listened, feeling a bit curious. Then why not send someone up to take a look? That's for sure. The International Astronomical Center is said to already have plans to launch a new lunar satellite, and there should be a moon landing plan afterward. But everyone is busy dealing with the game, so this progress might not be fast. Han Chen understood that he might not live to see the day the secret was revealed. Tap, tap. Just as the two were conversing, a light footstep echoed in the hallway. The footsteps stopped in front of Han Chen's door, followed by a knock. Someone's looking for you? The class monitor said, glancing at Han Chen. Let me check. Just as Han Chen was about to step out, the footsteps returned to the door. A girl appeared at the entrance of the room. Dressed in a black short skirt and a crisp white blouse, her long legs accentuated her stunning figure. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, looking as smooth as a gentle breeze. She wore a full-face fox mask adorned with flowers, making her look even more enchanting. Any ordinary man would be eager to unveil her mask to see what lay beneath. But Han Chen knew that behind her mask was a terrifying face. She was Shin Ranner, the former school beauty. Yes, former school beauty. She once had a nearly perfect face, one that anyone who saw it would never forget, causing other students to stop and stare as she walked through the school. With such beauty, suitors were as numerous as the stars, and the first thing classmates on duty would do each day was help her dispose of the love letters she received. Later, the school deemed it a waste to throw them away and instead used them as toilet paper in the school restrooms, both male and female. However, due to their stiffness, they were not used much. Whenever Han Shen felt bored in the restroom, he would pull out a few to pass the time. This was actually the most interaction he had with her before. Usually, whenever Han Shen saw her from a distance at school, he would avoid her. One reason was that they were in different classes and hardly knew each other. He only knew her because of her fame. The other, and more important reason, was because of her ability. Her skill was a charm-type ability, but Han Shen wasn't quite sure what it entailed. In any case, it seemed she could control those who saw her face. Although she wouldn't use it on classmates, Han Shen still avoided contact with her for safety's sake. He didn't want to entrust his fate to someone else. Later, she went through a game, and Han Shen didn't know if it was once or twice. She lost. She lost her looks and her voice. Her face became ugly and terrifying, her voice turned hoarse and unpleasant, and her charm ability vanished. Han Shen didn't know how horrifying it was, but afterward, she began to wear a mask. The goddess who was once adored by thousands suddenly became a pariah. Many began to avoid her, and her former suitors distanced themselves even further. Such is the coldness of the world, which is quite normal. However, for her, the contrast was indeed too great. Later, she made a very reasonable but not entirely correct decision. She ended her own life. That day, Han Shen was about to go to the dormitory rooftop to hang out his clothes when he opened the door and saw her jump down. Han Shen quickly stepped forward and grabbed her. She was light, and Han Shen effortlessly pulled her back up. "What are you doing?" She was furious at the time, her hoarse voice sounding even more raspy, almost like a snore. "Unless you've awakened some flying skill you want to test, I think I'm stopping you from jumping off," Han Shen replied. "Who asked you to stop me? You're being overly sentimental." "Damn, I don't want to stop you, but someone jumped off where I live, and that's just too unlucky. I have to intervene. Then I'll go to another building." "No, why must you commit suicide? Do you know what I've been through? With the way I look now, what's the point of living? It's just a disfigurement, my whole family is dead, and I'm still living strong," Han Shen said. This statement left Shinraner speechless. "Am I right?" Han Shen added. "That's true, but you still have a handsome face." "I no longer have a face to show to anyone." "Wow, what's the use of being handsome? If I enter the neon smiley game with this face, the female participants won't let me off just because I'm good looking, and the male participants might even shout, 'Damn it, why is he so handsome? Someone take that pretty boy down.' It backfires." Shinraner fell into a double silence. "Besides, not having a face doesn't matter now, you're going to commit suicide anyway. Why not take a few more risks and participate in the games to win your looks back?" "In this world, nothing lasts forever," Han Shen said. Shinraner pondered for a moment and nodded. "You're right. As long as you agree, just live well. I just flipped the basin to save you, and now I have to go wash the clothes again. Goodbye." Meh. Shinraner couldn't help but laugh. Han Shen still vividly remembered that laugh. Generally, girls laugh with a poo sound. But because Shinraner's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, her laugh sounded like a donkey braying in winter. Yes, a donkey, even a horse would sound much better. It was quite distinctive, and Han Shen couldn't forget it after hearing it. After that, she really gave up on suicide, and Han Shen and she truly got to know each other. Later, according to the school's rules, she was transferred from the strongest elite class to the face class and became classmates with Han Shen, the class leader. However, just a few days after she arrived, Han Shen entered the game, and they had no further interactions. What was she here for now? Han Shen felt a bit confused. "Who are you looking for?" Han Shen asked Shinraner. "I heard you were back, so I came to see you." "I didn't expect the class leader to be here too," Shinraner said. Han Shen and the class leader exchanged glances. Wasn't that obvious? How could the class leader not be in the class leader's room? "How about you take a seat first?" the class leader suggested, pointing to a chair nearby. Shinraner nodded and sat down. Then there was a silence among the three. This made Han Shen a bit uncomfortable, so he had to break the silence by starting a topic. "I've been gone for so long, you must have participated in the game too, right?" "Yes," Shinraner nodded. "Did you win?" "I did." "Then, tell us about the process, let's exchange experiences as classmates," Han Shen said. Yes, tell us," the class leader chimed in. In this world, games that others participated in are always a topic of interest for everyone. It was a single-player game, an Otherworld chef competition, Shinraner replied. "Otherworld? The judges were elves, beastmen, goblins, and so on, and the ingredients were all kinds of special ingredients that I had never seen before in a cooking competition, Shinraner explained. Oh, Shinraner hummed but didn't continue. That's it? Han-chan asked tentatively. Come on, tell us the detailed process, Han-chan urged. I flipped through the competition's ingredient library. Most of the ingredients were things that didn't exist in the real world, and I didn't recognize them at all. After searching for a long time, I finally found some ordinary materials I recognized, but I was still missing many common spices. You can win with ordinary materials and incomplete spices? How strong must your cooking skills be? Han-chan exclaimed in surprise. It's not that my cooking skills are strong. I carefully studied the competition's requirements. Can we skip the toothpaste squeezing? Just tell us everything in one go, Han-chan said. Okay. Shinraner nodded. Their requirement was unique dishes that preserve the original flavor of the ingredients. So, I found an ingredient I recognized that had a very unique flavor, pig intestines, and I planned to make 9 turn intestines. Thinking about the requirement to preserve the original flavor, I intentionally kept a part of it while cleaning the intestines. Keeping apart. Han-chan and the class leader naturally knew what she was referring to. Upon hearing this, both frowned simultaneously. After that, I was ready to submit it, and the judges were indeed full of praise, so I won, Shinraner continued. Praise? Full of praise? The class leader was taken aback. Is it really something you can eat? Han-chan was also quite skeptical. Because the head judge is a dog-headed man, Shinraner replied. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Han-chan and the class leader nodded vigorously. Shinraner nodded. So what skill did you bring back? Han-chan asked. Goddess of Luck's card, I can bless others, making the skill level they draw next time more rare, and the next 2 skills will definitely be related, Shinraner answered. Han-chan and the class leader's eyes widened. This must be a top-notch support skill. If it makes the drawn skill level rarer, then what was originally a D-level skill should now be at least a C-level or higher. That's a direct enhancement. Moreover, there's a less obvious but equally useful effect that ensures the next 2 skills are definitely related. Many skills may seem weak when looked at individually, but when combined, they become powerful. For example, 2 well-known skills from Han-chan's skill studies textbook. Cilantro is delicious. Everyone eat it. F-level. You can force someone to eat 20 grams of fresh cilantro. Cilantro should die. D-level. You can cause someone who has just eaten cilantro to die. These 2 skills don't seem strong on their own, but if they can be combined, it's basically unstoppable. Furthermore, even if 2 related skills can't perfectly combine to create a powerful skill, it likely means an enhancement in one aspect, which is much better than 2 unrelated skills that don't complement each other at all. Then you could find someone with the ability to change appearance and exchange a blessing for restoring your previous looks? Han-chan laughed. Yeah, Shinraner nodded. Your skill is too strong. Are there any usage limitations? The class leader asked. There's a long cooldown time, but I can't say exactly how long, and one person can only use it once. A cooldown time is still a strong skill. It must be B-level, right? The class leader said. Shinraner remained non-committal. So, Han-chan, do you want to try it first? Shinraner looked at Han-chan. Me? You want to bless me? Han-chan couldn't believe it. Shinraner nodded. Yeah, you saved my life, so I'm returning a blessing to you. I'm even making a profit. Han-chan nodded. Alright, then bless me. Shinraner placed her hand on Han-chan's forehead. It was a pair of delicate and warm hands. Done, Shinraner said. Is that it? Han-chan felt nothing. You should be able to tell the difference the next time you enter the game to draw skills. Then. Thank you, Han-chan said. No need to thank me. I have other things to do, so goodbye. Shinraner smiled again, still sounding like a donkey. Then she waved goodbye to Han-chan and the class leader and gracefully exited the room. Watching Shinraner disappear at the door, the class leader whispered in Han-chan's ear, You're going to be comfortable in the future. Maybe, but I can't be too optimistic. It's just a level upgrade. Maybe it's just from F level to E level, Han-chan said. I'm not talking about the skill, I'm talking about Shinraner. Earlier, she lost the game, and others avoided her like the plague, but now she has this skill. Restoring her previous looks is just a matter of time. You'll probably have a school beauty girlfriend soon. You'll be the school beauty's personal expert. Han-chan shook his head. You haven't even started. She just came to return a favor. The class leader shook his head. Trust me, she's been in our class for 3 months, and I've never seen her talk this much like she did today. Are you still going to school? Aren't you at home every day studying your formulas? Are you kidding? Do you look down on me as the class monitor? At least I'll clock in for a day each week. After Shinraner left, Han-chan casually chatted with the class monitor for a few more minutes. Han Chen mentioned that he might volunteer to participate in the game early. The class monitor expressed understanding but insisted he wouldn't do that himself. Han Chen thought this was quite normal. The class monitor was indeed only concerned about his formula and showed no interest in new skills. Han Chen didn't say anything more. Back in his room, he dusted off the 3 months' worth of grime and finally got a good night's sleep, something he hadn't experienced in 3 months. The next day, Han Chen collected the school subsidy for the past 3 months. This subsidy was related to the class level. The elite classes had a more generous amount, while Han Chen's class, which had a good reputation but little substance, only provided enough for groceries each month. So, Han Chen had to work part-time frequently before. However, during these 3 months, since Han Chen wasn't in the real world and had his meals covered by the game's prison package, he could save the entire subsidy for living expenses for the upcoming month. Han Chen began his rest. Every day, aside from attending classes as usual, he read some popular science books. A bit more knowledge might just save him once. However, Han Chen was surprised that Shinraner hadn't shown up even once. Upon inquiry, he learned she had entered the game. This surprised Han Chen. She could have easily found someone in reality to change her appearance before entering the game. Could it be that her cooldown time was longer than her rest time? Han Chen didn't know. 2 weeks later, after much consideration, Han Chen decided to follow teacher Qin's advice. Given the current dire situation, merely surviving wasn't worth it. He might as well take a risk and challenge himself. Before leaving, Han Chen covered his furniture with plastic sheets to prevent a mess when he returned after a long absence. He informed the class monitor, so the school would know he was going into the game. There was no farewell ceremony this time. It was as casual as going downstairs to buy groceries. Han Chen directly pulled up the interface and entered the game, disappearing from the real world. It was still that room. A neon smiley face appeared on the screen, and the room lit up. Next came the extraction of game content. First was the battle intensity of this game. Seeing this line, Han Chen was taken aback. What about the game type? How did they skip that step? But Han Chen realized that being puzzled was useless. The items on the screen continued to display mechanically, one by one. Battle intensity of this game, extremely high. Extremely high? Han Chen frowned. Sigh. He couldn't escape from battle games. Next was the game content prompt, survival. Survival? A survival game? Huh. That's quite common. Following that, the screen displayed the line of numbers Han Chen was looking forward to. 312. This task allowed the extraction of 3 skills, with the option to replace one, and he could keep 2 after the task ended. Keeping 2 wasn't bad. Again, he had to choose one from 10 skill cards. Han Chen remembered that this time, he had Shinraner's blessing effect for the card draw. The skill level drawn should be quite good. Han Chen felt a bit excited. If he drew an A-level skill, not only would he return to the elite class, but he could also become the principal without anyone daring to say otherwise. If he drew an S-level skill, he could directly become the mayor, work for a few years, and then get promoted to governor. At that point, walking sideways wouldn't be enough to show off. He'd have to spiral 720 degrees, jumping around while rolling through the air. Han Chen casually clicked on a card. Letter C. Damn. C-level. Although C-level is relatively rare, it still left Han Chen, who had just designed a walking action in his mind, feeling a huge sense of disappointment. Forget it, C-level is fine. Perhaps it's still a relatively strong one among the C-levels. Han Chen clicked to open the skill card. Dimensional lottery machine, C-grade. You can transform any electronic device with a screen into your personal lottery machine. You can pay a corresponding price to draw various rewards. The price varies depending on the original device. Note: the first 3 uses of this skill have no cooldown, after which there is a long cooldown period, which varies by world. This, a lottery? Sounds pretty good, but Han Chen is still unclear about the rewards and costs, so it's hard to say how strong this skill is. But at least it's a C-grade skill, so it shouldn't be too difficult to use. Next, this time, under Shinraner's blessing, it should be related to the first skill. Hopefully, it's a skill that guarantees a jackpot. Han Chen selected another card from the new 10. Skill level E. Pig killing plate, E-grade. You can choose a gambling game you did not participate in to activate this skill. Your first few draws are free, after which the cost of each draw increases threefold. The number of free draws varies by the type of gambling. Han Chen read this skill carefully. The first few draws are free, and then the cost permanently increases threefold. Doesn't that mean he can get a few free draws? Then just stop drawing when it starts costing money. Brilliant. This skill can be used in places where he doesn't plan to draw long term. But he wonders if the previous skill counts different machines as different types or if all draws from the entire skill count as one type. If it's the latter, then the first skill would truly be a pure negative skill. After all, Han Chen should be able to retain the first skill, a secret skill, for long-term use. Getting a few free draws and then facing a price increase later would be too unprofitable. Next. This time, there was no blessing from Shinraner, relying solely on Han Chen's luck. One card flipped over. Level D. Han Chen's luck seems to be decent. Fraudster's Shield, D grade. You can erect a shield in front of you at any time. The specifications of this shield can be determined by you within limits, and the shield behind will replace the one in front. However, this shield has no defensive effect, it is merely visible, and any attack can pass through it. After reading the first half of the skill, Han Chen was pleased to have drawn a decent defensive skill, but upon seeing the latter part, he was left dumbfounded. It can only be used to bluff? Han Chen pouted. Then came the skill change phase. Han Chen had another opportunity to change skills. He looked at the 3 skills he had. They were all acceptable. Fraudster's Shield might be a bit lacking, but it was still acceptable. He was afraid that if he changed it for a new skill, he might end up with an F-grade skill like if I don't go to hell, who will? Then came the task description. Han Chen waited, but the screen went black, and everything around him darkened. The next second, everything around Han Chen lit up. The sofa, the floor, the wallpaper. It looked quite luxurious, like a reception room. Han Chen was quite confused. Why was there no task description this time, just a direct transition? This was something that had never happened in all the cases he had studied. Was the system malfunctioning? Just as Han Chen was thinking this, a large information box popped up in front of him. Game Deadly Vacation is about to begin. Game Deadly Vacation is about to begin. Game type, Confrontation. Game difficulty, 6. Background description: Foggy Mountain is an internationally renowned resort, usually surrounded by mist, combined with the unique local vegetation, possessing a distinctive local beauty. Coupled with the kindness and hospitality of the local villagers, it has attracted many tourists. However, for some unknown reason, the once harmonious resort is now surrounded by thick fog, causing the atmosphere of the entire resort to become somewhat eerie. Game rules: there are a total of 100 players participating in this game, which lasts approximately 10 days. The players are divided into 2 factions, the hunters and the fugitives, with 50 players in each faction. The task of the hunters is to kill as many fugitives as possible, while the fugitives must survive until the end of the game. The hunters will receive additional skills in this round: firearm mastery, martial arts mastery, enhanced recovery, and speed boost. They can enter the fog surrounding the resort and choose weapons from the armory before the game starts, giving them absolute combat superiority. Hunters must wear black tactical vests and can see a red triangular marker above the heads of the opposing faction. This marker will not show through walls. Fugitives can fight back and request help from villagers, but they cannot enter the fog. Additionally, there are 3 undercover agents in each faction, who are essentially members of the opposing faction. The task of the hunter's undercover agent is to protect the fugitives and kill the hunters, while the fugitive's undercover agent must protect the hunters and help them kill the fugitives. The undercover agents do not know each other's identities. Important rules: 1. All villagers wear green clothing and stand on the side of the fugitives. No participant in the game may kill villagers or wear green clothing, or it will be considered a violation. 2. After the game ends, all victorious players will be fully healed, excluding those who have died but were victorious. 3. The locations of the remaining fugitives will be revealed periodically and will continue to be revealed for a period of time. Victory conditions: fugitives survive until the end of the game. Hunters achieve a kill count that ranks in the top 20 of their faction when the game time runs out, or kill all fugitives. The top 3 in kills will receive additional rewards. Violations will result in game failure. All language barriers have been eliminated, allowing you to communicate freely with people from any country. Good luck! After reading the rules in one breath, Han Chen realized that this was basically a very common type of escape game. He had studied quite a few of these types of games in his case analysis class, not dozens but at least a dozen. However, this time felt slightly different. Because this escape game included the rule of having moles, which Han Chen had rarely seen before. 3 out of 50 people isn't too many, but it still feels quite troublesome. The task information box disappeared. In its place was a new prompt: preparation time remaining, about 6 hours. Time until the game ends, about 10 days. Remaining players in the entire game, 100. There are 6 hours of hiding time, which is quite ample. But what's with this remaining player count? Shouldn't it display the remaining numbers of fugitives and hunters separately? Showing just the total remaining players is completely useless. Han Chen thought about how the system had transmitted the information before displaying the tasks, and it felt like the system might be a bit unstable. Let's see how it goes. Han Chen pushed open the door and walked out. Bright light accompanied by a wave of humidity hit him. Outside, many people were already standing around, discussing animatedly. They weren't wearing special tactical vests or green clothing, so they should all be fugitives. Han Chen looked around. This was a place resembling the entrance of a park, with two-story buildings on either side and a bronze sign reading Fog Mountain above the gate. Clearly, this was the entrance to the Fog Mountain Resort. There was indeed fog here, but it was quite thin. He could see the outlines of the distant mountains fairly well. Han Chen looked back again. Behind him was a road, but the fog thickened sharply as it extended back, obscuring everything beyond a few dozen meters. Only the outskirts of the resort were shrouded in mist, that much was certain. At that moment, a man in a pure green security uniform walked out of a nearby building. He was likely one of the villagers mentioned in the rules. He also wore a green hat, which was quite flashy. The man stood on a platform next to the gate and picked up a megaphone from a nearby table to address the crowd. Everyone, please remain calm. I have a few words to say. The crowd immediately fell silent. I am the security guard of this resort. If you need anything or have questions about the resort, you can come find me in the room next door later. The green-hatted guard continued. Additionally, there is a map booklet of the resort in the room next to me. Each of you can take one, but please don't rush. There are plenty of maps. After saying this, the green-hatted guard stepped down from the platform and went back inside. The people nearby immediately began to crowd into the room. However, there were only 50 fugitives present in total. Even if they pushed, they wouldn't get very far. Soon, the room was nearly empty. Han Chen decided to go in at that moment. As he entered, he overheard a conversation between two people coming out. Damn it, they said to ask him if we have questions, but when it comes to questions about the game, he doesn't know anything. Aren't all these NPC projections like that? Forget it, let's find a place to hunker down and see how things go. It seemed that these villagers couldn't provide any help in explaining the game rules. Han Chen walked into the room, where the security guard in green was sitting behind a desk. Over here on this table, the guard pointed to a stack of map booklets on a nearby table. Han Chen picked one up and flipped through it. The resort on the map looked quite large, even a bit complex. Just as Han Chen was about to leave, he remembered to turn back and ask the guard, "Do you have any weapons?" The guard shook his head. There are only 2 pepper spray canisters, and they were just taken by someone. All right. Han Chen felt a bit disappointed and walked out of the room. At that moment, he heard a loud male voice shouting outside, almost cursing, "Do you know we have 3 traitors among us? Isn't teaming up just asking for death? Everyone go your own way. Being alone is the best. Are you a pig brain, or are you the traitor trying to set me up?" Following the voice, Han Chen saw a muscular man in a hurdle vest yelling at a frail man nearby. After the muscular man finished scolding, he turned to the crowd and shouted, "Remember, we have 3 traitors among us. So don't trust anyone, don't team up, just go alone. Anyone who wants to team up with you is definitely a traitor trying to trip you up." After hearing the big man's words, the crowd looked at the frail man with suspicion. Clearly, in their eyes, this frail man already resembled a traitor. Meanwhile, a few people had already entered the park gate and left individually. More people were doing the same. Seeing this scene, Han Chen felt something was off. If they really listened to the muscular man and separated, the fugitives would be incredibly foolish. Just as Han Chen was about to speak up, a young male voice rang out from the crowd first. "Hey, what you said isn't right, is it?" It was a young man wearing glasses, dressed in a crisp white suit, looking only a few years older than Han Chen, but with a cold indifference that Han Chen did not possess. "What? This little traitor brother, do you have any insights?" The big man turned and coldly glared at the young man in the white suit. The crowd immediately turned to look at the young man in the white suit. "Since we have traitors among us, we should team up even more, and we should have more people in a team," the young man in the white suit said. "What do you mean by that?" The man in the black coat approached Han Chen directly, weaving through several people. "Want to team up?" he asked Han Chen. Han Chen was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been several people away from this young man in the black coat, who hadn't asked anyone else and had come straight to him. Was he targeting him? Why? Was there something about him that stood out in this crowd? Perhaps he was somewhat handsome, but surely that couldn't be the reason? This was unusual. Han Chen immediately became wary. Perhaps he was some kind of undercover agent with ulterior motives. "Why did you specifically come to me?" Han Chen asked. "It's nothing, just a random choice," the young man in the black coat replied calmly. "Then why not choose the people next to you? I don't think they have any chemistry." "I know, you're afraid I'm an insider, right?" "A little bit." "Then you can't choose like this, because anyone could be an insider. Are you planning not to form a team?" The young man in the black trench coat smiled. This statement made a lot of sense. Out of 50 people, there are only 3 insiders, which isn't a high ratio. If you randomly pick a partner, the chance of picking an insider is only 3 out of 49. But the greater loss might be the hesitation and mutual suspicion among the fugitives caused by the 3 potential insiders. Seeing Han Chen wavering a bit, the young man in the black trench coat continued, "If you don't trust me, let's find a few more people to form a team. At least 7 of us together, so even if all 3 insiders are in our team, the good people will still be in the absolute majority." Han Chen nodded and asked, "So how many people have you found so far?" "Just you, but soon you can have as many as you want." "Ha?" Han Chen didn't quite understand. The young man in the black trench coat smiled at Han Chen and then raised his right hand. He was still wearing a black guard on his right hand. The next second, the young man stepped back a few paces to a small empty space. Then he clenched his right fist and slammed it heavily onto the ground. The ground within a few meters instantly cracked in a spiderweb pattern. The cracks rapidly extended to the large door behind him. The 3 copper characters Fog Mountain were directly shaken down. All eyes in the room instantly focused on the young man in the black trench coat. "Is anyone coming with me?" The young man straightened up and shouted to the crowd. "Me! Me! Me!" Those who had originally surrounded the young man in the white suit, who hadn't been chosen, rushed over to the young man in the black trench coat. A few who had been watching also came over. It seemed that in some people's eyes, the actions of the young man in the white suit looked more like an insider trying to gain trust. Meanwhile, the young man in the black trench coat appeared more normal. The young man in the black trench coat scanned the people who had gathered around. Then he pulled out 2 well-endowed girls from the crowd. "You too," the young man in the black trench coat said casually. Han Chen's eyes widened. It turned out that this young man in the black trench coat shared a common refined interest with him. Han Chen's doubts instantly lessened a bit. The 2 girls were also delighted to be chosen. Han Chen immediately took the opportunity to change his tone. "Wow, I started to suspect you were an insider, but looking at your choice of teammates, you must be a gentleman. Let's go together." "All right." The young man in the black trench coat nodded at Han Chen. "Let me pick a few more." What happened next surprised Han Chen a bit, because as the young man in the black trench coat spoke, he selected 3 men from the crowd. One was a skinny man in work pants, looking a bit sleazy. Another was a fat man, dressed in the standard middle-aged man's shirt and trousers, but he seemed friendly enough. The last one was also a young man, wearing a t-shirt, with dyed hair, very fair skin, and wearing ear studs. "This is enough for our team, the rest can form other teams," the young man in the black trench coat smiled at the crowd. The remaining people around them retreated in disappointment. Han Chen looked at the few people chosen by the young man in the black trench coat and couldn't understand at all. At first, Han Chen thought he had encountered a lecher who only picked women, but then he chose 4 men. Han Chen instinctively felt that the young man in the black trench coat had selected from those who had followed from behind. These people might be relatively independent thinkers, not just going with the crowd. But in reality, 2 of these people had been among those who rushed over to form a team as soon as the young man in the white suit spoke. Thus, these people, including himself, had no common points. What exactly was this guy basing his selections on? Could he know other people's skills? Or is it really just a random choice? Han Chen pondered. At this moment, one of the 2 girls also bowed, and then one of them began her self-introduction directly. "Hello everyone, I am Fengran." "Hold on." The young man in the black trench coat interrupted the girl named Fengran. "There are too many people here, and there are definitely moles among the crowd. Our conversation could be overheard, so let's move further in and talk." Everyone nodded. The 7 of them then fell silent and walked directly through the main gate. After entering, they found themselves on a tree-lined avenue, and the people who had come in before were no longer visible. The young man in the black trench coat led the group along the path for a while, then entered a secluded grove nearby. "Continue with the self-introductions. We can't keep calling each other that guy and that girl, can we?" the trench-coated young man said. "Right, just now it was Feng Lan, now it's the next one," the fat man said. "It's not Feng Lan, it's Feng Ran." "Feng is in maple leaf, Ran is in dye," the girl named Feng Ran corrected. "Since we can't remember all 7 names at once, how about we include our skills in the introductions? It'll be easier to remember," another girl suggested. "Sounds good." Everyone nodded. Han Chen nodded along as well. This was actually a common practice in many team-based games. "I'll go first, I have 4 skills." The girl continued, "They are, Sword Swallowing Queen, anything I swallow won't hurt or injure me even if it reaches my throat. Red Expansion, I can convert Pepsi into Coca-Cola. Water Source Excavation, if I dig a bit anywhere, drinkable clean water will spout out, meaning I can provide everyone with drinking water." 2 of these skills sounded. Han Chen frowned. But seeing that others had no reaction, he could only maintain a calm expression. Do you have any more versatile skills? The frail young man asked. The girl quickly nodded. Yes, my fourth skill is Disney's Escaping Princess. I can randomly summon princes/knights/queens/hunters from the Disney fairy tale world in the guise of a princess, and they will serve me as their princess. Sounds decent, can you demonstrate? The frail young man said. Sure. The girl closed her eyes and activated her skill. A knight in armor appeared beside her, holding a standard longsword and shield. He looked like the kind of knight commonly seen in Disney. Your Highness. The knight then knelt on one knee before the girl who summoned him. Looks pretty cool, but I wonder about his combat ability. Can we see him in action? The man with the ear stud said. The girl nodded and turned to the knight, giving the command, show everyone your combat abilities. As you command. The knight stood up, gripped his longsword tightly, and swung it horizontally at a nearby tree. The force of the swing created a gust of wind that nearly blinded Han Chen. When the wind settled, the trees in front of the knight had been cleanly severed in half, creating a small clearing in the forest. Quite impressive. Everyone applauded. Han Chen was also a bit taken aback. Aren't Disney knights supposed to just dance along when the main character sings? How is this one so strong? This is no Disney knight, the enhancement is too severe. This must be a knight from a Western fantasy novel. After the knight finished his performance, he silently returned to the girl's side. Through the gaps in his full helmet, Han Chen could see a pair of vigilant eyes. That's all my skills, the girl said, bowing to everyone. Impressive, the frail young man nodded repeatedly. Does this skill have a cooldown? The fat man asked. Yes, according to the instructions, the summoned creature can only last for 30 minutes, after which there is a 4-hour cooldown. Although it can't fight continuously, its combat power is still decent. The fat man nodded. The girl looked at the knight beside her and nodded. Since your skill mainly provides drinking water and being a princess, should we just call you Water Princess? The fat man continued. Water Princess? To be honest, when Han Chen heard this title, he only felt one thing. It sounded a bit unpleasant. However, the girl didn't mind at all and directly nodded at the fat man. This title is easy to remember, let's go with this. Since the person herself accepted it, Han Chen had no need to say anything. Water Princess. This name was indeed easy to remember. I'll go next. The frail young man in work pants standing next to Water Princess spoke up. I have a skill called, Do Transformers Dream of Dodge Rams? All the skills I draw will be related to cars. So all my skills are car related. Your mom's insurance, no matter how I crash while driving, it's always the other party's fault. Transformers Extreme Healing Technique, I can fix a car just by touching it without any tools or materials. Wait, what's the cooldown for this repair skill? The guy with the ear stud interrupted. 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes? Yeah, I can use it again after 5 minutes. Wow, this skill is pretty strong. The ear stud guy exclaimed. Yeah, if you opened a repair shop in the real world, wouldn't you fix all the cars in the city? The fat man said. The frail young man shook his head. No, this skill also consumes stamina. Basically, after a few repairs, I can't keep going. Alright then, the fat man said. Since you can repair cars without materials, can you turn a screw into an Audi? Han Chen suddenly spoke up. The others fell silent instantly. No, the main body of the car has to be there. The frail young man shook his head in response. Do you have any other skills? The fat man asked. I have 2 more, which are, Indian truck, the vehicle I ride can carry 10 times the number of people, and, car upgrade, I can upgrade a low-spec car to a high-spec version of the same model. If it can carry 10 times the number of people, can't motorcycles be used as buses? The ear stud guy asked in surprise. I guess so. So this car upgrade, does that mean you can modify cars at will? Han Chen asked. Not really, it can only be upgraded to the plans available from the manufacturer, like adding a central control screen, side airbags, high-fidelity sound systems, etc. It's not very useful here anyway, the frail young man said helplessly. Alright then. Han Chen felt a bit disappointed. Then your title should be easy to come up with. We can just call you the car mechanic. The fat man said. Sure, the frail young man nodded. After the introductions, the next one. To the right of the car mechanic was the young man with the ear stud. He also spoke up readily. The skills worth mentioning for me are actually just 3, the exclusive BGM of my life. When I'm doing something, corresponding background music will play around me, and I can turn it off manually. Background music? Everyone was taken aback. That's right. After the ear stud young man finished speaking, a melodious violin sound began to play from him, sounding as if it were being performed right in front of them. Now that we are more relaxed, it can play something light. If the atmosphere gets tense, it can play some intense rock music or something. It felt like a rather useless skill. Han Chen secretly rolled his eyes. Not bad, it can help adjust the mood, the girl named Fengren said earlier. The young man with ear studs turned off the music and continued, I have 2 more skills, single soldier anti-tank flying knife. My flying knife hitting the enemy will cause a massive explosion. Wakanda's foe, I can create cold weapons using chips and circuit boards, and attacking enemies with these cold weapons will definitely hit. Then if you make flying knives with circuit boards, wouldn't you be almost invincible? Han Chen exclaimed. That should be the case, the young man with ear studs nodded. Everyone gasped in amazement. A godlike figure was actually beside me. Especially the water princess, her gaze towards the young man with ear studs had changed. Then little brother, let's just call you Flying Knife Brother, the fat man said. Flying Knife Guy would be more convenient, the young man with ear studs replied. All right. Several people agreed unanimously. After Flying Knife Guy, it was the turn of the young man in the black trench coat. Emot-son, son heist-son. The young man in the black trench coat introduced himself first. Then everyone waited for him to say more, but he remained silent. Is that it? No skills? The fat man asked. I only introduced myself. I didn't ask you to report your skills. You volunteered that. What does it have to do with me? Emot-son replied. The fat man was momentarily speechless. The few who had reported their skills earlier were left dumbfounded. And don't forget, there might be a mole among us. If you're eager to expose your own background to get on the road, I won't help you, Emot-son added coldly. Although his tone wasn't icy, the overall implication of his words was filled with coldness. This left Han Chen feeling a bit frustrated. This guy was quite friendly just now, why did he suddenly turn cold? The fat man nodded, Emot-son is right, we shouldn't report our skills too early. I'll just say my name, you can call me Fat Tao. That's not acceptable. Flying Knife Guy was a bit angry and directly approached Emot-son. Why do we have to report while you don't? If we're going to report, let's all report. It seems like it wasn't said that fugitives can't kill fugitives, right? Emot-son replied coldly, extending his palm outward. A powerful gust of wind erupted, even stronger than the previous nights. Dozens of trees in front of his palm were instantly swept away. A larger open space appeared. The knight immediately shielded the water princess behind him. Flying Knife Guy looked at the larger open space in front of him, and his face immediately broke into a smile. Forget it, anyway, my skills don't have any particularly fatal weaknesses, so I might as well just say them. Exactly, we're all teammates, a community of shared interests. Let's talk things out nicely and not ruin the atmosphere. Fat Tao quickly tried to mediate. Emot-son remained silent, only retracting his palm and looking at Han Chen. Han Chen, Cold Han, Philosophy's Chen. Han Chen only stated his name. He didn't plan to reveal his skills. One reason was that he still hadn't figured out the first 2 lottery skills, and the other was that the third skill was purely a bluff. Revealing it would expose him. A brief silence followed. The way several people looked at each other had changed. Fat Tao spoke up to shift the topic. So where do we go now? Any good suggestions? Everyone opened their map book. Han Chen glanced at the map. This resort actually had 2 peaks, one high and one low. The lower one had more attractions and entertainment options, and they were more concentrated. Let's go to the commercial street first, Han Chen suggested. There are more shops and supplies there, we should at least go there to resupply. After all, this game will last for 10 days, and we can't go without food and drink. Fat Tao nodded repeatedly, right. We still have 6 hours, let's resupply first and then decide where to go. The others also expressed their agreement. However, the commercial street is far away. The map shows there's a sightseeing bus station ahead, let's take a bus from there, Fat Tao continued. Everyone still had no objections. The team set off. Walking along the tree-lined path for a few hundred meters, the group indeed saw a small wooden cabin. In the open space behind it, a dozen sightseeing cars were parked. Han Chen initially thought these cars could be useful later, but upon seeing them, he dismissed the idea. These sightseeing cars were just electric vehicles with a chassis, a few seats, and a roof. They didn't even have doors. At best, they could serve as a substitute for walking. If one were to escape in one of these, it would basically be like a live target. Inside the cabin sat a staff member in a green work uniform. When Fat Tao asked him, he pulled out the car keys. Drive as you like, no need to return it. There are battery points everywhere. If it runs out of power, just swap the battery, the staff member said cheerfully. The group thanked him briefly and got into one of the sightseeing cars. This car was very new, so new that the red paint on its body was freshly applied. Han Chen accidentally touched it, and his left hand was covered in red paint. The car had 8 seats, but the knight's armor was too heavy and large, making it a bit cramped. The water princess directly cancelled the skill, and the knight disappeared from everyone's sight. Then, the mechanic drove the car, and the sightseeing vehicle headed towards the commercial street at the foot of the low mountain. The scenery along the way was indeed nice, with misty mountains and fields that Han Shen had only seen on computer wallpapers before. Along the way, the flying knife brother in the back seat activated a skill and started playing a piano piece. The two girls in the front seat chatted about constellations, a topic Han Shen didn't quite understand. It really felt a bit like a vacation. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the commercial street. It was a cluster of low houses at the foot of the mountain. Rather than a street, it looked more like a small town. At the entrance stood an archway, and the mechanic stopped the car to take a look. An old man stood under the archway, sporting a goatee and wearing a quaint green outfit, smiling at the group. "Hello, I am the village chief of this resort. Is there anything I can help you with? Do you have food and drinks?" Fat Tao asked. "Of course, we have many specialty dishes at our resort," the village chief nodded. "I mean something we can take with us." "Well, we have that too. There are shops inside. You are esteemed guests, so feel free to take whatever you see," the village chief continued to smile. "Feel free to take." Those 3 words made Han Shen feel good. The mechanic also nodded and drove the car into the archway. "Thank you, old man." The 2 girls on the car didn't forget to thank the old man. The ground was paved with stone slabs, and on both sides were quaint shops. However, it was quite deserted. Besides the staff in green clothes standing at the entrances of the shops, there were only a few villagers walking on the street. There were indeed many shops, souvenir shops, mountaineering equipment stores, restaurants, supermarkets. The group first went to the mountaineering equipment store, each taking a backpack to carry supplies. The staff at the mountaineering equipment store also didn't charge them, allowing them to take whatever they wanted. Han Shen directly picked a relatively lightweight mountaineering bag. Supplies needed to be carried, but they couldn't hinder movement too much. Then Han Shen saw the cashier's computer. He wanted to borrow this computer to activate a skill and modify it into a lottery machine to test its effect. However, before Han Shen could speak, the flying knife brother spoke to the staff first. "Can I borrow this computer?" the flying knife brother asked. Of course, the staff member readily agreed. "Thanks." Then the flying knife brother directly picked up the computer case. He then slammed it hard onto the ground. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as the case shattered into pieces. Han Shen and the others were taken aback. Then the flying knife brother began rummaging through the broken pieces for circuit boards. This guy was really not holding back. Han Shen turned to look at the staff member. The staff member was initially surprised but quickly returned to a polite smile, looking completely unfazed. They were truly fully supportive of the escapees. With that, Han Shen went to the next shop and looked for a machine with a screen. Next door is a small grocery store, and when Han Shen entered, he saw an old man in green clothes managing the shop. "Sir, you should go out and cool off," Han Shen said directly. "All right," the old man replied, taking a fan and stepping outside. Han Shen then began rummaging through the items in the store, looking for machines with screens. According to the skills, different machines had different costs for transforming the lottery machines, and the first 3 times were free of cooldown. So, Han Shen planned to find 3 machines and transform them all at once to see what the differences in costs were. He quickly found 3 machines with screens. One was the cash register on the counter, one was an old mobile phone in a drawer, and the last was a wall-mounted television. Han Shen first transformed the cash register. The register, which originally displayed prices, immediately changed its content. "Hello, would you like to participate in the lottery now? Each lottery costs 1 million of this world's currency." 1 million? This world? Is that the money in this resort world? Han Shen pulled out the cash drawer of the register and looked at the money inside. The largest denomination was 200, featuring a landscape of the commercial area where Han Shen was. Turning it over, the other side had a portrait of the old village chief from before, who was making a peace sign. There was also a line of text, "Fog Mountain Bank." How strange. Han Shen glanced at all the money in the register, and it didn't add up to more than 10,000. This 1 million felt like it wouldn't even be enough to scrape through the entire resort. It seemed he would have to use the skill he drew to get a few free attempts. However, before that, Han Shen decided to check the costs on the other machines. He picked up the old mobile phone from the counter drawer. This phone was so outdated, just a big rectangle with a few plastic buttons, and the screen was black and white pixels, lit by a backlight. This shouldn't even be called a phone, it should be called a mobile telephone. Han Shen activated the skill. The screen of the mobile phone displayed the same content. However, this lottery's cost wasn't money. Each lottery costs, you must move 1,000 kilometers. Move 1,000 kilometers? It just says move, so he should be able to take a vehicle. But traveling 1,000 kilometers by car is ridiculous. Driving 1,000 kilometers on a highway might be manageable, but in this small resort, how many laps would that take? By the time he finished, he could have been killed by the pursuers multiple times. Han Shen put down the mobile phone and looked at the wall-mounted television. The cash register required money to draw, and the mobile phone required him to move far like a fool to draw. What about the television? Did it require performing a show to draw? Probably not, that would be too cheap. Based on the tendencies of the first two machines, this one wouldn't be that simple. It likely required performing a show, and at least 10,000 spectators needed to see the performance to draw. Thinking this, Han Shen activated the transformation skill on the television. However, the next second, he saw a pop-up appear on his right. Cannot use. Your skill is still on cooldown. Cannot use. Han Shen was taken aback. Wasn't it 3 free cooldowns? How come he couldn't use it after just 2? False advertising, huh? While Han Shen was pondering, he suddenly realized something. 3 free cooldowns. The first use of the skill was free, the second use was free, the third use was free, and the fourth use would enter cooldown. By this calculation, he should be able to use the skill 4 times. Why had he entered cooldown after just 2 uses? Where did the other 2 go? Han Shen thought for a long time but couldn't come up with an explanation. Could someone steal the number of skill uses? Han Shen felt a chill run down his back. If that were the case, then this skill was indeed a bit perverse. Moreover, this person is still around. Could there be a mole in the team? Han Shen instinctively glanced outside the door. At that moment, 2 girls from the team were still excitedly picking souvenirs at the shop across the street. It was hard to tell. Overthinking was pointless. Han Shen returned to his 2 lottery machines. Should he use the skill, Pig Killing Plate? Han Shen still couldn't be sure whether his modified lottery machines counted as different lotteries or the same one under the Pig Killing Plate skill. If they counted as the same, after a few free tries, the cost of each lottery machine would permanently triple, which Han Shen couldn't afford at all. But it seemed that if he didn't use it, he couldn't afford even 1 lottery. Forget it, just use it. If it really counts as the same, wouldn't the side effects disappear after the game ends and he no longer retains the Pig Killing Plate skill? Good. He discovered a bug. Thinking of this, Han Shen first activated the skill, Pig Killing Plate, on the cash register. Sure enough, the lottery price displayed on the cash register turned to free. Han Shen pressed enter and started the lottery directly. Congratulations, you have won a prize. The cash register drawer instantly retracted and then popped out again. Along with it came a grayish-white object wrapped in plastic and a piece of paper. Han Shen took the grayish-white object out of the plastic and unfolded it. He found it was something like a camouflage backpack. A broken bag for a lottery prize? Han Shen felt very disappointed. He picked up the paper beside it and took a look. Only then did he realize that this paper was the instruction manual. Level 3 bag. This backpack can hold items equivalent to the volume of multiple ordinary backpacks, and the weight will not change. However, when you lie on the grass with this backpack on, you will be forced to become exceptionally conspicuous. This means there are special effect items? Han Shen tried to take several bottles of water from the nearby shelf and put them into the backpack. He lifted the backpack again. It still felt light, like an empty bag. Han Shen opened the backpack to check. He found that the water he put in was deep inside the backpack, and he had to stretch his arm to reach it. Only then did Han Shen realize that the space inside the backpack was actually much larger than its actual size. He just couldn't see it clearly when he put the water in because the lining was black. What a dimensional space backpack! A divine artifact. If everything drawn out is like this divine artifact, then Han Shen's skill is also a divine skill. Can I hide inside it? Han Shen gestured. No, the opening of the backpack is too small. Even getting an arm in is the limit. Forget it. Just treat it as a super backpack. Han Shen directly began stuffing all the food and drinks from the shelf into the backpack. Feeling that the food was enough for him to eat for a month, Han Shen looked at the backpack. But it was only half full. Strong. Leave some space for other things. Han Shen turned to look at the lottery machine he modified with the cash register. Only then did he see that even when folded, his backpack was much larger than the opening of the cash register drawer. This can come out? It seems reasonable. After all, the backpack has dimensional space. Isn't it normal for the lottery machine to have a dimensional exit? The next lottery still showed as free. Han Shen continued to press enter. This time, 2 pieces of paper flew out, one large and rolled up, the other small and floating. The large one looked like a newspaper but had no text. The small one was indeed another instruction manual. Gossip newspaper, shaking it activates the effect. This newspaper will generate news from the current world after a while, prioritizing local news, but it may have exaggerated reports. News? Han Chen opened the newspaper, and there was indeed nothing on it. Then Han Chen shook it, and sure enough, news text and a photo appeared. Han Chen glanced at the photo, he recognized the scene in it. The photo shows the scene when he entered the resort, with the security guard dressed in green standing on a platform in the middle, explaining the resort's matters to the crowd below. Han Chen even spotted the silhouette of the young man in a white suit from before. This was what he had just experienced. It really captures the recent news images. But after glancing at the headline next to it, Han Chen's eyes widened, transforming grief into motivation. A resort security guard, cuckolded by his wife, becomes a lecturer at the cuckold victims support group. What kind of ridiculous headline is this? Han Chen looked down at the specific content of the report. It was pretty much the same as the headline. It talked about how this security guard was cuckolded and then founded a support group for cuckold victims, attracting a large number of members. As the chief lecturer, he wore a green hat as a symbol and encouraged fellow cuckold victims every day. Goodness! Am I now a member of the cuckold victims support group? What kind of nonsense is this? Han Chen finally realized what the note on the instruction manual about suspected exaggerated reporting meant. This isn't exaggeration, it's completely sensational nonsense. Unethical media. This kind of utterly untruthful newspaper is of no use at all. It seems that in this lottery, there are useful items and useless ones. It's a bit of a luck game. Han Chen instinctively wanted to throw it away but then thought of something. The report in this newspaper is fake, but the generated photos are real. Can't I just look at the photos? Given the state of this newspaper, it seems it can generate images of events happening in the resort from time to time. This might be an important source of information. A bit useful, I'll keep it. Han Chen put the newspaper into his backpack. Next lottery. This time, a device that looked like a TV remote popped out along with the instruction manual. Magical remote control. This remote control is compatible with any TV. When the TV controlled by this remote is taken over by Sadako, she will force her but to come out first. What the? This is so strange. Han Chen couldn't think of any other use for this remote. Similarly, he put it away. Next. This time, a piece of paper flew out. It had 4 big characters on it. Thank you for your patronage. There's even a blank prize. Han Chen tossed it away. No thanks, I didn't spend any money. Next. This time, a small black box flew out. Han Chen looked at the instruction manual. Cuckold catching robot. Press the button on the box to summon a robot that can drive for you. This way, you can have the robot pretend to be you driving away, allowing you to make a surprise return home. Then there were specific instructions for the robot, which Han Chen glanced at briefly. This thing seems a bit absurd in its use, but it seems to say it can drive for me? Next. This time, a pair of chopsticks came out, looking quite ordinary. Toilet use only chopsticks. You can take these chopsticks to the toilet, so others won't think you're going to take a big dump. It can greatly alleviate your embarrassment. Wait, this. Han Chen understood the function, but still found it a bit puzzling. What he didn't understand was not the function itself, but why there would be such a strange function. Moreover, most importantly, after reading the manual, Han Chen realized that these were just a pair of ordinary chopsticks, right? Forget it. Next. This time, a dagger fell out. It looked somewhat familiar, like something from a game. Looking at the manual, it was indeed something from a game. Lightning dagger. This dagger can slightly increase your movement speed and attack speed. Unique passive arc. When you attack with this dagger, there is a 30% chance to play electronic music. What? Electronic music? Han Chen was dumbfounded. It seemed like a weapon, but in reality, it was a speaker. However, in the first half, the slight increase in movement speed and attack speed was somewhat useful. All set. Next one. This time, nothing came out. The screen only displayed the message. The lottery requires 4 million, your balance is insufficient. It seems the free attempts are gone, and the price has skyrocketed by 300%. Han Chen quickly activated the modified lottery machine next to him with the pig slaughtering plate. Then he looked at the price of the modified lottery machine. It was free. Different machines count as different types, not interchangeable. Han Chen was overjoyed. He could draw a few more times for free. Han Chen immediately started the free lottery. This mobile phone lottery machine ejected items from the back cover of the phone. The first thing that popped out was a blank prize with the message "Thank you for your patronage." A bad start. Next. This time, a small wooden tag popped out, featuring a relief design of an open book. He checked the manual. Focused amulet, still troubled by beautiful women wanting to date you while studying? Now with this amulet, say goodbye to distractions. Keep this amulet with you, and whenever a beautiful woman interrupts you while you're focused on something, this amulet will forcibly interrupt her disturbance. Let you concentrate on your studies. Becoming a pillar of the nation is just around the corner. What the? Han Chen found it hard to evaluate this. Are there really people in reality who despise beauty and focus solely on studying? Maybe there are, but Han Chen is not one of them. He would love to be asked out by stunning women every day. This amulet was of no use to him, but at least it was a special item, so he decided to keep it for now. He put it in his bag. After that, there were a few strange little gadgets and several blank prizes. The gadgets had some special effects, but they seemed more entertaining than practical. Han Chen continued to draw. This time, a can-like object popped out, with 2 dogs painted on it. It was heavy. What is this? It can't be dog food, right? Han Chen glanced at the manual. By the time he finished reading it, he was deeply shocked by this item. According to the manual, this item could only be used once. However, the effect was very strong. Han Chen could guarantee that if he was being chased, as long as he used this item, he could immediately save his life for a while. A life-saving artifact. Describing it this way is not an exaggeration at all. Han Chen silently put the life-saving artifact into his backpack. When he wanted to draw again, the free attempts were already used up. What a pity. Han Chen looked at the items he had drawn. Although there were many inexplicable things, some seemed quite useful. The chances of drawing good items in this lottery were actually acceptable, especially since it was all free draws. Not bad. It was a reliable skill. Han Chen was quite satisfied. By the time Han Chen finished packing and came out, everyone else was already waiting. Almost everyone had a hiking backpack, while the 2 girls had much smaller bags. As for Song, he had a single shoulder bag that clearly couldn't hold much. Can the stuff in your bag be eaten? Fat Tao asked, looking at Song's small bag with concern. It's enough, I don't eat much, Song replied. Don't think about mooching off us, we don't have enough for ourselves, Brother Flying Knife said. I won't, Song simply replied with 2 words and shifted his gaze elsewhere. So, where are we going next? Fat Tao asked. Wouldn't it be better to go to the complex terrain of the woods? It would be harder for the opponents to search for us, suggested a girl named Fengran. Good idea, Fat Tao nodded. No. Brother Flying Knife quickly waved his hand in refusal. The dense forest makes it inconvenient for me to lock onto the enemy. Then where do you suggest we go? Fengran asked. It's best to go to a high place with an open view, where we can see the enemy from far away. I can hit them all with my flying knives. The words of the Flying Knife brother were filled with confidence. Han Chen immediately agreed. I also think it's better to strike first from a high place with a clear view. Han Chen's backpack was very conspicuous in the grass due to its side effects, so he didn't want to go into the woods. Then let's find a high ground? Fat Tao said, looking at Song beside him. Brother Mo, do you have any opinions? None. Song didn't even turn his head, as if nothing concerned him. Is there anyone else with a different opinion? Fat Tao asked the others. Everyone else shook their heads. Thus, they unanimously decided to choose a nearby high place. This high place was actually easy to select. The only high places around were mountains and buildings. The view from the mountains wasn't very open, so they chose a taller building instead. The most suitable building was quickly spotted by everyone. It was the Misty Mountain Hotel behind the commercial street, with more than 10 floors, significantly taller than the other buildings. When they arrived at the hotel to scout, they found many advantages. First, this building had a clear view, with only a 4-story restaurant across the street. Everything else was single-story houses, and the large road behind the commercial street provided a very open view. Second, the internal space of the building was quite large, allowing for easy maneuvering. There was also an alley behind the building, and the exterior had an emergency escape staircase, allowing for a quick escape through the back alley if things went wrong. Most importantly, the beds were very comfortable. This was much better than hiding in the woods like a wild person. They each chose a room on the 5th floor. The reason was that a higher floor would make quick movement difficult, while a lower floor wouldn't provide an open view. The sightseeing vehicle was parked in the alley below, and there was also a hotel delivery van at the entrance. They asked the hotel manager for the keys, so they could leave in the van if necessary. After enjoying a free feast at the hotel, everyone began to rest and regain their strength. More than 4 hours later, everyone gathered together, on high alert. Moments later, a notification popped up in front of them. Preparation time has ended. Pursuers have officially entered the arena. The first position display has begun. Initial display time reduced. Remaining display time, 19 minutes and 59 seconds. Then, Han Shen saw a red light beam appearing above his head and the heads of the others. This light beam seemed to be unaffected by walls, directly passing through the ceiling and extending upward. Han Shen looked out the window. In the distance, he could see many red light beams. These beams were also completely unaffected by the mist, clearly visible from afar. These were the positions of other fugitives. Han Shen looked closely. The nearest beams were clustered together in the woods on the hillside behind him, with 4 beams concentrated in one spot. 3 beams were in the misty lake between 2 mountains, seemingly hiding on a small island in the center of the lake. There were also several dense beams at the mountain's peak. It seemed that the mountain peak was still a popular hiding spot. Following that were scattered beams at various scenic spots. There were beams at hot springs, hedge mazes, and the misty stone bridge, among others. There were also many scattered single beams, likely belonging to various lone wolves. In the direction of the cable car, there was a beam moving, likely someone sitting on the cable car. Just as the young man in the white suit had said, according to this display, it was almost impossible to stay hidden in one place without being found. They would still have to rely on combat. Han Shen, Flying Knife Brother, and the mechanic were hiding by the window of one room in the hotel. The other 4 were in rooms on the opposite side, ensuring that they could immediately spot any enemies approaching from any direction. In fact, the main force in the battle was Brother Flying Knife. The others were merely observers. As soon as they spotted the enemy, they relied on Brother Flying Knife to blow them up. If the enemy managed to get close, then Emotsang and Princess Shui would take action. The tense display time passed in a flash. The beams of light above everyone's heads flickered and then disappeared. Now, the pursuers had no idea of their location. The pursuers still hadn't shown up. Indeed, with only a mere 20 minutes of display time, it was hardly enough for the pursuers to run over. Plan B commenced. Everyone quickly descended the stairs, moving from the rooftop of the bungalow to the nearby restaurant. Now that the display was gone, even if the pursuers came after them, they could at most chase up to the original Fog Mountain Hotel, making it difficult to know that everyone was hiding here. At that time, Brother Flying Knife could strike, catching the opponent off guard. Han Shen, the mechanic, and Brother Flying Knife hid on the balcony of a private room on the 4th floor of the restaurant. Han Shen slightly stood up, just peeking his head out to observe the situation outside. Sure enough, not far away, a golf cart was coming from the commercial street. This vehicle was even more rudimentary than a sightseeing car, very small, only able to seat 2 people, with space in the back for a few golf bags. 2 men dressed in black tactical vests and wearing sunglasses were in the car. Pursuers. The car quickly stopped on the main road outside. The 2 men got out, looking around, and then gazed at the tall building of the Fog Mountain Hotel in front of them. Han Shen noticed the guns in their hands. One had a sniper rifle, and the other an automatic rifle. Han Shen immediately pulled his head back down, ensuring he wasn't seen. Right in the middle of the main road below. There are 2 of them, in a golf cart, Han Shen whispered to Brother Flying Knife. Brother Flying Knife snorted coldly, fools, they don't even bother to find cover. Watch me blow them to pieces with one flying knife. Saying this, Brother Flying Knife picked up a flying knife made from a circuit board. Bang! At the same moment Brother Flying Knife picked up the flying knife, a gunshot rang out. Dust instantly filled the air, and Han Shen could no longer see his surroundings. The dust even made Han Shen cough. The next second, Han Shen looked closely, his eyes widening. A large hole had appeared in the side wall of the balcony in front of him. Next to him, Brother Flying Knife had also developed a blood hole in his head, collapsing to the side, already lifeless. Han Shen sat down on the ground. He was certain that he hadn't exposed himself outside the wall at all. Damn! Did they just shoot him through the wall? How did they know we were here? Was it some kind of X-ray vision? At that moment, downstairs, one of the 2 men in sunglasses slowly lowered his sniper rifle. Did we just take him out? The man with the automatic rifle chuckled. We took him out, but I still feel like the other side looks down on me a bit. The man with the sniper rifle shook his head. I feel the same way, the man with the automatic rifle nodded. But do you think these idiots really haven't realized that their marks are showing above their heads? Probably, they're idiots. I might as well take them all out. The man with the sniper rifle raised his gun, aiming at the balcony from earlier. In the man's eyes, 2 red inverted triangle marks were floating in the air on the low wall of that balcony. These were the marks on Han Shen and the mechanic's heads. Han Shen looked at the mechanic beside him, who was already scared stiff. How did they know? The mechanic trembled. Han Shen, on the other hand, became increasingly calm. Han Shen glanced at the low wall of the balcony beside him and immediately thought of something. The heads of the 3 of them had not been exposed. but the rules state that each pursuer can see an inverted triangle mark above every fugitive's head. It was clear that the marks on their heads had been exposed. This was so foolish. "Get down!" Han Chen shouted softly while crouching down. The mechanic quickly complied. In the next moment, dust flew everywhere. Another hole appeared in the low wall next to the mechanic. However, since the mechanic was low enough, the shot did not hit him. "Go!" Han Chen directly dove into the inner room. Turning around, he found that the mechanic had not followed him in. Looking back, he saw the guy still lying on the balcony floor, his gaze vacant. Clearly, he had been scared stiff by the gunshot that had grazed his scalp. Han Chen had no choice but to take the risk and return to the balcony, dragging the guy into the inner room. Just as he pulled him in, another bullet hole appeared on the floor of the balcony where the mechanic had been sitting. At that moment, the others had already heard the commotion and rushed over. "Han Chen, what's going on over there?" Fat Tao asked with concern. "Two armed pursuers came downstairs, and Flying Knife Brother got shot in the head," Han Chen replied. The expressions of everyone changed instantly. Flying Knife Brother was the only known ranged combatant in the team, and now he was dead. With such terrifying combat power from the enemy, what would happen to the rest? Everyone instinctively looked at Mo-Song, who seemed to be the strongest among them based on his displayed abilities. Mo-Song, however, wore an indifferent expression, too lazy to even say a word. "Mo-Song, why don't you reveal what your skills are to everyone? It would help us formulate a strategy." Fat Tao forced a smile. "No comment," Mo-Song replied coolly. "The pursuers are already downstairs, and you still want to keep it a secret?" Princess Shui's words carried a hint of anger. "I won't say anything. If you want, let your knight come out and see if he can force me to talk," Mo-Song said, a smirk appearing on his face. "You are really not a man." Princess Shui could only throw down that remark angrily. Mo-Song casually nodded, then turned to Fat Tao. "Have you all said what your skills are?" The expressions of the other few became uncomfortable instantly, but they had no way to deal with Mo-Song. "I'll say," Han Chen spoke up. He didn't want to reveal his skills, partly because it wouldn't be useful to do so, and partly because it might expose his weaknesses. But now, seeing the team on the verge of disunity, Han Chen could only briefly mention his skills. He then described his skills in vague terms, making it sound unappealing and leaving no desire for further inquiry. After his description, everyone felt that his lottery machine could only yield ordinary items like toilet paper, and the shield of the deceiver was just a shield in front of him. He didn't even mention the skill gift of the god of jealousy. He also didn't say much about the items in his backpack. After all, there was only one life-saving artifact in there. If there had been two, Han Chen could have taken one out for everyone to use. But there was only one. This meant that Han Chen absolutely could not let anyone know unless it was a last resort, or it would be like handing his life over to someone else. Since Han Chen had spoken, it was time for the other two to share. Fat Tao showed a difficult expression. "I don't have any combat skills. It wouldn't help to say anything, so let's not ask." Feng Ran nodded in agreement. "Me too." The two were still unwilling to speak. This immediately made Han Chen feel that the two seemed to have something to hide. Including Mo-Song, there were three people who absolutely refused to reveal their skills. What were they plotting? Surely there couldn't be three moles in his team? Han Chen frowned. "It's okay, everyone, don't worry too much, just leave it to me, my knight should be able to handle them," Princess Water comforted the crowd. "Then we are counting on you," Fat Tao said excitedly, holding Princess Water's hand. At that moment, a waiter in green clothing rushed into the private room. "Everyone, those two with guns have come up, you should leave quickly." The crowd's expressions changed. "From where?" Fat Tao hurriedly asked. "From the main staircase of the restaurant," the waiter replied. "They really dare to come up, I'll ambush them right at the door," Princess Water said firmly, following the waiter's lead to the door of the main staircase. The others quickly followed. Sure enough, the sound of booted footsteps echoed in the stairwell, getting closer and closer. However, it seemed they were also very cautious, moving slowly. Princess Water wanted to peek down the stairs, but Han Chen quickly reminded her, "Be careful, the pursuers can see the red marker above us. Do you think you're not exposed?" The red marker might have already extended out. Hearing this, Princess Water nodded and refrained from sticking her head out. Instead, she activated her summoning skill. A figure appeared before everyone. This time, it was not a knight clad in heavy armor, but a woman dressed in a deep purple robe, wearing a crown and heavily made-up eyes. She was dragging a shiny round mirror with her right hand. Everyone was taken aback. This should be the queen? Yes, Princess Water's skill could also summon the queen, king, and prince. Han Chen found the queen's appearance very familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen her before. However, who was stronger, the queen or the knight? Could this queen deal with the two pursuers? No one could be sure. Then, the woman resembling the queen looked around and her gaze landed on Princess Water. Her face instantly broke into a smile. "Your Highness, Mother has finally found you." Her tone was very gentle, which made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Princess Water quickly asked, "Two people will be coming up soon. Can you help us take care of them?" "No problem," the woman resembling the queen nodded with a smile. "Thank you." Princess Water repeatedly expressed her gratitude. "But first, let's have something to eat." A dark red apple appeared floating in the woman's right hand. That was. Han Chen immediately realized why this queen looked familiar. "Wait!" Han Chen shouted. But it was too late. The woman resembling the queen swiftly moved in front of Princess Water and forcefully shoved the apple into her mouth. "Eat this!" The force of the apple being shoved was so great that it even knocked Princess Water down. Han Chen rushed forward to stop her, but the woman resembling the queen flashed behind the others. A satisfied smile remained on her face. "This time it's a cyanide apple. Just a taste will kill you instantly. Even if you encounter a prince who can suck out the poison, it won't save you." The woman resembling the queen sneered. Han Chen turned to check on Princess Water. She was lying on the ground, eyes wide open. The deep red apple had filled her entire mouth, and the corners of her mouth were almost torn. She had stopped breathing. This series of events happened too quickly. The others didn't even understand what was going on. Han Chen, however, understood. The queen before him was the evil queen from Snow White. Princess Water's ability was to summon those who would serve her as a princess. So this queen would naturally treat her as Snow White and kill her. But Han Chen could do nothing. Cyanide poisoning, there was no saving her. At this moment, the woman resembling the queen turned to look at the mirror in her right hand with satisfaction. Magic mirror, who is the most beautiful woman in the world now? The mirror displayed the image of a woman. "Your Majesty, the most beautiful woman in the world is hiding at the top of Misty Mountain." "What makes her the most beautiful woman?" The woman resembling the queen was furious. "Although her looks can't compare to yours, she has a terrifyingly large 70 cup size." The queen let out a wail. "I will go kill her right now." The queen vanished in an instant, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. After a moment, the crowd exchanged glances. "What do we do next?" "How about you take action, Brother Emote-san?" Fat Tao said, turning to look at Emote-san. However, when Fat Tao looked at where Emote-san had been standing, he was stunned again. Emote-san had disappeared without a trace. "Where's Emote-san?" Fat Tao looked around. Still no sign of Emote-san. "What do we do without Emote-san?" Fat Tao was at a loss. "What else can we do?" "We need to run," Han Chen said, already heading towards another staircase. The fighters who could hold their own were either dead or fleeing, and if Han Chen didn't run now, it would really be too late. Although Han Chen had a gift of the god of jealousy, which, if triggered, might give him an absolute advantage in hand-to-hand combat, his opponents were two armed men with guns and plenty of professional combat skills. A gun is fast from 7 steps away, and accurate and fast within 7 steps. Han Chen's skills weren't those of a resistance hero. He had no chance against two modern firearms. Running was the best strategy. The two armed men cautiously made their way upstairs, taking each step with care. Just as they reached the 3rd floor, they heard a woman scream from the 4th floor. "What's going on up there?" The man with the sniper rifle asked suspiciously. "Yeah, we haven't even gone up yet. Why are they screaming?" The man with the rifle also wondered. Could it be that some colleagues have already gone up? It's possible. Let's wait a bit and listen to what's happening above. The two waited on the 3rd floor for a while, but there was no further sound from upstairs. They had no choice but to slowly make their way up. Pushing open the door, the two were stunned. A young woman lay on the ground, holding a dark red apple. They checked the situation. The woman was already dead. What? What happened? She couldn't have choked on the apple, could she? The man with the sniper rifle asked in confusion. "I don't know, I can't think of an explanation either." The two armed men stared at the corpse on the ground, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Han Chen and the others had escaped to the 1st floor via another staircase. What to do next was a problem. Fighting was definitely not an option. Han Chen wasn't brave enough to face the firepower of two guns in hand-to-hand combat. Driving away was quite dangerous. Once the engine started, even a fool would know someone was trying to escape. If the other side pursued in a car with guns, Han Chen and the others might not be able to escape. Escaping on foot was even riskier. Once discovered, they wouldn't be able to get away at all. Comparatively, there seemed to be a more secure option. Since the time showing the location of the fugitives had already passed, in fact, Han Chen and the others just needed to hide in one place and avoid the enemy's sight. So Han Chen suggested that everyone temporarily hide in the kitchen on the 1st floor. The others were panicking. At this point, they would listen to whatever Han Shen said, and they all agreed. However, if the enemy conducted a thorough search, it would still be quite dangerous for Han Shen and the others. So Han Shen took out the small black box he had drawn earlier. This was the catching cheaters robot, and Han Shen felt it was its only use now. Han Shen ran a few steps out of the first floor door and arrived at the prepared truck. Pressing the small black button on the box, the catching cheaters robot opened instantly. An inflatable doll quickly inflated and soon took shape. The guy's clothes were a direct copy of the casual outfit that Han Shen was wearing, and the original box had become a briefcase under his arm. However, the face was just a simple smile, looking rather silly. The people nearby were all dumbfounded. "What is this? It looks a bit." Fongran said curiously. "This is a bait robot," Han Shen replied simply, stuffing the inflatable doll into the driver's seat of the truck. The inflatable doll instantly began to move on its own, its two fingerless inflatable hands resting on the steering wheel. The car started, and the engine noise wasn't very loud. Han Shen, worried that the people upstairs wouldn't hear, honked the horn twice. "Safe travels." Han Shen then closed the car door. The spying robot, through the car window, gave Han Shen a silly smile and nodded, starting the truck. Han Shen then shouted for everyone to hide in the back kitchen of the restaurant on the first floor, where they found a cupboard and hid behind it. The group kept their heads low, ensuring that the logo on their heads wouldn't be exposed. A chef in green, chopping vegetables nearby, watched the whole thing. However, he glanced at the group and pretended he saw nothing, continuing to chop vegetables. He was indeed very cooperative. Moments later, two men with guns rushed down from upstairs in a hurry. "Damn it! Get in the car and chase!" the man with the rifle shouted as he ran towards the golf cart. The two really drove off in the golf cart to chase after them. Not long after they left, gunshots could be heard, likely the two shooting while chasing. The gunfire gradually faded away until it was completely inaudible. They must have gone far. Let's go, we need to change places quickly." Han Shen crawled out from the back kitchen. The panicked group hurriedly followed. Han Shen led everyone along a small path through the woods behind the restaurant, almost running away. After a good distance, they saw a few stone tables and benches by the roadside, and the group chose to sit down and rest. Except for Han Shen, everyone else was carrying quite a load and naturally needed a break. As they sat down to rest, including Han Shen, everyone's mood was somewhat low, even depressed. There was sadness over losing two teammates in such a short time, but more so a pessimistic imagination about the future. Two pursuers could chase them into a panic. What would happen next? Han Shen couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere any longer and pulled out the relaxing spray from his backpack, spraying it around the group. Relaxing spray. This spray can be directed at people to immediately soothe their emotions. This thing had a simple effect, but it was one of the more practical items among the interesting little gadgets Han Shen had drawn. The frowns of the others finally relaxed. "What is this?" "My mood instantly got better after you sprayed it," Fongran asked curiously. "It's relaxing spray. A spray can make you feel happy," Han Shen replied. "Is this your skill?" Fongran asked. "Yes, my skill allows me to draw lots, and sometimes I get some interesting things," Han Shen said. "So that bait robot that can drive was one of them?" Fat Tao asked. "Yes," Han Shen nodded. "Do you have other fun things?" Fongran became interested. "I do. But they might not be that fun." "Then show us a few," Fongran said eagerly. "All right." Han Shen rummaged in his bag and finally pulled out a small clip. "This is an anti-gravity skirt clip. Just clip it on the hem of your skirt while standing, and it will take effect," Han Shen introduced. "Let me try it." Fongran took the clip from Han Shen. Then she curiously clipped it onto the hem of her short skirt. "Anti-gravity? So if I clip it on, I won't expose myself even if I do a handstand? That's quite practical." "Quite the opposite," Han Shen replied. "Ah?" Fongran didn't quite understand what Han Shen was saying. However, the anti-gravity skirt buckle had already been fastened to her short skirt. Whoosh! Her skirt instantly floated up high. "Once it's fastened, even standing normally will cause it to reveal too much," Han Shen calmly added. "Are you crazy?" Fongran hurriedly removed the anti-gravity skirt buckle, and the skirt slowly fell back down. The nearby mechanic and Fat Tao then made an effort to shift their gaze elsewhere. "You asked me if I had anything fun, and I brought it out. I didn't make you fasten it, did I?" Han Shen said innocently. You. "Fine, you win." Fongran slapped the anti-gravity skirt buckle back onto the stone table. "Is there anything else?" Fat Tao changed the subject and asked. "Nothing else," Han Shen casually replied. The other items, Han Shen thought, were not interesting enough, and explaining their uses would be a hassle. The group felt a bit disappointed but didn't say anything further. Then Fat Tao took out a map, So, let's think about where to spend the night next. It's about to get dark. Right. This was a very important question at the moment. The group became serious again, looking at the resort map on the table. It was getting dark, and without any means of transportation, they couldn't go too far. They could only choose a place nearby. How about we just spend the night in the woods? It's dark at night, and hiding in the woods would make it hard to be found, the mechanic suggested. Han Chen shook his head. Don't forget, they have markers on our heads. Even in the dark, we should be quite noticeable in the wild. We should find a place that offers some cover. You're right, the mechanic nodded. Han Chen, you brought us out, so we'll listen to you. You pick a place, Fat Tao said directly to Han Chen. Yeah, I'll follow your lead, Feng Ran nodded in agreement. Then, I think this place is better, Han Chen pointed to the off-road center on the map. Here, besides the buildings, there must be off-road vehicles. With off-road vehicles, even if there are location displays tonight, we can keep moving and make it hard for our opponents to chase us. What Han Chen said made a lot of sense. The group immediately agreed. The off-road center was indeed not far away. They set off right away. In the evening, the group finally passed through the woods and arrived at the off-road center. By this point, there were hardly any trees left. The surroundings were all barren land specifically for off-roading. There weren't many buildings here, just a 2-story work building and a few viewing stands. The staff at the entrance were still very friendly, allowing the group to choose vehicles right away, giving them the corresponding keys for whichever vehicle they picked. The group went to choose their vehicles. When the mechanic saw the off-road vehicles parked in the lot, he immediately shouted, "The off-road vehicles at this center are all Hummers. This is too extravagant." He excitedly went over to touch one. The three of them, however, remained relatively calm. After all, they weren't car enthusiasts like the mechanic and didn't really care about the price of the vehicles. However, since the mechanic knew a lot about cars, they left the vehicle selection entirely to him. Night fell. After a whole afternoon of traveling, everyone was quite tired. After a quick dinner, they prepared to rest on the sofas at the off-road center. Of course, to prevent any nighttime ambushes, someone had to stand guard. Although there were 2 staff members at the off-road center who supported them in various ways, no one dared to completely entrust their fate to these 2 NPC projections. So, they decided to take turns standing guard. The auto repairman volunteered for the first shift, simply because he hadn't had enough time with those few Hummer off-road vehicles, and everyone just let him be. Han Chen lay on the sofa, finding it a bit hard to fall asleep. What on earth happened today? Brother Flying Knife's flying knife was supposed to be quite powerful, but he was shot in the head as soon as he raised it. The Water Princess's summoning spell looked decent too, but she ended up summoning the Queen from Snow White, who promptly took herself away as Snow White. Sigh, can I have a more reliable teammate? Han Chen glanced at the remaining number in the prompt box. 86. 14 had died, but this number was meaningless. It only displayed the total count, without showing the specific values of the fugitives and pursuers. How many fugitives and pursuers were left could only be guessed by Han Chen. He was too lazy to look again. Han Chen remembered his newspaper. He took it out to see if it had been updated. Sure enough, there was new content. This time, the photo showed a few people in tactical vests holding guns standing on a boat, clearly the pursuers. The boat was heading towards a small island in the distance, presumably to kill those hiding on the island in the middle of the lake. The headline next to it was still absurd. Couple agrees to drown together. Wife suddenly changes her mind, husband survives, and seeks revenge. Good grief, what started as a simple fight turned into urban ethics. This headline was truly unbelievable. Han Chen looked at the photo again. It was daytime in the picture, but now it was night, meaning this newspaper was at least 3 hours old. He wondered how the people on the island were doing now. Forget it, time to sleep. Han Chen closed his eyes, trying hard to fall asleep. Even with his eyes closed, the next second, a prompt box appeared before him. Attention! All fugitive locations will be displayed in 30 minutes. This display will last for approximately 30 minutes. Everyone instantly sat up from their sofas. Did you all see that? Feng Ran asked. Yeah, they won't even let us sleep, Fat Tao grumbled. The auto repairman rushed in, panicked. What should we do? He asked as soon as he entered. Everyone turned to Han Chen, waiting for him to speak. Han Chen thought for a moment and said, "My suggestion is to wait half an hour, then get in the car and move. Staying mobile makes it harder for the opponent to chase us." This method sounded reliable to everyone. They nodded in agreement. So, the auto repairman chose the best performing Hummer off-road vehicle, and everyone got in, waiting. This vehicle was specifically used for off-roading by the resort, and most of the easily breakable parts had been removed, resulting in a rather crude interior, with seats that were a bit uncomfortable. But that didn't matter. In this situation, the car's configuration was not important, performance was what mattered for survival. Han Chen looked out the car window at the resort at night. The street lights were all on, so it wasn't too dark. There was a booth by the roadside, surrounded by wide roads. Han Chen instructed the auto repairman to park the car next to the booth, where the wide roads would allow them to spot any approaching enemies quickly. Moreover, the booth could barely serve as cover, shielding the off-road vehicle from bullets. 30 minutes passed in a flash. A red beam of light shot up from everyone, piercing through the mist and soaring into the sky. Han Chen looked outside. The nearest beam was a single one, on a hillside not far away. The other beams were much farther away, on the other side of a low hill. Let's wait a few minutes before moving. After all, it takes time for them to catch up, Han Chen said. Everyone nodded vigorously. Han Chen's words seemed to have become a golden rule in their eyes. 3 minutes later, the auto repairman started the car and drove onto the main road. Drive along the road for a while, then head into the wilderness. Don't let them guess our route, Han Chen reminded. Okay, no problem. The mechanic gladly accepted. After all, this is my first time driving a Hummer. I definitely have to take it off-road. The vehicle drove along the road for a while when suddenly a flash appeared in the rearview mirror. The mechanic squinted at the light. Han Chen turned to look, and not far behind, a jeep appeared. This jeep was trailing the group's off-road vehicle by several dozen meters. The dark windshield obscured the view inside. These bastards, they come and turn on their high beams, the mechanic cursed. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, the rear window of the group's off-road vehicle shattered, and the front windshield cracked into a spiderweb pattern. Shards flew everywhere. Everyone instinctively ducked down. Shots were fired from behind. Then, several more gunshots rang out. Bullets grazed the tops of their heads. Han Chen could even feel the gusts of wind as the bullets passed by. More bullets pierced through the vehicle, hitting the side pillars and creating sparks from the metal collisions. They struck the nearby seats, producing strange bang-bang sounds, accompanied by the splattering of seat foam. The sound of bullets colliding felt like a drill on Han Chen's eardrums. The rearview mirror was shot off. Everyone desperately lowered their bodies, as if hiding behind a cardboard box in a downpour. Each person was in extreme danger. In the next second, a bullet could pierce through their bodies, ending everything. The bullets continued to whistle, showing no signs of stopping. Suddenly, Han Chen felt the car shake violently. Then the vehicle began to speed toward the roadside. Han Chen immediately understood that the car's tire had been shot, causing it to lose balance. Can it still go? Han Chen shouted. Still manageable, the mechanic replied, sharply turning the steering wheel and slamming on the brakes, causing the front of the car to swing around. The car came to a stop. However, now the entire front was turned 180 degrees, facing the direction they had come from. The Jeep was now in front of the group's left side. The off-road vehicle came to a sudden halt, and the Jeep behind was caught off guard, hastily hitting the brakes, but it was a bit too late. The Jeep rushed past the group, somewhat out of control, veering into the center of the road behind them. At that moment, the mechanic activated his repair skills and suddenly accelerated. The shattered glass returned to its original state, and the slightly deformed side pillar straightened up. The bullets that had struck fell off with a crackle. The off-road vehicle quickly sped up, trying to shake them off. Inside the Jeep, two pursuers watched as a brand new Hummer off-road vehicle sped away, looking bewildered. Did you hit anything with those shots? Or am I seeing things? The driver asked while turning around. I hit it. Didn't you see I blew out the tire? The passenger replied. Then how come they turned a corner like it was a new car? I see their windows aren't even broken. I don't know. Stop talking. I'll shoot again and see what the hell is going on. The passenger began to change the magazine. The driver accelerated again, chasing after the off-road vehicle that had already gained some distance. Han Chen and the others hadn't driven far when the rearview mirror flashed again. The Jeep with its high beams reappeared behind them. The Jeep opened fire again. The glass of the off-road vehicle shattered once more. Wind rushed in, making it hard for everyone to open their eyes. This time the firepower was even more ferocious, and the rear door was pierced within seconds. Many bullets struck the seats, and there was no way to duck from the bullets anymore. Everyone was huddled on the floor of the vehicle. If it weren't for the fact that many things had been removed from the car and the seats had been converted to a simpler version, there wouldn't have been enough space on the floor. The others lying down didn't mind, but for the mechanic, it was quite difficult to drive. However, soon a large hole appeared in the dashboard, allowing the mechanic to look forward through it. In the back of the Jeep, the person in the passenger seat who was shooting again fell into confusion. I clearly aimed at the spot where the person was sitting. How come I didn't hit anyone? Are you even capable? I'm sure I hit them. I shot the back door to pieces, maybe they welded steel plates inside the seats. The passenger kept explaining, but the gun in his hand didn't stop, continuing to unleash firepower. Meanwhile, on Han Shen's side, everyone noticed that the car was slowing down. Something must have been damaged. The mechanic's repair skills were still cooling down. At this rate, even if the guns on the other side couldn't hit anyone, the car would soon stall. If the car stalled, everyone's lives would also come to an end. What should we do? Do you have any other ideas? The mechanic asked anxiously. We're thinking, Fat Tao replied repeatedly, but instinctively looked at Han Shen. What could be done? Han Shen, braving the airflow disturbance and the noise of bullets striking the car, desperately thought. Now, it seemed that the only option was to use that one life-saving artifact. Han Shen reached for the backpack beside him. Please don't let the backpack get hit. It was intact. Complete. The bag itself didn't take up much space, so Han Shen lay on the floor, and there was room for the bag on the ground. At that moment, Han Shen suddenly remembered. This was a Hummer. Han Shen quickly shouted to the mechanic, "Mechanic, can your car upgrade to the factory's original specifications?" "Yes, why?" The mechanic replied, looking down. "Can you upgrade this car to the high-end version?" Han Shen asked. "I can, but what's the use? Are we going to add a high-fidelity sound system to play funeral music?" The mechanic asked, puzzled. "I remember, the high-end Hummer has a machine gun on top, right?" Han Shen said seriously, lying on the floor. "Yes, the Hummer is a common military jeep." "Oh, now that you mention it, I remember seeing that on TV." "Then hurry up and try it," Han Shen urged. Got it, I'll upgrade to the highest configuration right now." The mechanic activated his skill. Instantly, Han Shen felt the surroundings quiet down, and there was no wind. Han Shen raised his head and saw that the car windows had returned. When the bullets hit the car windows again, they only made a series of sounds, but the glass was completely unharmed. It had turned into bulletproof glass. Han Shen looked up at the roof, and sure enough, there was an additional circular hatch on top. Fat Tao and Fengran, who were also confused, slowly raised their heads and looked around in bewilderment. The most puzzled were still the two pursuers in the back jeep. They watched as the off-road vehicle changed from red to military camouflage, and the two couldn't quite understand. "What the hell, how did the car change color?" the pursuer in the driver's seat asked in surprise. "The bullets suddenly can't penetrate. What kind of trick is this?" The pursuer in the passenger seat also wondered. On the other side, Han Shen tried to lift the hatch under the car and indeed saw a corner of the machine gun. There was indeed a machine gun on the roof. "There really is a machine gun," Han Shen said excitedly. "This will wipe out those bastards behind us." Han Shen reached out to touch the machine gun, preparing to operate it for a counterattack. "Wait, brother Han Shen," the mechanic called out to him. "What?" Han Shen, who was about to climb out of the hatch, stopped. "Brother Han Shen, I haven't shot a gun much. Can you let me have this chance to shoot? I want to enjoy it." The mechanic's eyes were full of pleading. Han Shen didn't think much and immediately agreed. "Alright, just remember to go out when the fire from the other side stops. They should be reloading then, it'll be safer." Shooting wasn't a big deal, and there was a risk of getting shot in the head by the other side, so he just let it go. Okay. The mechanic then switched seats with Han Shen. At that moment, the jeep behind them had moved closer. The driver of the jeep was still trying to discern what was on the roof of Han Shen and the other's off-road vehicle, while the mechanic had already poked his head out. The heavy machine gun suddenly swung around. The two people in the jeep instantly understood what was happening. A barrage of gunfire and the sound of metal clashing erupted. Some shell casings even fell into the cabin. "Got it." The mechanic ducked back into the cabin. Han Shen glanced at the rearview mirror. The jeep had been severely deformed by the machine gun fire. It looked like a crushed soda can, out of power, slowly coming to a stop by the roadside. Han Shen didn't drive forward but slowly reversed, checking the situation through the car window. The car stopped next to the jeep, and Han Shen looked through the window. The two people in the driver's seat were no longer recognizable. Bullet content, 90%. If they could still be alive, they might never lack for iron in their lives, or copper? Fengran saw this and instinctively covered her eyes. "See if their guns are still usable?" Han Shen reminded. "Sure." Fat Tao opened the car door and got out to check. He rummaged through the wreckage of the car and finally found two severely deformed guns. The barrels were bent back to the butt, clearly unusable. However, they looked like two rifles or sniper rifles. "They're probably the two from before. What a narrow road for enemies." Fat Tao tossed the guns to the ground. "Guess this is revenge for Flying Knife Brother and Water Princess." The mechanic rubbed his hands and said. The two felt invigorated, but Han Shen still had some worries. "Get in the car first. We're still within the display time." Han Chen reminded, glancing at the display time. There were still a few minutes left. Let's drive around a bit more. Once Fat Tao got back in the car, Han Chen continued down the road. Looking around, the previous solitary beam of light seemed to be closer to them now. Was that solitary fugitive approaching us? Forget it, it might be an insider. Han Chen accelerated, distancing himself from the light in the distance. The remaining few minutes passed without a second team of pursuers arriving. Han Chen breathed a sigh of relief. For safety's sake, Han Chen turned onto a dirt road, and after driving for a while, he spotted a small wooden cabin and stopped the car. Everyone got out and carefully checked the cabin. The cabin was locked, and there was no sound inside. They smashed the lock and went in. There was no one inside, and it wasn't large, but fortunately, it had water, electricity, and a bedroom and living room, likely a place like a boutique hotel room. This place was quite nice for an overnight stay. After a simple check of the room, they turned off the lights. After all, there were no lights around, and having the lights on at night would be very noticeable. There were 3 rooms and a living room. When it was Fat Tao's turn to stand guard, he took the living room, while the others each got a room. Han Chen's room was at the back of the cabin. The window faced a vast expanse of wilderness below. Moonlight filtered through the thin mist, and the visibility was relatively clear. In the distance to the left were trees, while to the right was the thick fog surrounding the resort. The swirling fog made Han Chen feel as if it was slowly approaching him. Coupled with the vastness of the wilderness, Han Chen felt a sense of insecurity. He didn't want to look any longer. Just as he was about to leave the window, he froze as if electrocuted. Because at the boundary of the wilderness and the fog in the distance, he saw a figure. It looked like a woman, quietly standing in the wilderness. Han Chen quickly took out his binoculars to look again, but the figure's location was already shrouded in moving fog. Undeterred, Han Chen continued to peer through the binoculars. The fog was indeed shifting, and soon, the fog in that spot dissipated. A withered tree appeared. The trunk of this dead tree had a somewhat peculiar shape. If not for the binoculars, it would indeed look like a woman standing there to the naked eye. Mistaken identity. However, Han Chen still felt a strong sense of unease. This unease made him reluctant to get into bed and sleep. The night wind swept across the fields, rustling through the wooden cabin, creating a series of sounds. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed at the door, piercing the silence of the night. Han Chen's nerves immediately tensed. He stepped out of the room and saw Fat Tao also picking up a fire axe, slowly approaching the door. The others came out as well. Fat Tao gestured for silence to the others and quietly hid beside the door. Everyone remained silent. There was no sound outside, only the dead silence of the night. Knock, knock. 2 more knocks followed. The tension among the group grew. Han Chen also drew a dagger. I say, the person inside must be a fugitive, right? I'm one too. How about we team up? A familiar voice came from outside. Han Chen immediately recognized who it was. Fat Tao opened the door directly, his tone somewhat impatient. Is it you? The person at the door glanced at Fat Tao, equally surprised. So it's you guys. The person at the door was wearing a familiar black trench coat. It was Mo-Song, who had suddenly disappeared before. I can't believe you guys are still alive, this really surprises me. Mo-Song walked into the room with a smile. Where have you been? The mechanic fumed. Me? Naturally, I ran away. You guys are foolish enough to be killed by something you summoned. If I didn't run, what was I waiting for? Mo-Song said, sitting down on the sofa, his tone full of mockery. Han Chen wasn't too angry, he just continued to ask, how did you find us? Of course, I followed the light beam. After the light beam disappeared, I saw you guys turn onto this road from a distance, so I came over, Mo-Song replied. That solitary light beam was you? Han Chen asked. Who else could it be? I originally thought those beams of light belonged to other fugitives, but I didn't expect it to be you guys. What a coincidence, Mo-Song stretched lazily. Your actions are very much like that insider. We don't trust you. You should leave, Fat Tao said angrily. Don't. It's late at night, and there aren't any other places to stay around here. At least let me wait until dawn before I leave, Mo-Song said, looking like a scoundrel. If you don't leave, we will, Han Chen stated. Ha? Why should we leave? The mechanic was also taken aback. If Mo-Song can catch up, then the pursuers around should also be able to catch up. What are we waiting for if we don't move? Han Chen said. No, you guys are overthinking it, Mo-Song waved his hand. I came over slowly on foot. If there really were pursuers, they would only be faster than me, not slower. This statement did make some sense. So, did you come from the fields outside? Han Chen tried to ask. Han Chen still felt he hadn't seen wrong. Perhaps the person standing there was Mo-Song. What are you talking about? Didn't I say I chased over from the road? Mo-san looked at Han Chen as if he were an idiot. The others also turned to look at Han Chen, because this question sounded quite foolish. Han Chen could only honestly say that he seemed to have seen a person standing in the wilderness outside, and it looked like a woman, but it could also have been a dead tree he mistook. The group tensed up again, because if that person really existed, it was very likely a pursuer. Mo-san, however, seemed completely unconcerned. You must have seen it wrong. I have detection skills. I know exactly whether there are people around. Unless what? The crowd asked. Unless what you see is not a person, Mo-san said calmly. In any case, I have a detection skill. Staying here is also helping you, Mo-san continued. You have a detection skill. Can't you just stay in the woods by yourself? Why do you insist on being with us? Feng Ran asked again. I can get lax when I'm alone. I don't want to be on edge 24 hours a day, and I can't sleep well. Are you satisfied with this answer? Mo-san replied. Feng Ran was momentarily speechless. No matter how many arguments we make, we still can't trust you. You should leave, Pang Tao said, raising the axe in his hand. Mo-san's expression changed slightly. Then his figure flickered and he appeared right in front of Pang Tao. Before Pang Tao could react, Mo-san had already grasped his throat and pinned him against the wall. With his 300-pound body, Mo-san controlled him effortlessly. Look, if I were an insider, I could just deal with you directly. There would be no need for any act, Mo-san said nonchalantly. Pang Tao hung against the wall, his heavy body supported only by a few bones in his neck, his life possibly slipping away in just a few breaths. All right, we believe you, just let him go. The others quickly intervened. Mo-san gently released Pang Tao and walked into a room, satisfied. I'll sleep in this room tonight, thank you all. This was Feng Ran's room. Feng Ran was quite displeased, but there was nothing she could do about Mo-san. Han Chen could only say to Feng Ran, I'm not really sleepy, you can use my room for now. Thank you, Feng Ran nodded. So, Pang Tao continued to keep watch, while Han Chen tried to sleep on the nearby sofa, though he wasn't really able to. Gradually, Han Chen entered a half-dreaming state. He only remembered later that Pang Tao and Feng Ran switched shifts. Not long after, Feng Ran fell asleep on the opposite sofa, and Han Chen got up to keep watch. The night was a bit cold. Han Chen sat on the sofa, pondering Mo-san's intentions. It seemed clear now that this guy was definitely not an insider, but he also didn't act like a normal fugitive. What was this guy's situation? Did he really just dislike the pig teammate that was the water princess, as he claimed? Han Chen's mind wandered for 2 hours, glancing at the clock on the wall. 4:15, time was up. The next shift should be Mo-san's. But it was better not to have a conflict with this guy, let the mechanic take the shift. Han Chen slowly pushed open the mechanic's room door. The mechanic was sleeping with his back to the door. Han Chen approached and gently shook the mechanic, preparing to wake him up. However, as soon as he shook him, he felt something was off. The mechanic showed no reaction at all. Han Chen quickly turned him over to check. He saw that the mechanic's eyes were half open, yet there was still no response. He was dead. There is an insider among us. This thought immediately crossed Han Chen's mind. He knew very well that he might also be in danger now, and he had to shout to let everyone know. Only then would the insider stop in time. Han Chen rushed out of the bedroom, banging on the doors of the 2 rooms. The mechanic is dead. Feng Ran immediately sat up from the sofa. Pang Tao also rushed out right away. The 2 entered the bedroom to check the situation and hurried back. Then Mo-san came out yawning. What's going on? Why so excited? The mechanic is dead. There is an insider among us. Han Chen shouted. Everyone immediately exchanged glances, their eyes filled with distrust. Han Chen carefully looked at the people in the room. If he were the insider, Han Chen would definitely know. So the insider must be among the other 3. Feng Ran showed fear, while Pang Tao's face was deeply worried. Mo-san, however, remained calm, as if it had nothing to do with him. However, as he said, if he were the mole, he could just kill everyone directly without being sneaky. That left only Feng Ran and Pang Tao. Who among the 2 was the mole? Han Chen pondered. Neither of them was willing to reveal their skills, which was quite suspicious. Could it be that both of them were moles? Han Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Pang Tao and Feng Ran looked at each other with distrust. Pang Tao immediately picked up the fire axe again, warily glancing at the 3 of them. After hesitating for a moment, he turned to Mo-san and sternly questioned, since you arrived, the mechanic has died. If you're not the mole, how do you explain that? Mo-san glanced at Pang Tao and then raised his hand lightly. The fire axe in Pang Tao's hand immediately flew out and embedded itself in the wall of the wooden house. Are you an idiot? Do I still need to explain? Mo-san said irritably. Pang Tao immediately deflated and then looked at Han Chen. Han Chen, it can't be you, right? Yes, you were the first to come into contact with the body. Feng Ran looked at Han Chen. Han Chen was taken aback by their gazes. Indeed, he had some suspicion, but if I were really the mole, why would I have gone to such lengths to help you escape from those pursuers before this? Han Chen said seriously. Indeed, the group had managed to escape from 2 waves of pursuers and safely arrived here, and Han Chen had made a significant contribution. Pang Tao immediately thought of this point. He nodded and turned to the last Feng Ran, his eyes filled with coldness. Feng Ran also showed some fear, but she still stared at Pang Tao, gritting her teeth and saying, "Don't act so innocent, you can't possibly be the mole, can you? You want to slander me," Pang Tao said, his eyes wide with anger. "Although I don't know exactly how you helped the others escape, could it not be that you're the mole, afraid that other pursuers would take your prey, and that's why you helped everyone?" Mo-san casually remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Tao and Feng Ran's expressions changed as they looked at Han Chen. Han Chen was once again under suspicion. "We shouldn't jump to conclusions, perhaps we can find some evidence," Han Chen could only say. Pang Tao and Feng Ran were taken aback. "Follow me," Han Chen said, entering the mechanic's room. The 3 followed him in. Han Chen looked at the mechanic's body and said seriously, "Look at the body, it's cold, stiff, and has livor mortis, so he must have been dead for at least a few hours." Everyone nodded. Even if they couldn't identify livor mortis, they could deduce from the coldness of the body that Han Chen was right, the body had been dead for some time. "And I was alone in the room before Mo-san arrived. At that time, the mechanic was still alive. After that, I basically stayed in the living room all night, with a second person nearby. So, it couldn't have been me who killed him." Everyone nodded again. "Then it's you." Pang Tao and Feng Ran pointed at each other simultaneously. "You, the mole, are still slandering me. This time, I will definitely kill you." Pang Tao grew even angrier and went to grab the axe from the wall to chop Feng Ran. "Han Chen, believe me, he's the mole." Feng Ran dodged around the sofa, avoiding Pang Tao's axe. "Stop! Don't chop!" Han Chen blocked Pang Tao. "Han Chen, why are you stopping me? I'm going to kill this mole and avenge the mechanic," Pang Tao said anxiously. "I can't be sure you're not the mole either, so neither of you should make a move. I'm afraid the mole will take the opportunity to kill my own people," Han Chen said. You have to believe me." Pang Tao's tone immediately softened. "Tell me your skill, and I'll believe you," Han Chen said. My skill is useless, you don't need to know." Pang Tao shook his head. At this point, he was still unwilling to say. Han Chen truly suspected he was the mole now. Han Chen looked at Feng Ran again. She shook her head repeatedly. "If he doesn't say anything, then I won't either." She was also unwilling to speak. Why? What skill could it be that these 2 were so adamant about not revealing? Were they really both insiders? Han Chen felt frustrated. Beside them, Mo-san maintained a spectator's attitude. "It seems like we can't find the insider after all." "He is." Fat Tao and Feng Ran pointed at each other again. "Wait a minute, Han Chen, I really didn't see it coming. You can deduce the time of death?" Mo-san looked at Han Chen. Han Chen nodded. "In the game of Neon Smiles, deduction is quite common, so deducing the time of death is essential knowledge in school. But I've only attended 2 classes, so I only understand a little." "Can you tell how the mechanic died?" Mo-san smiled. Han Chen was taken aback and then shook his head. "There are no obvious external injuries, nor any clear strangulation marks. Even a professional would need to perform a specific autopsy to know, let alone someone like me who's only half competent." "It could also be poisoning?" "That's possible. Poison can be administered in advance. In fact, the insider can't be determined." Mo-san looked at Han Chen and smiled. True. Han Chen could only nod. He had known about this loophole for a while, but it was the only excuse he could think of at the moment. To clear his own suspicion, Han Chen had to say this. After all, he knew he wasn't the insider, and he had to do his best to clear his name to guide everyone in the right direction to eliminate the insider. But this Mo-san was really not giving him any face. While everyone was on high alert with each other, Mo-san continued, "It's not a good thing for everyone to suspect each other, but I have a method." "Are you willing to listen?" "Go ahead," Fat Tao said. "Let's treat each other as teammates for now. If another insider tries to kill, I'll kill the remaining 2 people, ensuring the insider will also die," Mo-san said. Everyone was taken aback. "What do you think? With me providing this insurance, the insider won't dare to act. After all, our ultimate goal is to survive until the end of the game. If there is an insider, let there be one, as long as they don't act." Mo-san smiled. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was indeed a good idea. As long as they forced the insider not to act, it would be as if there were no insider at all. At this moment, the three of them relaxed their gazes towards each other. Those on night watch continue to keep watch, and those who want to sleep can continue to sleep, Mutation said, throwing down a sentence, and directly entered the house, leaving everyone in the living room. The three of them lost their sleepiness, just sitting on the sofa, looking at each other until dawn. The clock on the wall showed 7 o'clock, and the sky began to brighten. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and started having breakfast. Han Chen walked out of the wooden house, intending to get some fresh air. But with just a casual glance, Han Chen quickly noticed something different. The thick fog that had been far away last night was now only a few meters away, almost within reach. The original wilderness had been swallowed up by the fog by more than half. The fog was continuously moving. Han Chen shared this discovery with everyone. Clearly, this was not good news. The rules stated that the pursuers could enter the fog. But what about the fugitives? Naturally, they couldn't enter the fog, but how exactly they couldn't, Han Chen wasn't sure. Perhaps entering would lead to death, or perhaps they simply couldn't enter at all. But no one wanted to try. Now that the fog was gradually spreading, it meant that the fugitives' range of movement would become increasingly limited. By the 10th day, how much space would be left to maneuver? Han Chen had a plan. He took down the clock from the wall of the wooden house, then picked 2 branches from a nearby tree. He then walked forward and inserted the first branch into the ground near the fog. After that, using his height as a reference, he estimated about 5 meters and inserted the second branch. The timer started when the thick fog swallowed the first branch and ended when it engulfed the second. This way, the approximate speed of the fog spread could be calculated. By referencing the scale on the map, it could be determined where the fog would reach by the 10th day. The answer calculated by Han Chen surprised him. By the 10th day, the entire map would be consumed by the mist. Even considering errors, by the end of the 10th day, the remaining space might only be the size of a single attraction at most. In other words, the fugitives would ultimately have nowhere to escape, forced to confront their pursuers in a final battle. This was too difficult. Han Chen thought for a moment. This conclusion was based on the premise that the fog was uniformly spreading towards the center. The reality might not be so. It was still too early to draw conclusions. However, in the end, the range of movement would definitely be very small, and that was something Han Chen could be sure of. He shared the calculation results with everyone. They were equally worried, but couldn't think of any measures at the moment. They could only wait for time to pass, taking it one step at a time. The group's plan was to sit in the wooden cabin and wait, but Han Chen stopped them. Being too close to the fog is dangerous because the pursuers can silently approach us from within the mist and then attack. Everyone agreed. So they moved by vehicle to a smaller road intersection further in. Han Chen stopped the car, frowning. This isn't good. What's wrong? Feng Ran and Fat Tao asked with concern. Theoretically, we only need to hide in one place for the remaining time, and then keep moving when the position is displayed. That's the safest way, right? Han Chen said. Right. Feng Ran nodded. But now there's a very serious constraint. What is it? Fuel. Han Chen pointed to the fuel gauge. This car is heavy after the upgrade, and it's consuming a lot of fuel. There's not much left. How long can it last? Fat Tao asked. If we drive like we did yesterday, it shouldn't last long, Han Chen estimated while looking at the fuel gauge. Can we go to a gas station? I saw a few in the scenic area. Feng Ran in the passenger seat took out the map. That's what I was thinking. But the further we go, the smaller the area becomes, and it should be harder to get fuel. Han Chen said. Got it, so we should gather enough fuel for 10 days as soon as possible, right? Fat Tao suggested. Yes, that should be the option with the least risk right now. However, there might be opponents at the gas station, so refueling also carries risks. Han Chen reminded again. Risks are risks, anyway, it's all a gamble. Mutation, who had been silent in the back seat, spoke up. This was indeed the case. Then let's go. Han Chen took out the map and looked. The nearest gas station was near the commercial street. There might already be people there. After all, the pursuers might also need supplies. However, the gas station further away would require crossing half the map. The long journey would be riskier, and the car didn't have much fuel left. They still had to go to the commercial street. They had to go back. Han Chen drove onto the main road, speeding towards the commercial street. Not long after, Han Chen saw a familiar truck parked by the roadside. The truck was riddled with bullet holes, and smoke was still rising from the engine. This was the truck that had been used as bait before. Han Chen couldn't help but pull over to take a look. The door was open, and the surveillance robot was slumped over the steering wheel, but it was already deflated, with a bullet hole in its head. How tragic. Han Chen shook his head, about to turn away. But the surveillance robot moved. It slowly raised its deformed, shriveled arm and gave Han Chen a thumbs up, indicating that there was still a metal skeleton inside. "Did you catch the adulterer, sir?" Its deflated head turned, and its silly smiling face looked at Han Chen. This scene left Han Chen with mixed feelings. Still a bit sad. However, the robot seems to still be usable. Han Chen got out of the car, leaned into the cargo truck, and found the briefcase box, pressing the button. The cheating robot quickly shrank, soon turning back into a small black box. "It looks so pitiful," Fong Ran in the car said as she watched this scene. "It does a bit," Han Chen sighed lightly, stuffing the box into his backpack. Just as Han Chen was about to get back in the car, a prompt box appeared in front of him. "Attention! All fugitives, locations will be displayed in 30 minutes. This display will last approximately 30 minutes. The next time was coming. Han Chen immediately got into the car. "What do we do now?" Fat Tao hurriedly asked. "Yes, what to do? Should they use the remaining fuel to keep moving and survive this chase? Or should they rush to the gas station to collect fuel while they still had half an hour? What do you think?" Han Chen turned to Fat Tao. "I think we should refuel now. Even if the location display ends soon, we might not be able to shake off the pursuers and could end up having to run a long way. If we run out of fuel then, it would all be over," Fat Tao said. "That makes a lot of sense. I was thinking the same. Let's go refuel now." Han Chen nodded, taking a deep breath. He slammed the accelerator to speed up. It was time to race against the clock. Soon, under Han Chen's full-speed driving, the car reached the commercial street. The main road was empty, with hardly anyone around, only a few pieces of trash blowing in the wind. Arriving at the gas station, there were still 2 staff members present. "Your car is so cool." The attendant in green waved at them. "Has anyone wearing a black tactical vest come by from last night to today?" Han Chen immediately asked. "Yes, several groups have come," the attendant casually replied. This casual response made everyone tense up. "Where are they now?" Fat Tao pressed. "They've all left one after another. The last few have been gone for a while," the attendant said. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Stop talking, just refuel," Han Chen urged. "Sure. With such a big car, is it gasoline or diesel?" the attendant asked. Everyone looked over, and Han Chen was left dumbfounded. Right, was this car running on gasoline or diesel? The mechanic who understood cars wasn't there, he had no idea about this vehicle. "I don't know," Han Chen shook his head. "No problem, I can tell by smell," the attendant said as he approached the fuel tank. "Hey, why doesn't it smell much? Is it a new car?" The attendant shook his head. "Can it really work?" Han Chen looked at the attendant, urging him. "It can. I'll draw some out to check," the attendant replied. "Hurry up." The attendant went to get the fuel extraction tube. With this back and forth, time was wasted, and the display time arrived. A beam of light appeared above Han Chen and the others. "Can you see it?" Han Chen hurriedly urged. "I can see it, this is diesel. I'll fill it up for you. How much do you want?" "Fill it up. And give me a few barrels to take with me," Han Chen quickly instructed. "No problem," the attendant replied eagerly. Han Chen was still anxious. Now that their position was exposed to all the pursuers, staying even a second longer was a risk. Finally, the diesel was filled. Han Chen immediately started the car and left the gas station. At the intersection of the gas station, Han Chen slightly reduced his speed. He looked around the intersection, it was relatively open, and Han Chen observed if anyone was approaching. Clatter! At that moment, a ball rolled in from outside the low wall next to the gas station, rolling right near Han Chen's car window. This ball was the size of a child's play ball and was transparent. However, upon closer inspection, he could see something moving inside the ball. It was a shadow and a black dot moving around, looking like a figure playing basketball. What the hell? Han Chen was momentarily stunned. The next second, the transparent ball suddenly cracked open, instantly exploding. A massive burst of flames. A violent shockwave rushed past Han Chen's car in an instant. A short distance away, 2 people wearing black tactical vests and sunglasses were hiding behind the corner of a wall, avoiding the blast's shockwave. These were 2 pursuers Han Chen had never seen before. One was a chubby bald man, and the other was thinner, sporting a middle-part hairstyle. "Such power? What kind of skill is this?" the chubby bald pursuer asked. "This skill is called, one more look and it explodes. I can throw out a ball, and if someone looks at it for more than 2 seconds or stares at it, it will explode immediately," the middle-parted pursuer patted his chest and said. "But if no one looks at you, then you can't do anything. Don't worry, unless the other side knows my skill, no one can resist looking at a ball that plays a video." The middle-parted pursuer laughed. Amidst the explosion's shockwave, Han Shen's car was flipped over, landing on its side by the roadside. After a dizzying spin, Han Shen felt like his neck was about to snap. However, as a military armored vehicle, the car's body managed to block the shockwave from the explosion, and Han Shen did not suffer any serious injuries. Just some pain. Are you guys okay? Han Shen looked at the other three. Although the other three were also grimacing, they seemed fine. I'm good, just a bit shaken, Fongran replied. What exploded? The chubby Tao in the back seat asked. I don't know exactly what it was, but it looked like a transparent ball rolled over, and there was an image inside. But there are definitely pursuers around, be careful. Han Shen unbuckled his seatbelt, braced himself to avoid falling into the passenger seat where Fongran was, and then opened the car door. In the center of the explosion was a large pit, the surrounding low walls were shattered to pieces, the glass of nearby buildings was also broken, and even the streetlights were twisted and fallen to the side. Where were the attackers? Han Shen recalled that the ball seemed to have rolled over from a corner of a wall in the distance. Han Shen immediately looked towards a distant corner of the wall. Sure enough, a hand reached out from behind the wall and threw out another transparent ball. The transparent ball rolled straight towards Han Shen again. Although the ball was rolling, the dynamic image inside remained unaffected and was very clear. This time, the image inside the ball was of a voluptuous woman taking off her underwear. It was a visually shocking image. Just as the woman's full figure was about to be revealed, the transparent ball exploded again. This time, Han Shen was prepared and quickly shrank back into the car. The transparent ball was also further away this time, and the explosion's impact was significantly reduced. However, it still affected everyone. The car shook violently, and Han Shen lost his balance and fell. He crashed directly into Fongran's chest. Fortunately, there was a D-type cushion, otherwise, Han Shen's head would have either broken or he would have been dazed for a while. What are you doing? Fongran cried out in pain from Han Shen's impact. It was an accident, Han Shen explained, confirmed, there are pursuers outside, and their skill is throwing explosive transparent balls, they've already thrown two. Then our car is flipped. Should we abandon the car and leave? Chubby Tao slightly opened the car door and poked his head out to say, it's safer to exit from the top hatch. Han Shen reminded. Boom! Before Han Shen could finish speaking, there was another explosion outside. The shockwave slammed against the slightly opened car door. The door slammed shut with a bang, and the car shook violently again. I just saw the explosive transparent ball Han Shen mentioned, and there was an image inside, Chubby Tao said, still shaken, looking at the car door. What image? Fongran was still very curious. I saw a woman taking off her skirt, Fat Tao said. From what you said, they bomb you and still give you benefits? What a good person. Mo Tsong, who had been silent, mocked. Forget about who's taking off their skirt, let's go, this car can't take much more. Han Shen directly opened the hatch on the roof of the car. He took a quick look, confirming that there were no enemies in the direction the hatch was facing. The hatch was a bit small, and with his backpack, Han Shen found it hard to squeeze out. He could only throw his backpack out first, then jump out himself, and put the backpack back on. Han Shen's backpack was basically weightless, so it wouldn't affect his escape, and it contained his life-saving artifact, which he naturally had to take with him. Just as Han Shen put on his backpack, Mo Tsong had already come out. Then it was Fongran. Fat Tao struggled a bit, but everyone still managed to pull him out. Han Shen looked around. In front of him was a small path, and to the left was a street corner. Without thinking much, Han Shen charged straight into the street corner. The others quickly followed, all squeezing into the corner. Han Shen leaned against the wall of the corner, slightly poking his head out to check the situation with the off-road vehicle. He still didn't see many enemies, only a transparent ball rolling straight towards him. The bomb is coming again, get inside and hide. Without even looking at the image inside the ball, Han Shen immediately turned and pushed everyone towards the nearby small bar. Once inside, everyone immediately dropped to the floor, waiting for the bomb outside to explode. However, after a moment, there was no sound at all outside. Had it misfired? Everyone raised their heads. Meanwhile, on the other side, the two pursuers outside were also sweating. Why didn't it explode? The slightly chubby pursuer asked. Didn't see anything on the other side. Is it that your image isn't interesting? I even put black silk on this time, how could it not be interesting? The one with the middle part replied. Back in the bar, after waiting for a long time without an explosion, Han Shen could only get up, using the solid wall next to the door as cover, and peeked outside through the already shattered window. Han Shen looked around. The transparent ball had rolled to the street corner across the way. This was the second time he had seen the ball. The transparent ball exploded instantly. Han Shen instinctively covered his head with his hands. The shockwave rushed into the bar, sending a lot of debris flying. Han Chen felt his head buzzing, and for a moment, he could hardly hear anything. After a brief moment of confusion, Han Chen struggled to get up from the ground. His head was still heavy. His face also stung. He must have been cut by the shattered glass. Han Chen! Fat Tao called, shaking Han Chen's shoulder. Are you okay? I'm fine, Han Chen replied, taking a deep breath. On the other side, Fongran looked anxious. That guy Motsang suddenly disappeared again. We should run. Run? Run! With the bomb's power so great, all they could do now was to quickly hide far away. Right! Run! Han Chen shouted. Fongran and Fat Tao rushed out without hesitation. Han Chen stumbled a few steps out of the bar. Just as he wanted to escape down the street, he stopped. Because he saw a person wearing a tactical vest, with a middle-part hairstyle, standing not far away at the entrance they had come from. He had a smile on his face. A new transparent ball appeared in his hand. However, this ball was much smaller than the previous one. He must have been afraid of hurting himself. But even if the ball was smaller, at such a close distance and with no cover, Han Chen was still undoubtedly doomed. There was nowhere to escape. Han Chen decisively raised his hands in front of him, making a gesture as if to unleash a skill. At the same time, he shouted with a voice that nearly tore his throat, Divine Secret Technique. Absolute Reflection Shield. A large, golden, semi-transparent shield appeared a few meters in front of Han Chen. The guard with the middle part hairstyle changed his expression. The transparent ball he was about to throw was pulled back. Fongran and Fat Tao, who had run out several meters, were also drawn in by Han Chen's shout and turned to see that, indeed, a shield had appeared in front of him. The shield was enormous, taking up almost half the width of the street, shimmering with flashes of light, looking very spectacular. Han Chen! This shield is way cooler than I imagined, Fat Tao exclaimed. This is the absolute reflection shield. Any attack from the enemy will be reflected back intact, even bullets. Attacking this shield is equivalent to suicide, Han Chen replied to Fat Tao, a proud and somewhat arrogant smile on his face. You idiot! Why did you reveal the skill's effect? If you hadn't said anything, you could have tricked them into attacking the shield and committing suicide. Fongran stomped her foot in frustration. Alright, if I said it, would they still attack my shield? Han Chen slapped his forehead, looking regretful. Looking at the middle-parted pursuer on the opposite side, his expression had indeed turned serious. Han Chen's performance had worked. The other side was intimidated. Seizing the moment, Han Chen shouted at the middle-parted pursuer, Brother, don't hesitate, just blow me up with a bomb. Let's see if you can withstand your own bomb. Han Chen's shout was full of confidence. He also manipulated the shield to rotate and move slightly but quickly with his mind. This was Han Chen's way of telling the other side not to think about going around the shield. This shield could turn, and it could block attacks from any direction. The middle-parted pursuer became increasingly shaken. However, just a moment later, the middle-parted pursuer's expression relaxed. Stop acting. How could there be such a strong defensive skill? You can fool others, but not me. Just take my bomb like a good boy. A new transparent ball appeared in his hand. Han Chen's heart sank to the bottom. It was over. The other side wasn't an idiot. He hadn't intimidated them. What to do now? No, he couldn't be scared. He was bluffing the other side. Couldn't the other side be bluffing him too? Han Chen immediately put on a disdainful expression. Then let's give it a try. If you don't blow me up, I'll look down on you. As he spoke, Han Chen confidently took 2 steps forward, leaning his face closer. He was incredibly fearless. This completely tricked the inner defenses of the middle-parted pursuer. He stopped talking and didn't dare throw the transparent ball again. He just stared intently at the semi-transparent shield in front of Han Chen, full of unwillingness, yet could only sigh at the shield. Seeing that the other side was completely intimidated, Han Chen couldn't relax. He even felt a sense of being on a tiger's back, unable to get off. He had successfully bluffed them. And then? Although the other side wasn't attacking, they wouldn't let him run away easily either. If he could run, so could they. As both sides remained in a stalemate, the chances of Han Chen revealing his bluff only increased. What to do? If only he had an attack skill right now. Han Chen looked back at Fongran and Fat Tao. The two of them had already been captivated by Han Chen's defensive divine skill, their eyes filled with fervor as they looked at him. Han Chen said with a mournful face, Do you two have any attack skills? If you do, hurry up and use them, don't hold back. What time is it? I want to help you too, but I really don't have any. Fongran lowered her head, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Han Chen could only look at Fat Tao again. Me? I. Fat Tao took a deep breath and directly lifted his feet off the ground, floating into the air. Han Chen and Fongran stared wide-eyed. Oh my god, you're finally going to use your ability. Feng Ran exclaimed excitedly. What is your ability? To turn into Superman? Han Shen said, equally thrilled. Looking at the excited expressions of Feng Ran and Han Shen, Fat Tao also wore a mournful face. But this isn't my ability. I can't move at all right now. What kind of skill is this? Fat Tao said, starting to struggle desperately. His hands and feet could move slightly, but that was all. His body still seemed nailed in midair. What's going on? Han Shen was desperately trying to understand. It seems your shields can't block control skills. A cold laugh came from behind not far away. Han Shen and Feng Ran immediately turned to look, only to see a bald, chubby man with a mocking smile standing at the entrance of a clothing store, also wearing a black tactical vest. Control skill? Is it his control skill? Han Shen frowned at the bald man. Just then, Han Shen suddenly noticed that the beams of light around Fat Tao had disappeared. The display time was over. An opportunity. Let's hide for a moment. Han Shen immediately whispered a word to Feng Ran, then turned and dashed into a nearby small tavern where they had previously sought refuge. It was unclear what the mechanism of the skill from the opposite side was, so the best strategy was to quickly hide out of sight. The tavern was already quite dark, and now that all the lights had been shattered, it was even darker. Moreover, the other side firmly believed that they were behind a reflective shield and didn't dare to throw bombs inside. This provided Han Shen with a temporary shelter. Han Shen, I. As soon as Han Shen stepped into the tavern, he heard Feng Ran calling from behind. Han Shen rolled behind the bar and looked out the window. Sure enough, Feng Ran was also slowly floating in the air like Fat Tao. She looked at Han Shen, her eyes already filled with tears and despair. Fat Tao was still desperately shaking, but it was still of little effect. Han Shen could only hear a tearing sound coming from his body. Han Shen observed desperately. What kind of skill was this? Remote confinement? If that was the case, this skill was too abnormal. If it really was this mechanism, Han Shen estimated he would have no chance at all. Outside the shop, the bald man slowly walked to a spot not far from the bar. He's really quick. The bald man looked at the dark tavern, somewhat irritated. Don't worry, I just saw that this shop only has one entrance and exit. He can't escape. The man with the middle part stepped forward and smiled. Then let's take care of these two at the entrance first. The bald man looked at Feng Ran floating at the door, a lewd smile appearing on his face. He slowly approached Feng Ran. Inside the bar, Han Shen was burning with anxiety. The bald man's skill was almost unsolvable for him. The only opportunity seemed to be to wait for him to come in and then launch a surprise attack for a fatal blow. However, this was a bit difficult for Han Shen, who was not a professional killer. Should he disfigure himself to trigger the gift of the god of jealousy to increase his chances? Should he do that? Or use a life-saving artifact? Han Shen! Suddenly, Fat Tao shouted from outside. What's wrong? Han Shen immediately leaned against the bar, waiting for Fat Tao to continue. Han Shen! I know you can hear me. Fat Tao continued to shout. I mainly want to tell you how I feel right now. Feelings? Han Shen continued to listen. Fat Tao outside continued. I don't feel like I'm flying. It feels like someone is holding my clothes and pulling me up. This feeling is especially obvious when I move around. Clothes? Han Shen instantly recalled the sound of tearing fabric when Fat Tao was suspended earlier. It seemed to make some sense. Thud. Before Han Shen could think it through, Fat Tao had already fallen belly first, crashing heavily onto the ground. The surrounding wine cabinets shook violently. Beside him, Feng Ran was also startled and trembled. You talk too much, you fat pig, the bald, fat man said viciously. Then, Fat Tao floated up again, this time much higher than before. It was possibly 3 or 4 stories high. So high that Han Shen could no longer see him from behind the bar. At this moment, Fat Tao's face was already covered in blood and dirt, and his mind was unclear. No! Feng Ran shouted from the air beside him. Thud! The sound of him hitting the ground was even louder than before. Then, Fat Tao's body rose up once more. Han Shen could still see the arrogant smile on the bald fat man's face outside the door, even though he couldn't see Han Shen hiding in the shadows. He couldn't take it anymore. Han Shen didn't know if his life-saving artifact could interrupt this guy's skill, but he could only try. Han Shen opened his backpack. Hey, still breathing, huh? The bald fat man outside feigned surprise at the barely conscious Fat Tao. That won't do. The next second, a loud crash erupted to the right of the bar where Han Shen was. A large object smashed through. The wooden bar was shattered. Debris flew everywhere. Han Shen quickly protected his head. When he lowered his hands, what he saw was Fat Tao's mangled body. Han Shen reached out slightly to check for breath. None. Fat Tao was crushed to death just like that. Sigh. At this point, Han Shen had few options left. Although he had some guesses about the opponent's skills, he couldn't be sure. Using the life-saving artifact seemed to be the safest method. Han Chen leaned out a bit to look outside the shop. The bald fat man across was motionless. He maintained his lewd grin while looking at Feng Ran, but made no move. Just posing there? While Han Chen was puzzled, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. It was Fat Tao's voice. Han Chen. Fat Tao? Han Chen looked over in surprise. Fat Tao's body was still there, unmoving. Stop looking, Han Chen, I'm already dead. The voice of Fat Tao grew increasingly mournful. Ha? Then what is this? This is my skill, C-Class Legacy Gift. After I die, I can choose to communicate with someone from the same world, but I only have 2 minutes, so speak quickly. You speak, Han Chen understood and nodded seriously. This skill is not just for communication, there's something more important, which is skill gifting. I've given you a chance to draw a skill, and this draw will definitely be C-Class or above. Ha? Yes, once the conversation is over, you will automatically enter the skill drawing phase, and soon after, the effective pause time will also disappear. Thank you. Han Chen nodded. So it was because of Fat Tao's skill that time was paused. What I most want to tell you is that I really am not a traitor. I'm at the end of my time, please believe me. I believe you. Han Chen nodded again, believing him like never before. Well, I wish you draw a divine skill that can change the situation, and live on for my sake. After Fat Tao finished speaking, there was no more sound. Fat Tao? Ha? Why did it stop? There should still be some time left, right? I don't know what to say anymore. I never really thought about what to say as my last words. Sigh, I'm really useless. Don't you have any last wishes to pass on? Family? Friends? If I can go back, I'll help you with it. Ah, right, I remembered one. Then hurry and say it. In the last few seconds, Fat Tao quickly told Han Chen about his last wishes, mainly concerning his family. After that, Han Chen's ears fell into silence. At this moment, Han Chen finally understood why Fat Tao had always been reluctant to reveal his skill. The C-Class skill he could gift after his death was a level that was hard to reach for most ordinary people. Basically, having a C-level skill can significantly improve a person's social status, ensuring that they won't have to worry about food and clothing, which is the bare minimum. This is a temptation that many find hard to resist. However, for Fat Tao himself, there are no benefits, because his skill only takes effect when he dies, much like the meat on a pig or the skin on a fox. Once his teammates learn about his skill, they will undoubtedly covet the C-level skill. This is human nature. When danger arises, it's highly likely that his teammates won't genuinely help Fat Tao. They would rather wish for his death, so they could claim the C-level skill for themselves. However, before that, they will certainly pretend to be sincere, acting as if they are doing their utmost to help Fat Tao, in order to win his affection and make him willingly give his skill to them. No one wants to be surrounded by false friends who seem to want to help but actually wish for their demise. If they encounter even more cold-blooded teammates, they might threaten Fat Tao's family, forcing him to hand over his skill after his death, and then personally kill him to seize the C-level skill. Therefore, letting others know about Fat Tao's skill brings nothing but harm. The safest choice is to say nothing at all. He simply made the choice that best ensured his survival. As Han Chen thought of this, 10 glowing cards appeared before him. Han Chen was in no mood and randomly drew one. It was a C-level skill. Why does this young master look so much like a draft? You can freely modify someone else's face, but the features must be arranged normally. This skill, if it weren't for the latter half of the restriction, it would definitely be A level or above, because altering someone else's face could directly remove their nose, mouth, and eyes, causing suffocation or blindness. Unfortunately, that premise exists. This skill immediately became much weaker, and Han Chen couldn't even think of any uses beyond linking it with the gift of the god of jealousy. Moreover, the target is someone else, he can't alter his own appearance. So, can this new skill help Han Chen resolve his current predicament? What clever uses could it have? What might the skill mechanism of the opponent be, and can he target it with his new skill? It seems none of that is possible. At that moment, the bald, fat man outside resumed his activities. Time began to flow again. There was no time for Han Chen to think. As he picked up the life-saving artifact, intending to throw it outside, he saw Feng Ran, her face ashen. She was suspended in the air, but her clothes were not hanging down due to gravity. Instead, they were inexplicably rising. This phenomenon was particularly evident at her chest. Han Chen immediately recalled what Fat Tao had said when he was controlled but hadn't finished. He mentioned feeling as if his clothes were lifting him up, and the bald man immediately silenced Fat Tao. This proved that the weakness of the opponent was right here. Previously, Han Chen had only guessed, but now he was more certain than ever. Yes, the opponent's skill must be can control clothes. Oh, then I just won't wear clothes. Han Shan slapped his thigh. At that moment, outside the shop, the bald, fat man was slowly controlling the clothes on Feng Ran to gradually come off. His face was filled with excitement, thoroughly enjoying the process. Feng Ran had already closed her eyes in despair. She didn't want to see the bald man's lewd face. If you don't come out soon, you'll miss the good stuff. The bald man laughed as he shouted towards the bar where Han Shan was hiding. There was no response from the bar. The bald man didn't care much and continued with his work. After removing Feng Ran's outer jacket, he didn't rush to take off her shirt but instead turned to remove her skirt. The guy with the middle part was also watching the show with great interest. The bald man eagerly licked his lips, but then his expression changed instantly. Why are you still wearing leggings? What a lack of decency! The bald man shouted angrily. Feng Ran didn't respond, still keeping her eyes closed, as if she had given up on everything. At that moment, a white figure burst out of the bar. It was Han Chen. Han Chen, who was wearing nothing at all. What the hell? The guy with the middle part and the bald, chubby man could hardly believe their eyes at this scene. Ah! Feng Ran had just heard the commotion and opened her eyes, only to see a naked man, and she immediately shut her eyes again. Looks like he guessed your skill, the guy with the middle part said, looking at the bald, chubby man. The bald, chubby man didn't respond but stared blankly at Han Chen, exclaiming, "What an ugly tattoo." Tattoo? Han Chen, who had just run out, was also confused by this remark. He then looked down. Upon seeing this, Han Chen was startled. In the dim light of the tavern, he hadn't noticed that his body was covered in large red characters. What's going on? Who wrote this? When did this happen? Han Chen's mind was in a whirl. But in this situation, he didn't dwell on it too much and turned to run desperately down the street. A golden, translucent shield appeared behind him. Absolute reflection shield. Oh no, that guy is going to run. The guy with the middle part was anxious to chase after him. No need, the bald, chubby man stopped him. This guy thinks I can't do anything to him because he's not wearing clothes. He's too naive. He looked at Han Chen's bare back and sneered. Snap, snap. Suddenly, several pieces of clothing flew out from the nearby clothing stores, briefly hovering in the middle of the street before speeding towards Han Chen. With my army of clothes, he can't escape. It's just adding to the amusement, the bald, chubby man continued to laugh as he watched Han Chen's back. At that moment, Han Chen, who was running with his head down, also heard the sound of something slicing through the air behind him. He turned around and saw many pieces of clothing rapidly approaching him. There's this trick too? Han Chen felt a sense of foreboding. These things were flying, and his two legs couldn't outrun them. No way, if they trapped him and he couldn't move, it would be all over. Without hesitation, Han Chen sidestepped and hid behind a pickup truck on the side of the road. Then he threw the object he had been clutching tightly for a long time towards the bald, chubby man and the guy with the middle part. It was a can. The very item that was his life-saving artifact. The can landed on the ground not far in front of the bald, chubby man and the other guy, and instantly exploded. Two dogs appeared at the spot where the can had fallen, one black and one white. Summoned beasts? The bald, chubby man and the guy with the middle part immediately became alert. The guy with the middle part also summoned a small transparent ball in preparation. What they didn't expect was that the two dogs didn't look at them at all. Once summoned, they began to stare at each other and then bared their teeth. Then something unexpected happened to the bald, chubby man and the guy with the middle part. One of the dogs suddenly pounced on the other, and they immediately began to bite each other. A chaotic barking ensued. My two summoned beasts are actually fighting each other? Idiots, ha 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 ha. The bald, chubby man laughed loudly, pointing at the fighting dogs. Exactly, look, they're about to bite each other's tails off. What a stupid summoning technique. The guy with the middle part laughed along. After that, the two of them sat down on the ground, laughing as they watched the two dogs fight. All the clothes fell to the ground, and even Feng Ran came down. However, after Feng Ran landed, she didn't rush to escape. Instead, she sat down happily watching the dogs fight. Not far away, Han Chen hid behind the truck, watching these guys fall for it. The life-saving artifact was indeed effective. That's right, this was the item Han Chen had drawn at that time. Top-quality large can, throw this can out to summon two dogs to fight. Nearby people who see it will be forced to watch the spectacle. Yes, that's right, just one glance, and they would be compelled to watch. However, it's quite simple to avoid, just don't look and stay out of sight. In fact, when Han Chen threw it, he could have told Feng Ran to close her eyes, which would have spared her. But in that moment, Han Chen thought of two things. The first was that if he shouted for her to close her eyes, would the person opposite also receive the cue and close their eyes, rendering the life-saving artifact useless? The second, and more important, was that he had already determined that the traitor was one of either Feng Ran or Fat Tao. Now that Fat Tao had claimed before his death that he was not the traitor, it meant he couldn't be the traitor, as he had no reason to deceive Han Shen any further. Therefore, the traitor could only be Feng Ran. With that, Han Shen saw no need to save her, it would be better if she died. So, when he threw it, he didn't make a sound. Now was a good opportunity to escape. Han Shen turned and ran, but after just a few steps, he stopped. He could run for a moment, but what about the next 8 days? These two guys in Feng Ran, the traitor, were so dangerous that they would still pose a huge threat later. It would be better to take them out now while he had the chance. Yes. Han Shen emerged from behind the car, picked up a shard of glass from the roadside, and approached the bald, fat man and the one with a middle part. The loud barking of the two dogs fighting made it easy for Han Shen to discern their positions without looking in that direction. However, he had never used this canister before, and he was afraid that he might make too much noise and wake the two from their intense viewing experience, so he approached them quietly. Soon, Han Shen was close enough, and the two pursuers were still watching the dogs fight. Han Shen activated his skill, "How does this young man look so much like a draft?" and gave each of them a handsome face that was enough to trigger Han Shen's skill, just to be safe. Just as Han Shen was about to make his move, the one with the middle part suddenly stood up. Had the skill failed? Han Shen felt a jolt. Then he saw that although the middle-parted guy's gaze was still fixed on the fighting dogs, his body was slowly retreating. Han Shen's nerves instantly tightened. Had these guys actually noticed him? But because they couldn't take their eyes off the dogs, they were still watching the fight. Were they actually preparing to counterattack? Would his move be just what they wanted? Not good. Han Shen quickly stopped and focused intently on the middle-parted guy. The middle-parted guy's gaze was still on the fighting dogs, but he began to slowly crouch down, his left hand reaching toward the ground. What was he doing? Picking something up? A weapon? Han Shen looked over. He saw that on the ground by the middle-parted guy's left hand was a bag of popcorn that had fallen from a nearby store's window. The middle-parted guy really picked up the popcorn. Then he opened the popcorn bag and slowly started stuffing it into his mouth, all while keeping his eyes glued to the fighting dogs. Completely focused, Han Shen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What was going on? It turned out he just wanted to eat while watching. Han Shen raised his knife, ready to make his move again. Smack! Just then, Feng Ran, who was behind the two pursuers, suddenly collapsed to the ground as if electrocuted. Han Shen was startled. He saw a hole appear in the center of her chest, blood seeping out. She had been shot. Then Han Shen heard a gunshot in the distance. The bullet was much faster than the sound. At a certain distance, it was clear that the bullet arrived before the sound. Someone else was shooting from a distance. Han Shen immediately turned to look in the direction of the sound. On the rooftop of the Fog Mountain Hotel in the distance, there was indeed an incongruous metallic reflection. It was clearly the reflection of a gun scope. Han Shen made a quick decision and dashed to the base of a low building across the street, a spot that couldn't be seen from the rooftop. Once he confirmed that the gun couldn't hit him, he felt a bit relieved. Meanwhile, the two pursuers were still watching the dogs fight, unfazed. It was so exciting that even the gunshot couldn't wake them. Han Shen took a deep breath. A sniper so accurate yet so clumsy as to not hide himself? Oh! Han Shen immediately understood, it must be another pursuer. Although he had temporarily gained the skill of firearms proficiency and a sniper rifle from the system, he lacked actual sniping experience and didn't know how to hide the reflection of the scope. It was spotted by Han Shen at a glance. So that shot he just fired was right. Even if Feng Ran was an insider, in the eyes of the pursuers, he should still appear as a fugitive. This was a headhunting. After a fierce battle, the white dog lay motionless on the ground, having been bitten. The black dog wagged its tail and began to circle around the white dog. The can that had been knocked over sprayed fireworks towards the black dog, producing a burst of celebratory sound effects, signifying that the black dog was the victor. Then, both dogs disappeared. The bald, chubby man and the man with a middle part stood up, still feeling the lingering excitement. It was more accurate to say they had just awakened from a dream. Damn, do I have some kind of illness? I just watched a dogfight for no reason, the bald, chubby man cursed angrily. Me too. This is just ridiculous, the man with the middle part said, and upon seeing the bald, chubby man, he was instantly stunned. The bald, chubby man also saw the man with the middle part and froze in place. The two exchanged a long glance. Wu Yan's team? The bald, chubby man exclaimed. Lu Dahua? The man with the middle part gasped. Both were shocked, and the bald, chubby man hurriedly controlled the clothes of the man with the middle part, making him float. The man with the middle part then produced a transparent small ball in his hand. They recognized each other's familiar moves and confirmed they were teammates before retracting their actions. How did you become Wu Yan's team, Lu Dahua? they both exclaimed simultaneously. Really? So I really became Lu Dahua? The bald, chubby man looked at the face of the man with the middle part, deducing that his own face must have also transformed into a celebrity's. He touched his face, filled with excitement. I guess so. It's my first time seeing a Lu Dahua who's bald and weighs over 200 pounds. The man with the middle part shook his head, and the aura is lacking. It feels like Lu Dahua has acted in too many adult films. You're full of crap, the bald, chubby man retorted, directly making the man with the middle part float again. Stop messing around. The man with the middle part shouted, what about our prey? Right. The bald, chubby man suddenly remembered this matter and immediately set the man with the middle part down, looking towards Feng Ran's original position. Feng Ran was not there. As they searched again, they found Feng Ran lying on the ground 10 meters away from where she had been. At that moment, Feng Ran was already on the ground, with a dark blood hole in her chest. Damn it, how did she die? The bald, chubby man became even angrier. By the way, I remember there was a gunshot when we were watching the dogs fight, the man with the middle part recalled. So what do you mean? Think about it, besides us, who else would kill a fugitive? It must be a fellow competitor headhunting, the man with the middle part said. Damn it, that naked guy, could it be that he also, most likely got killed too? This is too inconsiderate, just headhunting right in front of me. So maybe they gave us a handsome face to make amends. Oh, so this Lu Dehua face of mine came about like this. The bald, chubby man nodded. Well, I guess I can accept that. I'll find a place to take a good look. The bald, chubby man began searching for a mirror around. Of course you can accept it. You have that fat guy's head, but I can't accept it since I have no head. The man with the middle part scolded. It's fine. When the next wave shows positions, I'll help you kill a few more. The bald, chubby man patted his chest. All right, now let's get out of here and take a good look at our handsome faces. Ha. The bald, chubby man happily prepared to leave. The man with the middle part also wanted to go, but after glancing around, he suddenly exclaimed, hey, this woman is dead, but why does she still have a red mark on her head? Maybe it's because I just died. It will be gone soon, or you can take advantage of the heat. Get lost. In a closed shoe store, Han Chen was hiding in the bathroom, looking at his own body in the mirror. Both in front and behind him were written in large red letters. What puzzled Han Chen was that, from the perspective of the mirror, these large red letters were all upside down. In this case, if Han Chen looked down directly, the letters would be right side up. It looked like the letters were written from the angle of Han Chen's head. This seemed to imply that these letters were written by Han Chen himself. But how could that be? Didn't Han Chen know whether he had written anything? Han Chen thought of a new possibility. That these letters were written by someone with special abilities for him to see, specifically written this way for his convenience. Han Chen could only start to discern what these letters specifically said. The starting point of the writing was on his lower left abdomen, with 2 characters. It was these 2 characters that made Han Chen's heart race, because these 2 characters were Han Chen. How did the writer know his name was Han Chen? Han Chen recalled. In this world, the only people who should know his name were the 6 people who were with him. However, now these people were basically all dead. Only Emote-san was alive. Was the writer Emote-san? Or did someone have the ability to know his name? Han Chen did not rush to conclusions and continued to discern further. There weren't many characters, and they were written in order, so Han Chen could read directly. Han Chen, believe me, I am here to help you. Whatever you do, don't kill the cat. When Han Chen read this far, he was a bit confused. Don't kill the cat? Where is there a cat here? You need to have one to kill it. But the person leaving the writing wouldn't intentionally leave a meaningless sentence. Perhaps this cat refers to something? What could it refer to? Han Chen couldn't think of anything for a moment. Continuing to search, Han Chen found another character on his backside. It was the character Go. The whole sentence became, Han Chen, believe me, I am here to help you. Whatever you do, don't kill the cat. Go. After Go, there was nothing more. Go? Go where? Han Chen continued to look down and found a string of numbers on his lower back, 18, 78-87, 48. This string of numbers was specifically enclosed in parentheses, with a dash in the middle, and a deliberate period at the end. What does it mean? Is there more information? Han Chen searched his whole body again. Besides these words, there was only a red line extending from the first character Han all the way to his left palm. Then there was Han Chen's palm, which had been stained red by new paint on the sightseeing bus, and after washing his hands, the red had faded to the point of being invisible. There was no other information. Go. The latter should be a place or an action. It should be related to this string of numbers. Could it be coordinates? Coordinates? But Han Shen had come here naked, without a map. Is there a map here? Han Shen turned his head to look, and sure enough, there were several stacks of map booklets on the rack at the store entrance, exactly the same as the one Han Shen had obtained earlier. After all, this was a resort, so there were map booklets everywhere. Opening one, the map booklet's layout did not have coordinate grids. Han Shen could only find a measuring tape and a pen at the counter. Then, using the measuring tape, he divided the map into 10 squares each vertically and horizontally, found the approximate grid where the coordinates were located, and then subdivided further. Soon, Han Shen had roughly found the locations corresponding to the two coordinates. One was an entertainment and accommodation area at the foot of the tall mountain in the resort, and the other was a forest area on the hillside of the shorter mountain. Both were quite large areas. In such a large area, how could one possibly meet up? Han Shen wrote the entire sentence on paper and looked at it. Han Shen, trust me. I'm here to help you. Don't kill the cat. Go, 1878-8748. The period at the end was clearly intentional, representing a conclusion. This must be the final form of all the words. It contained a baffling warning and two coordinates of unknown situations. No, if the punctuation was deliberately written, then the dash between the two coordinates must also have its significance. A hyphen in English represents a connector, typically used when a word doesn't fit on one line and needs to connect two lines. Normally, a hyphen wouldn't connect two coordinates. So, could it be that these four numbers together represent a place? Han Shen immediately divided the area of 1878 into 10 parts in all directions. Because the map was a bit small, Han Shen could only find a location close to the coordinate 8748, which was 9050, and then adjusted it slightly by feel. The coordinates now only left two unknown houses within this area. However, due to the limited precision of the floor plan, Han Shen couldn't determine which house it was. This is it. The person who wrote this wanted to go here. Should he go? Han Shen began to deliberate. First, the likelihood that the person leaving the message was a pursuer was very low. It was highly probable that they were on Han Shen's side. Because if it were a pursuer, they could have directly killed Han Shen at that opportunity. Why go through the trouble of leaving such an obscure message? Even if they wanted to trick Han Shen into going somewhere to kill him, wouldn't it be better to leave a clearer message? Moreover, the wording was unnecessarily vague. If it were a trap, there was no need for such obscurity, to the point that Han Shen still didn't fully understand it. What did he mean by cat? Han Shen couldn't figure it out at the moment. Additionally, the other party knew Han Shen's name, so Han Shen had already deduced that this person was likely Mutation. Han Shen had previously analyzed Mutation. With his abilities, he could easily eliminate the entire team. There was no need for him to play games with just a few of them, but he had never made a move, so he definitely wasn't an insider. He must be on Han Shen's side, just someone who preferred to escape at the last moment. As for why Mutation left this message, perhaps he had his own reasons he couldn't disclose. If there were any questions, going to that coordinate and finding him would clarify everything. Han Shen looked at the map. Unfortunately, this coordinate was on the other side of the resort, quite far from where Han Shen was now. It might take some effort to get to that place. He still needed to make some preparations. Han Shen opened the panel in the upper right corner and casually glanced at the remaining number of people, 63. However, he still didn't know the exact number of fugitives and pursuers. Whatever. Han Shen found a pair of fitting sneakers in a shoe store, then found a somewhat ill-fitting shirt to wear. He then hid in the back of the store and began to wait. He was waiting for those two pursuers to leave that area. Han Shen had come out without any clothes on. His backpack was still in the bar where he had been hiding earlier. Inside were not only Han Shen's supplies but also those special items that might be useful. Of course, there were also Han Shen's clothes, which were quite important. That outfit was Han Shen's usual casual wear, a specially made game uniform ordered by the school, durable, tough, comfortable to wear, warm in winter and cool in summer, and it didn't hinder movement. That's right, actually every time one enters the game, everyone wears the clothes they had on when they entered. However, generally, the system clears everything from pockets and compartments, leaving only the clothes. This is also why Han Shen could wear acrylic clothes in the game before. Only in certain special circumstances will participants entering the game have their clothes changed by the system. Sometimes it's due to the needs of the game's background, and the system will provide participants with specially designed outfits. For example, in a cop and robber type of game, participants playing as police officers will immediately be given police uniforms. Another situation is to prevent participants from making a fuss about their clothing. Previously, Han Shen had heard reports of someone experimenting by entering the game in a bulletproof vest, only to be immediately changed into ordinary clothes by the system. Yes, clothing with special effects like bulletproof vests is likely to be intercepted by the system. However, acrylic clothing does not reach the level of special effects, so Han Shen was able to wear it in the previous game. Nevertheless, Han Shen's own outfit is much better than the one he is currently wearing. This one is small and tight. If Han Shen runs, it might just burst open. And as for those two pursuers, Han Shen couldn't be sure when they would leave. They might not leave at all. With no other options, Han Shen could only choose to wait a little longer for safety. He simply decided to take a short nap on the single bed in the back room. Being alone, he didn't dare to sleep too deeply and could only doze off while listening to the sounds outside. He didn't know how long he had slept when he woke up. Looking at the sky, it was already getting late. It felt like it was around 6 in the evening, but glancing at the clock on the counter, it was only 4 in the afternoon. 4 o'clock and it's already dark? Or is the clock inaccurate? Strange. Han Shen left the shoe store and walked a bit until he found the street he had been on before. The can of food was still there. To his surprise, the place where Feng Ran had fallen was now completely empty. Where is Feng Ran's body? How could it be gone? Could it be that she didn't die? Impossible, she was hit in the heart, she couldn't survive. So why is the body missing? It can't be that someone collected the body, right? Yes, it's possible that the villagers took her body. Han Shen didn't think about it any further and instead entered the small tavern he had been in before. The mangled body of Fat Tao was still there, looking quite horrifying. If the villagers collected bodies, then why was Fat Tao's body left unattended? Han Shen found it strange but couldn't come up with an answer. You gave me skills, I should thank you. I'll just collect a body for you, even though I don't know if it's useful in the game, Han Shen muttered to himself as he looked at Fat Tao's body. Han Shen turned to look for his backpack and clothes, and fortunately, they were all there. The items in the backpack hadn't decreased either. It seemed those two hadn't come in to search at all. The rolled-up newspaper with the gossip was also there. What would it print now? Han Shen was a bit curious, so he pulled out the newspaper, opened it, took a glance, and immediately closed it again. Sure enough, this time he was on the newspaper. But Han Shen couldn't help but open it again to take another look. The photo was of him running naked, and the headline read, "A man protests against the discrimination of the impotent crowd by running naked in the street." What the hell is this nonsense? They're completely slandering me, right? Han Shen angrily stuffed the newspaper back into his backpack. Then, he changed back into his own clothes. Next, he planned to go to the Humvee to get some fuel to give Fat Tao a simple cremation. He walked around the explosion pit on the ground and turned the corner, spotting the overturned Humvee from before. But the next second, Han Shen immediately recoiled, because he saw a person wearing a tactical vest, crouched at the top hatch of the Humvee, with their butt sticking up, seemingly rummaging through the vehicle. A pursuer. Moreover, this figure seemed a bit plump, instantly reminding Han Shen of that bald, chubby man from before. Why hasn't he left yet? Then I should leave. Han Shen prepared to run, peeking out to take another look, trying to find the position of the middle-parted pursuer. There was no sign of the middle-parted figure. The fat pursuer was still lying motionless at the top hatch of the Hummer. Something felt off. What was this guy doing? Han Shen looked around and then turned back. That person remained still. Could it be? Han Shen had a suspicion in his mind. Gathering his courage, he moved a little closer. The person still showed no signs of movement. Han Shen, feeling less concerned, took out his dagger and approached quickly. If he misjudged, the other party had their back to him, which was a good opportunity to take care of this guy. When Han Shen reached his side, the person was still in that position. Han Shen confirmed one thing. He grabbed the back of the person's shirt and pulled back with force. The person fell directly to the ground. It was the face of Lu Dehua. Indeed, it was that bald, fat man, the same face Han Shen had seen before when he triggered the gift of the god of jealousy. However, he had been dead for quite some time. How could someone with such strong skills suddenly die? Han Shen was puzzled. How did he die? Han Shen checked the body. He found no obvious wounds. It was simply dead. A strong sense of unease made Han Shen want to leave this place quickly. He glanced inside the Hummer. The bag of Fat Tao foam had already been rummaged through, and things were scattered all over the vehicle. Han Shen found 2 barrels of gasoline among several diesel barrels. This was what he had asked the gas station attendant for, just in case. Now it came in handy. After hastily cremating Fat Tao's body, night had already fallen. The darkness came faster than Han Shen had anticipated. He specifically looked for a shop to check the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. It got dark outside at 5. Then, the streetlights in the entire commercial area automatically lit up. However, the whole block was silent, and not a single person could be seen. It was as if after the explosion, not a single villager in green clothes was left. They must have all run away in fear of danger. That was fine, it was quiet. Han Chen remembered that there should be another position display at night. This time, it might be hard for him to get through. Han Chen needed a vehicle to keep moving when he was at a real location. He first went back to take a quick look at the previous Hummer. If the bulletproof Hummer could be driven, it would undoubtedly be the best choice. However, when he reached the chassis, Han Chen found that the bulletproof steel plates had been blown to pieces, and many components protecting the chassis inside had broken off. This vehicle was no longer drivable. He could only look for another car. Although he didn't have the keys, Han Chen had learned some car theft techniques at school. After all, in many games, cars were very important, so stealing cars was also a relatively important course. However, this was limited to old-fashioned key cars. He couldn't handle more advanced electronic ignition vehicles. Fortunately, this block was filled with old trucks. Han Chen drove a refrigerated truck, confirmed it could run, and then hid on the second floor of a nearby cafe, waiting for the position display time to arrive. To Han Chen's surprise, he waited for a long time and still did not see the prompt for the upcoming position display. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was already close to midnight. Clearly, this position display segment was random, not fixed at a specific time. Han Chen looked out the window. At that moment, a thin fog had risen outside, and the streetlight's glow became somewhat illusory in the mist, creating a hazy white scene. Apart from the streetlights, all the building windows were pitch black, and the distant thin fog enveloped the Mountain Grand Hotel, making it completely invisible in the darkness. It felt lifeless. Han Chen was increasingly uncomfortable. Just as he was about to leave the window, he suddenly felt a shiver, because he saw a woman in white standing at the second floor window of the shop diagonally across. Under the illumination of the nearby streetlight, the figure appeared particularly clear. Damn! Han Chen instinctively crouched down to hide beneath the windowsill. What was that? A villager? Impossible, she wasn't wearing green clothes. A pursuer? No, she wasn't in a black tactical vest. A fugitive? Possibly, it should be a fugitive. What a pain, a fugitive looking like a female ghost. What a big problem. Han Chen peeked out again. The white-clad woman had vanished, leaving only the dark window, which in the dead silence of the thin mist resembled a monster's gaping mouth. Where did she go? Did she see me hiding? Or was it for some other reason? Han Chen was deep in thought. A thought surged to the forefront of her mind. Could it be that the woman across the way was Feng Ran? After all, she hadn't seen her body yet. Impossible. Han Chen immediately dismissed the idea in her mind. Setting aside whether Feng Ran was dead or not, Han Chen was relatively familiar with her. If that woman were Feng Ran, Han Chen should have recognized her at a glance. That was definitely a stranger. It must be another fugitive. As Han Chen pondered this, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of her. Attention! All fugitive locations will be displayed in 15 minutes. The display time will be approximately 20 minutes. 15 minutes of preparation time? Display for 20 minutes? Not even 30 minutes. This timing is uncertain. Better get ready to move. Han Chen slung her backpack over her shoulder. At this moment, Han Chen felt a bit curious. The location was about to be displayed. What would the woman across the way plan to do? If she had any special methods, perhaps Han Chen could learn a thing or two. So, Han Chen returned to the window, slightly poking her head out to look at the shop across the street. The shop was completely still, and the woman did not come out. Was she planning to hide in that shop for the 15 minutes of location display? Han Chen felt a wave of disappointment. She thought that woman might have some clever measures, but Han Chen wasn't in a hurry to leave. After all, the location display hadn't started yet. Perhaps the woman would take action once it began. After a quiet wait, 15 minutes passed. The location display began. A red beam shot straight up into the sky from Han Chen. To her surprise, the shop across the street remained in darkness, with no beam of light shining out. Where was she? Had she quietly come over to this side? Han Chen hurriedly ran downstairs, standing in the street and looking back. There were no beams of light coming from the houses behind her either. Looking around, the nearest beam was on the hillside on the other side of a low mountain, far away. In the entire commercial street, only Han Chen's beam stood alone in the midnight mist. There was simply no one else. Never had there been. Han Chen was dumbfounded. This place was off. Very off. Go! Go! Han Chen jumped into the refrigerated truck and started the engine. She began to drive out of the commercial street. Han Chen could already feel a chill creeping up her spine. She quickly drove out of the commercial street, winding through the forest paths. Fortunately, during this display time, no pursuers appeared. Perhaps it was because the time was relatively short this time, or maybe it was because Han Shan was a solitary beam, with a lower target value. In any case, Han Shan had managed to get through safely this time. Han Shan started the car again, slowly distancing herself from the area, not daring to turn on the headlights, essentially driving in the dark. After parking the car behind the forest, Han Shan decided to spend the night in the vehicle. The night wind rustled through the trees, producing sounds that were different from any wind Han Shan had heard before. This wind sounded particularly like a woman's cry. It made Han Shan feel cold, so cold that she found it hard to sleep. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that she finally drifted off. Waking up, the sky was still dimly lit. It seemed to be around 4 or 5 in the morning. Han Shan glanced at the time on the car radio and immediately sat up. It was 7:30 in the morning. 7:30? He clearly remembered two things. First, he had checked the time with the clock in the shop before setting off, and that clock was accurate. Second, the sunrise time yesterday was at 7 o'clock. Why was it 7:30 today, and still this dim light? Han Shan initially thought it might be due to heavy fog, but upon closer inspection, the fog was still thin. It was simply that the sun hadn't risen yet. What was going on? Was the sunrise time in this world not fixed? Strange things were becoming more and more frequent. But Han Shan didn't dwell on it too much. He just started the car, preparing to head to that coordinate. However, before leaving, he took a look at the newspaper to see if there were any updates. More information was always good. Perhaps he could spot the enemy's location and avoid them in advance. Han Shan pulled out the newspaper and looked at the photos. The newspaper had been updated. This time, the photo looked a bit. No, it was particularly eerie. The photo was taken in a forest at night. Under the moonlight, there were many long-haired women in white dresses. They stood sparsely in a circle, all looking at the center of the circle. In the center of the circle was a truck, its side displaying the logo Thin Mist Fresh, with a cartoon lobster painted on it. Wait a minute? Han Shan immediately jumped out of the car and glanced at the side of his refrigerated truck. The side had 4 characters, Thin Mist Fresh. Just like in the photo, there was also a cartoon lobster smiling at him. This image was of his own truck. The picture in the newspaper was exactly the situation around him after he fell asleep last night. What the hell? Han Shan immediately looked around. The surroundings were just an empty forest, and he didn't see any of those women from the photo. But Han Shan quickly jumped back into the car. Even though he didn't see those women around him, his mind was still blank, and his heart was racing. He hurriedly took out a calming spray and sprayed it on himself. Only then did his mood calm down a bit. Putting down the spray, Han Shan's heart was still in turmoil. No. This game was very wrong. Wasn't it supposed to be a survival against each other? Why were there ghostly women? And why weren't they attacking, just standing around watching? Was it perverse? A toad crawling on my foot, not biting me but just grossing me out? What was going on? Han Shan glanced at the newspaper's headline, "Lobster prices may skyrocket. Countless citizens stopping cars to buy." The headline was still as meaningless as ever. Forget it, I want to leave this place. Han Shan didn't want to stay in this forest for another second. He drove the refrigerated truck, heading towards that coordinate, but to avoid pursuers, he chose a relatively remote path. Han Shan had a hypothesis in his mind. These strange occurrences might be the reason Mutation had invited him there, but he couldn't figure out the specific cause of these strange events at the moment. Mutation might really know. It was better to go early, that way, Han Shan could have some certainty. Not long after getting on the highway, the sun came out, and the surroundings brightened up. Han Shan specifically checked the time. The sunrise time was exactly 8 o'clock. It was indeed delayed by an hour compared to yesterday. It seemed that yesterday's sunset was also earlier than the day before, around 5 in the afternoon. Did the sunset also come an hour earlier? If this continued tomorrow, losing 2 hours each day, wouldn't there be no daytime after the 7th day? The more Han Shan thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Just as Han Shan was feeling increasingly anxious, a prompt box appeared before him again. Attention! In 15 minutes, all fugitive locations will be displayed. This display time, approximately 30 minutes. Another location display. It was early morning when it happened. Truly, one misfortune after another. Han Shan was starting to feel breathless. He parked the car by the roadside. It was the same tactic as before. He would wait until the position was displayed, then keep moving quickly to make it difficult for his pursuers to strike. After anxiously waiting for 15 minutes, a beam of light appeared on Han Shan's body. He immediately started the car and began to move. He drove in circles along the highway for over 10 minutes, but there was no sign of anything. This time, it seemed he would get through safely. Han Shan let out a slight sigh of relief. Crack! At that moment, a sharp sound pierced the air outside. Before Han Shan could react, a tree branch suddenly flew towards him from the front. With nowhere to escape, Han Shan could only brace himself. Thud! The branch smashed directly into the driver's cabin, shattering the glass. The refrigerated truck lost control and crashed into a nearby large tree. Crack! Han Shan kicked open the deformed car door, covering his head as he jumped out. Oh, still a little handsome guy, what a pity! A woman's voice came from behind. Han Shan turned to see a voluptuous woman standing not far away, dressed in a black leather outfit and high heels, wearing a half-face cat mask, and holding a long vine whip. What chilled Han Shan was that over her leather outfit, she wore a fitted black tactical vest. Another pursuer. Han Shan didn't panic too much. He simply said coldly, "Which third-rate adult film did you just step out of in that getup?" Since there was no way to run, he couldn't lose his momentum. The woman in the cat mask was momentarily taken aback, then sneered, "You've got some guts, huh?" As she spoke, she flicked her whip directly at Han Shan. The whip shot towards him. Han Shan quickly ducked. The whip missed him and struck a nearby tree instead. Han Shan glanced at the whip tangled around the tree and felt a bit relieved. The accuracy was quite average. It was better to use a gun. But the woman in the cat mask still smiled disdainfully. Then she yanked hard, and the entire tree was uprooted, coming straight at Han Shan. He immediately rolled desperately to avoid the tree. The tree crashed down beside him, the shockwave nearly knocking him over. Still shaken, Han Shan looked at the massive tree beside him, almost unable to believe his eyes. Even Lu Zhishan would cry at this. Too exaggerated, man. Go for it, little handsome guy, the second one is coming. The woman in the half-face cat mask smiled at Han Shan, then swung her whip again, tying it to another tree nearby. Han Shan turned and ran desperately into the woods. See you next time. I'll definitely subscribe to your video next time, he shouted as he ran. If he was going to run, he might as well say something with spirit. Han Shan knew very well that the dense trees in the woods would likely hinder the long whip's effectiveness, so the woods seemed to be his only chance. Just as he dove into the forest, a large tree came crashing down right behind him. Two trees blocked the falling tree for Han Shan, but the shockwave still nearly toppled him. Effective enough. Hope reignited in Han Shan's heart. As long as he desperately burrowed into the woods, he might really be able to escape from this woman who looked like a star from an adult film. However, the woman in the cat mask gently shook her head. Little handsome guy, you're so naive. She swung her whip again. This time, the target was not a tree, but Han Shan's waist. The tip of the whip shot straight towards him. For her, capturing Han Shan and dragging him back was truly an easy task. The whip moved incredibly fast. Han Shan had barely heard the sound of it slicing through the air behind him when it was already upon him, leaving him no chance to dodge. The whip wrapped around Han Shan's waist. Crack! Han Shan suddenly emitted a golden light that sent the whip flying. The woman in the cat mask felt a sharp pain in the tiger's mouth of her right hand. What happened? The woman in the cat mask was bewildered. What happened? Han Shan was even more confused than her. What trick did you use? The woman in the cat mask shouted at Han Shan from a distance. I don't know, maybe it's just my righteous aura, Han Shan said without elaborating, turning to run again. No matter the reason, he would think about it slowly once he was safely away. The whip came again. Crack! Just as the whip was about to hit Han Shan, it was shaken away in advance. The woman in the cat mask was completely stunned. Han Shan was also a bit dazed. What could block two whips for him? Han Shan began to desperately recall his belongings. He immediately thought of something in his backpack. Concentration amulet, still troubled by beautiful women seeking you out for dates while studying? Now with this amulet, say goodbye to distractions. With this amulet, when you are focused on something and a beautiful woman interrupts you, the amulet will forcibly interrupt her disturbance. Let you concentrate on your studies. Becoming a pillar of the nation is just around the corner. Goodness. Han Shan understood. The woman opposite him was deemed a beautiful woman. While he was focused on escaping, she used the whip to disturb him, triggering the amulet, which forcibly interrupted her. Oh, wasn't it easy to deal with her then? Why should he run? Han Shan stopped in his tracks and turned to stare at the woman across from him. A wicked smile spread across Han Shan's face, making the woman feel uneasy. Han Shan began to sprint towards the woman in the cat mask with all his might. The woman in the cat mask panicked a bit and immediately lashed out with her whip. The whip struck Han Shan but was again deflected by the golden light. Han Shan was focused on running. Don't come over. The woman in the cat mask was completely flustered, retreating repeatedly. I'm coming over. Han Shan charged right in front of the woman. Then he threw a punch at her. At the moment of the punch, Han Shan activated a skill against her. gift of the god of jealousy, had the condition of being more handsome than oneself, and the woman could no longer be described as handsome. So at the moment of the punch, he transformed her face beneath the mask into that of Wu Yen Group. Another Wu Yen Group? After all, in that fraction of a second, Han Shen couldn't think of any other male star more handsome than himself. The woman reacted quickly, raising her arms to protect herself. It seemed that Han Shen's punch was blocked, but it was completely ineffective. The woman was still sent flying, landing on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Han Shen planned to chase after her for another round. However, he was afraid she might counterattack midway. Her current face was that of a man, and the amulet should not trigger. So, when Han Shen attacked her, he would give her the face of Wu Yen Group to trigger, gift of the god of jealousy, increasing his damage. When she counterattacked Han Shen, he would give her the face of a beautiful woman to trigger, concentration amulet, rendering her attack ineffective. This was quite a strategy. But whose beautiful face should he use? Han Shen couldn't immediately think of a female star with a perfect face. Forget it. Han Shen directly gave her the face of an anime female character. He chased after her again. The woman's head transformed into that of a two-dimensional animated character, but she still wore a realistic mask, looking like a poorly applied texture. It was quite jarring. At that moment, the woman exerted herself to strike back with her whip. It hit Han Shen's face but was still deflected by the golden light, having no effect. The whip then turned towards a nearby large tree. It seemed she thought that attacking Han Shen directly was ineffective, and perhaps hitting him with a tree would work. Whether that would be effective was uncertain, so Han Shen didn't plan to take the risk of giving her the opportunity. Han Shen charged right in front of the woman again, instantly transforming her back into the face of Wu Yen Group. Then he threw another punch at her. She was directly knocked to the ground by Han Shen. Han Shen pulled out a lightning dagger, aimed at the woman's throat, and stabbed downwards. Die for me. Han Shen would not show mercy just because the opponent was a beautiful woman. Han Shen still remembered his first lesson at school. It was a class on Introduction to Combat, taught by a burly man with multiple noticeable scars on his face and arms, likely more scattered across his body. At the beginning of the class, he handed everyone a small box lined with soft grass. Then he brought over a large box. When he opened it, there were many small kittens, puppies, and bunnies all cuddled together, sleeping and looking quite adorable. Several girls in the class squealed with excitement upon seeing them. You each get to pick one small animal from the box, the burly teacher said. At that time, Han Shen had just arrived at the school and had little experience with games, so he was quite clueless. He randomly chose a white kitten. The kitten was entirely white, with little pink paws. When Han Shen held it up, it merely glanced at him before flipping over and continuing to sleep in his hands. Han Shen placed it in his box and even arranged the grass for it. Isn't it cute? The teacher asked the group. Everyone nodded in agreement. Good, now each of you take one of these. The teacher handed out something to everyone. When Han Shen looked at what he held, he realized it was a gleaming scalpel. Now, use the scalpel in your hands to kill the small animal you just received. You can kill it in other ways too. Everyone was taken aback. At that moment, Han Shen looked at the little kitten in front of him. Being suddenly told to kill it made it hard for him to act. Why, teacher? A girl immediately stood up. Why? Just imagine they are your enemies in a life and death game. Just kill them, the teacher replied, looking at everyone. Han Shen began to understand. He took a deep breath and slowly picked up the scalpel. Another girl threw her scalpel aside. Teacher, I really can't do it, this is too cruel. If you can't do it, then I'll help you, the teacher snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the kitten in Han Shen's box stood up. Its eyes became vacant, and patches of fur on its face began to tear open. From these ruptures, eyes began to sprout. Soon, the entire head of the kitten was covered in eyes, resembling a lotus seed pod. What is this thing? Han Shen instinctively plunged the scalpel into the cat's head with all his might. Blood splattered. The cat then lay still. But it was still terrifying. Han Shen quickly covered its head with hay. He looked at the others. The entire scene was filled with chaos and screams. The small animals in everyone's boxes had also transformed into little monsters. Most people hurried to act. A few girls, although frightened to tears, still waved their scalpels wildly, stabbing the little monsters to death. One girl fainted on the spot, and her rabbit, covered in eyeballs, jumped out of the box, about to pounce on a nearby male classmate. It was the teacher who threw a flying knife, taking care of the crazed rabbit. The chaos finally subsided. As everyone was still shaken, the teacher calmly began to explain, in a life and death game, you may encounter various different opponents. It looks completely harmless. They could be a pitiful old man, a father missing his daughter, a sexy and alluring woman, a helpful gentleman. But they are like these little animals, no matter how pitiful, how cute, or how harmless they appear, because they are opponents, they are enemies, and they will always pose a lethal threat to you. So, in the game of life and death, when facing an enemy, cast aside your mercy and hesitation, and decisively strike at your enemy to save your own life. As the teacher spoke, he suddenly threw away the scalpel in his hand. A little dog with 8 legs, impaled by the scalpel, had just stood up from the box when the teacher swiftly decapitated it with a single stroke. That's right. In other types of games, Han Shen would let go if he could. But this is a battle game concerning life and death. Han Shen would never hesitate just because the opponent has a large chest, although it is indeed quite large. Just as the tip of the dagger was about to pierce the woman's throat, Han Shen caught a glimpse of the cat mask she was wearing. Wait, a cat? Han Shen immediately altered the trajectory of the dagger. The tip struck heavily into the ground beside the woman's neck. Dirt splattered up. The lightning dagger also triggered its effect, producing a series of electronic sounds composed of bass. Han Shen chose to spare her life, not out of mercy, because at the last moment, he remembered the words on his body. He recalled the warning, "Don't kill the cat." This woman just happened to be wearing a cat mask. Could the cat refer to this woman? Han Shen couldn't be sure, but aside from this woman, he hadn't seen anyone else related to cats. Better to believe it than not. Han Shen decided to spare her life. He withdrew the knife and stood up. The woman also sat up. "You won't kill me? I only kill opponents. Your strength is too weak to be considered my opponent, so you can go," Han Shen said casually. This excuse might not be very convincing, but it sounded cool when said. "You." The woman in the cat mask was momentarily speechless. "Do you know my name?" Han Shen asked again, because he was starting to suspect that this woman might be the one who left the message. If the woman knew his name was Han Shen, it would mean she was the one who left the writing. Who knows? "You didn't write it on your face." The woman shook her head. Clearly, she wasn't. Well, that's that. The question in Han Shen's mind still needed to be answered by the person who left the message at that coordinate. If you don't know, then forget it. Goodbye. Han Shen took a few steps back to leave. Wait. What? Han Shen was a bit impatient. "You not killing me, is it because I have a big chest? Are you afraid of ruining something?" The woman smiled at Han Shen. "You." This time, Han Shen was at a loss for words. "Since you spared my life, I am a person who knows how to repay kindness. Tell me your address, and if we both make it out alive, I'll let you sleep with me." The woman smiled at Han Shen again. Sleep? Although it is indeed very large. But Han Shen had no interest in that at all. Surviving was already a problem. He shouldn't be thinking about sleeping. It would be better to be practical. "If you really want to thank me, give me a car." Han Shen pointed to the truck behind him that had been smashed to pieces. The woman in the cat mask looked at Han Shen with disbelief in her eyes. She opened her mouth to say something but held back. Then she turned and pointed to a patch of woods behind her. "My motorcycle is over there, you can take it." There was a hint of helplessness in her tone. Han Shen looked over, and sure enough, there was a motorcycle, a heavy-duty one. "Thank you." Han Shen politely said thank you and did not linger for a moment longer, riding off on his motorcycle. The woman in the cat mask watched Han Shen's departing figure and even felt a bit lost. "It's the first time I've encountered a man completely uninterested in the face behind my mask. Could it really be that my charm has faded?" She forced a bitter smile, took out a small makeup mirror from her waist, and opened it to take a look. She immediately widened her eyes. Wu Yanzhu. The location showed that time had passed. Han Shen rode his motorcycle towards the target coordinates. As he approached the coordinates, he paused slightly by the roadside and took out a newspaper. No matter how absurd the headlines were, this thing could indeed provide some information, so he had to check it frequently. Perhaps he would find something useful. Unfolding the newspaper, the person in the photo was not Han Shen this time. However, one person on it was familiar to him, the young man in a white suit he had seen at the resort entrance. In the photo, this young man in the white suit was standing with several people in black tactical vests, a group laughing and chatting together. Were these not the pursuers? How could this white-suited fugitive be mingling with them? Han Shen looked at the headline. After years of fighting, the white-clad and black-clad factions have finally reached a ceasefire agreement. Not much reference value. However, Han Shen quickly understood. If he could mingle with the pursuers, then he must be an insider, right? So he really was one of the insiders. Although he didn't know how this guy managed to convince the pursuers, since he had already established his identity as an insider, Han Shen would have to avoid him when they met. Especially since there were so many pursuers around him. Where were they now? Han Shen looked at the background in the photo. There was a character on the artificial rock behind one. What? Hot spring? Han Chen immediately took out a map to check. The hot spring resort was right in front of him. Damn, wasn't this like running headlong into the enemy's main force? No, he had to avoid it. Han Chen could only choose to take a detour. He circled around the hot spring resort and finally arrived at the viewing accommodation area halfway up the mountain. At the entrance's guard booth, there was a staff member in green clothes. He did nothing but stared blankly ahead. Have you seen anyone in a black tactical vest come by? Han Chen asked at the window. The staff member did not respond at all, still staring vacantly ahead. Hey, are you okay? Han Chen knocked on the glass. The staff member slowly turned his head, still saying nothing, just staring straight at Han Chen. This made Han Chen feel uneasy. You carry on. Han Chen walked away directly. In a corner, he opened the map he had marked earlier. The two houses at the coordinates were in the southwestern corner of this area. Han Chen cautiously made his way over. This southwestern corner was filled with small villas for tourists to stay in, and there were also some activity rooms for entertainment. Han Chen arrived in front of the two adjacent houses. One was a two-story villa, and the other was a bungalow. Which one? Han Chen first approached the villa to take a look. The tables and chairs inside were neatly arranged, and he couldn't see anyone. Han Chen wanted to push the door open but found that it had a special anti-theft lock. Han Chen could pick locks a little, but only with simple old-fashioned ones. He really couldn't handle this kind of lock. To get in, he could only break the glass or. Han Chen glanced at the accommodation management office not far behind him. It was a small room, and as soon as he entered, there was a counter. A female staff member with a ponytail stood at the counter, also staring blankly ahead. Even when Han Chen came in, she showed no reaction at all. Hi. Han Chen waved his hand in front of her. There was still no reaction, just a blink of her eyes, which confirmed to Han Chen that she was alive. Why was everything so lifeless? Han Chen felt something was off. He decided to observe the situation for a while longer. If things didn't seem right, he would run away quickly. Han Chen thought to himself, can you give me the keys to those two houses at the back? Han Chen pointed to the back as he spoke. The female staff member showed no reaction. Han Chen had to repeat himself loudly. Only then did the female staff member slowly turn her head to look at the key rack beside her. Still expressionless, Han Chen felt increasingly uncomfortable and hurriedly took the corresponding keys from the rack, leaving the management office directly. What was going on? The once enthusiastic staff now seemed so strange. Han Chen couldn't help but think of those women in white. Cold sweat began to trickle down. There must be some secret that Han Chen didn't know. No, he had to find the person who called him here quickly. Han Chen ran a few steps to the villa, quickly opened the door. The room was silent. Everything was neatly arranged, and even the appliances were covered with white cloth. It didn't look like anyone was here. Hey, I'm Han Chen, is anyone in there? Han Chen shouted into the room. Then he listened carefully. The silence continued. No one? Not this room? Han Chen could only shout again, if you don't come out, I'm leaving. The room remained silent. Han Chen took a deep breath, pulled out his dagger, and quietly walked up the stairs. His "how does this young master look so much like a draft" was already prepared. As soon as someone appeared, he would quickly change the opponent's face to that of Wu Yanzu. As long as he triggered the gift of the god of jealousy, Han Chen wouldn't suffer in close combat. What Han Chen was actually afraid of was the enemy shooting from a distance, but in such a small room, he wasn't too worried about that. The second floor had several rooms. The doors were all open, revealing white, neatly made beds. The bedding was neatly folded. The wardrobes were empty, with only a few hangers. There was no one here at all. That meant it must be in the adjacent bungalow. Han Chen went downstairs and arrived at the front of the nearby bungalow. The exterior of this bungalow was still decorated with wood, and it actually looked quite exquisite. However, the house wasn't large. It felt like there were at most 2 rooms inside. The windows were small and high up, so Han Chen couldn't see what was inside. He could only press his ear against the door to listen for any sounds inside. It was also completely quiet. Could it be that no one was there? Han Chen used the key to open the door. It was dim inside, and Han Chen directly turned on the wall light. A beautifully decorated room appeared before him. The floor was carpeted, the walls were made of solid wood panels, and there was even a mounted deer head on the wall. In the center was an old-fashioned fireplace, and of course, the most eye-catching were the several bookshelves lined against the walls on either side of the fireplace, filled with hardcover books. This seemed to be a kind of reading room, but there was no one here. Han Chen walked in to take a look. Behind one bookshelf was a small room, but it was just a few square meters of a bathroom. There was no one else. Han Chen held his head, his face full of pain. Could it be that he had deduced incorrectly? Was this coordinate actually 2 coordinates, not 1? Or was it not a coordinate at all? Just as Han Shen was thinking this and about to walk out, he stopped in his tracks, because he saw a line of words written on the wall of the doorframe in the same red paint as on Han Shen's body. Han Shen, find the book you've read. After reading this line on the wall, Han Shen immediately felt as if he were dreaming. If the opponent knew his name, Han Shen could still believe it. After all, Mo-san knew, or perhaps some skills could also reveal others' names. But if they even knew what books others had read, that was too far-fetched. Han Shen truly couldn't believe it. But Han Shen still searched the bookshelf. He wanted to see what kind of trick this person would pull. There were many books on the shelf, most of which seemed to be foreign language books, but because this game had no language barrier, they were all forcibly converted into characters that Han Shen recognized. Therefore, most of the book titles looked very unfamiliar. However, Han Shen quickly found a book titled The Beautiful Widow of the Countryside. He had read this one. The prompt behind him made Han Shen wonder if there would be more than one book he had read. Han Shen continued to look down. Newly made up stories. He had read this one too. What else? Hanyuan Shingi Taijikun, this martial arts novel, Han Shen had also read. After searching a few shelves, he found these 3 books he had read. There was also one book he wasn't sure about, titled Wow, My Fiancé Turns Out to Be the Empress. He had only read the first half of this book. When he saw that the Empress was actually a man in disguise, Han Shen tore the book up. He couldn't consider it finished, so he wasn't sure if this one counted. But Han Shen still took down these 4 books. There didn't seem to be anything special about them. Han Shen felt a wave of disappointment. He thought to himself, how could anyone know what books someone else had read? As he pondered this, he casually opened The Beautiful Widow of the Countryside. Crack! A folded note fell out and landed on the floor. Han Shen's heart skipped a beat. That person knew. He really knew what books he had read. How could this be? How could this be? How could this be? Han Shen quickly picked up the note and unfolded it. The note was quite large and had a lot of writing on it. Han Shen glanced down. It contained a series of very ordinary questions with numbers. For example, what class are you in? What is the 3rd digit of your door number? How many classmates are in your class? Han Shen couldn't understand the significance of these questions. Turning it over, there were a few special phrases. 1. Choose the book you haven't finished reading. Page 11, line 42, the 6th character. 2. Page 23, line 7, the 1st character. It was similar phrases. Han Shen began to understand. This should be a code. Since the person who left the note knew what books he had read, they should also know which one he hadn't finished. The unfinished book should refer to Wow, My Fiancé Turns Out to Be the Empress. Han Shen opened this book and followed the first instruction to go to page 11, find line 42. No, wait, did the other party guess the wrong book? Then it would all be over. Searching through this entire shelf of books would take until the next century. Han Shen looked again at the hints on the note. 1. Choose the book you haven't finished reading. Page 11, line 42, the 6th character. This page number is in parentheses. That might not refer to a specific page number but correspond to the earlier questions numbered with Arabic numerals. Han Shen went back to find the 11th question. What are the first 2 digits of your dormitory number? Han Shen lived in 717, so that would be 71. Han Shen continued to look at the 42nd question. What is the 3rd character of the name of the campus beauty who transferred to your class? Ah, the campus beauty's name? Referring to Shen Ranner? The 3rd character of her name isn't a number, right? 2. It could be. Han Shen continued to look down. The answer to the 6th question was 7. So the answer to the first instruction was very clear. Page 71, line 2, the 7th character. Han Shen understood that these questions were a multi-level encryption of content. Moreover, this encryption seemed to be something only Han Shen could decipher. Han Shen quickly flipped to it. The 7th character was is. Han Shen frowned. After all this effort, he had obtained just the character is. Looking down, there were questions numbered with the uppercase 1, 2, 3. This proved there was another layer of encryption. Han Shen felt a bit troubled by the workload. He couldn't understand why this person went to such lengths to create such a complicated encryption. What were they afraid of others knowing? But Han Shen had no choice. He could only grit his teeth and continue deciphering. As he translated further, he felt increasingly unnerved. The person leaving the message seemed to know him too well. There were many things he had hardly mentioned to anyone, yet this person knew them all. What was going on? Han Shen even had a thought he dared not believe. He didn't know how long he had been translating when he reached question 1. Han Shen got stuck. The question asked, Which middle school do you attend? This question seemed normal, but Han Shen couldn't answer it at all. His school wasn't a numbered middle school, its full name was Dongchuan Municipal Rules School. As the name suggested, it was a place to learn the various rules of the neon smiley game. What number was there? Had this person made a mistake? Han Shen could only set it aside for now, as if the answer was a single digit, he might be able to figure it out later. Question 2 was, what is the surname of your homeroom teacher? Surname? It's Jia. Han Shen continued translating and soon saw the last few sentences of the entire note. These sentences were a combination of Arabic numerals, Chinese characters, and uppercase numbers. This should be the content that person wanted to convey to him. Han Shen substituted the content he had calculated earlier. Since he hadn't figured out the answer to question 1, he could only skip it for now. The first sentence became, Han Shen. The current one is Jia's. Jia. The homophone must be false. So it means, the current one is false. Then, what is false? Han Shen looked again at question 1. Which middle school do you attend? It seemed to be asking for the name of the school. Han Shen's school was called Dongchuan Municipal Rules School. So that means, rules? Han Shen incorporated this word. It became, Han Shen. The rules are false. This time it made sense. The rules are false? What rules? The game rules? Han Shen hurriedly continued translating. Soon, all the words were translated, Han Shen. The rules are false. This is cooperation, not confrontation. Kill the cat, and you will die an hour later. Unite with others, survive to the 10th day. Don't trust the villagers. Be careful of those things. Be careful of the fog. You know who I am. The last sentence had no encryption at all. It was simply written on the paper. You know who I am. Han Shen sat down on the ground. This sentence was telling him that he could guess who left the message. It wouldn't be a stranger. And the only person who could know Han Shen so well and be guessed by him was himself. At this point, everything made sense. The one leaving this message was Han Shen himself. That's why he knew so much about Han Shen's own affairs. Han Shen felt a bit like laughing. He was so foolish. The handwriting on the paper, if looked closely, was indeed his own. He could have thought of it long ago. But because Han Shen remembered he hadn't written those words, he never considered that possibility. However, where did this other Han Shen come from? Was it his future self? His past self who then lost his memory? Or was it his parallel universe self? Han Shen wasn't sure. After all, with so many strange skills, anything was possible. Even if someone told Han Shen that in the M78 nebula there was a Han Shen who married Ultraman's mother, he wouldn't completely disbelieve it. So, were there any clues about this Han Shen? Han Shen recalled. He immediately remembered something very strange that happened shortly after entering the game. That is his own skill, the dimensional lottery machine. When he drew skills, it was mentioned that the first 3 times were cooldown free, which meant he could draw 4 times right from the start. However, later, Han Shen discovered he could only draw twice, with 2 draws inexplicably missing. Han Shen began to suspect that someone else had used the skill to steal those 2 draws. Now it seems there is a greater possibility. That is, Han Shen himself used those 2 skills. Yes, it was the previous Han Shen who used them up. But he doesn't remember what happened, and now Han Shen has no memory of this, leading him to be unaware of the matter. Therefore, the information left behind must be from the past Han Shen. He wanted to leave key content to remind the future Han Shen. This information is indeed very important. Han Shen looked back at that information. Since it was written by the past Han Shen for himself, it should be easy to understand. After all, he wouldn't write about things he didn't know. It still starts with the first sentence. Han Shen. The rules are fake. This is cooperation, not confrontation. Kill the cat, and you will die an hour later too. There are 2 unclear points here. One is rules, and the other is the cat that has been troubling Han Shen. Han Shen thought for a moment. What he currently knows about the rules is the game rules of this game, or some hidden rules of the neon smiley face game. If it refers to the game rules being fake, then it connects with the latter sentence. This is cooperation, not confrontation. Very reasonable. That should mean the current game rules are fake. So everything was a lie. No wonder this game feels so off. Next is the word cat. Previously, Han Shen thought this cat referred to the woman in the cat mask wielding a whip. However, now if it was left by Han Shen himself, given his understanding of himself, he wouldn't leave such an ambiguous term. If it really referred to that woman, he would have written Catwoman instead of cat. So it must be something else. Since it was left by himself, this cat must be something Han Shen knows. In Han Shen's life, there aren't many roles for cats. He has never raised a cat, and he doesn't see them around much. If he really mentions a cat, the first thing that comes to mind is the class monitor's silly skill that turns beautiful girls into cats. Does cat refer to the class monitor or the class monitor's silly skill? Han Chen shook his head. The class monitor isn't even in this game. What does it have to do with him? Han Chen thought again. The only connection he has with cats is that combat theory class at the beginning of the semester. The teacher gave everyone a box, asking them to treat the small animals inside as opponents in a life and death game. The animal Han Chen got was a cat. Yes, this is very likely. The cat refers to the opponent. So in this game, Han Chen's opponent refers to the pursuer? Thus, Han Chen translated the latter half of the first sentence, kill the pursuer, and you will die an hour later too. Could it be like this? Is this what he wants to tell himself? Han Chen looked at the first half of the sentence. This is cooperation, not confrontation, and this meaning corresponds perfectly. In fact, the pursuer and the escaper are teammates, only blinded by the fake rules? Moreover, as a punishment for killing a teammate, the killer would also die an hour later? Han Chen began to recall. Currently, there are a few who have killed opponents. One is the mechanic who used a machine gun from a Hummer to wipe out 2 pursuers. An hour later, it just happened to be everyone's break time. So he quietly died alone in the room. Then there was that bald fat man who killed Fat Tao. After he killed Fat Tao, when Han Chen returned to the previous place, he found his corpse nearby. The one with the middle part who didn't actually kill anyone is not dead, so there is no corpse. With this, everything adds up. Han Chen suddenly realized. Wait, that's not right. Although the water princess can be considered a suicide, what about the pursuers who killed Flying Knife Brother? How could they still be chasing these people in a jeep a few hours later? Could it be a mistake? Han Chen thought for a moment. Many things became clear. The people chasing him in the jeep had their bodies shattered by machine guns. At the time, everyone only inferred they were the ones who killed Flying Knife Brother based on their clothes and guns. Tactical vests and guns should be available to everyone. It's very likely that these were not the same group of people. Even if they were, only one person killed Flying Knife Brother, and he died an hour later, while another living pursuer could switch partners. Understood. The problem lies here. Han Chen even felt a bit of fear. He had almost killed the woman wearing the cat mask earlier. If it weren't for the words written on him by the past Han Chen, the current Han Chen would have been punished by the system and lost his life. Although he had never understood the words he wrote before, they happened to take effect. Han Chen felt a bit ashamed. His past self had overestimated his future self, thinking that writing a word would lead to understanding. The next line. Join forces with others, survive to the 10th day. This line is easy to understand. This game is not actually a game of confrontation, but a cooperative survival game. Han Chen also understood why the total number of people was displayed, rather than the separate counts of pursuers and fugitives. The next line. Don't trust the villagers. Han Chen can understand this now as well, because he had just sensed something off about the villagers. It seems there might be factors causing changes in the villagers, but Han Chen is not clear on what exactly. The next line is more puzzling. Be careful of those things. Be careful of the fog. The reason this sentence is puzzling is that there is simply too little information. Be careful of the fog is easy to understand. It should mean that there is poison or something else in the fog. Han Chen just needs to avoid going in. But what exactly do those things refer to? Why can't it be written more clearly? Han Chen thought for a moment. He had already speculated before that the past Han Chen, after spending time and effort using 3-level encryption here, must have had something he was wary of. Is that wary thing those things? What exactly is it? Han Chen actually has the answer. It must include the women in white clothes he saw. Han Chen thought again. That doesn't seem right. It could have just been written as the women in white. Since it was written by himself, when would he use the term those things? Han Chen immediately thought of it. That is, when there are many completely different things that cannot be summarized with a specific word, those things is used. In other words, besides the women in white, there are many other completely different things that cannot be directly summarized with one word. Those things. As Han Chen thought of this, he felt a chill in his heart. On the first day of the game, Han Chen hardly saw anything, only catching a distant glimpse of the woman in white. By the second day of the game, the women in white gradually increased. They directly surrounded him for a party. This basically allows for the inference that, afterwards, similar strange things to the women in white will only increase. As Han Chen thought of this, he felt increasingly uneasy. He opened the door and looked outside. It was already dusk, and the entire accommodation area was in the shadow of the mountain, becoming somewhat eerie. Han Chen turned to glance at the wall clock. 3:47 p.m. Sure enough, today's sunset is at 4 p.m., an hour earlier than yesterday's 5 p.m. Han Chen was really certain this time. With each passing day, the sunrise occurs an hour later, and the sunset an hour earlier, resulting in a 2-hour reduction in daylight. More and more strange creatures are appearing, and the days are getting shorter. The situation is rapidly deteriorating, and it is becoming increasingly foreseeable. Right now, Han Shen's only weapon is that lightning dagger. The benefits brought by this dagger are quite limited. It's not reliable for stabbing people, let alone for cutting down those strange creatures. So, Han Shen finds it hard to protect himself. The wisest choice at the moment is to seek cooperation with other task participants, which was also Han Shen's suggestion in the past. Although the rules are fake, it seems that the pursuers do indeed have some skills granted by the system. Therefore, collaborating with the pursuers increases the chances of survival. However, achieving this is currently very difficult. The situation is that most people are intoxicated while Han Shen remains sober. If he approaches them, he will be treated as prey. To find the pursuers, he can only look for those who are currently aware of the situation. Are there any now? It's hard to say. Wait, if the fugitives and pursuers are actually teammates, then what about the traitors in each team? Wouldn't the traitors be meaningless? Han Shen thought again. The information left by the past Han Shen mentioned, join forces with others. It didn't mention anything about traitors. If there were such an important matter as traitors, the past Han Shen would not have failed to write about it. Thus, Han Shen came up with a bold hypothesis. There are no traitors at all. The so-called traitors are just a smokescreen created by the false rules to disrupt the alliance between the pursuers and the fugitives. Because of the traitor rule, even if a pursuer or fugitive awakens and realizes the true rules, calling on others to unite would still lead to being treated as a traitor. If there are no traitors at all, Han Shen suddenly thought of his little gossip newspaper, which previously had a photo of the young man in a white suit mingling with the pursuers. A fugitive being able to blend in with the pursuers likely means they already know the true rules and have begun to unite. Han Shen might be able to find them. But there is also another highly probable possibility. That is, the system has informed a portion of people that they are traitors. These traitors are still acting in accordance with the false rules. The young man in the white suit could be one of them. He might have convinced the pursuers that he is a traitor among the fugitives, leading to cooperation between the two sides. If this is the case, Han Shen would likely be killed if he rashly approached them. It would be too risky to seek them out. He would have to wait. After 4 o'clock, the sun sets. The surroundings grow dim. There are still 46 people left in the game. Han Shen stands on a chair, observing the outside through the high windows of the reading room. In the entire accommodation area, apart from a few dim streetlights, only the lights of the management office not far away are still on. Of course, there is also Han Shen's light. To avoid drawing attention, Han Shen quietly turns off the lights in the reading room, leaving himself in darkness. After all, the pursuers who do not understand the truth, along with those strange creatures, are entities that Han Shen must avoid. He needs to remain concealed. Outside, a thin mist begins to rise, making the already dim accommodation area even more blurred. After watching for a while, Han Shen finds that he hasn't discovered anything. The window is high, and standing on the chair to look is tiring. Han Shen can only silently get down from the chair. Then he huddles in a dark corner, listening to the sounds outside. Besides the sound of the wind, Han Shen hears nothing else. Outside is an unknown darkness, and inside is a concentrated darkness. Every second becomes increasingly difficult for Han Shen to endure. He can't help but think that a strange creature might suddenly rush in and devour him. Han Shen can only spray himself with a calming mist again. Much better. Han Shen immediately thought of something. Although my view inside the room was narrow, only able to see things a few dozen meters outside, I had something that could see far. Han Shen took out a newspaper and then pulled out a flashlight. To prevent the light from spilling out and being seen by others, Han Shen specifically hid in the bathroom of the inner room. Only then did he look at the newspaper under the flashlight's beam to see if there were any updates. There were indeed updates, and they were significant. In the photo, there was a woman in a green work uniform, her body twisted in pain, her eyes completely white, mouth wide open. Several deep gray tentacle-like objects were entwined with black strands, protruding from her mouth. It looked like some kind of tentacle, wrapped around something resembling hair, desperately trying to escape from her mouth. Upon closer inspection, many of her joints were twisted into bizarre positions. Han Shen was certain that a normal person would break bones if twisted like that. Her clothes were also torn from exaggerated movements, the buttons of her top had burst open, and her breasts were mostly exposed. However, they were covered with black veins. This did not strike Han Shen as beautiful, but rather horrifying, leaving a huge impact on his young mind. Han Shen quickly sprayed himself with a calming mist. He glanced at the news headline beside him. Shocking. Local woman suffers severe food poisoning from eating raw squid without dipping in cumin for an extended period. Was this headline sponsored by a cumin vendor? He looked at the photo again. This time, Han Shen focused on the background of the photo. It appeared to be taken inside a counter, with wooden wall panels similar to those in the place where Han Shen was staying. There was also a key rack on the wall beside it. This key rack looked exactly like the one Han Shen had seen at the management office during the day. No way. Could it be that management office? That was just a few dozen meters away. Han Shen stared at the woman in the photo again. Although her hair was messy, Han Shen could still make out that she had a ponytail. No way, no way. This was that staff member. Han Shen immediately put down the newspaper and looked out the window. A few dozen meters away, the management office still had its lights on. However, there was no movement. They might still be busy eating raw marinated food. Han Shen breathed a slight sigh of relief. Just then, the door of the management office suddenly opened. A figure stepped out, but it was too dark and foggy for Han Shen to see clearly what it looked like. However, he could tell it was a woman. The woman stood at the door for a moment, then began to move. Her movements were very strange, very unnatural. Each step was different, accompanied by odd bends in her limbs. It felt to Han Shen like a person with partial paralysis was trying to walk. This made Han Shen even more certain that this was the female staff member from the photo. Don't look over. Please don't look over. Han Shen silently shrank his head back, peeking outside with just one eye. But the woman turned around, facing Han Shen's direction. Although he couldn't see her face, he could feel she was looking in his direction. She should not be able to see me, right? Han Shen instinctively reassured himself. Because there were no lights on his side, and no nearby light sources, the outside should appear pitch black. But then Han Shen immediately thought of something. He had asked her for the key during the day. How could she not know he was here? She knows. As Han Shen was thinking, the woman moved again. Yes, she started walking towards Han Shen. Moreover, her speed was increasing, quickly turning into a run. Her posture remained unnatural, but she was fast. It was as if a person who couldn't walk was running in an incredible way. She was coming. Han Shen immediately shrank down from the window. Leaning against the wall, he gripped the lightning dagger tightly. Outside, the discordant footsteps were rapidly approaching. Han Shen desperately thought of a countermeasure. He couldn't be sure if the dagger in his hand would be effective against whatever was outside. The footsteps quickly reached the door of the reading room. Han Shen didn't know how many hits the door could withstand against that woman's attacks. He remembered that the door looked quite sturdy. However, even if it was sturdy, it wouldn't matter. The window above him was made of glass and would shatter with a single impact. Thinking of this, Han Shen felt a chill run down his spine. The footsteps soon arrived at the door. Han Shen's nerves tensed instantly. Then, there was a sudden silence. The imagined impact of the woman against the door did not occur. The footsteps simply vanished. Why did it stop? Han Shen felt a bit tempted to look out the window to see what was happening outside. But he held back. After a moment, he heard a faint sound coming from outside the wall behind him. Han Shen lowered his head and looked at the ground. The light from the street lamp outside filtered through the long windows above, casting several slightly pale patches of light on the floor. The patch of light right in front of Han Shen flickered. A slightly round shadow appeared and then lingered in the light patch. Han Shen understood, this was the shadow of the woman's head outside the window, peering into the room. Han Shen felt a growing sense of dread. The place he was in should be a blind spot from the window. She shouldn't be able to see him from outside. Just as Han Shen was thinking this, the shadow moved again. It first narrowed, then widened, and soon Han Shen could see the outline of limbs. She was moving upward. She can climb walls. Soon, the light patch on the ground returned to its normal, complete white square. The faint sounds also shifted to coming from above Han Shen. She was on the roof. What was she doing up there? The sounds only occurred a few times before falling silent again. The surroundings fell into dead silence once more, leaving only the faint sounds of the night wind outside. Why did she stop moving? Han Shen waited. He felt anxious in the darkness for a long time. No sound came from above anymore. It was as if that woman had vanished from the roof. However, Han Shen couldn't be sure if she had truly disappeared. If she was still up there and hadn't left, then Han Shen really had no way to deal with it. After all, he had no effective means to confront such a creature, only the option to hide. There was nothing useful in his bag. The remote control that Sadako had pulled out first? That woman outside wouldn't take that route either. Han Shen felt a bit disheartened. Did he really have to endure until dawn like this? How nice it would be if he had a powerful weapon. Charging out to confront that ghostly thing in a fight to the death would be better than hiding here. Unfortunately, after so many attempts at the lottery skill, Han Shen had only drawn a lightning dagger that was more for show than for combat effectiveness. Wait! He had used the lottery skill 4 times in total, 2 times himself and 2 times by the past Han Shen. The items he drew during his 2 attempts were now in his bag. What about the items drawn by the past Han Shen? He couldn't have thrown them all away, right? That was impossible. The past him surely wasn't that foolish. Moreover, he had drawn quite a few useful items in his 2 attempts. The past Han Shen must have drawn some useful things as well. Han Shen began to think. What would the past him do with the items he drew? He would definitely find a way to leave something for his future self. So, what method would the past him choose to leave something behind? Han Shen looked around the room. The simplest, most feasible, and safest way would be to leave something in this room. There must be something he left behind in this room. Han Shen stood up, disregarding whether the woman on the roof was still there, and began to observe the situation in the room. The lighting conditions in the room did not allow for Han Shen's observation. He could only pick up a flashlight. However, he had figured out one thing. If the woman was still above him, then her prolonged presence meant she was aware of Han Shen's existence and was waiting for something. Since she knew Han Shen was here, why should he hide? If she left, then there was even less reason for him to stay hidden. Nevertheless, just to be safe, Han Shen placed a piece of paper over the flashlight to reduce its brightness, making him less conspicuous in the dark. When he turned on the flashlight, everything in the room was actually laid bare. At first glance, there seemed to be no place to hide anything. However, just because it looked empty didn't mean it truly was. Han Shen glanced at the bookshelf. There were several obvious empty spots where he had previously taken books to read. He took down a book next to one of the empty spots to enlarge the gap. Sure enough, behind the spot where the beautiful widow of the countryside had been, Han Shen saw a corner of a plastic bag. He immediately removed the books in front of the plastic bag. A black plastic bag containing items appeared on the shelf, and it felt like there was quite a bit inside. He opened the plastic bag and dumped its contents out. A tablet, a smartphone, a small cloth bag, something resembling a badge, and a few sheets of paper were all that was inside. He picked up a few sheets of paper and shone the flashlight on them. They were all instruction manuals. They looked exactly like the manuals that had come with the prizes during Han Shen's previous lottery draw. These manuals should correspond to the items. The first manual described a Cyber Buddha merit release device. This device can randomly release various creatures. Let your merit soar. Thoughtfully built-in official merit store, merit increaser, and other functions to optimize your experience. This merit? What practical use does this have? Han Shen was skeptical. However, it was always good to try. Which item did this manual correspond to? Han Shen looked further down, and the manual depicted a large screen machine. It should be this tablet. He glanced out the window. There was still no movement outside. Only then did Han Shen feel a bit more at ease and pressed the power button on the tablet. The screen lit up immediately. This thing hadn't even been turned off. Inside was a page. At the top was personal account information, and below were various function entries. The personal account name was Han Shen, indicating that the previous Han Shen had already been bound. Username, Han Shen. Current merit value, 17, continuously consuming. Current merit title, Weak Chicken Bandit. View merit records. Han Shen saw that his merit value was 17 and felt it was quite high, but when he looked at the title and found it was Weak Chicken Bandit, he realized his merit value was actually very low. Moreover, for some reason, according to the text, this merit value was still continuously consuming. Why was that? Han Shen, haven't done anything heinous, right? Han Shen was unconvinced and directly opened the merit records. It indeed detailed every transaction of Han Shen's merit, arranged in chronological order from newest to oldest. The first entry was the initial activation fee for the firewall, minus 100 merit. Firewall? What activation fee for a firewall? Han Shen couldn't understand this entry, so he skipped it. The next entry read, letting go of your enemies, plus 40 merit. Han Shen could guess this referred to the woman with the cat mask. Collecting corpses for others, plus 80 merit. This should refer to Fat Tao. Letting go of your enemies, plus 40 merit. This should trace back to the previous instance, right? Further ahead are the things that Han Shen had done a long time ago, some of which he could barely remember. Helping an old lady cross the street, plus 2 merit. Helping a child retrieve a lollipop that was taken by someone else, plus 1 merit. Persuading someone to give up on suicide, plus 30 merit. Looking through the list, it was mostly good deeds, and they all added to his merit. Han Shen looked at these lists and felt a bit like a saint. Wait, this doesn't add up. How could a bunch of positive merits totaling in the tens and ones result in just 17? Han Shen didn't understand. Until he saw one entry, persistent lechery, minus 1,500 merit. Ha, 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 this is slander. Han Shen was very dissatisfied. Perhaps he had a slight connection to lechery. But this deduction was way too much. 1,500 points. Helping an old lady cross the street only adds 2 points. That means he would have to help 750 old ladies cross the street to offset the negative effects of lechery. He'd wear out the crosswalk, wouldn't he? But Han Shen had no way to counter it. He exited the record and looked at the function panel below. The first option was the random release function. Han Shen curiously clicked in to take a look. There were only 2 lines of explanation. This release opportunity randomly releases a type of creature, increasing your merit value. The amount of merit gained depends on the creature you release. Then there were buttons for release and return. Release? Where would it be released? It wouldn't just summon a small animal, would it? Han Shen stood up and glanced out the window. It had been quite a while, and there was still no movement outside. That woman might really have left. Well, let's give it a try. Han Shen silently clicked release. The screen began to flash wildly with images of various animals. 2 seconds later, it automatically stopped. You have released a cactus. Increased 0.06 merit. A cactus? Han Shen was taken aback. Then he felt a sudden pain in his left foot. Han Shen forced himself to hold back a scream. Looking down, he saw a small flower pot had fallen on his foot. Inside the pot was a small cactus. What the heck is this? Plants can be released too? Han Shen endured the pain and set the cactus pot aside. Now he understood what this random release was for. He decided to ignore it for now and returned to the previous function selection panel. The second option was the merit shop. What can merit buy? Han Shen decisively clicked in. Good health, priced at 2,000 merit. Meeting a good partner, priced at 1,500 merit. Wife gives birth to a precious child early, priced at 1,000 merit. Wife gives birth to a precious child early, but it's not your child, priced at 0, with an extra gift of 50 merit. A savior for innocent children, accumulating merit, huh? Scrolling down, there were some promotions and salary increases, nothing interesting. Until Han Shen saw this, entering the tribulation period, if successful, can ascend, priced at 500,000 merit. Suddenly it got mystical. And this one. Learn the great power heavenly dragon, priced at 150,000 merit. This one. Atone for oneself, priced at 0. Free suicide, huh? Han Shen looked around and felt that among the things he could afford, there was nothing reliable. Only one thing was very special. Home Protection Firewall, already activated, continuously consuming merit value. Home Protection Firewall? Could it be? Han Shen clicked into the product details. Home Protection Firewall has been activated and opened. Current defense level 1, current consumption 0. 1 merit/minute. Automatic detection is currently enabled. When there are evil spirits nearby, it will automatically activate and continuously protect your home. Han Shen immediately understood. That's why that woman never came back in after reaching the door. It must be because of this home protection firewall. As a malevolent spirit, she simply cannot enter. This is equivalent to a safe house. However, looking at the consumption, it uses 0.1 points per minute. Han Shen only has 17 points of merit, so this safe house can only last for less than 3 hours. Han Shen glanced at the time, it was just past 11 p.m. No good, 3 hours won't even last until dawn. He needs to find a way to earn some merit. Han Shen returned, wanting to see if there were other functions that could earn merit. Just as he was about to see what the next panel was, a prompt box appeared before him. Attention! All fugitives' locations will be displayed in 15 minutes. Display time, 30 minutes. Even though Han Shen already knew this rule was false, the periodic display of locations was still in effect. It was likely that some unknown pursuers would come looking for Han Shen. However, this time, Han Shen was much calmer than before. At least there was a paralyzed woman wandering outside. There might be more strange things lurking in the dark. But for Han Shen, he now had this home protection firewall for protection, so the strange things outside should not be able to enter. For the pursuers, however, the strange things still posed a significant threat. The strange things would act like gatekeepers. The pursuers would have to get past them first to enter. Unless the pursuers could blow up the entire house. Han Shen considered this possibility. However, the likelihood of that was low, and Han Shen could take a gamble. After all, there were too many dangers outside. In comparison, what Han Shen needed to worry about more was the issue of merit consumption. He looked back at the function module at the bottom of the screen. Quite nice. The third function module was to earn merit. Han Shen immediately clicked in, and an image of a wooden fish and prayer beads appeared on the left and right sides of the screen. There were explanations beside them. Striking the wooden fish increases 0.001 merit, counting one prayer bead increases 0.002 merit. Han Shen clicked on the wooden fish, and a crisp sound echoed, showing an increase in merit. He slid his hand over the prayer beads, which also increased his merit. Han Shen did a quick calculation. Even if he struck the wooden fish and counted the prayer beads simultaneously, he would only gain 0.003 merit per second. In 1 minute, that would be 0.18 merit. Now, the merit consumption was 0.1, so the income was greater than the expenditure. However, to keep this up non-stop, Han Shen's hands couldn't hold out for long. No good. Han Shen returned to the main menu and swiped right. There was another function module called Merit Tasks. Doing tasks is good. Han Shen immediately clicked in. There were only 3 daily tasks available. Complete a journey to the west, merit plus 9 million, build a 20-meter-tall Buddha, merit plus 100,000, donate $50 to the merit box, merit plus 20. Better to release some life. Han Shen returned to the main menu. At this moment, the waiting time had also passed. A red light emitted from Han Shen's body, piercing through the ceiling. Upon seeing this red light, Han Shen immediately had a new question in his mind. Could those strange things also see this red pillar of light? Would it attract them over? Han Shen looked outside. It still seemed quiet out there. The nearest light pillar was further down the mountain, near the Hot Spring Hotel. It should be the young man in the white suit. He didn't seem to have left that place. However, what surprised Han Shen was that there were 2 light pillars in that area. It seemed that another fugitive had joined them. Han Shen thought this and quietly left the window. He looked at the other 3 items on the ground. A smartphone, a small bag, a badge with a thumbs up drawn on it. Han Shen checked the manual one by one. Dimensional phone. This phone is made from a stronger dimension, and it has signal no matter where or in which dimension you are. What use is it? Even if it's a phone that definitely has signal, what can it do? Can I use it to call the police? Next, a small yellow cloth bag, crafted quite finely. Related enhancement bag. Place an item into this bag, and it will evolve into a random dimensional bag, from which you can randomly take out multiple items related to the original item. Note: this item can only be used once. Irrevocable. Use with caution. Moreover, when a new item is taken out, the previous item will disappear. Han Shen actually didn't quite understand. Does it mean that if you put something in, you can get something related out? Throw a pencil in, and get a pen, eraser, or pencil case out? It doesn't seem very useful. And it can only be used once, so it has to be used carefully. Regarding the usage of this item, Han Shen could only think of putting a piece of dry food in when he was running low on supplies, hoping to get more various foods out. Han Shen wasn't lacking food at the moment. He decided to set it aside. Good deed badge. Wear this badge, and your good deeds will surely succeed. Is there a chance that good deeds might fail? Like when good intentions lead to bad outcomes? It seems like it could be used in conjunction with the merit release device, but it doesn't seem very useful either. He would study these things slowly later. For now, these items were of no use. Han Shen could only put them into his backpack and picked up the merit release device again. This time, he extended the device forward to avoid hitting his own foot again. Let's start the release. This time, let's see what else can be released. Night. A young man with a slicked-back hairstyle, wearing a t-shirt and a black tactical vest, rode a tricycle motorcycle down the mountain road. Indeed, this was a pursuer Han Shen had never seen before. Soon, he parked the motorcycle by the roadside. The hour chime of his watch rang out. It was already midnight. He got off the bike and glanced around. The view here was relatively open. He could see a lodging scenic area down the slope. At this moment, a red beam of light shot up from the lodging area below. The slicked-back young man looked over. The beam of light was coming from a small cabin, and that cabin was the reading room where Han Shen was staying. This beam of light was Han Shen's light. The slicked-back young man curled his lip. Hiding like this is just stupid, isn't it? He took a rocket launcher from the sidecar of the motorcycle. Then, he raised the rocket launcher and aimed at the small cabin through the sight. The sight had night vision capabilities, making it very convenient to use at night. But he soon saw a strange scene. On the roof of the small cabin stood a woman with disheveled hair, her limbs twisted in a peculiar way. But the woman stood there quietly, her head twitching occasionally at most. What the hell is that? The slicked-back young man muttered to himself. Not wearing a tactical vest, not a pursuer, might be a summoned creature, then let's blow it up. The slicked-back pursuer silently chanted as he looked at the woman's strange figure. He prepared to press the launch button. Boom! Before the slick-back pursuer could fire, the small cabin exploded on its own. A large amount of dust was kicked up. What's going on? Did someone act first? The slicked-back pursuer was stunned. Then, amidst the rising dust, a large figure emerged. The slicked-back pursuer stared at the figure, even more dumbfounded. A Tyrannosaurus Rex? He saw a gigantic Tyrannosaurus Rex rise from the dust, letting out a roar to the sky. The sound was loud. Even at this distance, the big-headed pursuer found it deafening. Where did this T-Rex come from? Is it a summoned creature? The big-headed pursuer silently aimed the rocket launcher at the T-Rex. The T-Rex let out a roar and began to walk aimlessly forward. Just as the big-headed pursuer was about to fire a rocket at the T-Rex, another sound came from the ruins of the small house, and dust rose again. A new large figure appeared. This time, it was a mammoth. It stretched its long trunk and let out a long call into the night sky. Very impressive. At this moment, another huge figure emerged from the rising dust. This figure spread its wings and flew straight up into the sky. It was actually a giant dragon from Western mythology. T-Rex, mammoth, dragon. What kind of god-level summoning technique is this? The big-headed pursuer was greatly shocked. The dragon flew in the air, casting a shadow that enveloped several nearby houses in darkness, exuding immense pressure. As the dragon swept by, everything around the big-headed pursuer instantly turned black. The airflow from its wings made it hard for the big-headed pursuer to stand. He felt his legs go weak. What the hell am I supposed to kill? The big-headed pursuer decisively threw the rocket launcher into the sidecar of his motorcycle, then hopped on and desperately fled along the mountain road. Behind him, the dragon continued to screech high in the sky. At this moment, Han Shen was still hiding in the corner of the small house, feeling confused. The dust was too thick, and he silently covered his mouth with his collar. T-Rex, mammoth, dragon. What on earth had he released? He pressed the release button 3 times, and 3 such big creatures came out. After the commotion caused by these 3, Han Shen felt that this place didn't seem so eerie anymore. Come on. He pressed the release button again. This time, the commotion wasn't very loud, and out came a small creature that looked a bit like a mouse. Isn't it a weasel? The weasel didn't rush away. It looked at Han Shen first, then suddenly spoke human words. Fellow villager, what do I look like to you? Han Shen was taken aback, but he quickly understood. This should be the legendary request for a title weasel. It is said that some older weasels, after cultivating their essence, need help from humans and will ask questions. If the person answers in a certain way, the weasel will transform accordingly. If told it looks like a human, it will turn into a person. If told it looks like a celestial being, it will become a fairy. If told it looks like stinky dog poop, it will also turn into stinky dog poop, but will first seek revenge on the person who said that. Han Shen thought for a moment and immediately said, I think you look like my magical girl bodyguard. The weasel was taken aback. Then it paused, turned around, and pulled out an object from behind, handing it to Han Shen. Take this, the weasel said. Han Shen looked at the object in his hand with confusion and found it was a small mirror with a copper edge. What do you give me this for? Han Shen asked in puzzlement. The weasel stared at Han Shen and replied, I give you a mirror so you can take a good look at yourself. What kind of person are you, wanting this great one to turn into a magical girl to protect you? Do you have no shame? After saying this, the weasel spat and turned to leave. Han Shen was left standing there. This script doesn't seem right. Han Shen didn't hesitate much and continued to press the release button. The more creatures around him, the more secure he felt subconsciously. Then came a dung beetle, a frog, a small wild boar. They all ran off as soon as they were released. Han Shen continued to press. This time, it was a creature about the size of a human. Han Shen focused his gaze. It looked like a long-haired woman without clothes. Oh, can humans also be released? But when Han Shen looked down, his eyes widened. The lower half of this creature was elongated, resembling a python. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the long hair on the woman's head was not hair at all, but living, writhing snakes. What the? This is not Medusa from Western mythology, is it? Can this thing be released too? Moreover, it seemed that anyone who saw this creature's face would turn to stone, right? Thinking of this, Han Shen quickly lowered his head, burying it low, afraid to catch a glimpse of Medusa's face. Out of the corner of his eye, he secretly looked over, but Medusa didn't glance in his direction at all. She simply moved forward and left. Release. Once released, it would become wild. Han Shen let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, a few meters away, several broken bricks suddenly began to stir. A figure crawled out from the rubble. Han Shen recognized it at a glance. It was the strange woman from before. Why was she still here? Han Chen silently shrank back into the corner. Her joints were still twisted, and she trembled from time to time. At that moment, Medusa was walking past her. Walking? It should be considered crawling since Medusa had no legs. The strange woman, just having gotten up, stared intently at Medusa. Her head was still twitching. After a moment, the strange woman began to move toward Medusa. Her gait was still unnatural, and she was moving faster and faster. Finally, it turned into a charge. Was she actually going to attack Medusa? Han Chen immediately felt that a good show was about to unfold. What are you looking at? Medusa suddenly turned her head sharply and let out a roar at the strange woman. The language barrier disappeared, making Medusa's words sound so local. A strange, faint light radiated from Medusa's face, shining directly on the strange woman. The strange woman twitched, and her body began to petrify rapidly. Medusa, satisfied, turned her head away and left. She left behind a twisted stone statue of the strange woman. Han Chen looked at the statue, feeling a shock in his heart. He was even a bit surprised. This creepy thing looked intimidating, but it turned out to be no match for Medusa at all. Now that Medusa had directly released it, wouldn't she go around killing these creepy things? Wonderful! And with giant dragons and Tyrannosaurus Rex, wouldn't it be easy to take down creatures of this level? If he released more of these beings, wouldn't those creepy things be hunted to the point of becoming protected species? Amazing! The roles had reversed, brother. Han Chen excitedly pressed the release button again. This time, there was no response, only a cold message popped up. Sorry, the release count for this machine has been exhausted. Ha? No more counts? How much merit balance is left? Han Chen checked his account. There were 832 points remaining. If all of it were used to maintain the town's firewall, it would last for 8,320 minutes, which is about 5 days. That was still ample. At least it could ensure Han Chen's safety for a while. He should find a place to sleep peacefully. Han Chen picked up the backpack from the corner and peeked out from the remaining wall. The giant dragon was nowhere to be seen, and Medusa was also out of sight. The mammoth had been taken down by the Tyrannosaurus Rex at some point. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was now over there, devouring the mammoth's corpse. Although it looked like it would take a long time to finish. But to avoid the Tyrannosaurus Rex getting too full and wanting to change its diet, Han Chen thought it would be better to hide away for now. Han Chen tiptoed out from the remaining wall but suddenly froze. The spot where the strange woman's statue had been was now completely empty. Where did she go? Could it be that turning to stone doesn't kill? Han Chen became tense again, quickly looking around but not seeing the figure of that strange woman. Where had she hidden? He took 2 steps to check the spot where the strange woman had been. Han Chen immediately noticed something unusual. The ground was very dark. Dark to the point that he couldn't see anything. Ordinary soil shouldn't be this black. Han Chen took out a flashlight and shone it down. He saw a large mass of black, resembling a muddy pit, with small bubbles rising to the surface. What is this? Han Chen found a long stick nearby and poked at the black mud pit. His intention was to see how deep it was. However, with just a casual poke, Han Chen felt he had hit something. This thing seemed to break free from some constraint with Han Chen's poke and floated up. Han Chen steadied the flashlight to take a closer look. A round object emerged from the liquid surface, wrapped in many black thread-like substances. As Han Chen moved the stick slightly, the object flipped over, revealing a white side. Han Chen's heart skipped a beat. He realized this was a woman's head, but the skin looked as if it had been rotted by water, some parts decaying and peeling off. The head's eyes were half open, weakly reflecting the light from the flashlight, as if they were about to lock eyes with Han Chen. He sat down abruptly. He quickly took out the calming spray and sprayed it again. What is this situation? Han Chen looked at the black mud pit in front of him. The head was still gently swaying on the surface of the mud. The edges of the pit were slowly expanding, as if seeping into the surrounding soil. This scene, it was as if that strange woman had silently melted away here. The feeling of unease made Han Chen not linger too long. He quickly passed through the accommodation area and found a 2-story small building on a higher slope. The door was unlocked, so Han Chen slipped inside. To his surprise, he discovered that this house had a basement. Although it was small, it was very useful for Han Chen. The basement could effectively prevent any unknown pursuers from coming at him with heavy weapons from afar. Although it was possible that the pursuers didn't have heavy weapons, he moved the mattress from the bedroom on the first floor to the basement and lay down on it, finally feeling a bit more comfortable. Too many unfortunate events had happened that day, leaving Han Chen physically and mentally exhausted. He needed rest, especially mental rest. For the past few days, every time Han Chen made a plan, a new situation would arise to disrupt it, catching him off guard. This time, Han Shen didn't want to formulate any action plans. Now that he had the protective firewall, he had a more secure option. That was to huddle here. Let the strange things wander outside. Han Shen would stay in this safe house. After a few days, the surviving pursuers should understand the situation, and Han Shen would soon run out of merit points to maintain the firewall. Then he would go out to find his teammates. Safe. However, what Han Shen lacked the most now was one more thing: weapons. Whether it was the pursuers or the strange things, Han Shen's means to counter them were very limited. Especially against the strange things, aside from charging in with a knife, he basically had no way to deal with them, relying only on the firewall for temporary protection. This time it was the passing Lady Medusa showing kindness, but what about after? Once the firewall was depleted, Han Shen would fall into extreme danger again. He didn't want to really face those strange things up close with a lightning dagger and electronic music. Han Shen took out the small bag called Related Enhancement Bag. If you can take out many similar items by putting them in, then if you put in weapons, can you also take out many weapons? What about items with special effects? For example, this lightning dagger of Han Shen's. Could it be that he could take out many weapons with special effects? But if he puts it in, the lightning dagger might be gone. This is Han Shen's only weapon at the moment. Forget it. The enhancement of the lightning dagger is barely worth mentioning. If it's gone, it's gone. Han Shen tossed the lightning dagger into the bag. He closed the bag and then opened it again. There was nothing inside. The bag was pitch black. Han Shen reached in to feel around. Sure enough, just like his level 3 backpack, the space inside the bag was much larger than what he could see from the outside. Han Shen quickly touched something cold and heavy. He immediately pulled it out. It turned out to be a large red iron hammer. Han Shen hurriedly felt around again and indeed found the description of the large hammer. Starbreaker hammer. This weapon can slightly increase your attack power. This weapon has a built-in 40% armor penetration effect, so when you attack an enemy with this weapon, their clothing will be reduced by 40% upon hit. This. The first half of the description seemed normal, but the second half was really strange. Han Shen reached in again but couldn't feel anything anymore. Is it gone? Aren't there supposed to be several random items? Han Shen looked at the bag, and surprisingly, there was a 30-minute countdown projected on it. There's a cooldown too. It seems he can't take everything out at once. However, if all the items are like this weapon, Han Shen wasn't too hopeful. It felt pretty similar to the lightning dagger, just with effects that piqued Han Shen's interest a bit more. Unfortunately, items from the game world can't be brought back to the real world. For a while after that, Han Shen didn't leave the building again. The town's firewall indeed proved to be very useful. Strange things couldn't enter the house anymore. However, even though they couldn't come in, they would stare at the house from outside. When Han Shen was getting some air from the second floor of the basement, he saw a woman in a white dress standing on the second floor balcony. When he first came up, Han Shen was startled. Her skin was deathly pale, her eyes lifeless, and she stood completely still. It felt cold to Han Shen, like a corpse was watching him. Through the glass door of the balcony, Han Shen waved at the woman outside. There was no response. Han Shen silently breathed on the glass. The woman trembled slightly. It seemed she was more sensitive to human breath. Han Shen huffed a couple more times until the woman's face was obscured by the mist. Then Han Shen used his finger to silently draw 2 letters on the fogged-up glass door for the woman on the other side to see. SB. The woman still did not react, but it was still a bit creepy. Han Shen silently pulled the curtains shut. Coming down from the second floor, Han Shen saw several pale women standing outside the window on the first floor. They were just outside the window, staring blankly into the house. Han Shen walked closer to observe, giving each of them the middle finger. They still had no reaction. Han Shen could observe them up close. Their faces were not all the same, but their skin was equally pale. Some even had frost on their faces, or black veins, or other unknown black stains. After observing for a while, Han Shen found no important information from them, but he lost his appetite instead. He pouted and quietly moved away from the window, pulling down all the curtains he could. However, the curtains were thin, and he could still see the outlines of the women outside. Although they couldn't come in, Han Shen still felt uncomfortable. He felt like he was hiding in a large mosquito net in the summer, watching mosquitoes crawl all over the outside of the net. Han Shen sat down on the sofa and took out the newspaper. During this hiding period, he would have to rely on this newspaper to understand the situation outside. The photo displayed was of the house where Han Shen was located. Outside the house, indeed, stood several pale women. A few were standing outside on the first floor, one was on the second floor balcony, and another was hovering outside the second floor wall. There were even 2 on the roof. However, these 2 had their heads lowered, as if they could penetrate the ceiling and stare at Han Shen inside. Especially the two behind the outer wall on the first floor made Han Shen feel a bit uneasy. He hadn't expected that there would be two standing right behind the wall behind him. Could it be that walls and ceilings were no barrier for them? Han Shen looked again at the headline, "Local young man surrounded by a large number of admirers due to his handsomeness at his two-story villa." Very good. A significant improvement. Finally, a headline with a hint of authenticity. Han Shen also discovered that as long as he waited for sunrise, these women would slowly disappear. They would gradually reappear around the house at sunset. It was like clocking in and out of work. This led Han Shen to deduce that these strange beings did not appear during the day. However, this deduction would soon become irrelevant, because with each passing day, the duration of daylight was shortening by 2 hours. There would soon be no daylight left here. Han Shen also tried to gauge the weight of these white-clad women. He first approached a window and locked eyes with the pale woman through the glass. Under the faint moonlight, the lifeless faces of these pale women looked even more terrifying. Han Shen took a deep breath and gave himself a spritz of relaxation spray. Then he slowly opened the window. While opening the window, Han Shen kept his gaze fixed on the pale woman's face. He was unsure if opening the window would allow the woman to come in directly, so if she made any move, Han Shen would immediately close the window. However, he fully opened the window, and the pale woman did not react. Clearly, what blocked them was not the glass and walls, but the protective barrier in Han Shen's bag. Now, Han Shen was less than a meter away from them, close enough to touch their faces. He could feel the cold air rushing towards him. This coldness felt like countless maggots, penetrating through Han Shen's flesh and seeping into his bones. Han Shen grabbed the Starbreaker hammer. With a powerful swing, he smashed it directly into the woman's face. The woman flew several meters away. So they have a physical form. Han Shen was slightly surprised. He had originally thought these women were ghost-like entities, capable of moving through walls, but now it seemed they had a physical form, similar to corpses. However, with one blow, she was sent flying, indicating that the hammer had quite a good attack power. Then, he saw the woman on the ground twitch a few times before standing straight up. She then took a few steps back to Han Shen's window, moving in the same unnatural manner as the woman he had encountered in the reading room. The special effect of the Starbreaker hammer had activated, causing 40% of the woman's clothing to disappear. This 40% was from her upper body. The woman's upper body was now bare, revealing her deathly pale skin. Han Shen instinctively glanced at her. On her chest was a pear that was shriveled and withered. Her body was covered in large areas of rotting skin. She was completely like a decaying corpse, though there was no obvious foul smell. Adding to that, her face had been struck by the hammer. Her skull was severely deformed, and her face was basically caved in. Her eyeballs had bulged out of their sockets but were still looking in Han Shen's direction. The scene was too horrifying. Han Shen plopped down onto the sofa behind him. After spraying himself with relaxation spray again, Han Shen stepped forward and gave the woman another blow with the hammer. The woman fell to the ground, got up again, and twitched her way back. After several repetitions, the woman's head had been hammered into a shape resembling a raisin, and her body had multiple broken bones. After another blow, the woman fell to the ground and never got up again. Han Shen stared at the fallen woman for a while, and soon her skin began to gradually turn black. Then it started to rot rapidly, black liquid seeping out in large amounts, flesh gradually separating from bone. The black liquid seeped into the soil, and the surrounding earth began to turn black and soften. Before long, the ground where the woman had fallen transformed into a black mire, with bones and similar things sinking down. It was increasingly nauseating to watch. These ghostly things were truly disgusting. When alive, they resembled zombies, and when dead, they became a cesspool. It was completely infuriating. Han Shen tried the same method again, eliminating several pale women nearby. However, it was limited to just a few outside the window. The pale women behind the walls and the roof could not be reached from inside the house, so Han Shen had to give up for now. Soon after, Han Shen discovered something. His merit points were dropping much faster than he had imagined. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was because the number of ghostly beings surrounding the house was too great. The level 1 defensive firewall was starting to falter, so the system automatically upgraded to level 2 defense. Level 2 defense consumes 0.2 merit points per minute, double the previous rate. Thus, Han Shen's merit points were depleting rapidly. At this rate, he would run out of merit points in less than 2 days. Each pale woman he dealt with required several blows. Once his merit points were exhausted and the firewall protection was gone, relying solely on himself would mean certain death. He looked at the remaining number of people, 27. Han Shen had no idea how the others were surviving, but he knew he had to find other people quickly. On the 6th day of the game, at 11 a.m., the sun rose. Those women slowly disappeared from around the house. This was the last day. The sun rose at 11 a.m. and set at 1 p.m., making the daytime only 2 hours long. Han Shen had to find other people within these 2 hours. Otherwise, the danger would increase significantly. Han Shen set off. He left the house and began to run. For the past 2 days, he had been reading newspapers, which had become quite monotonous. Most of the news was about villagers overeating and getting sick. Then there were photos of strange beings wandering around, along with battles between other participants and these strange beings. Other participants also experienced wins and losses. For example, Han Shen had seen a photo of 2 disheveled women in green clothes tearing a man in a tactical vest in half. The headline read, 2 women fight over 1 man, neither willing to back down, ultimately deciding to split him in half. What a split in half! However, the newspaper also featured photos of the young man in a white suit and his group. They seemed to have been staying near the hot springs all along. As Han Shen left the slope and searched for transportation in the accommodation area, he soon realized something was wrong. The vehicles he could find, whether trucks or cars, had all been destroyed. This included the motorcycle he had previously used. Given the current situation, even the living pursuers would have realized something was off and wouldn't do something as foolish as vandalizing vehicles. It was likely the villagers' doing. After wandering around for a while, he finally found a mountain bike next to a small shed. Han Shen rode the bike towards the hot spring hotel. In the distance, through the fog, a white circular area was rapidly descending towards the horizon. That was the sun behind the thick fog. 2 hours of daytime was still too short. Even if Han Shen pedaled with all his might, he couldn't outrun the setting sun. As the light of the sun in the fog began to shrink dramatically, Han Shen slightly stopped the bike. He watched the white area of the sun shrink until it completely disappeared. This was Han Shen bidding farewell to the sun. In the following days, he would not see the sun again. The moment the white area illuminated by the sun vanished completely, a cold wind began to blow around Han Shen. The biting wind. The streetlights on both sides of the road lit up, yet the surroundings remained dim. It seemed this time it would be a hard confrontation. Han Shen took out the shattered star hammer. He swung it a couple of times, feeling it was still too heavy. At this rate, he would exhaust himself before he could land a few hits. Han Shen directly retrieved the previously evolved, random dimensional bag, and drew out another weapon. This time, it was a strange-looking red knife. The blade was serrated, with several eye-like patterns on it. Han Shen glanced at the instruction manual that came with it. Apocalypse, this weapon is sharper than an ordinary blade, can slightly increase your attack power, and slightly speed up your movements. Unique passive ruin, each time you use this weapon to attack a target, it will lower the target's blood pressure by 8%. The latter part was still a rather entertaining passive, which could be ignored, especially when used to chop at monsters. The blood flowing within these monstrous women might not even be flowing, yet it could lower blood pressure. However, Han Shen weighed the knife in his hand. Its weight was just right, and it was long enough, not as short as the lightning dagger. He decided to use this one. Han Shen strapped the Apocalypse to his backpack, got back on his bike, and prepared to head towards the hot spring point. But when he pushed forward, the bike didn't move, as if something was stuck. Han Shen quickly turned around. He saw a pale woman standing behind him, her arms twisted at exaggerated angles. Her entire forearm was wrapped around the rear wheel of Han Shen's bicycle, preventing it from moving an inch. Behind her stood a dozen more pale women. In the distance, there were even more, rapidly approaching, some floating directly in the air. Now, they were no longer staring blankly ahead, each one was fixated on Han Shen. It dawned on Han Shen. During the day, these women hadn't completely disappeared, they had been following him all along. Like shadows. He felt a chill run down his spine. Han Shen raised the short knife called Apocalypse and swung with all his might to sever the pale woman's arm wrapped around his bike. But the women behind were already charging straight at him. Han Shen was instantly surrounded. Several cold hands reached for him, trying to tear him apart. Han Shen summoned all his strength for another strike. This Apocalypse was indeed sharp enough. He directly cleaved a nearby pale woman in half. A gap opened in the death vortex formed by the pale women. Han Shen desperately dashed through this gap, slicing off another pale arm that was grabbing him, and began to run for his life. 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands, let alone hundreds. Although Han Shen had some skills, he could only retreat. The pale women chased after him. They seemed only able to float in the air, unable to fly directly, relying on running to pursue Han Shen. Their movements were still quite uncoordinated, yet they ran faster than Han Shen. After taking a couple of steps, he was caught up again, his clothes torn with several rips. Han Shen could only swing his knife again, cutting through several surrounding pale women, then rolled to break free from their encirclement. The pale women still did not let up, continuing to chase after him frantically. The ones he had cut down merely twitched a few times on the ground before standing up straight again, relentlessly pursuing Han Chen. At that moment, Han Chen realized that the house protection firewall on him could only protect the house and not himself. Once outside, it had no effect against these ghostly beings. What else could deal with these ghostly entities? Han Chen thought of the cat-masked woman from before. Focused protection talisman. That could prevent beautiful women from interrupting him. But now, it wasn't working. Was it because these pale women were too ugly? They did indeed look quite hideous. Uncertain if they could trigger their own face-changing skill, Han Chen activated the ability on the women behind him, attempting to give them the faces of a bunch of beautiful female celebrities. Their appearances indeed changed, resembling a group of starlets transformed into ghosts seeking vengeance from Han Chen. The visual impact was striking. But was the protective talisman effective? Han Chen slowed down slightly, and several pale women had already reached his side. Their hands tore at him, leaving several bloody marks. The intense pain reminded Han Chen. The talisman was ineffective. It was meant to ward off beautiful women, but it was useless against beautiful female ghosts. Han Chen hurriedly ran for his life. Now, to escape these ghostly beings, it seemed he could only find a house to dive into, relying on a certain effective house protection firewall to hold out for a while. As Han Chen desperately ran, he scanned his surroundings. This was the wilderness. Were there any houses? A restroom would do. Han Chen searched frantically. Then he witnessed a somewhat unbelievable scene. On a nearby hillside, a man in a white formal suit sat in a chair, crossing his legs, leisurely sipping red wine from a goblet, calmly observing everything happening with Han Chen. What was this guy doing? Just as Han Chen was puzzled, two pale hands reached out in front of him. Han Chen bent down and directly knocked the hands away. However, the hands still managed to claw at his shoulders. Han Chen could even feel the sharp pain of flesh tearing away from his shoulder. Without pausing, he could only run towards the man on the hillside. "Hey, brother, lend me a hand," Han Chen shouted. The man in the white suit nodded, gave Han Chen an okay gesture, and then stood up from his chair. A black cane extended from his left sleeve. His right hand still held the half-full goblet of red wine, steady as ever. He walked towards Han Chen slowly and steadily. There was no hint of urgency or panic. He wasn't in a hurry, but Han Chen was. If he slowed down anymore, Han Chen would be clawed to pieces by these ghostly beings. Han Chen could only run even harder towards the man in the white suit. At that moment, Han Chen felt as if his legs were no longer his own. Finally, he reached the man in the white suit. It was then that he realized this man was the same young man in a white suit he had seen at the resort entrance before. However, this time his attire was even more splendid and tidy, topped with a large brimmed hat. Quite the showman. The young man in the white suit didn't look at Han Chen. He simply handed the half-full goblet of red wine to Han Chen. "Hold this for me." The young man in the white suit casually tossed out the line and brushed past Han Chen. Han Chen stood there momentarily dazed, holding the half-full goblet, and turned to look back. He saw the young man in the white suit walking towards the pale women. Just as the hand of the foremost pale woman was about to touch the young man, he gently tapped the ground with the bottom of his cane. A powerful gust of wind instantly erupted in front of him, kicking up a cloud of dust. The wind pressure slammed into the pale women, and they were instantly shattered. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. He swiftly turned the cane forward, revealing it to be a black umbrella. The chunks of flesh that would have splattered on him were blocked by the umbrella. His clothes remained pristine white. Han Chen glanced at the situation. Not far in front of the young man in the white suit, the dozens or even hundreds of pale women had vanished without a trace. All that remained were chunks of flesh and severed limbs soaked in deep red blood, along with long hair matted together with blood. What the hell? He just tapped his cane and wiped them all out? Han Chen was utterly shocked. Moreover, Han Chen looked around at the ground, and not a single piece of flesh or limb had landed near him. The young man in the white suit is very strong. At least B-level combat skills. It's very likely A-level. The young man in the white suit closed his umbrella, calmly turned his head, smiled at Han Chen, and then extended his right hand. Han Chen quickly shook his hand. "By Bin, polite Bin." The young man in the white suit introduced himself. "Han Chen, Cold Han, Philosophisia." Han Chen replied. "Come with me, I'll take you to a safe place." The young man named Bai Bin patted Han Chen on the shoulder. Han Chen nodded. "Your wine." Han Chen returned his wine glass to him. "Thank you." Bai Bin took the red wine, gently sniffed it, and silently shook his head. "No good, just now, the wine picked up a rotten scent, can't drink it, what a pity." Saying this, he gently tipped the wine glass, pouring all the red wine onto the grass. Then, he placed the wine glass upright on the grass and led Han Chen forward. So, do you know that the original rules are fake? Bibin asked Han Chen as they walked. Han Chen nodded. I know. Then do you know that, in fact, the pursuers and the fugitives are teammates, and the ultimate goal for both sides should be to cooperate and survive these 10 days together? Bibin asked again. I'm aware of that too. Han Chen nodded. That's great to know. Bibin nodded at Han Chen. We have several pursuers in our team, and if you know those, it will be much easier to trust each other. But, can you tell me? Han Chen couldn't help but ask. What? Can you tell me what that skill of yours was just now? Han Chen asked. The pale woman who was taken out in an instant, all turned into popcorn. With such a strong skill, Han Chen really wanted to know what it was. Oh, you mean that? I'm afraid you might not believe it if I tell you. Bibin smiled as he said this. You can tell me, since I've already seen it, I will definitely believe it. Han Chen replied. My skill is an S-level skill called Just Strong, and the skill description is just a simple sentence. Bibin paused for a moment before continuing. That is, nothing to say, just strong. After saying this, Bibin smiled confidently at Han Chen. Han Chen was stunned. The skill is called Just Strong? The skill effect is also just strong? So simple and straightforward? Although Han Chen had seen many outrageous skills, he had never seen one that was so simply outrageous. After walking over a small hill, Bibin pointed to a large group of buildings below. That's it. That was the hot spring area. As they approached the hot spring area, Han Chen was surprised to see that a tall wall surrounded the entire area. These walls were dark in color, looking like they were made of concrete, with some strange dark red graffiti on them. Besides the graffiti, there was something very special about the walls. They were made up of large independent wall sections, each over 10 meters high and only 5 or 6 meters wide, with a slight gap between adjacent walls. It gave Han Chen the feeling that many tall walls had been built in advance, then transported here and set up to form a large high wall fence. However, looking around, this high wall surrounded the entire hot spring area. If it was really built and set up, the amount of work to create so many high walls must have been enormous. Bibin seemed to see through Han Chen's thoughts and said, These walls are Wall Sister's skill. Wall Sister? Yes, one of our members, her skill is to build walls. Bibin replied. But can just walls block those? Don't worry, we have this. Bibin pointed to the dark red graffiti on the wall. What is this? These are rooster blood, which have a certain effect in warding off evil and can block most of those monsters, Bibin said. I see, Han Chen nodded. The two arrived at the base of a high wall, and Bibin waved at the top of the wall. A man in a tactical vest indeed poked his head over the edge and tossed down a rope ladder. After you, Bibin gestured for Han Chen to go first. Han Chen was not polite and began to climb the rope ladder directly. Aside from his back, Han Chen was covered in scars, and climbing caused him a dull pain. He could only grit his teeth and persist. Behind the wall was a small observation tower used as a lookout, and after climbing over the wall, they reached the 3rd floor of the tower, which was also the top level. The observation tower had only railings and columns, with no walls, giving Han Chen the feeling that it was more like a 3-story pavilion. A young man in a tactical vest with a buzz cut greeted Han Chen with a friendly smile. The two had just shaken hands when Bibin climbed up the rope ladder in a few steps. Bibin immediately spoke, first introducing Han Chen's name to the buzzcut youth, then introducing the youth to Han Chen. This is Yogurt Guy. His skill is the ability to conjure various survival tools out of thin air. The rope ladder just now was made by him, and his other skill is. No need, I'll demonstrate, Yogurt Guy interrupted Bibin. Then, Yogurt Guy picked up a sealed cup of yogurt from a pile of food on a small table beside him and waved it in front of Han Chen. Watch closely. Han Chen nodded. Yogurt Guy then grabbed the edge of the yogurt's plastic lid with his right hand and opened it. He handed the yogurt to Han Chen and nodded at him. Thank you, Han Chen replied. Then there was a moment of silence. Han Chen held the yogurt, waiting for Yogurt Guy to demonstrate his skill, but Yogurt Guy made no further moves. Aren't you going to demonstrate your skill? Han Chen asked, puzzled. It's already done, Yogurt Guy said. Ha? Han Chen was taken aback. I actually didn't see it clearly, could you explain? Han Chen said, a bit flustered. My skill is this. Yogurt Guy pointed at the lid of the yogurt in Han Chen's hand. The lid was clean and had no yogurt stuck to it at all. So your skill is? Han Chen hesitated. My skill is that when I open yogurt, it won't stick to the lid at all, not a single bit. Han Chen was at a loss for words. Then, he simply nodded vigorously. That's a really good skill. I hate it when yogurt gets all over the lid. This was a forced compliment from Han Chen. Yeah, me too, Yogurt Guy nodded. Suddenly, Bibin spoke up. Han Chen, don't mind this idiot's skill, he has a much more important skill that I should tell you about. As Bai Bin spoke, he pointed at the yogurt in Han Shen's hand. He has another skill, which is that the yogurt he handles has a strong healing effect. You can apply some on your wounds right now. Right, go ahead. Yogurt guy gestured to the yogurt in Han Shen's hand. Han Shen suddenly understood and immediately dipped his finger into the yogurt, trying to apply it to the wound on his arm. Sure enough, as soon as he applied it, he felt a cool sensation, and the pain immediately subsided. Impressive, Han Shen exclaimed sincerely. I'll take you to meet the others. Bai Bin led Han Shen down the stairs from the observation deck, walking along the gravel path toward the hot spring house. As they walked, Bai Bin continued, every time Yogurt Guy introduces his skills to newcomers, he has to demonstrate that ridiculous yogurt lid trick, so we call him Yogurt Guy. If he didn't do that, we might have called him Healing Guy or something like that. Han Shen nodded. After climbing a few steps, he arrived at the square in front of the hot spring hall, right next to the stone that read Hot Spring. The photo Han Shen had seen in the newspaper must have been taken here. Walking along the cobblestone path, he entered a Japanese-style lobby. Inside, a few sofas were casually arranged. A few people were lounging on the sofas, and they slowly sat up as Han Shen walked in. Bai Bin first introduced Han Shen's name to them, then pulled them over to introduce one by one. First was a somewhat plump woman, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, with an ordinary appearance, sporting a tacky yellow permed ponytail, and wearing a deep pink sweater under her tactical vest. Bai Bin introduced, this is Wall's sister, her skill is called artillery position. As long as she gets intimate with a man, she can create a large wall. Ah, what do you mean by intimate? Han Shen was momentarily taken aback. Just having sex. Why be so euphemistic? Wall's sister was quite straightforward. Oh, Han Shen nodded. What a strange skill. Wait. Han Shen suddenly recalled the high walls surrounding the hot spring hall. So many walls, how many? While Han Shen was pondering, Bai Bin led him to another man. This man was also wearing a tactical vest, but it barely fit him because he was extremely thin. His eyes were deeply set, surrounded by dark circles, his skin was withered, and he was emaciated, resembling a skeleton. He smiled weakly at Han Shen and waved his hand feebly. Han Shen thought even that wave seemed to exhaust all his strength. What was wrong with this guy? How could he be so frail? Han Shen was astonished. Bai Bin began to introduce this person. This is Six Kidney Brother. His 5 skills are, Man's Dream, the skills you draw in the future will be those that men hope to obtain, more kidneys than ordinary people, more kidneys than ordinary people, more kidneys than ordinary people, and more kidneys than ordinary people. Oh, Han Shen was left dumbfounded. Bai Bin continued, because he has 4 more kidneys than an ordinary person, his physical abilities are very strong, even stronger than top athletes. Without relying on skills, he is the strongest among ordinary people. Bai Bin's introduction left Han Shen even more confused. The strongest man on the surface now seemed as weak as a terminally ill patient? Oh, Han Shen quickly understood. Next was a young man wearing glasses, with a bowl cut, looking a bit short, also dressed in a tactical vest. This is Threat Brother. His ability is to detect the threat level of a target. The stronger the target, the greater the threat. Bai Bin introduced. Han Shen nodded and greeted Threat Brother. Bai Bin continued, there are 3 more people who are not in the lobby right now. I'll call them over shortly. 2 of them look very similar, and I always feel they have some connection, but they both say they don't. Very similar? Is it similar skills? No, it's their faces, they look very alike. We call one male Yanzu and the other female Yanzu. Ah, yes, they both have faces like Wu Yanzu, one male and one female. Especially the female, it's our first time seeing a pair of G-cups on a Wu Yanzu, which makes me deeply question life. As Bai Bin was speaking, a sound of footsteps came from outside the lobby. Is that you? A familiar female voice called from behind. Han Shen turned around. Standing behind him was a woman in a leather jacket, wearing a cat mask. Because her mask only covered half her face, Han Shen could recognize the distinctive chin of Wu Yanzu from the lower half of her face. It was the cat-masked pursuer he had encountered before. A long whip appeared in the hands of the woman wearing a cat mask. I'm going to kill you. Hatred filled her eyes. Calm down, Han Shen raised his hand to signal. I can't calm down. The woman lifted the whip. Anger seemed to make her completely forget that she was not Han Shen's opponent before. Don't touch my brother. From the other side of the courtyard, another man with a middle-part hairstyle rushed out, Wu Yanzu. He stepped forward and pressed down on the whip in the woman's hand. This was naturally the middle-part pursuer Han Shen had encountered earlier. How did he become your brother? The woman in the cat mask shook off Wu Yanzu's hand. He gave me a super handsome face, how could he not be my brother? Wu Yanzu smiled at Han Shen as he spoke. Alright, everyone stop messing around, Bibin said. How about you, Han Chen? Introduce us to your skill. Do I even need to ask? It must be changing other people's faces to Wu Yanzu's. How could there be such a useless skill? The woman in the cat mask said angrily. No, he even turned my previous partner into Lu Dehua, Wu Yanzu said. My ability is simply to change other people's faces, Han Chen said directly. Oh, Sister Wall behind them exclaimed. The woman in the cat mask also put down the whip. Good brother, why didn't you say you had such a divine skill? Quickly arrange a stunning face for me. Sister Wall will definitely thank you if there's a chance. Sister Wall moved closer to Han Chen. Okay. Han Chen nodded. Then change my face back first. Who wants to be Wu Yanzu? The woman in the cat mask said anxiously. Then you wait a moment. Han Chen stalled the woman in the cat mask for a bit. Right. Everyone be patient, one at a time. Sister Wall leaned in closer, more eager than ever. What kind of face do you want? Han Chen asked, looking at Sister Wall's face. Anything good looking will do, Sister Wall said excitedly. How about a star's face? Sure, but don't make it too similar. Alright. Han Chen activated his skill on Sister Wall. In fact, it was a bit difficult for him to come up with an absolutely beautiful face out of thin air. Moreover, since Sister Wall was a bit overweight, Han Chen couldn't think of a star with a face that had such a pleasing arrangement of features for that size. So, he could only piece together a female star's face and make some slight adjustments. Done. Sister Wall's face had changed. Her current face was a patchwork of features from several stars. Although it looked a bit mismatched, it was still acceptable, considered above average in attractiveness. At least it was better than before. How is it? Sister Wall asked the people around her. Not bad, everyone replied half objectively, half subjectively. Good. Let me take a look. Sister Wall scampered off to the mirror. Sister Wall gasped when she saw her reflection. What happened? Han Chen was a bit afraid that Sister Wall would be dissatisfied because he had really tried his best. Why am I still fat? Boo-hoo. Sister Wall said, a bit disappointed. I can only change faces, not body shapes, Han Chen said helplessly. Then I need to start losing weight. Sister Wall said, and directly went to run laps in the courtyard. It's my turn, right? The whip of the woman in the cat mask pressed directly against Han Chen's neck. I don't have any other requests, just change my face back. Han Chen gently pushed the woman's hand away. Do you have any of your previous photos? Photos? Yeah, I've never seen you. How can I change you back? Han Chen said helplessly. Can't you cancel the skill? I can't cancel it. You. The woman in the cat mask put down the whip. She was also a bit on the verge of breaking down. Don't worry, although I can't change you back, I can give you another good-looking face. Han Chen comforted, I want my old face back. That's impossible without a photo right now. How about I give you a pretty woman's face to make do with? It's better than being a big-chested Wu Yanzu, Han Chen said. There was indeed nothing wrong with that statement. The woman in the cat mask pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. But I want to make it clear, I don't want a celebrity's face. Alright. Han Chen agreed verbally, but inside he felt a wave of panic. Because the current situation was the same as Sister Wall's earlier. In Han Chen's mind, when it came to beautiful faces, he could only recall celebrity faces. He really couldn't come up with anything original. He immediately understood why so many post-surgery faces looked similar. What to do? Han Chen suddenly thought of a face. Shun Ranner. Yes, let's give her Shun Ranner's previous face. Just tweak it a bit. Han Chen, you've actually become a bootlegger one day. Alright. Han Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The woman in the cat mask approached the mirror, took off her mask, and looked closely. She really couldn't find any faults with this face. Let's go with this for now, the woman in the cat mask said. Since you two know each other, I won't introduce myself. I'll go call the last person here, Bibin said. Actually, we don't really know each other, so you should say something, Han Chen said. Alright, brother, let me introduce myself directly, the middle-parted Wu Yanzu said. But before I introduce myself, I should apologize for what happened earlier. It's fine, you just did what your position required. Han Chen waved his hand. Han Chen really didn't harbor any hatred towards him. After all, they were all slaves to the rules. His game objective was to kill the fugitives, and he was also forced into it. Even if their roles were reversed, Han Chen guessed he would do what he did. Moreover, he hadn't committed any brutal killings, not even killing anyone. The killing was done by his partner. Now that the rules had made everyone teammates, Han Chen had even less reason to hate him. Seeing that Han Chen showed no signs of resentment, the middle-parted Wu Yanzu felt relieved to start his self-introduction. My name is Kai Qian. I have 3 notable skills. One is, explodes after one more look, which allows me to throw out a ball that will explode if someone looks at it for 2 glances or more than 2 seconds. Han Chen suddenly understood. No wonder when he fought him earlier, that transparent ball sometimes exploded immediately, and other times it rolled far away without exploding. So that was the mechanism. Who could have guessed? Kai Qian continued, the second skill is, summon cluck, which allows me to summon a chicken. Han Chen finally understood where the rooster blood smeared outside came from. The third skill is a bit hard to explain, called court session. To some extent, it's a control skill. If I get the chance, I'll demonstrate it for you. Court session? What a strange name. Han Chen then told Kai Qian his name. Then, Han Chen looked at the woman in the cat mask. What are you looking at? The woman in the cat mask had a slightly cold attitude towards Han Chen. Aren't you going to tell us your name? I can't just call you Sister Wu Yanzu, can I? Han Chen said. You. The woman in the cat mask seemed a bit ready to explode but held it back. She probably finally remembered that she couldn't beat Han Chen. I'm Mao Man, the woman in the cat mask said indignantly. Is there a slow cat? Han Chen instinctively replied. There's no heart in man, Mao Man added, suppressing her anger. All right, then. There's just one person left, Baibin said. She should be here soon. Just as Baibin finished speaking, another person indeed arrived in the courtyard. This person was even more familiar to Han Chen than Mao Man and Kai Qian. Han Chen looked at this person, his eyes nearly popping out. The newcomer in the courtyard was Fengran. How could this be possible? She was shot in the heart, but Han Chen saw it with his own eyes. The large hole in her chest was still vivid in his memory. How could she still be alive? Impossible, impossible. Han Chen instinctively pulled out the doomsday weapon from his bag. Fengran's first reaction upon seeing Han Chen was also a bit surprising to him. Her first response was joy. Her face bore a natural, heartfelt, harmonious smile, not at all like a facade. Han Chen? You're still alive? That's great, Fengran said. But Han Chen remained full of vigilance. A person who was already dead reappearing before him would usually make Han Chen think she hadn't died, but after seeing so many ghostly things in this game, all he felt now was that the Fengran before him was not really Fengran. Perhaps she had already become one of those strange beings. How are you still alive? I clearly saw you get shot in the heart, Han Chen stated directly, without any evasion. The reason he said it was simple, to draw the attention of others, to make them wary of the Fengran before them as well. Oh, I wasn't dead at that time, I was just pretending to be dead. I waited for people to leave before I got up and escaped, Fengran began to explain. You can get shot in the heart and not die? Do you have a corresponding skill? Han Chen asked, puzzled. He suddenly remembered that he had never known Fengran's skills. Perhaps she really did have such a skill. Yes, I do, Fengran nodded. What skill? I don't want to say, Fengran shook her head again. If you don't say it, I can't believe you are the original Fengran. Han Chen tightened his grip on the doomsday weapon. Fengran looked at the weapon in Han Chen's hand, gritted her teeth, and finally revealed the truth. My skill is called bulletproof silicone. That shot only penetrated the outer flesh. The inside was blocked by silicone. Han Chen was stunned. Bulletproof silicone? No wonder he thought the blood that flowed out was so little at that time. He instinctively glanced at Fengran's chest. So, this proud height was padded with silicone. For a moment, Han Chen didn't know what to say. He felt like laughing. Kai Qian suddenly patted Han Chen on the shoulder and whispered a few words in his ear. Brother, I understand you. When I first saw her, I had the same expression as you when you saw a ghost. Later, when she revealed her skill, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Han Chen nodded. Kai Qian continued to whisper, but hey, we're all teammates, so try not to laugh out loud. Han Chen looked at Kai Qian, paused for a moment, and nodded vigorously. Got it, it's really great that you're still alive, Han Chen said. Thank you, Fengran replied softly. Misunderstanding resolved? Baibin asked from the side. Resolved, Han Chen answered. Now that everyone is here, why don't you introduce your skills to us? Baibin suggested. So, Han Chen formally introduced himself to the 8 people. However, he held back a bit, especially regarding item-related skills, and spoke lightly about them as before. Han Chen's skill that could prevent beautiful women from disturbing him, Focused Protection Talisman, was also presented as his skill, claiming it could stop pretty women from bothering him. Everyone was quite surprised. Because Han Chen also had a skill that could change others' faces, the combination of the 2 skills made him nearly invincible against female enemies. Can you change a man's face into a woman's to trigger your skill? Kai Qian asked. It shouldn't work, but we can try. Is it effective against those female ghosts outside? Sister Wall, who was panting after running a few laps, asked. That's already been confirmed, it doesn't work. Han Chen answered without hesitation. If this talisman could be effective against those female ghosts, Han Chen wouldn't have been chased so badly. However, the face-swapping skill had been tested before and could be used on these ghostly entities. In the near future, if Han Chen were forced to fight those ghostly beings, perhaps he could swap their faces with that of Wu Yanzu to trigger the gift of the god of jealousy, thereby increasing Han Chen's attack power. Then, Han Chen mentioned his skill, Shield of the Deceiver. Kai Qian couldn't help but slap his thigh. Feng Ran felt a wave of fear. What the hell? That's not an absolute reflection shield at all. You really had me fooled, Kai Qian exclaimed. Han Chen nodded. I was wondering how there could be an idiot who would directly reveal his own skill. Turns out you were saying it for my benefit. You two are really cunning. Kai Chen looked at Han Chen and Feng Ran. At that moment, after Han Chen finished explaining his reflection shield's ability, Feng Ran instinctively scolded him for revealing it. Before this, Han Chen hadn't explained anything to Feng Ran, so it was purely Feng Ran's genuine reaction. But this reaction helped Han Chen immensely, fooling Kai Qian, who was holding a bomb ball in his hand. The effect was even better than they had agreed upon before, saving Han Chen's life and indirectly saving Feng Ran's life as well. However, now that everyone had become teammates, such matters could only be considered as conversation topics. After Han Chen introduced his skills, everyone began to chat about other things. Han Chen then learned that initially, everyone was unaware that the rules were fake. They were all playing the game according to the false rules. Until they encountered Bai Bin. Bai Bin seemed to know from the very beginning that the rules were fake, so he was looking for people to team up with, whether they were fugitives or pursuers, telling them that there was a real rule. But how did he convince everyone to believe him? Han Chen was very interested in this. Because everyone had the rules displayed, it was difficult to persuade them with just words. Especially in the first few days of the game, before those strange entities appeared, Han Chen really didn't believe anyone could convince the pursuers. Bai Bin did it. The method was quite simple. He directly subdued them. None of those pursuers were his match. He directly subdued every pursuer he encountered. The pursuers couldn't beat him or outrun him, so they had no choice but to obey him. Later, as the game progressed, the situation developed as Bai Bin had said. People gradually began to trust him. But how did Bai Bin know from the start? He said he had a skill called Invisible Cheat Sheet, which allowed him to store a small note in his mind. This note contained warnings for himself and a brief version of the real rules. However, Bai Bin noticed the note had writing on it only on the first night, and it was then that he began to seek out more people to team up with. Later, as the number of people increased, Bai Bin found a hot spring resort to set up camp. Initially, the entire team had more than 10 people, but a few unfortunately didn't survive the attacks from the strange entities. This included the burly man who had questioned Bai Bin at the park entrance. More details were not discussed, and Han Chen wasn't very interested, so he didn't pursue the matter further. After that, everyone chatted about many other topics, some of which were not very interesting, but the conversation was still quite harmonious. When they got tired of talking, Bai Bin found a room for Han Chen. There were indeed many ghostly entities wandering outside, and sleeping alone felt very unsafe. So several people in the team chose to lie directly on the sofas in the hall, watching over their teammates to ensure they could sleep peacefully, at most changing clothes to go to their own rooms. However, some preferred to stay in their own rooms. For example, Bai Bin, Cat Man, Feng Ran, and Sister Wall during the wall building. Han Chen also liked to stay in his own room. He was mainly used to sleeping alone and could also take a look at his special items. Returning to his room, Han Chen checked his belongings. The level 3 bag had been torn a little, but its quality was sturdy, so it wasn't greatly affected. Everything else was still intact. The Town Guardian Firewall had directly entered a dormant state, no longer consuming merit points. This proved that there were no evil spirits nearby. The Rooster Blood Wall was very effective. He then looked at the tabloid newspaper. The photo had changed again. It depicted a man in a black trench coat standing in the middle of the street. Han Chen recognized the clothing and figure at a glance. It was Mo-Tsang. Surrounding him were many pale women, some even piled in small heaps. However, most had already been cut open, shattered, and incomplete. Scattered nearby were various dismembered limbs of the pale women. Han Chen glanced at the headline, "A man's 122nd confession fails, angrily kills all 122 confession targets." It was absurd, but looking at the scattered corpses in the photo, 122 might indeed be true. Could Mo-Tsang single-handedly take down 122 pale women? Damn, this guy is that strong? Then why did he flee at the last moment? Did he know the true rules and thus was unwilling to strike against his pursuers? No, that didn't make sense. If he knew, he should have warned himself about these people early on, just like Bai Bin. After all, they were all part of a common interest community. So he must not know. Did he flee simply out of fear of death? That was possible. Dong Dong, while Han Shen was pondering, the grandfather clock in the hall suddenly rang out. The sound was loud, and Han Shen felt that the entire hot spring house could hear it. However, what surprised Han Shen was that he had been here for almost a whole day and this was the first time he heard the clock chime. Then there was a knock on his door. Outside was Kai Qian's voice. Han Shen, be careful, it's midnight. What's wrong with midnight? Han Shen asked, a bit puzzled. All the people we lost before disappeared at midnight, Kai Qian said seriously from outside. Han Shen hurriedly stepped out of the room. He saw Kai Qian standing at the door, looking somewhat flustered. The others were gathered in the hall below, discussing nervously. I've been signaled for everyone to be quiet, let's go check the situation outside. No matter what, I will take action. Everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, they followed Bai Bin to the observation tower by the wall. From here, they could see the situation outside the wall. The one on night watch was Cat Man Man. She was still up in the small observation tower, sipping coffee. How's the situation? Bai Bin asked as he arrived. Not good, Cat Man Man pointed ahead. Han Shen looked over and saw that the darkness in the distance was all-encompassing. Nothing could be seen. Han Shen looked up at the sky. Behind the thin mist was a slender crescent moon. Although the moonlight was weak, it was still present. The lights in the observation tower were bright enough to illuminate the grass under the nearby wall clearly. So why was it that just a short distance ahead, nothing could be seen? Han Shen looked carefully forward. In the darkness ahead, it seemed something was gently churning. He immediately understood. It was fog. Not far ahead, it had already been covered by thick fog. Had the fog spread to this position? No, fog is made of water droplets, thick fog reflects light. But the fog ahead was so dark. That could only mean the fog ahead was black. Black fog. Yo, it looks like we can't stay here for too long. We might have to move by tomorrow morning, Bai Bin said, having also noticed the fog ahead, but his tone was quite calm. Why? Sister Wall, who was below the observation tower, still didn't know the situation. The thick fog is not far away, Bai Bin replied. Sister Wall's face instantly filled with terror. Even more terrified was Brother Lucian beside her. Wait a minute, is there a sound? Bai Bin raised his hand and asked. Everyone instantly held their breath. Han Shen also began to listen carefully. The sound of the night wind brushing past the hot spring pavilion filled his ears. Beyond that sound, Han Shen discerned. Yes, it seemed like some rustling noises. It sounded like many insects gnawing on wood. And this sound was getting louder. Soon, Han Shen could hear these sounds without straining. No, this wasn't the sound of insects gnawing. It was the sound of many things running across the grass. The expressions of everyone changed. It seemed they all heard it. There are many things coming from below, Cat Man Man said. Everyone quickly looked towards the outer wall. Sure enough, in the darkness ahead, many figures appeared, rushing towards the wall, their white forms becoming clearer. Soon, Han Shen could see what they were. They were all the pale women he had encountered before. But this time, they were no longer running upright. They were using both hands and feet, charging towards the wall like a group of four-legged animals. Their speed was much faster than before. They were as swift as leopards. Threat brother, what do you think? Kai Qian turned to ask. Threat brother, beside him, adjusted his glasses while watching the group outside. The threat level is 7. 7? Everyone, except Bai Bin and Han Shen, was astonished. Han Shen looked confused. He didn't understand what a threat level of 7 meant. The women that chased you before had an average threat level of only 2 to 3, Bai Bin briefly explained to Han Shen. Then Han Shen was shocked. At that moment, the foremost pale woman had already dashed to the base of the high wall and crashed heavily against it. The wall trembled, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. These pale women began to quickly climb up the wall, moving straight along its surface. Like spiders. However, when they touched the rooster blood graffiti, they fell off with a thud, as if insects had touched a hot pot. The rooster blood was still effective. But how long could it hold? No one knew. A transparent ball appeared in Kai Qian's hand. He was about to throw it down when Bai Bin stopped him. No need, with me here, you just watch. Under the light of the observation tower, Bai Bin's face was still full of confidence and composure. This is a monster with a threat level of 7, can you handle it alone? Threat brother asked worriedly. It's just a 7, even if it were 700 million, it wouldn't last a few seconds in front of me. Bai Bin smiled at everyone. This confident smile was like a calming pill, reassuring everyone. Yes, he was a man with S-level skills, a top existence among all humanity. A group of atavistic women should be no problem for him. Everyone nodded in response to Bai Bin. However, before going down, I need to prepare one more thing, Bai Bin said, taking a bottle of red wine and a goblet from under a nearby table. Then he gently slid his finger across the mouth of the wine bottle. The entire bottle cap came off neatly. Bai Bin calmly poured the red wine into the goblet and swirled it. Below, a large number of pale women were still surging towards the wall. The wall trembled violently, like a tree in a storm. Bai Bin was still seriously swirling and looking at the red wine in the goblet. "What are you doing?" Han Chen couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Bai Bin smiled at Han Chen, aerating the wine. "How can you drink celebratory wine without aerating it?" Han Chen was taken aback. Even with Mount Tai about to collapse, he could remain calm and aerate wine. Is this the mindset of someone with S-level skills? Damn it, he had outdone him. In the future, when I have S-level skills, I want to act like him too. And I want to have my own style. How about calmly sipping some soy milk before taking action? Han Chen was lost in thought. Beside him, Lu Xinggu couldn't hold back any longer. "Brother Bai, I know you can handle this, but the wall can't hold much longer. If it collapses, we'll have to rebuild it, which is a hassle, so please act quickly. I'll help you sober up." Bai Bin nodded gently at this remark. He placed the goblet in Lu Xingji's hand and then donned his top hat. "Rotate 3 times clockwise, stop, then 1 counterclockwise, and repeat in order, understood?" Bai Bin instructed Lu Xinggu. Understood, Lu Xinggu nodded vigorously. Satisfied, Bai Bin leaped down from the observation tower and jumped into the crowd of pale women outside the high wall. Like a drop of honey in an ant colony, the surrounding pale women began to surge towards Bai Bin. A cane appeared in Bai Bin's hand, tapping lightly on the ground. The pale women were instantly blown away. However, unlike before, this time they were not shattered, merely pushed back. It seemed that the pale women, rated at a threat level of 7, were tougher than expected. Bai Bin observed this scene without any change in expression. He raised his hand again towards the group of pale women a short distance away. This time, his demeanor was more resolute. The pale women were similarly struck by the wind pressure and shattered this time. Clearly, after a brief test, Bai Bin had increased the power of his moves. Watching the women break apart, a lazy smile spread across Bai Bin's face as he stretched. He felt relaxed. Behind him, 2 pale women that had rushed over were instantly crushed by the sudden wind pressure. They couldn't get close to him at all. Alone, he moved through the crowd of pale women as if chopping vegetables. The entire area beneath the high wall was his stage. He was the absolute protagonist, and these pale women seemed to serve as props to highlight his leading role. At this moment, more pale women surged towards him. He easily shattered the one in front of him, but suddenly, a pale woman flew in from somewhere, lunging straight at his shoulder. Bai Bin immediately dodged, but it was a moment too late. His shoulder was still grazed, and his white shirt was torn. Bai Bin got hit. Wei Xiaogu exclaimed anxiously. "It's just a minor scrape, right?" Mao Man said. Everyone looked down at Bai Bin. It was indeed just a minor scrape. However, Han Chen sensed something was off. It was in Bai Bin's expression. His demeanor had lost its previous calmness and turned somewhat frantic. He unleashed a wave of energy towards the approaching pale women. Yet, they were only pushed back a few steps. The difference in power was like that between a missile and a firecracker. Then, more pale women lunged directly at Bai Bin. He was instantly overwhelmed by the pale women, and the crowd could no longer see him. What was happening? Everyone stared in disbelief. Just moments ago, Bai Bin was slaughtering them. How could he suddenly be in such a dire situation? "Help me!" Bai Bin's heart-wrenching scream came from the crowd of pale women. So foolish. While everyone was still in shock, Mao Man couldn't take it anymore. She sent her whip flying into the crowd of pale women. Then, with a strong tug, a blood-soaked person was pulled out from among the pale women. It was Bai Bin. He was placed on the ground in front of everyone. At that moment, Bai Bin's white suit was stained red with blood, his body covered in horrific deep wounds, and his right arm was missing, blood gushing from the severed end. Swan Naigu hurriedly applied yogurt to his severed arm, barely managing to stop the bleeding. "What on earth happened? Brother Bai, you were just dominating, how did it suddenly turn?" Feng Ran asked, puzzled. "What happened?" Lu Xinggu inquired. "What exactly is going on?" Mao Man looked at Bai Bin and asked. "Yeah, didn't you say your skill was just strong? Why did you suddenly lose heart? Is there poison on their hands? Or is there some other trick?" Han Chen wondered. Han Chen understood that Bai Bin's abilities had dropped too obviously. There must be some unknown factor behind Bai Bin's failure. The continuous questions from the crowd left Bai Bin feeling embarrassed. However, Bai Bin still gritted his teeth and remained silent. He said nothing. "Come on, Is it that the hands on the other side are poisonous? Or something else? This is important information, Mao Man urged. Yeah, what can't you say? Kai Qian also began to feel anxious. Speak up. Everyone was eager. Bai Bin was finally forced to speak. Alright, I'll say it, my skill is not actually, just strong. The crowd fell silent instantly. This news was a bit shocking, and everyone needed a moment to digest it. Bai Bin sighed and continued, my skill is actually, acting cool makes me stronger. As long as I keep acting cool, I can keep getting stronger, and even stronger. Then right now. But, as soon as I slip up while acting cool, my abilities start to decline, and as my abilities decline, it becomes harder for me to act cool, and I become weaker, creating a vicious cycle. Bai Bin explained weakly. The crowd seemed to understand, especially Han Chen, who almost had an epiphany. No wonder Bai Bin had made such profound statements in public at the beginning of the game. It turned out he was trying to act cool to enhance his abilities. After that, every time he took action, he would drink red wine and wear a neat suit, presenting himself as an elegant gentleman, all to act cool and boost his combat power. As his combat power increased, he would defeat enemies in seconds, further enhancing his act. He falsely claimed his abilities were S rank, creating an invincible image, and his act became grander. He indeed became stronger. But this time, there were too many enemies. He accidentally slipped up. The pale woman injured him, shattering his invincible image. His abilities declined, making it even harder to deal with the pale woman's attacks. In the end, even his strong persona was broken, and he completely failed to act cool, losing most of his abilities, only able to cry for help. This skill is truly absurd. So, can you still act cool and return to your peak combat power? Kai Qian couldn't help but ask. Yeah, we can pretend we don't know anything and think you're still strong, Feng Ran said beside him. Bai Bin shook his head helplessly and said with a bitter smile, it's useless. Once I completely fail to act cool, the skill will enter a long cooldown, and I will become useless for the rest of this game. The crowd's expressions turned serious. Without Bai Bin's top combat power, how could they stop these pale women? Could they rely on themselves? Kai Qian directly threw a transparent explosive ball over the high wall. He was afraid of blowing up the wall, so he deliberately threw the ball far away. The ball exploded among the many pale women. Several burning severed limbs flew out. Effective! Just as Kai Qian was about to throw another ball into the pile of pale women, a long-haired woman's head peeked out from the high wall. She had already come up. This guy's threat level is 10. The threat brother beside him suddenly shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the long-haired woman opened her mouth wide. Countless black threads, resembling hair, surged out from her mouth, quickly wrapping around the threat brother's body. The threat brother choked, and his body rapidly shriveled. Immediately after, a black thing that looked like both a tongue and a tentacle extended from the woman's mouth, covering the threat brother's head and trying to suck him in. Han Chen and Mao Man desperately grabbed the threat brother's body, trying to prevent him from being pulled away by this strange thing. The suction was immense. Help! Han Chen shouted to the people beside him. The few people beside him were also so frightened that they stood frozen in place, only rushing over to help when Han Chen shouted. At this moment, more black threads extended out, reaching towards the crowd. Kai Qian shouted in a panic, court is in session. Suddenly, everything before Han Chen became bright, and he instinctively closed his eyes. When Han Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself in a bright hall. No, it should be a courtroom. Because in front of Han Chen were several platforms, with a few old men in judicial robes sitting on them. There were nameplates on the tables in front of them, Chief Judge, Deputy Chief Judge, Clerk. Han Chen looked down and realized he was sitting in the jury box. Feng Ran, the frail Bai Bin, Lu Xinge, Chang Jie, and Mao Man were all there. Kai Qian was sitting in the plaintiff's seat. The defendant's seat was terrifying. It was actually that woman with long, pale hair. Black threads were extending from her mouth, along with a tentacle. The most horrifying part was that, despite the numerous threads and thick tentacle, her mouth was clearly torn apart, yet she showed no reaction. She was truly a ghostly thing. She looked at everyone, turning her head to bite at them, but was stopped by the railing in front of the defendant's seat. No, it should be that there was some kind of air wall blocking her. Because the railing was very low, an ordinary person could easily climb over it, yet she couldn't get out no matter what. The old chief judge directly tapped his wooden hammer. Defendant, be quiet. The stern reprimand was like thunder. The pale woman with the split mouth instantly calmed down. The old chief judge looked at the plaintiff's seat where Kai Qian was sitting and said with authority, Plaintiff, what crime do you accuse the defendant of? Kai Qian immediately made a mournful face. Your Honor, I accuse her of murder. Oh, who did she kill? One of my brothers. Not only did she kill my brother, but she also ate half of him. Is that so? Absolutely true. Then summon the victim. The chief judge tapped the hammer again. A table appeared in the center of the courtroom. On it appeared a withered lower half. This was the threat brother who had been half swallowed by the pale woman. It was too tragic. Let me take a look. The chief judge directly got off his seat and approached the remaining half of the threat brother to examine him. Han Chen was sitting in the front row behind the plaintiff and leaned over to whisper in Kai Qian's ear, "Can this ghost be judged?" "Yes," Kai Qian nodded. "What will happen after the trial?" "There will be a sentence. It could be a fine, imprisonment, or even the death penalty." "What's the use of a fine?" "It won't be a fine. Murder is a serious crime. She will at least face life imprisonment, and it's very likely to be the death penalty." "Then who will carry it out?" "The court. This court can reportedly execute anyone instantly once a death sentence is passed." "So powerful? Then why didn't you use it when you fought me?" "Well, it's complicated. That judge is a bit senile and somewhat clueless. If the defendant is a living person, it's easy for them to countersue the plaintiff, so I never use it against normal people." "Then can this ghostly thing countersue as well?" "Impossible. She's a monster. She doesn't have that kind of intelligence." Kai Qian shook his head. "That's good." Han Chen nodded. "It can instantly kill monsters. This courtroom skill is quite impressive." After a moment, the old judge finally finished his examination. He returned to the chief judge's seat. "Do you have any evidence to prove that she killed?" The old judge looked at Kai Qian. This nearly stumped Kai Qian, but he quickly replied, "Your Honor, is evidence even necessary? My brother's upper body is still in her mouth." "Oh, let me see." The chief judge approached the pale woman and lifted the tentacle-like thing extending from her mouth to take a look. At the base of the tentacle was an opening, and the chief judge pried it open, revealing a mass of sharp teeth inside. Inside, there was indeed a large amount of shredded meat threatening brother. The Chief Justice returned to his seat. "This court is based on evidence. Your evidence can only prove that she ate the victim, not that she killed the victim. Therefore, she can only be convicted of cannibalism. The charge of murder cannot be established." "Your Honor, you." Kai Qian was at a loss for words. "But don't worry, cannibalism also starts with the death penalty," the old Chief Justice replied to Kai Qian. "Oh, so cannibalism is also a death penalty. Then I don't care, I support the court's judgment." Kai Qian expressed his support. The old Chief Justice nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at the pale woman with the gaping mouth and heavily struck the gavel. "Defendant, do you know your crime?" The pale woman with the gaping mouth emitted a strange sound, possibly because the tongue-like tentacle was too large. The Chief Justice refocused his gaze. "In any case, this court is about to announce its verdict again. The defendant is guilty of cannibalism, sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. The death penalty is to be executed immediately." Han Chen felt a surge of excitement. This level 10 threat monster was about to be taken down in an instant? This judge wasn't confused after all. At this moment, the judge looked at the pale woman with the gaping mouth. "Defendant, do you have anything to say?" The pale woman with the gaping mouth again made an incoherent strange sound. The Chief Justice seemed to ponder. "You're right, you only ate half a person. How can I sentence you to death for a whole person?" "Ha!" A few jurors and Kai Qian in the plaintiff's seat were stunned. The Chief Justice then read the verdict again. "This judge hereby re-announces the verdict. The defendant is guilty of cannibalism. Sentenced to death for half of the defendant. The judgment is valid. Court adjourned." "What the hell is half a death sentence?" "Your Honor, I disagree." Kai Qian stood up, eager to appeal. At that moment, the surroundings suddenly began to darken, and the entire courtroom started to disappear. They really were forcibly adjourned. Soon, everyone returned to the small observation tower. The pale woman with the gaping mouth was still before them. However, she had no lower half. Yes, she was missing her lower body, lying on the ground of the observation tower. Everyone exchanged glances with her, and she instantly pushed herself up with her hands and lunged at them rapidly. The tongue-like tentacle-like thing in her mouth waved wildly along with black thread-like objects. What the hell was that judgment? What the hell was that judgment? Han Chen and the others desperately dodged the pale woman's leap. The pale woman crashed into a pillar of the observation tower, which instantly cracked and twisted severely. The entire observation tower swayed precariously. Although the pale woman was missing her lower half, she still moved agilely, supported only by her two arms. She was about to leap at them again when Mao Manman's whip flew out and wrapped around the pale woman's neck. Mao Manman pulled hard, trying to drag the pale woman out of the wall. The pale woman did indeed fly out, but just before she went over the wall, she reached out and grabbed the edge of the high wall. She stopped. At that moment, Han Chen drew his weapon, the End of Days, quickly dodging the tentacles and long hair extending from her mouth, and with all his strength, he stabbed down heavily at her forehead. The End of Days was indeed sharp and had enhancements. When it pierced the woman's skull, it broke through effortlessly. Moreover, the blade of the End of Days was wide, cutting from the woman's hairline down to her forehead. Thick, viscous blood gushed out. The pale woman's body went limp, losing its support, and fell outward from the wall. Mao Man immediately retracted her whip, allowing the pale woman to drop. Han Shan leaned over to look down at the wall. He estimated that his stab should have penetrated the woman's entire cranial cavity, and he should have taken her down. The pale woman with a gaping mouth crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing for a moment. Yet she got back up and began crawling towards the upper floor. "Aren't they dead?" Han Shan felt a twinge of fear. "They're coming!" Feng Ran screamed from behind. Han Shan looked over. He saw more pale women crawling up the walls, having climbed over. This meant the entire blood wall defense had completely collapsed. These pale women tumbled over the wall, crashing down heavily, then convulsed a few times before getting up and rushing towards the crowd on all fours. "Get ready to run!" Kai Qian threw a small transparent ball at the base of the small observation tower. A few pale women who had just rushed downstairs were instantly blown apart. "Now's the time! Run! Get inside!" Kai Qian shouted against the shockwave. Everyone began to desperately run downstairs. Bai Bin, severely injured, couldn't move fast, so Han Chen directly picked him up and ran down. The level 3 backpack was essentially an empty pack, so it didn't affect Han Chen carrying someone. Thank you, Bai Bin said from Han Chen's back. "You saved my life, I have to take you with me," Han Chen replied. "But it seems you can't outrun them while carrying me," Bai Bin said with a bitter smile, glancing back. "I'll do my best." Everyone rushed desperately towards the hall. Sister Wall was at the back, followed by Han Chen carrying Bai Bin. Kai Qian, who was running at the front, had already reached the entrance of the hall. He summoned a rooster and held it in his arms. When he got to the entrance, he snapped the rooster's neck and splattered its blood on the ground in front of the door. This was the only way he could think of to delay these pale women. The others followed him into the hall. Han Chen was still running hard, but he could already hear Sister Wall's screams behind him. This time, the pale women moved too quickly. In comparison, the overweight Sister Wall couldn't run at all, so she was quickly engulfed by the grinding mass of pale women. Han Chen could already feel several pale women just a few steps behind him. He continued to run desperately, trying to shake them off. If that didn't work, he would have to abandon Bai Bin on his back. At the entrance of the hall, Mao Man curled her lip, Mo-tsung. The whip in her hand flew out, heading towards Han Chen. Han Chen immediately understood her intention. Then he frantically thought, "These ghostly women seem to be able to see through walls. Could they also see through his underwear?" He wondered if he had startled them. While Han Chen was lost in thought, the whip successfully wrapped around his waist, without triggering the protective talisman. Then, with a strong pull, Han Chen was yanked straight into the hall, landing precisely on the sofa. Bai Bin landed painfully on his back, letting out a scream. Mao Man sent the whip flying again, reaching into a dense mass of pale women. With another tug, a large mass of red flew back. It was a segment of a plump female torso. The limbs were completely gone, and the breasts had become two irregular, horrifying gaps. As it hit the ground, intestines splattered out from the abdominal opening. This was a part of Sister Wall. Seeing this scene, Lu Xingu couldn't take it anymore and threw up into a trash can. A bit late, Mao Man sighed. Feng Ran, beside her, was so frightened that she turned pale, nearly fainting. It was Han Chen who got up and sprayed her with a calming mist, which helped her relax a bit. At the entrance, Kai Qian tore the neck of a third rooster and began desperately splattering its blood around the hall. Outside, those pale women indeed paused in front of the rooster's blood on the ground. Han Chen took out the merit release device and checked. The home defense firewall had been activated to level 3. The consumption had reached an astonishing rate of 0 per minute. At 5 points, but just saving Bai Bin should earn some merit. The firewall should hold up for a while. Han Chen quickly reminded Kai Qian, "Don't be nervous. I have a protective firewall, they won't be able to get in for a while. Focus on sprinkling the rooster blood and make sure there are no omissions." Kai Qian and the others were unaware of the protective firewall, so Han Chen quickly explained it to them again. Only then did Kai Qian understand and confidently sprinkle the rooster blood along the outer wall. They had killed quite a few roosters, and soon a small mound formed in the corner. Finally, the entire outer wall was protected by rooster blood. Han Chen's protective firewall defense dropped to level 2. This meant that the rooster blood defense had some effect, but without the protective firewall, the rooster blood defense would still be breached immediately. Through the glass sliding door of the hall, everyone looked outside. Outside the line of rooster blood stood a crowd of pale women. They stared blankly at the interior, pushing against each other but unable to advance a single step. Everyone, including Han Shen, knew that this rooster blood wouldn't hold for long. They had become trapped beasts. Was there any way out? They exchanged glances. No one had any ideas. Despair was all that remained on their faces. They had all resigned themselves to their fate. Lu Xingu and Kai Qian lit a cigarette for each other and even lit one for Bai Bin. Then Lu Xingu took a bedsheet and covered the body of the wall sister on the ground. Swan Naigu moved all the yogurt from under the counter, opening each one to taste. Feng Ran buried her face in her knees and cried softly. Han Chen rummaged through his backpack, desperately searching for something useful. Mao Man stared at the whip in her hand for a while and suddenly spoke up. Han Chen. What is it? Han Chen was surprised that Mao Man called him. We feel like we won't survive until the game ends, Mao Man said. Maybe, Han Chen nodded. There was no point in lying to comfort everyone now. Then I'll let you sleep for a bit now, as I promised before, Mao Man said, looking at Han Chen. Sleep? Han Chen looked at Mao Man, still in that tight leather outfit that accentuated her figure. Beautiful curves. Oh. Han Chen was very interested. But, not now. If Han Chen were to handle this, it would take a few hours, and by the time it was done, the firewall would be up. Everyone would be done for. Han Chen was here to gain experience, not to die. He wouldn't allow himself to give up. He had to think of a way, even if it was just a glimmer of hope. Next time, I will definitely support you, Han Chen calmly replied to Mao Man. This time, it was Mao Man's turn to be stunned. She looked at Han Chen in disbelief. You actually rejected me again? I didn't reject you, I said next time, just postponing a bit, Han Chen replied. What next time? If there really is a next time, I won't give you anything. Mao Man was a bit angry. It's fine, don't argue. Can't I just sleep for him? Kai Qian stepped in to mediate. Is this really mediation? Get lost. Go play with your big rooster. Mao Man's whip slammed down beside Kai Qian. The floor shattered from the impact. Okay. Kai Qian sulkily sat back on the sofa, muttering, with my handsome face like Wu Yanzu, sleeping for a bit isn't a loss, really ungrateful. Mao Man angrily sat on the nearby stairs, looking at the wooden patterns on the floor, quietly mumbling something. But sitting far away, Han Chen couldn't hear clearly. Han Chen guessed she was cursing him. Han Chen didn't pay much attention, just continued looking through his things, searching for anything that might be useful. The magical remote control can let the ghostly Sadako crawl out of the TV. But these things outside don't even walk out of the TV. Useless. The cheating robot can only drive, and there's no car for it to drive inside the house. Not feasible. The good deed badge forces you to succeed in doing good deeds. But what good deeds can be done now? Saving someone from the crowd of female ghosts? Too far-fetched, unreliable. The evolved random dimensional bag can now pull out the apocalypse. Can it pull out weapons that save everyone from peril? Perhaps. It's worth a try. Han Chen reached into the bag. Soon, he felt something. Han Chen pulled out a long knife glowing red. Looking at the description, Blade of Weeping Blood, significantly increases your attack power. Unique passive Weeping Blood, when you deal damage, you take a big gulp of blood. This weapon Han Chen remembered from playing games. The Blade of Weeping Blood is generally called a lifesteal knife, which means it has a lifesteal effect when dealing damage. This lifesteal refers to recovering a percentage of health when dealing damage to the opponent. Now it has directly turned into taking a big gulp of blood. It's quite baffling. The main effect is a significant increase in attack power. Can this enhancement deal with these things outside? Han Chen didn't think so. He was still an ordinary person, and even with a significant enhancement, it would be hard to deal with so many ghostly entities. However, if he reached a dead end, Han Chen could only fight to the death with this weapon. Perhaps with the addition of the gift of the god of jealousy, he could really win. But this might just be Han Shen's wishful thinking. He continued to search. One item caught his attention. It was that other dimensional phone. He had tried it out when he was holed up in the house before. He had made many calls, including emergency ones, but all resulted in no connection. It clearly showed there was a signal, yet every call was a deadline. Han Chen even suspected the manual was fake. The phone also drained battery quickly, so he had turned it off and put it in his backpack. Now, let's try turning it on again. Han Chen pressed the power button, and the screen began to display a starry universe pattern. Boot successful. There were only 4 functions below: dial, SMS, browser, App Store. Since the phone couldn't make calls, could the browser be used? Han Chen opened the browser and tried searching in the search bar, how to deal with female ghosts. Search. The search results page surprisingly appeared. The preview of the first search result read, want to know how to deal with female ghosts? How to deal with female ghosts. How to deal with female ghosts in our lives. How do female ghosts? Han Chen tried to click in. Then the screen showed 4 words, downloading. Ha, ha, ha. Han Chen quickly clicked back. Then came the second search result. Want to know how to deal with female ghosts? There are tips for dealing with female ghosts. 300 billion people are using this to deal with female ghosts. Clicked in. Again, downloading. Han Chen clicked back again, third result, fourth result. Soon, Han Chen's phone desktop was filled with apps. What the hell? Why does every search result force a download of an app? Han Chen looked at the apps on his phone. The first one was called Squirrel News. Han Chen casually clicked in to take a look. The title of the first push notification was, What to Do If Troubled by a Female Ghost. A 20-year-old exorcist laughed because you didn't use these 2 things. Oh, the first one was exactly what Han Chen was looking for. Han Chen decisively clicked in and began reading the main text. A female ghost is a type of female spirit in folklore, typically depicted as a woman with disheveled hair wearing a white dress, often harmful. Female ghosts often possess some supernatural abilities. I believe many friends often encounter various female ghosts in life. Many may be deeply affected by these female ghosts, leading to a lack of spirit and a haggard appearance every day. So, what should we do in such situations? Let's take a look together with the editor on how to deal with female ghosts. Before dealing with female ghosts, we must first understand what they are. Female ghosts are a type of female spirit in folklore, typically depicted as women with disheveled hair wearing white dresses, often harmful to people. Female ghosts often possess some supernatural abilities as well. Now that we know what female ghosts specifically refer to, how should we deal with them? Below are some methods I have learned for dealing with female ghosts. There are many ways to handle female ghosts. My suggestion is to treat the symptoms accordingly, as different female ghosts require different approaches. What types of female ghosts are there? Generally, people might classify them by appearance. Female ghosts are a type of female spirit in folklore, so they are usually depicted as women with disheveled hair wearing white dresses, often harmful to people. Female ghosts often possess some supernatural abilities as well. Han Chen gritted his teeth and finished reading this 5-page article. Not a single valuable sentence. However, the author's literary skills must be very high, because he could expand a few sentences into a 5-page article. He never wrote what the old exorcist said those 2 things were. What a shameless self-media. Han Chen decisively reported it. Then he looked for a few more articles, all of them were like this. Han Chen angrily uninstalled this idiotic app. The second app was called Zahoo. He didn't know what kind of app it was. He clicked in to take a look. After casually browsing a few, he found it was a question and answer community app. Oh, there's a door. Han Chen typed how to deal with female ghosts in the search bar. Someone had indeed asked this question. Han Chen clicked to view the answers. The first was from an anonymous user, just arrived in the underworld, just crossed the Naiha bridge. I think female ghosts are very easy to deal with, just throw them a flirtatious glance and present a rose, and you can easily win their hearts. However, this might also be because I'm very handsome. In short, I have now tamed over 100 female ghosts from various eras, and I rely on them to work for me and make money. I have now built my own business empire. I have arranged pure gold spirit tablets for them, and every day I play with them in a swimming pool made of gold. It's so comfortable. Just a word for everyone, those who are afraid of female ghosts are just not working hard enough. Below the answer was the automatically displayed IP address, next to Aunt Wang's house at the entrance of Pig Raising Village, second toilet pit. Good heavens! That's quite ridiculous. Han Chen scrolled down to the second answer. This time it wasn't anonymous. The responder was called Master Lu. He also had a special identity certification, second-level ghost exorcist, 30 years of ghost exorcising experience. This one looked reliable. Han Chen quickly read on, as a ghost exorcist with 30 years of experience, I believe that before dealing with female ghosts, one must be well prepared. Prepare the following materials and tools: talismans, demon-suppressing staffs, rooster blood, Hutian jade raw stones, boy's urine, door god images, sulfur powder. None of the above items can be missing. Remember to prepare them all. If one is missing, it could very likely backfire on the exorcist, leading to the exorcist going mad. Below are the specific operational methods. What the hell? So many things? Han Chen looked around. He only had rooster blood. Missing one could lead to madness. With so many missing, wouldn't he directly become the lord of the underworld? Not feasible. Han Shen scrolled down a few more entries, but there weren't many practical ones. This is terrible. Han Shen grew increasingly desperate. He exited the app and looked at the other apps behind it. The next app is called Little Blue Book. I opened it and searched for how to deal with female ghosts. The result was a post, #Little Blue Book recommendation, everyone. I've struck gold this time. This exorcism kit is just too useful, right? It's easy to use, and the effect is absolutely amazing. 1 box is enough for ordinary ghosts, and 2 boxes will send away advanced ghosts. The pinnacle of the exorcism world. A treasure kit for girls who live alone. Heart. Below it was a picture of the exorcism kit's packaging, along with a selfie of the poster. So, where can I buy this exorcism kit? Han Shen clicked on the link below. It took him to the store page. 1 box costs 100 dimensional coins. What are dimensional coins? Then the shipping fee is 1,341,973,248,973 dimensional coins. Damn! The shipping fee is almost as long as a phone number. Han Shen glanced at his account balance. The glaring red number 0. Without money, he couldn't move an inch. Han Shen felt very desperate. He could only scroll down randomly. Then he found an app called All-Dimensional Weibo. Clicking in, it was a Weibo-like app. However, it featured various races Han Shen had never seen before, looking like aliens. There were many categories. Han Shen randomly clicked on a food circle, where it looked like a big-eyed alien was eating another alien covered in eyes alive. The alien covered in eyes was still screaming in agony. The title was, Eat What You Supplement. Today, food blogger AGI tries Kya's alien sashimi. It looked very terrifying. Han Shen decisively switched to another content category. He clicked on a star-chasing circle. Inside was a big cover recommendation, a person with an octopus head posing in the middle. But it wasn't strictly an octopus head, as it only had 1 tentacle in the center. It looked a bit like Cthulhu, but not quite. In any case, it was very uncomfortable to look at. Next to it was a Weibo post. Today, the new song is out. Fans have been waiting long. From Rotten Meat Brother, 11 hours ago. Rotten Meat Brother? What a wild stage name. There was also a link to a song preview. Han Shen was still quite curious about what kind of song an octopus head could sing. He tried to click in. It was the album cover, featuring this Rotten Meat Brother posing in another way. Below was the album introduction, after a long wait. Rotten Meat Brother brings a shocking return with the new album The title track revolves around accompanied by various undead-style remixes, creating a decaying scene for listeners, as if they were in a pit of corpses, bringing a wonderful experience of devouring rotten meat. What kind of introduction is this? Before clicking the preview button, Han Shen had a bad premonition, but he still clicked it. A strange singing voice suddenly erupted from the phone. It sounded like an old man choking before death, like a spirit from the underworld wailing, more like someone inflating a toilet with a pump after use. For a moment, Han Shen felt as if this sound was a giant hand, tightly gripping his ears, rubbing them hard, almost tearing them off. Then it gripped his stomach, stirring it desperately, causing a tumultuous churn, nearly making him vomit. What the hell is this sound? Catman cursed. What is this thing? Kai Qian also cursed. Is this the female ghost outside howling? Lu Xingu said. No, it seems like the sound is coming from inside the house, Feng Ran said. Catman pointed at Han Shen's hand. It seems to be coming from. Han Shen silently pressed the stop button. Then he awkwardly looked at everyone. I did it by accident, Han Shen explained gently. What was that just now? Kai Qian asked. It's a bit complicated to explain. Han Shen found it hard to clarify. What is it exactly? I thought something from outside came in, said Catman. I just wanted to listen to some music to relax, but I clicked the wrong thing and played a ghostly sound effect. Han Shen made an excuse. I see, everyone understood. Then play us some music too, it's too depressing, Feng Ran said. I can't, my phone has no internet, you need internet to listen. Han Shen shook his head at everyone. The matter of the other dimensional phone was too complicated, and he didn't intend to explain it. I see. Everyone felt a bit disappointed. But where did you get your phone? Catman asked. I pulled it out with my skill, but it's useless, there's nothing on it. Han Shen replied. Everyone knew that Han Shen had a skill to pull out little gadgets. However, since Han Shen said there was nothing on it, they lost interest and stopped asking. Han Shen continued to look at his phone. The song sung by Brother Rotten Meat was too terrifying. Han Shen couldn't appreciate it and went back. Below this Weibo post, there were a bunch of fan comments. So good. I actually looped it all night. Forever supporting Brother Rotten Meat, the best in the universe. With such good music, who in the universe can compete? Those who think this song is bad must be the lower races of the universe, right? They should listen to trash. The more Han Shan read, the angrier he became. It was one thing for the song to be bad. Just because I don't like it, how does that make me a lower race? So Han Shan furiously left a comment. What the hell is this JB singing about? Then he exited the app. At that moment, Han Shan remembered to glance outside. He saw those ghostly things had already crossed the blood-boosted defense line and were at the glass door. The pale woman slapped the glass door several times, making a series of sounds. It sounded like the knocking of hell. The glass door also began to crack slightly. There wasn't much time left. Everyone had started to selectively shift their gaze away from the glass door, looking elsewhere. Kai Qian opened 2 bottles of strong liquor, pouring one directly into his mouth and filling small cups for everyone with the other. Drink a bit, if you're drunk, you won't be scared, Kai Qian said. Thank you. Feng Ran took the cup, wiped her tear stains, and downed it in one go. Her expression turned painful. It was probably her first time drinking such strong alcohol. Brother Lucian took out the remaining guns from under the counter. The group's ammunition had been nearly used up during the previous midnight, but there was still a little left. Do you need it? Brother Lucian asked everyone. I can't aim. Feng Ran shook her head. I'm not asking you to shoot the things outside, Brother Lucian replied. Then what is it? Feng Ran looked a bit confused. Brother Lucian pointed to the wall sister's torso covered with blood-stained white cloth beside them. That would be very painful, so. Feng Ran froze for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Then she couldn't hold it in anymore and started to cry. Iban asked Kai Qian to light a cigarette for him. Cat Man was still glaring at Han Shan in anger. Han Shan felt his hand holding the phone tremble slightly. He looked at his phone. Since these apps existed in every dimension, he didn't believe there wasn't a free app to deal with female ghosts. Perhaps he just hadn't found it yet. However, time was running out, and Han Shan couldn't check every app. He opened the App Store and could only search by name. The first search term was exorcism. What came up was the Exorcist Forum app. He downloaded it. He continued to search for female ghost. What appeared was the Female Ghost Beauty Tips app. There was also a Female Ghost Gang app. Clicking in to see the introduction, one taught female ghosts how to apply makeup, and the other taught female ghosts how to eat people and absorb their yang energy. Wait. Han Shan still opened the Exorcist Forum. The content inside was all about magical tools and rituals, just as impractical as those on the Zawa app. Of course, there were discounted magical tools. Even though they were on sale, Han Shan's account balance of 0 meant he still couldn't afford them. Even if he could buy them, would they be delivered? And would he still be alive by the time they arrived? What to do? Was there really no useful app? Han Shan searched desperately. Finally, he saw one in the app recommendations. DD Substitute, first order free for new users. A handyman app used by the entire universe, easily helping you deal with enemies. Handyman? And the first order is free? Han Shan decisively downloaded it. Upon opening the app, the order price was indeed 0 yuan. It seemed promising. Then Han Shan began to look at the list of handymen. He soon discovered that the free offer was false advertising. The free ones were limited to low-priced handymen or newly recruited ones. What kind of strange things were in the low-priced category? Wheelchair Granny, F-level handyman. Skill, Furious Fake Fall. As long as the opponent dares to attack the Wheelchair Granny, she will fall hard to the ground, causing the opponent to go bankrupt. What the hell? Are these ghostly things outside afraid of being scammed? This one, Deadly Drug Master, F-level handyman. Skill, Deathly Poison, can silently add a massive amount of laxative to the target's food, forcing the opponent to be stuck in the bathroom. And this one, Destroy Dad, F-level handyman. Skill, Infinity Gauntlet, with just a snap of the fingers, can kill half of the target's dad. What is this nonsense? Han Shan continued searching. Finally, he found one that looked somewhat reliable. Muscular Monk Duo, F-level. This handyman was a newcomer and hadn't taken any jobs yet. Looking at the profile, dual cultivators in the Golden Core stage, very principled, a breath of fresh air among handymen. Golden Core stage? That sounds quite strong. Han Shan flipped through again, but really found nothing else reliable. With no other choice, Han Shan clicked on Muscular Monk Duo and placed an order. Order successful. Then what? Han Shan was stunned. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion in the room. An oval-shaped, electric glowing thing, resembling a teleportation portal, appeared in the room. Wind swept through the entire space. What the hell? Everyone was startled. 2 figures walked out of the portal. Han Shen focused and saw two tall men, one in a black robe and the other in a white robe, each about 2 meters tall. Who is Han Shen? Asked the man in the white robe. A moment of silence fell over the crowd. Han Shen silently raised his hand. The man in the white robe stepped forward, approaching Han Shen. With each step he took, the entire room trembled slightly. Everyone held their breath. Speak, who do you want us to deal with? The man in the white robe asked. The pressure from the man was immense, almost solidifying the air around them. Them. The overwhelming pressure made Han Shen a bit nervous, trembling as he pointed towards the pale women outside the glass door. The man in the white robe turned to look outside. Then, he shook his head. We're leaving, going back. He turned and walked towards the portal. The man in the black robe followed. Hey, don't go. You haven't taken the job yet. How can you just leave? Han Shen panicked. We don't hit women. The two men left that sentence behind. Their voices were powerful, like a great bell. Watching the two cultivators leave, Han Shen felt that they indeed had principles. But, don't go. You two are my lifeline. Wait, don't leave yet. Han Shen shouted anxiously. The two strong men stopped and turned back, saying, Is there anything else? If you want to persuade us, forget it, we absolutely do not strike women. They're not women, they're men dressed in women's clothes. If you don't believe me, take a closer look. Han Shen pointed out the window. Oh, the two burly men turned their gaze back outside. They saw the pale women outside now sporting the faces of middle-aged men, some even with thick beards. Each face wore a greasy, lewd smile. Indeed, they're all pretending to be women, the man in the white robe nodded. Pretending to be women is one thing, but to do it so disgustingly. I'm going to kill them today. The man in the black robe rushed out of the room first, shattering the glass. The man in the white robe followed closely behind. The many pale women outside quickly surrounded the two burly men in robes. The crowd, realizing what was happening, silently looked at Han Shen. What on earth is going on? Kai Qian asked Han Shen. It's a bit complicated to explain all at once, Han Shen replied. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, several violent explosions erupted outside, and shockwaves rushed into the room, shattering all the glass doors and windows. The lights in the room instantly dimmed, leaving only a few flickering. The two men in robes appeared at the doorway. All taken care of, the man in the white robe said, lightly brushing off the dust from his clothes. This one was a bit hard to kill. It only had half a body but could still take 2 of my strikes. But it's dealt with now. The man in the black robe said, tossing his severed head into the center of the room. Although the head was wrapped in long hair, one could still see a long, tentacle-like thing protruding from its mouth. This was the creature that had swallowed Threat Brother earlier. Now it was just a head. Thank you. Just a few minutes ago, Han Shen had felt utterly trapped, like a cornered beast. Now, everything was suddenly clear. Han Shen felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. You're welcome, just remember to give a 5-star review, the two burly men said as they walked toward the teleportation portal. Absolutely, I'll do that right now. Han Shen picked up his phone and gave them a 5-star rating. The two men left, and the portal vanished. Looking outside again, only a few large craters remained. Those pale women had been obliterated to nothing. The crowd, filled with confusion, finally dared to ask Han Shen, what exactly happened? Han Shen looked around and said to Kai Qian, you first sprinkle some chicken blood around to ensure safety, then I'll explain everything. Afterward, Han Shen briefly explained the situation to everyone. They were so shocked that their mouths hung open. Such bizarre events required time for anyone to digest. Wow, with such an amazing phone, you still lied to us saying there was nothing on it, Kai Qian remarked, though his tone held no blame. I just hadn't figured it out yet, so I gave you a casual explanation, Han Shen replied. What matters is that everyone is safe now, Bai Bin said. Right, you saved my life again, I owe you one more, Mao Man said, looking at Han Shen. I know, I'll remember, Han Shen nodded. One by one, everyone expressed their gratitude to Han Shen. Their gazes toward him were filled with fervor. It was the look of someone seeing a savior. Han Shen accepted it all. Having others filled with gratitude toward him might make many things easier in the future. In any case, the nightmare of a night had finally passed. Looking at the clock, it was already 7 a.m. Han Shen was exhausted and truly didn't want to move anymore. Changing so many pale women's faces to men's faces had indeed taken a toll on his stamina. He was nearly drained. Leaning back on the sofa, he could no longer resist the drowsiness and slowly fell asleep. After that, Han Shen had a dream. He dreamed that Mao Man fulfilled her promise to him. Mao Man, having changed her previous attitude, became somewhat shy when it came time to act. But when she took off that leather jacket, revealing her snow-white skin, Han Shen saw a horrifying scene. On Man the cat's abdomen, a pale woman's face protruded. The woman's face suddenly opened its mouth, extending a thing that resembled both a tentacle and a tongue, with black filaments. Han Chen, Han Chen. Han Chen jolted awake, realizing it was Feng Ran in front of him. What's wrong? Han Chen asked. We have to leave right now. Feng Ran pointed to the door. Outside, the white fog had already engulfed the outer wall. The wall was completely obscured. The mist was still encroaching. Han Chen immediately sat up. The others were still in the room, watching Han Chen. Brother Han Chen, you decide where to go, we'll follow you, Bai Bin said. The others nodded in agreement. You want me to decide? Han Chen scratched his head. The group nodded again. There are 2 trucks in the back. We can leave at any time, Brother Lucian informed Han Chen. There are trucks? Han Chen was pleasantly surprised. Having vehicles would make things much easier, especially with Bai Bin being injured and his own stamina not fully recovered. So, where to go? Han Chen pulled out a map. It was now noon on the 7th day of the game. There were just over 2 days left until the game ended. Han Chen knew that the time ahead would be even more perilous than last night. Rather than being pushed along by the fog, it would be better to reach the fog's final destination early. However, he still didn't know exactly where that destination was. This required calculation. Then let's go, get in the car. Han Chen stood up. The group quickly packed their belongings. There were 7 people in total. 1 truck could fit 5, while the remaining 2 could sit in the cargo area, which was also spacious enough. However, Han Chen still had both trucks brought along. The reason was simple. Having an extra vehicle meant an extra layer of safety. Han Chen drove the first truck, while Brother Lucian followed in the second. Han Chen, where are we planning to go? Feng Ran, in the passenger seat, asked. I don't know yet, Han Chen replied. You don't know? The people in the truck were taken aback. Right, but we'll know soon. Then, after Kai Qian sprinkled some rooster blood outside the truck, Han Chen started driving. The high walls already had several gaps for the trucks to pass through, so Han Chen could drive straight out of the hot spring resort. Unfortunately, they hadn't even had time to soak in the springs. After driving out of the resort, Han Chen did something that the others found hard to understand. He sped along the edge of the fog. Even on the grass where there was no road, Han Chen forced the truck through. After a while, the others still didn't understand where he was headed. Where exactly are we going? The driver of the rear truck couldn't hold back and shouted at Han Chen. I'll tell you now. Han Chen stopped the truck. He took out 2 pens and a rubber band he had prepared, making a simple compass. Then he sketched the path they had taken. Ignoring some errors, he obtained an arc. Using a compass and straightedge, he found the center of that arc. If the fog was expanding uniformly, the area near this center would be the final endpoint of the fog's spread. Han Chen looked at the position of the center on the map. It was on the hillside of the low mountain facing the high mountain. This was also a small dining and lodging area, but still a cable car station between the 2 mountains. And this was almost the exact center of the entire map. This confirmed that Han Chen's hypothesis was correct. All along, the fog had been expanding uniformly from the surroundings towards the center of the map. This is the final endpoint of the fog's spread. Han Chen pointed to this location on the map, firmly telling everyone, we're going here now. The group suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. Han Chen then pointed out the location on the map to Brother Lucian in the back. The 2 trucks set off again. At this moment, the game time, 1:12 p.m. on the 7th day. Remaining players, 12. The sky was as dark as solidified ink. The vehicle moved along the road. Occasionally, 1 or 2 workers in green uniforms could be seen by the roadside. Upon seeing the vehicles, they would wave, some even reaching out to stop the cars. But it wasn't just Han Chen. The others had also seen the true faces of the workers. Han Chen didn't even slow down, rushing past these workers. One worker was directly knocked down by the truck, and when Han Chen looked in the rearview mirror, they had already twitched a couple of times on the ground before getting up and chasing after the truck. Some ran so fast that they could directly climb onto the truck. They pounded on the back of the vehicle, making a sound like beating a gong from inside the cargo area. It was still thanks to Catman leaning out and using a whip to entangle those who were thrown out. The lighting conditions along the way were quite good, with street lights still on. The entire resort was in chaos, as if 100 ghosts were walking, with water and electricity constantly interrupted. This moved Han Chen. Driving along the lakeside, Han Chen saw a huge figure by the lake. It was the giant dragon he had previously released. Now it lay quietly by the lake, seemingly resting. The others quickly noticed the giant dragon as well. However, they instinctively thought it was some kind of sculpture in the resort. After all, who would think a real giant dragon was sleeping there? While everyone was still feeling curious and amused, Han Chen couldn't help but feel tense. He had seen the power of this giant dragon before. It could easily unleash a sea of fire. His two little broken cars could be melted by the dragon at will. They must not disturb it. Han Chen gently stopped the car. The vehicles behind him saw that Han Chen's car had stopped and also pulled over to ask what was going on. Han Chen could only awkwardly explain the situation to them and warn them not to make too much noise and wake the dragon. Upon hearing that the dragon was real, everyone was shocked. After Han Chen finished explaining, they cautiously returned to their cars, driving along the other side of the road, far away from the giant dragon. However, halfway through, Han Chen noticed something was off. Even through the car window, he could smell the overwhelming stench emanating from the dragon and see several obvious large cavities in its abdomen. Gathering his courage, Han Chen drove a little closer. A bit closer. Finally, Han Chen's car came right up to the giant dragon. He could see clearly now. This was not a giant dragon, it was the corpse of a giant dragon. The entire dragon was severely decayed, its eyes sunken, and its body covered in sores. In many places, the flesh had already rotted away, exposing the skeleton. The abdomen was completely hollow, with remnants of its innards scattered all over the ground. The stench was so overpowering that Han Chen could barely keep his eyes open. His heart was filled with shock. How long had it been since the dragon left? 3 days? 4 days? Even if it had just died after leaving, how could it rot like this in 3 or 4 days? It was almost hollowed out. Was that even possible? If it wasn't natural decay, what could have caused it to rot like this? Maggots? Had it been eaten away like this? Han Chen felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, but there wasn't even a fly around. Not just around him, he hadn't seen any insects in the entire resort. Were there really maggots? Han Chen, this dragon is already stinking. Let's hurry and leave. Cough cough. Feng Ran coughed from the stench of the corpse. Let's go. Han Chen took one last look at the dragon's corpse and quickly turned the car around to leave. What worried Han Chen wasn't the speed of the corpse's decay. It was the factor that could kill this giant dragon. What on earth could kill this giant dragon? In the dining and accommodation area and at the cable car boarding point. At the entrance, there were fragments of pale women's bodies everywhere. The truck rolled over some skulls, creaking and groaning, a sound that was quite unsettling. It seemed that a battle had already taken place here. Han Chen parked the truck in the middle of the square. The square was relatively tidy. Surrounding it were 2 to 3 story buildings, some villas, and some shops. The group got out of the vehicle and looked around. There were a few houses with lights on in the windows, but it was unclear if anyone was inside. Is there anyone alive? Han Chen shouted towards the lit windows. There was no response. Had the people here already died at midnight yesterday? Han Chen had no choice but to call out a few more times. Stop shouting, I'm taking a nap. A young man in a black trench coat stepped out of a nearby house. A nap? At this time? Kai Chen glanced at his watch. It was 2 p.m. It didn't seem too unreasonable. Han Chen's eyes widened. Emote-san? Han Chen exclaimed in surprise. He was quite taken aback to encounter Emote-san here directly. He had many questions to ask him. Emote-san saw Han Chen and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. You're not dead yet? Emote-san said. This statement choked back the questions Han Chen wanted to ask. Emote-san? Feng Ran, who had just gotten out of the vehicle, was also excited to see him. You're here, that's great. Emote-san chose to ignore them this time. Do as you please, just don't disturb me, Emote-san said as he turned to enter the villa he had just come from. Kai Chen, feeling displeased, quietly leaned towards Han Chen's ear. Bro, do you know that guy? Han Chen nodded. We were originally together, but when I met you guys on the commercial street, he just disappeared. So he's an old thief who fled at the last moment? Not really. He should be quite strong. I don't know why he suddenly left. No matter what, I can't stand this kind of pretentiousness, acting like he's the only handsome one in the world. Can he be as handsome as me? So, I want to teach him a lesson. Let him know that in this place, Hangu is the biggest, Kaigu is second, and he's last. What are you going to do? Calm down, he should be very strong. Han Chen hurriedly stopped him. Just wait and see. Just as Emote-san was about to enter the villa, Kai Qian suddenly stepped forward and shouted, Court is in session. Again, the familiar brightness, the familiar courtroom, the familiar old Chief Justice. Kai Qian was still in the plaintiff's seat, and everyone else was still the jury. This time, the defendant was the completely bewildered Emote-san. The old Chief Justice looked at the plaintiff's seat where Kai Qian sat, still as imposing as before. Plaintiff, what crime do you accuse the defendant of? Kai Qian immediately put on a mournful face. Your Honor, I want to accuse him of being pretentious. Pretentious? Yes, he's ridiculously pretentious. Is that so? Absolutely true. Do you have any evidence? Yes. On such a hot day, he's wearing a thick black trench coat that could keep him warm in winter. Isn't that just to show off? The old Chief Justice nodded. Indeed, dressing like that is quite pretentious. Do you have any other evidence? He talks pretentiously too. What he says never exceeds 2 lines when written down. That makes sense. Anything else? Anything else? Kai Qian was at a loss for words. He couldn't think of anything else. Han Chen quickly reminded him in his ear. Kai Qian nodded and continued. He doesn't even acknowledge people when he talks. Clearly, we're all teammates. He acts all high and mighty when he sees us. The court understands, the old Chief Justice nodded. Emo-san, sitting in the defendant's seat, could no longer take it. What is this all about? Let me out, or don't blame me for being rude. Emo-sang said he wanted to escape from the defendant's seat, but was blocked by an air wall and unable to break free. The old Chief Justice turned to Emo-san. Defendant, do you have anything to say? Emo-sang ignored the Chief Justice and threw a heavy punch at the air wall. The entire courtroom trembled slightly. Han Chen was a bit worried he might destroy the whole courtroom. The old Chief Justice, however, remained unfazed. Since the defendant has no objections, this court hereby pronounces the following sentence. The defendant is guilty of the crime of showing off and is sentenced to the following penalties. 1. Prohibited from wearing a black trench coat for 1 month. 2. Must patiently and gently answer teammates' questions, or else will suffer from a severe runny nose. The punishment lasts for 1 month. 3. For every 3 times speaking, at least once must be written down with more than 2 lines, or else will also suffer from a severe runny nose. The punishment lasts for 7 days. Court adjourned. The Chief Justice struck the gavel. The surroundings returned to the dark square. What was that just now? Emo-sang wondered at the villa's entrance. The others did not respond but stared at the clothes on Emo-sang. At that moment, his trench coat had transformed into a floral shirt, embroidered with peonies and the words wealth and prosperity. It was very rustic, very elegant. Emo-sang also noticed the unusual looks from everyone. He looked down and felt uncomfortable. He realized that the previous sentence seemed to be real. What the hell kind of skill is this? Emo-sang muttered to himself. That's right, this is my skill, Kai Qian said, stepping forward and patting his chest. Emo-sang clenched his right fist tightly. But what can you do to me? If you kill me, you'll die an hour later too. Kai Qian smirked at Emo-sang. Emo-sang glanced at Kai Qian, his lips moved as if to say something, but he ultimately gave up. He said nothing more and turned to enter the villa. Wait, Emo-sang, I have some questions to ask you. Han Chen spoke up. No time, Emo-sang replied, throwing out the words as he walked through the villa door. Put. Emo-sang immediately knelt on one knee, his nose running uncontrollably. The punishment had been triggered. Han Chen suddenly felt that Kai Qian's court session was also a divine skill. Here, I advise you to seriously answer my brother's questions, Kai Qian mocked. Emo-sang could only pull out a tissue and wipe his nose desperately for a while. You. Emo-sang glared angrily at Kai Qian. Let's clarify my doubts, Han Chen said. Go ahead and ask, Emo-sang replied helplessly. Why did you find us to collaborate before, then quietly leave midway? Han Chen asked. Come in and talk, Emo-sang said, pointing to the inside of the house. Put. Emo-sang's nose ran again. Why again? Emo-sang could only wipe his nose again. For every 3 times you speak, one must be 2 lines long, Kai Qian reminded. Fine, Emo-sang replied. Kai Qian nodded. How tragic, clearly a cool and aloof handsome guy, and you all turned him into this, the Catman man whispered from behind. I was also showing off before, why didn't you use this trick on me? Biden casually remarked. At that time, I wasn't sure if killing the other participants would really lead to my own death. I was afraid if I used it on you, you'd come out and chop me, Kai Qian replied quietly. Emo-sang invited everyone to sit in the living room. Please sit, 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 Emo-sang said. You don't have to stretch every sentence into 2 lines, Han Chen said, a bit helpless. Just in case, if that happens a few more times, I might seriously dehydrate, Emo-sang said. Then just tell us directly, why? Han Chen said. Remember, you must patiently and gently answer, or else you'll also suffer from a severe runny nose. Kai Qian reminded again from the side. Emo-sang paused for a moment before beginning to answer. Where do you want to start asking? Let's start with why you specifically sought me out from the crowd. Oh, back then I thought you were quite handsome, so I pulled you into the team. Ha? Han Chen was taken aback. He had thought that Emo-san had the ability to recognize skills and sought him out because he valued his abilities. Now it was just as simple, because you're handsome? Han Chen didn't believe it. So you chose Fat Tao the mechanic because he's handsome too? Han Chen asked. No, it's because he looks a bit sleazy, Emo-san replied calmly. The people around them were already confused, and now they were even more bewildered. So what exactly is your standard for choosing teammates? Is it based on looks or sleaziness? Feng Ran couldn't help but ask. Both, Emo-san answered. Then what was your standard for choosing me and the Water Princess? Because you both have big chests. Emo-san's answer was still very straightforward. This left everyone around them in stunned silence. Is your standard for choosing teammates really that casual? Kai Qian couldn't help but interject. It's not casual, it's actually necessary, Emo-san replied. The others were even more puzzled. Han Chen had more or less guessed the reason. You chose us because your skills require it, right? Han Chen said. That's right, my skills are quite special, and this selection is beneficial for my skill deployment. What exactly is your skill? Han Chen couldn't help but ask. Yeah, you should tell us. We're all in the same boat now. If you share your skill, we might be able to cooperate with you, Feng Ran said. Emo-san pondered for a moment and then nodded. My skill allows me to collect people's emotions to gain various effects. There are a total of 7 aspects, corresponding to the 7 emotions of a person: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, disgust, and desire. When someone around me has emotional fluctuations, I can collect and store them. Joy corresponds to my self-healing and purification, anger corresponds to my enhanced combat power, sorrow corresponds to my enemy recognition effect, fear corresponds to my increased speed, love corresponds to my buff effect on teammates, disgust corresponds to my control effect on enemies, and desire corresponds to the reduction of my various desires. After explaining his ability, Emo-san had said a lot. Han Chen didn't quite understand, especially the sorrow enemy recognition effect. He completely didn't get it. The others were also digesting Emo-san's words. So why did you choose us few back then? Han Chen pressed on. Because among the 7 emotions, love is the hardest to collect. So I looked for handsome and well-endowed people, hoping that some love would develop between you. Additionally, I also chose 2 who seemed sleazy and lecherous, thinking it might be easier to generate love. Emo-san said flatly. And the result? The result is that I didn't collect any love at all, and I didn't gather much desire either. Are you all some kind of asexual reproducing beings? Emo-san said as he looked at Han Chen and Feng Ran. Han Chen and Feng Ran didn't know what to say. Then why did you just disappear without a word? Han Chen asked. I had collected enough, why would I stay? To wait for you to drag me down? Emo-san retorted to Han Chen. Han Chen was left speechless. Not bad, very much my style, Man nodded. Even if our skills are a bit weaker, we shouldn't be a drag, right? Feng Ran protested. If you can't even see through a fake rule after so long, isn't that a sign of low intelligence? Emo-san countered again. You knew the real rules all along? Feng Ran asked. Yeah, how did you know? Feng Ran was curious. Han Chen had his own notes, and Baibin had his own cheat sheets in his mind. So how did you, Emo-san, know? Every emotional storage of mine resets to 0 at the start of each game. Yet this time, there was a small amount of emotional stock at the beginning, which naturally led to the conclusion that I had lost some memories. Then, I just needed to apply a bit of joy treatment to my brain, and the dormant memories would revive. Emo-san's response remained light and breezy. Han Chen felt a bit irritated. This guy had known for a long time but was unwilling to tell everyone. No, it should be said that he looked down on telling everyone. If he had said it earlier, perhaps the mechanic Fat Tao wouldn't have died. This was no longer called being aloof, it was called being cold-blooded. Then why didn't you tell us earlier? If you had, many people might not have died, Feng Ran said angrily. Would you believe me if I said it? I won't waste my breath explaining things to idiots, Emo-san replied coldly. Put. As soon as he finished speaking, he started to blow his nose violently. It seemed he wasn't patient or gentle enough while talking. Watching this scene, Han Chen felt a wave of comfort. Emo-san wiped his nose and realized the problem with his words. So he forced a smile at everyone. You all don't need to worry. Now that we are teammates, I will still work hard to help everyone. False words, false smiles. They couldn't cover up his indifferent heart. Let it be. In Han Chen's heart, Emo-san was no longer considered a teammate but merely another participant in the task. So everyone asked Emo-san a few more times if he needed to replenish his emotions or something. Emo-san only said that everything was nearly full except for love, which he didn't need. As for love, no one could muster that up either. Everyone knew that deep down, Mo-Tsang didn't want to cooperate with them. Disturbing Mo-Tsang any further would probably lead to him blowing up. So everyone stopped bothering him and wisely found a nearby villa with a wide view to settle in. Right next to it was a hillside and the entrance to the cable car. The cable car kept running tirelessly. Kai Qian, as usual, sprinkled some rooster blood at the door. Han Chen stayed in the room to study that mobile phone. He first posted on several apps asking, "What should I do in a world full of female ghosts, with only rooster blood as a talisman?" Soon, many people really responded. Han Chen clicked to read. The answers were either bluntly "just wait to die," or more tactfully "don't panic, you'll soon become the first male ghost in this world." It was despairing. Han Chen thought it would be more reliable to hire someone to play for him. But Han Chen had no balance, and he had already used up the first order experience. He didn't know how to get this dimensional currency. So, could he make money from the app? Han Chen searched around. He found a few apps. The first was called Interstellar Stock Trading, which said new users would receive 5,000 starting capital, and once they earned 10,000, they could withdraw it. After all, it was money given by the system for trading stocks, losing it wouldn't matter. Inside were a chaotic bunch of companies. What? Dasha Empire Cultivator Association, Sabi People Technology Company, Empress Image Company. Han Chen had never traded stocks before and didn't know which one to choose. But he quickly found a company that looked somewhat familiar. Super Horror Record Company. According to the introduction, this was the record company of that Rotten Meat Brother. That Rotten Meat Brother had so many fans and had released a new album, so he should be able to make a small profit. Han Chen decisively bought all shares of Super Horror Record Company. As for the leverage function, even though he didn't understand it, he added it all, since it wasn't his own money anyway. There was another app, a monster hunting upgrade game, which claimed that playing the game could earn money. As long as the game character reached level 100, a reward of 10,000 would be given. So Han Chen downloaded it and frantically started hunting monsters and leveling up. After playing until 8 in the evening, Han Chen finally reached level 99, achieving a perfect experience. Just one more monster and he would level up to 100 and receive 10,000 coins. Han Chen easily took down the monster. However, the level number in the upper right corner still showed 99. What was going on? Upon checking, Han Chen discovered that the maximum level in this game was actually 99. This was such false advertising. His phone battery was almost drained, and this was the result. Han Chen felt like smashing his phone. Then he opened his stock trading app to check. In just a few hours, his account balance plummeted from 5,000 to minus 12,329. Damn, can you even owe money like this? It seemed this Rotten Meat Brother wasn't doing so well either. But losing 5,000 to over 10,000 in the negative was truly outrageous. Trading stocks requires caution. Trading stocks requires caution. At this point, both of Han Chen's apps had failed. There wasn't much battery left on his phone. Han Chen could only turn it off and think of another way. At 9 in the evening, a new task participant arrived. This participant had a very unique appearance. He was an old white man riding a large black dog. He wore a fishing hat and a black tactical vest over work pants. He had the vibe of an American Western farmer. He also carried a double-barreled shotgun on his back and a small bloodied sack that occasionally wriggled, likely containing a living creature. "Hello there." The old man dismounted his dog and tipped his hat to the onlookers coming out of the villa. His dog was truly massive, only slightly smaller than a horse. "What should we call you?" Ivan asked, leaning against the wall. "I'm just an old man with no name, but my friend here." The old man pointed to the black dog behind him, "is called Fake Sleep." "Fake Sleep? That's a strange name," Cat Man remarked. "Because you feel like it can't see, but in fact, it sees clearer than anyone," the old man casually replied. "Can't see?" Everyone looked back at the dog. It was then they noticed that the dog had no eyes where its eyes should be. It was actually a dog without eyes. "What's in that sack on your back?" Han Chen couldn't help but ask. A bloodied sack that occasionally moved was simply too eye-catching. If it weren't for the sack being relatively small, Han Chen would have suspected it contained a seriously injured person. "Oh, you mean this? It's a treasure I found on the way, and Fake Sleep helped me get it," the old man said as he walked into the house. "Since this is a cooperative game, would you mind hosting this old man?" "No problem." Now that everyone shared a common interest, they naturally welcomed him. "By the way, do you still want those chickens?" "Fake Sleep hasn't eaten yet," the old man pointed to a few dead chickens on the ground. Those were the chickens Kai Qian had used for blood. "No need, feel free to eat." Kai Qian readily agreed. "Thank you." The old man whistled at the large dog named Fake Sleep, and it rushed over to devour the chickens. The group invited the old man to sit in the living room, and Bai Bin even poured him some wine. The old man seemed very happy to have some wine and chatted with everyone casually. "Uncle, what exactly is the treasure in your bag? Can you show us?" Feng Ran asked curiously. The old man waved his hand dismissively. "You can't see it, looking at it will only harm you." The old man refused quite decisively, leaving everyone unable to ask further. "Then uncle, tell us about your fake sleep," Cat Man said. "Ah, fake sleep, there's a lot to say. I've raised fake sleep for 4 years, from a tiny pup to this size. We have many stories." The old man seemed to become interested. "How did you meet it?" Feng Ran asked. "Because it is my summoned beast. The day the moon came out, I met it. To be honest, at that time, I was a bit disdainful because it was a blind dog, but looking back now, I realize I was completely wrong." "Does it have any special abilities?" Han Chen asked. "It understands human nature." The old man chuckled and then shouted towards the door, "Jami, come in and chat with everyone." The big dog outside immediately rushed in. It sat beside the coffee table and sniffed the air. Then it turned its head and let out a low whimper in the old man's ear. After the whimper, the big dog sat down on the ground next to the old man. "Is it saying something?" everyone asked curiously. The old man nodded and looked at Feng Ran, saying, "It says this young lady has a strong silicone smell, quite pungent." Feng Ran's face instantly turned bright red. "Impressive," Kai Qian couldn't help but exclaim. "Not only that, my dog recently saved my life." The old man leaned back against the sofa and casually said, "When I first entered this game, my identity was a pursuer, and on the first night, I happened to encounter a fugitive. I was just about to raise my gun to solve the problem when my dog suddenly pressed my hand down. I was very confused at the time, but later it explained to me that this was a false rule. If I killed the fugitive, I would die too. This is truly a wicked game," the old man said while taking a few sips. Everyone nodded. Then he shared many stories about his experiences with Jiami. They learned that this dog named Jiami not only understood human nature but also had decent combat skills, even able to subdue a grizzly bear. The old man was quite good at storytelling, and after several hours, no one felt bored. Until the clock struck 12. There was a clock tower nearby, and at 12 o'clock, the entire area could hear it. "Jiami, it's time to work." Amidst the chimes, the old man stopped the storytelling session, patted the big dog's head, and turned to grab his hunting rifle and sack, heading outside. Everyone followed. The ground trembled slightly. This was not a good omen. Han Chen looked around. The streetlights here were brighter than elsewhere, and the surroundings weren't too dim. There didn't seem to be any unusual occurrences. Han Chen looked in another direction. The buildings on the hillside seemed a bit special. They were gradually turning white. Moreover, this whiteness was spreading. It was rapidly expanding towards everyone. Soon, several nearby buildings were also dyed white. Han Chen then realized, all this white was actually a mass of pale women crawling quickly. There were even more than last night, and they were denser. Just as everyone was at a loss, the old man in the fishing hat picked up the bloodied sack in his hand. He felt around inside the sack, then turned it over. He opened the sack and pulled out what was inside. It was actually. Han Chen's eyes widened. Then, the old man in the fishing hat held up that object, aiming it at the horde of pale women rushing over. That object was round and plump. It looked like a human head. The head had no hair, but from a distance, there were a bunch of pits on the top. What the? Just as the pale women rushed close, the head instantly emitted a strange glow. This light felt very familiar to Han Chen. Under the glow, the pale women actually slowed down and finally stopped. The skin exposed by the pale women gradually turned gray, and eventually, they transformed into stone statues. Han Chen immediately understood. What the old man in the fishing hat was holding was the head of Medusa that Han Chen had previously released. Goodness, because Medusa's hair is made of living snakes. The old man had even shaved Medusa's head. That's why the head looked so strange. Quite reasonable. However, how did this guy manage to deal with such a strong Medusa? Han Chen immediately thought of the old man's blind dog called Fake Sleep. "Oh, don't look at the front of the thing in my hand." The old man in the fishing hat shouted a reminder while pointing Medusa's bald head at the surrounding pale women. A large number of pale women turned into stone statues before his eyes. Some of the pale women charged in so quickly that even after turning into stone, they couldn't stop in time and crashed heavily to the ground, shattering into a pile of rubble. Everyone except Han Chen was dumbfounded. "It really is a treasure," everyone exclaimed. However, even with the old man in the fishing hat crazily petrifying things in front, many pale women continued to rush in from various directions. Their numbers were overwhelming. It was like spraying insecticide at bugs under a streetlight on a summer night. Even if many were killed, more kept emerging from other places. The dog called Fake Sleep stood directly behind the old man, guarding his back. Whenever a pale woman attempted to sneak up on the old man, Fake Sleep would immediately pounce on her. Without the dog's protection, the situation would be much more dangerous. One pale woman charged towards Fongran, looking ready to knock her down, but it was Catman who pulled the pale woman away with a whip. Han Shen silently drew the blood-crying blade from his bag. This knife was said to significantly enhance his attack power, but Han Shen had yet to try it. A pale woman approached, looking ready to pounce on him. Han Shen swung the knife directly at her. The knife was indeed extremely sharp. When it touched the pale woman, Han Shen hardly felt any resistance. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter, the blade slicing into the pale woman's mouth and exiting through her rear. It was smooth, he couldn't even feel the bones. The pale woman was cut in half. Blood pooled on the ground. Moreover, the wound was incredibly neat, suitable to be sent to a medical school as a teaching material. It was indeed a very powerful knife. Just as Han Shen was marveling in his heart, he suddenly felt a metallic taste in his mouth. Put! Han Shen spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood wasn't his, it was the blood-sucking effect of the blood-crying blade. Every time you use the knife to inflict damage, you suck a mouthful of blood. Damn! Han Shen wiped his mouth. It really was physical blood-sucking. The people around him were stunned. Bro, are you okay? How come you cut someone and ended up spitting blood? Kai Qian exclaimed. I'm fine, Han Shen waved his hand. Another pale woman charged over. Han Shen swung the knife down again. The pale woman was still easily cut in half at the waist. Han Shen spat blood again. Bro, can you really handle this? Kai Qian frowned. I can. Han Shen casually replied, swinging the knife twice more, taking down 2 more pale women. Then he spat out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. Big brother, stop cutting. I'm scared. You're almost like a fountain. Kai Qian shouted. I'm really fine, this is just the effect of my knife. Han Shen explained while patting the knife. Not far away, Catman couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Han Shen to her side with a whip. While Han Shen was explaining, his mind was in chaos, so he didn't trigger the protective talisman effect. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. Stay behind me. Han Shen felt a bit helpless. Alright, I'll keep an eye on your back. At that moment, Yogurt Brother also hurried over. He pulled out a cup of yogurt and stuffed it into Han Shen's hand. Han Shen, with that amount of blood loss, you should be experiencing gastrointestinal bleeding. Although I don't know exactly how to treat it, you should drink some yogurt quickly, at least it can help stop the bleeding. With Yogurt Brother's good intentions, Han Shen couldn't refuse. He could only drink while explaining. This knife is called the blood-crying blade, and its effect is. Before Han Shen could finish explaining, several pale women closed in again. Han Shen could only spit blood while drinking yogurt, and at the same time explain, this is the effect of my knife, causing damage that forced me to take a big gulp of blood. His mouth was busy with 3 things at once, making it a bit overwhelming. Boom! Just as Han Shen was halfway through his explanation, there was an explosion not far away. It was Kai Qian using his one more look and it will explode. In any case, it's all the effect of my knife. I'm really not injured, and I don't need protection. You go help others, Han Shen quickly said to Catman. Okay. Although Catman didn't quite understand, she no longer insisted and turned to deal with the other pale women. In front, the old man in the fishing hat had petrified most of the pale women on the assembly line, and behind him was Kai Qian's explosive ball. In between, Catman seized the opportunity to take down the remaining pale women. At this point, the group's formation was barely stabilized. However, it seemed they couldn't hold it for long. Because among the group of pale women, more and more special beings began to appear. They were the same kind of pale women that had killed Threat Brother earlier, capable of spitting out tentacle-like tongues. These things were not only fast but could also whip their tongues to attack. The ghostly tongues could drain a person dry upon contact, making them extremely dangerous. As several tongue-spitting pale women rapidly approached, Han Shen hurriedly shouted to the people beside him to get inside and hide. After all, there was still chicken blood at the door, which could at least weaken the attack. Han Shen, the yogurt guy nearby responded. Then he opened his mouth, and it grew wider and wider, as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. What? Han Shen asked. Then, Han Shen saw the yogurt guy's eye sockets quickly sink in, and his skin began to shrivel rapidly. His body was rapidly deflating. Han Shen instantly understood. He turned to look, and sure enough, he saw a long, tentacle-like tongue behind the yogurt guy. At the other end of the tongue, a pale woman was clinging to the outer wall of Han Shen's villa on the 2nd floor. The woman, with her ruptured eyeball, was staring intently at Han Shen. Slap! The tentacle-like tongue was pulled out from the yogurt guy's deflated body. The tip of the tongue turned towards Han Shen. Han Shen could even see the tip of the tongue, faintly revealing sharp teeth inside. Han Shen raised his knife to slash. However, the long tongue skillfully dodged. It moved like a snake, slipping into Han Shen's blind spot above his head. Han Shen quickly followed with his gaze, but only saw it darting to his right rear. When Han Shen turned his gaze back, the thing had quietly coiled onto his left shoulder. Several tongues intertwined with fine threads pierced through his coat and directly into Han Shen's skin. It was itchy, but not very painful. Even if it didn't hurt, Han Shen knew what would happen if he got sucked by this thing. Han Shen hurriedly reached for his knife to cut it off. But was there really time? Han Shen suddenly felt darkness before his eyes, and all he could hear was a ringing in his ears. Then he felt himself losing balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Fortunately, he didn't hit his head. What was going on? Han Shen struggled to open his eyes. He was indeed lying on the ground. Looking at his left shoulder, the tongue was still pressed against it. However, only a lonely little segment remained. It was drooping on the ground. Han Shen grabbed the tongue and pulled it down with force. The process was a bit painful, as many threads had already pierced into Han Shen's flesh. Han Shen got up. The entire street was in disarray. There were pale women's dismembered bodies everywhere, as well as fragments from petrification. The nearby streetlights were all shattered. The plaster on the walls had completely disappeared, revealing the bricks underneath. Catman, Kai Qian, and the old fishing man slowly stood up from the dismembered bodies, looking around in confusion. There wasn't a single complete pale woman to be seen on the entire street. What was going on? Han Shen looked around again. Mo-Tsang stood at the other end of the street, wearing a deep blue trench coat. "Alright, I've taken care of it all, so stop arguing," he shouted to the crowd. The people were deeply shocked. With a single move, he had cleared a street of pale women while precisely avoiding his teammates. Precision strike. This was too powerful. Han Shen finally understood. The enemy identification ability corresponding to the earlier sorrow he didn't comprehend was referring to this. Compared to him, even Bai Bin during his peak show-off period seemed like cannon fodder. Wasn't this just pure thigh support? While everyone was still in disbelief, Mo-Tsang had already quietly returned to his villa, unwilling to engage with the crowd any further, leaving them exchanging glances. Especially Kai Qian, whose face looked grim. He must have recalled the court session he had previously arranged for Mo-Tsang, which had embarrassed him. Did I provoke such a big shot? Kai Qian muttered to himself. Everyone except the old man and the fishing had nodded. Kai Qian looked at Han Shen with a mournful face. "Brother, why didn't you stop me back then? I remember reminding you that this guy should be quite formidable." "You call someone who can wipe out a whole street quite formidable? That's way too formidable," Kai Qian exclaimed. "Formidable or not, you should be fine. Didn't he also happen to save you, proving he isn't really angry with you?" Han Shen comforted. "Oh, right. Kai Qian sighed in relief. "So you guys have such a strong little brother." Sigh, "I wasted half a day being so nervous." The old man shook his head while stuffing Medusa's bald head into a sack. "Uncle, what exactly is that thing? How can it take out so many monsters at once?" Fengran asked curiously. "You wouldn't believe it if I told you, so let's not mention it." The old man waved his hand. "It's Medusa's head," Han Shen answered directly. "Medusa?" Fengran was taken aback. The old man was even more stunned. "How did you know? How could I not know about something I released?" Han Shen replied helplessly. "What? You released it?" The old man seemed somewhat incredulous. "Yes, I released it," Han Shen briefly explained to the old man and the others. In fact, they had long known that Han Shen had a release machine, they just didn't know it could release Medusa. The old man's eyes lit up with excitement. "Young man, it seems your skills are getting more and more impressive. I must be benefiting from your light." Han Shen shook his head. "I can only release, I can't control it. It's mainly because you are indeed powerful, you can handle Medusa." The old man laughed. "It's mainly because my fake sleep has no eyes." Kai Qian interrupted Han Shen and the old man. "Enough talk, can you release a succubus for me? A mermaid would do too. There's no more quota, besides, if I could really release a succubus, would it be your turn?" Han Shen frowned at Kai Qian. "Stop dreaming for now, be careful, who knows if there are other monsters around," Catman reminded. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, they waited cautiously for a while. After that, no more pale women appeared. The severed limbs on the ground began to slowly melt away, turning into small black puddles. "He really wiped them all out in one go," Han Shen sighed. "Let's go back, it's time to sleep," the old man said with a smile as he turned to enter the house. but just as he reached the door, he paused. The others also noticed the withered corpse of the yogurt guy at the entrance. At that moment, Bai Bin, who was inside, happened to come out to check. He was an injured person, not to mention combat ability, even his mobility was limited, so he could only stay inside. He and the others silently looked at the yogurt guy's corpse. Han Shen was actually quite sad about the yogurt guy's death. After all, he had just come over to check on his bleeding situation. He is a good person. The others were even more upset because they had spent more time with Yogurt Brother than Han Shen. However, in this game, death is quite normal. Everyone had more or less gotten used to it. After a brief period of sadness and silence, they found a white sheet to cover Yogurt Brother and then dug a simple grave. Fengren even placed 2 large bottles of yogurt in the grave as a burial offering. Simple, yet not lacking in ritual. After that, everyone glanced at the number of survivors. They were still quite concerned about how many other participants could still be alive after such an ordeal. Remaining number, less than 10. No specific number displayed? Just saying less than 10? Han Shen counted, including himself and Emote-san, there were a total of 8 people. 8 people, 9 people, all less than 10. This meant that there might be at most one other survivor outside. More likely, there might be none at all. The next period of time passed surprisingly peacefully. Only a few staff members in green appeared. Although they moved quickly, they still couldn't outrun Medusa's gaze. The streets outside only had a few more statues, which then turned into a quagmire. Until something happened that completely ended the tranquility. That was when Medusa's head discovered that everyone could understand her when she spoke. Indeed, generally speaking, Medusa is a character from ancient Greek mythology, and she speaks ancient Greek. But the language barrier in this game had disappeared, so everyone understood her perfectly. Thus, Medusa's head in the sack began to frantically curse the fishing hat old man's ancestors. It was very noisy. However, Medusa's head was also quite useful, and everyone couldn't just dispose of her. What to do? They could only find a way to gag Medusa. But they couldn't look at her face directly, they had to close their eyes to do it. This creature even bites. After several failed attempts, the one responsible for gagging, Kai Qian, almost had his fingers bitten off. They had to give up. But the more Medusa cursed, the more spirited she became. This creature was a female demon from mythology, and with just a head left, she naturally didn't need to breathe. Thus, she could curse without needing to take a breath. Who could stand being cursed at all day by someone who never got tired and didn't need to breathe? Han Shen felt like his eardrums were about to develop calluses. In the end, Han Shen thought of a solution. They moved Medusa's head into the soundproof booth of the nearby karaoke room. This thing had excellent soundproofing. Medusa's head howled inside, and it was hard to hear outside. Han Shen and the old man secured Medusa's head to the table in the booth to prevent it from facing them when they came back to retrieve it. Han Shen turned off the lights and prepared to leave. However, he felt a bit guilty about leaving Medusa's head in the dark booth. After all, she hadn't done anything wrong. So, Han Shen turned on the song machine and the screen. "What song do you want to hear? I'll play it for you," Han Shen asked. Medusa naturally didn't respond, still cursing to herself. You're Greek, so I'll play some songs from your hometown." Han Shen browsed and found there were no Greek songs at all. There was this one, Kai Tianho's The Greek Girl of the Wishing Pool. Is this a Greek song? Whatever. It'll have to do. Han Shen played the song for Medusa and then quietly exited the booth. Everyone's ears finally found peace. They decided to rest in the karaoke room for now. Just like that, they barely made it to the last few minutes of the 8th day of the game. 11:51 p.m. The 9th day was about to arrive. What would come tonight? Everyone was prepared. The fishing hat old man went to the booth to retrieve Medusa's head. The others were also ready. Kai Qian directly found a gong from somewhere. "What do you need the gong for?" Fengren asked curiously. "You don't understand, this gong makes a sound," Kai Qian said. So when the monster comes, if I just hit the gong, that guy named Emote-san will complain about the noise, right? Once he complains, he will take care of all the monsters and then go back to sleep, and we will be safe, right? I see. The others nodded, feeling it made some sense. "Isn't your one more look and it will explode louder than this thing?" Han Shen said. "That's true." Kai Qian silently put down the gong. "Anyway, as long as we can wake Emote-san up, our strategy will be successful." The others nodded again. 11:59 p.m. So, what will come at midnight? Everyone grew increasingly tense. Han Shen instinctively touched the level 3 backpack on his back. If it really comes to it, perhaps he would have to rely on his own items. Midnight struck. The clock tower's midnight chime rang out. The sound echoed throughout the entire accommodation and dining area. It was cold, dull, and lifeless. After the chime, the surroundings seemed even more lifeless. The air felt colder. Han Chen's breath even formed white mist. What would today bring? More pale women? Everyone cautiously looked outside through the glass door. The remaining few streetlights outside emitted a faint glow. There was no vibration, nor much noise. Only the nearby cable car kept running. In the silent night, the metallic clinking of the cable car sounded even more ethereal. The eerie silence before the storm? While everyone was waiting, a figure appeared at the end of the street. Everyone immediately tensed up. That definitely did not look like Emotzone. Was it another possible survivor? But everyone understood that walking outside at the most dangerous midnight hour was more likely to be a presence like the Pale Women. Everyone watched the figure warily. This figure did not run frantically like the Pale Women, it was just walking. Yes, that figure was simply walking, leisurely pacing. Unhurried, slow. The figure was calm, while everyone was on edge. It felt like a long time before the figure finally approached. Only then did everyone see clearly. The first thing they noticed was the color of the person's clothes. Green. Everyone's hearts instantly turned cold. This was bad. It wasn't a survivor, but a corrupted villager from the resort. Then, they finally saw the person's face. It was an old man, dressed in a green tang suit, wearing a conical hat, with a goatee. Han Chen was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the village chief he had encountered in the commercial street before? This guy is the village chief of the resort. Feng Ran also recognized him. Everyone was extremely tense. At this moment, the old village chief had reached the door. He squeezed out a smile from his wrinkled face. "You're here, quickly open the door, I brought you some delicious food." The streetlight shone on his face, accentuating the wrinkles and making his smile look even more sinister. As the old village chief spoke, he raised the hand that was behind his back. Sure enough, that hand was holding a bag of something wrapped in paper, looking like pastries. Everyone exchanged glances. Who the hell would believe that? All the villagers from your resort are acting like zombies. How could you, the village chief, be fine? What are you doing? Hurry up and open the door, or the food will get cold. The old man smiled again. Everyone looked at the old man, suddenly unsure of what to do. The old man in the fishing hat decided to take the initiative. He directly revealed Medusa's head, aiming it at the old village chief outside the glass door. The strange light shone over. Unexpectedly, the old village chief simply closed his eyes. Completely ineffective. Bang! Just as the old village chief closed his eyes, his right hand slammed against the glass door. Instantly, a large hole appeared in the glass. The old village chief's hand reached in directly, aiming for Medusa's head. Was he trying to grab Medusa's head? The old man in the fishing hat realized this immediately and quickly recoiled. The old village chief's hand barely touched Medusa's head. Before he could grab it, the old man in the fishing hat had already retreated several steps. The old village chief was completely out of reach. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If the old village chief had managed to seize Medusa's head, it would have been disastrous. The old man in the fishing hat was now on guard, retreating to a position where the old village chief couldn't reach him. At that moment, the old village chief opened his eyes and smiled at the crowd. Seeing the old village chief awake, the old man in the fishing hat felt this was an opportunity and quickly lifted Medusa's head, aiming it at the old village chief. However, this time, no strange light emanated from it. Instead, a lump of something fell from the old man's hand. It was a mass of red flesh. Where did it come from? Everyone looked at the old man's hand. They saw that Medusa's head, which the old man was holding, had rotted away significantly, large chunks falling to the ground. Soon, only a bloody skull remained. The old man in the fishing hat, terrified, tossed Medusa's head aside. Outside the door, the old village chief still wore that eerie smile, but he had already reached for the lock on the glass door. Truly, the old village chief was polite. He could have smashed through the door but chose to unlock it instead. However, everyone watching the old village chief outside felt increasingly terrified. They all understood that this guy had merely touched Medusa's head, and it had rotted away instantly. This guy was terrifying. At that moment, the old village chief had pulled open the glass door. A wave of cold air rushed into the room. The chill seemed to seep through the gap created by the door. The icy air instantly awakened Han Chen. He quickly pulled out the good deed badge and put it on. "Village chief, wait!" Han Chen suddenly shouted. "What is it?" The old village chief paused. "You must be tired from carrying things. Let me give you a seat." As Han Chen spoke, he climbed out through the side window, pointing to the nearby cable car seat that had just arrived. The old village chief hesitated again. Han Chen's heart raced. The good deed badge guaranteed that good deeds would succeed. Offering the old man a seat must be a good deed, right? So it should succeed. Han Shan looked at the old village chief. All right. The old village chief turned and walked toward the cable car. He took 2 steps and sat down in the cable car. This cable car had only one suspended 2-person seat, without a cabin. As the old village chief sat down, the cable car slowly moved away from the crowd. What is going on? Catman Man also climbed out through the side window, watching the old village chief ride the cable car away. Soon, the old village chief's cable car reached the high altitude between 2 peaks, and Han Shen could no longer see the old village chief's figure. Forget about what's going on, bring the pliers and axe, Han Shen shouted urgently. Oh, Catman Man turned and rushed into the karaoke hall to find tools. Han Shen also pulled out the blood cry blade. He didn't know if this thing could cut through the steel cable. Then he swung hard at the cable car's steel cable. After just a slight resistance, the entire cable snapped. The cable sprang up, and Han Shen immediately ducked to avoid it. While lying on the ground, Han Shen saw, on the other side in the distance, the cable car with the old village chief. Along with the old village chief, whoosh fell from the high altitude. It disappeared into the clouds below. The crowd also came out, staring blankly at the broken cable car. What? Han Shen, what did you do? Why did that village chief suddenly listen to you? Feng Ran asked curiously. Because of this. Han Shen brightened the good person, good deed badge on his chest. Then he briefly explained the situation in a few sentences. The crowd was taken aback. In short, we should still prepare as best as we can. That old man will definitely come back. Han Shen said. Come back? Can he survive a fall from that height? Feng Ran was even more surprised. I don't think someone who can't be petrified by Medusa can die so easily from a fall, Han Shen stated bluntly. The crowd nodded and began their final preparations. There were just over 23 hours left in the game countdown. As long as they got through today, the game would end, and they would be saved. There wasn't much preparation Han Shen could do. He first opened the merit store. There were only a few merits left, but collecting the body of Yogurt Brother had earned him some merit. There was also the farewell for Medusa, which had given him a hefty 5 points of merit. This was likely referring to the song played for Medusa. After looking through the items in the store, the remaining merits added up to enough to bless a weapon. Or he could use it on the home defense firewall. However, the previous home defense firewall was already active, and the old village chief could walk right through the door. This proved that the firewall couldn't stop him at all. He decided to bless a weapon instead. Should he switch to a new weapon? Or just bless the blood-weeping blade? Han Shen thought for a moment. The current blood-weeping blade was already very sharp and useful. Aside from the blood-spraying effect being a bit uncomfortable, it didn't have any fatal flaws. If he blessed another weapon, it was likely to be inferior to the blood-weeping blade. Especially if it turned out to be a useless entertainment weapon, that would be a real loss. There had already been examples of such weapons, and Han Shen could guess what kind of entertainment weapon he might get. Wild hunting knife greatly increases damage to wild animals and savages. He thought it over and decided not to switch. He would bless the blood-weeping blade. He used up all the other items he could think of as well. The old village chief returned slower than everyone had imagined. In the following hours, several other villagers passed by. The ordinary darkened villagers were easy to deal with. Catman Man and Han Shen could take them down alone. But that old village chief never showed up. This made Han Shen a bit suspicious that he might really have died from the fall. Then, the fog began to spread. It first encroached on the edges of the accommodation area, slowly moving inward. And that possible survivor never made an appearance. There wasn't even a trace or sound. In the areas without fog, one could see clearly. There was basically nowhere left to hide a survivor. All of this told Han Shen that there was no possible survivor at all. The entire resort had long since been left with only Han Shen and the others. A sense of loneliness crept into Han Shen's heart. At 10 p.m., with 2 hours remaining until the game ended, the streets outside had already been mostly swallowed by the fog. Just as everyone thought the game was about to end, a figure emerged from the fog. It was the old village chief. His clothes were tattered, covered in leaves, especially the sleeves, which looked heavily worn. He then approached the door. This guy was quite honorable. He always entered through the front door. I'm old. I can't walk anymore, the old village chief sighed at the entrance. At that moment, Han Shen felt a strange illusion that the old man outside was just a harmless, senile old fool. Then, the old man calmly stepped over a threshold of chicken blood and pushed the door open to enter the karaoke hall's lobby. The crowd hid behind a long counter. This counter was long enough to hide 7 people. As for the dog, to prevent it from barking, the old man with the fishing hat had hidden it upstairs, only bringing it down when absolutely necessary. Grandpa, I'll give you my seat. It's soft, comfortable. Han Shen directly pointed to a seat next to him. All right, the old village chief readily sat down in the adjacent seat. This was a soft control, a prerequisite for the subsequent attack to take effect. Man stood up first and threw a bag of chicken blood. The chicken blood splattered on the old village chief's face, bursting instantly. Some of it splashed onto his bamboo hat, but most drenched the old man. The moment the chicken blood touched the old village chief's skin, it emitted a hissing sound and released wisps of white smoke. However, the old village chief remained unfazed. He adjusted his hat, calmly sitting in place and watching everyone. Kai Qian stood up and threw a transparent ball. Old man, quick, watch a short film. The transparent ball projected an image. Inside, an old lady was performing a pole dance. It was quite thrilling. The moment the ball got close to the old man, it exploded. The entire room was engulfed by the shockwave from the explosion. However, Kai Qian and Man had already taken cover behind a sturdy counter. The inside of this counter had even been reinforced with steel plates for protection. After the shockwave passed, everyone stood up and looked towards the old village chief's seat. He had moved to a farther position, but was still within the range of the transparent ball's attack. Yet, he seemed to have suffered little harm. His clothes were torn to shreds, leaving only tattered rags. Most of his skin was exposed, almost naked. There was nothing to be seen down there. His skin was deep black, covered in cracks of various sizes. Han Chen instinctively thought they were caused by the explosion, but soon he realized that the wounds were only part of it. He saw that from each large crack, a slender tongue was protruding, accompanied by many hair-like filaments, similar to what had emerged from the mouth of the pale woman who had killed Threat Brother and Yogurt Brother. But these were even finer, and they covered his entire body. It was a sight that would terrify anyone with a fear of dense patterns. Han Chen did not expect such a scene beneath the old man's clothes. Kai Qian did not hesitate and immediately threw another transparent ball. Old man, quick, watch the sequel. This time, the transparent ball was larger, and the explosion was even more violent. Even with his ears covered, Han Chen felt his head buzzing from the blast. After the shockwave of the explosion, everyone instinctively leaned out from behind the counter to take a look. The explosion had nearly destroyed all the lights in the room, leaving only a few strips of light flickering in the corners, making the room exceptionally dim. The old village chief's position was now empty. Where had he gone? Just as everyone was puzzled, the old village chief suddenly jumped down from the ceiling. As he landed among the crowd, his hand had already grasped Feng Ran's neck. Several slender tongues from the cracks on the old village chief's forearm extended out, piercing into Feng Ran's skin. Without any hesitation, Feng Ran, being choked, couldn't cry out. She could only make a series of choking sounds. Like someone being strangled, she instinctively grasped the old man's hand, trying to break free. Han Chen, standing nearby, made a quick decision and swung the blood cry blade down heavily. As it struck the old village chief's arm, the blood cry blade flashed with golden light, resembling an electric welder. After all, it had been blessed. Just like when he struck the pale woman, Han Chen found it easy to cut through the old man's arm as well. The old village chief's right hand, which was gripping Feng Ran's neck, was directly severed by Han Chen. The effect of the blood cry blade took hold, and Han Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. By the time Han Chen wanted to strike again, the old village chief had already turned and leaped over the counter, making it impossible for Han Chen to hit him. Han Chen quickly turned to check on Feng Ran's condition. A horrifying scene unfolded. Feng Ran's neck was rapidly rotting, with skin, muscle, blood vessels, and nerves quickly falling away. Large chunks of flesh and blood fell to the ground, and Han Chen soon saw Feng Ran's bloody cervical vertebrae and collarbone. The blood vessels in her neck looked corroded, and blood sprayed onto the floor. Feng Ran's hand finally grasped Han Chen's hand, as if she wanted to say something. But there was no time. Her grip on Han Chen's hand lost strength and fell limp. More flesh and blood quickly fell away. Soon, Feng Ran collapsed to the ground, her entire body transformed into a bloody skeleton. There was no flesh left, only 2 large lumps of white silicone on her chest. It was too horrifying. Han Chen was completely stunned. Among these people, he and Feng Ran had acted together since the beginning of the game, and he was the most familiar with her. In his memory, although he had once suspected Feng Ran of being a traitor and had distanced himself from her, after realizing there was no traitor, the impression Feng Ran left was that of a kind girl. Feng Ran's sudden departure in such a terrifying state was something Han Chen could hardly accept. Han Chen, calm down, be shocked later. Man shook Han Chen vigorously. Only then did Han Chen come back to his senses. He saw the old village chief standing in the center of the hall. His severed right hand had grown back. However, it no longer resembled a normal human hand. Instead, it was a deep black right hand, with no fixed shape. It was sticky, feeling more like a hand made from wet clay. Many black threads extended from the severed end, wrapping around his black right hand. Were these threads reinforcing? Repairing? Han Chen wasn't sure, but he was certain of one thing: this old man could regenerate severed limbs. Therefore, he would definitely be very difficult to kill. The old village chief turned to the counter where everyone was. Bang! The old man in the fishing hat directly grabbed a shotgun and fired a shot at the old village chief. A blood hole was shot in the old village chief's chest, but it was immediately wrapped by the black threads. It felt like nothing had happened. Damn, what a devil Terminator! The impact of the bullet made him stagger back a couple of steps, but that was all. He immediately charged back toward the crowd. Catman Man leaped up with a whip, wrapping it around the old man's waist. She pulled hard, but it wouldn't budge at all. In that moment, Han Chen suddenly noticed that Catman Man's whip emitted a faint glow. That was the black threads reflecting light from the neon lights. Han Chen looked closely and realized that many black threads were crawling out from the old man's body, quickly climbing along Catman Man's whip. Let go! Han Chen shouted. Catman Man reacted quickly. Upon hearing Han Chen's warning, she immediately dropped the whip. What's wrong? Catman Man had been fully focused on tugging with the old man and hadn't noticed the black threads. She only heard Han Chen's warning. The threads on that old man can seep through the whip, Han Chen hurriedly warned. It can do that? Catman Man's brows furrowed instantly. At this moment, the old man had gently loosened the whip wrapped around him and was walking toward the crowd. Hey, old man! Stop bullying women and children. Come fight me. A clear voice called from outside. Everyone looked out. Emote-song was wearing a deep blue trench coat, coldly staring at the old village chief. Put! Emote-song suddenly started to blow his nose uncontrollably. He quickly bent down to wipe his nose. It must be because he hadn't spoken more than 2 lines in the last 3 sentences. Next to him, Kai Chen watched the scene and secretly broke out in a sweat. He had inadvertently dragged the whole team down. The old village chief merely glanced at Emote-song, paying him no mind. He had already taken 2 steps forward toward the crowd. This time, his target was the foremost Han Chen. Damn, this is what a villainous big boss looks like, ignoring taunts and targeting the backline first. But Han Chen wasn't exactly in the backline. He raised his knife and slashed, but the knife cut through empty air. It was because the old village chief had stepped back. Step back? Can't you understand what I'm saying? Behind the old village chief, Emote-song wiped his nose with one hand while grabbing the old village chief's hair with the other. The old village chief had a traditional Chinese bun that was easy to grab, so he was directly seized by Emote-song and pulled over. As Emote-song pulled him, he delivered a punch to the old village chief's chest. This punch created a tremendous pressure wave. Han Chen felt as if he were driving a car at 180 miles per hour without a windshield. The old village chief's chest instantly burst open, and then he flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing straight into the fog outside. Emote-song showed no hesitation and turned to chase after him. He too disappeared into the mist. Quite ruthless. I need to have such skills in the future. I want to play like that too, Han Chen thought silently. Boom boom in the thick fog, there were only the sounds of heavy objects colliding. Then came the sound of buildings collapsing, as if there were a construction site working in the fog. This was the sound of 2 people fighting. Isn't he afraid the fog is toxic? Kai Qian asked, staring into the mist. His joy has detoxification and self-healing abilities, so it should be fine, Han Chen replied. Emote-song's skills were indeed strong at the moment. However, he wasn't particularly invincible. After all, in the early stages, he had to be submissive, collecting emotions, before he could strike back hard in the later stages. Everyone felt somewhat balanced in their hearts. Then do you think he can beat that old man? Kai Qian continued to ask. Maybe he can, after all, that young man can take down a street full of female monsters with one punch. That's really impressive, the old man in the fishing hat said. Hard to say, Biden shook his head, but if he can't handle it even with such strength, then none of us can either. I reserve my opinion. Catman Man quietly glanced at Han Chen. Boom! Another loud crash echoed. The fog fell into silence. Had the outcome been decided? Everyone stared intently into the mist. After a moment, a figure indeed appeared in the fog. Was it Emote-song? Or that terrifying old village chief? Under everyone's gaze, the figure became clearer. A deep blue trench coat, though more tattered than before, was still recognizable. It was Emote-song. Damn, he really won, Kai Qian exclaimed in astonishment. Emote-song slowly walked towards the crowd. However, there was no joy on his face, only a grave expression. This made Han Chen feel uneasy. Is it done, big brother? Kai Qian looked at Emote-song. Emote-song shook his head. What's the situation? The expressions of the crowd changed slightly. I exhausted all my stock of anger, and I couldn't kill him, and Song raised his right hand. His right hand was severely rotting, with some areas still showing bone. The rotting part was spreading towards his wrist. However, the decayed and necrotic area quickly shrank, and the area near the wrist turned into newly formed skin and muscle. After a moment, the decay and necrosis expanded again. Then it shrank and healed. It was a back-and-forth battle between decay and healing. What is this? The crowd felt their scalps tingle. I have tried my best to heal my right hand, but I can't stop this decay and necrosis at all, Sang said, as the rot on his right hand finally got out of control, spreading straight to his wrist without slowing down. Knife! Give me a knife! The usually composed Sang suddenly panicked. There's a watermelon knife at the counter, Bin said. Sang rushed into the room like a madman and grabbed a watermelon knife from behind the counter. Then, he aimed at the necrotic area and chopped down directly. The necrotic right hand was severed. Blood gushed from the wound. However, Han Shen noticed that the severed end still had tiny black threads pulsating. Sure enough, the originally fresh severed end began to rot rapidly. Sang did not hesitate and immediately chopped off another section. The severed end, which had been fresh blood, quickly began to decay as well. Sang continued to chop, still rotting. In the end, Sang took a decisive step and brought the knife down to his shoulder. It was a terrifying scene. Han Shen witnessed someone slowly chopping off their own arm for the first time. Sang was drenched in sweat. Even though he forced his expression to appear calm, the excruciating pain made his body tremble slightly. Then, Sang tore off his outer garment. However, he found that the wound was still rotting, beginning to spread towards his body. Sang had no more places to cut. Fear appeared in his eyes. This was an emotion Han Shen had never seen in him before. In Han Shen's view, Bin and Sang, one white and one black, were the epitome of pretentiousness. Bin had needed skills, but after those skills nearly failed, he became quite humble. Only Sang continued to put on airs. But now, facing life and death, all his demeanor and grace were gone. He was so flustered. This was the true human condition. So what now? Seeing that Sang was about to follow Feng Rant's path and become another skeleton, Han Shen wondered if there was any way to suppress this thing. He thought of one possibility and decided to give it a try. He picked up the blood-weeping blade and pressed it against Sang's wound. Golden light flickered. The rotting gradually slowed down. After a moment, the decay stopped spreading and began to heal slowly. The blood-weeping blade, blessed by the release machine, indeed had a suppressive effect. Han Shen breathed a sigh of relief. Then he suddenly thought, if the knife had lingered a bit longer on the old village chief when he struck, perhaps it could have directly prevented the old village chief's short limbs from regenerating? You have such good stuff? Sang's tone towards Han Shen softened considerably. Han Shen did not answer directly, only shook his head. It's a pity I couldn't save your arm. It's okay, I have the healing of joy. Although joy is exhausted now, it can grow back later, Sang replied. Then let me apply some medicine for you, Han Shen said as he pulled Sang into the hall. Then, Han Shen took out the half-finished yogurt that Yogurt Brother had been drinking from the back counter to apply to Sang. What kind of remedy is applying yogurt? Sang was quite resistant. Apply it or not, this yogurt is a skill from a deceased friend of mine. It has healing properties. Han Shen tossed the yogurt aside. Sang paused for a moment after hearing this. Then he began to dip the yogurt and apply it to his wound. What about that old village chief? Cat Man asked. He has been fully affected by my debuff. His movements are restricted, and I kicked him down the slope, so it will probably take him a while to climb back up, Sang answered. Although Sang spoke for a while, everyone grew increasingly worried. What if that old man comes back up? What do we do? Lu Xingu looked at Han Shen. Han Shen was at a loss. Everyone turned to Sang. Sang also shook his head. My emotional reserves are all exhausted now. I'm about as good as an ordinary person, so don't expect anything from me. Sang had lost his previous arrogance, his tone more like an old friend giving advice. They looked at Bin again. Bin also shook his head. You can't count on me in this game anymore. It was a headache. Han Shen desperately thought of a solution. There was still an hour left. Logically, they should just hide and escape. However, there were only a few places left without fog, and there was nowhere to run. Could they hide in the fog and tough it out? No, Han Shen knew from his own messages that they couldn't go into the fog. It was likely toxic. And whether it was truly toxic, Han Shen wasn't very sure at the moment. What's the situation in the fog? Is it really toxic? Han Shen asked. Sang nodded. It's somewhat toxic. The fog will quickly drain your life force, and an ordinary person can't last more than a few minutes. Emo-Zhang's answer completely shattered Han Shen's last idea. At this point, Han Shen was utterly at a loss. There was nothing left to do but fight to the death. Han Shen picked up his blood-weeping blade. The crowd exchanged glances and looked into the mist. In the mist, a figure appeared once more. This time, it was the old village chief. His body was already wrapped in numerous fine threads, with several severe cracks, and his protruding tongue was even severed. It seemed that Emo-Zhang had inflicted considerable damage on him, but that was all. The old village chief's expression remained natural, even sporting a sinister smile. He walked step by step toward the shattered door of the karaoke hall, approaching the somewhat frightened crowd. He resembled a stubborn old man, still intent on using the front door. Grind a sharp screech of tires. Thud! A truck appeared outside the door, moving from right to left, directly knocking the old village chief to the ground. The crowd widened their eyes. The truck's window rolled down, and a round head poked out from the driver's seat. The round head looked at Han Shen and flashed a silly smile. Did I run him over, sir? This was indeed the cheating robot. Han Shen had made arrangements for it earlier. It had truly done its best. This several-ton truck, crashing with full force, might just be enough to finish off the old village chief. Han Shen even felt a bit moved. After the initial shock, the crowd turned to Han Shen. What is that little thing driving the car? It even calls you sir? Catman was the first to ask. My robot, Han Shen replied. You have such a robot? Catman beside him was also intrigued by the round head. What don't I have? Han Shen answered while dealing with Catman's questions, simultaneously running forward with the blade in hand. Now that the old chief had been knocked down, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could Han Shen not strike? He rushed forward, ready to search under the truck for the old village chief. But the truck was suddenly overturned. The old chief climbed back up. Several joints on his body were also wrapped in black threads. It seemed this collision had caused multiple fractures. Even though the old chief had gotten up, it was still a good opportunity. Han Shen did not hesitate any longer and aimed the blood-weeping blade directly at the old man's face. The old chief instantly tilted his head. The blood-weeping blade did not strike the old chief's head but instead cut into his shoulder. Then it plunged straight through, piercing his chest and emerging from his right side. The effect of the blood-weeping blade was triggered, and Han Shen spat out a mouthful of blood, all of it splattering onto the old man's face. But aside from spitting blood, at the moment of the strike, Han Shen felt something was off. Resistance. Yes, there was suddenly a very noticeable resistance. Han Shen lowered his head and saw that the blood-weeping blade had indeed pierced through the old man's body, yet a large number of fine threads were extending from the old man's body, sticking to the blood-weeping blade. The threads clung to the blade, instantly emitting wisps of white smoke. Golden light flickered. However, the threads multiplied rapidly, soon wrapping around most of the blood-weeping blade. Han Shen pulled with all his might, but no matter how hard he tried, the blade could not be pulled out. The golden light of the blade grew dimmer. The blessed blood-weeping blade couldn't handle this old man? Han Shen's brows furrowed tightly. The blood-stained old chief merely smiled at Han Shen, his hands, now covered in black threads, reaching straight for him. He had to dodge. Han Shen could only let go of the immovable blood-weeping blade and step back a few paces. The old chief's hands followed closely behind, moving faster than Han Shen. Just as the old chief's hands were about to touch Han Shen, he felt a sudden tightening around his waist. He was yanked back, landing behind the counter. It was Catman. She had another whip in her hand, pulling Han Shen back once more. How do you have another whip? Han Shen asked casually. One of my abilities is to turn into a whip. What, do you want one too? Catman looked at Han Shen and said. No need. Han Shen shook his head. He really couldn't use something like a whip. Han Shen looked at the old man across from him. At this moment, the wound on the village chief's body, which Han Shen had inflicted, was already connected by black silk threads, healing. The threads extending from his waist were gradually decreasing. The blood-crying blade was also gradually revealing itself, but it no longer had its previous brilliance. Thud! The blood-crying blade fell to the ground, breaking into several pieces, like scrap metal. Yes, the blood-crying blade was a weapon that had been blessed. Just like water can extinguish fire, but if there is too little water and too much fire, the fire can evaporate the water. The blessed blood-crying blade was still too weak compared to the terrifying village chief. Han Shen sat down on the ground beside the counter. He had just thought that the blessed blood-crying blade could become his ultimate weapon. Now he realized that even the ultimate weapon couldn't suppress this old man's strength. No wonder Emo-Zhang, who was so strong, couldn't handle it. I'm out of options. Han Shen waved his hand. At this point, the only ones left with real combat capability on Han Shen's side were actually Catman and Kai Qian. However, their attacks had very limited effect on the village chief. They were at a dead end. Han Chen just wanted to curse. How could there be such an invincible enemy in this game? Who could clear this level? It was completely a game where death was guaranteed. The village chief paused, slowly waiting for his wounds to fully heal. Although the blessed blood-crying blade couldn't kill him with one strike, the damage was still real. After that, the old man looked at the people in the room. Each person's eyes were filled with despair to varying degrees. The village chief was very satisfied. Prepare to end this, everyone. The village chief smiled at the crowd. Feign sleep. The old man in the fishing hat shouted upstairs. The blind dog immediately rushed down. It also sensed the village chief, barking wildly at him in agitation. Old buddy, we might have to make one last stand. The old man in the fishing hat patted the dog's head, tears already streaming down his face. He took out a shotgun, trembling as he aimed it at the village chief. Everyone knew that this thing had already been shown to be useless. If it were a rocket launcher, Han Chen might still have some hope. How about I try to hold court against him? Kai Qian said, taking a deep breath. Hold court? Would it be useful? That pale woman before couldn't even articulate her words and was sentenced to half a death penalty by the foolish chief judge. This old man's intelligence seemed normal. Holding court might not be effective. But now there was no other way, they could only give it a try. Give it a try. Han Chen replied. Alright, this time we might not win. To prevent dragging you into it, I won't take you with me. Kai Qian said, suddenly shouting at the village chief, hold court. In the next second, Kai Qian and the village chief disappeared simultaneously. The surroundings became quiet. In less than a few minutes, the village chief returned to his original position. However, in Kai Qian's place, there appeared an elderly man with white hair, sitting in a wheelchair. Who are you? Everyone looked at the inexplicably appearing old man, their faces filled with shock. I am Kai Qian, the new old man said, supporting himself on the wheelchair. What happened? Damn, after I went in, I accused that guy of murder, and he countered that I was being immoral and bullying an old man. And then? Then the judge ruled against me, making me an old man for 3 days to experience the life of the elderly, to empathize. I'll be damned. Old man Kai Qian said, becoming increasingly agitated. Cough, cough. Old man Kai Qian suddenly coughed, nearly choking, and Lu Xinggu and Han Chen could only pat his back. Alright, we've played enough, let's really end this. The old man walked towards the crowd. Bang! The old man in the fishing hat fired. The shotgun created a blood hole in the village chief's forehead, instantly filling it with black silk threads. The dog, feigning sleep, lunged at the old village chief simultaneously. The force was so great that the old man was actually pushed back several steps. It bit down on the chief's newly healed right arm. Then, many fine threads extended from the wound on the old man's arm, piercing into the dog's fur. The dog merely whimpered. Starting from its mouth, its flesh rapidly fell away. The old man in the fishing hat was filled with tears, desperately reloading his shotgun. The village chief gently shook his arm, and the dog, now half a skeleton, collapsed to the ground. The chief smiled and walked towards the crowd again. This time, Han Chen was completely at a loss. What else could he do? Run away? Last time I gave you a chance, this time it's too late. Catman murmured softly. Boom! Just as despair filled the entire room, a sudden commotion erupted above everyone's heads. The sound resembled thunder, yet not quite. Was it going to rain? It seemed fitting. Han Chen forced a smile. However, to his surprise, the village chief's expression turned somewhat shocked. This was the first time Han Chen had seen such an expression on his face. Just a few rumbles of thunder, why such a reaction? Then, something even more surprising happened. The village chief actually retreated several steps, exiting the hall and stepping out onto the street. He looked up, suspiciously gazing at the sky. His face grew even darker. What was going on? What was happening? Han Chen quickly got up and rushed to the side window, looking up at the sky. He saw a dark expanse above, dotted with many points of blue light. The blue lights reflected outlines that looked somewhat like spaceships from a sci-fi movie. What was going on? Was there really a survivor? Had they made their move? But could one person operate several spaceships? Was it a summoning? Han Chen couldn't comprehend it for a moment. Just then, a voice suddenly came from above. It sounded like someone was shouting through a loudspeaker, a furious female voice. Who the hell is Han Chen? Get out here! They were actually looking for Han Chen? The people in the room turned to him. Who is it? Catman asked Han Chen softly. I don't know. Han Chen shook his head repeatedly. He truly had no idea who these people could be. Judging by the tone of the person on the spaceship, it didn't seem like a good thing. So it probably wasn't that possible survivor. These guys even knew his name. More like Enemies? When had he made enemies with these alien-like beings? Han Chen thought for a moment. Was it because of the money he owed from stock trading? Were these people here to collect a debt? Damn! Had they come all the way to the neon smiley face game world to collect? While Han Chen was pondering, the sound of engines roared outside again. Looking out the window, he saw a sci-fi-like space capsule landing on the street. It must be a landing pod. The landing pod kicked up clouds of dust. The village chief also retreated warily. His expression was not good. The turn of events must have completely caught him off guard. If Han Chen were in his shoes, he would be confused too. With fewer than 10 remaining players, what kind of show were these spaceships putting on? As the dust settled, Han Chen, illuminated by the lights from the spaceship above, saw a line of text on the space capsule, Brother Rotten Meat Support Group. Next to it was a drawing of Brother Rotten Meat. Was it a fan club for Brother Rotten Meat? Han Chen suddenly understood. He instantly realized what these people were here for. Click! Accompanied by the sound of depressurization, the door of the space capsule opened. A group of bizarre creatures emerged. They seemed to be various aliens. There are those that look like worms, those that resemble mud, and those that look like mighty beings. There are also those that are quite similar to humans, but with 2 rows of big, round white eyes in front, a total of 8. Many of them are quite good looking, but most do not have human shapes, yet the feeling they give Han Chen is very alluring? It's that kind of very alluring creature. Difficult to describe. Among these beings, many are holding small red flags with pictures of Brother Rotten Flesh, and some are even wearing Brother Rotten Flesh's octopus masks. Iron fans. The one leading, resembling an insectoid, has mostly dark skin and is roughly humanoid. However, it has 6 insect-like arms, yet a beautiful woman's face, dressed in a special evening gown. There are also big whites in front. Aren't insects oviparous? What are you doing with this? Han Chen felt a wave of frustration. This insectoid woman walked at the forefront, looking around, glancing at the village chief's old face filled with vigilance, then sweeping her gaze over the people in the room. Who is Han Chen? Step forward, the insectoid woman said coldly. The language barrier in this game world was still in a state of elimination, and the insectoid woman's words could be understood even in a fight. He is Han Chen. Han Chen pointed at the village chief and shouted first. The insectoid woman's gaze instantly shifted to the village chief. You are Han Chen? The insectoid woman asked. What? The village chief didn't understand at all. The name Han Chen was not immediately recognizable as a name. Is it you who posted on Interstellar Weibo, saying our brother Rotten Flesh? What JB song is this JB singing on his face? The insectoid woman's tone grew even colder. Brother Rotten Flesh? What is that? Although the village chief still didn't quite understand, he answered disdainfully. The crowd erupted in an uproar. God, he actually dares to say what Brother Rotten Flesh is. Too much. How can he be so disrespectful to Brother Rotten Flesh? The fans of Brother Rotten Flesh behind shouted incessantly. Han Chen instantly realized this was a good opportunity. So he shouted, Sisters, this Han Chen posted to insult our brother. We came to confront him, and he is still insulting our brother. Let's teach him a lesson. This wave was fanning the flames. The fan group composed of various alien beings instantly became agitated. Yes, how can you speak about our brother Rotten Flesh? Beat him. Yes, sisters, hit him, beat him to death. Protect our best brother. Then, a stone man over 2 meters tall from the fan group charged out of the crowd and threw a heavy punch at the village chief. Although this stone man was large, he was extremely fast, and the village chief had no time to dodge. Boom! This heavy punch struck the village chief, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Immediately after, another alien resembling a mighty being rushed in, pulling the village chief out of the dust, followed by a heavy shoulder throw. Then several aliens rushed in to take turns. I am not Han Chen. Seeing the situation was bad, the village chief hurriedly shouted. But the scene was too chaotic, and no one paid him any attention. Instead, more aliens gathered to beat him up. Soon, the old man disappeared into the fan group, and Han Chen could no longer see him. He only knew he was being beaten, and it was quite miserable. Han Chen turned his head to look at the stunned crowd in the room. It seems we are saved. Han Chen smiled at everyone. The crowd seemed to understand the situation, yet also seemed confused. They could only nod at Han Chen. Who exactly are they? Catman Man asked curiously. They are a fan group of a star called Brother Rotten Flesh. That old man called Han Chen posted insults about Brother Rotten Flesh, and they came to seek justice, Han Chen replied. The crowd certainly understood Han Chen's meaning. Will they attack us too? Old Kai Qian asked tremulously. As long as we show a little respect to Brother Rotten Flesh, it should be fine, Han Chen replied. Although everyone was still a bit confused, they nodded in agreement. Nearby, the leading insectoid woman stood watching the fan club beat up the old man. A beautiful woman from the fan club, resembling a nine-tailed fox demon, hurried over to the insectoid woman. "Captain, it seems we've made a mistake." "What is it?" The insectoid woman glanced at the fox demon woman. "The intel we received said that Han Shen is a young guy, but the one we're beating up is clearly an old man," the fox demon woman said. "Are you saying he isn't Han Shen?" The insectoid woman was taken aback. "It's very possible." The insectoid woman looked up and turned to see the real Han Shen in the adjacent room. "A young guy. Isn't that the one right in front of her?" The insectoid woman's gaze turned sharp. In an instant, she entered the room and stood before Han Shen. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" the insectoid woman coldly asked Han Shen. I. Han Shen was momentarily at a loss for words. "Don't tell me you're just passing by." The insectoid woman raised her left hand, the sharp poison needle at her fingertip close to Han Shen's face. A chill ran through the air. Han Shen was about to say that, but he couldn't say it now. However, he quickly thought of a response. "I am a fan of Brother Rotten Flesh, just like you guys, here to teach that beast Han Shen a lesson." You say you're a fan of Brother Rotten Flesh?" The insectoid woman's face was filled with skepticism. "Yes, I absolutely love Brother Rotten Flesh." Han Shen forced a smile. "Then why aren't you wearing Brother Rotten Flesh's fan badge?" The insectoid woman pointed to her left chest. Han Shen looked over and saw that she indeed wore a round little badge with Brother Rotten Flesh's octopus face blowing a kiss. My badge was stolen, you know. Brother Rotten Flesh's merchandise is really popular," Han Shen said, forcing himself to continue. "Then how can you prove you're a fan of Brother Rotten Flesh?" the insectoid woman asked sharply. Her poison needle was now even closer to Han Shen's face, just a few millimeters away from piercing his flesh. Han Shen was extremely nervous. Everyone held their breath in tension. "Wait, I have something that can prove it," Han Shen quickly said, reaching into his backpack. "What? Show it," the insectoid woman demanded, watching Han Shen. Everyone still nervously watched as Han Shen rummaged through his backpack. Catman tightened her grip on the whip, ready to do everything she could to rescue Han Shen from the insectoid woman if he couldn't come up with a valid reason. Han Shen felt around in his bag and quickly pulled out his phone. Then, he opened the stock trading app on his phone. Pointing to his account details and balance, he said, "Look, I've invested all my savings in Brother Rotten Flesh's stocks. I've lost so much money, but I have no regrets." "What else could I be if not a fan?" Han Shen's tone was sincere and full of confidence. The insectoid woman looked at the stocks of Brother Rotten Flesh's company and the negative 5-digit balance in his account. Her expression instantly softened. "So you really are a fan of Brother Rotten Flesh? I apologize for the offense." "It's fine, it's nothing to suffer a little for the sake of protecting Brother Rotten Flesh," Han Shen replied casually. "But to think you lost so much money for Brother Rotten Flesh, that's touching." "What was your name again?" the insectoid woman said, wiping a tear from the corner of her eye with one hand while casually swiping up on Han Shen's phone. Han Shen's account name appeared above. The account name was revealed. It was right in front of the insectoid woman. Han Shen instantly felt nervous. "It's over, there's no time to take it back." The truth was out. At that moment, Han Shen desperately thought about how to explain that his account name was Han Shen. However, with the other party's intelligence being normal, Han Shen really couldn't come up with a reliable explanation. What to do? When the insectoid woman saw the username, a flicker of confusion passed through her deep green eyes. To Han Shen's surprise, she lost interest after just a second of looking at the username and turned her gaze elsewhere. Han Shen was taken aback. Why was there no significant reaction? Could it be that she couldn't understand Chinese characters? Impossible, the language barrier had already disappeared here. She was speaking Chinese now. So how could it be? Han Shen glanced at his account name. Oh, the account name didn't say Han Shen. It said freebie account 198-2008. Goodness. So this stock trading software didn't automatically verify real names. What a relief. Han Shen let out a long sigh. Bang. Just then, a loud crash echoed. A massive figure crashed into the room, nearly hitting everyone. This figure was quite distinctive. Han Shen recognized it at a glance. It was that rock-like alien fan. But how did it get thrown in here? Was it the village elder who tossed it? Han Shen looked out the window. The alien fan club was still surrounding the village elder. However, the encirclement on Han Shen's side had been broken open by the rock alien being thrown in. Through this large gap, Han Shen could see the village elder in the middle. His limbs were severely deformed, and his entire body looked quite twisted. In some places, bones were exposed, and the threads on his body were desperately trying to cover the wounds, but the healing speed was really lagging behind. He had truly been beaten badly. Yet, despite being in such a state, he could still knock that rock alien away, which showed how strong this village elder was. "I told you, I am not Han Chen," the village elder shouted in exasperation from the crowd. The surrounding alien fans quieted down a bit, all turning to look at the insectoid woman next to Han Chen. The insectoid woman rested her left hand on her chin, deep in thought. She probably also felt that this old man was not Han Chen now. This wouldn't do. Han Chen quickly pointed at the old man and shouted, "He is Han Chen. When I came looking for him before, he was flaunting and said he was Han Chen, begging to be beaten and insulted. Yes, I can testify, he was very arrogant before, and now that he sees our sisters are many, he changes his tune and says he is not Han Chen. Sisters, don't believe him." Man quickly stepped up to support Han Chen. "Yes, we can also testify." Everyone hurriedly stood up to speak. They weren't foolish, they all knew what it meant if these alien fans found out the old man was not Han Chen. "I have evidence." The fishing hat old man suddenly raised a portable radio and began to play a recording. It was the village elder's voice, repeating, "I am Han Chen, rotten brother is a fool, I am Han Chen, rotten brother is a fool." Han Chen was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected the fishing hat old man to have the skill to forge recordings. Hearing the recording, the alien fan club became agitated again, all looking back at the village elder in the middle. "You are slandering me," the village elder shouted angrily. "Enough." The insectoid woman raised her right hand. The entire fan club fell silent again. Then the insectoid woman pointed at the rock alien who had just sat up and spoke slowly, "Even if you are not Han Chen, you have hurt our sister, and we will deal with you." This statement was extremely powerful. "Yes, beat him," the fan club shouted again, rushing towards the village elder. The village elder was once again overwhelmed by the fan club. Then came the sound of even more crisp blows. After that, there were no more major upheavals. The village elder was quite powerful, but these alien sisters were even stronger. They steadily controlled the situation. Even when the village elder used his corrosion ability, these alien sisters simply applied some high-end alien antioxidant cream and were cured. Alien technology is truly impressive. In the end, the village elder was left half paralyzed, the kind of state that even black silk threads couldn't fix. Then, on the interstellar Weibo, a video post appeared in the discussion circle of Brother Corrupted Flesh. In the video, the village elder, trembling and weak, spoke to the camera, "Hello, friends on Weibo, I am Han Chen. Previously, due to my shallow appreciation level, I couldn't understand the artistic realm and Brother Corrupted Flesh's songs and made inappropriate comments. Now, under the enthusiastic guidance of Brother Corrupted Flesh's fans, I have finally improved my appreciation level and felt the artistic achievement in Brother Corrupted Flesh's songs. I want to say here that Brother Corrupted Flesh's songs are very beautiful." A complete turnaround. At 11:50 p.m., the alien fans were still taking turns to take photos with the village elder, commemorating their victory. Although this game was said to last 10 days, it was actually calculated by date, with only 9 days of real time. The countdown for the game had only 10 minutes left. Good. It was finally coming to an end. Everyone felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Han Chen reflected on this game, comparing it to all the neon games he had experienced, and it was quite explosive. It felt like a long nightmare. But thankfully, the nightmare was finally over. Lao Kaiqian, Lu Xingu, and Bibin happily started looking for foreign liquor to drink. Even though some friends unfortunately didn't make it this far, everyone was still grateful to be alive. The old man in the fishing hat was still sorrowfully gazing at the fake skull. Emo-san leaned against the wall, silently staring at the clock on the wall. Han Chen collapsed on the ground, looking at the ceiling. He really just wanted to relax. At that moment, Cat Man appeared before Han Chen. She stood beside him, looking at Han Chen lying on the ground. "Is there anything else?" Han Chen asked. "Tell me your address," Cat Man said. "Ha?" Han Chen was taken aback. "Is that necessary? It's just a small, shabby dormitory. I don't have a place for you to sleep." Han Chen shook his head. "Stop being so vain. I'm looking for you to get my face back." "You owe me my face," Cat Man said. "For something like changing back a face, you can just find someone skilled in plastic surgery," Han Chen replied. "The face you changed, you have to be responsible for changing it back for me. Isn't it because you wanted to harm me that I changed it for you?" "You?" Cat Man was momentarily speechless. "It's fine, this face looks better on you. With this face at school, you'd definitely be the school beauty." This was not untrue. The face on Cat Man was Shinraner's face, which truly was a school beauty's face. "You're talking nonsense." "Oh, right." Han Chen suddenly jumped up from the ground. He looked out the window at the overturned truck. Han Chen rushed out and came to the outside of the truck's cabin. Looking through the shattered front window, he saw that silly smiling face sitting in the driver's seat. "Sir," the cheating robot tried to get up upon seeing Han Chen. "You can rest now." Han Chen reached through the broken hole and found the button on the cheating robot's box. He pressed it. "I hope we never meet again, sir." The cheating robot shriveled, contracted, and finally completely entered its box. "What does this little robot mean by what it said to you?" Man behind him asked curiously. "Because its function is to catch cheating robots, if it says see you next time, that's an insult," Han Chen replied. "Oh," Man nodded. "So it can only..." "Yes, in the game, you can't bring anything back, it can only stay here," Han Chen answered. "All right." Man gently shook her head. At that moment, Lu Xingu pushed out old Kai Qian, followed by Bai Bin, who was also holding 2 bottles of fine liquor. Old Kai Qian held 2 glasses of wine in his hands and shouted to Han Chen, "Big brother, let's toast." Han Chen did not decline and took the glass. The two clinked their glasses. "Han Gu, the grace of plastic surgery, the grace of saving my life, I, Kai Qian, will never forget it for a lifetime. In the future, if anything happens, you can find me. I'll go through fire and water for you," Kai Qian mentioned in address. Bai Bin and Lu Xingu also began to toast Han Chen, calling him big brother and expressing their gratitude repeatedly, even though they were older than him. Indeed, without Han Chen's skills, everyone would have died here. Han Chen was the true savior of this game. The farewells did not last long, time passed in a flash. However, in the final moments, Han Chen accomplished one thing. The time reached midnight. The game officially ended. Han Chen instantly returned to that room, and on the screen before him was a line of text: "You have achieved victory in the game. You can now review the game from the perspectives of various players. You can also directly enter the reward settlement phase." Another review. This time, Han Chen was not too concerned about others. What he cared about more was himself. That segment of his erased memory. Han Chen clicked on Review. His own review also began with the lost memory. Unlike the reviews of others, in his own review, Han Chen could clearly feel his psychological activities. He returned to the room displaying the mission briefing. The screen continued to show the mission introduction. The game, Self-Salvation, is about to begin. Game difficulty, 10. Difficulty 10. The highest difficulty currently. Han Chen was taken aback. In the game cases he had studied, there were very few cases of difficulty 10. One reason was that games of the highest difficulty were rare, and the other was that very few people survived difficulty 10 games. Therefore, teachers would not elaborate on difficulty 10 game cases. The teacher's exact words were, "If you draw difficulty 10, just wait to die and pray enough." Looking at the number 10 on the screen, Han Chen felt a wave of despair. Even a moment of regret flashed through him. He had messed up. Next came the mission background description. This mission background description was relatively long, but Han Chen understood the main idea. It roughly said that Fog Mountain used to be a women's sanatorium, and the director was a perverted old man who did many perverted things to the female patients. The old man also used the female patients for some evil rituals, torturing them to death, and then used their hair and fat to refine some evil props. Decades later, it was superficially transformed into a picturesque Fog Mountain resort. However, strange things kept happening throughout the resort. In any case, it was a common setting in horror films, with no beginning or end. Han Chen glanced at it and moved on to the next segment. Next were the important mission rules. A total of 100 players participated in the game, lasting for 10 days. These 100 players needed to cooperate with each other to survive until the end of the 10th day under various monster attacks. As the game time progressed, the days would become shorter, and the number of monsters would increase. Every midnight, the intensity of the monster attacks would reach its peak. The strength of the monsters is simultaneously related to the number of remaining players. When the number of surviving players is between 80 and 100, Misty Mountain Resort is a peaceful and serene getaway, where the villagers are eager to help visiting travelers. When the number of surviving players is between 60 and 79, strange occurrences will gradually begin to happen in the resort. When the number of surviving players is between 50 and 59, you will directly witness many bizarre things, and the villagers will also start to behave oddly. When the number of surviving players drops below 50, the villagers will transform into monsters and launch frenzied attacks on any travelers they see. When the number of surviving players falls below 40, the former female patients of the sanatorium will truly return to the resort, attacking any survivors they encounter. When the number of surviving players drops below 30, the former female patients of the sanatorium will know the locations of the survivors, sweeping through and devouring all living beings like a tide. When the number of surviving players is below 10, the female patients will hide in terror, and the decaying and tormenting old director will officially appear. He knows the locations of all survivors and possesses the abilities of decay and rapid self-healing, making him nearly impossible to kill. At this point, it seems you can only run, but there is nowhere to escape. At that moment, Han Chen read this and felt a wave of confusion. Although the fewer surviving players there are, the stronger the monsters become. According to the description, when the number of surviving players exceeds 80, the resort is peaceful and tranquil. So how does the number of surviving players decrease? Surely players can't just die from tripping over their own feet on the road. A difficulty level 10 game shouldn't be that simple. Han Chen continued to read on. More mechanisms. Misty Mountain Resort is surrounded by dense fog, which is toxic, and game participants can hardly stay within the mist. As time goes on, the range of the fog will grow larger, and the activity range of the survivors will shrink. No one can kill other game participants. If someone kills another participant, the killer will also be forced to die 1 hour later. Important steps of the game. On the first day of the game, all participants enter the game world for a 24-hour preparation period. During these 24 hours, participants can do anything to leave traces and information for their future selves. After 24 hours, participants will have all memories erased from before the game starts, and a false rule will be displayed in front of them. The content of the false rule is as follows. Which are the false rules that Han Chen later saw in the reception room at the entrance of the resort. After that, the game officially begins, and participants drawn by the false rule to become hunters will receive skill enhancements. Note: during the 24-hour preparation phase, all traces and information you leave behind will be checked by a special NPC arranged by the system after the preparation phase ends. This NPC is a cryptographer but does not know the rules of this game. If he guesses part or all of the real rules from the traces and information you left, your traces and information will be erased, and any changes you made will be restored to their original state. Therefore, please leave as much information as possible for your future self, who will have their memory erased, under the premise that you can deceive the cryptographer NPC. Information between all checking NPCs is not shared, so you only need to worry about whether your own information can fool him. At the end of the game, as long as you have not died, all injuries and ailments will be restored. All language barriers will disappear. Good luck! At that moment, Han Chen finished reading the rules and couldn't help but gasp. True rules, false rules, and even memory erasure. The false rules were a complete scam, designed to make the participants kill each other, rapidly reducing their numbers to trigger the appearance of more powerful monsters. Moreover, the rules stated that if you killed other participants, you would die as well. This made it dangerous for the fugitives being hunted. The hunters were equally at risk, often unaware of it themselves. While the hunters and fugitives were busy fighting, the monsters would gradually begin to attack. It was truly a sinister game. No wonder it was rated difficulty 10. The key to this game lay in the 24 hours of preparation time before it started. As long as he could leave behind real and effective information, his situation would improve significantly. However, the information would be checked by a cryptographer. How could he deceive that guy? Han Chen fell into deep thought. Just then, he was transported into the game world. He found himself in a lodging area halfway up a mountain. He still had no clue about how to leave information. He decided to first test his skills. He tried twice and obtained many items. Most were ordinary things of little use, things like toilet paper, cola, and screws. But a few items had special effects, and they seemed quite promising. Han Chen stored them on himself, pondering how to leave information. Since it was a cryptographer checking, simple code words would be meaningless. After all, Han Chen was just a novice in cryptography, and trying to show off in front of a cryptographer would be foolish. So what to do? Han Chen quickly thought of a solution. Since he was the one leaving the secret message, and he would also be the one to decipher it, he could directly encrypt content that only he knew. Han Chen found a reading room nearby. It was a highly efficient place because the text in the books contained a wealth of information. To his delight, he discovered that there were several books he had read before. This made it much easier. When his future self looked for the books he had read, even if others came looking, they wouldn't be able to find the information Han Chen left for himself. Next, it was time to encrypt the message. Han Chen found a book, tore out a blank page, and began to compile his encrypted message. Initially, Han Chen's idea was to leave questions that only he knew the answers to, then correspond those answers to numbers, and use those numbers to refer to specific words on certain pages and lines of the book. After writing down a few questions, Han Chen realized a major problem. Counting 0, there were only 10 digits. Even if he used 2-digit numbers, there would only be 100 possible combinations. Even if the other party didn't know the answers, they could try each number one by one and see if the resulting words made sense, eventually figuring out the answers. The one responsible for checking was a cryptographer. This kind of task would be a piece of cake for them. No, he needed a new method. Han Chen thought for a moment. Chinese characters. There were tens of thousands of commonly used Chinese characters. If he left a few questions with answers as characters, and made those characters correspond to the key parts of the message, wouldn't that work? Yes. Moreover, to mislead the cryptographer, Han Chen needed to make him think the answers were numbers. So, Han Chen left a question: which middle school did you attend? In reality, Han Chen attended Dongchuan Rule School, and the answer was the word rule. In any case, Han Chen used this method to leave a message. However, since encryption was time-consuming and labor-intensive, Han Chen had little time left and could only use the most concise language to leave the most important part of the information. The message was left well, but Han Chen still had a problem to solve. That was how to ensure that his future self would definitely see it. After all, if he left so many messages and couldn't see them himself, wouldn't it all be in vain? Han Chen thought, and there was only one place he could be sure to see it: on his own body. The rules only mentioned erasing memories, not resetting the whole person. Han Chen directly took red paint, retrieved a map from the bookshelf by the door, and painted the coordinates of this reading room on his body according to the map. To prevent himself from not seeing this message for 10 days because he didn't take off his clothes, Han Chen specially painted his left palm red, then drew a line from the palm all the way to the text on his body. This way, when future Han Chen entered the game, he would quickly discover the sudden redness of his palm, then follow the line on his arm, and finally find the words on his body, and then locate this reading room. To prevent encountering any pursuers while looking for the reading room, Han Chen killed the opponent and added a warning to his body: don't kill the cat. The cat referred to other threatening task participants. This was part of Han Chen's life experience, known only to him. It would also be checked by cryptographers, so Han Chen could only write it in such an obscure way. Hopefully, future Han Chen would understand it. After finishing all this, the Han Chen of that time took a deep breath and hid the items behind the bookshelf. He did not use the remaining 2 chances either, because if, unfortunately, future Han Chen couldn't see this information or decipher the true rules, those 2 lottery chances might be his last lifeline. The preparation time was about to end. It's up to you. The Han Chen of that time looked at himself in the window mirror and murmured. The memory began to be erased. The transmission was initiated. Han Chen knew what happened later. There was only one thing that neither the previous Han Chen nor the later Han Chen realized. That was when later Han Chen was riding an electric bike, he touched the bike and found the red paint was still wet. So Han Chen did not find it surprising that his left hand had turned red as he had imagined. This led to the information being discovered much later. However, the outcome did not change. It was still considered fortunate. As for the reviews of others, Han Chen was not very interested and just glanced through them. Most people were cannon fodder, either dying from the rules or from the pale woman. However, there were a few that were quite special. For example, sample number 23 was a woman. Her only skill was proud pectorals. Passive skill continuously increases your bust size by 4 cup sizes. She didn't do much, just hid in a small cabin on a mountaintop, scared. But even so, a queen flew over from a restaurant miles away to kill her. Then there was sample number 78. His special point was that he was the last task participant to die outside of Han Chen and his group. The skills he used were Fortress Summon, Iron Wall, and Building Repair. The effects were you can summon a small concrete fortress, you can make buildings sturdier, and you can quickly repair any building without materials. He hoarded some food at the start and found a place to build a fortress, staying inside for several days. Later, as the fog shrank, he was forced to move. He estimated the remaining area as the fog shrank, using a method similar to Han Chen's. He found a dense forest on a hillside in the remaining area and built a small fortress again. During this time, the pale woman surrounded his small fortress. However, his fortress was quite sturdy, and he could repair it quickly, which is why it had not been breached. Later, with just over a day left, the pale woman disappeared. The surroundings became calm. He let out a sigh of relief. Then, for some unknown reason, a cable car suddenly fell from above, crashing directly through his fortress. He was in the process of repairing the fortress when an old man, covered in dirt and dust, inexplicably appeared beside him. The old man launched a frenzied attack on him. After that, the old man dug outside while he repaired inside. His fortress was indeed sturdy. The old man's digging was quite intense. However, his calculations were off. The fog came. With no other choice, when he left the fortress to escape, he was caught by the old man. His flesh quickly fell away, and he wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. Sample 78 died. The review ended. After watching this sample review, Han Chen understood. This sample 78 was the possible survivor he had been searching for during his last day. He had originally been hiding under the nearby hillside, and because the forest was too dense, Han Chen and the others had never discovered him. It should have been because there were 8 people on Han Chen's side, making them a larger target, so the village chief old man came looking for them first. Later, when Han Chen cut the cable car crashed onto his fortress, and only then did the old man start searching for him. He had been in a stalemate with the old man for a long time, which was also why the old man fell and took a long time to return. The cable car crashing onto his fortress was a coincidence, but not really. Because the final area only had the vicinity of the cable car and a small part of the residential area, he could only settle under the cable car. And with so many cable cars, the possibility of one crashing onto his fortress was still quite high. This wasn't Han Chen's fault. It was just that this guy couldn't find a large group to cooperate with. If he had come to find Han Chen and the others together, perhaps everyone could have survived. Han Chen sighed softly. The review segment ended. Next was the random reward segment. Han Chen was actually looking forward to this. A level 10 full difficulty task would surely have generous rewards. 3 random choices appeared on the screen. 1. Get a skill lottery chance *1, guaranteed to yield a C-level skill, does not occupy skill retention count. 2. Get a death immunity card *1, in the game, if you die, the game fails, you bear the game penalty, lose all skills, but can avoid death. 3. Get an extra skill slot *1, can retain 1 additional skill, but can only be used once. All 3 choices looked very useful. First was the C-level skill lottery, which was quite good and didn't occupy a count. The second was the death immunity card, although it required bearing a penalty and losing all skills, being able to avoid death meant there was still a chance to survive, which might be better than anything else. The third allowed for an additional skill to be retained, which could be saved or used this time. Han Chen had 4 skills in this game. Dimensional lottery machine, C-level, could turn screen-equipped items into lottery machines. The items drawn from the lottery machine might not all be powerful, but many of them were indeed strong. Pig slaughtering plate, E-level, could actually allow Han Chen to get a few free draws from the lottery machine, but since different lottery machines could trigger this skill, it was equivalent to getting free draws every so often. Shield of the Deceiver, D-level, a big bluffing shield that saved Han Chen's life once, but its versatility was indeed lacking. Why does this young master look so much like a draft, C-level? This was a legacy from Fat Tao. It could change someone else's face, but the facial features had to be normally arranged. It could trigger Han Chen's gift of the god of jealousy and had many clever uses that Han Chen had yet to explore. In this game, he could only retain 2 skills. The first and second skills complemented each other. When combined, they formed a godly technique for free draws that could not be separated under any circumstances. The third was quite ordinary and could be ignored. The fourth skill was also very useful, but with no space, Han Chen had to give it up. Now, if I choose the reward for an extra skill slot, I can keep all 3 good skills. In comparison, drawing an uncertain C-level skill seems less useful. Moreover, the skill left by Fat Tao is also C. So, Han Chen is caught in a difficult choice between the death immunity card and the extra skill slot. Han Chen thought for a moment. Even if I survive with the death immunity card, all my skills will be gone. The most painful thing in life is surviving but losing a bunch of skills. What's the point of living then? No, I'll choose the extra skill slot. Han Chen immediately selected the third reward. Next comes the skill retention phase. There's nothing much to say. Naturally, I'll keep the slot machine combination and the face-changing skill. Selection complete. The screen only shows the neon smiley face logo. It begins to teleport back to the real world. Han Chen's heart is filled with excitement. Just this custom face-changing skill is enough to take me to the peak of life in the real world. Not to mention the slot machine set, which can draw many good things. The hard days are finally over. From now on, I won't just be Han Chen, I'll be President Han. Han Chen felt the surroundings brighten up. He had returned to the real world. The wind rustled past his ears. What a strong wind. Han Chen opened his eyes. A few meters in front of him was the door to his dormitory, room 7023. However, there were several warning lines stretched across, swaying in the wind. What's going on? Han Chen looked around. It was so bright. Only then did he realize that there was no wall behind him. It led directly to the outside of the building. Han Chen stepped to the edge and looked down. The street below was clearly visible. It was quite high up. Han Shen silently took 2 steps back, away from the edge. The walls on both sides and the ground were bare concrete. Han Shen was stunned. Logically, he should exit the game world where he entered it. He entered the game world from his dormitory. Shouldn't he come out still in the dormitory? So where is this place? Han Shen turned around and suddenly remembered the door to room 7023 across from him. This is my dormitory. But why does it seem like the entire dormitory has been stripped away from the building? It's just gone. Who the hell stole my room? Han Shen cursed. Hearing Han Shen's shout, the door of the adjacent room opened instantly. A person peeked out from the door. It was the class monitor. Han Shen, you're back? The class monitor's face showed surprise. Han Shen nodded, I'm back. But class monitor, what happened to my room? Ha? You don't know about your room? The class monitor looked a bit surprised. I went into the game, how would I know about this? Han Shen said. Really don't know? Really don't know. Well, yesterday, a bunch of people in black clothes came, all wearing strange helmets, and they said you lost money in stocks and owe them money. Ha? Han Shen was startled. Then I said you weren't here, just this broken dormitory, and they could take the room as debt repayment, the class monitor said. And then they actually did it. Your room disappeared in an instant, and I don't know what skill it was, but the wall we shared got half as thin. The class monitor gestured as he spoke. Han Shen immediately understood. It was that stock trading app he randomly clicked on before. Damn, it can actually chase debts in the real world. And that brother Rotten Meat, isn't he a universe-level popular idol? How did his company's stock price drop like this? While Han Shen was pondering, a young woman's voice suddenly came from the class monitor's room. Baby, what are you doing? It was a strange female voice, definitely not a classmate. Han Shen was taken aback. Aside from the classmates in the class, there are also girls in the class leader's dorm? Han Shen was curious and quickly leaned over to peek inside the class leader's room. The class leader felt a bit embarrassed and instinctively blocked Han Shen at the door. Han Shen looked into the room and indeed saw a beautiful girl in a short skirt and a fitted shirt. Very big, very beautiful. What the heck? The class leader has a girlfriend? Impossible. This guy spends 6 out of 7 days a week in his room studying formulas, and his looks are just average. How could he attract a girl of this caliber? Finding a special man online is more likely. Class leader? Is that your sister? Han Shen asked. No. The class leader waved his hands repeatedly. Sister? What sister? Little class leader brother, you have a sister. 2 more girls peeked out from the room, one with long hair and the other with short hair, both with delicate and beautiful features. Han Shen's eyes widened as he looked at the class leader. They are my friends, the class leader explained awkwardly. Han Shen couldn't believe such nonsense. Ladies, I just need to have a quick word with our class leader, it won't take long. Han Shen smiled at the girls in the room and then pulled the class leader aside into the corridor. Stop lying to me, what's going on? Han Shen asked quietly. It's just about picking up girls, is that strange? With no one else around, the class leader stopped hiding the truth. No, how did you manage to get such high-quality girls, and so many? Just relying on that skill I mentioned to you before, the class leader said. Isn't that skill supposed to turn girls into cats? Where did these girls come from? Han Shen asked, puzzled. I found out that I can actually undo that skill. And then when I meet pretty girls, I ask them if they want to experience turning into a cat. You know, which girl can resist the experience of becoming a little kitten? Hiss. Han Shen was greatly shocked. There's a saying that goes, there are no useless skills, only useless ways to use them. As long as it's used well, even a strange skill can attract girls. But on the other hand, while his own failures were indeed frightening, his friend's success was even more distressing. 3. There might be more, this is too indulgent. Han Shen felt a bit uncomfortable inside. The class leader seemed to sense Han Shen's thoughts and quickly changed the subject. Aren't you going to the game? How was it this time? The game? Oh, don't even mention it. Han Shen shook his head. What happened? Did you lose? No, it's just that this game is too difficult, and it's like a nightmare, Han Shen said. Difficult? How hard is it? 7, 8, 10. 10? Don't kid around. With that level of difficulty, even if you draw it, I don't think you can survive. The class leader laughed and shook his head. I'm serious, Han Shen said with a serious face. Seeing Han Shen's expression, the class leader's face changed. Then, I need to report this to the school, it's a rule. After all, very few can win from a difficulty of 10. Han Shen nodded. What exactly is the content of the difficulty 10 game? The class leader was very curious. Well, it's quite complicated. It's a bit troublesome to explain, I'll tell you slowly later, Han Shen replied. Then the rewards must be quite generous, right? The rewards are okay. 1 chance to draw a C-level skill, 1 extra skill slot, and 1 life-saving chance. Choose one of 3. So you chose the life-saving chance? I chose the extra skill slot to keep a C-level skill. You have a C-level skill now? Yeah, actually 2. I might have to ride in a luxury car when I go out in the future. Damn it, that's too unhealthy. Han Chen shook his head. What the heck? What C-level skill? The class leader exclaimed. You'll find out about one of them soon enough, Han Chen said. What about Shen Renner? I need to thank her. Without her blessing, I wouldn't have survived this game at all. Indeed, Han Chen only wanted to do 2 things right now. Find a lottery machine to see if he could draw a chance to step into the pinnacle of life, and find Shen Renner to restore her face as a way to repay her for saving his life. Not back yet, the class leader replied. Not back? Where did she go? To the last game, she hasn't returned. That long? Yeah, didn't you also go for 3 months last time? It's not surprising. But don't worry, the school roster shows she's still alive, the class leader added. The so-called school roster was a skill of the school's director. He could register others' names on the roster, and if someone on the roster died, it would be indicated there. All students were recorded on the director's roster. If death was indicated, the school would take appropriate action, notifying the family and holding a small memorial service. If death was not indicated, no matter how long someone was gone, the school would still consider that student as enrolled, continuing to provide allowances and distributing resources accordingly. So, since the roster showed she was not dead, Shen Renner was currently fine. She must have entered a particularly long game. Han Chen nodded. He could only wait for her to return to repay her. That left only one other thing to do: find a machine to transform into a lottery machine and start Han Chen's peak life. Class leader, I have something to do, you go ahead and play. Han Chen waved his hand and hurried toward the stairwell. Wait! Han, wait! The class leader called out to him. What is it? Han Chen stopped. Riches and honor, don't forget each other, the class leader said, looking at Han Chen. Okay, Han Chen nodded and turned to go downstairs. The class leader probably would soon realize he had actually helped Han Chen a bit. Watching Han Chen leave, he quietly returned to his room. Friends, we're done, let's continue playing Ludo. The class leader smiled at the 3 girls in the room, but the 3 girls reacted strangely. Their expressions were filled with shock as they stared at the class leader. What's wrong? The class leader asked, puzzled. Wu Yanzu, the 3 girls exclaimed. Han Chen suddenly realized something on the stairs. All his belongings were in the room, and now that the room was gone, everything was gone too. His bank account still existed, but he needed a bank card, and to replace the bank card, he needed an ID. So troublesome. His phone was also gone. If he had his phone, he could draw directly in the room. Now, he needed to find a machine with a screen, which was everywhere on the street. But it had to be somewhere without anyone around. That was hard to find. Han Chen thought of one. He found a vending machine in a nearby deserted alley. Very few people came to this alley. As for why there was a vending machine in an empty alley, it was because this vending machine sold adult products. Han Chen activated his skill on the vending machine. He had already discovered that, like most people's skills, his skill had a different cooldown time in different worlds. In the neon smiley face game world, his skill was still on cooldown, but upon returning to the real world, the cooldown time was reset. However, he still didn't know how long the specific cooldown time was, nor was it displayed. He could only wait and see. Han Chen activated his skill on the vending machine. The screen of the vending machine changed slightly. The cost of each draw was related to the original machine. What could the cost of an adult product vending machine be? It couldn't be something with a girl, but it seemed not entirely unacceptable. Han Chen glanced at the text on the screen. The cost of each draw was, castration once, at least 2 centimeters. This. How did it end up being self-castration? The cost is damn. Forget it. Han Chen activated the skill, pig slaughtering plate. The cost turned into free. Han Chen clicked on the lottery. Ding! A large, golden brick-like item fell out of the vending machine's retrieval slot. Of course, there was also a thin instruction manual. Pure gold brick, a cube made of 24K pure gold, solid, weighing 10 kilograms. Gold brick? This kind of thing can be drawn? However, Han Chen wasn't very excited. It came, but it came too late. If it had been a few years ago, a 10-kilogram gold brick would have been worth at least several million. But then a fool single-handedly drove down the international gold price, and the value of gold has since plummeted. This 10-kilogram gold brick can't sell for much. It could only keep Han Chen comfortable for a few months. He was still far from the peak of life he envisioned, but it's better than nothing. Next, this time, what fell out was a monocular telescope. 1,000-mile telescope. Through this telescope, you can see a place 1,000 miles away. Ha! Han Shen casually read the instructions, picked up the telescope, and tried looking towards the alley's entrance. Sure enough, Han Shen saw a utility pole by the roadside and a bit of road on either side of the pole through the telescope. Then, closer and farther away, it was all black. Han Shen tried to fiddle with it. To his surprise, the telescope was completely welded shut with no adjustable components at all. It really could only see 1,000 miles away? Not a meter more or less? What a stupid prop. Han Shen silently tossed it aside. Next, this time, what fell out was a machine with a handle. A light with the letter Y was lit up on it. It looked like a game console. He checked the instruction manual. Y-Box game console. This is a pirated game console. You can use it to summon and control pirated game characters. However, since it's a pirated version, the abilities of the summon characters may not be consistent with the real game characters. Summon characters? This seems pretty strong? Han Shen felt a surge of excitement, eager to try it out. But he found that this game console needed to be plugged in. The only outlet nearby was the vending machine in front of him, so he decided to set it aside and try it out after finishing the free draws. Han Shen placed the machine aside and continued drawing. The next item that fell out was a crossbow. However, he didn't see any accompanying arrows. Advertising crossbow. Write the content you want to promote on a piece of paper, then aim this crossbow at the target and shoot it out. It can forcibly advertise in the target's mind. This seems not bad. Next, snap. This time, a vest fell out. It looked a bit like a police bulletproof vest. The instruction manual indeed said so. Bulletproof vest can prevent others from shooting your head. What? The result is a bulletproof vest? Not a bulletproof vest? What a ridiculous prop. Han Shen silently tossed it aside. Next, this time, what fell out was a folded piece of cloth. Lying flat bedsheet. Spread this bedsheet on any flat surface, lie on it, and you can lie flat. In a lying flat state, ignore all attacks. As long as you want, you can lie for a long time. Ah, this. Han Shen slapped his thigh. Just the phrase ignore all attacks shows that this thing is very strong. It's already a life-saving artifact, even more powerful than the previous, exciting movie can. And you can lie down for as long as you want. The only thing that might counter this lying flat bed sheet could be Han Shen's own bladder. It needs to be kept safe. Han Shen directly stuffed it into his arms. Next, this time, what flew out was a piece of paper. There was nothing, just a manual that flew out. It looked smaller than a regular manual, and it was in color. Han Shen caught the paper in midair and took a look. There were a few lines of text on it. Sending coal in the snow scratch card. Scratch this ticket, and it will automatically give you what you need the most right now. Can only be used once. What he needed the most right now. Han Shen thought for a moment. What did he need? Not hungry, not cold, didn't need to use the bathroom. It couldn't be his ID card, right? No, the ID card he needed was just to replace his bank card. The bank card was for that pitiful little bank balance. If he really needed something, it might just be money. He was in desperate need of money. Scratching this would probably yield money. That would be great. Han Shen didn't hesitate much and directly scratched off the lottery area. Inside was a line of text. You won, a storage waste pouch. Clunk. A small waste pouch appeared out of nowhere, landing in front of Han Shen. There was also a manual for the waste pouch slowly drifting down from the air. A storage waste pouch? Han Shen was taken aback and took the manual to have a look. Storage waste pouch, built in 1 cubic meter storage space, entrance and exit. Ignore the size of items, can hold anything until the internal space is exhausted. So, it's like a waste pouch version of a level 3 bag. But after all, it's just a waste pouch, much more portable than the previous level 3 bag. There's no more obvious debuff hiding in the grass. It's considered an enhanced version. For this thing? Han Shen glanced at the items he had drawn on the ground. That's right. What he needed the most right now seemed to be a bag to hold things. Han Shen tied the waste pouch around his waist and started stuffing the items on the ground into it. The game console was quite large, but the opening of the waste pouch automatically shrank sharply as he got closer. Not bad. After packing a few items, there was no increase in weight in Han Shen's waste pouch. This included stuffing in a 20-pound gold brick. Han Shen patted the waste pouch. It worked well. Next, clang. This time, a big item fell out. It was a disc, with blade-shaped components beside it. There were also a bunch of square grooves on it. This looked a bit like a dual disc from a card anime Han Shen had watched. Han Shen quickly checked the manual. Card battle system. The user can draw a certain number of cards each day to engage in battles. Using cards can trigger corresponding effects. This, drawing cards? Only for battles? So it's all battle cards? Where to draw? Let's give it a try. Han Chen picked up the machine and looked around. Sure enough, he found an opening at the bottom of the disc. That should be the card chamber. How to draw? Han Chen found a button next to the card chamber and pressed it. Click! A card fell out, landing at the card slot. Han Chen picked it up and took a look. It had a familiar image of flames on it. There was also a prominent title, Fireball Technique. Fireball Technique? So fierce? But, how to use it? Han Chen stared blankly at the card. Is it like in card battles, throwing it on the ground? Han Chen tried to throw the card on the ground in front of him. Just as he was about to let go, he caught it again. This isn't right. If it just smashed on the ground, how would the skill aim? It couldn't automatically aim, could it? Han Chen kept an eye out, hid behind the vending machine, and threw it onto the ground a bit farther away. Boom! A fireball smashed heavily onto the ground. Explosion! The shockwave flipped the vending machine along with Han Chen over. The noise was so loud that it caused violent tremors all around. Cars outside the alley were shaken, setting off alarms. Han Chen silently crawled up from behind the vending machine. The ground in front of him had been hit, creating a shallow pit, with a few pieces of debris still burning inside. The power was immense. Han Chen also understood how this thing was used. This battle card was meant to be smashed into someone else's face. That was quite humane. Smashing it directly into someone's face was what card battles were all about. Those who shouted the card names and threw them on the ground were just engaging in a verbal spar, which was too low level. Han Chen put the battle card system back into his waist pouch. This thing was too powerful. If he continued to test it here, he would become a terrorist. He turned to look at the vending machine lying on the ground. The machine was slightly deformed, and the glass had many cracks, but the screen was still lit. Han Chen silently righted the vending machine. Could it still be used? Han Chen glanced at the screen. It could be used. However, the free attempts were used up, and the next time would require self-castration. Forget it. The things given so far were about enough. Time to leave. It felt a bit embarrassing to have damaged someone else's vending machine. He would compensate later when he had money. Han Chen exited the lottery page. The vending machine returned to its original ordinary state. Then, before the fire brigade arrived, Han Chen left the alley. What he wanted to do most now was to try out this Y-Box game console and see what game characters he could summon. After all, there were many game characters that were incredibly powerful. Just controlling one would be enough for Han Chen to soar. However, according to his memory, the game console needed a screen. He needed a screen and a power source. Such things were not hard to find. Han Chen first went to a valuable item recycling shop. How much for gold? Han Chen asked. With proof, it's 10 yuan per gram. Without proof, it's 1 yuan, the shop owner replied. How much for those without proof? 1 yuan. Your mother, silver is 5 yuan per gram, and you're taking gold for 1 yuan? Calm down, 1 yuan is actually not low. Other shops don't take gold without proof. What exactly is the proof? It's proof of the origin of your gold. Nowadays, many skills can turn things into gold, but some of the gold produced can only last for a while. The old man next door took a truckload of gold ingots without proof, and the next day they all turned into paper folds. Who's he going to reason with? The shop owner casually said. The shop owner's words made a lot of sense. In today's world filled with strange skills that could turn things into gold were indeed not rare. The owner offering 1 yuan was already a gambler's act. Han Chen could understand. As for proof, Han Chen couldn't provide any. Alright, I'll sell. Han Chen said, bringing out a 10-kilogram gold bar and placing it on the counter. The shop owner waited and handed Han Chen 10,000 yuan. Holding the 10,000 yuan, Han Chen felt a wave of disappointment. He thought this gold bar would be worth at least several tens of thousands, but it turned out to be just 10,000. A thin stack. With this money, Han Chen bought a small screen and then found a hotel to stay in temporarily. He plugged it in, connected the game console to the screen, and excitedly looked at the screen. There was only one option, random summon. Han Chen clicked directly. Then, a rolling display of game character illustrations appeared. Han Chen saw Mai Shiranui, Tifa, and the Lich King. All were very realistic illustrations. Finally, the screen stopped on a character with a big nose, holding a bun, sporting a mustache, and wearing suspenders. Han Chen recognized this character. Wasn't this Mario from Super Mario? Sure enough, a Mario appeared in front of Han Chen. However, it was indeed a knockoff. It looked quite different from the original Mario. The original Mario had a big mustache, while this one had a small mustache. It looked like a Mario version. Moreover, Han Chen remembered that the original Mario wore blue overalls, while this one wore white suspenders and a black top. Forget it. The appearance wasn't important. What mattered was the ability. Did Mario have any abilities? Han Chen thought for a moment. In Super Mario, what abilities did Mario have? It seemed he had 3 forms. In the beginning, there was an initial form, one that grew larger after eating mushrooms, and then could emit glowing waves after consuming flowers. All 3 states could kill monsters by stepping on them from above. The one that ate the mushroom grew larger and could jump high enough to smash bricks. The one that consumed the flower could directly kill monsters with its glowing waves. Han Chen glanced at Mario in front of him. He was still not even half of Han Chen's height. This should be the initial form. Was that ability just to kill monsters by stepping on their heads? But there were no monsters here for him to test it on. He also wondered if eating the mushroom would upgrade his form. Let's give it a try. Han Chen went downstairs to the market. He bought a variety of mushrooms that he could find. When he returned to the hotel, Mario was still in place. It seemed that without Han Chen's control, he wouldn't move. Han Chen silently picked up the controller and tried to manipulate it. Sure enough, Mario started to move. The screen displayed the exact perspective that Mario was seeing now. Not bad. It felt a bit like being a puppeteer. But how to eat? Han Chen maneuvered Mario in front of the mushroom. The screen indeed showed, press Y to use. Han Chen pressed the Y button. Mario promptly stuffed the mushroom into his mouth. Beep, beep, beep. Mario indeed grew larger. He became 2 meters tall, a bit taller than Han Chen. Wonderful. In this state, he should be able to smash the bricks above his head. Han Chen planned to give it a try, but definitely not here. Han Chen turned off the game console, and Mario disappeared. Then Han Chen bought a portable generator at an outdoor supply store and found an abandoned factory. Sitting inside, Han Chen summoned Mario again. This time he had also prepared a bouquet of flowers, wanting to see the power of Mario's glowing wave after entering the 3rd form. First was the brick factory. If Mario could smash the brick ceiling, Han Chen would take him to the next factory to try the concrete ceiling. There were also steel ones later. Step by step, Han Chen controlled Mario to the ceiling. He pressed the jump button. Mario jumped up. Thud! Han Chen's eyes widened. His eyeballs were about to pop out. In Han Chen's plan, there should only be 2 outcomes. Either he could smash the brick ceiling, or he couldn't. But now a very absurd situation occurred. Mario jumped up, his head hitting the brick ceiling. The ceiling was fine, but Mario shattered. Fragments scattered all over the ground and gradually disappeared. Only Han Chen was left in confusion. After thinking for a while, Han Chen finally understood. The original Mario's ability could smash bricks, that was no problem. But this was a pirated Mario, and his abilities were also pirated. So when the pirated Mario hit the bricks, it was Mario that broke. This was too pirated, right? Han Chen looked at the screen and wanted to summon a new game character, only to find that the cooldown had already activated. He didn't even know how long the cooldown was. It was quite annoying. If all the characters were this foolish, Han Chen really wouldn't be interested anymore. He packed up the generator and the game console. He had thought he could take off and reach the peak of life, but now it seemed he hadn't flown very high. Forget it. Since he had tested the items enough, Han Chen decided to start making money. In this world, it was rare to be talented but unappreciated. Basically, if you had a decent skill, you could find a corresponding job and earn a considerable reward. Because there was an important institution, the Skill Mediation Office. As the name suggests, it was a mediation office. People with skills registered their abilities here. On the other side, employers looking for corresponding skills found employees here. The feature was that it was very professional, with dedicated personnel to assess skills. Han Chen had registered there before when he had the ability to discharge electricity. At that time, the staff asked a very professional question: is the electricity you use alternating current or direct current? Static electricity, Han Chen replied. Impossible, static electricity doesn't have such strong lethality. Go measure it. Does it matter if it's direct current or alternating current? It matters. If you want to work in power generation, alternating current is more desirable. Oh, Dongchuan City Skills Intermediary Office. This is an area composed of several imposing buildings, second only to the city government as an authoritative institution. As for why such a large space is needed, it's because there are many specialized measuring machines inside. Here, a comprehensive assessment of most people's skills can be provided, and skill certification can be issued. Many higher-end employers require this skill certification when hiring. Han Shan put on a mask and entered the reception hall. He was no longer the same person, he still understood the principle of not flaunting wealth. This place is open 24 hours. It's not that there are really that many people, but because some people's skills are only effective at night. However, during the day, there are still quite a few people. Inside the hall, there are several entrances corresponding to unassessed F/E level, D level, C level, and B level and above skills. Yes, generally speaking, you can enter the door corresponding to the level of your skill. F and E levels share one entrance. Because these two skill levels are quite generic, the corresponding jobs are not always available. Most people with skills at these two levels come here to register and then go back to wait for news. But most people's skills fall into this category. So there is a long line in front of this door. There are also some people lined up in front of the D level, but not many. C level and above B level have completely no one, especially B level and above. C level skills can still be seen occasionally, but skills at B level and above are very rare. So rare that even after Han Shen experienced a life and death difficulty level 10 game, he only received a C level skill. So rare that in Han Shen's large school, there are 2 classes of C level skills, but only 2 people with B level skills. Of course, this intermediary office has an unwritten rule. That is, in special circumstances, your skill's neon smile rating is not high, but you believe your skill should be worth a higher level. For example, if your skill level is only E, but you think it's worth B for work, then you can go directly to the B level entrance. Or, if you have only low level skills, but when combined, they amount to high level skills, then you can also go directly to the high level skills entrance, skipping the line. If unsure, there is a dedicated consultation desk nearby for inquiries. While Han Shan was observing the situation in the hall, a middle-aged man had already gone to the consultation desk. Han Shan was a bit curious, so he moved a little closer to listen. As soon as the middle-aged man entered, he asked, "My skill is E level, must comprehend C level or above skills when a son or daughter is born. This skill should. This skill is very strong. Many of our high-end female clients need this skill. You can go directly to the C level entrance," the female consultant replied. "Thank you." The middle-aged man turned and went to the C level entrance. Han Shan was a bit stunned. Wow, heavy investment in having children is also an option. He can even enter the C level door. Then, Han Shan thought about his own face-changing skill, which is rated C in the Neon Smile game world. But in the real world, it can create much more wealth. Who wouldn't want to have an excellent appearance? Especially various wealthy women. They spend hundreds of thousands or even millions on cosmetic surgery, and the results are not as good as Han Shen's skill, not to mention the risks involved. The effect is like this. Is it too much to walk through a B-level door? Not at all, not in the slightest. This is still because there are no A-level doors. If there were, Han Shen would have gone through an A-level door. So Han Shen walked directly towards the B-level door. At this moment, the crowd queuing in front of the D and F-level doors was still looking at the previous middle-aged man with envy. It is quite rare for someone to enter a C-level door. Entering a C-level door means that buying a car or a house is no longer a difficult task. A wealthy life is something everyone envies. Damn it, after I participate in a few more games, I can also enter a C-level door. By then, I'll buy a luxury car and go for foot massages every day, a young man in front of the D-level door said indignantly. Forget it, after participating in that damn game a few times, I estimate I can only burn a luxury car for you, another young man accompanying him mocked. How come some people have such good luck? With a high-level skill, they can make money while lying down, unlike us, who have to work ourselves to the bone just to save up for a house. The young man shook his head. Just then, Han Shen walked past everyone towards the B-level door. The entire hall had F/E level doors and D level doors on the left, while the right side had C level and B level doors. So almost everyone was gathered on the left side of the hall, making Han Shen stand out as he walked alone to the right side. The crowd thought another person was entering a C level door and felt a wave of envy. But when they saw Han Shen heading towards the B level door, everyone was shocked. B level? This doesn't seem right. The most anxious was the consultant at the nearby information desk. She saw Han Shen heading towards the B-level door and immediately became worried. She rushed out from the desk, desperately chasing after Han Shen in her high heels. Sir, wait a moment. The consultant called out to Han Shen. What is it? Han Shen turned his head. Seeing that she had caught his attention, the consultant finally breathed a sigh of relief. She still gave Han Shen a polite smile. Sir, this should be your first time here. Let me explain the process to you before you choose the door that suits you. Han Shen glanced at the consultant and shook his head. No need, I've been here before and know the rules. As he said this, he was about to continue walking into the B door. Wait, sir. The consultant quickly called out to him again. What now? How about you briefly tell me about your skills, and I can help you select the corresponding door. It might be more accurate. The consultant offered another professional smile. Really, no need. I know which door to go to, thank you, Han Shen casually replied and pushed the door open to enter the B-level door. Seeing Han Shen still directly enter the door, the consultant slapped her forehead in frustration. She probably let someone in who didn't meet the level requirement again, and her bonus for the month would be deducted. The crowd in the queue also recovered from their shock. Damn, that guy really entered the B-level door, I can't be mistaken, right? Another young man exclaimed. Yeah, he really went in, someone next to him nodded. There can't be many people of this level in our small place in a year, right? And we get to see one today. Don't rush, I heard that last month there was a guy who got really inflated and entered the B door. What happened then? He was asked to leave for the D door by the security of the agency just 3 minutes after going in. Then I estimate this guy won't last more than 3 minutes before being asked to leave today. There can't be that many top-level skills, they're just a bunch of clueless jokes. I bet 2 minutes, and he'll be kicked out. When this guy gets kicked out, I want to laugh at him. It would have been much better to queue up with us instead of dreaming such unrealistic dreams. After the crowd's shock, disbelief turned into skepticism, and finally, it became waves of mockery. Everyone was waiting to see Han Shen's joke. However, at this moment, Han Shen was unaware. He pushed open the entrance door marked B-level and above. This door seemed much thicker and heavier than the doors of other levels. Han Shen stepped inside, and the room resembled a luxurious office. In the center of the room was a desk, behind which sat a middle-aged man. He had been focused on his work, but upon seeing Han Shen enter, he immediately stood up and smiled at him. Hello? However, Han Shen's attention was entirely on a sign placed on the desk, which read, Director. Goodness. The office behind the B-level door was directly the director's office? Han Shen took off his mask. Please, have a seat. The director gestured for Han Shen to sit down, very polite and courteous. Han Shen sat down. The sofa was luxurious and very comfortable. The director also sat on the adjacent sofa. Sir, did you come here to look for a job? The director asked tentatively. Although Han Shen's previous skills rated at a C level, making him one of the few at this level, the director naturally did not recognize him since Han Shen had only been here once. Han Shen nodded. Yes, I'm looking for work. Then, do you have any skills you could briefly explain? The director remained very polite. It's face-changing, Han Shen replied. Face-changing? The director was taken aback. Yes, I can change other people's faces at will according to my thoughts. Can you demonstrate? The director asked in surprise. Han Shen nodded. Do you have a handsome male celebrity in mind? Han Shen said. Well, the director was suddenly caught off guard by the question and didn't know how to respond. Forget it, I'm quite handsome. Just look in the mirror now, Han Shen gestured. The director quickly took a small mirror from his drawer. He looked at himself in the mirror, his eyes widening. The director in the mirror had already transformed into Han Shen's face. The director touched his own face and kept changing angles to look at himself in the mirror. Then he made various expressions to see the effect. After observing for quite a while, he finally spoke. How long can this skill of yours last? How long? It will last as long as I don't change it, Han Shen replied. Upon hearing Han Shen's answer, the director took a deep breath. He paused and asked, Are there any limitations to this skill? Limitations? Well, perhaps. The new face must have normally arranged features? Anything else? I can't use it on myself? It consumes a certain amount of physical energy? Do those count? How often can you use this skill? How often? I can use it freely, no problem doing it 10 times a day, Han Shen replied. He had changed the faces of dozens of pale women in the hot spring resort at Misty Fog Mountain in one go and only felt a bit fatigued. Upon hearing this, the director could no longer hide his excitement. He grasped Han Shen's hand. Your skill has a work capability of at least B-level. An A-level rating would be no problem. Is there any corresponding work available now? Han Shen asked. Yes, absolutely. What about the compensation? What is your psychological price range? The director inquired. Psychological price range? Han Shen was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't really thought about how much he could charge. However, a typical cosmetic surgery for a full face would cost hundreds of thousands, right? His non-invasive procedure, with no risks, should reasonably charge more, right? Han Shen thought for a moment and tentatively stated a price, 500,000 for a change. The director was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Then he shook his head with a smile. 500,000 might not be enough. Is 500,000 too high? No. 500,000 is really too low for a skill of your level. 500,000 is too low? Han Chen was taken aback. No, I can do more than 10 sessions a day, adding up to several million. The price isn't low, right? Han Chen said. The director shook his head. No, we suggest you only do 1 session a day. 1 session? That's too few, right? I can clearly do more than 10 without much consumption. The director continued to smile and explained, that's not a small number. With your skill, we can directly abandon the mid to low-end market and only target top-tier clients. The effect of your skill far exceeds that of ordinary cosmetic surgery. If you can stick to it and only do 1 session a day, it will seem even rarer. Your service will appear more valuable. Soon, the price of your skill service will skyrocket. The money earned from 1 session will be equivalent to doing dozens of sessions without limit. Upon hearing this, Han Chen immediately understood. This was similar to the principle in the antique world of smashing one identical vase and keeping the other, causing the price to soar. It's hunger marketing, right? No wonder the director of the agency has such business acumen. His conscience is probably sold out too. What do you think? The director asked. I think it's feasible, Han Chen nodded. Then let me arrange the specifics for you now? Sure, Han Chen nodded. Great. The director stood up to leave. As he reached the door, he paused, turned to Han Chen. What's wrong? Han Chen asked. The director pointed to his face. How about you change my face back first? It might not be convenient for me to go out with your handsome face. Oh. Han Chen nodded. Then he froze again. But, I don't remember what your face looked like before, Han Chen said. I have my photo here. The director took out his ID badge from his pocket. Han Chen could only start restoring his face based on the photo. The photo had been edited. The restored version was also edited. The director looked much better, but there were still some traces of the original. All done, Han Chen said. The director nodded and exited the room. Outside, in the reception hall, a group of people watched as the door to the B-level and above opened. See, I told you he would be invited out. Skills above B-level aren't that easy to see, a young man said. Exactly 3 minutes out. I won. Another young man exclaimed excitedly. Stop talking, I'm going to mock him a bit. I can't stand people who act like big shots and dream all day, another young man said. However, what shocked everyone was that the person who came out was not Han Chen, but a man in a sharp suit. This man in the sharp suit was nodding and bowing as he exited. Who is this? Who can come out from the B-level and above door? The crowd was slightly puzzled. Suddenly, someone in the crowd recognized who it was. Isn't that the director of the agency in this city? A young man exclaimed. Are you sure? The young man next to him asked. Of course I'm sure. I've seen his photo on the official website. This person looks exactly like the photo. The young man said. A director bowing and nodding to someone inside? Looks like it. That guy earlier. Turns out he really had the qualifications to enter that door. The crowd stood in shock, unable to speak for a long time. Later, there were some standard procedures. The agency was quite considerate and specially sent over a stunningly attractive female staff member to assist Han Chen with the process. Business attire, form-fitting skirt, black stockings with high heels, long hair tied up. As soon as she entered, she smiled and bowed to Han Chen. I am the project manager responsible for your project. My name is Zhuang Rou. Han Chen nodded at her. Special skills have been present in this world for over 4 years, and various related processes have become increasingly standardized. In addition to a possible employment contract, Han Chen also had to sign an important contract. The content of this contract guaranteed that his skills would not have any undisclosed side effects. If any did occur, Han Chen would be fully responsible. This was actually understandable. After all, some skill effects cannot be detected by others if the user does not disclose them. The agency was doing this to prevent anyone from hiding the side effects of their skills and passing them off as good. After a simple document signing, the accompanying beauty, Zhuang Rou, handed Han Chen a bank card. This contains the advance payment for you, please keep it safe. How much is in here? Han Chen couldn't help but ask as he took the card. Currently, there is 10 million. The subsequent remuneration will be delivered promptly after the work is completed, Zhuang Rou replied politely. How much? Han Chen was stunned. 10 million. Oh, Han Chen was completely taken aback. He thought there would only be 100,000 or so, just a token amount, but it was directly 10 million. What does 10 million even mean? For Han Chen, it felt surreal. Not long ago, he was a poor student living off odd jobs and subsidies. 1,000 yuan was not a small sum for him. Now, it was directly 10 million, and it was an advance payment. That was a 10,000-fold increase. It was too hard to describe. Han Chen felt like flying, wanting nothing more than to go out and give someone a big hug. but he still held back. Han Shen sat in the agency's VIP car, dressed in a proper suit. It was a long luxury sedan, with seats more comfortable than a sofa. The interior was wrapped in genuine leather sound-absorbing padding, and it was said that no matter how loud it was inside, no one outside could hear. "Where are we going?" Han Shen asked Zhuang Ro, who was sitting next to him. "We are going to meet MS Chui for our first beauty service," Zhuang Ro replied politely. "MS Chui? Who exactly is she?" "She is the actual helm behind several groups in Dongchuan, one of the highest-ranking individuals in the upper class of Dongchuan City. If we can do a good job for her, our name will be established immediately," Zhuang Ro answered. "What is her full name?" "Many people don't know her full name, they only know her surname is Chui, so we can only call her Miss Chui." "Oh." Han Chen frowned. Then Zhuang Ro took out a folder. "This contains the health records provided by MS Chui for us. You can take a look, it might help you with your work." Han Chen nodded and opened the file. The date of birth was 40 years? What the hell? An 80-year-old woman? Han Chen exclaimed. "Isn't that good? If we can turn an 80-year-old woman into an 18-year-old girl, won't we immediately establish a golden reputation?" Zhuang Ro said. "I know how powerful the publicity effect is, but I can only change her face, her body is still 80. Han Chen said, frowning. "An 80-year-old old lady with an 18-year-old face would be quite a shocking sight. Our reputation might get smashed before it even gets established." "You don't need to worry about that. She has undergone many special cosmetic services, completely different from an ordinary 80-year-old. It's written in the records, take a look," Zhuang Ro said. Han Chen continued to read. The earlier entries were about some hyaluronic acid injections, whitening shots, double eyelid surgeries, and the like, not particularly many. After the appearance of the neon smiley, cosmetic procedures became quite frequent, with several happening each month. Moreover, they were mostly reliant on other skills. The later entries also noted the skills of the beauticians. For example, one beautician's skill was, Pinocchio's uncle, when someone lies in front of you, their nose will grow longer. The beautician used this skill to give MS Chui a nose job. There was also a combination of beauticians, which included a plastic surgeon and an assistant. The assistant's skill was a must-have skill for wandering the world. You can accelerate the healing of knife wounds. The plastic surgeon performed surgery on MS Chui's face, and the assistant was able to heal the wounds the same day, allowing MS Chui to see the results. There were also people skilled in fat reduction, skin rejuvenation, breast augmentation, and looking 10 years younger. A whole bunch of various skills, with several pages of entries. Han Chen found it hard to imagine how beautiful this person must be after so many cosmetic surgeries. But if she was so stunning, could she still need Han Chen for cosmetic work? The luxury car drove out of the city, along the ring road to a scenic area in the suburbs. Han Chen finally saw the gate of MS Chui's mansion. The car entered the gate and drove quite a long way uphill before Han Chen saw the main building of MS Chui's residence. Goodness, the front yard was as big as several of Han Chen's schools combined. Under the guidance of the bodyguards, Han Chen arrived at the reception hall. Finally, Han Chen met MS Chui. She was wearing a gorgeous backless evening gown and held a fan partially covering her face. Her figure looked well maintained, and her skin was decent. However, in the corners of her eyes, Han Chen could already see some wrinkles that the fan did not cover. Overall, she looked quite good, completely unrecognizable as 80 years old, more like a well-preserved woman in her 40s. With such a body, if she had the face of an 18-year-old, it wouldn't be too out of place. It seemed that all those special cosmetic surgeries were not in vain. Upon seeing Han Chen, she reluctantly lowered her fan slowly. Han Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Looking around, her face was not bad. It could be considered beautiful. It felt like a super beauty had reached her 40s, a half-aged charm. But upon closer inspection, the face was very strange. The features had a slight distortion, with some awkward details, if one had to describe it. For example, normal people's wrinkles would concentrate around the corners of the eyes and forehead, determined by the facial muscles and skin. MS Chui was different. Her forehead wrinkles were unusually concentrated on the sides, and there were surprisingly more wrinkles on her eyelids. Very bizarre. It was likely the aftereffects of undergoing numerous different cosmetic procedures. MS Chui also noticed the odd expression on Han Chen's face. Her expression darkened, and she covered her face with the fan again, saying gloomily, "So, how is it? Can you do it or not? Just say it directly, don't waste my time." "Can I do it? What a joke." Han Chen wanted to laugh upon hearing this question. "Of course I can do it. As long as it's a human, there's nothing I can't fix," Han Chen replied. "Then hurry up and do it." MS Chui sat down on the nearby sofa, a hint of impatience in her tone. No, at least tell me what your requirements are, Han Shen said. Requirements? Just make me young and beautiful. Young and beautiful is too vague. Why don't you name a celebrity you think is beautiful, and I'll give you a similar face? No, any face is fine, but I absolutely do not want to look like a celebrity. MS. Chui decisively refused. All right, Han Shen had an idea in mind. A face appeared in Han Shen's mind, and then he modified and optimized it based on that face. Afterward, he activated his skill on MS. Chui. All right, take a look at the results, Han Shen said. Done? MS. Chui exclaimed in surprise. She hadn't felt anything and didn't expect it to be completed so quickly. The bodyguard also brought over a large mirror. MS. Chui looked at her face in the mirror, her eyes widening. She could hardly believe it. She touched her face again, pinched it. This face felt so real. It was completely her own face. This effect is astonishing. MS. Chui touched for a long time before finally saying a sentence. Are you satisfied? Do you need any changes? Han Chen asked. MS. Chui shook her head, unable to hide the smile on her face. No need. I'm very satisfied. I will pay you double the price. MS. Chui continued to gaze at herself in the mirror. Thank you so much. How long can this face last? MS. Chui asked. How long? This question caught Han Shen off guard. In fact, when MS. Chui said she didn't want a celebrity's face, it had already put Han Shen in a difficult position. Han Shen was not an artist. He couldn't create a stunning face but could only modify an existing one as a template. Besides female celebrities and internet influencers, there were only a few faces that Han Shen remembered as beautiful. Using a living person's face could lead to trouble. A dead person's face had no copyright conflicts. So, Han Shen modified Feng Ran's face for MS. Chui. Feng Ran should have just turned 20. According to normal aging, in 10 years, in her 30s, she would definitely show signs of aging. It should age gradually like a normal face, and after 10 years, it will be more obvious, Han Shen said. Can it last that long? MS. Chui asked. Yes, after changing your face, it's as if you were born looking like this. If you take good care of it, aging will be delayed a bit. Then I can come to you every few years for a refresh, and I won't age, right? MS. Chui said. Theoretically, yes. Maybe I'll get tired of this face tomorrow, and then I'll come to you for a change. MS. Chui said, raising her hand. Her fingertips gently wandered on Han Shen's shoulder. Han Shen thought to himself, Grandma, you're so old, don't joke with me. But Han Shen still tried to keep his expression unchanged. If you have any beauty needs, you can always come to us. You are a VIP, so skipping the line is no problem, Han Shen said, forcing himself. That's good. MS. Chui said, adjusting Han Shen's tie. MS. Chui's butler transferred the money quickly. Perhaps wealthy people are all this generous. Afterwards, the skill agency got Han Shen a new phone to ensure he could be contacted at any time. Promotion and other work were left to the agency. Han Shen had nothing much to do. Of course, there was one important thing. Spending money. A big meal, he definitely had to eat. A house, he definitely had to buy. A luxury car, he definitely had to get. But it had to be done step by step. For dining, he first went to the most luxurious restaurant in Dongchuan City. Han Shen had heard of this restaurant long ago. It was said that one chef only made one dish, and several chefs collaborated on another dish. Han Shen didn't understand why a single dish needed several chefs to make. It wasn't an assembly line. Han Shen stepped onto the red carpet and entered the restaurant. As soon as he walked in, he widened his eyes. On the right side was a Western band composed of a dozen cats and dogs, playing music. The instruments were fixed to make it easier for the paws of these cats and dogs to press the keys. The music was soothing and light. Each cat and dog was of a good breed, with a bow tie on their chests, creating a stylish and atmospheric vibe. Except for the cat playing the cello, which was too big for it, it had to jump up and down to play. This should be someone with the ability to control animals, directing these cats and dogs to perform. Han Shen walked further in. Then he saw some things he had never seen before. One table ordered extremely fresh sashimi, and then two chefs came in holding a live tuna. Next, one chef began to cut the flesh directly from the fish with a knife. The other chef emitted a green glow towards the fish, and the fish's blood immediately stopped, presumably a healing technique. Soon, a plate of sashimi was ready. The fish was already devoid of flesh, yet it was still lively under the support of a healing spell. Goodness! The ultra-fresh sashimi was being cut while the fish was being treated. By the time the customer finished eating, the fish was still alive. Truly fresh enough. The people from Hanshin were left dumbfounded. Afterward, the waiter led Hanshin to a table to sit down. Hanshin opened the menu. The earlier scene had left him a bit traumatized. He was hesitant to order anything labeled fresh. For instance, with this fresh beef, Hanshin was genuinely afraid they would bring out a live cow to be cut right in front of him. As he scanned the first page, he spotted a particularly special dish. Weight loss set meal. This dish stood out prominently. After all, in such a high-end restaurant, customers came to spend money. The term set meal, which carried a sense of discount, should not appear. Moreover, this dish was surprisingly the most expensive on the page. What could it possibly be? What is this weight loss set meal? Hanshin couldn't help but ask, pointing at the menu. Oh, after you order this dish, our senior hypnotist will come to hypnotize you, making you believe you had a hearty meal while in reality, you ate nothing, thus helping you lose weight, the waiter patiently explained. Oh, hypnosis had such a strange use. Hanshin felt he had gained some knowledge. He flipped further through the menu. Since it was a high-end restaurant, he wanted to try something he had never seen before. The most expensive item on the second page was Peach of Immortality pastry, 10 minutes, several times more than the other dishes on the same page. What does the 10 minutes behind this Peach of Immortality pastry mean? Hanshin asked. The chef who makes the Peach of Immortality pastry has the skill culinary blood and soul, which allows him to condense his own lifespan into the dish. Eating one of his pastries can increase your lifespan by 10 minutes, but doesn't that mean he has to lose 10 minutes of his own life? Hanshin inquired. Yes, the waiter nodded. Hanshin frowned. This chef was quite ruthless, directly trading his life for money. But then again, a long lifespan might not be of much use. He might not even live long enough to enjoy it in the neon-lit game of smiles. Trading some for a carefree life wasn't a bad idea. Hanshin continued to look further. Compared to such bizarre and ruthless dishes, he still preferred something more normal. Flipping further, he found some dishes that were quite normal in style but had very special ingredients. They were all ingredients that originally did not exist in the world. For example, unicorn meat. This was also very expensive, costing over 100,000 per tael. Dinosaur meat was cheaper, at 10,000 per tael. Yes, in the real world, unicorns and dinosaurs did not exist. However, some people had the skill to summon unicorns or dinosaurs. Thus, unicorn meat and dinosaur meat came into being. Hanshin was quite interested in unicorn meat. Unicorns, the purest sacred beasts in mythology. What could this meat possibly taste like? Hanshin was curious. He first ordered a portion of unicorn meat. Soon, a plate of unicorn meat was served. The meat was semi-transparent white, looking very clean. It was also cut very thin, as delicate as a cicada's wing. This couldn't be considered impressive knife skills, it could only be described as touching in its portion size. Hanshin picked up a slice and put it in his mouth. The meat of the purest sacred beast in mythology, what could it possibly taste like? Wow! No wonder it was the purest sacred beast. The meat had absolutely no flavor. Hanshin felt as if he was chewing on a piece of ice, though at room temperature. This plate of ice cost 150,000. Truly high-end. Hanshin ordered some other peculiar dishes. There was something called emotion fruit. The different flavors of this dish had a wide range of prices. The original flavor was 20,000 each, the sweet flavor was 30,000 each, the spicy flavor was 80,000 each, and the bitter flavor was also 40,000. The same dish, with different flavors, surprisingly had a fourfold price difference. What is this emotion fruit? Why is there such a big price difference for different flavors? Hanshin asked. The emotion fruit is a special fruit with a certain level of intelligence. If it produces different emotions, its taste will also vary, the waiter explained. Hanshin listened, half understanding. Then bring me one of each flavor, Hanshin said. Soon, the chef brought several red fruits, each about the size of an apricot. However, Hanshin was astonished to find that these fruits had human faces on them. Each fruit had a different face, but all wore a calm expression with closed eyes. Hanshin counted, the chef had brought a total of 7 fruits. There were only 4 flavors, and he had only ordered 4, right? Aren't there just 4 flavors? Shouldn't there be 4 fruits, 1 for each flavor? Why are there 7? Hanshin asked, puzzled. The chef nodded, yes, but the spicy flavor comes with 4 fruits per serving. Hanshin nodded. Do you need me to explain it to you briefly? The chef asked again. Yes, Hanshin replied decisively. The chef then placed an emotion fruit in front of Hanshin. This is the original flavor emotion fruit. Its emotion is quite relaxed, and it tastes light. Hanshin glanced at the emotion fruit, still with its calm expression. How do you eat this? Hanshin asked. There's no pit, just eat it directly, the chef said. Hanshin nodded, picked up the emotion fruit. Its features were slightly raised on the skin. Han Shen felt a bit uneasy. This thing doesn't have any internal organs, does it? That would be disgusting. Just as Han Shen was conflicted, the chef covered the other emotion fruits with a white cloth. What's this? Han Shen was taken aback. This is to prevent the emotion fruits from mixing flavors. You can continue your meal, the chef explained. Oh. Han Shen looked again at the emotion fruit in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he bit into the fruit. The moment he bit down, he felt the fruit in his hand tremble slightly. Han Shen was startled. He glanced at the remaining half of the emotion fruit. Thankfully, there were no internal organs. Inside, it looked just like an apple, presenting a complete piece of light yellow flesh. Half of the features had been bitten off by Han Shen. The eyes were now open. It looked a bit eerie. Han Shen instinctively chewed the emotion fruit in his mouth. The texture was similar to a small peach, but it didn't taste like a peach. It had almost no flavor, just a hint of sweetness. Not delicious. However, Han Shen still forced himself to swallow the rest. Then the chef placed another emotion fruit in front of Han Shen. The emotion fruit, if it feels happy, will become sweet. This one will immediately turn into a fragrant sweetness, the chef explained. After saying this, a waiter with a violin approached. The waiter leaned down close to the emotion fruit in front of Han Shen and played a short violin piece for it. The soothing music gradually changed the expression on the emotion fruit. Once the performance was over, the calm expression transformed into a smiling one, still a knowing smile. The chef signaled to Han Shen that he could eat it. Han Shen took a bite. Indeed, this emotion fruit had become very sweet and fragrant. Delicious. Then, the chef took out another emotion fruit and placed it in front of Han Shen. If the emotion fruit feels fear, the taste will become spicy. Next, the chef took out 3 more emotion fruits and lined them up in front of the one in front of Han Shen. Then the chef pulled out a fruit knife. In front of Han Shen, he began to slice the other 3 emotion fruits one by one. After a few cuts, he started chopping directly. Finally, he reduced them to pulp. Juice splattered everywhere. It was brutal. After the 3 emotion fruits were smashed to bits, the chef pointed to the remaining emotion fruit. Alright, you can enjoy the spicy flavored emotion fruit now. Han Shen picked up the emotion fruit and watched as 3 of his kind were brutally killed, the expression on the fruit's skin turning to one of sheer terror. Interesting. Han Shen took a bite. Damn, it was incredibly spicy. It felt like eating an apple pickled in chili water. Very strange. Then, the chef placed the last emotion fruit in front of Han Shen. When the emotion fruit feels sadness, it becomes bitter. The chef took out an incense burner from the cart and placed it in front of the emotion fruit, lighting it. What is this burner for? Han Shen asked, puzzled. The incense burner contains powdered essence from the mother branch of the emotion fruit, the chef replied. Upon hearing this, Han Shen immediately understood. The scent ignited by the mother branch powder would evoke feelings of melancholy in the emotion fruit. This is the taste of a mother, right? Han Shen curled his lip. Since the last emotion fruit was bitter, he had no interest in it. He decided not to eat it. After that, Han Shen ordered some other dishes. The ways of eating and the ingredients were quite peculiar. Whether they tasted good or not was uncertain, but they certainly looked high-end. In any case, Han Shen ordered several unfamiliar dishes to try. Each one was more exhausting to eat than the last. Eventually, he had no choice but to order a normal steak to fill up. What was it called? Wellington steak. After taking a bite, Han Shen felt that the seasoning on the steak from this upscale restaurant was lacking, so he asked the waiter for some cumin. That's right, Han Shen directly dipped his Wellington steak in cumin. This drew the attention of the diners around him. Han Shen couldn't be bothered to care. Now that he had money, dipping Wellington steak in cumin wasn't a sign of ignorance, it was a special taste. After a while, the news that Han Shen had performed a face-changing surgery for MS Chui spread. It was actually the agency secretly spreading the word everywhere. Han Shen's fame truly exploded like a thunderclap, resonating through the upper-class circles of Dongchuan City. In no time, various socialites and wealthy women flocked to him. However, Han Shen still adhered to performing only 1 surgery a day, leading to a severe supply-demand imbalance. The face-changing surgery became a daily public auction, with prices skyrocketing. One surgery was already charging 30 million, yet many people were still in line. Han Shen's bank balance had reached a point where he had to count the digits for a while. First, Han Shen bought himself a villa in the suburbs. Then he bought himself a sports car. Of course, he also got a regular sedan. After all, he still needed to keep a low profile when making house calls. In Han Shen's plans, he also intended to buy a piece of land. Then he would erect high walls around it. Han Shen could freely test his things inside without worrying about drawing attention. However, there were still a few more pressing matters for Han Shen to attend to. Rujiang City, Fuyu Community. Han Shan drove hundreds of kilometers to get here. This was an old community, with dilapidated 4-story residential buildings. The exterior walls were peeling, tangled wires were everywhere, and there was a musty smell of garbage in the entrance. Building 4. Unit 2, Room 402. Han Shan, dressed in plain clothes, searched for this address. This was Fat Tao's home. As soon as he entered the door of Unit 2, Han Shan heard heavy banging on the door upstairs. "Hey, you filthy whore. I know you're home. Pay up. You don't think this broken iron door can stop us, do you?" 2 male voices came from upstairs. Han Shan touched the waist pouch at his side, steeling himself to go upstairs. Sure enough, the scene he didn't want to see unfolded. 2 muscular men in black tank tops, one with a scorpion tattoo on his upper arm and the other with a tiger tattoo. They were banging on the door of room 402. It was more like they were smashing it. Next to the burly men, there was an iron rod standing on the ground, clearly prepared for use. Room 402 was exactly the address Han Shan was looking for. "Stop hiding. You can't escape today." 2 burly men slammed the door a few more times. The door remained tightly shut. The man with the scorpion tattoo couldn't hold back any longer and picked up an iron rod from the ground. "This is the last warning. If you don't come out, don't blame us for breaking down the door." The man with the scorpion tattoo shouted again towards the inside. There was still no response. "TCH, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." The man with the scorpion tattoo raised the iron rod and struck the iron door heavily. Bang! The iron door instantly warped slightly. Just as the man with the scorpion tattoo was about to strike again, the man with the tiger tattoo patted him on the shoulder first. "What's wrong?" The man with the scorpion tattoo turned his head. "Someone's coming." The man with the tiger tattoo pointed to Han Shan, who had just come up. He was standing quietly at the bottom of the stairs, watching the 2 burly men. "What are you looking at? Never seen someone collecting debts? Go cool off somewhere else," the man with the scorpion tattoo scolded Han Shan. "I'm not here to watch the fun," Han Shan replied calmly. "Then what are you here for?" "Looking for someone." "Who are you looking for?" The man with the scorpion tattoo was getting a bit impatient. "This household," Han Shan pointed to room 402 next door. "Are you here to collect debts too?" the man with the tiger tattoo asked. "No." "Then what are you here for?" "To watch the fun." The 2 burly men fell silent. "Do you want to get beaten up?" The man with the scorpion tattoo was getting angry. "No, but how much does the person inside owe you? You're about to tear down someone's home over it, is it really necessary?" Han Shan said casually. "What she owes us has nothing to do with you. This is the last warning, hurry up and get lost, or we'll break your arms," the man with the scorpion tattoo said coldly. "Come on." Han Shan smiled, "Just tell me how much she owes, she's someone I know, maybe I can pay it off for her." You, the 2 burly men scoffed. "Yeah, me," Han Shan nodded. "You'd be scared to hear it. The person inside owes us 700,000. Can you pay that?" the man with the tiger tattoo mocked. 700,000? Han Shan frowned. "If you can't pay, then hurry up and get lost. You're wasting our time, you poor fool trying to act like a hero." The man with the tiger tattoo waved his hand. "No way, can someone living in this rundown neighborhood borrow 700,000 from you? What kind of lousy company are you running that takes on this kind of work? Aren't you afraid of going bankrupt?" Han Shan said. The faces of the 2 burly men darkened instantly. "Kid, I warn you, you can insult us, but don't say our boss Hong Jie's company is a lousy one." "Watch your tongue." "Hong Jie? Alright, you guys keep busy, I have something to take care of," Han Shan said, turning around and walking downstairs. Watching Han Shan's retreating figure, the 2 burly men were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "What's this? Turns out he's a man without any guts, runs away at the mention of Hong Jie, ha ha ha." The 2 burly men became even more pleased with themselves and turned back to continue smashing the door. The door was just a thin old iron door, and it was smashed open in 2 hits. The 2 burly men rushed inside. In the bedroom, a woman was crying while holding a 7-year-old girl. The woman was pleading through her tears. "Fat Tao has already entered the game. We really have no money at home right now. Please, give us a few more days. Wait for him to come back." The 2 burly men laughed. "He's been gone for over half a month, is he coming back? He's probably dead in there already. Are you asking us to wait until he's reincarnated as an adult? That won't happen. Fat Tao is actually very clever. He will definitely win and come out, and then we'll pay you back with interest, okay?" The woman continued to plead. The little girl in her arms was also crying in fear. "I don't care, if you don't have money, then we'll take your daughter as payment." The man with the scorpion tattoo suddenly yanked the little girl out of the woman's arms. "No way. Absolutely not." The woman, in a frenzy, tried to snatch back what was taken, but was stopped by the man with the tiger tattoo. "You're right, it really won't do. You owe us 700,000, how much is a little girl worth? Why don't you offer something else to settle the debt?" The man with the tiger tattoo laughed as he reached for the woman's chest. The woman, in her 30s, despite wearing old clothes and a tattered apron, still had a hint of beauty that was hard to conceal. "Hey, if you're going to collect a debt, then collect it. Why are you getting hands-on?" A voice called out from the doorway, "Han Shen." The two burly men, one a kidnapper and the other wiping his palms, instantly froze. "Who is it?" They looked toward the door, somewhat irritated. It was still Han Shen. The two men were momentarily stunned, their expressions filled with disbelief. The woman also stared at Han Shen in a daze. She didn't know him and had no idea why he was here. "Damn it, you dared to come back? Are you really looking for death?" The man with the scorpion tattoo dropped the little girl and stepped closer to Han Shen. "I don't know him, he has nothing to do with this. Don't hurt him," the woman shouted. Hearing this, Han Shen felt quite pleased. This woman thought she was just passing by and was afraid of getting him involved. The man with the scorpion tattoo was now in front of Han Shen, raising his fist to strike Han Shen's face. Han Shen easily stepped back to dodge. The punch missed completely. "Can't even hit?" The man with the scorpion tattoo was a bit confused. "Listen to me, aren't you two going to ask who I am?" Han Shen said. "Who could you be? The woman's little lover?" The man with the scorpion tattoo still sounded disdainful. Han Shen shook his head with a smile. "You better listen carefully to what I'm about to say." The burly man with the scorpion tattoo and the one with the tiger tattoo looked at Han Shen, their eyes filled with disdain, but they were still listening. Hong Jia had some face in this area of Ruojiang City. Only someone of significant status in Ruojiang City would dare to disregard Hong Jia's face. Such a person living in this rundown community, could this poor mother and daughter possibly know him? Definitely not. So, they didn't believe Han Shen could say anything that would make them wary. They just listened, expecting him to come up with some ridiculous name. "I am your boss," Han Shen said, word by word. "What the hell?" The two burly men couldn't understand. "I said, I am your boss," Han Shen repeated. The two men finally understood. They exchanged glances and then pointed at Han Shen, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, what is this? I thought it was a big shot, but it turns out to be a lunatic. Our boss is Hong Jia. Don't tell me you're Hong Jia, the one who planted trees in the pit, ha ha ha." The woman beside them also felt a wave of disappointment. Just moments ago, Han Shen's emphatic words had made her fantasize about a person of status passing by to do a good deed. She never expected it to be. Her disappointment turned into despair. Han Shen raised a finger in front of the two burly men. The two men, still laughing, paused when they saw the finger. "One? What one?" the man with the scorpion tattoo asked, puzzled. "1 minute, Han Shen said calmly. "What 1 minute?" The two men were even more confused. "Within 1 minute, your Hong Jia will definitely call you," Han Shen said. "Ha ha 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 ha." The two men laughed even louder. "Stop it, brother, with that brain of yours, living in this world is a torment. Come with my brother and me to a desolate place later, and let us help you find peace." The man with the scorpion tattoo pointed at Han Shen, mocking him. "Sir, you should hurry and leave. You don't know me, they won't make things difficult for you," the woman beside Han Shen advised, holding the girl. Han Shen remained silent, his expression showing little change. He simply waited calmly. Beep beep beep. The phone at the waist of the muscular man with a scorpion tattoo suddenly rang. The smiles on the faces of the two muscular men instantly froze. The man with the scorpion tattoo took out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. His face turned pale as if he had seen a ghost. "Who is it? Not Hong Jia, right?" the man with the tiger tattoo asked. "It's Hong Jia." The face of the man with the scorpion tattoo twitched. The man with the tiger tattoo's expression also changed. "What a coincidence." "Yeah, it must be a coincidence that Hong Jia is calling." The man with the scorpion tattoo gritted his teeth. "If it's a coincidence, just answer it." Han Shen smiled at the two muscular men. "Then, I'll answer it." The man with the scorpion tattoo pressed the answer button. The moment the call connected, a woman's voice roared from the other end. "Bugs. Sick cats. What are you two doing right now?" "Just asking that mother and daughter for money, Hong Jia, you know." The man with the scorpion tattoo replied. "Don't ask for it yet. We have a new boss now, and he said he wants to find you too. Get ready," the woman on the phone said. The man with the scorpion tattoo's face instantly turned ashen. He trembled and asked the woman on the phone, "No, Hong Jia, isn't the whole company yours? How can you have a new boss? It used to be like that, but now someone has bought our entire company." "Hong Jia, didn't you say you hated being someone else's underling the most? How can you agree to sell the company now?" Last time someone wanted to buy it, you scolded them away. I used to be like that, but this time they offered too much. The man with the scorpion tattoo instantly looked despondent. Hong Jia, how can you sell out the brothers for some money? The woman's voice on the other end grew more furious. Shut up. If it weren't for money, why would I lend at high interest? Am I doing it to take revenge on society? Hong Jia, you. The man with the scorpion tattoo wanted to say something else. The woman's voice directly interrupted him. Damn it, why are you talking so much? I've already told the new boss your 2 phone numbers. He'll call you soon. Remember to be polite to the boss, more filial than to your own father. After the woman finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Only the beeping sound remained. The man with the scorpion tattoo put down his phone and looked at Han Chen, his expression complicated. The man with the tiger tattoo, who had been listening beside them, also looked quite grim. Han Chen smiled at them and took out his own phone. He dialed a number. The phone of the man with the tiger tattoo rang as well. The man with the tiger tattoo shivered, slowly picked up the phone, and pressed the answer button. Hello, I am your new boss, Han Chen said softly into the phone. Han Chen's voice immediately came out of the man with the tiger tattoo's phone. The expressions on the faces of the 2 muscular men instantly became interesting. Their faces first showed shock, then fear, and finally turned into forced smiles. Oh, so it's the new boss. We were blind just now and disrespected you. I apologize, the man with the scorpion tattoo said with a forced smile. The man with the tiger tattoo quickly followed up. Yes, boss, you should have said so earlier. We will definitely drop everything to welcome you. Han Chen looked at them, a cold smile in his heart. Since I am your boss now, does that mean your 700,000 debt counts as my asset? Han Chen said. Yes, of course it counts as yours. 2 strong men nodded repeatedly. So tell me, how much does she actually owe you? Owe us? Didn't we say 700,000? The 2 strong men replied. What I asked is, how much did you initially give her? 200,000, the 2 strong men answered. No, you only gave her 195,000, the woman quickly interjected. That 5,000 is prepaid interest, industry practice, the 2 strong men responded. UTMD lent 195,000 and expect 700,000 back? Han Chen cursed angrily. The 2 strong men instantly fell silent. It's been a long time, one said. Exactly, it's been almost a year, the 2 strong men nervously rubbed their hands. And besides, that extra 500,000 is now in your account, so you're not losing out, the tattooed man with the scorpion said. Right, with a profit margin of over 300%, it proves that we are still a sunrise enterprise, the tattooed man with the tiger added. How shameless. Just as Han Chen was about to explode, the woman suddenly stepped forward and tugged at his shirt. Boss, I beg you, give us a few more days. My man is coming back from the game with good skills, he will definitely be able to pay it back. Han Chen frowned and looked at the woman beside him. Her face was now ashen. She had originally thought Han Chen was a bystander doing a good deed, but now she realized he was actually the boss of a loan shark. She instinctively viewed Han Chen and the 2 strong men as the same kind of people. The little girl had long been scared, burying her head deep in the woman's arms, not daring to make a sound. Han Chen waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry. Then, he turned to the 2 strong men. Since I am the boss, and this is my account, it should be up to me to decide, right? Of course, the 2 strong men nodded vigorously. Then I'll say it, the debts of the 2 of them don't need to be repaid. Han Chen said. Not repaid? The 2 strong men and the woman widened their eyes. Boss, you better think this through, this is 700,000. Yeah, boss, what woman can't play for 700,000? This kind of woman isn't worth 700,000. The 2 strong men urged repeatedly. Are you 2 teaching me how to do my job? Han Chen said. We wouldn't dare. The 2 strong men waved their hands. You are the boss, you have the final say. The woman looked at Han Chen, her mouth agape in shock. Boss, are you serious? Really, no need to repay, and no one will take your daughter anymore. Han Chen said, turning to the 2 strong men. Where's the IOU? Here. The tattooed man with the scorpion handed over an IOU. Han Chen took the IOU and, in front of the woman, tore it to shreds. The woman stared at the falling pieces of the IOU, momentarily stunned. Then she unexpectedly knelt down to Han Chen. Boss, thank you, you saved my whole family's life. Thud, her forehead hit the ground with a loud sound. Han Chen quickly pulled her up. No need. Then, Xiao Shui, quickly say thank you to the big brother, the woman hurriedly told the girl. Thank you, big brother, the girl said in a weak voice. The boss is too kind, we admire him. Exactly, so admirable, the 2 strong men said from the side. Don't rush, their debts are settled, but our accounts haven't been calculated yet, Han Chen said coldly. Our? What accounts do we have? The two strong men pretended to be clueless. You have worked hard for the company, and I appreciate that, but you two were groping around at work and even took someone else's daughter, which I do not appreciate at all. Han Shen's tone grew colder with each word. This. The two strong men were momentarily speechless. You have tarnished the company's image too much. Who would dare to borrow money from us in the future? Han Shen said coldly. Right. What the boss said is true, the two strong men nodded repeatedly. So, you two, I need to fire one of you as a punishment, Han Shen said. Fired? The two strong men were taken aback. Who fights harder between you two? Han Chen asked. I do, said the man with the tiger tattoo. No, I do. He's a softie, said the man with the scorpion tattoo. You two should fight it out, the winner decides your fate. Remember, if you fight like a bunch of sissies and don't even draw blood, you both can get lost, Han Shen said. Alright, the two strong men replied in unison. Then, downstairs, the two men really started to fight. At first, they were hesitant because they were familiar with each other. Han Shen shook his head from the side. You're fighting too soft, you two aren't even as tough as the security guards. Just leave. Upon hearing they might leave, they fought even harder. In fact, these two had no skills other than fighting. Here, loan sharking was the only thing they could do to earn a lot of money. Without loan sharking, they truly didn't know what else could support their current carefree lifestyle. So they were very afraid of being fired. The fight grew fiercer. Han Shen even provided each of them with a steel pipe at a critical moment. Blood was drawn. Fortunately, Han Shen had already sent the little girl to another room to do her homework, caring for the youth. After a fierce battle, Han Shen was surprised to find that the man with the seemingly weaker tiger tattoo had won. Although he won, he was still covered in bruises, his face swollen and unsteady on his feet. The scorpion tattooed man was knocked down, also bruised and swollen, but he was out cold. Boss, I won. I'm tougher than him. I will definitely follow your orders and work hard from now on. The man with the tiger tattoo laughed at Han Shen. Han Shen clapped his hands. Congratulations, you won, so you're fired. Ha! The man with the tiger tattoo was stunned. Didn't you say the fight would decide our fate? Yes, but I never said the winner would stay, Han Shen replied. We are a civilized company, you went too far. You. You bastard. The man with the tiger tattoo charged at Han Shen, but Han Shen easily dodged, and he fell to the ground, unable to get up. Han Shen looked at the two men on the ground and sneered inwardly. At first, with Han Shen's skills, he could have easily beaten up the two loan sharks, making them too afraid to come after Fat Tao's wife and daughter again. However, dealing with the people that Hong Jie sent for revenge was troublesome, even though Han Shen wasn't afraid. If he directly paid off Fat Tao's wife and daughter's debts, it would be frustrating to hand over such a large sum of money. So, Han Shen used this method. He contacted Zhuang Rou, checked out Hong Jie's company, and bought it outright. Then he struck at the heart. Satisfying. After that, Han Shen casually called an ambulance to take both strong men away. The little girl was in her room doing homework. The woman standing next to Han Shen was somewhat at a loss and could only say, Boss, don't worry, even if you lend me this money, I will find a way to pay you back. Han Shen waved his hand. No need for that. But why did you borrow 200,000? It's for our little Shui. She had a terminal illness and could only be treated by someone with C-level skills, but they quoted 200,000. I see, Han Shen nodded. The woman insisted, Boss, I don't know how to thank you. Why don't you stay for dinner? That's not necessary, Han Shen said. The woman continued, Boss, you don't even know us, yet you went out of your way to save our family. Now you won't even stay for a meal. It really makes me feel bad. Han Shen looked at the woman and sighed. It's not that we don't know each other. I actually consider myself a friend of Fat Tao. So you know Fat Tao? The woman was instantly surprised. Han Shen nodded. Some things were indeed hard to say. So you came to find him this time, but it's a bit unfortunate. He's not here, he went into the game. The woman looked apologetic. Han Shen shook his head. I'm here to find you. Find me? Yes, I'm very sorry, but I have some unfortunate news that I must tell you. Han Shen paused for a moment. The woman's expression changed slightly. Is it that Fat Tao did something bad before? No. Han Shen shook his head. Then what is it? It's that Fat Tao, unfortunately, did not survive in the game. The woman's face changed drastically. She seemed a bit unsteady. How do you know? I was his teammate in the game. The skill he drew this time allowed him to grant a C-level skill to a participant after death. After his misfortune, he gave me a skill. I kept the skill, and thanks to it, I made a lot of money. So this time, I came to thank you on behalf of Fat Tao's last wishes. Han Shen said, pulling out a bank card. There are 20 million in here, consider it my gratitude, the password is 3 tens. The woman was momentarily dazed. Take it, it's also the money earned from Fat Tao's skill. Han Chen finished speaking and pressed the card into the woman's hand. Fat Tao really? The woman murmured. Yes, it's true. Han Chen nodded, the password is 3 tens, remember it well. The woman nodded. I have something else to attend to, so I'll leave first. Take care, Han Chen said, turning to leave, leaving the woman standing there in a daze. For Han Chen, there was still one thing he had no idea about. That was Hong Jie's credit company. Han Chen had money, he could buy the company just like that, but what to do next was a problem. Especially since Hong Jie likely had a group of thugs under her. Han Chen thought for a moment. Having an extra group of little brothers didn't seem too bad. Let's meet this Hong Jie first. After driving a few kilometers, Han Chen saw a 4-story office building. This was Hong Jie's company, officially named Maple Leaf Red Financial Investment Company. However, in reality, it didn't invest at all, it only lent money. Upon entering, there were 2 burly men holding iron rods. Who are you looking for? The burly man coldly stared at Han Chen. Looking for Hong Jie. Han Chen replied. Hong Jie? You think you can meet her? The 2 burly men looked disdainful. Just tell Hong Jie that the boss is here. Han Chen said. Boss? The expressions of the 2 burly men changed instantly. You're the new boss? Han Chen nodded. Quick, go call Hong Jie. One of the burly men ran upstairs immediately. A few minutes later, he ran back down. Boss, please go upstairs. Han Chen climbed the stairs. As soon as he entered the 2nd floor, he saw a woman with her hands in the pockets of her coat, standing in front of a row of muscular thugs. The woman was in her 30s, wearing bright red lipstick and dyed dark red hair. Her coat was a long red one, and her boots were also burgundy, but her stockings were black. She looked formidable. Yet, there was an irresistible special charm about her. You are Boss Han? Hong Jie looked at Han Chen and said. Han Chen nodded. So young and already so rich? A 2nd-generation rich kid? Hong Jie scoffed. 1st-generation rich. Han Chen replied. Hong Jie widened her eyes. 1st-generation rich? Just buying my company would require you to win the lottery for a month straight, right? Where did you earn so much money? Doing some medical business. Han Chen said. You, doing medical business, how come you suddenly spend so much money to buy our credit company? Hong Jie asked rather bluntly. I bought it on a whim, just to play around, Han Chen said. This statement wasn't entirely wrong. Although purchasing this company had consumed most of Han Chen's bank balance, given his ability to make money, it truly was akin to buying it on a whim. Bought it on a whim? Everyone in the room widened their eyes, especially Hong Jie. She knew how much Han Chen had spent to acquire this company. That price? Just a whim? Just for fun? How wealthy could he be? She was left speechless. A single sentence composed of Han Chen's few words had completely shattered the atmosphere. Han Chen was the first to speak again. Besides lending, do you have any other business? Hong Jie paused and said, we also have an advertising business. Advertising? You still shoot ads? Han Chen asked, puzzled. No, it's me, Hong Jie pointed to herself. You? That's right, I'm quite famous in the eastern part of the city. So many industries here operate under my name, which makes things easier, and we can collect some nominal fees. Hong Jie smiled, trying to regain her composure and authority. Oh, so that's the advertising business. Is that all? That's it. Lending is so profitable, who would do anything else? Hong Jie chuckled. The henchman behind her laughed along. That's true, you borrow 195,000 and have to pay back 700,000. No other industry can earn like you do. Han Chen nodded. You flatter us, it's just average earnings, Hong Jie modestly replied. But I have a question, Hong Jie, can you answer it? Han Chen continued. Please, Mr. Han, aren't you afraid of having children without a backside? Han Chen asked. The smile on Hong Jie's face instantly froze. The faces of the henchmen behind her twitched as well. How dare you speak to our Hong Jie like that? A burly henchman stepped forward angrily. I warn you, we work for you out of respect. Without our Hong Jie, who would work for you? Another burly henchman shouted. Exactly, I advise you to take back that statement, another burly man said. Han Chen had incurred the wrath of the crowd. However, there was no change in his expression. He wasn't afraid of these low-level henchmen. Even if they had combat skills, they wouldn't be very strong. Enough! Hong Jie shouted. The room fell silent instantly. You are not allowed to disrespect my boss like that. Hong Jie continued to reprimand. Do you know how much money the boss has given us, equivalent to years of earnings for the company? The crowd immediately wilted. If money is no longer a concern, who would still engage in high-risk loan sharking. They could just visit nursing homes to comfort the elderly, Hong Jie said. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Then, Hong Jie directly addressed Han Shen. Boss, you say it. Whatever you want us to do in the future, we will follow your lead. Hong Jie had shed her previous arrogance. What remained was simply flattery. Han Shen found this sudden change in Hong Jie quite amusing. No principles, no face, just money. Wait, that doesn't seem right. If she truly cared only for money and discarded her pride, how could so many henchmen be so devoted to her, making her a benchmark figure in the Eastern District? Oh, Han Shen quickly realized. It was still because he had given too much. In fact, having a group of underlings was beneficial for Han Shen. After all, he wouldn't have to run around for many tasks himself. There might be even more uses for them in the future. However, this group of underlings recklessly engaging in loan sharking remained a hidden danger for Han Shen. So, he decided to put a stop to the loan sharking business. They could lend money, but the interest couldn't be too high. Moreover, without Han Shen's orders, they were prohibited from harming others, stealing, or causing trouble. Violators would be beaten up and then dismissed. Although everyone had their opinions, Hong Jie nodded in agreement like a garlic clove, and they didn't dare to say anything further. After giving these instructions, Han Shen returned to Dongchuan City. Han Shen had one more thing to do. That was to drop out of school. Han Shen felt that what the school could teach him was already very limited. The neon smiley face game itself was a completely unreasonable game. No matter how much he learned in school, he would likely be left dumbfounded when he actually played. Moreover, going to school was a waste of time. With Han Shen's financial resources, if he really wanted to learn more skills, it would be better to spend a lot of money to find a teacher for one-on-one lessons. As for what Teacher Qin had said before, Han Shen had also considered it. He could indeed be described as fearless before. But after a nightmare game with a difficulty of 10, where he barely survived, if it weren't for the alien sister's deep love for the rotten meat brother, Han Shen might have really died there. He didn't think he would be so lucky next time. Plus, before he had nothing to lose, he could afford to take risks. But now he could even aim for the city's wealthy rankings. If he went into the game and died before he even got to enjoy his money, that would be a huge loss. So Han Shen had no plans to enter the game in the short term. Teacher Qin's words would have to be set aside for now. In front of the Dongchuan City Rules School, a regular cargo van was parked. Han Shen got out of the car, and a burly man with a tattoo of Peppa Pig also got out from Han Shen's vehicle. This was Wild Boar, a member of Hong Jie Company, whom Han Shen had called over to run errands and act as a bodyguard. Originally, he had a fierce wild boar tattooed on him, which looked quite imposing. However, at Han Shen's request, it was changed to Peppa Pig, instantly diminishing his intimidating presence. His aura shifted from that of a fierce thug to that of a primary school physical education teacher. But this was fine, it allowed Han Shen to operate discreetly. Moreover, this guy had a special skill called Brick Moving Emperor, which allowed him to carry many things at once without dropping them. It was perfect for helping Han Shen carry items. The man, now dubbed Peppa Pig, began to lift things from the back seat of the van. Han Shen thought that he probably wouldn't be coming back here much, so he prepared some farewell gifts for various teachers and classmates. There were so many gifts that his waist bag was almost full, so he had to come in a cargo van. Plus, today was Monday, and the class monitor was likely to be around. Han Shen glanced at his dormitory building in the distance. The missing room had been rebuilt, and the exterior walls had all been repainted, making the newly added room not look so out of place. Just then, class had ended, and as Han Shen walked towards the school, many students were coming out. From a distance, he spotted a familiar face in the crowd, Wu Yanzhu. Han Shen walked over and saw Wu Yanzhu with a girl on each arm. "Hey," Han Shen greeted him. Upon seeing Han Shen, Wu Yanzhu's eyes lit up. "Han Shen, you're back. The school leaders have been looking for you like crazy." Indeed, this Wu Yanzhu was the class monitor whom Han Shen had casually transformed. "What do they want with me? It seems to be about your victory in the level 10 game." "Oh, then I'll go talk to them." "Wait." The class monitor released the two girls. "What?" Then he pulled Han Shen to a corner and whispered, "No, bro, you have to tell me, what skill is this? How did you turn me into Wu Yanzhu? Face swap, gave you a handsome face. Not satisfied? Is it hard to pick up girls? But you could at least have told me. I've been confused for days. People keep staring at me on the street and asking for my autograph." "Oh, I just wanted to surprise you." "No, can you change it again? This is too much of a copy. I'm afraid Wu Yanzhu will send me a lawyer's letter." "Sure, I can change it right now." Han Shen activated the skill again. This time, he made some adjustments based on Wu Yanzhu's appearance. Only a resemblance to Wu Yanzhu remained, but he was still quite handsome. How is it? What have you changed it to? The class leader asked. Anyway, it's enough for you to attract girls, and it won't cause any trouble, he replied. Thank you, brother. Your kindness is unforgettable, the class leader said, almost kneeling in excitement. Here. Han Chen took out a bank card. What's this? The class leader was taken aback. I might not come often in the future. This is your pocket money, the password is 3 tens. Pocket money? Did you strike it rich? The class leader was surprised. Yeah. How did you earn it? How much did you make? Is it 10,000? Well, a lot, Han Chen replied ambiguously. Then thank you, adoptive father, the class leader said, pointing to the 2 girls nearby. I have a date, so I'll excuse myself from you for now. Go ahead. Watching the class leader turn and leave, Han Chen found it quite amusing. He had always thought the class leader stayed in the dormitory every day studying formulas because of his obsession with skills and love for academics. Now it seemed that it was mainly because the class leader was both ugly and poor, with no practical skills, and no girls would agree to go out with him. Let's go, wild boar, Han Chen said to the wild boar waiting at the door with a pile of things. Teacher's office. Han Chen knocked on the door and entered the office. All the teachers in the office instantly turned to look at Han Chen, staring for a moment. The homeroom teacher spoke first. Han Chen, where have you been these days? This homeroom teacher hardly managed the class, so Han Chen wasn't very familiar with her. I went to earn some money, Han Chen replied. Did you really experience a difficulty level 10 game? And win? Teacher Hu from the case analysis class asked. Yes, absolutely, Han Chen nodded. Then tell us about it. What was the content of your difficulty level 10 game? Teacher Hu from the case analysis class said excitedly. All the teachers in the office gathered around, their eyes filled with a hint of fervor. Encountering a difficulty level 10 game was extremely rare. Winning a difficulty level 10 game was even more rare. Han Chen didn't shy away and briefly recounted his experience this time. The teachers listened with furrowed brows. Such a dangerous game, no wonder it's difficulty level 10, Teacher Lu, who taught logical analysis, exclaimed. You managed to win? You're much better than I am, Teacher Hu from the case analysis class also marveled. The homeroom teacher immediately picked up the phone next to her and quickly made a call. Hello, principal. Han Chen is back. Yes, that's right. This little guy really won from a level 10 game. The homeroom teacher hung up the phone, and moments later, the principal hurried down the stairs. Han Chen was a bit surprised. He thought he would just share some experiences with the teachers, but he didn't expect the principal to come rushing over. As soon as the principal entered, he greeted Han Chen. Then, getting straight to the point, the principal said with a joyful expression, Han Chen, we have decided to give you the only guaranteed admission slot in our school. Guaranteed admission? To where? Han Chen didn't quite understand. Of course, to the United Rules Academy. The homeroom teacher interjected. The United Rules Academy. Han Chen knew about this. He had heard it was a top-tier institution co-founded by many departments and units after the Neon Smiles. However, he didn't know much about the specifics. He only knew it was very difficult to get in. Why did you suddenly choose me? Han Chen asked, puzzled. In such a large school, with only one slot available, it was surprising that it fell to him. The homeroom teacher answered first, because the students recommended by the United Rules Academy have strict requirements. Either the student has skills above level B, or the student possesses particularly meaningful practical skills, or. The homeroom teacher paused halfway and looked at Han Chen, or, like you are a winner who emerged from a level 10 difficulty game. The other teachers also looked at Han Chen and nodded. Han Chen understood completely. But he just shook his head lightly. I'm not going. Indeed, he was already planning to drop out, so why pursue further studies? Attending a higher institution to learn more about the rules of Neon Smiles held no allure for Han Chen. After all, if he really wanted to learn, he could hire the best teachers himself, without anyone overseeing him. Moreover, now that he had money, he felt freer and more comfortable outside. Only someone with a broken mind would go to school to seek discomfort. So Han Chen refused. The teachers were dumbfounded. Such a great opportunity, how can you refuse when so many students are fighting for it? The homeroom teacher said. Exactly, you have no idea how hard it is to get into the United Rules Academy. The principal stomped his foot and said, our school only has one spot every 3 years. Han Chen shook his head. To be honest with you, teachers, I've made quite a bit of money with my new skills, and I actually came here today to plan on dropping out. Dropping out? The teachers were even more shocked. Yes, so let this higher learning opportunity go to other students. I won't need it, Han Chen continued. The teachers exchanged glances. Teacher Qin, who had been listening on the side, finally spoke up. Xiaojia, don't rush to make a decision. Teacher Qin was one of the teachers Han Shen respected. When he spoke, Han Shen just nodded beside him. Then, Teacher Qin continued, Xiaozhe, do you think the United Rules Academy is just a more advanced rules school, with courses that are more advanced than ours and teachers who are better than ours? What Teacher Qin said was exactly what Han Shen was thinking, but admitting it directly felt a bit embarrassing. Han Shen could only nod slightly. You're wrong. The higher level of learning is just one aspect of the significance of going to the United Rules Academy, and it's actually the least important aspect. Ha! Han Shen was taken aback. Teacher Qin continued, the most important significance of going to the United Rules Academy is the network. Network? Yes, the people there are all top skill holders in the country, the future elite of society. You can enter their circle. Their skills can provide you with help that is hard to buy even with a lot of money outside. You may have money now, but at a certain level, money becomes unimportant. The effectiveness of excellent skills will be a harder currency than money. Teacher Qin looked at Han Shen and said slowly. This made a lot of sense. Han Shen felt a bit moved. In these past few days, he had already discovered that while exchanging skills for money was important, using money to exchange for the effects of skills was not easy. Who with good skills would lack money? His face-changing skill, with a bit of hype, could easily fetch tens of millions. However, those who offered tens of millions to change their face were still hard to come by. Even if someone like Han Shen appeared in the city, they would have to wait in line for months. For Han Shen now, no matter how high the price was, he probably wouldn't let anyone cut in line. But if someone said their skill could have the cooldown time of Han Shen's skill, he would definitely be willing to exchange with them immediately. Good skill effects are indeed more valuable and effective than money. Han Shen wavered. Teacher Qin looked at Han Shen and continued, moreover, the United Rules Academy has another function. What? Research. Research? Yes, the research on neon smile moons is also the responsibility of the United Rules Academy. They must know quite a bit about the confidential information regarding the neon smiley. You can only find out by going there. Confidential information? Not something that can be made public? Han Shen fell into thought again. As for the matter of the neon smiley's moon, it was impossible for Han Shen not to be curious. But to go just out of curiosity, wasn't that a bit? While Han Shen was pondering, Teacher Qin leaned closer and whispered the final sentence in Han Shen's ear. Having top-tier skills and possessing intelligence on the neon smiley means they are very likely to be the future leaders of human society. Han Shen's eyes widened. For personal interests, for personal feelings, for future development. Attending the United Rules Academy would only bring benefits, not drawbacks. Besides, it wasn't like he couldn't drop out. At worst, he would waste a spot and come back to donate a teaching building to the school as an apology. Han Shen nodded. Teachers, I've thought it through. I am willing to go to the United Rules Academy to study. The principal's furrowed brow instantly relaxed. Good, good. Come back tomorrow to sign the documents. Han Shen agreed. Afterward, Han Shen called in the wild boar waiting outside and gave the gifts for the teachers and classmates. These gifts were luxury items that Han Shen had specifically consulted about. They were valuable in themselves and could be sold for money. It was a genuine expression of gratitude. The next day, Han Shen arrived at the teacher's office as promised to sign the documents. The principal was also waiting there. He took out several documents for Han Shen to sign. Han Shen glanced at them. It was essentially a personal application form. Signing it meant Han Shen was willing to enter the United Rules Academy. It was just a formality. Han Shen casually looked it over and was about to sign. Bang! The door to the office was suddenly slammed open. Han Shen and the teachers were startled. At the door stood a young man about Han Shen's age, glaring angrily. Han Shen recognized him. It was Luo Tian, the class leader of the top class. He was also the only B-level skill holder in the entire school, truly the best of the best among the top students. It was said that his father was the director of education. Luo Tian, what's wrong? The principal asked with a friendly tone. Principal, I heard that the reserved spot was given to Han Shen. Is that true? Luo Tian said coldly. The principal smiled amicably. Yes, our school leadership has seriously considered it and decided to reserve a spot for Han Shen to study at the United Rules Academy. On what basis? I refuse to accept this. Luo Tian shouted. Luo Tian, please calm down. The homeroom teacher of the top class tried to soothe him. I can't calm down. Luo Tian shouted again. Today, all school leaders must give me an explanation. What explanation do you want? Speak up. The principal's smile faded. Speak up. The conditions for reserved students are B-level skills or victory in a level 10 difficulty game. Both he and I meet the conditions. Why choose him over me? Luo Tian questioned repeatedly. This The principal was momentarily at a loss for words. Luo Tian continued to ask, Principal, although there are no unified standards for selecting reserved students, the United Academy has unified selection principles, right? The principal nodded. That is correct. If I remember correctly, this principle is, a student's skills must have practical help for the research work of the United Academy to gain priority for a reserved spot. If not, students with high combat abilities can be chosen, right? Correct. Then may I ask, what skills does Han Shan have that can assist the research work of the United Academy? Is he going to use his cosmetic skills to give researchers makeovers? Luo Tian questioned again. Han Shan frowned upon hearing this. This Luo Tian's father should have told him about Han Shan's face-changing skills. The principal was caught off guard. Principal, although I don't have any skills to help with scientific research either, so on this first point, I'm even with Han Shan. But according to the second principle, my combat ability is far superior to Han Shan's, so I should be the one selected for the guaranteed admission. Right, principal, without any skills to facilitate research, we can only choose students with strong combat abilities. The director of education barged in from outside and interjected. The principal looked at Han Shan, frowning. Indeed, the second principle for selecting guaranteed students at the Joint Rules Academy prioritizes students with strong combat abilities. The main reason for this is the Neon Smiley game. Most of the Neon Smiley games have combat elements, and students with strong combat abilities have a much higher survival and victory rate. No school wants a student who, after just 2 days of learning, dies in the Neon game. Guaranteed admission. Thus, this second principle was established to lower the student mortality rate. In this case, strictly following the principle, selecting Luo Tian does make sense. The principal was in a dilemma. Wait, who said you're stronger than me in combat? Han Shan suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian was momentarily stunned. Then, with a tone almost mocking, he said, I have B-level combat skills, while your combat skill is only D-level, and it might not even trigger. How can you be stronger than me? Clearly, his father, the director of education, had already told Luo Tian all of Han Shan's skills. Han Shan shook his head. In literature, there is no first, and in martial arts, no second. You say you're stronger than me, but just comparing skill levels isn't enough. You have to have actually beaten me. Luo Tian was taken aback again. Then he almost burst out laughing. Did I hear you right? You want to challenge me? Yes. Ha ha ha. Good. Classmate Han Shan, you really have guts. You've made me see you in a new light. Luo Tian slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Then I'll compete with you. If I lose, the guaranteed admission spot goes to you, and I will have no objections. But if I lose, the guaranteed admission spot goes to you, and that's fine. Han Shan said calmly. As soon as Han Shan finished speaking, his arm was pinched by the homeroom teacher. She whispered in his ear, Xiaozhe, are you crazy? Luo Tian has B-level combat skills, even the principal might not be able to beat him. It's fine, teacher. Han Shan replied calmly. Good. You have courage. No wonder you're a student of our school. A gentleman's word is hard to retract. I acknowledge your wager. I wonder what the principal thinks. The director of education turned to look at the principal. With the conversation having reached this point, the principal had no choice. He nodded. Since you two have agreed, I can only support it. Xiao Wang, go open the combat arena. Attention, students. Class 3's Han Shan has raised an objection to Class 1's Luo Tian's guaranteed admission qualification and has initiated a challenge. Interested students can now go to the combat arena to watch this battle. Repeat. Attention, students. Class 3's Han Shan is about to challenge Class 1's Luo Tian in the combat arena. The school's broadcast echoed with the director of education's voice. Han Shan felt a wave of displeasure. Clearly, the guaranteed admission qualification was meant for him, but under the director's words, it became him snatching it from Luo Tian. What a way with words. The entire school was instantly abuzz. Originally, there were 2 students with B-level skills, Shenranner and Luo Tian, but after Shenranner had an incident, Luo Tian became the only one with B-level skills. Luo Tian was indeed the top student in the entire school. This Han Shan, it was said, was just a student from a face class, and the only combat skill he had was a D-level one. What kind of courage did he have to challenge Luo Tian? Students in class rushed to the combat arena. Everyone wanted to see what Han Shan would do. Of course, there were also those who couldn't be bothered to go. Especially the students in Class 1 of the elite class. Half of the class didn't move. They were well aware of Luo Tian's strength. It seemed they also knew the outcome of this confrontation. No need to go. That Han Shan can't last a minute. It's not worth watching, the vice class leader of Class 1 scoffed. If it were Class 2 challenging, I might expect an upset, but it's class 3, the face-saving class. There's not even a hint of suspense. A girl from class 1 shook her head. Yeah, I hope class leader Luo doesn't kill him, otherwise it'll just cause a bunch of trouble, another student from class 1 casually remarked. Battle Arena. This is the most expensive building in the school. The entire structure is buried dozens of meters underground, with walls made of the best concrete, embedded with 40-centimeter thick steel plates. It is said that even a small nuclear weapon exploding in the battle arena would spare the school from disaster. In the center of the battle arena is a combat area the size of a football field. Surrounding it are stands that can accommodate tens of thousands of people. The stands in the central combat area are separated by specially made tempered glass. After all, some people's skills are unpredictable, massive explosions and uncontrollable summoned beasts are common occurrences. This design is also for the safety of others. Now, many students have already taken their seats in the stands, and the atmosphere is buzzing with excitement. Opposite the stands, there is a broadcasting room. At this moment, most of the teachers in the school are in this broadcasting room, watching the combat area. On the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest sides of the combat area, there are 4 safety rooms made of sturdy materials. Once the battle begins, these 4 rooms will remain open. Inside the safety rooms, there is a switch. Pressing the switch will cause the steel doors to drop quickly, ensuring the safety of those inside. At any time, the duel participants can escape into the safety room to save their lives. However, entering the safety room also means admitting defeat. The doors on both sides of the combat area opened. Luo Tian and Han Chen entered the combat area from opposite entrances. In the broadcasting room, the director began to speak. Attention, both students, this duel is about to begin. Friendship first, duel second. I hope both students can hold back and not cause serious harm to each other. Any weapons can be used in the match, but no hidden weapons. Additionally, there are safety rooms on all sides of the battle arena. In case of an uncontrollable situation, both students can enter the safety room and press the button for protection. Life is very important. Although entering the safety room is considered a concession, it can save your life. Please do not hesitate to use it if necessary. The duel will start in 3 minutes. Please warm up to prevent injuries. Go, Luo Tian. In the audience, many of Luo Tian's female fans cheered loudly. Although Luo Tian wasn't exceptionally handsome, he was still quite good-looking. Coupled with his outstanding abilities and high-profile demeanor, many women in the school were infatuated with him. However, there were also plenty cheering for Han Chen, both boys and girls. Some were already fed up with the arrogance of the elite class in school, hoping Han Chen could teach them a lesson. Others were impressed by Han Chen's courage. Of course, there were also some girls who simply admired Han Chen's handsome appearance. At this moment, Han Chen and Luo Tian stood in the combat area, coldly staring at each other. Have you locked onto the positions of the 4 safety rooms? You'll need them later, Luo Tian mocked as he looked at Han Chen. I hope so, Han Chen replied calmly. It was useless to say anything now, this guy would still be arrogant. After all, he was the top student in the school. But, top student, huh? The best in the school, right? Today, I, Han Chen, am going to beat up the top student. Han Chen took out the card battle system from his waist pouch and strapped it to his arm. What is that? Luo Tian asked. My handy weapon, Han Chen replied directly. Is it a hidden weapon? That's against the rules, Luo Tian laughed. Of course not, you'll find out soon enough, Han Chen answered. Alright, I'll be watching. Just watch, Han Chen casually responded. The countdown began. 10, 9. Han Chen, I'm not someone who disregards our friendship as classmates. If you admit defeat, shout louder, and I'll naturally stop, Luo Tian shouted. I'm the same, but my hearing is a bit better than yours, Han Chen retorted. 3, 2, 1. The duel began. Luo Tian showed no hesitation. He leaned forward and clapped his hands on the ground. Boom! A gigantic armored warrior suddenly appeared on the field. This warrior stood 5 meters tall, completely encased in black steel armor, with 2 large rectangular shields in its hands. The moment the warrior appeared, it brought the 2 large shields together in front of itself. The 2 shields merged into a super shield, protecting both the armored warrior and Luo Tian behind it. This was Luo Tian's B-level skill, Giant Warrior Summon. He could summon 3 different giant warriors to fight for him, each over 5 meters tall. The one he summoned now was the Shield Warrior. It had extremely strong defensive capabilities, able to withstand several hits from ordinary artillery. However, by summoning a defensive Shield Warrior right away, he clearly wanted to see Han Chen's moves. It proved he was still cautious and not blinded by arrogance. To his surprise, Han Chen didn't make a move at all. He just stood across from him. I say, aren't you going to summon an attacking warrior to hit me first? Han Chen called out to Luo Tian behind the shield warrior. Heh, so many classmates have come to watch our duel. If I hit first and finish the fight in 5 seconds, what will they have left to see? Luo Tian sneered. You make your move, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Alright, then watch closely. Han Chen reached for the card battle system's card slot and drew a card. He had tried this system a few times over the past few days. He had drawn spell cards like Lightning Spell and Skeleton Summon. These spells should be powerful enough. Han Chen confidently looked at the card in his hand. Respectable Old Man, spell card. Effect, summon 2-1/1, blind old men, for your opponent. What? Summon blind old men for the opponent? How is the attack power still negative? Han Chen frowned. Hurry up and make your move. What are you stalling for? Are you scared? Luo Tian shouted from behind the shield warrior. What's there to be scared of? Take this. Han Chen threw the card out. No matter what strange spell it was, he would use it. Respectable old man. Activate. Slap slap. Behind the shield warrior, 2 blind old men wearing tang suits and sunglasses suddenly appeared, each holding a cane. What kind of bizarre move is this? Luo Tian was dumbfounded. The audience was also stunned. Then they heard the 2 blind old men tremble as they said, Lord Luo Tian, don't worry, we'll take care of that brat over there for you. Saying this, the 2 blind old men waved their canes and charged forward. Thud, thud. The 2 blind old men couldn't see at all, and their canes swung right into Luo Tian's face. Han Chen immediately understood why these old men had negative attack power. What did I hit? One blind old man said. It seems we hit Lord Luo Tian? Another blind old man said. Ah, sorry about that, Lord Luo Tian. The 2 blind old men continued to wave their canes, launching an attack on Han Chen. However, due to their blindness, they couldn't even find the right direction, charging full force into thin air. What is this? Laughter erupted throughout the venue. Han Chen, what are these 2 you summoned? Luo Tian said irritably. The antics of the 2 blind old men caused minimal damage but were highly insulting. This made Luo Tian quite angry. He didn't care what these old men were, he directly ordered, Shield Warrior, take these 2 old men down. The Shield Warrior received the command, turned around, and swung his large shield at the 2 blind old men. The sweep was like a truck crashing through, sending the 2 blind old men flying. They crashed heavily against the glass surrounding the battle area and then instantly vanished. Instant kill. Gasps filled the room. Luo Tian watched the 2 old men get killed instantly and became even more furious. They were really just 2 blind old men? This was too disrespectful. He immediately looked at the Shield Warrior. Shield Warrior, prepare to attack. Understood. The Shield Warrior received the order and began to advance toward Han Chen. At this moment, Han Chen, on the other side, was completely unperturbed. The Shield Warrior was massive and slow. Trying to hit Han Chen was like a strong man trying to catch a fly. Han Chen could easily dodge and maneuver around him. Moreover, Han Chen had already drawn another card. He looked at the text on it, Undead Control. Magic card / effect, randomly summon a character from the opponent's graveyard to my side. Han Chen was momentarily stunned. The opponent's graveyard? Is this a game of Yu-Gi-Oh? Does the opponent even have a graveyard? Wasn't this card useless? Han Chen frowned. Forget it, just use it quickly. If it doesn't work, move on to the next one. Take this. Han Chen shouted and threw the Undead Summon card forward. Shield Warrior, be careful. Luo Tian, seeing Han Chen make a move, immediately gave the order. The Shield Warrior, who had just taken 2 steps forward, stopped and raised his shield in front of him. Han Chen's card landed not far in front of the Shield Warrior and disappeared upon hitting the ground. Then there was no further movement. Luo Tian and the Shield Warrior waited for a moment. Still, there was no reaction. The crowd erupted in laughter. What is this? Is this the best in the school? So cowardly? Just a random throw from the opponent scared him. Pathetic. Why not just admit defeat? Luo Tian listened to the jeers from the crowd, his features twitching. Han Chen, you can't even pull off a decent move after all this time. You don't really have any skills, do you? Luo Tian shouted at Han Chen. At this moment, Han Chen had already drawn a 3rd card. He was actually quite disappointed. This card had clearly disappeared upon landing, indicating it had taken effect. But it had no effect at all. It seemed it was because the opponent had no graveyard area, so it couldn't take effect. Han Chen could only look at the 3rd card he had drawn. But when he saw the 3rd card, a smile appeared on his face. Bring it on. Luo family ancestral tomb. Boom. One of the mounds in the ancestral tomb suddenly exploded, sending dirt flying. The graveyard caretaker, patrolling not far away, heard the noise and looked over. He happened to see this scene, smoke and dust rising, an old coffin lid flying out of the grave and landing on the ground. He was completely dumbfounded. Dongchuan City Rule School, Duel Arena. Now, the director looked at the situation in the duel arena, his brow furrowing. Stupid son. This Han Shen, a character with only D-level combat skills, could have just summoned an attacking warrior to take them down in one hit, right? An instant kill would show the difference and silence the entire school's faculty and students. Why be so cautious? Letting the other side insult us crazily. It's really embarrassing. Ding dong ding dong ding dong. The director of education's phone rang. He picked up the phone casually. Hello, what's the matter? The person on the other end sounded anxious. Hello, is this Mr. Luo? I'm the administrator of Dongchuan Cemetery. Cemetery administrator? We don't need a burial plot at the moment, thank you. The director of education was somewhat displeased. I'm not selling burial plots. I want to inform you of some very unfortunate news. What? Your father's grave just suddenly exploded. What? The director of education was instantly shocked. At this moment, the situation in the battle area was developing just as Han Shen had imagined. The slow-witted shield warrior swung his large shield at Han Shen. As soon as he raised the shield, Han Shen had already jumped away. Thud! The shield missed completely. Han Shen was already behind the shield warrior. The shield warrior turned around to look for Han Shen, which was quite a struggle. The audience also found it hard to watch. This wasn't Luo Tian going easy. Summoning a warrior was a huge drain on his stamina. His limit was to summon only 2 warriors at the same time. Without knowing the opponent's moves, summoning a defensive warrior was the safest bet. But now it seemed that the shield warrior couldn't hit the agile Han Shen at all. It looked like he could only summon another offensive warrior. This time, one strike would determine the outcome. Thud! Luo Tian hadn't even started summoning yet. The entrance door behind Han Shen was suddenly smashed open. Both Han Shen and Luo Tian were taken aback. Han Shen also turned to look back. He had no idea what was happening. He saw a skeleton, dressed in tattered funeral clothes and covered in dust and dirt, appear at the doorway. The entire venue was instantly stunned. Many girls who reacted screamed in shock. Some of the more timid ones had already fled the stands. In the broadcast room, several teachers quickly called the security office. The director of education hurriedly shouted, Luo Tian, Han Shen, pay attention. There is an emergency situation. The duel is temporarily suspended. You can enter the safe house to wait for the situation to be resolved. Luo Tian and Han Shen both frowned. Just then, the skeleton stepped into the battle arena. It pointed at Han Shen and shouted to the crowd, no need to stop the duel. I am this gentleman's summon. A summon? Several school leaders in the broadcast room were taken aback again. Does this mean Han Shen has the ability to summon the dead? The director of education shouted to Han Shen for confirmation. Han Shen, is this your summon? Is it? Han Shen wasn't quite sure. He looked at the skeleton. The skeleton nodded at Han Shen. It's the necromancy you used, right? As soon as the skeleton said the words necromancy, Han Shen understood. So this really was his summon. Han Shen then nodded and shouted back to the broadcast room, yes, this is my summon. So it was a summon. The school leaders breathed a sigh of relief. Well then, since it's a summon, there's no problem. You may continue your duel, the director of education announced. The crowd calmed down. Many girls who had run to the door sat back down. This Han Shen can summon a skeleton? Summoning is one thing, but coming in through the door scared me to death. What a disgusting summoning technique. This skeleton doesn't look very sturdy. Can it beat the shield warrior? The crowd buzzed with chatter. But Luo Tian's expression was not good. He pondered for a moment and said to Han Shen, your summon has a rather unique voice. Unique? Is it very special? Han Shen looked at the skeleton behind him. It's very special to me, it makes me uncomfortable. So I'll take out your summon first, Luo Tian said, preparing to give orders to the shield warrior. Very much like your grandfather, right? The skeleton said to Luo Tian. Luo Tian shivered. You. Luo Tian suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Then, the skeleton said to Luo Tian in a teasing tone, good grandson, I am your grandfather. This summon can even taunt. The audience, unaware of the truth, burst into laughter. Hearing what the skeleton said, the director in the broadcasting room was instantly dumbfounded. He had also thought the skeleton's voice sounded familiar, but he didn't dare to think in that direction. But now that the skeleton had admitted it, combined with the call from the cemetery manager just now, and the familiar funeral robe on the skeleton, the director immediately understood what was going on. He was almost going crazy, completely disregarding his image as the director, and shouted into the microphone, "Damn it! Han Chen, you actually summoned my dad? I will definitely kill you," he yelled, almost ready to jump down from the broadcasting room to beat up Han Chen. He was still held back by the other teachers. The director's voice echoed throughout the duel arena. Immediately, the entire place erupted in laughter. "Ha ha, I thought that someone was just taunting, but it really is the director's dad? That's too much. Luo Tian is really disrespecting his teacher and ancestors. Awesome, Han Chen is my big brother from now on." The students watching couldn't contain their laughter. In the battle area, Luo Tian didn't know whether to cry or laugh. "Grandpa, is it really you?" Luo Tian asked. The skeleton nodded. "Good grandson, of course it's your grandpa." "Then grandpa, you go home and wait for me. Our home address hasn't changed. I'll take care of this guy next to you and come back," Luo Tian said. The skeleton shook his head. "Good grandson, this grandpa can't do as you say. Right now, I am Han Darren's summon, and I have to defeat you first before we can talk about anything else." Luo Tian's eyes widened. "Grandpa, you don't say anymore. Good grandson, let grandpa see your skills," the skeleton said. Hearing this, Luo Tian's face twisted in anger. "Han Chen, don't go too far. Quickly release your control over my grandpa." Han Chen spread his hands. "Then you surrender, and the battle ends. Your grandpa will naturally go back to sleep." Han Chen actually didn't expect things to develop this way. The opponent's graveyard area automatically transformed into the opponent's ancestral grave. Who could have imagined that? But since it was triggered, he might as well make use of it. "Good grandson, stop talking nonsense. Let grandpa see how much you've improved in the past 2 years," the skeleton said. Luo Tian nodded. "All right, grandpa, since you insist, I'll make my move." He then commanded the shield warrior to attack. "Grandpa, this shield warrior's strike is quite painful. Be careful," Luo Tian reminded. "Good grandson, then grandpa will show you something interesting." The skeleton spread his arms. "You all burned a lot of money for me these past few years. I bought a lot of weapons over there. Now grandpa is a big warlord in the underworld." As the skeleton spoke, a row of black whirlpools appeared on the ground in front of him. A line of skeletons slowly rose from the whirlpools, counting about a dozen. Each one was engulfed in eerie green flames and carried an old-fashioned rifle on their backs. This is. Luo Tian was taken aback. "Good grandson, this is grandpa's mercenary group. You better watch closely," the skeleton replied to Luo Tian, then commanded the skeleton soldiers in front of him. "Luo family army, heed my command. Raise your guns." The row of skeleton soldiers instantly raised their guns, aiming at Luo Tian in front of them. The shield warrior quickly stepped back a few paces, shielding Luo Tian behind him. Han Chen, standing nearby, was also stunned. He thought that although the skeleton he summoned was Luo Tian's grandfather, it should have no combat power besides psychological damage since it was unarmed. As a result, he could directly summon a skeleton army, and it was a hot weapon army. "Too fierce. Fire!" commanded skeleton grandpa. Bang! 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 The skeleton soldiers opened fire one after another. The shield warriors immediately raised their large shields. Bullets struck the large shields of the shield warriors, instantly igniting green flames and emitting a series of hissing sounds. However, it seemed they could not penetrate the large shields of the shield warriors. Luo Tian shouted from behind the shield warriors, "Grandpa, you can't just say fire and fire, that's too ruthless. Aren't you afraid of killing your precious grandson?" Skeleton grandpa replied without a second thought, "Good grandson, what's wrong with dying? You can come directly to grandpa's side, and I'll make you the vice marshal. But I haven't married yet. Do you want the Luo family to die out? It's fine, grandpa just took in a few 18-year-old girls who died young. They'll all be yours when you come. Grandpa, you. Also, good grandson, do you think hiding behind the shield warriors means grandpa can't do anything to you? You're still too young." As the skeleton spoke, a large black vortex appeared on its right side. A skeleton soldier's body slowly emerged. Then, beside it, an old-fashioned cannon also slowly revealed itself from the ground. Everyone's eyes widened. Han Chen's eyes also widened. The skeleton shouted loudly to the soldier next to the cannon, "2nd Battalion Commander. Hurry! Give my grandson a shot." The skeleton soldier next to the cannon saluted and aimed the cannon at the shield warrior's large shield. With a pull of the cannon latch, boom! A loud cannon blast echoed. The cannonball struck the large shield of the shield warrior, erupting into a large burst of green flames. This shot was indeed powerful. The shield warrior staggered back half a step. "Fire! Fire!" The skeleton continued to shout loudly. The skeleton artillerymen began to load the cannonballs. "Grandpa, you're really too ruthless. I'm really not holding back anymore." Luo Tian shouted from behind the shield warrior. What mercy! There are no grandfathers and grandsons on the battlefield. Grandpa is going to teach you a good lesson today about what superior firepower means, the skeleton said, and the second cannon was also loaded. Boom! Another shot hit the shield warrior's shield. The shield warrior swayed even more noticeably, and the shield cracked in several places, almost unable to cover the shield warrior's body. Anyone with keen eyes could see that the shield warrior couldn't withstand many more shots. Luo Tian, behind the shield warrior, took a deep breath. It was during this interval of cannon fire. Archers, come out! Thud! Next to the shield warrior stood a tall, slender warrior dressed in relatively simple white armor. It looked about 6 or 7 meters tall, but was completely wrapped in armor, with no face visible. Archer, aim at that one in the funeral clothes and shoot, Luo Tian commanded. Understood. The archer directly drew the bow. A golden arrow appeared on the bow. First shoot that one with the bow, Skeleton Grandpa shouted upon seeing the archer. The skeleton soldiers quickly raised their guns, and the skeleton artillerymen hurriedly turned the cannon. But it was too late. The archer drew the bow and shot the arrow at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the golden arrow pierced through the chest of Luo Tian's grandpa skeleton. Good grandson, you really are a grandson. The skeleton fell to the ground. Numerous skeleton soldiers instantly disintegrated. Like gravel, they scattered on the ground, and the faint green flames quickly extinguished. Bodies and weapons turned to ashes in the end. Grandpa! Luo Tian stepped out from behind the shield warrior, looking at the skeleton on the ground. Grandpa is fine, I'll go back over there first, see you again in the future, good grandson. The skeleton waved at Luo Tian and began to gradually turn to ashes. Luo Tian watched his grandpa disappear. He turned to Han Chen. Han Chen, you've really angered me this time, I won't let you off lightly, Luo Tian said fiercely. Behind him, the bow warrior had already drawn his bow, aiming at Han Chen. Han Chen looked at Luo Tian, remained silent, and quietly placed a card face down on the ground in front of him. The backs of all Han Chen's cards were a solid black, nothing on them. What are you doing? Luo Tian asked, puzzled. Setting a trap card, Han Chen replied calmly. A trap card? What is that? Luo Tian didn't understand at all. That's none of your concern, Han Chen answered. You're just being cryptic. Luo Tian didn't care, as he still had plenty of confidence. Han Chen, do you see the bow warrior behind me? He never misses a shot, and his power is incredible. If he aims at you, you're definitely dead. So, Han Chen said. So you admit defeat now and apologize for what just happened. I, Luo Tian, am magnanimous and will let you go. Although you might lose face, at least you can save your life, Luo Tian said, staring at Han Chen. Why are you talking so much? Just shoot already, Han Chen said impatiently. Han Chen's attitude surprised Luo Tian. You're asking for it, Luo Tian shook his head, then looked at the bow warrior beside him. He nodded at the bow warrior. At this moment, in the broadcasting room, Han Chen's homeroom teacher said anxiously, Principal, if the bow warrior shoots, a normal person will definitely die. If this continues, someone will get hurt, we should call it off. The principal nodded. Luo Tian's emotions are indeed a bit out of control. He might not know how to hold back. We can call it off. The director of education interrupted. Teachers, Han Chen is an adult. He knows the consequences of his actions. If he hasn't admitted defeat by now, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. We shouldn't interrupt him. Maybe he doesn't know how terrifying the bow warrior is. Han Chen's homeroom teacher said. How could that be? Who in the school doesn't know about Luo Tian's skills? Han Chen must have his own way, the director of education said. That's true, then let's not interrupt him for now, the principal nodded. But principal, no need to persuade. If Han Chen can't even gauge his own abilities, there's no need for him to join the Rules Academy for further studies, the principal said. Exactly. Let's continue watching. Han Chen might surprise us, the director of education smiled. Han Chen's homeroom teacher could only give up and nervously watch the stage. The director of education also watched the battle area with excitement. Han Chen, oh Han Chen, don't blame me for your demise, blame yourself for not surrendering when you saw the bow warrior's bow. Ha 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 ha. Luo Tian gave the order to shoot. The bow warrior obeyed. He immediately shot an arrow at Han Chen. Han Chen watched as the golden light flickered. Now's the time. The trap card activated. The card on the ground stood upright. It depicted 2 tubes, 1 arrow entering and 1 arrow exiting. Magic tube, trap card activate when the opponent's monster attacks, dealing damage equal to that monster's attack points. Unlike the previous cards, this one had a source. It was a very famous card from Yu-Gi-Oh! According to the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh!, trap cards must be set face down to activate, so Han Chen had to set it beforehand. The effect was also very strong. It was perfect for dealing with a Bao warrior, an ADC with high attack but weak defense. The golden arrow of the Bao warrior stopped in mid-air, then quickly returned. Before the Bao warrior could react, the golden arrow had already pierced through his chest. Thud! The Bao warrior fell heavily to the ground. Then he disappeared. As a summoned creature, it generally won't die from heavy damage, it will only temporarily disappear and can be summoned again after a while. Luo Tian's eyes were bloodshot with rage. What kind of trick is this guy using? Han Chen watched the Bao warrior vanish and laughed. I remember, Luo classmate, your limit is summoning 2 warriors, right? This statement struck Luo Tian's heart like a whip. Indeed, his stamina could only summon 2 warriors. Now, he had very little stamina left. Even standing was a struggle. He was left with only 1 injured shield warrior, which was already slow-moving and couldn't reach Han Chen, and now it was even more impossible. In other words, he had no way to deal with Han Chen now. Hey, why aren't you responding? Have you lost even the strength to talk? Han Chen shouted at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was even more furious. He thought about Han Chen's moves over the past half day, each one more mocking than damaging. He absolutely refused to lose to him. No way. I haven't lost yet. Luo Tian took out a pill wrapped in white cloth from his pocket and held it in his hand. This was the secret medicine Indian divine pill. Taking it could significantly boost stamina, allowing for 1 transformation to become 2, and 2 to become 3. However, the cost of overexerting the body was severe damage to health afterward, leading to prolonged weakness. Taking it multiple times could even affect lifespan. But no matter what, he could still summon 1 more warrior, and perhaps that could end this match. Luo Tian glanced at the audience and pretended to yawn, seizing the opportunity to pop the pill into his mouth. On the other side, Han Chen was also deep in thought. This Luo Tian had no stamina left and should be unable to launch an attack anymore. But knowing this guy's nature, he definitely wouldn't easily admit defeat. How could he bypass the shield warrior in front of him to hit this kid? Boom! As Han Chen was pondering, another tall figure appeared next to the shield warrior. This time it was in blue armor, with a physique similar to the Bao warrior, both being tall and slender. However, it was wielding a long-handled battle axe. Han Chen's eyes widened. This is the axe warrior? This guy can only summon twice at most, how can he summon again? Han Chen, don't get cocky, take a few axe strikes from my axe warrior first. Luo Tian laughed from behind the shield warrior. How can you still summon? Are you cheating? Han Chen said. How can I not summon? The 2 summon limit is an old story from a year ago, can't I improve? Luo Tian laughed and nodded at the axe warrior beside him. The axe warrior immediately charged forward. This time it was Han Chen's turn to be troubled. After all, Luo Tian was the best in the school, and everyone knew his skills. He had some understanding of Luo Tian's warriors. The axe warrior was the fastest in action. Han Chen could dodge the shield warrior's attacks, but dodging the axe warrior was like dreaming. As Han Chen was thinking of a countermeasure, the axe warrior had already closed in. The large axe in its hand swung straight towards Han Chen. Han Chen quickly threw the card he had in his hand onto the ground. Item card activated. Old Lady's Modesty Cloth. Item card creates a huge modesty flower cloth that lasts for 2 minutes, during which it is not easily destroyed. If the user changes their underwear inside, it can last a bit longer. Bang! A massive floral cloth appeared in front of Han Chen. The axe warrior's axe struck directly against the cloth. The cloth instantly deformed, but the force of the axe was also instantly dissipated. The axe warrior was unable to continue chopping down. Then the cloth began to expand and wrap around. Soon it formed a large cylindrical shape, reaching up to the ceiling of the duel arena, while enclosing Han Chen completely within the cylinder. What is this thing? There's even an embroidery saying "May you have children soon" on it. Ha! Han Chen's taste is truly unique. The audience burst into laughter. Luo Tian looked angrily at the axe warrior. Why aren't you chopping? I can't chop it, this fabric is strange and absorbs the force, the axe warrior replied. Then chop it a few more times, Luo Tian said, exasperated. Understood. The axe warrior swung his axe at Han Chen's modesty cloth a few more times. At first, the force of the axe could still be absorbed. But with each subsequent chop, the effect diminished. Another chop. The harsh sound of tearing fabric echoed. The modesty cloth was actually cut in half. The cylindrical fabric instantly lost its support and fell to the ground, disappearing. Han Chen inside was revealed. Is that all? I thought it was sturdier, Luo Tian sneered. Impressive, Han Chen remarked. What surprised Luo Tian was that at this moment, Han Chen was lying sideways on the ground. He didn't know when Han Chen had laid down a sheet on the ground and was now lying on it. He was propping his head up with his arm, calmly looking at Luo Tian, even giving him a thumbs up. Lying down directly was too disrespectful. The audience was also in an uproar. This Han Chen is so arrogant. What trick does he have this time? Luo Tian was furious, but he naturally thought that Han Chen's arrogance was likely well prepared. He first looked in front of Han Chen. No covered cards. No trap cards? No trap cards and still so arrogant? Chop him! Luo Tian shouted. The shield warrior nodded. The giant axe in his hand swung down towards Han Chen. Thud! The axe landed heavily on the ground beside Han Chen. This chop actually missed. The audience was shocked. It can miss? This was like a soccer match where, with no one else around, the shot goes wide. What a surprise! Big brother, I'm lying here and you still can't hit me? Han Chen said to the axe warrior. Luo Tian was so angry he stomped his foot. You can't even hit this? I'm sorry, boss, I don't know how it missed. I'll try again. The axe warrior raised the giant axe again and swung it down at Han Chen's head. Thud! This time, the axe landed on the ground beside Han Chen again. It missed again. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Axe warrior, are you messing with me? Luo Tian scolded the axe warrior. Indeed, this was Han Chen's lying flat sheet. Lying on it, immune to all attacks. And he could lie there as long as he wanted. On the other side, the axe warrior felt wronged. I really aimed for his head, but for some reason, it landed off target. Are you sure? Luo Tian asked. Sure, the axe warrior nodded. Luo Tian stopped scolding the axe warrior. He instantly understood. Even if the axe warrior accidentally missed one chop, he wouldn't miss a second. It must be Han Chen's trick. It could be some kind of illusion. He gave the axe warrior a new order, use that move. Understood. The axe warrior received the order. From the gaps in his back armor, a pair of arms slowly emerged. These newly formed arms each held a slightly smaller short axe. Han Chen frowned at the sight. What a cockroach person. Then, the axe warrior swung his giant axe at Han Chen again. Of course, it still missed. Next, two smaller short axes came swinging in. Still missed. But then came the giant axe again. Seamless connection. Faster and faster. In the end, it was like a machine gun. Han Chen couldn't even see the movements. Only every second, several axes landed heavily beside Han Chen. The tremors on the ground were mostly absorbed by the sheet, but the wind pressure raised made it hard for Han Chen to keep his eyes open. The audience could no longer see Han Chen's figure. They were a bit worried for Han Chen. Under such a fierce attack, would Han Chen be able to leave with his body intact? A few minutes later, the axe warrior's movements slowed down. Eventually, he came to a complete stop. The ground in front of the axe warrior was already covered with countless dense axe marks. The large axe marks combined with the small ones, layer upon layer, eventually formed a circular deep trench. This trench surrounded Han Chen in the middle. However, Han Chen and the sheet beneath him remained unscathed. The only possible damage was to Han Chen's hairstyle, which had been blown into disarray by the fierce wind created by the axe. The axe warrior's attacks were completely ineffective. The crowd erupted once again. Luo Tian couldn't believe it. Under such a dense barrage of heavy axe strikes, not a single blow had landed on Han Chen. What kind of skill effect was this? Was he invulnerable? Impossible, such an invincibility skill would have to be at least A rank, or S rank. If he had an S rank skill, why would he need to be recommended? He could just kick down the door of the United Academy, and everyone there would have to bow and plead for him to enter. Could it be the effect of that sheet? But what kind of effect could it be? Luo Tian couldn't figure it out. On the other side, Han Chen was not exactly at ease either. He could feel the ground beneath him was on the verge of collapse. Yes, he was invincible on the sheet, but the ground beneath the sheet was not. If the ground collapsed, Han Chen might fall. He didn't know if wrapping himself up would still trigger the invincibility effect. In any case, he had already drawn enough attention. It was time to end this. Han Chen took out a game console and a game controller. This startled Luo Tian, who was already tense. Another trick? He immediately hid behind the shield warrior, only poking his head out. The crowd was filled with confusion, first not understanding how Han Chen was unharmed, then not understanding why he had pulled out a game console. Was it to mock him? Even while playing a game, he could take care of you, Luo Tian? Under everyone's gaze, Han Chen simply operated the controller a few times. Without a screen, he was just manipulating the controller, as if playing in the air. Then Han Chen slowly raised his hand and pointed upwards. Up there? What was up there? Luo Tian immediately looked up. He then saw an object rapidly approaching. Thud! A large wooden barrel crashed heavily onto Luo Tian's head. Luo Tian was instantly knocked down. The barrel shattered immediately. Brown liquid splattered everywhere. What was this? The crowd was once again shocked. Looking up, they saw a large object hovering in the dark area above the countless spotlights. It had been there for who knows how long. What on earth was it? Students with night vision capabilities scanned the area. A gasp followed. That's a hot air balloon. A hot air balloon? The crowd was even more surprised. When did a hot air balloon appear up there? On the other side, Luo Tian was knocked down to the ground, his mind a bit hazy. In terms of physical fitness, he was still okay, but he was still within the range of an ordinary person. From such a height, having a large water barrel fall on his head was indeed quite severe. Without the support of his abilities, the Axe Warrior and Shield Warrior also disappeared from the scene. No, I have to get up. Luo Tian struggled to rise from the ground but couldn't manage to get up. His vision was a bit blurry, and he couldn't hear clearly. All he could smell was a strong, foul odor. However, he still saw a figure approaching a few steps. That figure was Han Chen. Luo Tian, admit defeat, you lost, Han Chen said. Lose? No, I won't lose, Luo Tian replied, lying on the ground, his emotions agitated. Han Chen shook his head and pointed upwards again. Luo Tian looked up. The object directly above had slowly descended a bit, landing in the light of the spotlight. This is a hot air balloon with a skull pattern painted on it. Inside the balloon's basket sits a skeleton soldier wearing a pirate hat. It is holding a large barrel, ready to drop it at any moment. This is a game character summoned by Han Chen using the Y-Box game console. It is the balloon soldier from Clash of Clans. However, since it is a pirated version, while the original drops bombs, this balloon soldier drops a dung barrel instead. But the dung barrel is actually more useful than a bomb. Dropped from such a height, it can knock Luo Tian senseless, but it won't take his life. When did the balloon soldier go up? Naturally, it was when Han Chen used the old lady's modesty cloth. At that time, the cloth was propped against the ceiling, and Han Chen took the opportunity to summon the balloon soldier and quickly lifted it up. It rose to a spot where the searchlight couldn't reach the dark area. Then the entire audience was captivated by Han Chen and the Axe Warrior, so naturally, no one noticed. Han Chen quietly flew the balloon soldier above Luo Tian's head. He dropped the dung barrel. If the second one hits you, you'll die, Han Chen reminded. At this moment, Luo Tian also saw the wooden barrel in the balloon soldier's hands, ready to drop. And he, Luo Tian, couldn't even get up. Luo Tian was unwilling to lose, but he wasn't a fool. He knew his life was already in Han Chen's hands. He had only one path left to take. You win, I concede. Luo Tian closed his eyes and raised his hands. This was the gesture of surrender. The teachers in the broadcast room were also very shocked. After a brief moment of astonishment, the principal smiled and announced into the microphone. Student Luo Tian concedes, this duel is won by student Han Chen. The result was announced. Luo Tian conceded. The top student in the school, Luo Tian, conceded. The crowd erupted. Cheers drowned out the entire battlefield. Many students spontaneously surged toward the exit. Han Chen smiled, retracted the balloon soldier in his bedsheet, and stuffed them into his waist pouch. He let out a sigh of relief. On the other side, the furious head of the teaching department stormed out of the broadcast room. He had come to loathe Han Chen to the core. He needed to find an excuse to deal with Han Chen properly. What excuse? Was he too harsh? It seemed his son Luo Tian was even harsher. Insulting the opponent? Yes, that excuse would work. Clearly stating that friendship comes first before the match, this guy insulted his opponent so much. He needed to be dealt with. The head of the teaching department thought this as he walked toward the battlefield. He was going to confront Han Chen. Luo Tian lay on the ground. The spotlight on Han Chen's back, the pungent smell of dung, and the laughter and cheers of other students made him increasingly alert. No, if this continues, how can he hold his head up in school? He would become the laughingstock of his classmates. No way. I want to be exempted. Only 2 people in the entire school meet the criteria for exemption. As long as you, Han Chen, are dead, the exemption spot can only go to me. Luo Tian struggled to sit up and took out a bun-sized Indian Godpill family bucket version from his interdimensional pocket. This was given to Luo Tian by his father for emergencies when he was in danger. Compared to the Indian Godpill, the family bucket version is more potent, but the side effects are particularly severe. Disability is even possible. But Luo Tian couldn't care less. Amidst the smell of dung, Luo Tian devoured the Indian Godpill family bucket version. It was sweet and fragrant. But it wasn't the sweet fragrance of the god pill. It was the sweet fragrance of revenge about to be fulfilled. Luo Tian felt power surging through his entire body. Come out! Axe warrior! Bow warrior! Shield warrior! Boom! 3 massive figures appeared on the battlefield. Han Chen heard the commotion, turned around, and widened his eyes. Han Chen! Die! Luo Tian shouted with all his might, feeling triumphant. Han Chen was first shocked, then his expression turned to anger. If you were still in a duel, it would be one thing if you struck hard. But now that you've admitted defeat, not only did you sneak attack, but you also went for the kill. You forced my hand. Han Chen was truly furious this time. He picked up a card he had never used and threw it on the ground in front of him. This was a card he could have used, but he had never done so until now. Now, it had to be used. Luo Tian, watch closely. On the other side, the archer was drawing his bow, preparing to shoot. The axe warrior charged forward with all his might. The shield warrior also ran forward, blocking any escape routes for Han Chen. Luo Tian laughed heartily. 3 warriors were attacking simultaneously. Han Chen, you have nowhere to hide. Then, the card that Han Chen threw emitted a dazzling light, accompanied by a fierce roar. A massive white figure appeared before the 3 warriors. Yes, it was enormous. The 3 warriors could only be considered large, but this figure could only be described as gigantic. As the figure appeared, it stirred up a strong wind. What is that? Luo Tian squinted. As the wind settled, Luo Tian focused and was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Before him was a western white dragon, shimmering with silver light and sporting wings. And at that moment, Han Chen was riding on the dragon's neck. The archer's golden arrow struck the dragon's silver-white scales and was deflected away. The axe warrior reached the dragon and swung his axe at it, leaving no mark. The shield warrior crashed into the dragon, but the dragon remained unmoved. The audience outside fell silent in an instant. The dragon's green eyes, filled with immense pressure, deeply shocked them. Luo Tian, see the true gap between us, Han Chen said coldly from atop the dragon's neck. Then, the dragon lunged forward, its head crashing into the archer. The archer was instantly sent flying, crashing into the glass wall of the battle area behind them. The glass wall shattered, creating a spiderweb-like hole, and the archer was pinned against it. Next, the dragon's front paw swept heavily. The axe warrior was also sent flying, landing next to the archer. The axe fell from the air, embedding itself in the ground. Finally, it was the shield warrior's turn. Han Chen deliberately left him for last. The dragon gazed at Luo Tian. He trembled all over and hurriedly hid behind the shield warrior, thinking he had absolute defense. In reality, it was no match for a single blow. The dragon's front paw swept again, and the shield warrior was also sent flying. This time, he crashed directly into the steel door at the entrance, severely deforming it and creating a dent. In an instant, the 3 warriors were swatted away by Han Chen's dragon as if they were flies. It's your turn, Luo Tian. Han Chen sneered. The dragon lowered its head, its green eyes fixating on the solitary Luo Tian in the arena. At that moment, Luo Tian was utterly terrified. His face turned pale, and he was completely frozen. It's your turn, Luo Tian. Han Chen's voice sounded like the death knell from hell, completely shattering Luo Tian's last shred of dignity. Then, under the gaze of the entire audience, Luo Tian's legs bent slightly. To everyone's shock, he knelt down. Han Chen, I lost, spare me. Luo Tian said weakly. You already admitted defeat earlier, yet you still attacked from behind, Han Chen replied coldly. Luo Tian trembled. Then, he bowed deeply, knocking his head to the ground before Han Chen. One bow wasn't enough, he kept banging his head, a complete pitiful sight. Han Chen shook his head and gave a gentle command to the dragon beneath him. The dragon nodded, extending its front paw and placing it in front of Luo Tian. Then, with a light flick of its claw, Luo Tian was sent flying. He landed on the ground behind, unconscious. But he was not dead. Han Chen had spared him. This was not out of kindness from Han Chen. It's because this is the real world. Killing someone in front of so many people would bring endless trouble. If it were in the neon smile of the game world, Han Chen would act without hesitation. And this dragon is the card that Han Chen drew from the card system today. Blue Eyes White Dragon. It seems to be a very famous monster card from Yu-Gi-Oh!, which Han Chen drew earlier in the office. This is why Han Chen has enough confidence to challenge Luo Tian. But fame brings trouble. Originally, Han Chen thought it unnecessary to use this card and could win with weaker ones, which wouldn't make him seem so strong and wouldn't bring much trouble. Now, he has no choice. Luo Tian, you forced my hand. At this moment, the director of education walked through the small door of the broadcasting room, then took a detour to the side entrance of the battle area. He didn't know why there were suddenly several loud vibrations outside, but he didn't pay it much mind. His mind was filled with how to teach Han Chen a lesson in his capacity as the director of education. The director pushed the door open and shouted sternly outside, "Han Chen, don't rush to leave. I have something to say to you." Then he froze. Outside, Han Chen was riding a giant dragon. The dragon was so large that it almost occupied a third of the battle area. "What's up?" Han Chen and the dragon both looked at the director. The dragon's eyes, shimmering with a bluish hue, fixed intently on the director. "Nothing, just wanted to say you fought beautifully." The director smiled. "Thank you," Han Chen nodded. Then the director turned and ducked back inside. "What's going on? How is this Han Chen riding such a big dragon? He must have seen it wrong." The director peeked out again. The dragon was still there. He hadn't seen it wrong. This, the duel officially ended. Han Chen put away the blue eyes white dragon and landed on the field. What a pity. All cards could only be used once. Moreover, Han Chen had previously tested it. Once drawn, it would disappear within less than 2 hours. It would probably be hard to see this dragon again next time. Han Chen approached the exit. As the steel door rose, many students rushed in, surrounding Han Chen. "Han Chen, was that A-level skill or S-level skill when you summoned the dragon?" "Brother Han Chen, take me as your little brother. I'm from class 1. Han Chen, what skills were you using?" "Brother Han Chen, are you free tonight? I bought a super sexy swimsuit." Han Chen didn't pay them much attention. It was too complicated to explain. Explaining one by one would tire him out. When Han Chen finally squeezed through the crowd, he reached the exit of the duel arena. The principal was already waiting there, smiling. "Han Chen, let's go directly to my office to sign some documents." Han Chen nodded in response. 2 days later, Dongchuan City Municipal General Hospital. Intensive Care Unit. Luo Tian lay weakly on the hospital bed, hooked up 2 and 4. The life monitor beside him was constantly running. The director of education walked into the ward. Luo Tian was slightly agitated. "Dad, Grandpa's remains, I vacuumed up all the ashes from the arena and put them back in the ancestral grave. Not a bit more or less, so don't worry." "That's good. Child, don't worry, Dad will make that Han Chen pay blood for blood." The director patted Luo Tian's hand. Luo Tian shook his head. "Forget it, Dad, that guy probably has A-level skills, we can't beat him." The director smiled. "I know, that's why I hired someone." Luo Tian still shook his head. "Can hired people beat A-level skills?" "No. Then. But they can act in the shadows. That kid Han Chen can't be on guard 24 hours a day, can he?" "But Dad, hiring a killer, is that really okay? Han Chen is under everyone's watch at school right now. If you kill him, we can't escape the blame." "Who said I hired a killer?" "Then what is it?" "It's a special person, whose ability is to force others into the neon smiley face game." "So Dad, you mean, in the real world, he can't do anything, so let's get this guy into the game. There are plenty of people to deal with him there. That guy can survive a difficulty level of 10, do you really think putting him in a game will work?" "Don't worry, I don't believe that guy can keep getting lucky every time. Besides, this time he enters the game, he will be affected in some special way." The director let out a series of cold laughs. Han Chen's mansion. Han Chen sat on the leather sofa in the living room, looking at the admission notice from the United Rules Academy in his hands. "To enter the academy, you need to prepare the following items." Han Chen read through each item. "First, you need to prepare a suitable weapon. If you're not used to using weapons, you can ignore this." "How strange. It's a war academy, right?" Han Chen continued reading. "Second." Suddenly, Han Chen's vision went black. "A power outage?" Han Chen was stunned. Then, his vision brightened again. A somewhat familiar large screen lit up in front of him. Then, the logo of the neon smiley face appeared on the screen. What the hell? One item after another slowly appeared. Han Chen was truly stunned. That's right. He was back in the game. What was going on? There were still 11 months left in the break. It shouldn't force him into the game. And he hadn't clicked to enter the game. Why was he in the game? Was the neon smiley face system malfunctioning? It should be, but he had no place to complain. He could only brace himself and participate. The items continued to display. Upcoming game participation type, solo combat. Solo combat? Han Chen was taken aback. This type of game was relatively rare. Solo combat, in simple terms, meant one-on-one. In this game, Han Chen would have no teammates, just one opponent. In fact, this was the type Han Chen found most competitive. No teammates, relying purely on himself. Strong is strong. Very challenging. Han Chen took a deep breath and continued reading. Then came the combat level of this game. medium to low. Medium to low meant there would be some combat, but not much. When Han Chen chose skills later, he could prioritize non-combat skills. Next was the game content prompt, television. Television? What a strange term. Han Chen was a bit dazed. He wasn't sure what this term corresponded to in the game. Then, a string of numbers appeared on the screen. 2 2 1. He could draw 2 skills, replace 2, and keep 1 at the end of the game. It was a game with relatively few skills given. Then came the skill drawing segment. 10 cards. Han Chen was familiar with the process and casually looked at one. The card automatically flipped over. Han Chen was immediately dumbfounded, because this time, the card did not display any letters indicating skill level. Instead, it had a grinning clown pattern. What the hell? What level is a clown? Han Chen had never heard of anyone drawing a Joker-level skill. As he pondered this, the screen displayed a specific skill description. There was originally a skill here, but it was stolen by a troublemaker. Ha! Han Chen read the skill description, feeling completely bewildered. He read it several more times to confirm he wasn't mistaken. Could it be that drawing a skill also had a chance of being a blank? With this thought in mind, Han Chen continued to draw skills. With a brand new set of 10 cards, Han Lin drew another one. Sure enough, it was still the grinning Joker. Han Chen's heart instantly turned cold. Then came the exact same description. There was originally a skill here, but it was stolen by a troublemaker. Han Chen understood. If a skill appeared empty, he could blame it on being the one unlucky person out of 10,000 who drew a blank. But getting 2 empty skills in a row was too unlikely. It was definitely not just bad luck. Someone must be messing with him. If someone was messing with him, then his sudden entry into the game was also the work of that person. Forcing others into the game, and they couldn't even draw skills? This skill was truly insidious. Moreover, there were still 2 of Hong Jie's people acting as bodyguards at Han Chen's doorstep. Did this guy kick him into the game from a distance? This skill was not only insidious but also dangerous. It could take effect from afar. But who was behind this? Han Chen could guess. He didn't have many enemies. It was 99% likely to be Luo Tian. If not him, then his father. How ruthless. Thinking of this, Han Chen felt a bit surprised. He was not surprised that Luo Tian had the power to hire such a person. He was surprised that despite being so thoroughly dealt with by him, Luo Tian still had the guts to seek revenge. This time out, he had to find a way to completely resolve that guy. And that director as well. Even if it meant taking some risks. But that was something to deal with later. Han Chen still had to get through the current game first. There were still 2 chances to change skills. Han Chen changed once. After changing the skill, he flipped the card and it was still the grinning Joker. Changing skills was ineffective. Han Chen directly donned a mask of pain. Let's see the game content. A line of text appeared on the screen. The game, exciting show, is about to begin. Game difficulty, 3. Game background, tired of watching exciting TV shows? Now, it's your turn to perform. This time, you will perform alongside another game participant. The game will consist of 3 rounds, with 3 TV channels randomly selected. You must complete the corresponding tasks in the world of the TV show to win the corresponding rounds. The one with the most wins is the victor. In case of a tie, the one with more points wins. General rules: this game is a no-injury match. All physical damage received will be fully restored at the end of the match, including resurrection from death. Failure penalties: all of the following. 1. Randomly lose 2 skills. If you lack skills, you can lose them, and for each missing skill, 30% of personal assets will disappear. 2. Gain the passive skill, Curse of the TV show. When you watch TV, if an advertisement is playing, you cannot change the channel or turn off the TV. You can only change the channel or turn off the TV after the advertisement ends. Attention! Each channel may have specific rules. Please be sure to comply. Violating rules will result in game failure. All language barriers have been eliminated. You can freely communicate with people from any country. Good luck! The entries finished displaying. Han Chen felt that the penalties for this game were actually not too harsh, considering it was only difficulty 3. Then the screen went black. Han Chen felt a dizzying spin. The light returned before him. In front of him was another large screen. Han Chen looked around. It seemed like a projection room. However, it is not a curtain, but a screen. The screen displays a line of text, upcoming draw, the TV channel for the first game. Then, a spinning wheel appears. It lists various movie channels, news channels, variety channels. The wheel slowly comes to a stop. The pointer points to the children's channel. The children's channel? What could that be? A big windmill? The screen begins to show the details of the episode. the children's channel is currently airing the anime Detective Quaibai. High school detective, Nang Manjor, accidentally witnesses a transaction involving a mysterious man in black one day. To silence the witness, the man in black poisons Jor, and although he barely survives, he ends up looking like an elementary school student. Nang Manjor adopts the alias Idagawa Quaibai and, in his elementary school body, continues to solve difficult cases. As this anime has aired for over 1,000 episodes, Idagawa Quaibai has become known as the Death God elementary student because wherever he goes, a murder case is sure to follow. Quaibai has truly become a renowned detective in every sense. However, the glory and spotlight of Detective Quaibai have nothing to do with you. You are merely a useless supporting character in this anime. In this episode, the Death God elementary student Quaibai will cross paths with your life, so please try to survive. Your objective: play the role of a targeted supporting character, survive, and make this episode last longer. If you are unfortunately killed, try to guide Detective Quaibai before you die. If Quaibai finds the murderer and brings them to justice, you can still win. The opponent's objective: play the role of a murderer, kill you using certain methods, and escape unscathed. Special rules for this round: participants playing the victim will have all combat-related skills disabled, healing-related skills disabled, combat power reduced to that of an ordinary person, and cannot engage in any illegal activities. Participants playing the murderer cannot kill you directly if their identity is discovered. To facilitate the subsequent game, you and another participant will not appear as your original selves in this round. The corresponding memories of the roles will be automatically implanted in your brain. The rules have been introduced. The game is about to begin. Han-chan, the name of the role you will play is Shanglin Shendo. The specific background of the character is, Shanglin Shendo is an office worker who has knowledge of a medical malpractice incident at a traditional Chinese medicine clinic called Suwon Hall. He has used this as leverage to extort a large amount of money from Suwon Hall multiple times, nearly driving it out of business. Not only does he extort money, but he also takes advantage of Suwon Hall as much as possible. This time, he will attend a free acupuncture evening class organized by Suwon Hall. It is known that the master of Suwon Hall and all the students attending the acupuncture class hate the character played by Han-chen to the core. They all have sufficient motive to kill him. Han-chen briefly understands his background, frowning. This character not only extorts others but also doesn't keep his distance, flaunting himself in front of them and crashing their class. Crashing a class is one thing, but at least he could have chosen a safer foot massage. Instead, he insists on crashing an acupuncture class. Isn't that just asking for death? Han-chen frowns at this thought. Now that his combat skills are sealed, how can he survive while flaunting himself in front of a bunch of people who want to kill him? The surrounding environment changes. The game officially begins. The scene automatically shifts to a classroom in the traditional Chinese medicine clinic Suwon Hall. Han-chen looks around. He doesn't see anything with a screen in the room. The lottery machine skill is not easy to trigger. Perhaps he can borrow a phone from someone or go outside to find something with a screen. Han-chen glances at the people in the room. At this moment, 6 students and the instructor have basically gathered. In the memory of the character he is playing, he knows these people. At the entrance, the anime protagonist, Idagawa Kobi, along with his sidekick uncle and childhood friend, Xia, had also arrived. Han-chen understood that his opponents in this match were now one of the 6 students and the lecturer. Han-chen first fixed his gaze on these 7 people. If someone was stealing glances at him, that person was definitely the murderer. Han-chen took a look. Aside from 2 students engaged in lively conversation, the others were seriously studying the meridian chart. The lecturer was talking to Kobi's sidekick uncle. Han-chen thought for a moment that the suspicion on these 2 students might be lowered. The students who were studying should be the main focus. Because the opponents also had just been infused with character memories, they didn't truly know the others. In this situation, chatting with others would be quite difficult, so most people would choose not to engage. Especially the opponent, who could pretend to study the meridian chart while actually contemplating his next move. The few students reading had a high level of suspicion. However, even so, it was still a choice among 4. Moreover, the earlier speculation was based on ideal conditions, and the suspicion on the others couldn't be completely ruled out. Unfortunately, Han-chen couldn't do anything illegal, and his combat abilities had been significantly weakened by the rules. Otherwise, he could have taken the initiative and eliminated them all. Han-chen thought again. The opponent must also have special skills. He just didn't know what those special skills were and whether they would come into play in this match. Han-chen wanted to hypothesize, but there were simply too many special skills. Anything could appear. There was no way to defend against them. However, if the opponent had a skill like remote killing, then Han-chen wouldn't need to do anything, he could just wait to die. Since there was no way to defend against skills, he could only treat the opponent as an ordinary person to defend against. If he assumed the opponent was an ordinary person, could he find another way? Since the murderer was here, couldn't he just slip away? Escape far away. That was one method. However, there was a fatal flaw. After he left, there might not be anyone else as a witness. The murderer could perhaps chase him down and attack him without restraint. Or, he could just stay here, remaining within the line of sight of the anime protagonist Kobi. This way, the difficulty for the murderer to act would increase sharply. That was also a method. The downside was that if the murderer was skilled, he might deceive the eyes of others. What other methods were there? Han-Chen thought of another one. A two-pronged approach. Yes, he could borrow a phone from the person next to him, then make an excuse to step out to make a call, but just stay at the classroom door. Transform the phone into a lottery machine, preparing to draw items while watching who would chase him out. Whoever followed him out would definitely be the murderer. In this way, Han-Chen would not expose his lottery skill in front of the opponent, and he could identify who the murderer was. Once he knew who the murderer was, he just had to guard against him. Even if, hypothetically, the opponent chased him out and killed him at the door, the detective Kobi could easily determine who the murderer was. According to the rules, he would still win. Yes, this was a good method. With this thought, Han-Chen borrowed Xia phone. Xia, the compassionate character of the entire anime, readily lent her phone to Han-Chen. "I'm going out to make a call," Han-Chen said, standing up and preparing to leave. Click. Just then, the lights in the room suddenly went out. It was a late class, and the entire room was instantly plunged into darkness. Suddenly entering darkness from bright conditions made it hard for the eyes to adjust. Han-Chen could see nothing. Not good. Han-Chen quickly tried to turn on the phone's flashlight, but a hand reached out from the darkness and knocked the phone out of his hand. His combat abilities had already been severely weakened by the rules, and Han-Chen felt his hands were so sluggish. The opponent easily knocked the phone from Han-Chen's grasp. Immediately, Han-Chen felt a sharp pain in his back. He had been hit. Damn, this guy just snatched his phone and then slipped behind him. Han-Chen's combat and action abilities were weakened by the rules, but the killer's were not. Han-Chen tried to turn and grab him, but only caught air. This was bad. Han-Chen couldn't breathe. He lost consciousness. Han-Chen found himself back in the screening room. The screen in front of him displayed a single line of text: "You have died. Awaiting game results." Han-Chen frowned. Too fast. The game had just started a few minutes ago, and he hadn't even had a chance to draw a prize. His opponent had directly pulled the power switch to kill him. He had combat abilities, but Han-Chen's combat abilities were restricted by the rules. The items he had drawn from the vending machine could not be brought into the neon smiley game. Han-Chen could only be killed. With such game rules, facing an opponent with the ability to turn off the lights and combat skills, he probably also had night vision. How could he win? A few minutes later, a new line of text appeared: "Kaobei cannot deduce the killer's methods and evidence. You lost." This result was something Han-Chen had anticipated. Kaobei's reasoning ability was indeed strong. He could basically deduce any difficult case. However, if the opponent had superpowers, they were not an ordinary person. How could you deduce anything? Even if you figured out the opponent had superpowers, would the police believe it? So, even the famous detective Kaobei couldn't deduce it. Forget it. Han-Chen sighed lightly. It was just one game lost. Besides, it was already an unfavorable situation. Losing was losing. There were still 2 games left. Winning wasn't impossible. The screen displayed a spinning wheel again. The next channel was Movie Channel. Coming soon, the horror movie Evil Spirit Manor. A horror movie? Han-Chen frowned. Game background: Evil Spirit Manor mainly tells the story of the Wei family of 5 moving into an old villa manor, after which strange occurrences begin to happen around them. As they delve deeper into the investigation, they gradually discover that the manor is cursed by evil spirits. However, they realize this too late. The power of the evil spirits can no longer be stopped, and dark forces surge forth like a tide. Game rules: you and your opponent will play the roles of the evil spirit and the exorcist, respectively. The evil spirit's goal is to harvest the souls of the Wei family and free itself. The exorcist's goal is to protect the Wei family and prevent the evil spirit from being released into the world. The game uses a point system, and both sides must complete enough tasks to earn points. Accumulating enough points can unlock additional abilities, and the player with the highest score at the end wins. All characters are projections and do not exist in reality. Please set aside your psychological burdens. The screen then flickered with new content, drawing your role for this game. Your role in this game is Evil Spirit. Evil Spirit? Han-Chen felt a surge of excitement. He had been a bit worried when he heard it was a horror movie. After all, dealing with ghosts directly, he had no exorcism skills, which would be quite difficult. But now he didn't have to worry. Goodness, now I, Han Chen, am a ghost, what's there to worry about? This is just for fun. As Han Chen was thinking, the surrounding scene began to change. The game had started. The surroundings transformed into a dark space. There was no light source, and Han Chen couldn't see anything. A pop-up appeared in front of him. Prompt: as an evil spirit in a horror movie, although you could easily kill the entire family of the movie's protagonist, you cannot do so directly. You must perform many special eerie acts to scare the protagonist's family, and ultimately, slowly kill them to create the atmosphere expected of a horror film. Complete your task in the most terrifying way possible to earn more points. Extra plot points reward: the more you do to make this horror film more exciting throughout the game, including plot, atmosphere, and setting, the more extra points you will receive at the end. Han Chen read the prompt and nodded. There are still some limitations. However, the restrictions are reasonable, and Han Chen can accept them. Moreover, doing more to enhance the horror atmosphere also grants extra reward points. Han Chen can strive for these reward points. Then, the prompt displayed in the pop-up disappeared and was replaced by a new line of text. Please choose the type of evil spirit you want to become. Then came a list of selectable types. 1. Hanging Ghost. A ghost that died by hanging, transformed by resentment. Exclusive manifestation skill /hanging. You can appear at the beam, and others will see your feet first. Exclusive attack skill /looping. You can throw a loop at a target, and if it hits, the target will hang themselves. Exclusive skill /hanging ghost. Since you died by hanging, your tongue can stretch very long. Han Chen glanced over the skills of this hanging ghost. They all seemed average, but the exclusive attack skill looked decent. Let's see what else is available. 2. Red-dressed female ghost. A female ghost who died in a red dress, with heavy energy and strong resentment. Exclusive manifestation skill /beautiful shadow. You can appear as a silhouette under a cloth or light shadow. Exclusive attack skill /manicure. Your nails are very long, effective for attacking others' throats. Exclusive skill /edge. You are a female ghost, and in horror films, female ghosts must look very sexy to attract viewers, so you automatically gain a G-cup bust, a curvy figure, and a seductive voice. Wow, a female ghost can change? Han Chen looked down. Is this convenient? But the skills also seem average. Let's check the next ones. 3. Water Ghost. A ghost that drowned, appearing in various water bodies. Because water holds an unknown fear for humans, you are scarier than an average ghost. Exclusive manifestation skill /water ghost. You can appear and move in any area with water, including but not limited to pools, bathtubs, toilets, pipes. Exclusive attack skill /pulling underwater. When you drag someone underwater, your weight increases threefold. Exclusive skill /long hair. Typical water ghosts are accompanied by long hair to obscure vision in the water, making them appear scarier. So you have long, black hair. This water ghost can even emerge from a toilet. Seems pretty impressive. But it's too uncool. If there are better options, Han Chen would prefer to choose something else. Let's keep this as a backup. Next. 4. Sadako. A super famous female ghost, strangled and thrown into a well, spreading a curse through a videotape. Exclusive manifestation skill /television. You can emerge from a TV screen. The larger the TV, the larger your form when you come out. Exclusive attack skill /psychic strangulation. Your psychic power can choke others. Exclusive skill 1 /piracy. This film does not have the copyright for The Ring, so your skills differ from the original Sadako. You can cast curses through URLs, torrents, CDs, and cloud storage. Exclusive skill 2 /mental attack. Is the TV program at its peak? Insert a Sadako. You can appear at the most exciting moment of a TV program to torment the viewer's mind. Han Chen was the first to see a character with 2 exclusive skills, although the second exclusive skill seems useless. But just looking at the first skill, it seems pretty good. Sadako is still strong. Back up. 5. Mother and Child Ghost. The female ghost who died in childbirth not only has a physical form but also a ghostly baby. Exclusive manifestation skill /baby crying. You can make your ghost baby cry to attract attention, and then you quietly appear behind your target, giving them a fright. Exclusive attack skill /ghost baby command. You can command your ghost baby to attack, but it may be distracted by interesting things. Exclusive skill /umbilical cord. The ghost baby can be connected to you by an umbilical cord, allowing you to swing the ghost baby to hit people. Imagine a female ghost wielding a meteor hammer. That's terrifying. Han Chen felt a bit creeped out after reading this. This type of ghost has a summonable entity to assist. However, if the ghost baby can be distracted by interesting things, it seems a bit troublesome to control. Not good. Next one. 6. Starving ghost. You are a ghost that died of starvation, so you can eat anything. Exclusive manifestation skill / hole. Any dark hole may be transformed into your mouth. Exclusive attack skill / storm inhalation. You can consume anything, including living people. Exclusive skill / hunger curse. You can make a person extremely hungry, causing them to frantically eat various foods, ultimately leading to their weight loss plan failing. The first two skills seem normal, but what is the last exclusive skill? Han Chen scoffed. 7. Vengeful doll. You are a doll filled with resentment. Exclusive manifestation skill / rising. You usually appear as an ugly doll, but when you manifest, you become an ugly doll that can move. Exclusive attack skill / telekinesis. You can do many things through your thoughts. Exclusive skill / recyclable object. Even if you are thrown into a non-recyclable trash bin, you will automatically return to the target's home. This, Han Chen found it hard to evaluate. But he probably wouldn't choose this one. The reason is that it feels a bit weak. 8. Evil spirit. A product of a dark ritual, a collection of darkness, evil, hatred, resentment, and pain. Exclusive manifestation skill / wall. You can manifest from walls or any ceiling, and you can traverse various special secret spaces. Exclusive attack skill / possession. You can possess others, controlling their actions or attacks. Exclusive skill / composite being. You are a super patchwork monster, so you can use the skills of various evil spirits. However, for game balance, the number of points you earn from all tasks is halved. This, Han Chen was particularly tempted by the exclusive skill. Being able to use multiple evil spirit skills comes with a penalty. The skills are powerful, and the penalties seem hefty. Isn't this perfect for a gambler like him? A strong backup choice. 9. Soul returning clown. The protagonist from it, capable of transforming into whatever others fear most. Exclusive manifestation skill / sewers. You can traverse through the sewers. Exclusive attack skill / fear. You can transform into the thing that the other person fears most to attack. Exclusive skill / BGM. As a clown, you can play cheerful music to enhance the dramatic effect and earn extra points. Exclusive weakness / the clown is right next to me. If you are labeled as a good person, you die. This is just pure stupidity. The manifestation skill is a downgraded version of a water ghost. The exclusive attack skill feels mediocre, and there's an exclusive weakness, although it probably won't trigger. Han Chen looked further down. There's also Freddy from A Nightmare on Elm Street, with sharp needle-like fingers, whose special skill allows him to enter others' dreams to kill them while he himself cannot clean up after. There are also vampires, whose ability is to wear a very cool cape, making them hard to kill, but they need to consume blood periodically, and eating hot pot won't suffice. There are also the killer Jason, the alien, Kayako, and so on. Especially that alien, Han Chen found its abilities truly hard to describe. Its attack skill involves laying eggs inside others' stomachs, which even Han Chen found disgusting. After looking around, Han Chen decided that the evil spirit was the best choice. High punishment, but high reward. This is it. Han Chen chose the evil spirit. Selection complete. Obtained memories related to the task of the evil spirit. Acquired the general skill, item generation. Acquired the general skill, night vision. Acquired the general skill, life perception. Acquired the general skill, spatial transformation. Acquired the general side effect skill, sunburn. The prompt box displayed that Han Chen had gained a bunch of skills. Han Chen took a quick look. They were mostly abilities that various ghosts have in movies. The skill, item generation, was a bit special. It could generate some common items according to Han Chen's thoughts and could be customized to a certain extent for convenience. This made sense, as ghosts in movies often have various enticing items. However, it couldn't generate weapons with strong offensive capabilities, like guns. He had never seen a ghost in a movie wielding a gun and shooting. It also couldn't create uncommon or complex items. Forget about making a Gundam. The description of the skill, spatial transformation, stated that it could only transform the space of this manner. This was also a common skill. Most haunted house movies have scenes of ghosts messing with walls. Otherwise, the protagonist could just break down a wall and escape, leaving the ghost dumbfounded. There were also some side effect skills, like sunburn. Han Chen would be injured by intense sunlight. This was reasonable. After all, no ghost would be out for a stroll in the sun at noon. Then came the task prompt. The Wei family, as the protagonists of a horror movie, gained the skill, director's arrangement. Because you are the protagonist of a horror film, you will have a different thought process than ordinary people. You enjoy courting death. You hardly know to call the police. You have excessive curiosity. You find it hard to heed others' advice. You love living in haunted houses. and you wouldn't bother moving even if your house burned down, even if the ceiling in your room was spraying blood. In this world, all the nearby police officers gain the skill, director's arrangement too, because you are the police in a horror film. You are also quite foolish. You are a staunch atheist, even if an evil spirit has slaughtered an entire team, and the protagonist frantically describes seeing a ghost, you would only send the protagonist to a mental hospital. You are a very arrogant officer. Even if you really discover something strange, you would confidently investigate with just a small handgun and either one colleague or by yourself, never thinking to call for SWAT support. You are a dedicated officer. Even if someone is bleeding from all orifices and looks dead as they approach you, you would treat them as a criminal. The pop-up ended. The surroundings of Han Chen brightened slightly. It seemed like the scene was starting to switch. Han Chen found himself in a large hall. A new prompt appeared. Now is the preparation phase. Duration, 4 hours. After 4 hours, the game will officially begin, and you will face your first task. You are currently in your manor, and you can modify it according to your needs. After the game starts, you can continue to modify it. Note that the more exciting your manor's setting, the more points you can earn. For example, a creepy basement, dark spaces within the walls, buried ghost wells, etc. However, your manor must appear to be a relatively normal manor on the surface. If you scare away the protagonist at the start, you will lose the game. The prompt concluded. Han Chen began to familiarize himself with the manor while modifying it according to his needs. After all, the goal was to make it seem flowery and fragrant on the surface while hiding a dark lair underneath. The 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The preparation time was over, and Han Chen had also made considerable modifications. The game officially began. A pop-up appeared in front of Han Chen. The first task, move in. Within 7 days, try to use any possible means to get the away family to move into your manor. Task reward, 100 points. Failure penalty, defeat in the game. Other information related to the away family can be accessed at any time through the task briefing. Han Chen looked at his task. The difficulty didn't seem too hard. However, the failure penalty was a bit severe, resulting in an outright defeat. But then again, this was a haunted house type of horror film. If the protagonist didn't even come to the house, what kind of story would that be? Han Chen prepared to get started. Since the movie protagonist had the absurd thought process typical of horror film characters, it should be relatively easy to handle. Following the task instructions, Han Chen tried to pull up a brief profile of the away family. The away family consisted of 5 members: the male head, Away, the female head, Zhang, the eldest son, Xiaoshui, the daughter, Xiaomei, and the youngest son, Xiaocheng. Han Chen frowned at the names of this family. Truly fitting for a horror movie, the names were quite striking. Should he then be called Zhang Biao? And the police called Fo Bolu? Whatever. Let's get to work. Han Chen activated the universal skill, teleportation. He was instantly teleported to the front door of the protagonist Away's home. At that moment, Han Chen suddenly understood why many horror film protagonists drove for dozens of kilometers to escape, only to find the ghost right behind them. How could one hide from such precise teleportation? Han Chen slipped into the house, hiding behind the wall to observe Away's home. It was an apartment located in the city center. It was about 70 square meters, cramped with the Away family of 5. The decor was shabby, and the appliances were quite old. Han Chen immediately had an idea. He quickly made some preparations. After a while, the male head Away returned home from work. Pay attention. This man is called Away, and he is indeed a man. Today, when he got home from work, he found a flyer wedged in the crack of his front door. That's right, this flyer was generated by Han Chen, placed in the crack of the male head's door. When Away opened the door, he indeed discovered the flyer. It had a striking advertisement: super cheap, company bankruptcy, a large batch of properties at rock-bottom prices for sale. Away merely glanced at it, shook his head, and tossed it into the nearby trash can. This surprised Han Chen a bit. Could this advertisement not move you at all? Han Chen thought for a moment, changed the advertisement wording, and placed it on the shoe cabinet at Away's front door. This position looked very natural, as if someone in the house had casually tossed the advertisement there. Sure enough, when Away came in to change his shoes, he saw Han Chen's new flyer. It had a new advertisement. Feeling cramped? Stop squeezing 4 or 5 people into a small house. A batch of second-hand houses urgently for sale. Pay the price of a single room to live in an apartment, and the price of an apartment to live in a villa. This advertisement was very different from the previous one. Away looked at it for a while longer, clearly intrigued. Indeed, this advertisement resonated with Away's current situation. He immediately became interested and dialed the number on the flyer. Han Chen instantly teleported. He arrived at the real estate agency he had previously scouted, possessing a real estate agent, and answered Away's call. Away's phone rang for a while before finally connecting. Hello? The real estate agent possessed by Han Chen answered. Hello? Is this the real estate company? Away asked on the phone. Yes, came the reply. Your advertisement says that the price of a single room can get you an apartment. Is that true? Yes, a company here has gone bankrupt, and its properties are being sold off at low prices, Han Chen said. What price range are we talking about? There are all kinds of price ranges. It's hard to say over the phone. You should come and take a look. Han Chen replied. I'll go when I have time, Away said. Time? That won't do. If Han Chen doesn't complete the task in 7 days, it will be a failure. Han Chen quickly replied, I'm afraid it won't work to come when you have time. This batch of low-priced properties might sell out at any moment. You should come as soon as possible, preferably right now. All right, then I'll go take a look now, Away said, looking at the company address on the advertisement. Han Chen possessed the real estate agent, sitting in the office, waiting for Away's arrival. He thought Away would come quickly. However, in reality, Away was quite slow. Han Chen waited for a long time, and it became a bit tedious. You haven't made a single phone call in half a day. Are you slacking off again while working, you little rascal? The office door suddenly opened, and the boss of the agency stormed in, cursing. Then the boss and the real estate agent possessed by Han Chen exchanged glances. The boss was taken aback. At that moment, he saw an employee with dark circles under his eyes, sunken eyes, heavy dark bags, and a haggard appearance, looking half dead. After all, being possessed by Han Chen, his complexion was naturally not good. What's wrong? Han Chen said coldly. Well, if everyone is working like this, you should take a break. It's okay to slack off a bit, just don't really die, the boss frowned, looking at Han Chen's face. Get lost, Han Chen spat out a word. All right, the boss left reluctantly. Han Chen waited in the office for a while longer, and the protagonist Away finally arrived. Han Chen greeted him warmly, inviting him to sit down and offering him tea. Away looked at Han Chen's face. You didn't sleep well last night? Han Chen nodded. Yes, these properties are cheap, so there were inquiries all night. Away immediately became a bit anxious. Do I still have properties available? Han Chen nodded. Just so happens there's one with the best cost-performance ratio. What? Away became interested. We still have one. It's the Stephen Manor. Stephen Manor? Yes, have you heard of it? Isn't that the manor where the whole family of the owner tragically died last year? Han Chen was momentarily speechless. He didn't know that his manor had already gained a notorious reputation. This isn't very important, Han Chen said. Not important? Away was taken aback. What's important is that this manor is now at a 90% discount. The original price was 15 million, now it's 1.5 million. 90% off? Away's eyes widened. Yes, at that price, it's worth buying just to farm, Han Chen said. That's great. When can we go take a look? Away was excited. Han Chen felt relieved. As expected of a horror movie protagonist, as long as it's cheap, even a haunted house can be enticing. We can go right now, Han Chen said. Okay, let's go. Away stood up immediately. So, Han Chen borrowed the car of the bent-over agent, taking protagonist Away and his wife Ajing to the manor to take a look at the house. The entire manor, though called a manor, was actually a large villa with a yard. There were many trees in the yard, and the vegetation around the manor was dense, making the whole place feel quite chilly even during the day. It appeared lifeless. Han Chen led them through the front yard and into the hall. As soon as the big door opened, a rush of cool air hit them. The lighting conditions in the house were quite average, making it seem even more eerie. Away and Ajing frowned slightly. Han Chen, however, felt nothing. After all, the house was indeed haunted, but the only ghost was himself. Han Chen silently raised the temperature of the central air conditioning, making the house feel a bit warmer and more comfortable. Away and Ajing entered the house and casually looked around. Han Chen had simply dealt with the rooms. He had cleared away various old bloodstains, so at least on the surface, it looked fine. There was a large room on the second floor. Asian pushed the door open and looked at the empty large room, puzzled. What is this big place used for during the holidays? Used for? Han Chen actually knew. This was used by the previous family for evil rituals, and in the end, they all died here. While Han Chen was wandering around the house, he also saw a large hexagram drawn on the floor. Han Chen silently cleared it away. This was the previous family's gym. They took the equipment away, so it's empty now, Han Chen replied. Oh, Asian and Away nodded. Han Chen then showed them some other rooms, including a super massage bathtub with 36 different modes. Away and Asian were quite excited about it. After wandering around, they immediately reached a purchasing intention. Han Chen didn't hesitate and had them sign a house transfer contract. This contract was also generated by Han Chen, mainly to make the protagonists truly feel like they had bought a manor. As for the other steps, there were none. Only the two key steps, payment and handover, were completed in one go. For Awei's payment bank account, Han Chen directly used the agents. Because Han Chen, as a three-nosed lonely ghost, had no bank account. If he randomly made up an account and the payment failed, the protagonist would probably become suspicious. So he used the agent's account, treating it as a usage fee for borrowing his body. Awei bought the manor and immediately began moving in with excitement. Han Chen, on the top floor of the manor, quietly watched Awei move. Han Chen had universal abilities, Eye of the Vengeful Spirit and Ear of the Vengeful Spirit, which gave him a huge boost in vision and hearing towards the protagonist's family. Even from this distance, he could see clearly and hear the protagonist's family talking. So, it was enough to just watch quietly here. Once Awei finished moving, Han Chen's first task was also completed. He needed to ensure that nothing went wrong. After all, Han Chen had yet to see the opponent in the game and didn't know what he was doing now. He could come out at any time to cause trouble. Han Chen still had to be cautious. At this moment, on the other side, Awei was unloading things from the car and handing them to Asian. Asian turned to move inside but suddenly stopped. Asian? What's wrong? Awei asked. Asian frowned, looking at the manor's house. I don't know why, but I always feel like someone is watching us from the attic window. Awei chuckled. It's probably just the illusion of being in a new environment. You'll get used to it after a few days. Asian nodded. That should be it. Neither of them took it to heart and continued moving things. However, Han Chen was a bit surprised. Was this woman's intuition so accurate? Han Chen thought for a moment. It didn't seem wrong. In general horror films, the protagonist's intuition often increases the horror atmosphere. I always feel like someone is watching us. I always feel like there's someone in the mirror. I always feel like there are other people in the house. Too classic. Usually, if someone feels watched, there really is someone. And Han Chen was indeed right here. However, to make the plot more dramatic, perhaps he could earn some plot reward points. Han Chen generated an old plush toy and placed it on the attic windowsill. From the outside, it really looked like someone was watching from there. When Awei and Asian found the attic, they would only feel it was a false alarm. Han Chen continued to watch Awei's family. At this moment, Han Chen suddenly noticed a middle-aged man in traditional Chinese attire with a mustache, who appeared from nowhere and approached Awei's family. Who was this guy? Could it be? However, to know exactly who he was, Han Chen just needed to possess someone. Han Chen quickly moved through the walls and rushed towards the unfamiliar middle-aged man. As soon as he got close, Han Chen was knocked back, unable to approach. The prompt information displayed in front of Han Chen: there are unknown protective talismans on the people around, unable to approach. Protective talismans? Han Chen understood instantly. Could there be such a coincidence? Suddenly an NPC with a talisman appears? Of course not. This guy must be his opponent in this game. He directly found the protagonist, Awei. At this moment, Awei was still moving things. A middle-aged man with a beard approached. Brother, did you buy this manor? The middle-aged man asked. Yeah, just bought it, moving in, Awei replied with a smile. Brother, this house of yours is quite special, the middle-aged man said, looking at the house. What's so special about it? Awei casually asked. The dark aura of this house is overwhelming. Even the sunlight can't suppress it. It's a super haunted house, the middle-aged man said. Is it that exaggerated? Awei responded casually. Not exaggerated at all. Do you know that the entire family of the last owner of this manor died tragically inside? The middle-aged man said, pretending to be profound. I know, Awei answered readily, almost choking the middle-aged man. Knowing that, you still want to live here? The middle-aged man frowned. Awei raised a finger. A discount. What discount? A discounted price that's enough for me to forget all my worries. If there's nothing wrong inside, I wouldn't feel at ease living here, Awei said with a laugh. Awei's remark nearly left the middle-aged man speechless. You might not quite understand my point. I mean, there are evil spirits in this house, the middle-aged man emphasized again. Really? Don't joke around, Awei said dismissively. I'm not joking. Evil spirits. Do you understand? Ghosts. There are ghosts inside the house. The middle-aged man was getting anxious. Is there really? I think it's fine, Awei said, glancing at the house. The house still looked beautiful. And I tell you, not only are there definitely ghosts inside, but they are malevolent spirits that can kill. That's unlikely. Awei still didn't react much. Han Chen, who was listening not far away, was moved. The middle-aged man was completely at a loss for words. He took out a business card. You may not believe it, but in any case, this is my business card. If anything strange happens, you can call me. Away nodded and, out of politeness, took the card. Han Shan also took a look from a distance using the eye of the vengeful spirit. The card read, Shu Qianli. Famous priest, father, Taoist, exorcist, feng shui master, mage, rabbi, wizard. Away looked at so many titles and was momentarily dazed. Han Shan was even more confused. Goodness, an all-purpose exorcist from various religions? Then, this person named Shu Qianli took a briefcase from a nearby car and handed it to Away. Since you have no plans to move, then this is for you. We're not familiar yet, how can I accept your gift? Away immediately declined. It's fine, I live not far away, so we're neighbors. Consider this a gift for our first meeting as neighbors, you must accept it, Shu Qianli insisted, pushing it into Away's hands. If we're neighbors, then fine. Away reluctantly accepted the briefcase. What's inside? A big gift pack made up of various talismans to ward off evil, for good luck, Shu Qianli said. Han Shan could tell that Away was completely indifferent to the talk of ghosts, so Shu Qianli changed his approach. Is it really that good? Let me take a look. Away unzipped the briefcase and opened it. Golden light. Blinding golden light. Countless rays of golden light burst forth from the briefcase. Han Shan was instantly enveloped in golden light, unable to see anything clearly. At the same time, a tremendous pressure made Han Shan feel uncomfortable all over. He quickly shrank back into the room behind, and only then did his eyes return to normal. However, a faint golden light still shone in from the window. Just looking from a distance, Han Shan was already blinded. If he got closer, wouldn't he be reduced to ashes? This talisman package was too powerful. For Han Shan, this evil spirit, it was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Han Shan felt a sense of foreboding. Shu Qianli said this was a large package composed of various talisman items. If Away took them out and scattered the talismans around, the whole house would be filled with them. If the entire house was warded, Han Shan wouldn't even be able to enter. It would be a forced spectator for the entire game. No, he had to think of a way. Han Shan looked out the window. At that moment, the golden light had completely disappeared. His opponent, Shu Qianli, had already left. It was a pity he couldn't follow this guy to see where he lived. And Away had already closed his briefcase and was walking toward the house with it. As the briefcase got closer, Han Shan could already feel the pressure from the talisman items inside it, even from a distance. Soon, even hiding in the room, Han Shan was struggling to withstand the pressure. This was bad. Han Shan's earlier assumption had been too optimistic. At this rate, Away didn't even need to separate them. Just bringing the briefcase into the house would prevent Han Shan from entering at all. He had to find a way to stop it. Han Shan saw Zhang tidying flowers at the entrance of the manor. Now, it seemed he could only possess Zhang and then use her to persuade Away to throw the briefcase out of the manor. That would have to do. Just as Han Shan was preparing to act, Away did something. Next to the villa was a small independent storage room. Away turned a corner and casually tossed the briefcase into the storage room, not bothering to look back. Goodness. No wonder he was the protagonist of a horror movie. Just reckless. No, it was materialism. Not only did he ignore advice, but he also didn't take the talisman items seriously. Impressive. With this, the talisman package could only affect the area around the storage room, and the entire house would only be effective in a small corner in the southeast. Han Shan would be less affected. Moreover, leaving it in the storage room made it easier to handle. Han Shan could possess someone, and then that person could hire someone to steal and dispose of the talisman package. He might not even need to worry about it. Brilliant. Night fell. Away's family had finished moving. Everyone sat in the dining room to have dinner. A task prompt appeared before Han Shan. Task: help Away's family move in has been completed. Reward points, 50 points. You can now use the points to exchange for the following abilities. Basic talisman resistance. Increases your resistance to talisman items. Cost, 50 points. Basic bewitchment. You can charm a person, controlling them for a short time without possessing them. Cost, 50 points. Basic cursed item. You can place a special curse on an item, allowing it to carry a part of your abilities. Cost, 100 points. Because Han Shan chose the evil spirit profession, his point earnings were halved, so he only received 50 points for the successful task. Then came the ability selection. Han Shan could spend points to acquire these 3 abilities. Among them, the third one, basic cursed item, Han Shan didn't quite understand. What did it mean for an item to carry a part of his abilities? Was it another incarnation of himself? Or multiple similar robotic minions? And it cost 100 points, more than the other 2. Han Shan didn't comprehend it. However, since he couldn't afford that ability anyway, he didn't look further. In the end, Han Chen chose the ability Basic Talisman Resistance. Now, if his opponent had a briefcase full of talisman items, it could severely affect Han Chen. Without purchasing this ability, Han Chen had no way to fight him. After Han Chen purchased the ability, the information box underwent a new change. You have unlocked a long-term task. Long-term task, dancing with corpses. Task objective, since you have become neighbors with the protagonist's family, you need to prepare some gifts for them. The system will generate 6 female corpses for you, and you need to hide these corpses in various corners of the manor. The hiding spots cannot be in places that are very easy to find. The more terrifying the hiding place, the greater the rewards. Once the hiding is complete, click to submit the task, and you will not be able to easily change the location of the corpses. Task rewards: for each successfully hidden female corpse, you will earn 10 points. Depending on the horror movie effect of the hiding place, you can earn up to 50 points for each corpse. Failure penalty: deduct 100 points. Additionally, before the showdown phase arrives, if a female corpse is discovered, you must move the corpse before more people see it, or you will lose a significant number of points. At the final settlement of the game, if there are still female corpses that have never been discovered, you will lose corresponding points for each one. Han Chen looked at the task description and frowned. This task is indeed meant for ghosts. Truly hellish. However, what is this showdown phase? Who am I supposed to confront? Han Chen didn't quite understand. But what about the task items? Han Chen turned around. The 6 female corpses had somehow already lain behind him. Damn! They appeared silently behind him. Quite frightening. Han Chen looked at the row of corpses and frowned. However, while their silent appearance is scary, it seems even more terrifying if they greet you when they appear. Fine. Han Chen stepped forward to take a look at the corpse in front of him. Some were dressed in beautiful dresses, white veils, and light fabrics, adorned with decorations, while others wore ordinary clothes. However, they all had one thing in common. They were all mummified corpses. The corpses were shriveled, with deep-set eyes, and due to the wrinkling of the skin, their mouths were agape, revealing their teeth, giving a somewhat grimacing appearance. Mummified corpses are reasonable, because if they were fresh, they would stink in a couple of days, and this place would be uninhabitable. Moreover, mummified corpses are lighter, making it easier for Han Chen to move them. So, let's start hiding. Han Chen carefully reviewed the task introduction. First, it explicitly prohibited hiding them in obvious places. This isn't difficult, as the manor is quite large. Secondly, the rules stated that if the game ends and they haven't been found, points will be deducted. Therefore, the hiding spots cannot be too deep. The rules also mentioned that the more horror movie effect the hiding place has, the better. It should be somewhere the protagonist can see or pass by every day, yet not realize it until the day they discover it, making it chilling in retrospect. As for the warning in the task, if discovered before the showdown phase, one must promptly relocate. This is easy for Han Chen. Once discovered, Han Chen can immediately move the corpse and bury it deep underground. Because if someone discovers it early, that corpse is considered already found, and there will be no penalty for not being found by the end. The corpse doesn't need to appear again. The deeper it is buried, the better. Han Chen moved through the walls of the house, slowly searching for hiding spots for the corpses. These corpses, being system-provided items, could also move along the walls with Han Chen. Han Chen first arrived at the master bedroom. This is the room of the protagonist, Away, and his wife, Ajin. Where to hide it? In the wardrobe? No, that's a place that gets open every day. It's no different from just throwing it on the floor. It clearly violates the rule of not hiding in very easy-to-find places. Moreover, it was not exciting at all. It probably wouldn't earn any extra plot points either. Han Chen took a look and decided to hide the female corpse directly under the bed. He crawled out from under the floorboards. Just placing it directly under the bed wasn't ideal. It could be seen with a slight bend. Han Chen generated a few pieces of hemp rope and secured the corpse to the bed's base. The body was face down, suspended beneath the bed. Han Chen deliberately crawled out, bent over from the side of the bed, and looked underneath. Indeed, from the outside, the female corpse was not visible. The male and female protagonists wouldn't know for a while that they were sleeping with a female corpse every night. And they were back to back. Back to back, how comfortable. The horror effect was off the charts. The plot point rewards would likely be substantial as well. Han Chen was very satisfied. Next, there were still 5 corpses to hide. Han Chen recalled where corpses were typically hidden in horror stories or movies. In the walls. A corpse in the wall. Very classic. However, just randomly finding a wall to hide it in would mean the protagonists would never discover it in their lifetime. He needed to give them some clues. Han Chen thought for a moment. the wall hiding the corpse had to be a bit different. He remembered that there was a large decorative painting hanging on the wall of the hall. The painting depicted a noblewoman in a formal dress, adjusting her hat in a field. It had a bit of a Monet style. Han Chen directly placed a corpse in a dress behind the painting, posing in the same manner as the figure in the painting. This move was like a 3D decorative painting. The corpse was embedded in the wall, and as soon as the painting was removed, it would be visible. But who would casually take down such a large painting? Han Chen thought for a moment and made a few scratches on the painting. If the painting was damaged, it couldn't just stay hanging, right? Once you take down the painting, wouldn't it be thrilling? However, the back of the painting did remind Han Chen of something. The wall could hide a corpse, and the floor could too. Moreover, hiding it under the floor was easier to find, because if there was something under the floor, it would be hollow. Stepping on it would produce a different sound. It would be a very obvious clue. However, he needed to choose a floor that was frequently stepped on. Han Chen chose a step in the middle of the hall's staircase. This staircase was used by the family every day, so they would definitely notice the difference. Han Chen also positioned the corpse in a gaze-upward pose and placed it inside. Thus, when the floorboard of the step was lifted, one would see a female corpse looking up at them. It had a very strong horror effect. Han Chen secured the corpse and restored the floor. He stepped on it to test, and indeed, the sound of stepping on this step where the corpse was buried was noticeably different from the others. At that moment, at the dining table, the protagonist's young son, 8-year-old Xiao Chang, put down his bowl and chopsticks. "What's wrong? Not to your taste?" asked the hostess, Ajun. "I think I heard footsteps on the staircase in the hall," Xiao Chang said, frowning. Awei's expression changed slightly. "With the whole family here, how could there be anyone coming up or down the stairs?" "I'll go take a look," Awei said as he walked out of the dining room. Xiao Chang followed him. The staircase was empty. Han Chen had already crawled into the wall. "There's no one here," Awei said. "Could it be a ghost?" Xiao Chang was a bit scared. "No way," Awei said with a smile, shaking his head. "It must be that the floorboards on the stairs are old. They got deformed when we moved in, and now they've sprung back, making a sound," Awei explained to Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang nodded. "Let's go back to eat," Awei said as he and Xiao Chang returned to the dining room. This incident was yet another trace of Han Chen. For Han Chen, this was actually a good thing. It added a bit of unknown horror atmosphere. It would likely earn extra plot points as well. There were still 3 corpses left. Han Chen picked a few decent hiding spots. One was behind the mirror in the large bathroom. Han Chen created a small space and placed the corpse inside. Every day, the family brushed their teeth, actually grinning at the female corpse. It sounds terrifying, it sounds thrilling. One was behind the clutter next to the basement cabinet. The basement still had a lot of junk left by the previous owner, which the family hadn't cleaned up yet. Once they finished cleaning, they should discover this treasure. The treasure girl. Very inspirational. And there was one last body. Han Chen considered putting it directly into the water tank. That way, the main character's family would be drinking bone broth every day. But there was no need. That was too disgusting. Han Chen could barely stand it. So, Han Chen placed the corpse in the flue. This way, when cooking, if they found the flue blocked, they might check it out. Then they would discover the trapped Christmas old woman. Very exciting. After placing 6 bodies, once the task was submitted, the bodies could no longer be easily moved. So Han Chen checked again. Upon inspection, he indeed found a problem. It was the body in the stairs. The stairs were a bit thin, and the body was buried in the stairs, with its butt sticking out from below. Below the stairs was a small stairwell. Pushing the door open, one could see the female corpses but hanging from the top. Han Chen had no choice but to change the corpse's position. Still face up, but this time most of the body lay into the wall beside the stairs. That solved the issue. Han Chen breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to click submit. After dinner, the Wei family began to rest. Mr. and Mrs. Wei went upstairs to their master bedroom, while the 3 children continued to play in the hall. Mr. Wei went upstairs. The slippers made a series of sounds on the floor. Halfway up, Mr. Wei heard a peculiar sound. He was a bit puzzled and stepped back again. "What's wrong?" A Jin behind him asked. "This step sounds off. It feels like it's hollow." "Hollow? Yeah, it's probably been eaten by bugs. Let's not worry about it for now." Mr. Wei didn't take it to heart. "Well, we can fix it when we have time." A Jin also didn't think much of it. The 2 returned to the master bedroom. As soon as they entered, A Jin sniffed carefully. "What's wrong?" It was Mr. Wei's turn to be curious. "It seems like there's a bit of a rotten smell in the room," A Jin said. "This house is old. A little smell is normal." Mr. Wei chuckled. But it wasn't there when we were moving things. Ajin shook her head. Maybe we didn't stay long enough to notice. Mr. Wei laughed as he sat on the bed, pulling Ajin into his arms. That must be it. Ajin loosened her clothes. Is there such a hidden program? Han Chan, hidden in the wall, frowned. He could pass through walls, but his line of sight couldn't, so he could only observe through holes or gaps in the wall. Thud. When Ajin was undressing, the button on her collar suddenly popped off. The button fell, bounced, and rolled directly under the bed. I'll pick it up. Mr. Wei smiled and bent down. Mr. Wei leaned down to look under the bed. It was dark underneath. I can't see. I need to use my phone to shine a light. Mr. Wei stood up to grab his phone, then bent down again to shine the light under the bed. He quickly glanced and saw the button under the bed. Mr. Wei reached out to grab it. Then, he felt something rough and fuzzy on the back of his hand. He raised his hand to touch it. Then he felt a lot of thread-like things, as if they were hanging down from the bottom of the bed. What's under the bed? Mr. Wei said while touching. What? Ajin became alert. It seems like there's nothing. Mr. Wei withdrew his hand. It should be spider webs. This bed must have been here for years. There are a lot of spider webs under it. Then let's clean it up tomorrow during the day, Ajin said. Let's clean it up later. Wei placed the button in Ajin's hand. The two exchanged silent glances. They embraced. Then they began to undress. Then, Han Chang frowned, observing from the side. Then, 2 blocks of mosaic suddenly appeared in front of Han Chang, obscuring Wei and Ajin. What the hell? Why is there still censorship? Han Chang's frown deepened. This scene is still censored. What a children's horror movie. Earlier, after hiding the female corpse, Han Chang clicked to submit the task. The task was successfully completed, and he received 10 points for successfully burying 1 female corpse. Han Chang had 6 corpses, which meant 60 points, but the earnings were halved, resulting in 30 points. With 30 points, he couldn't buy anything, so he had to save up. As for the extra storyline points, he didn't receive a single one. They would likely be settled later. A new task appeared for Han Chang. You have unlocked a new long-term task. Long-term task, Eerie House. Task objective, the protagonist's family seems to have not noticed anything wrong with this house. You should remind them. You need to do 3 strange things to make the protagonist's family clearly feel that something is off about the house. However, you can only make them think it is an illusion and cannot let them confirm the existence of any evil presence in the house. Moreover, the total time span for these 3 events must exceed 3 days. Task rewards, 50 points for each strange event completed. An additional reward of 50 points for completing all 3. Task failure, if you make them certain that there is an evil presence in the house, the task will be declared a failure. 100 points will be deducted as a penalty. Do 3 strange things? Han Chang thought for a moment. It should be the various scenarios from the early parts of horror movies. Watching where there are vague shadows, which empty rooms have strange noises, and things that were clearly locked up appearing outside, etc. A very simple task. With Han Chang's special abilities, it couldn't be easier. However, before that, Han Chang still had something to do. He needed to use his abilities. Since coming here, Han Chang had been busy. First, he was busy renovating the manor, then busy getting the protagonist to move in, then busy keeping an eye on the protagonist to prevent any mishaps, and finally busy with treasure hunting. Now, finally having a light and low-risk task, Han Chang could take a break and do a small round of lottery draws. Han Chang could now modify space and directly generate items. It was quite convenient. Han Chang built a sealed underground room in the basement of the house. He planned to use it as a planning room and laboratory. When he had nothing to do, he could make plans and experiments to gain abilities here. The lottery machine skill required a device with a screen to modify, and Han Chang could directly generate the relevant items. Even more convenient, Han Chang generated an old-fashioned television in front of him. He activated his skill on the television. However, the screen remained pitch black. What was going on? Han Chang recalled. It seemed that all the lottery machines he had modified so far were plugged in. No electricity, no lottery? Han Chang had no choice but to generate a generator and power cable. Start it up. Only then did the television light up, illuminating the entire basement. As the television lit up, Han Chang felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Because on the television screen, he saw that grinning clown pattern again. Was his lottery machine skill affected too? Han Chang felt numb. He quickly opened his neon smile skill panel to check the skills he currently possessed. The panel displayed that the first skill he had was one he had never seen before, Prankster's Curse. You have been cursed by a prankster. All the skills you draw from the neon smile will be stolen by the prankster. These skills will be returned to you after winning the game, but you can only see what the skills are after the game ends and you choose to keep them. Your original skills will also be temporarily replaced by new related skills from the prankster. Exciting, right? After reading the effect of the first skill, Han Chen felt a wave of discomfort. He had previously thought that even without new skills, he could still manage with his lottery skill. But now, even the lottery skill was affected, which made things a bit tricky. Han Chen could only continue to look down and see what his original skills had been replaced with. The second skill, Gift of the Prankster God, your attack power against eggs is greatly increased. This. What kind of women's self-defense technique is this? However, Han Chen remained relatively calm. This skill should be the original gift of the god of jealousy, and since Han Chen had the lottery skill, he didn't use this skill much anyway. So, this replacement didn't particularly affect him. The next skill was what Han Chen was most concerned about. The name of the lottery machine skill changed to Prankster Lottery Machine. You can transform a machine with a screen into a lottery machine. You can spend a certain cost to draw lots and randomly obtain prankster items. This skill has a long cooldown time. At least he could still draw lots. But now it could only yield prankster items? What were those? Han Chen would have to try it out later. The remaining two skills were Prankster's Pig Killing Scheme. All your lottery costs are forcibly turned into pranks, and then the cost gradually increases. Certified by the prankster. Why does this young master look so much like a draft? This skill is very suitable for pranking, and the prankster highly recognizes this skill, so the prankster did not replace it. Following that was the original skill description of Han Chen's face-changing skill. The face-changing skill was still there, which surprised Han Chen a bit. However, the free lottery from the pig-killing scheme had turned into a prank? What was a prank? Han Chen looked back at the screen. Would you like to draw lots? Cost, 1 prank. Prank. What exactly was that? It couldn't be. Han Chen tried clicking it. Han Chen felt a sudden sharp pain in his lower abdomen, as if someone had kicked him hard. Sure enough, it was this. Han Chen gritted his teeth in pain. Damn, I'm already a ghost, why am I still afraid of this? Han Chen felt tricked. Then, from the side of the television, something popped up. It should be the prize. Han Chen looked over. It better be something useful, or I won't draw anymore. The item that fell out, besides a manual, was a banana peel? Han Chen looked at the ground, and it really was a banana peel. Han Chen glanced at the manual. Prankster's banana peel item. You can throw the banana peel on the ground, and everyone except you will be unable to see the banana peel. The effective range of the banana peel is a radius of 2 meters. Stepping on it will definitely cause a slip, and slipping will definitely result in a split. After reading the description, Han Chen still felt a bit surprised. This banana peel was a stable trap item and was quite useful. In Han Chen's imagination, the prankster could only provide some disgusting items. He didn't expect this prankster could also give something useful. So, should he continue drawing? Han Chen pressed the lottery button. Oh, Han Chen's lower body felt another instant sharp pain. He gritted his teeth and endured it. A new item popped out. It was a ballpoint pen. Prankster's shocking ballpoint pen, a typical prank ballpoint pen. When the person being pranked presses the button, they get shocked, and they just laugh it off. The prank effect is very average. The prankster's electric pen allows the victim to press a button that releases a high-voltage shock of 100,000 volts, instantly frying them inside and out. The prank effect is very long-lasting, but self-experimentation is not recommended. This is called a prank pen, but it's just a high-voltage shock stick. Not bad. Let's keep going. A wave of intense pain. A wooden box fell out, still wrapped in plastic. Let's check the manual. Prankster's fake poop. Regular fake poop is made of plastic, has no odor, and only resembles the real thing. When placed in front of someone, they will be terrified for a brief moment, but will quickly see through it. The prank effect is very average. The prankster's fake poop is made from real feces, carries a natural odor, and its appearance, smell, and texture are completely identical. The prank effect is very high level. However, it is recommended for one-time use only, as it is difficult to collect again after use. Han Chen frowned after reading the instructions. Isn't this just a box of real poop? Next, a small package fell out. Prankster's stinky fart bag. Regular fart bags, when opened, release a foul smell, but the target can quickly run away to avoid the stinky attack. The prank effect is very average. The prankster's fart bag uses high-purity toxic gas. Once the target smells it, they will be poisoned and collapse, unable to escape. The prank effect is very long-lasting. Isn't this just a gas bomb? A bit useful. The next item that fell out was a dagger. Prankster's spring knife. Regular spring knives have a noticeable retraction process when stabbing, making the performance very clumsy and fake. The prankster's spring knife, when stabbing, not only does not retract but also extends, allowing the blade tip to poke out from the other side of the body. It can make your performance very realistic. This is the knife that extends. Han Chen wasn't very interested. Next one. This time, another box fell out, with a spider drawn on it. Prankster's prank box. Regular prank boxes, when opened, have a rubber spider pop out, which is fake and has an average effect, even failing to scare those who aren't afraid of bugs. The prankster's prank box can give a big scare even to those who aren't afraid of bugs, and the prank effect is very powerful. Note, press the button at the bottom of the box to retract. How can this box be scary? The manual doesn't elaborate. Maybe it contains a real spider? Or a real poisonous spider? Anyway, since it can be retracted, let's give it a try. Han Chen slowly opened the box. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Han Chen was almost scared out of his wits. He immediately pressed the button on the box. It was indeed powerful. A good item. Next one. Han Chen's hand was ready for the next draw, but he hesitated a bit. This time, the draw cost was 50 pranks. 50 times. Han Chen recalled a joke he had heard before. 3 people were captured by natives, and then the native chief asked them to choose between being shot in the privates or death. Actually, he wasn't too worried about the damage to his lower body. This was a no-harm match. All injuries would be healed at the end of the game. Even if it broke, it would be replaced with a new one. The main issue was that it would hurt too much. 50 times would definitely be worse than death. Forget it. One last time. Han Chen pressed the draw button. Aha! In the master bedroom, Asian suddenly sat up in bed. What's wrong? Wei, who was almost asleep beside her, asked. I think I heard a man scream, Asian said. Really? Yes, it sounds like it's coming from downstairs, but it's far away, even farther than the basement. Asian said. Wei smiled. There's no such deep place, you must be dreaming. That's true, Ajing nodded. Let's sleep, it's normal to have nightmares in a strange place, Wei said. Okay. Ajing continued to lie down and sleep. After 50 times of suffering worse than death, Han Chen felt his mind was about to go crazy. Really? If it weren't for being cursed by this troublemaker's skill, he wouldn't be in such pain. Han Chen secretly vowed to take revenge when he got out. Then, a new gift popped up. It was something like a remote control. Troublemaker's Brat Summoner. This summoner can only be used once. After use, it can summon a wild brat. The brat has the following habits and skill effects. Let me play. The brat will automatically seek out interesting things around, like finely crafted toy figures, shiny computers, etc., to play with, and after a few minutes of playing, it will destroy the items. Still a child, the brat is in an invincible state and can hardly be killed by ordinary attacks. Child swallowing. After playing for a while, the brat will indiscriminately search for items around to mistakenly swallow. If the item the brat swallows lacks ventilation holes, causing choking, the brat will die quickly. Han Chen covered his painful spot while reading the description. It can cause destruction and has an invincible effect. It seems like a pretty good item, but it doesn't seem worth the price of 50 times. Han Chen glanced at the lottery price again. The next lottery price is 1,000 times. Forget it. The items given by the troublemaker are already enough. No need to endure hardship and work hard. Next, Han Chen was going to prepare to do some terrifying strange things. Doing strange things was still quite easy. Han Chen quickly prepared to do the first one. He moved through the walls and soon arrived at the 3rd floor. Just as Han Chen was about to make a move, he saw strands of golden light streaming in from the window. It seemed to be from the yard outside. What the heck? Did someone open the evil repelling gift pack? Han Chen leaned out to look outside. To Han Chen's surprise, he found that at some point, 2 people he didn't know were sitting at the entrance of the standalone warehouse outside. The 2 were emitting a faint golden light, making them particularly conspicuous in the night yard. Han Chen guessed that these 2 weren't really glowing. It should be that, like the evil repelling gift pack, they also had something evil repelling on them. But who were these 2? They weren't the main character's family of 5, nor were they Han Chen's opponents, that person who called himself Chu Qianli. So late at night, sitting in someone else's yard? What were they doing? Han Chen took a glance. The 2 were sitting face to face, occasionally tossing 2 cards onto the ground in front of them. They were actually playing cards? In the middle of the night, sitting in someone else's yard playing cards? What kind of people were they? Han Chen looked at the 2 men. One was wearing a classical-style white robe, with long hair and a beard. The other was dressed in an open-collared outfit, with a traditional Chinese hairstyle. Such a unique outfit, but Han Chen found it somewhat familiar. Han Chen quietly approached, wanting to take a closer look. His hearing and vision enhancements only worked on the main character's family and had no effect on others, so Han Chen could only get a bit closer. The two were seriously playing cards. As Han Chen got closer, the man with the traditional hairstyle suddenly spoke, "A little ghost has come." "Ignore him, let's keep playing," the long-haired bearded man said nonchalantly. Han Chen was shocked to hear these two sentences. As an evil spirit, he had not manifested. How could these two see him? Yin-yang eyes? Or did they have some special ability? Moreover, one person directly described himself as Little Ghost, while another was simply too lazy to care about himself. This proved that neither of them took themselves seriously at all. Exorcism masters? Han Chen felt a bit nervous. At this moment, the person with the Chinese hairstyle smiled and shook his head. "Anyway, it's boring, let's call him over for a chat." "All right." The long-haired, bearded man nodded. The person with the Chinese hairstyle turned to Han Chen and smiled. "Little brother, it's fate that we meet, come over and chat with us." Only then did Han Chen see his face. The person with the Chinese hairstyle had a very kind and gentle appearance, making Han Chen feel somewhat at ease. As he extended the invitation, the golden light around them instantly dissipated, including the bit of exorcism light spilling from the nearby storeroom. He actually turned off the exorcism artifact? This thing can be turned off? Han Chen was even more shocked. However, he remained vigilant and did not approach. "Just pull him over, no need to dawdle," the long-haired, bearded man said. "All right." The person with the Chinese hairstyle nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Chen felt himself being drawn over by a force. They could directly control him, this ghost? These two exorcism masters? Han Chen confirmed this in his heart. He was pulled by the force and quickly arrived in front of the two, stopping. "Have a seat," the person with the Chinese hairstyle gestured to the ground beside him. "Sure." Han Chen sat down silently. With two exorcism masters in front of him, Han Chen had no choice but to comply. "Are you two exorcism masters?" Han Chen couldn't help but ask. "Exorcism masters?" The person with the Chinese hairstyle and the long-haired, bearded man exchanged glances. They both laughed. The person with the Chinese hairstyle turned to Han Chen and said with a smile, "Can't you recognize who we are?" This question left Han Chen speechless. From his words, it seemed like he should know the two of them. "Do I know them?" Han Chen looked at the person with the Chinese hairstyle, then at the long-haired, bearded man. This clothing, this appearance. Oh my. Han Chen suddenly realized. Aren't they the Buddha group and Coconut Sue? "You can't be," Han Chen exclaimed. "Yes, but just avatars," the person with the Chinese hairstyle nodded. "Then why are you two here?" Han Chen asked curiously. Coconut Sue pointed to the small house nearby. "Because there are very powerful exorcism artifacts inside this storeroom that can directly summon our avatars to the surroundings for a long time." Han Chen was also taken aback. To be able to directly summon the avatars of Coconut Sue and the Buddha group as bodyguards, these exorcism artifacts are indeed impressive. No wonder the golden light shot up into the sky when opened. "So, are you two here to kill me?" Han Chen said. "Kill you?" Coconut Sue chuckled and shook his head. "No, no, no." "Then what is it?" "It's just to invite you for a chat, and after we're done, you can continue with your business," Coconut Sue said. "All right." Han Chen found it a bit hard to accept. Here he was, a ghost. And these two, one an avatar of the Buddha group and the other an avatar of Coconut Sue. They were actually so harmoniously inviting him for a chat? Who could accept that? Coconut Sue also noticed the conflict on Han Chen's face and continued, "Do you think we should erase you?" Han Chen nodded. Coconut Sue and the Buddha group both laughed again. "Don't worry, you're in the world of horror movies. Have you ever seen the Buddha group take action in a horror film? It's all just for show, right?" Coconut Sue said. "Exactly, at most they act as arms dealers providing exorcism tools. They never really take action. If they did, it wouldn't be possible to act it out," the Buddha group added. Han Chen nodded. It did make sense. In horror films, the most you see is a priest or a mage taking action. You never see the Buddha group directly intervening with overwhelming force. "So, just sit and chat with us. Then you give me some face, just don't hang around this magical artifact, and we can be friends, live in harmony," said Buddha group. All right. Han Chen nodded vigorously. "Let's finish this game first. Whose turn is it?" Yi Su asked. "It's my turn," Buddha group replied. "Then hurry up and play," Yi Su urged. "I'll start with a small one. 3 cards of common people," Buddha group said, throwing down 3 cards depicting farmers with hoes. "For cards of nuns," Yi Su countered, tossing down 4 cards. On what basis can your nuns control my common people? Buddha group questioned. Yisu pointed to the images on Buddha group's 4 common people cards. Your common people are male, right? Yes, Buddha group nodded. Then Yisu pointed to her 4 nuns. All my nuns are wearing white stockings, and their figures are exceptional. Which man wouldn't be mesmerized? How can they not control them? Is that allowed? Buddha group frowned. Why not? You don't understand because you're not interested in women. It's actually reasonable, Yisu replied. Then I'll play this, monk, Buddha group said, throwing down a card. What is this? A monk, practicing Buddhism, severing all emotions and desires. Your seductive nuns are useless no matter how many you have. So you don't like women, huh? Of course. Then I'll play this, Satan's serpent form, with a forbidden fruit. Yisu played 2 cards. How does that work? My Satan's serpent form tricks your monk into eating the forbidden fruit, so your monk naturally becomes interested in women. Oh, that works too, Buddha group nodded. If that works, it's your turn to play. Satan has come out, such a big card. Of course. Then I'll play 1, FA high. Buddha group threw down a card. On what basis can your FA high control my Satan? Yisu protested. Isn't your Satan a serpent form? My FA high is an expert at catching snakes. That won't work either. My Satan is the first devil. No matter how much of a snake-catching expert you are, you can't restrain it. The magical power difference is too great. Yisu remained unconvinced. The magical power difference is too great? Yes. Then how about this, for FA high, with 4, great power heavenly dragon, for FA high using their ultimate moves, that should be enough to take down your Satan form, right? 8 cards were thrown down, clear and decisive. Then I'll play. 1, water flooding Jinshan, targeting your FA high, Yisu said, throwing down a card. Buddha group stared at the water flooding Jinshan, momentarily stunned. Why do you have my card? Our sect is open and inclusive, good at drawing from the strengths of other sects. Is that not okay? Alright. Buddha group nodded. Then I'll play one of yours. Buddha group began to browse through his hand. Just this one. Noah's Ark. It counters your water flooding Jinshan. Buddha group threw down a Noah's Ark. The two continued to play back and forth. Han Shen, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. So these two were lacking an audience? Last card, Tower of Babel. I'm done, Yisu declared. Buddha group looked at the only card left in his hand and shook his head. I'm just a little short. Yisu, still wanting more, glanced at Han Shen. Want to play around? Han Shen shook his head. I can't play, you guys go ahead. Han Shen's task wasn't complete, so he naturally didn't want to waste time playing cards with these two, even if they were super important figures. Come on, play around. I'm tired of playing cards with this meatless one, Yisu said. I really can't play, I have things to do. Can I leave first? Han Shen replied. Then how about this, you play around, and we bet something interesting, Yisu confidently suggested. Bet on what? Han Shen was a bit curious. What kind of bet could Yisu make that would sway him? If you win, I'll tell you a very important secret. If you lose, we won't ask for much, just play cards with us for 2 days. Not interested, Han Shen shook his head. What kind of secret is that? Hey, if you don't listen, you'll regret it. Without this secret, just wait to be taken out by that guy during the day, Yisu said. That guy during the day? Referring to the opponent, Shu Qianli? Yisu's words struck a chord with Han Shen. If he said that, then this secret must indeed be very important. Moreover, losing just meant playing cards for 2 days, which would delay the task. It wasn't unacceptable. Are you sure this secret is very important? Han Shen asked. Of course. What level of people are we? Even if we're avatars, do you think we could deceive you? Yisu was quite displeased. Alright, then let's play a hand. Han Shen nodded in agreement. That's more like it. But I don't have any cards, Han Shen said. No problem, we have a mixed deck you can use, the Buddha group said, placing a small stack of cards in front of Han Shen. Then I'll take this. Han Shen picked up the cards and took a look. Wow, truly a mixed deck. There were cards from Judaism, Taoism, and some that Han Shen didn't even know which religion they came from. It was just a hodgepodge. Who goes first? Yisu asked. You go first, I don't really know how to play, Han Shen replied. Then I'll start with a small one. A pure little boy, Yisu said. A little boy? What kind of card could he play that was bigger? Han Shen glanced at his hand. There was a priest. That wouldn't do. He couldn't play that. Han Shen played a Taoist card, strict father. So what if it's a child? He'll still get spanked by his father, Han Shen said. I'll play 4 farmers, for against 1, bullying your father, Yisu said, laying down 4 cards. Then I'll play this suffering. Your ordinary farmer can't withstand it, right? Han Shen said, throwing down a card. Suffering? You're playing something that big? Yi Su frowned. Is it that big? Han Shen frowned. He didn't actually know which card was bigger or smaller. The Buddha group nodded. Suffering is a big card. Most people are afraid of it. Then, I'll play a big one too. Yi Su's true form, Yi Su said. Yi Su's true form? Yes. Yi Su patted his chest. Led by me, you will break through suffering. Is that even allowed? Han Shen frowned at the cards in his hand. With Yi Su's true form out, he suddenly didn't know what to play to counter it. The only card that can beat my Yi Su's true form, God Yahweh, is in my hand. You can't beat me. Just be honest and let me continue playing, Yi Su said confidently with a smile. Who said I wouldn't? Han Shen shot a glance at Yi Su. Then if you want to, play your card. Yi Su didn't believe Han Shen could play a card that could beat his. This. 1 Judas, plus 2 long wooden boards and 2 nails, can beat your Yi Su's true form. You think that can beat my Yi Su's true form? Yi Su looked at the cards Han Shen had thrown down. He immediately understood. This. Yi Su frowned. How about it? No problem, right? Han Shen said. Your card is a bit bigger, but I suddenly feel like playing cards isn't that interesting anymore. Yi Su silently collected his cards. So that means I won? Not only did you win, but you also killed the game. The Buddha group, watching from the side, frowned. Then, tell me that secret, Han Shen said. Night. After finishing the card game, Han Shen quietly went to the 3rd floor. This secret is quite good. I completely understand. It's time for me to get serious. The entire house has 4 floors in total. 3 floors are normal, plus 1 attic on the top. There is also a basement. The 1st floor includes the hall, dining room, kitchen, piano room, plant room, and so on. The 2nd floor has several bedrooms, along with that large empty room. The 3rd floor also has bedrooms, but they are empty and unoccupied, along with a study and a few vacant rooms. Han Shen arrived at the empty room directly above Awei's master bedroom. This was also a larger empty room, but not as big as the one on the 2nd floor, with wooden flooring and not much else. In the empty room, Han Shen created a pair of stiletto heels. Then, she walked on the floor in her heels, making a clack-clack sound. She walked from the left side of the room to the right side, then clacked back. Clack-clack. The sound of the stiletto heels on the floor was very crisp, especially clear in the quiet night. Then, the light in the master bedroom downstairs turned on, and Han Shen slowly shrank into the floor. She passed through the floorboards, looking at Awei and his wife through the gap in the light. Ajin had already sat up in bed. So did Awei. Did you hear that? Ajin's face turned pale. I heard it. Someone is walking around upstairs in high heels, Awei nodded. Who could it be? Aren't the kids all asleep? Ajin said. It should be Xiaomei. I'll go take a look. Awei left the bedroom and went straight upstairs. He arrived on the 3rd floor, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and opened the door to the empty room. Xiaomei, what are you doing up so late? Awei said. But Awei immediately froze. The moonlight streamed in from the window, illuminating the room fairly well. Awei could see clearly that the entire room was empty. No one? Not this room? Awei went to the adjacent rooms. Still no one. Awei's sleepiness vanished instantly. He hurried downstairs and pushed open his daughter Xiaomei's bedroom door. Xiaomei was startled awake. Dad, it's so late, why did you just come into my room? Xiaomei said irritably. What were you doing upstairs in high heels just now? What high heels? I was sleeping. Xiaomei was confused. Are you sure? Sure. You weren't playing a prank? No. Then go back to sleep. Awei closed the door and went to the next room, where Xiao Shuai and Xiao Chang were. Both kids were also asleep. When asked, they seemed to have heard the sound of high heels, but they definitely hadn't gone upstairs. Awei stood in the hallway, his mind in chaos. He knew one thing. The entire house only has one staircase connecting the 2nd and 3rd floors. If one of the kids had gone upstairs to play a prank, Awei would have heard the noise and come out of the bedroom in a very short time. In such a short time, he would definitely have encountered that child in the hallway or on the stairs. So, what was that thing walking around upstairs? Awei took a baseball bat from the room and returned to the stairs. Since his family was all here, it must be a thief that broke into the house. He slowly crept upstairs. He had already checked the 3rd floor, there was no one there. He would definitely hear any noise coming from downstairs. That person could only be in the attic. Awei nervously stepped up, arriving at the small door of the attic. He gently pushed the door and immediately gripped the baseball bat tightly. Creak, the door slowly opened. Awei held his breath in tension. The small corridor of the attic appeared before him. It was empty. Awei quickly glanced behind the door. Still no one. This house has a very special attic structure. One staircase leads up to a small room, which serves as a corridor of the attic. This is the room Away is currently in. There are also 2 rooms on either side. The thief should be hiding in one of the 2 rooms. Away can only take a deep breath and cautiously approach to investigate these 2 rooms, especially the one on the left. Zhang had mentioned during the day that it seemed like someone was watching her from that room. It could very well be that person now. Away gently turned the doorknob, being careful not to disturb anyone inside. Then, he slowly pulled the door open just a crack and peered inside. The first thing Away saw was a window, with an old plush toy standing by it. Then he noticed a pile of old miscellaneous items. Other than that, there was nothing else, not even a place to hide. So, it must be in the room behind? Away felt increasingly anxious. At that moment, Han Chang was hiding behind the wall, silently watching Away engage in a battle of wits with the air. It was quite thrilling. Afterward, Away naturally found nothing. He felt quite frustrated and returned to the room. Did you find anything? Who was it? Zhang asked. No. Away shook his head. There was no one upstairs. No one? Zhang was very frightened. It's fine, maybe the floorboards are just loose, and we heard it wrong, Away reassured her. In truth, the sound of high heels on the floor was very clear. His explanation wouldn't convince anyone, but they had no choice but to explain it this way. The 2 of them fell silent, letting the matter pass. They continued to turn off the lights and go to sleep. However, afterward, neither of them could sleep through the night. Han Chang could tell that this incident had stirred quite a ripple in their hearts. Han Chang pulled up the task panel. A strange event should have been completed by now, right? Han Chang took a glance. Strange event completed, 2/3. 2 had already been completed? Han Chang was taken aback. Hadn't he only done 1? How had 2 been completed? He thought carefully. Oh, it was probably because he had howled too loudly in the basement, but this task had a mandatory requirement of a time span of more than 3 days. So for the remaining 2 days, Away's family could enjoy a good rest. They could savor the temporary peace. Morning. Away went to the dining room for breakfast but was met with a strong smell of cooking oil. What's going on? Why is the oil smoke so pungent? Away asked. It seems the range hood is broken. It just pulls the smoke in but doesn't vent it out, Zhang said as she brought a fried egg to the table. Old houses are just uncomfortable. Many things are broken, Away frowned. It's fine, we can eat boiled food for a few days and find time to replace it later, Zhang said. Alright then. Away sat down at the dining table and took a bite of the fried egg. After a hasty breakfast, Away was about to leave for work. He arrived in the hall and immediately stopped. His gaze was fixed on the wall beside him. Han Chang, who was observing from the shadows, followed his line of sight. He was looking at the painting that hid a corpse behind it. Oh no! Han Chang's heart sank. This painting had been slashed many times by him before, and it could be said to be unrecognizable now. Away discovering that the originally intact painting had been slashed multiple times should count as a strange event for him. This way, Han Chang would have completed 3 strange events in less than 3 days. The task would surely fail. Han Chang had to find a way to stop it. What's wrong? Zhang asked beside him. That painting, has it always been this damaged? Away said. I don't know, I don't have much of an impression, Zhang replied. Forget it, I'm going to be late. Whatever, Away said, grabbing his bag and hurriedly heading out. Han Chang quickly glanced at the task panel. Thankfully, it seemed that because Away was also unsure of what the painting originally looked like, it didn't count as a strange event. Han Chang breathed a sigh of relief. The next 2 days passed. Han Chen could no longer influence Away's family for the time being, so he simply went into hiding. He kept a 24-hour watch around the entire estate, mainly to guard against his opponent, Chu Qianli. To Han Chen's surprise, this guy, Chu Qianli, hadn't shown his face at all these past 2 days. Was it really true that the owner of the house wouldn't come if he didn't get a call? However, Han Chen didn't believe that this guy wouldn't show up. After all, when Han Chen had previously encountered enemies who didn't reveal themselves, he had at least applied some strong glue, but this time he hadn't done anything at all. This guy must be preparing something somewhere. Han Chen thought for a moment. He couldn't just follow the task step by step. He needed to set up some defenses in advance, to get a step ahead of his opponent. As for what the next task would be, Han Chen could roughly guess it based on common tropes in horror movies. On his side, there would likely be a task to confirm that there were ghosts in the house for the protagonist's family. Then, according to the classic plot, the protagonist Away would invite Chu Qianli, the expert set up in the movie. The subsequent task would likely involve a battle of wits between himself, the ghost, and Chu Qianli, the master. The main storyline should be like this, almost certain. Han Chen thought for a moment. Since he knew that Chu Qianli would definitely come, it would be better to prepare in advance. Dig a good pit and wait for Chu Chinli to arrive. Even if he couldn't take that guy down, at least it would serve as a distraction, making things less smooth for him. Han Chen came up with a plan. 3 days later. Night. The tranquility of the past 3 days had caused Wei and his wife, who had originally suspected that there was something wrong with the house, to let their guard down. Han Chen also didn't expect this family to be so lazy. The basement was cluttered with junk that hadn't been cleaned, the damaged painting wasn't replaced, and the broken range hood wasn't repaired. What a hereditary family procrastination. However, it was also because this family did nothing that Han Chen found it easier for now. At this moment, Wei returned to his room, preparing to sleep. Jin was already feeling a bit drowsy in bed. As Wei took off his clothes and was about to lie down to rest, he suddenly stopped, because he saw a photo hanging on the wall by the head of the bed. You still hung up a photo here? Wei smiled as he took the photo down from the wall to examine it. What photo? Jin, almost asleep, casually replied. As Wei looked at the content of the photo, his smile instantly froze. It was an old, yellowed photo, but the image was still very clear. In the center of the photo sat a strange man, smiling stiffly at the camera. Notably, he had a distinctive hook-shaped scar on his forehead. Behind him stood a row of women, most of whom had their heads lowered, making it hard to see their faces. However, upon closer inspection, Wei noticed that each woman had a taut rope hanging around her neck, and their feet were also suspended in the air. In other words, these women were all in a state of hanging. Wei's face changed dramatically. A man sat smiling, while behind him was a row of hanged women. How did a photo capturing such a bizarre scene end up on the wall by his bed? Wei felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly shook Jin beside him. What's wrong? Jin, just falling asleep, was jolted awake by Wei. Did you hang this photo by the bed? Wei held the photo in front of Jin. What is it? Jin glanced at the photo casually. It must be left by the previous family, just ignore it. You need to take a good look, this photo is very wrong. Wei shook the photo again. Jin had no choice but to look again. The more she looked, the more eerie it felt, completely losing her drowsiness. What kind of photo is this? It's so ominous, Jin said. It's not just ominous. Wei pointed to the background of the photo. The background of this photo is the house we live in now. Ha? Jin was stunned. I don't know who hung this photo above our bed, it might be some child's prank. I'll go ask. Wei was actually having a hard time convincing himself, but he still held the photo and turned to leave the room. Just as he stepped out of the bedroom, a woman's scream suddenly echoed from upstairs. Is it Xiaomei? Wei immediately ran upstairs. He quickly reached the upper floor. The woman's voice was still screaming, the sound reverberating in the empty hallway. Wei followed the sound to a room door. Xiaomei? Wei called anxiously from outside. The woman inside seemed to hear Wei's call. She screamed while desperately pounding on the door. Wei hurried to turn the doorknob, but while it turned, the door wouldn't budge. The woman's screams gradually turned into cries. She seemed very frightened. Wei grew increasingly anxious, pulling at the doorknob with all his might. This room was previously said to be a storage room, a small empty space without even a window. How could Xiaomei suddenly be locked inside? Wei didn't understand. Dad, who's in there? Came Xiaomei's voice from behind. Isn't it you? Xiaomei, don't worry, Daddy will get you out right now, Wei replied. Then Wei immediately stopped his movements. He suddenly looked back. There, at the staircase, were his 3 children, including Xiaomei and Zhang. They were looking at him, their faces filled with confusion and a hint of fear. The woman's screams had startled them. Xiaomei was here. Who was in that room? Wei stared at the door in front of him. At that moment, the woman inside was already crying, still desperately banging on the door. Miss, who are you? Why are you in my house? Wei shouted bravely into the room. The woman inside said nothing, only continued to cry and shout, but her voice was becoming increasingly hoarse from the continuous cries. The banging on the door was slowing down. Who is it in there? Zhang asked Wei. Wei shook his head. I don't know who it is, but the door won't open. I'll go get an axe. He ran downstairs with all his might and quickly returned with an axe. At this point, the woman was still in the room, but her voice was very hoarse now. She was still banging on the door, but it was much lighter. She must have run out of strength. Miss, don't panic. Step away from the door. I'm going to break it down to save you. Wei shouted into the room. After Wei said this, the banging indeed stopped. Wei raised the axe and struck the door heavily. The door instantly had a hole. Wei pulled out the axe and leaned in to look through the hole. He wanted to see who would break into his home at night and get locked in a small room. Just as Wei looked inside, click. the corridor light above suddenly went out. The entire space plunged into instant darkness. Behind him, Xiaomei, already frightened, screamed even louder. The other two children were also scared out of their wits. They were all still young. Xiaoshui was 14, Xiaomei was 12, and Xiaoqian was only 8. "Don't be afraid, it's just a power outage," Wei panted, trying to reassure them. I'll go get my phone for light," Ajing said. "Let Xiaoshui go with you," Wei instructed. Ajing nodded. Soon, the two of them felt their way down the stairs. Although the lights were out, there was still a bit of moonlight outside, barely illuminating the path. While waiting, Wei looked into the room in front of him. It was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see who was there at all. He tried to shout inside, "Miss, who are you to be in my house?" The person inside did not respond. After a while, Asian and Xiaoshui came up with their phones. Just in case, Asian took an extra one, bringing along Wei's phone as well. "Call the police," Wei whispered to Asian as he took the phone. Asian nodded and quietly made the call from under the stairs. Wei immediately turned on the flashlight on his phone and shone it into the room. The entire room was small, and the light reached it quickly. But all Wei saw were empty walls. Where was the person? Wei became anxious. He grabbed an axe and began to chop at the door desperately. Soon, the door was almost completely destroyed. With a strong pull, the door was yanked open. The entire room was revealed to everyone. The cramped space was empty. Where was the woman who had been crying and screaming? Was he hallucinating? Impossible. Wei turned to look at Asian and the children, who were huddled together in fear. If he was hallucinating, could they be hallucinating too? Wei did not believe it and stepped into the room. He looked up. Oh, it wasn't an empty room. Above, there was a hemp rope hanging down from the beam overhead. The rope was tied in a knot, suspended above. It looked old, like it had been there for years. Wei immediately thought of the photo he had just seen. A man with a scar on his forehead, and a row of women hanging behind him. Could this be the place? Wei's heart was instantly overwhelmed with terror, and he felt a bit unsteady. Turning around, Asian and the children were also trembling. "This house. Something's not right," Asian murmured. The police arrived quite quickly. However, there was only one police car, with 2 officers, one thin and one plump. Wei's family was scared out of their wits, and seeing the police felt like finding a lifeline. They stammered as they led the officers to the room on the 3rd floor, describing everything to them. The thin officer briefly checked the electrical box downstairs and came up to say, "It's nothing, just a trip breaker." The plump officer frowned as he listened to Wei finish his account. The plump officer took a quick look around the room, glanced at the wooden door debris scattered everywhere, and then spoke. "So, what you mean is, a woman was locked in this room in your house, banging on the door and crying, and when you opened the door, you found no one inside?" "Pretty much," Wei gasped. "Oh, she couldn't have left through the door?" "Impossible, I was right at the door." "Oh, so this crying woman just suddenly disappeared from the room, right?" the plump officer said. Yes, Wei and Asian nodded vigorously. "So you saw a ghost?" "I guess so." "I see." The plump officer nodded. "Good thing you ran into me." Wei and Asian felt a bit relieved upon hearing this. The plump officer patted his pocket and pulled out something that looked like a coupon, handing it to Wei. "Officer, this is." Wei looked at the item in his hand. "This is a family bucket discount coupon for the mental hospital in town. Take it, and your whole family can get a discount, plus no need to register or wait in line," the plump officer said earnestly. "No, officer, we're not crazy." Wei became a bit anxious. "I know, but it doesn't hurt to get checked, right?" the plump officer replied. "Wait, officer, I have this photo, just a moment." Wei hurried downstairs and brought up the photo, handing it to the plump officer. "What is this photo?" the plump officer asked as he looked at the picture. Wei continued to explain. "This photo suddenly appeared in front of my bed, and the background in the photo is this house I'm in now." "So?" "No, officer, look, in this photo there's a man, and behind him are books where many women have hanged themselves. Is it possible that the souls of those women who were hanged by this man are still wandering in this house?" Wei explained somewhat incoherently. "I almost understand." The fat police officer nodded. "Officer?" Wei exclaimed in surprise. "You mean, a long time ago a man hanged many women in this house, and now their vengeful spirits are inside your room?" Yes. Wei nodded. "Then you should ask them to pay rent. As for ghosts, I suggest you contact the church, it's not our responsibility." "Ha? Officer. Let's go, wrap it up." The fat officer turned to the thin officer. The thin officer nodded. "By the way, if you find the bodies of those hanged women, you can call us again." The 2 officers left a vague explanation as they went downstairs. The police car drove away. The house felt even quieter. Away, what do we do now? Ajin asked fearfully. Several children also tugged at Away's sleeve. I'll call Mr. Shu and ask him to come, Away said. Click. The corridor light, which had just turned on, went out again. The children let out another scream. Did it trip again? Ajin exclaimed. I'll check after I make the call. Away forced himself to calm down and said. Ajin and the children nodded reluctantly. Away returned to the bedroom, using his phone for light, desperately searching for that business card in the wardrobe. For some reason, even though the room was dark, Away felt it was flickering, making him uneasy. He suddenly realized that it wasn't the room flickering, but the moonlight coming in from outside. He turned his head. Outside the window, there was indeed a shadow swaying slowly. Away looked closely. It was a pair of feet. At that moment, they were hanging just above the window, swaying slightly. They were the feet of a woman, as Away could see the hem of a sheer skirt above. Looking at the feet, this woman should be hanging between the second and third floors, facing away. During these 3 days, Han Chen took the time to get a manual, collection of horror stories. Then Han Chen learned a bit from the examples inside. After the task duration spanned 3 full days, Han Chen began preparing to do the third strange thing. He already had a plan in mind, just lacking the specific form of the plan. After looking at the manual, Han Chen had an idea. He created a bizarre photo and quietly hung it above the bed. He wanted to give the protagonist Away a thrilling background story. Once Away carefully looked at that photo, Han Chen's 3 strange tasks were complete. Han Chen purchased the ability upgrade 4, intermediate resistance to evil items. A new task was unlocked, and Han Chen glanced at it, frowning repeatedly. New task, household horror. It's time for the protagonist's family to know of your existence. Task objective, unlimited times, you can perform any number of strange acts to make the protagonist's family firmly believe that there are evil spirits in the house. But you cannot harm them, you must wait for them to successfully invite an exorcist, your opponent, to the manor for this task to succeed. Task reward, 400 points. Failure penalty, if anyone in the protagonist's family dies, you lose 400 points. If the entire family dies, you lose the game. Once this task is successful, it will enter Showdown moment. Han Chen felt a wave of discomfort after reading the mission objective. Was this really a classic horror movie trope? The evil spirit could easily kill the protagonist's entire family, yet it chose to play tricks, forcing the protagonist to summon an exorcist. Moreover, the mission required calling upon Han Chen's rival. This made Han Chen even more uneasy. However, with the mission at hand, he had no choice but to comply. He picked a scenario from a horror story collection and recreated the scene. Essentially, he just needed to use a high-fidelity recorder to wail in a small room. Han Chen then manually knocked on the door beside him. When the protagonist, Away, looked inside, Han Chen would rush to cut the power. This would heighten the atmosphere of terror. Then, when the police arrived, Han Chen would hide and watch the commotion. Away was on the phone in the bedroom, and Han Chen hung a generated corpse prop outside the window. To ensure Away saw it, Han Chen even shook it a bit. Away shouted from inside the house and rushed to the window. Han Chen knew Away was already scared out of his wits. That shout was just to bolster his courage. Han Chen silently retreated with the prop back into the wall, leaving Away dazed at the window. The mission was successfully completed. As expected, Away's family was indeed terrified. They couldn't even wait for dawn and were frantically calling Chu Qianli. Once Chu Qianli arrived, Han Chen's mission would be complete. Later, Away huddled with his wife and children in a storage room beside the house. Away rummaged through the storage but couldn't find the talisman package. Where's the talisman package? Have you seen it? How could it just disappear? Away asked, somewhat dazed. Ajin and the children shook their heads. They certainly hadn't seen it because the talisman package had already been stolen by someone Han Chen had hired with a hefty sum yesterday. Although Han Chen couldn't steal it directly, he could possess someone and control them to hire someone else to steal it. Now, Away could only clutch an axe for courage and shakily call Chu Qianli. Chu Qianli answered the phone almost immediately. Before Away could speak, Chu Qianli asked first, have you seen the evil spirit I mentioned? Away, as if grasping at his last hope, desperately replied, yes, Mr. Chu, I was wrong not to heed your warning earlier. When can you come help us? We will surely reward you. On my way, Chu Qianli simply said 3 words before hanging up. Mr. Chu said he's on his way. We'll be fine soon, Away said, putting down the phone and turning to his wife and children, who were huddled together. Ajin nodded in agreement. Away looked towards the entrance of the estate, the direction from which Chu Qianli would come. At that moment, the estate was eerily silent. The night wind blew, causing the large locust tree at the entrance to sway slightly. That was the very tree in the photo, hanging with many women. A chill ran down Away's spine. A minute later, headlights indeed lit up the road outside the estate. It was Chu Qianli's car. Away sighed in relief. He got up and jogged towards the entrance to greet Mr. Chu. The car stopped at the gate. Away reached the entrance as a man stepped out of the car. Away hurriedly said, "Mr. Chu, you finally arrived. I apologize for what happened earlier." But halfway through his sentence, Away's words caught in his throat. He gaped in horror at the man who had stepped out of the car. It wasn't Chu Qianli, but a man with a hook-shaped scar on his forehead. Indeed, this was the man from that eerie photograph. At this moment, the man was staring at Away, wearing the same eerie smile as in that photo. At this moment, Away was taken aback. He was haunted by a malevolent spirit and had called for help, only to find that the one who came was still the evil spirit. In extreme fear, a person exhibits extreme anger. Away grabbed the axe and swung it directly at the scarred man. "You killed those women!" Away shouted. The scarred man was momentarily stunned and dodged the axe. The axe struck the roof of the car. "Have you been possessed?" The scarred man turned to Away and said, "Get away from us, you evil spirit." Away pulled out the axe and continued to swing it at the scarred man. The scarred man kept dodging. "You must be possessed, let me help you break free." The scarred man pulled out a packet of golden powder from his pocket and sprinkled it directly on Away's face. Away's eyes were hit by the powder, and he quickly stepped back, rubbing his eyes. "How's that?" the scarred man asked Away. "What do you mean, how's that? You evil spirit, get lost!" Away shouted. "The exorcism powder has no effect?" The scarred man was incredulous. "What kind of strong evil is this?" Meanwhile, Han Chen was also laughing. Wasn't the exorcism powder effective? Because this was not a curse cast by Han Chen as a ghost at all. It was actually Han Chen's face-swapping skill. He had specifically designed the image of the eerie man with a Nike logo on his forehead when he created that strange photo. In front was an eerie man, and behind him were a bunch of hanged female corpses. Then he crazily created psychological suggestions of a female ghost spirit through bizarre occurrences. Things like a female ghost walking at midnight, a hanged rope in a locked room, and a female ghost hanging outside the window were all details carefully designed by Han Chen. This way, Away would subconsciously feel that these bizarre events were caused by the female corpse's ghost in the photo. He would be more convinced that the photo was real. He would also feel more strongly that the eerie man in the photo was the true evil spirit behind it all. Then, when Chu Qianli, the savior, arrived, Han Chen would quietly swap his face for that of the eerie man with the Nike logo on his forehead. As for why it was a Nike scar, Han Chen needed a very obvious feature so that Away would immediately recognize it as the eerie man from the strange photo. If it weren't for Harry Potter's lightning scar being relatively small and inconspicuous, Han Chen would have really considered using a lightning scar and having Chu Qianli cosplay as Harry Potter. However, now, Han Chen's plan was very successful. Away saw the face-swapped Chu Qianli and was so excited that he raised the axe. He achieved the strategic goal of internally dividing the enemy. And as Chu Qianli got out of the car, Han Chen also completed the corresponding task. A message box popped up, task, household horror, completed. Earn 200 points. You can choose to purchase one ability. This time, Han Chen did not purchase any abilities. He felt that there weren't many tasks left. If he kept buying like this, by the end of the game, he might not have many points. Relying solely on hidden extra plot points was too risky. The message box displayed new information, this time in a larger font. Attention! Showdown moment has arrived. The movie protagonist's family has become aware of your existence, so you no longer need to hide. From now on, you can choose to kill your opponent directly in any way to achieve victory in the game. Or you can choose to continue completing new tasks, trying to liberate yourself according to the plot, and ultimately determine the winner based on the number of points. After reading the prompt, Han Chen understood. This was the showdown moment. He could directly kill his opponent to win. But Han Chen was very clear that the abilities he had were strong, and on the opponent Chu Qianli's side, there would naturally be a master exorcist as well. He decided to continue with the task and look for an opportunity to eliminate that guy while completing it. After reading these prompts, Han Chen received a new task. New task, Demon's Lair. Do those fools think that calling an exorcist will solve the problem? This is your territory. You are the true lord. Task objective, build a terrifying underground maze, lure your opponent into it, and trap them for a while. If you can also lure the protagonist's family in, you will receive extra rewards. But be careful, before the next task begins, please ensure that at least one member of the protagonist's family remains alive in the maze. Additionally, the more horrifying and rich your maze is, the more extra plot points you will earn. Task rewards, 600 points, unlock higher reward plot branches. Failure penalty, deduct 100 points, unlock lower reward plot branches. Han Shen glanced at this task. Compared to before, the penalty for failure was quite low. The biggest difference between success and failure was merely the unlocked plot branches. However, this did not mean that the task could be taken lightly. One reward more, one reward less, losing this time would mean fewer rewards later, so the loss of points was still quite serious. Han Shen still had to take it seriously. And this task objective, to build a dark maze. Couldn't it have been announced earlier? Although Han Shen had the ability to alter the space within the manor, it was indeed a bit urgent to build it on the spot when needed. On the other side, with the scarred man's face, Chu Qianli found it hard to explain to Awei and could only use some minor spells. Awei instantly fainted. Chu Qianli glanced in the rearview mirror and found that indeed, his face had been swapped. He felt like he had used several talismans on his face, but there was no change at all. It was then he realized that this was not a curse or dark magic from a malevolent spirit, but a skill inherent to his opponent. This was a deadly move. Chu Qianli really had no way out. He could only wake Awei up again. When Awei woke up, he was still very agitated. It forced Chu Qianli to slap him, and only then did he calm down a bit. Then Chu Qianli could only explain to Awei. I am Chu Qianli, this is the malevolent spirit's trick. The more he explained, the more Awei was half convinced. Especially since his explanation led Awei to seriously doubt Chu Qianli's abilities. After all, if you, Chu Qianli, can't even remove the additional things the malevolent spirit placed on your face, how can I believe you can eliminate the malevolent spirit itself? Seeing that he couldn't clarify things with Awei, Chu Qianli simply said to him, how about you all stay at a hotel tonight, and leave the exorcism to me? This statement was excellent. It directly addressed Awei's thoughts. He had originally doubted Chu Qianli, but now he was willing to listen to him. Because moving to a hotel allowed Chu Qianli to exorcise alone. Regardless of whether this master exorcist was real or not, Awei didn't want to take any risks. Alright, then it's up to you. Let's go to the hotel now. Awei nodded in agreement. On the other side, Han Shen, busy constructing the maze, heard Awei's words from the ear of the vengeful spirit. This wouldn't do. Your whole family is my extra reward. You must enter the maze and cannot go to the hotel. Han Shen had to stop this. While Awei and Chu Qianli were negotiating, a boy's scream suddenly came from outside the car. The scream was very clear, and Awei immediately recognized it as the shriek of his youngest son, Xiao Chang. Awei and Chu Qianli hurriedly got out of the car to check. Just a moment ago, Jin and the children, seeing that Awei hadn't returned for a long time, came over to check. Han Shen quietly possessed the little Chang at the back. Then it was Han Shen's time to perform. Little Chang, possessed by Han Shen, let out a shrill scream, startling Jin and the children in front, Xiao Shui and Xiao Mei. Little Chang, what's wrong? Don't scare mommy, Jin said anxiously. Little Chang, under Han Shen's control, twitched and pointed to Chu Qianli, who had just gotten out of the car not far ahead. That uncle looked at me, and I felt something crawl into my mouth, Han Shen, controlling little Chang, said. Then, Han Shen made little Chang start to convulse rapidly. Han Shen, controlling little Chang, let out a harsh laugh. Then he turned around and, amidst Jin and Awei's shouts, dashed back into the manor's house. This is called framing. Little Chang, come back. Awei shouted desperately, but little Chang rushed into the house without looking back. Awei, furious, grabbed Chu Qianli by the collar. What did you do to my son? Chu Qianli was annoyed and broke free from Awei's grip. What's your IQ? This is obviously the work of a malevolent spirit. I don't care about any framing. My son is in trouble, and I will definitely settle this with you. Awei didn't say another word and turned to chase into the house. Awei quickly entered through the main door. Little Chang, where are you? Awei called out. Dad, I'm here, help me. It's so dark here. Little Chang's voice came from the basement. Don't be afraid, I'm coming. Awei rushed down the stairs into the pitch-black basement. Little Chang, where are you? Awei took out his phone for light. The basement was cluttered with junk and covered in dust. Dad, I'm here. Little Chang's voice came from under a pile of junk. How did you end up under all this stuff? Awei was taken aback. I just saw darkness in front of me, and the shelf suddenly fell over, burying me underneath. Little Chang's voice called from below. Little Chang, wait. Awei began to dig through the things on the ground. Dad, hurry up, I'm so scared, Little Chang cried from beneath the items. Awei quickened his pace. Soon, he dug through a few wooden boards and finally saw an arm buried underneath. Little Chang is fine, Daddy will pull you out. Awei grabbed the arm and slowly pulled. A shriveled face was pulled out by Awei. He was startled and fell back onto the ground, dropping his phone. the surroundings fell into darkness. Ah Wei hurriedly felt for his phone. Swish! At that moment, a flame suddenly appeared on the basement stairs, illuminating the area slightly. It was Chu Qianli, with a scar shaped like a hook on his forehead. He pinched a burning talisman paper between his fingers and slowly walked down the steps. What a pleasant surprise! Chu Qianli glanced at Ah Wei and said. Ah Wei, illuminated by the firelight, looked down. At that moment, a shriveled female corpse in old clothes was lying on him. He was holding the corpse's arm. Ah Wei quickly threw the corpse away. Why is there a female corpse here? Ah Wei cursed. Dad, what are you doing? It's so dark down here, I'm so scared. Hurry up, little Chang's trembling voice still came from beneath the junk. Don't be afraid, little Chang, Daddy is coming right away, Ah Wei said, continuing to move the junk. Your IQ can't possibly think that the one calling for help down there is really little Chang, right? Chu Qianli said coldly. Ah Wei smiled bitterly. I know, but what can I do? Even if the one calling for help isn't the real Xiaochang, Xiaochang is indeed inside. That's true, Chu Qianli said as he helped Ah Wei move things. What about my wife and the other 2 kids? They're waiting at the door, very safe. I didn't let them come in, Chu Qianli replied while moving. I'm going to find them, Ah Wei said, turning to go upstairs. He still couldn't believe Chu Qianli, so he needed to confirm everything. However, when he went up, he indeed saw Asian and the 2 kids sitting on the steps in front of the hall. Where's Xiaochang? Asian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and hurriedly asked. We're looking for him, we'll find him, Ah Wei comforted her. I'll go back to look for him. You all stay here and don't go anywhere else, Ah Wei instructed. Be careful, Asian said. Yeah, once we find Xiaochang, we'll move away, Ah Wei replied. Asian nodded seriously. Ah Wei turned back to the basement. So, how about it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Chu Qianli said while moving. No. If you really want to find your child, it's best to trust me, Chu Qianli continued. I'll try my best, Ah Wei said as he kept moving. Soon, everything was cleared away. In the corner, a dark hole appeared before the 2 of them. They glanced at it. The hole wasn't big, just enough for an adult to bend down and enter. Xiaoqiang, are you in there? Ah Wei shouted into the hole. Echoes responded. Dad, are you here? I'm so scared. Xiaoqiang's voice came from inside. I'm here to find you, Ah Wei said as he was about to crawl into the hole. But he was stopped by Chu Qianli. No need, I can go in alone. Ah Wei shook his head. No, my child, I can't leave it all to you. At least we both need to go in together. Chu Qianli looked at Ah Wei and was silent for a moment. Fine, where's the talisman I gave you for protection? Go inside and find 2 key items to wear, you should be safe. That is missing. Missing? I put it in the warehouse, and then it disappeared, Ah Wei replied. You. Chu Qianli pointed at Ah Wei, quite furious. If it weren't for my mission to ensure your family's safety, I would definitely shove your head in the toilet. It's my fault, Ah Wei felt a bit ashamed. Here, take this. Chu Qianli lifted his shirt and pulled out a jade amulet and a stack of talismans from his waist pouch. This is the amulet and the talismans. The amulet will protect you continuously. Ah Wei took the items from Chu Qianli. The green talisman is for lighting, just rub it a bit to ignite it. It burns for a long time and won't burn your hands. The yellow talisman is a protective spell. If the amulet's effect isn't enough, ignite the yellow talisman for temporary protection, Chu Qianli explained. Then, he pulled out a red talisman. This is for calling for help. If you get separated from me, light this, understand? Chu Qianli said. Understood, Ah Wei nodded. Alright, I'll lead, you follow me. Chu Qianli ignited a new lighting talisman and crawled into the hole. Ah Wei followed him in. The hole went straight through the basement wall, extending downward at a relatively gentle slope. The brightness of the lighting talisman was limited, and the front was shrouded in darkness. The walls of the hole were made of dirt, looking rather unstable, as if they could collapse at any moment. It felt very oppressive. But Chu Qianli said nothing, just continued to feel his way down. After walking for a while, Chu Qianli suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Ah Wei asked. See for yourself. Chu Qianli was already fed up with this guy. Ah Wei leaned forward to look, and the tunnel ahead actually split into 3 paths. It was a fork in the road. Which way to go? Earlier, Han Chen controlled Xiao Chang's body and quickly dove into the maze he had just begun to construct. In the process, he knocked over a shelf filled with odds and ends. Xiao Chang, where are you? Han Chen heard a Wei's voice calling from above. Dad, I'm down here. Han Chen controlled Xiao Chang to shout back. A Wei indeed fell for it and headed straight to the basement. Xiao Chang, where are you? A Wei continued to call out. Dad, I'm down here. I just blacked out for a moment, and the shelf suddenly fell, burying me. Han Chen could only respond again. Xiao Chang, just wait. Dad. Hurry up, it's so dark down here, I'm really scared. Han Chen pretended to cry. Xiao Chang. You. Dad. Xiao Chang. You. Dad. After some coaxing, Wei was indeed coming down. But Han Chen was quite displeased. Damn it, he hadn't done anything for a long time, just recognized his dad. Which path should we take? Split up? Wei turned to look at Chu Qianli. Split up? Chu Qianli shot Wei a glare. You really are the protagonist of a horror movie, aren't you? Ha? Wei didn't quite understand. No need to split up, I have a way. Chu Qianli picked up a piece of green jade pendant. He placed the pendant at each of the 3 openings. When he placed the pendant at the right opening, it instantly turned deep black. Let's go this way. Chu Qianli pointed to the right opening. What principle is this based on? A special talisman jade that can sense the aura of evil spirits. Chu Qianli replied casually, then began to crawl into the right opening. So strong, if it weren't for you, I'd definitely get lost. Wei followed Chu Qianli into the opening. At this moment, Han Chen was ahead, deep in the tunnel. With Wei beside Chu Qianli, Han Chen's ear of the vengeful spirit and eye of the vengeful spirit could continuously monitor Chu Qianli. Han Chen found it a bit tricky. Sure enough, this guy had a tool to track his aura. That frantically digging side path seemed to be meaningless now. The significance of passing through walls was also minimal. He needed to come up with something else. Han Chen continued to work. Wei and Chu Qianli crawled for a while and arrived at a more spacious area, which could be considered an exit of this tunnel. Chu Qianli crawled out of the tunnel, took a look, and frowned. Wei followed him out and turned to glance. There were 2 more openings coming from the left. Wow, so all 3 tunnels lead to the same exit? Wei exclaimed. Let's keep moving forward. Chu Qianli changed the subject. There was only 1 opening ahead. Chu Qianli tested the opening with the jade pendant before feeling assured to walk in. Why are you testing it when there's only 1 opening? Wei asked. I'm afraid that guy didn't go through the tunnel but instead crawled behind one of the walls. Can he even pass through walls? Even if he can't pass through walls, if there are other openings and he crawls in and blocks it, wouldn't that just be a wall? Got it. The 2 continued forward. Ahead were 3 more openings. However, in front of each opening stood a humanoid sign. Above the openings, there was a slogan, Choose Your Passing Mentor. Below, each humanoid sign at the openings also had descriptions. The sign for the left opening depicted a strong man in military uniform. Description, mentor, military training instructor. He is very strict, so the path ahead will forcefully give you the most correct warnings. The humanoid sign at the middle entrance is a voluptuous beauty. Description, mentor, beautiful mentor. She is very gentle, so she will give you the best advice on the road ahead. The humanoid sign at the right entrance is a little girl. Description, mentor, encouraging little sister. She is very kind, and she will give you a lot of encouragement on the road ahead. Chu Qianli and Wei stared at the 3 humanoid signs, momentarily stunned. What the hell? What kind of trick is this guy playing? Chu Qianli frowned. Which mentor should we choose? Wei looked at Chu Qianli. Choose what? We just follow the aura. Chu Qianli raised the jade pendant and checked it against the entrance. The pendant turned black at the middle entrance. Let's go through the middle one, Chu Qianli said. Alright, Wei nodded. The 2 entered the beautiful mentor's entrance. After walking for a while, Chu Qianli saw another humanoid sign ahead. Be careful, Chu Qianli stopped Wei. Okay. Wei nodded. Chu Qianli took a couple of steps forward and glanced at the humanoid sign. It was still the voluptuous, beautiful mentor, smiling. This time the description changed. Beautiful mentor reminder, the road ahead is slippery, be careful. Winky face, she really reminds us? Is the opposite really a malevolent spirit? Wei behind him sighed. Enough. Stay away from me. If something happens, I'll handle it. Chu Qianli's tone was explosive. Oh, why are you suddenly so explosive? Wei shrank back. Chu Qianli was indeed very irritated. The more his opponent played these tricks, the more uneasy he felt. He felt like he was being toyed with by his opponent. What on earth was going on? The road ahead is slippery? Is it really slippery? He looked down at the ground ahead. It was just a dirt surface, slightly soft. Since it was downhill, it might be a bit slippery, but being careful shouldn't lead to a fall. What a fake good person. Chu Qianli continued to walk a few steps forward. Ha, it's not slippery at all. Chu Qianli sneered. Then, he suddenly felt something slippery under his feet. He slipped and fell backward. Because it was downhill, he started sliding down. After sliding a few meters, before he could stop, the ground ahead suddenly collapsed. It was a deep pit. Chu Qianli fell straight down. And beneath the deep pit, countless sharp spikes had been waiting for a long time. Just as Chu Qianli was about to land on the spikes, a dazzling golden light suddenly radiated from his body. Wherever the golden light touched, all the spikes instantly melted away. Chu Qianli landed safely on his feet. Not far away, Han Chen frowned. As expected, the space transformation given by the system was a universal ability of malevolent spirits. Using this as an attack method was completely ineffective against Chu Qianli, a master exorcist equipped with all sorts of protective charms. To kill this guy, it still depended on Han Chen's own skills or other methods. Han Chen quickly turned and retreated. The humanoid sign he had just created for mentor selection was mainly to fulfill the task goal of the more complex the maze, the higher the score reward, while also trying to psychologically undermine his opponent, Chu Qianli. Then he directly placed the prankster's banana peel on the road, setting a trap to attempt to kill Chu Qianli. The warning about the slippery road nearby was mainly to avoid hurting away who was behind. At this moment, Han Chen had also deduced that his opponent, Chu Qianli, likely had a task goal to protect the protagonist's family. So, if he encountered a suspicious situation, he would probably take risks himself and wouldn't let the useless Away, who had no abilities, follow closely behind. This way, Away would be relatively safer behind, greatly reducing the chance of stepping on the banana peel. Han Chen did this because he had reasons to keep Away alive. Because Han Chen's mission objective requires that at least one member of the protagonist's family entering the maze must be preserved to unlock the next, slightly better task. Currently, only Away has entered the maze from the protagonist's family, and Han Chen is unsure if the little cockroach he controls counts, so to be safe, he must keep Away alive. Additionally, Han Chen has considered killing Away to fail his own mission while simultaneously sabotaging Chu Qianli's task. However, he calculated that the benefits of doing so are very low. First, since Chu Qianli is protecting the protagonist's family, it must be a minor task and not a condition for failure in the match. Han Chen does not have a corresponding condition to kill the protagonist's family as a victory condition. If he cannot directly eliminate the opponent, trading his own mission failure for the opponent's mission failure by killing Away is not worth it. This mission failure would also affect Han Chen's subsequent tasks, leading to greater losses for him. Therefore, he decided to keep Away alive and directly attempt to kill Chu Qianli. Chu Qianli picked up the jade pendant and immediately began to pursue Han Chen's aura. After a few steps, he saw a humanoid signboard. It was still the beautiful instructor. The message read, "The beautiful instructor conveys the opponent's message, you can't beat me, hurry up and commit suicide, let's move on to the next round." After reading the message, Chu Qianli was unconcerned. He just held the jade pendant and continued to follow Han Chen's aura forward. As he continued on, Chu Qianli was surprised to find that the tunnel was becoming increasingly spacious. What was once only wide enough for one person was now wide enough for a car to pass through. What's going on? Confused, Chu Qianli continued forward. Suddenly, a point of light appeared ahead. What was glowing? Chu Qianli walked toward the light point in confusion. The light grew brighter as he approached. Then, to his further bewilderment, he saw that there was a wall lamp turned on, and the glowing point was this object. Further ahead, there were many more lamps. The entire cave became spacious and bright. Chu Qianli fell into deep confusion. He didn't believe the opponent would be so kind as to install electric lights in this tunnel for him. There must be some conspiracy. However, Chu Qianli couldn't figure out what purpose installing electric lights in the tunnel could serve. He could only continue to hold the jade pendant and follow Han Chen's aura forward. Next, he saw the second humanoid signboard. It was still the beautiful instructor. The message only had 5 words, "Be careful of spiders." A small wooden box was attached to the humanoid signboard's hand. The box had a spider pattern drawn on it. Be careful of spiders? Where are the spiders? Chu Qianli looked ahead. Sure enough, he saw 8 eyes and a huge body covered in black fur. This body was enormous, almost taking up the entire width of the cave. Chu Qianli widened his eyes. Damn, a spider the size of a truck? At that moment, he finally understood why the cave walls were made so large and why there were electric lights installed. It was all prepared for the spider. The spider also noticed Chu Qianli and charged straight toward him. Watching the giant spider rush at him, Chu Qianli had a thought. Could such a large spider just be an illusion? Impossible. If it were just an illusion, would they need to prepare so many things for the spider? With this thought, Chu Qianli turned and ran. However, he could hear that even at full speed, the giant spider was quickly closing in behind him. He was a bit slower. Chu Qianli took out a peachwood sword from his sleeve. Sword control technique. the peachwood sword flew out under Chu Qianli's control. Then, the peachwood sword smashed the electric lamp on the nearby cave wall and flew forward in a straight line at high speed. The electric lamps along the way were all shattered. The surroundings quickly darkened, and then it became pitch black. Chu Qianli took out a talisman, ignited a spark, and tossed it forward. The talisman, carrying the spark, flew ahead along the tunnel. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Qianli crouched down, hiding in a dark corner. A massive tremor and strong wind swept over him. It was the giant spider passing by. Indeed, in this pitch-black environment, the giant spider instinctively chased after the light. A beast is just a beast, not to be feared. Chu Qianli waited for the giant spider to move away before getting up. He spoke of it being not to be feared, yet his legs quickened their pace. He jogged forward quickly, trying to distance himself from the spider as much as possible. Soon, the lights ahead disappeared, and the tunnel shrank. Chu Qianli understood that there shouldn't be any more spiders. The absence of lights had no effect on him. He possessed night vision skills. However, the opponent had the ability to summon giant spiders, which had made him somewhat apprehensive. But now that the conditions for spiders were gone, his worries had lessened considerably. Following the guidance of the jade pendant, Chu Qianli continued running, pursuing the aura of Han Chen. After running for a while, Chu Qianli froze. A wall appeared before him. Was this a dead end? He glanced left and right, looking for other exits. Turning around, he found that the path he had come from was also gone. Chu Qianli found himself trapped in a sealed space. A little trick. Chu Qianli took out the jade pendant and began sensing in all directions. As long as he could sense Han Chen's aura, he would naturally find a way. Chu Qianli was very confident. Just then, a large amount of black gas began to seep in rapidly from the gaps in the walls. Chu Qianli, several meters away, caught a whiff and felt the suffocating sensation carried by the gas. The dark aura is useless, it can't harm me. Chu Qianli took out a white talisman, on which was the character Purify. Indeed, this was a purification talisman, capable of cleansing any dark power. He ignited the talisman and tossed it into the black gas. Disperse! Chu Qianli shouted the slogan. Boom! A violent explosion occurred in the confined space. Han Chen, hiding a distance away at an angle, heard a loud bang, and then the surrounding cave began to tremble violently. What was happening? What exploded? Han Chen was puzzled when suddenly a message prompt popped up in front of him. Attention! Your opponent has died. You have won this match. Han Chen stared at the message, completely stunned. What? I won? How did my opponent suddenly die? Han Chen found it hard to believe, but the victory prompt was right in front of him. Every word felt so real. How did I win? After thinking for a moment, Han Chen seemed to understand. He had just cornered Chu Qianli in a small space, used the prankster's stinky gas bag nearby, and then quickly dodged away. The purpose of Han Chen's actions was clear. He simply wanted to temporarily trap Chu Qianli with the wall and see if the gas from the stinky gas bag could poison him. This guy must have seen the toxic gas and ignited a talisman to purify it. And then, it exploded. The gas in that prankster's stinky gas bag was likely a mixture of highly toxic and flammable explosive gases. It exploded upon encountering an open flame. Chu Qianli must have sent himself away like this. Truly a prankster, even the gas from the stinky gas bag was so outrageous. Han Chen completely understood. What is this? Han Chen had actually prepared many plans to deal with Chu Qianli, including disguising the prankster's electric shock pan as a key button to trick Chu Qianli into pressing it, then electrocuting him, like an elevator button. He also planned to use the prankster's spring knife for direct confrontation with Chu Qianli. Additionally, he intended to use the Brat Summoner to counter Chu Qianli's moves. I basically used the abilities of evil spirits, and the two other ghost abilities I drew, Water Ghost and Charming Beauty of Chu, weren't really utilized. Also, the secret that Yasu told me, Han Chen didn't use either. That secret was that Chu Qianli had already buried a demon exorcising array around the manor. Han Chen even secretly went to destroy it. I thought it would be the final key, but in the end, it was completely useless. The opponent just died like that. But it wasn't because the opponent was foolish and killed themselves. This left Han Chen with a feeling of frustration, as if he had made 1,000 preparations to deal with the enemy, only for the enemy to die of a stroke. Han Chen returned to the screening room, waiting for the results. Forget it, a win is a win. Late at night, a group of couples sat on the sofa, watching a horror movie called Evil Spirit Manor being aired on the movie channel. They watched as the movie's protagonist and the hired exorcist, guided by the evil spirit, entered the deep, dark tunnels of the manor. The couple felt a wave of anxiety for the protagonist and the exorcist. Then, they saw the exorcist and the protagonist separate. The exorcist encountered danger. The exorcist faced a giant spider. The exorcist found a dead end. The dark aura around quickly seeped into the space where the exorcist was. The couple watching TV grew increasingly tense, sinking deeper into the sofa. The exorcist pulled out a purification talisman. Lit it. Boom. The screen went black. Then came a voiceover. Exorcist Chu Chenli died in a gas explosion. The end. What the hell? The man among the couple immediately sat up. What a ridiculous plot. He angrily threw the remote away. The TV was instantly smashed. In any case, Han Shen was now tied with his opponent at 1-1. Whoever won the last round would win the game. The screen began to display a spinning wheel. What channel would the third round of the game be? After 2 waves of oppressive channels, Han Shen hoped for something light and healthy now. However, the children's channel was all about murder cases, and Han Shen really didn't know what channel could be more relaxing. Documentaries? Historical war types would probably be even more brutal. The wheel started spinning. It finally stopped at Drama Channel. Coming soon, the drama The Overbearing CEO, The Long-Legged School Beauty, and The Ugly Duckling's Wonderful Fantasy. What the hell is this? Upon seeing the title of this drama, Han Shen's brows could tie a dead knot. He didn't watch much TV, but among his limited exposure, this title was already quite explosive. Looking at this title, Han Shen seemed to have guessed the plot. It should be about a female lead who was an ugly duckling, a second female lead who was a rich beauty, and then the female lead's counterattack leading to her finally being with the overbearing CEO in a stupid, cliché plot. However, Han Shen was puzzled about what kind of task such a silly plot could give him. Help the female lead counterattack? Isn't that too foolish? Han Shen continued to read on. The screen displayed the plot summary of the drama. Han Shen took a quick look at the plot and found it wasn't quite what he had imagined. He underestimated the screenwriter of this drama. There were 3 main characters in this drama. Male lead, a rich young master, very filial, the overbearing CEO, and the title refers to him. This setting was quite normal, and Han Shen looked at it calmly. Female lead, a super rich girl, but deeply in love with the male lead, and they have an engagement. This setting surprised Han Shen a bit. The female lead was also a rich girl? And there was an engagement? What was there to counterattack? Could it be a family ethics business war drama? Second female lead, the male lead's white moonlight, the woman the male lead loves deeply, very poor, unable to bear children, and the male lead's family does not allow him to marry her. This second female lead. Han Shen now really thinks this is going to be an ethical drama. But as he continues to watch the plot of the drama, Han Shen realizes he was thinking too simply. The main storyline is as follows. The male lead comes from a wealthy family, and his mother has found him a well-matched rich girl. This rich girl is the female lead. The male lead completely dislikes the female lead, but he is very filial, so he agrees to the engagement with her. The current plot background seems relatively normal and reasonable. However, the male lead actually has someone he loves very much but cannot be with, and that is the second female lead, Bai Yue Guang. Bai Yue Guang comes from a poor family and has had her uterus removed due to a tumor issue, so she is unable to bear children. Therefore, the male lead's mother absolutely opposes him marrying Bai Yue Guang. This plot is still somewhat normal, but what follows leaves Han Shen dumbfounded. So, in order for the woman he loves, Bai Yue Guang, to have the ability to bear children, the male lead decides that after marrying the female lead, he will transplant the female lead's uterus to Bai Yue Guang. Let's not even discuss whether a uterus can be transplanted like a cornea or kidney. After all, this is a drama, and a little fantasy is acceptable. The main issue is the female lead's attitude. Because she loves the male lead so deeply, she is very willing. What the hell, very willing? Han Shen was stunned by this part of the plot. With this love-struck setting and this absurd storyline, if it were to be brought into the real world, it would be explosive in the realm of terrible dramas. Then comes Han Shen's task. The role you play in this drama is the female lead's devoted admirer. Although you have confessed to the female lead many times, she has rejected you each time. Therefore, you decide to protect the female lead as a friend. Your task objective is to guard the female lead's uterus and prevent her from giving it to Bai Yue Guang. Upon seeing this task objective, Han Shen just wanted to smash the screen in front of him. What the hell is this? A ridiculous drama gave him a ridiculous role, and now he has to complete a ridiculous task. Han Shen continued to read. Your opponent plays the role of the male lead's good brother, and his task is to facilitate the female lead's uterus transplant to the male lead. Note, in this channel, you cannot attack the 3 main characters. If they are injured due to your attack, physical, it will be considered a game failure. You also cannot threaten the main characters or their families with force, nor can you attack or threaten the doctors performing the surgery for the main characters. You can monitor the male lead, female lead, and buy Yu Guan on any dedicated television channel. The necessary character memories for the task have entered your mind. Han Chen's vision went dark, then brightened again. He found himself in a fast food restaurant. A young woman was sitting at the table across from him, and her expression seemed a bit downcast. Han Chen recognized her from his memories. This was indeed the female lead. His task objective was to guard this person's uterus. About that matter, I agreed to it, the female lead said, fiddling with her fork in the plate in front of her. What? Han Chen was taken aback. You know, giving my uterus to that woman, the surgery is next week, the female lead said. Oh, Han Chen pursed his lips. I think, to love someone, it shouldn't be about possession, but rather unconditionally giving them your best. What do you think? The female lead looked at Han Chen. What do I think? You're asking me? Han Chen pointed at himself, frowning. Yeah, we're good friends, right? I think you have a serious problem, Han Chen said bluntly. Why don't you understand me? You people just don't understand love at all. The female lead shook her head. The female lead's words made Han Chen feel a pang of frustration. Damn, it's too classic. How can this female lead character be so infuriating? Why are you silent again? The female lead asked Han Chen. I think a mentally normal person wouldn't do something like what you're doing, Han Chen said. The female lead shook her head. Others can't understand. Enduring the disdain of the world is what makes this love precious. Don't you think? Moreover, I am his fiancé. Doing this small thing for him isn't bad at all, the female lead said. Small thing? Can you just shut up? Han Chen slammed the table, stood up, and was about to leave. He couldn't stand another word of this nonsense. If he listened any longer, he might lose his temper and break the rules. Where are you going? The female lead asked. None of your business, Han Chen spat out angrily and stormed off. The plot background, I am your devoted admirer, but I'm not really your devoted admirer. Just go play. Han Chen walked out of the restaurant. Given the original plot setup, combined with the female lead's foolishness, Han Chen didn't think he could persuade her to change her mind. Besides, talking to her raised his blood pressure. So he decided not to waste time arguing with her. Han Chen needed to think of a different way to intervene and stop this matter. To be honest, Han Chen didn't have a reliable plan at the moment. However, he had previously discovered that every time he entered a task world, the lottery machine's skill cooldown could refresh. When in doubt, he would use the lottery machine first. Han Chen could set everything aside for now, wait for the lottery, and then formulate a plan based on what he got. Han Chen bought a backpack at the store and then approached a bank ATM, activating his skill. The cost of the lottery machine was similar to the previous cash register, also requiring cash to draw, but this one seemed a bit more expensive. Han Chen directly activated the pig slaughtering plate. The first item dropped out. It was a keyboard. Keyboard Warrior's Holy Sword. You can type with this keyboard, and the aggressive words you type can be solidified and launched, with the power of the launch proportional to the aggression of your words. The defensive words you type can be solidified for defense, proportional to the defensiveness of your words. Han Chen understood the first part. Aggressive words were just offensive language, insults. What were defensive words? Han Chen didn't understand that. He would try it later. Next, this time a stack of paper fell out. Unlimited discount coupon, forcibly reduce the price of an item to 10% off, can also be used for online shopping and other transactions. Specific usage methods are as follows. Han Chen counted. There were about 10 of these coupons. They looked very useful. Unfortunately, this was a game world. The task was the most important thing. Could this item help Han Chen complete his task? He hadn't thought of a way yet. Next, bang. This time, a box-like object fell out. It was completely wrapped in pink velvet. Velvet fish tank. It's cold. If you're afraid your fish will freeze to death, you can use this velvet-wrapped fish tank. It comes with anti-fall features, allowing your fish to live a passionate life from now on. It seemed completely useless. Next, clatter. This time, a bronze statue fell out. The statue depicted a worker carrying tools, and strangely, its eyes emitted a bright glow. Statue of the working class, stay grounded. Once you are gazed upon by this statue, you will receive the blessing of the god of workers. For a certain period, all your speculative activities will be nullified, but your legitimate labor rewards will triple. Recognize the situation and abandon your fantasies. Wait, gazed upon? Han Chen glanced at the glowing eyes of the bronze worker statue. This thing just dropped out and is staring at me. Is it a forced blessing? Han Chen frowned, but it didn't seem to matter. He was only in this world to complete the task and didn't need to make money. Let it be. Next, Han Chen pressed the lottery button. On the screen, there was a line of text. you have been banned from the lottery. Banned from the lottery? This, Han Chen instantly understood. The lottery machine's lottery was also considered a speculative activity. The god of workers had banned it. How could there be such a foolish thing? Han Chen was very annoyed. He looked at the few items he had drawn. It was a bit lacking. But there was nothing to be done, after all, it had been forcibly stopped. Sigh. Han Chen put the items into his backpack. With just these few things, how could he protect the heroine's womb? Han Chen pondered. The matter of womb transplantation had several steps. The heroine deeply loved the male lead, and the male lead deeply loved the white moonlight. Therefore, the heroine was willing to give up her womb for the male lead. So, if I make the heroine stop loving the male lead, or the male lead stop loving the white moonlight, wouldn't the problem be solved? Matters of love are usually beyond the reach of ordinary people, but who is Han Chen? I can change faces. Han Chen immediately began to take action. The role Han Chen was playing actually knew the so-called white moonlight, and he could also monitor her directly through a dedicated channel. So Han Chen could go directly to the white moonlight's doorstep. This white moonlight came from an ordinary family, living in a regular community. When Han Chen arrived, she happened to be in the yard feeding stray cats. Dressed in a pure white long dress, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, and a delicate, fair face, just bending down to feed the kittens, her aura was several streets ahead of the heroine. Han Chen somewhat understood why the male lead would choose this white moonlight over a wealthy girl. As he got a little closer, Han Chen noticed that her face was even prettier than the heroine's. However, that would soon become a thing of the past. Han Chen decided to give the white moonlight an ugly face, the kind that was so hideous it would be hard to look at a second time. I don't believe that if she's ugly to the point of the heavens collapsing, the male lead could still love her desperately. Han Chen thought this, envisioning an ugly face in his mind, preparing to take action. Just a second before he acted, Han Chen recalled a few dramas he had watched. What would the male lead's attitude be if the woman he loved was disfigured? It seemed like the usual response was, I don't mind, it's okay, no matter how you change, I still love you, such cliché lines. And then the audience would be moved to tears. Oh right. After all, they are all male leads, there wouldn't be a plot like love fades as beauty wanes. In that case, changing the white moonlight's face to an ugly one should have no effect. So, I got it. Han Chen had a new idea. He activated his skill, directly giving the heroine's face to the white moonlight, while also downgrading it a bit. He turned the white moonlight's face into a low-spec version of the heroine. Isn't the male lead not fond of the heroine? Doesn't he feel anything for the heroine's face? Now that I've directly swapped the face of the white moonlight you love with this one, how will you respond? Skill completed. The white moonlight, still feeding the stray cats, was completely unaware. Han Chen quietly left. After that, he quietly found the heroine and gave her the white moonlight's face. This way, the heroine and the white moonlight had directly swapped faces. Now it was time to watch the show. Han Chen found a hotel and watched the three main characters on the dedicated channel of the television. No, my face. The white moonlight returned home, looked at her face in the mirror, and let out a shriek. This was a classic scene that Han Chen had anticipated. Many romance dramas had it. The lines felt familiar. Then, after repeatedly confirming that her face had really changed, she sent a message to the male lead, we shouldn't meet again, I'm no longer the way you like me. Han Chen felt a bit gloomy watching this scene. Is this a normal reaction for someone to discover their face has been swapped? As expected of a romance idol drama, it's truly above life. Then Han Chen switched the channel to the male lead. The male lead received a message, his face first showing surprise and confusion, then turning into deep sorrow. No. The male lead sighed dramatically in his 600 square meter mansion. Then he rushed out of the mansion, ignoring his Ferrari, and started running straight to Bai Yue Guang's house. It began to rain. The male lead ran in the rain. He dashed to Bai Yue Guang's home, shouting her name from downstairs. Han Chen felt a pang in his stomach. Bai Yue Guang didn't come down. Han Chen switched to Bai Yue Guang's channel. He found her in her room, standing by the wall next to the window. She leaned against the wall, not looking outside, with tear stains on her eyes. The camera angle perfectly captured the male lead outside in the rain through Bai Yue Guang's window. A classic shot. Han Chen couldn't bear to watch anymore. He switched the channel to the female lead. The female lead also discovered her face had been swapped. However, her reaction was more normal. She began to suspect it was her imagination and started asking those around her. When everyone confirmed it, she finally realized her face had truly been swapped. Sitting on her bed, she picked up her phone. Soon after, Han Chen received a text from the female lead, something happened to me, and you might not believe it, but it's true. Clearly, the female lead directly texted Han Chen for help. Now that was a normal person's reaction. But Han Chen couldn't be bothered with the female lead. He switched back to Bai Yue Guang. At this point, Bai Yue Guang had come downstairs, and she and the male lead were tightly embracing in the rain. It seemed the touching scene was skipped. Han Chen felt disdain. Then he heard the male lead say to Bai Yue Guang, "It's okay, no matter what you become, I will still like you." Hearing this, Han Chen felt a wave of irritation. Damn. In the end, it was still that line. The male lead and Bai Yue Guang reconciled. After that, the male lead took Bai Yue Guang to the female lead's house, directly confronting her. He must have already assumed the female lead was behind it all. The female lead opened the door, and upon seeing Bai Yue Guang with her face, she was taken aback. "Did you swap my face? How did you do it?" the female lead asked Bai Yue Guang. The male lead pushed her aside. "Stop pretending." The female lead looked innocent. "I'm not pretending. I don't know anything right now. How could you not know if you were the one behind this?" the male lead said coldly. "I really don't know anything." The female lead was on the verge of tears. Then came another round of questioning and feeble defenses. The female lead denied everything, and the male lead had no choice but to angrily tell her, "Do you think I would be interested in you just because you have her face? You only make me feel disgusted. I just didn't expect you to actually do something so disgusting." Then came a barrage of aggressive words from the male lead. The female lead felt utterly humiliated, overwhelmed with shame. Although Han Chen didn't understand why the female lead felt so ashamed, since she hadn't done anything, she still firmly declared to the male lead and Bai Yue Guang, "Don't worry, I will give her my uterus as compensation for the harm I caused her." Good grief! After all this, the female lead was even more determined about the uterus thing. Han Chen was so frustrated he wanted to smash the TV. What kind of thought process do these people in romance dramas have? No, he needed to approach it from another angle. Han Chen reconsidered. In their previous conversation, the female lead had said that after all, she was the male lead's fiancé, so doing such things wasn't a big deal. If I tell the female lead's parents about the matter of donating her uterus, could it make them intervene to stop it? After all, no one wants their daughter to donate her uterus to their son-in-law's mistress, right? Yes. Doing this could at least give Han Chen 2 helpers. But the problem is, Han Chen has no evidence. Can the female lead's parents believe just a few words? But it's worth a try. Han Chen followed her memory and found the female lead's parents' home. Her parents were very warm towards Han Chen. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Han Chen got straight to the point. She first mentioned that their daughter's fiancé had a mistress. The elderly couple was shocked. Then Han Chen said that this mistress was infertile, so their daughter planned to donate her uterus to her. The couple immediately stopped being shocked. Instead, they looked at Han Chen as if she were foolish. However, they still politely responded with phrases like, "I can't believe this," and "How could she do something so stupid?" But Han Chen understood that this was all just formalities. They completely didn't believe her. It's not their fault. Normally, when someone says someone has a mistress, it's generally believable. But who would believe that a uterus could be transplanted back and forth? Han Chen could only give up, exchange a few more pleasantries, and hurriedly leave. After coming out of the female lead's parents' house, Han Chen felt that conventional methods seemed ineffective. She found a deserted place and tested the keyboard warrior holy sword from her backpack. As expected, the effect was powerful. Han Chen looked at the other items. A bold plan appeared in her mind. This plan was a bit clumsy, but if successful, it might be very effective. Simply put, it was straightforward and brutal. Han Chen decided to implement it. She used the little savings she had from playing this role to hire someone for a simple investigation. After glancing at the list, Han Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't too much. The plan could still be executed. Start. The next day, Han Chen arrived at the stock exchange. She opened an account there and prepared to buy stocks. Han Chen entered the stock code, and a stock appeared on the screen. This was the stock of the male lead's family company. The current price was 10 yuan per share. Han Chen pressed the unlimited discount coupon onto the screen. This was the method to activate the discount coupon during online trading as stated in the manual. The coupon flashed with golden light and then disappeared. It was effective. Han Chen looked at the screen. The stock price dropped to 1 yuan. For a listed company like the male lead's family business, stocks were a significant part of their assets. The stock price to some extent determined the value of their assets. Now that the stock price had plummeted to 1/10, the male lead's family company would lose more than half of its assets. However, this was not enough. Han Chen took out another discount coupon and used it again. The stock price dropped to 0.1 yuan. Used again. Soon, the stock exchange's computer could no longer find the male lead's family stock. it was forcibly delisted. Generally, even if a stock crashes, it would go through a trading halt, meaning that after dropping to a certain extent, trading of that stock would be paused. It would have to drop significantly before being delisted, but this was the usual case. Han Shen used several unlimited discount coupons, a forced item, and the male lead's family company stock was directly delisted. This would be a series of extremely fatal blows to the male lead's family company. A broken capital chain and huge debts would follow. However, this was still not enough. Han Shen understood that the male lead's family company still had many tangible assets. She had to deal with these tangible assets to make the male lead completely broke. At this point, Han Shen's plan was very clear. Doing such an outrageous surgery as a uterus transplant must cost a lot of money, right? Destroying the male lead's entire fortune, turning him into a pauper. Simple and effective. The rules say you can't attack the male lead, but they never said you couldn't attack his wallet. In fact, the biggest problem for Han Shen is the real estate of the male lead's family company. This mainly includes several large factories and some luxury homes. These properties haven't been sold yet, they aren't commodities, so Han Shen can't directly use discount coupons to devalue them. With these properties in place, the male lead can never truly become a destitute. Therefore, Han Shen must find a way to get rid of these properties. The method Han Shen chose is also quite simple. At night, at the Tianfeng manufacturing plant. This is the largest manufacturing plant under the male lead's family company, on par with the male lead's family business, Tianfeng Company. It handles nearly half of the company's product manufacturing tasks. Han Shen took advantage of the night to arrive outside the factory's walls. He easily climbed over the wall and found a high point on the roof of a building that could overlook most of the factory. This factory was much larger than Han Shen had imagined, and he estimated it would take some effort. It was already late at night, and the factory was silent, with only a few security guards patrolling the main road. They called it patrolling, but most were just slacking off, glancing around before heading back to the security room to play cards. Indeed, helping others is also helping oneself. They provided convenience for Han Shen, and in return, he could spare their lives. Han Shen took out the keyboard warrior holy sword. He aimed the opening on the side of the keyboard at a slightly distant factory building. Then he typed the word idiot. Dong. 2 solidified representations of the word idiot were launched, starting as small as a key but quickly growing in the air, eventually each looking over a meter wide. The large characters idiot crashed against the factory wall, instantly creating a large hole. However, it was just a hole in the wall. The power wasn't enough. Han Shen tried typing fool instead. Bang! The solidified representation of fool was also launched. It started as the size of 2 keyboard buttons, but this time the characters grew rapidly, soon becoming the size of small cars. The 2 large characters, the size of small cars, were launched and heavily smashed into the factory. 2 loud bangs. The factory instantly collapsed halfway. Only 2 walls remained standing. Indeed, the word fool always carried a strong sense of malice. Han Shen continued typing. More small car-sized fools flew out, raining down on several rows of factory buildings. The rows of factories quickly followed suit, some even causing small explosions. However, Han Shen still felt the power was insufficient. Most of the buildings only collapsed halfway or at a corner. And this factory was too large. With this kind of bombardment, it seemed Han Shen wouldn't be able to complete his inner plan before the security team and police arrived. Han Shen could only try changing his wording. He input new content, something more aggressive than fool. After finishing, he pressed enter. Boom! This time, the characters that flew out became the size of heavy trucks in the air. These astonishingly large characters rained down. The tall office buildings and various factory buildings were instantly crushed, turning into a pile of rubble. Soon, this large factory was almost completely destroyed. Han Shen directly put away the keyboard and quietly left. On the other side, the patrolling security guards at the manufacturing plant began to hear the commotion and immediately came to check it out. But halfway there, they saw that a nearby factory had been smashed down by some large object. The darkness of the night obscured their view, and they couldn't see what it was. They only saw something angular that was rapidly growing larger. They didn't know exactly where it came from, only that it seemed to be flying in from somewhere in the west. It crashed into the factory with a loud bang bang bang. However, the size and power of this thing made them instantly afraid to approach even a step closer to investigate, let alone go west to check its source. A few thousand a month. What was the point of risking their lives? They decided to wait until it was over. As time went on, the objects crashing down became larger, each the size of a heavy truck. The sound of them hitting the ground was breathtaking. The security guards dared not approach any closer and could only hide behind the walls, waiting. A few of the objects crashed into nearby factory buildings and, using inertia, rolled over. They finally came to a stop against the surrounding wall, easily crushing it. It was only then that the security guards could see what these enormous objects were. Each one was a Chinese character. The guards looked at the few characters that had rolled over and saw the words, "You, mother, dead, and died." What did that mean? The guards were momentarily confused. But these giant Chinese characters had already frightened them, and they could only retreat further to ensure their safety. After a while, the noise subsided, and no more giant characters fell. The police arrived at that time. Only then did the guards follow the police into the factory area to check the situation. They saw that the originally lined-up factory buildings had all collapsed, leaving only ruins. Even the 9-story office building had not escaped, reduced to just 2 floors. On top of the rubble, there were giant Chinese characters scattered everywhere. Some were relatively intact, while others had been shattered. The police and security guards quickly glanced at the content of these characters. The content was extremely vulgar. The police and security guards were completely dumbfounded. Who had ever seen such a scene? At that moment, a guard suddenly remembered that these giant characters seemed to have been launched from the west and quickly reported it to the police. The police hurried over to check, but Han Shen had already left, leaving only a prime vantage point from which to overlook the entirety of Han Shen's work. In the following 2 days, Han Shen was not idle either. He used the same method to destroy several assets of the male protagonist's family company. Each time was at night, concealed and swift. Within 10 minutes, a rain of mother characters could flatten an entire factory. It was no different from explosives. However, Han Shen could not evade all the cameras. One camera captured a side profile of Han Shen. But due to poor lighting conditions, it did not clearly capture Han Shen's face, so it posed little threat to him. Instead, it captured the object in Han Shen's hand, the keyboard. A man holding a keyboard was using a large number of giant Chinese characters containing mother to destroy factories, specifically targeting those under Tianfeng Company. Such a thing would be hard to believe if stated outright. But it did happen, and there was no denying it. This sci-fi and even fantastical event naturally made headlines across major media outlets. A new urban legend began. Various media and netizens directly referred to this man with the keyboard and suspected superpowers as the mysterious keyboard hero. Moreover, people began to speculate about the origins, motives, and how this mysterious keyboard hero managed to create so many giant Chinese characters. Initially, the speculations were somewhat reasonable. Some connected it to the plummeting stock price of Tianfeng Company, believing that this mysterious keyboard hero was actually a powerful force behind the scenes trying to bring down Tianfeng Company. A complete hoax. However, many security guards had seen the giant characters flying out, and various eyewitnesses and physical evidence made this speculation somewhat untenable. Thus, absurd explanations emerged. Then someone said that mysterious keyboard hero was a quirky scientist whose patented invention was stolen by Tianfeng Company, so he was using his own weapon to take revenge. Later, it was simply said that it was a vengeful spirit coming to claim lives from Tianfeng Company. Yes, when you find something that cannot be explained no matter what, attributing it to a ghost seems more reasonable. The police do not believe in these absurd speculations. They extracted some samples from the giant Chinese characters and took them for compositional analysis. Results came in quickly. These giant characters were all made of a high-strength alloy. Such a strong alloy requires cutting-edge technology to synthesize, and ordinary units or companies simply do not have the capability to produce so much. Once the analysis report was made public, speculation about the mysterious keyboard warrior immediately increased. One theory was that this guy was an invading alien. Well then. However, no matter how much of a stir Han Shen's incident caused in society, it was not something he cared about. This was just a task world in a game. Completing the task was what mattered. Fortunately, Han Shen's goal was nearly achieved. As the mysterious keyboard warrior caused more and more chaos in society, almost everyone knew that there was a mysterious keyboard warrior specifically targeting the industries under Tianfeng Company for destruction. In no time, when Tianfeng Company's real estate was put up for auction, no one dared to take it on. Even the banks refused to accept it as collateral. The inability to liquidate the real estate was like pouring more oil on the already raging fire of Tianfeng Company. Tianfeng Company was rapidly collapsing. The male lead had already sold off luxury cars and watches to raise money, but it was still a drop in the bucket. Han Chen watched the male lead in his hotel room, looking distressed, on the dedicated channel of the hotel TV. Han Chen felt a bit of comfort. A domineering CEO? In the past couple of days, Han Chen finally saw that guy Chu Chenli on the dedicated channel. Every time he saw this guy, he was desperately trying to persuade the male lead to hurry up and undergo a uterus transplant surgery as a good brother. However, the male lead was too busy trying to save the company to care about the uterus. Every time this guy tried to persuade him, the male lead would just brush him off. Han Chen felt relieved. At least for the short term, the uterus transplant would not happen. Han Chen still had plenty of time to carry out his plan. He took out the list he had investigated earlier. On the list, low-value targets and those that had already been destroyed had been crossed out. Only one high-value target remained, the Shifling processing plant. This was a factory and also the last factory of Tianfeng. There was a large warehouse here, and it still had quite a bit of inventory. It could be said that the remaining stock in this factory and warehouse was Tianfeng Company's last hope. Destroying this place would mean Han Chen's plan would be completely fulfilled. That night, Han Chen arrived at the Shifling processing plant. This was the final target. Han Chen thought that since many of Tianfeng Company's properties had already been destroyed, this place, as the last straw, would have stricter defenses. But that was not the case. The incident of the mysterious keyboard warrior had already caused widespread panic. More than half of the security guards at this factory had resigned. At night, there were basically no security patrols in the factory area. However, there was a police car with flashing lights parked at the entrance. This police car would patrol the area every 20 minutes. It seemed the police had taken action to protect Tianfeng Company's properties. But this level of protection could not stop Han Chen at all. It would only take Han Chen a few minutes to destroy this factory. He took a detour to the back of the factory area, waited for the police car to pass, and climbed over a wall. All the lights in the factory area were on, and the main roads inside were brightly lit. Clearly, they were trying to guard against Han Chen. But it was futile. Han Chen found a low rooftop, sat down, and took out his keyboard. Just as he was about to type, suddenly, all the nearby lights went out. The surroundings instantly turned dark. Han Chen stood up and looked into the distance. The lights far away were still on. As long as the lights nearby went out, Han Chen glanced around. Suddenly, he realized that all the lights in the factory area were fine, except for the ones around him. Not good. Han Chen immediately felt something was off. He quickly pressed a key on the keyboard. Dong, dong. Two crisp sounds of metal clashing rang out in succession, no more than a second apart. One sound came from around Han Chen, while the other came from behind him. At that moment, Han Chen was surrounded by giant Chinese characters. These characters formed a fortress, protecting Han Chen within. This was the defense mode of the keyboard knight's holy sword. The first sound of metal clashing was the sound of the defense mode being activated. And the second sound. Han Chen looked out through the tiny gaps in the characters. Indeed, that guy Chu Qianli had quietly appeared behind him, holding a dagger. Just like on the first channel, he turned off the lights and then flashed behind Han Chen, stabbing downwards with the dagger. However, this time Han Chen was quicker and activated the defense mode a step ahead. His strike hit the defensive characters. This was the origin of the second sound of metal clashing. At this moment, Chu Qianli was covering the base of his right hand, looking at the fortress made of characters around Han Chen with confusion. By the look on his face, he was quite shaken. This thing can still be used for defense. Chu Qianli exclaimed in shock. What are you doing here? Han Chen shouted through the giant characters. Don't you know why I'm here? Chu Qianli replied, taking a step back. Your plan is so obvious. If I can't guess what you want to do, then I really shouldn't be alive. You're quite clever. Han Chen praised Chu Qianli while aiming the opening of the keyboard at him. Then, Han Chen pressed the delete key. The defensive characters were instantly deleted, leaving Han Chen empty around him. Immediately, Han Chen typed out the word idiot. The two characters shot directly at Chu Qianli. Chu Qianli reacted quickly, instantly jumping back to dodge the idiot. Han Chen continued to pound the keyboard. Idiot, 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 idiot. The keyboard turned into a machine gun, spraying at Chu Qianli. As for why Han Chen chose to type idiot, it was because it was the fastest. Typing idiot could be done with a BD input, but if he typed SB, it would result in the harmless whatever, and Han Chen would have to manually switch to offensive language, which would take much longer. Chu Qianli was quick, but he couldn't withstand Han Chen's machine gun-like barrage. After dodging the first few shots, he was still a bit slow. Pa. Two idiots hit him directly in the chest. Chu Qianli instantly froze. Was he done for? Was it that simple? No matter how skilled you are, you fear a machine gun? Han Chen's eyes widened as well. The night wind blew. A moment of silence. Chu Qianli looked down at his chest and then touched it. It just hurts a bit? Chu Qianli looked at Han Chen, incredulous. Hurts a bit? Han Chen was also taken aback. Yeah. This thing can demolish buildings, how come it doesn't hurt more than a slingshot now? Chu Qianli looked at Han Chen, puzzled. Not more painful than a slingshot? Han Chen was even more surprised. How could it suddenly be like this? Han Chen was equally baffled. At that moment, he noticed several idiots scattered on the ground, slightly larger than the keys. Han Chen instantly understood. The distance was too close. These idiots hadn't grown large enough or powerful enough before hitting him, so they only hurt a bit and then disappeared. So that was it. He needed to find a way to get a bit farther from this guy. But Chu Qianli was a dagger player. How sick would he have to be to let himself distance from him? As Han Chen was thinking this, Chu Qianli didn't linger too long. Although I don't know why you turned off, let's quickly end this game, Chu Qianli said coldly. His figure flashed again. Han Chen immediately pressed a key on the keyboard. Dong, dong. Defensive characters appeared around Han Chen once more, and Chu Qianli stabbed at the characters with his knife. He was knocked back a step. In fact, the key Han Chen pressed was also a discovery he made not long ago. He had tried multiple times to input the defensive characters mentioned in the manual. Han Chen had attempted to input words like rebound, defense, I don't listen, shut up, and I'm fine. But nothing happened. Until Han Chen discovered a button in the corner of the keyboard with the letters AI on it. When he pressed it, he found it was AI-assisted writing. After pressing it, a small screen appeared on the keyboard, displaying the content generated. After trying it out, Han Chen realized that a short press produced defensive characters, while a long press produced offensive characters. It was at this moment that Han Chen understood what kind of characters had defensive properties. Currently, the AI-assisted writing only had two types of defensive content. One was to type out the 4 characters yes, 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 which could form a wall for defense. The other was to type out the 5 characters I have no mother, which could directly form something like a fortress to wrap Han Chen inside. The first one was relatively easy to understand, while the second one took Han Chen a moment to figure out. When others verbally attack you by mentioning your mother, if you have no mother, isn't that an invincible defense? Chu Qianli covered his tiger mouth, looking at the giant Chinese character fortress surrounding Han Chen, his brows tightly furrowed. Han Chen had already guessed most of Chu Qianli's skills. One should be a forced blackout skill. One was a night vision skill. One should allow him to flash behind the target. The talismans were likely temporary skills given by the game, which Han Chen estimated he could disregard. Judging by these 2 skills, this guy's abilities leaned towards the assassin type. Now faced with Han Chen's super strong defensive Chinese characters, he could only lament in silence. As Han Chen was thinking this, Chu Qianli moved. He approached, just a wall away from Han Chen. Then he crouched down. Han Chen also crouched down. The two exchanged a glance through the slight gap in the characters. Han Chen could see that this guy was smiling. What move was this? Han Chen saw a flame rising from outside through the gap. Smoke instantly filled the air. Han Chen's Chinese character fortress was actually set on fire by this guy. Could it be that these characters were flammable? No, it was that this guy had a kindling skill. Even non-flammable materials could be ignited by him. No wonder he could casually ignite talisman paper. Han Chen had always thought it was a temporary skill given by the game, but now it seemed to be this guy's own skill. Just as Han Chen was hesitating, the entire wall made of Chinese characters in front of him had already caught fire. The characters twisted and melted rapidly in the flames. A hole quickly appeared in the middle, and it grew larger. More dangerously, the space was very small, almost pressing against Han Chen, so the heat from the fire was attacking Han Chen fiercely. Han Chen was essentially being roasted on a furnace. He had no choice. He closed his eyes, counted silently for 2 seconds, which could somewhat prevent the surroundings from becoming dark after the fire went out, causing him to see nothing. Then he immediately pressed the button, deleting the surrounding Chinese characters. The flames extinguished instantly. Even the burning parts on the ground were deleted. Then Han Chen also pressed several words with a high mother content on the keyboard at the fastest speed possible. A few characters were launched out. This was Han Chen trying his luck. At this distance, the characters wouldn't have time to enlarge, and the damage would be very low. An attack at the level of idiot would have no damage at all. The sentences containing mom were Han Chen's most powerful attack, perhaps capable of inflicting enough damage on Chu Qianli. Sure enough, the speed at which the sentences containing mom grew was much faster than that of idiot. By the time it hit Chu Qianli, it had already become as large as a brick. Bang! Bang! This time, Chu Qianli did not actively dodge. Perhaps the previous attacks had made him underestimate the power of Han Chen's move. Several Chinese characters successfully struck Chu Qianli. They were the size of bricks, and when they hit him, it felt like a brick had been thrown at him. Chu Qianli staggered back a few steps, frowning slightly. Clearly, those 2 hits were quite painful. However, it was also evident that they were not fatal. Without much hesitation, Chu Qianli immediately dodged and once again appeared behind Han Chen. However, after Han Chen launched the Chinese characters, he pressed the AI ghostwriting key without any hesitation. By the time Chu Qianli flashed behind Han Chen, the defensive wall had already been built. He hadn't even had the chance to stab. Chu Qianli remained calm. He continued to crouch down, igniting the defensive Chinese characters around Han Chen. "Is your turtle shell infinite?" Chu Qianli said while pointing. Han Chen did not respond, only closing his eyes to prepare for the next dark environment battle. "Even if it's infinite, it doesn't matter. The police will be here soon, and we can take our time," Chu Qianli said with a smile. The Chinese characters were ignited, flames rising, heat and smoke pouring in through the gaps in the characters. But Han Chen's heart was icy. Yes, Chu Qianli was right. If this dragged on until a large number of police arrived, only Han Chen would lose. However, Han Chen seemed to have a grasp on breaking the deadlock. Han Chen had some skills, but the opponent's skills were even more outrageous. He could directly flash behind and had a dagger. Was he going to compete in skills? This seemed to be Han Chen's last choice. Or was there something even more aggressive than sentences containing mom? At this moment, the heat was unbearable for Han Chen. He had to delete the defensive text. Han Chen pressed the delete key. The burning Chinese characters disappeared again. Han Chen opened his eyes, but he did not see Chu Qianli's figure. Not there? Then, Han Chen suddenly turned around and swung the keyboard back. Thud! The keyboard hit Chu Qianli's face hard, knocking him back several steps. Indeed, once he couldn't see the guy, he could just hit behind him directly. After a brief moment of shock, Chu Qianli did not hesitate and moved again. This time, he did not choose to flash behind Han Chen but charged straight at him. In fact, his movement was faster than Han Chen's. In an instant, he was in front of Han Chen, thrusting the dagger straight at him. Han Chen could only raise the keyboard to block. Clang! This keyboard was indeed the holy sword of keyboard warriors, sturdy as expected. Taking the full force of Chu Qianli's dagger thrust, the keyboard suffered no damage and firmly blocked it for Han Chen. But Han Chen hadn't even had the chance to breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Qianli in front of him smiled. His figure instantly vanished. The force that had pierced the keyboard disappeared along with him. Han Chen lost his balance in an instant. He hurriedly turned around, but it was too late. The cold dagger had already stabbed from behind. However, due to Han Chen's turn, the stab went awry. It only heavily pierced Han Chen's shoulder. Han Chen staggered back repeatedly. He saw Chu Qianli laughing with the bloodied dagger in hand. Han Chen knew he could not win by relying on skills, because this opponent could find a gap during a direct fight and instantly flash behind you. And when you were on guard against the back, this guy could still not flash, making it impossible for you to fully engage in combat with him. There was simply no way to defend. Han Chen's face turned ashen. He raised the keyboard, aiming it at Chu Qianli in front of him. His fingers were still tapping away. It seemed like a final desperate struggle. Chu Qianli frowned slightly. It seemed he couldn't understand why, after everything, Han Chen would choose to attack with this almost harmless, foolish weapon. He didn't hesitate much and charged directly at Han Chen. Han Chen raised his right hand in front of him, trying to block the knife. Chu Qianli's figure instantly vanished. Han Chen finished typing the last character. Thud! A Chinese character was launched. It struck Chu Qianli, who had just arrived behind Han Chen. That's right. Han Chen's keyboard text output was always aimed at the back. Chu Qianli was hit by the Chinese character. The power of this character was significantly greater than the previous ones, as if he had been kicked hard, causing a sharp pain in his abdomen and forcing him to stumble back several steps. Moreover, what Han Chen typed was not just one character, but a whole sentence. These characters struck Chu Qianli in succession. As Chu Qianli was hit and retreated, moving further away from Han Chen's keyboard, the characters had enough distance to grow larger, and their power increased. The last character had already grown to the size of a small car. Chu Qianli was directly smashed away, landing in the glass of a distant warehouse. That was enough to knock him out. Indeed, the sentence Han Chen typed was, for Chu Qianli, more aggressive than any phrase containing mother. Thus, it had enough power at close range to deliver a heavy blow, forcing Chu Qianli to retreat. The power kept increasing, ultimately sending him flying. The sentence Han Chen typed was. What Han Chen typed this time was, Kaibi, setting a fire could blow yourself up, disgrace your ancestors. A long sentence that included a direct attack on Chu Qianli, a precise strike at his sore spots, and an attack on his family's honor. This was a weighted combination punch. The focus was on attacking Chu Qianli's vulnerabilities. hitting someone in the face, exposing their flaws. That was how to double the damage. Chu Qianli had just lost in a very foolish manner, and now he was receiving a fatal blow, making the attack power naturally considerable. It even far surpassed the broadly interpreted phrases containing mother. After that, Han Chen closely watched where Chu Qianli landed. After Chu Qianli fell into the factory, Han Chen repositioned the keyboard output towards that factory. Another wave of keyboard output aimed to deliver the finishing blow, completely killing Chu Qianli from this world. This time, Han Chen still used phrases containing mother, indiscriminately bombarding. The factory was instantly smashed to pieces by a massive pile of Chinese characters the size of trucks, disappearing into the clouds of dust. To be safe, Han Chen continued outputting for 3 minutes without stopping. The giant Chinese characters on the factory had piled up to 4 stories high. While Han Chen was destroying the parking lot with a tornado, the police also called for backup. With the reputation of the mysterious keyboard hero spreading, the police reinforcements were naturally top tier. The dozen or so police cars that arrived were all riot control vehicles. Only then did Han Chen finish with a few taps, hastily smashing other factories before quickly leaving. After all, the police were prepared. If Han Chen was discovered, relying solely on the keyboard hero's holy sword would likely not allow for an escape. Moreover, Han Chen's task was to protect the uterus, not to be the #1 bandit. After that, Han Chen monitored the male protagonist's situation. During this time, something good happened. The insurance company refused to compensate for the male protagonist's company's property losses, even though the male protagonist's company had the most comprehensive insurance for the factory. Because the so-called comprehensive insurance specified almost all compensation scenarios. Even if a meteorite struck the factory, the insurance company had corresponding compensation amounts. However, it specifically did not cover the scenario of the factory being destroyed by giant Chinese characters. If it did, that would be a ghost. In any case, there was hardly any compensation. For a few items, the compensation amounts were very low, far from enough for the male protagonist to fill the hole. In the end, just as planned, the male protagonist went completely bankrupt. He is now worried about his food, clothing, and expenses, and he definitely can't afford the cost of the transplant surgery. The female lead's parents quickly annulled the engagement with the male lead's family. That was wise. Although Han Chen didn't know the specific criteria for determining the success of the mission to protect the uterus, he was quite sure that if things continued like this, he would win soon. Then something happened that left Han Chen dumbfounded. He thought, this plot can't be so absurd, can it? But it did happen. Although the male lead could no longer face the female lead, she still found him in a small house on the outskirts of the city. The female lead spoke first. A day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of affection. Although we didn't become a couple, we did have an engagement, so we can be considered half a couple. The male lead fell silent upon hearing this. Then she said, I will still honor our agreement, but seeing that you probably can't afford the surgery now, I'll help you pay for it. Consider it my last bit of help to you. Yes. This female lead not only wants to continue donating her uterus but also to bear the cost of the surgery. What kind of ridiculous plot is this? Han Chen felt completely numb. After all his hard work, crashing the male lead's company's stock price, destroying the male lead's factory, and taking down Chu Qianli, who tried to stop him. And then you say, I'll help you pay for it? Ha! Han Chen had no choice but to replicate the method, using the remaining discount coupons. He brought down the stock price of the female lead's family company as well. Compared to the male lead, the female lead's family company was a complete securities and finance company. With the stock price plummeting, her company was left with nothing. Soon, the female lead was completely bankrupt. She also started living on instant noodles for every meal. Only then did Han Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Now they were all broke, struggling to eat, unable to afford the surgery. As for Bai Yue Guang, her family's conditions were quite ordinary. Her money was just enough for a hemorrhoid transplant surgery. This should be fine, right? Han Chen figured he just needed to wait for the mission to be deemed successful. Then, something shocking happened again. While monitoring the male lead on a dedicated channel, Han Chen saw a familiar visitor. It was that guy, Chu Qianli. However, this guy came in a wheelchair. This time, Han Chen didn't rush to the male lead to take down Chu Qianli. Instead, he listened carefully to the voices on the channel. Han Chen wanted to see what tricks Chu Qianli had left at this point. Chu Qianli proposed to pay for the surgery as the male lead's brother. The male lead was first shocked at where Chu Qianli got so much money. Chu Qianli replied, I previously bought a huge accident insurance policy. This is the insurance company's compensation. Hearing this, Han Chen frowned. It seemed that Chu Qianli was well prepared. So now being hit by a giant Chinese character counts as an accident for compensation? The male lead exclaimed in surprise. No, I just fell and got hurt, Chu Qianli said. I can't take the money you got from your injury, you should use it to recover. The male lead shook his head in refusal. Whether you want it or not, I've already paid for your surgery. It's scheduled for this afternoon, Chu Qianli said. That's not acceptable, you need to get the money back. I absolutely cannot take your money, the male lead continued to shake his head. You can't get it back, you must take her for the surgery today, Chu Qianli said firmly. After a round of insistence, the male lead had no choice but to agree to Chu Qianli. The surgery fee had already been paid, and the surgery was set for this afternoon? Han Chen frowned. Was Chu Qianli one step ahead? No, he had to find a way to stop it. But there was a rule: you cannot use force to threaten the protagonist or their family, nor can you attack or threaten the doctors performing the surgery for the protagonist and others. At this point, he couldn't take action against the doctor. Was there any other way? Han Chen was watching TV intently while deep in thought. On the screen, the male lead excitedly called his white moonlight, ready to tell her that he had resolved the issue of the surgery fees. Come out now, I have something to tell you. However, the white moonlight spoke first. No, let's not meet again. Her tone was very cold. The male lead was taken aback. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly? The white moonlight continued. It's not that I've suddenly changed, it's you who have changed. What have I changed? The male lead was confused. Ever since your company went bankrupt, you've become different from before. You've become increasingly perfunctory towards me, increasingly disrespectful of my feelings. Ha? Really? Of course. And I recently met a new man who knows I'm feeling down and even takes me for drives in his Ferrari. Didn't I used to take you for drives in my sports car? That was in the past. The current you has changed and no longer wants to take me for drives. I'm bankrupt now, I don't have a car, how can I take you? The male lead was angry. Ha, just an excuse. The old you would take me to fancy restaurants when I was unhappy, but now? With my current finances, even taking you to a street stall is a struggle. Ha, you just don't care about me anymore. It's fine, I've found a man who does care about me. He knows I like quiet environments and just took me to a Michelin restaurant today. You. Women are actually easy to satisfy, they just need you to care a little. All they want is your attitude. Don't you understand this? You're talking nonsense. You just want money. The male lead was exasperated. Scumbag, I can't be bothered to talk to you. The white moonlight sneered and hung up the phone. Han Chen, sitting in front of the TV, was almost dumbfounded. What kind of plot is this? What's going on? When is she coming for the surgery? Chu Qianli, sitting next to the male lead, asked with concern. Surgery my foot. She doesn't deserve it. The male lead threw his phone to the ground, shattering it. Then, a pop-up appeared in front of Han Chen. The male lead and the white moonlight's relationship has broken down. The surgery will no longer proceed. You have won the game. Immediately, Han Chen was flashed back to the screening room. The screen displayed new text. 3 rounds of the game have now been played. The final victory count is 2:1. You are the winner of this game. Then came a celebratory animation with fireworks. The animation flashed twice, and Han Chen returned to the room with the neon smiley face. This was the real results page. First was the usual random reward selection. 1. Your daily required sleep time is reduced by 30 minutes. 2. Your body fat percentage decreases by 3%. 3. Obtain 1 in-game skill reforge card, with probability degradation. The first 2 were relatively easy to understand. The important one was the third. The skill reforge card allows the user to choose one of their skills to reforge, essentially deleting the original skill and replacing it with a new one. It was quite a good item. After all, the possibility of a new skill far outweighed that of a useless old skill. However, it had 2 limitations. Coupled with the prefix of being usable only within the neon smiley game world, and once the game ended, the skill would revert back. It was equivalent to being usable for just 1 game. There was also a suffix of probability degradation, meaning the level of the new skill would definitely be weaker than or equal to that of the old skill. So, with these 2 limitations, the item seemed a bit lackluster. Nevertheless, Han Chen compared it with the other 2 options and decided to choose option 3, in-game skill reforge card, with probability degradation. The random reward selection was complete, and then it was time to choose which skill to keep. The screen displayed the skills that Han Chen drew in this game, a total of 2, and both were identical. There was originally a skill here, but it was stolen by the trickster. That's right, according to the description of Trickster's Curse, even in this game, the trickster would not return the skill to Han Chen. Only by choosing one to keep would the corresponding skill be returned to Han Chen. Only then could Han Shen see what skill he had actually retained. However, since both skills were invisible, what was there to choose? Han Shen randomly selected one. After that, he checked his skill slot. Sure enough, there was an additional skill, QQ member. Han Shen began to read the skill description. QQ member, C-level, you are now a distinguished QQ member. Enjoy dozens of privileges. The privileges are as follows. Han Shen hadn't had time to read further. Suddenly, the world spun around him. He found himself back on the sofa in his mansion. At this point, it was already daytime. Han Shen had spent more than half a month in the game this time. More than half a month had also passed in the real world. He had no idea what the situation was like in the real world now. Han Shen cautiously looked around. Since he had suddenly entered the neon smiley game due to someone else's trickery, it was possible that someone was waiting for him to return. Han Shen glanced around the room. The furnishings hadn't changed at all. The supreme pizza he had left over from lunch that day was still on the table, but it had already dried out. It seemed like no one had come by at all. Han Shen hurried to the window to carefully check outside. Fortunately, he didn't see any suspicious figures outside. Safe. Perhaps they thought he was doomed, so they didn't wait for him to return? How foolish. Han Shen breathed a sigh of relief. Then, suddenly, everything went dark in front of him. The view outside the window vanished in an instant, replaced by darkness. Then, everything brightened again. A screen appeared before him. The familiar neon smiley logo appeared in the center of the screen. Han Shen felt like crying. How did he get back in again? It seemed that the person who had caused him trouble hadn't left at all. They were just waiting at the spot where he had exited, and as soon as he came out, they sent him back in. Moreover, they even gave him 10 seconds to be confused. Damn! Han Shen felt helpless, but he can only start looking at the information about this neon smiley game on the screen. The center of the screen began to display text. Upcoming game participation type, multiplayer competition. Multiplayer competition type, an old friend. Han Shen felt no waves in his heart. Next, it was battle intensity of this game, extremely high. Again with the extremely high, just like that time at the resort. Another game basically relying on combat. Next was the game content prompt, skyscraper. Skyscraper? A combat game related to skyscrapers? Aerial combat? Han Shen frowned. Although he wasn't particularly afraid of heights, who wouldn't be scared of fighting at such high altitudes? Next, the screen displayed a line of text. 411. This mission allows for the drawing of 4 skills, one of which can be exchanged, and at the end of the mission, one can be retained. Retain 1 out of 4. This kind of numerical combination was relatively rare. Then came the skill drawing segment. Han Shen had no expectations at all. 10 cards. Han Shen flipped over one card, and sure enough, it was still that clown pattern. The accompanying skill description was the same. There was originally a skill here, but it was stolen by the trickster. This skill drawing segment had completely become a formality. In comparison, Han Shen was quite curious about the QQ member skill he had just retained. Wait, this skill wouldn't have been modified by the trickster, would it? Han Shen quickly activated his neon smile panel and took a glance at his skills. The mischief maker cannot shake the QQ membership. The identity of a QQ member is too noble. The mischief maker cannot make any modifications to this skill. Upon reading this first line, Han Shen felt a slight sense of relief. Although he didn't understand why QQ members were considered noble, not being modified was still a good thing. He then began to read the description of this skill. The description was lengthy, not because the skill was complex, but because there were too many privileges associated with being a QQ member. QQ membership privileges. 1. Enjoy a member badge. You can conjure a golden SVIP badge on your chest to signify your noble status. 2. Enjoy personalized member attire. You can change your hairstyle to a golden mohawk at any time. 3. Enjoy AI robots. You can summon the QQ mascot, QQ housekeeper, and QQ Xiaobing to serve you at any time. 4. Enjoy a red nickname. Others will always see your name in red font. 5. Enjoy colorful speech bubbles. You can visualize what you say in the form of bubbles displayed above your head, with customizable styles. 6. Blacklist function. You can block others, preventing them from becoming your friends. 7. QQ invisibility function. You can enter an invisible state, making your face appear in black and white to others. There were still 70 more privileges, and after browsing through them, Han Shen found that most seemed useless. For example, speeding up your QQ level or getting a 10% discount on recharging QQ coins. Finally, the skill had one more effect. Monthly subscription. You lose 20 yuan from your assets every month. Well, there's still a monthly rent to pay. After reading through this skill, Han Shen felt that most of it was just for show, with the ability to summon a mascot and QQ Xiaobing being of unclear significance, something to try out when he had time. Overall, it didn't seem like a very strong skill. Han Chen felt a bit disappointed. Time to continue with the game segment. He randomly selected 3 skills, all of which were clown cards. Next, he moved on to the skill replacement segment. This segment was meaningless now, so Han Chen decided not to change any. Then, a specific task description appeared on the screen. The game, if you're alive, descend 100 floors, is about to begin. Game difficulty, 8. Game background, the entire world may have fallen into silence. This 100-story building might be the last place on Earth with living people. However, perhaps there is new hope elsewhere. It is time for you to leave this dead zone and seek new hope. But before that, another gang seems unwilling to let you leave here alive. Now, you will play as a survivor in this building, starting from the upper levels. Your goal is to descend to the first floor of the building as quickly as possible, leave the building, and simultaneously prevent members of your rival gang from escaping. Game process: the building has a total of 100 floors. All game participants are divided into 2 factions, randomly spawning on the east and west sides of the top 10 floors, floors 91 to 100. The top 10 floors of the building are safe zones, where no monsters will appear. The east and west sides are completely separated and do not connect. Starting from the 90th floor, the east and west sides are no longer separated, and participants from both factions may encounter each other. Furthermore, from the 90th floor onward, each floor can generally be categorized into the following 3 situations. Friendly floor: the entire floor consists only of survivors from the building, who are human and will hardly attack you. Dangerous floor: the entire floor may be a vast maze filled with countless secret rooms and many dangerous monsters, though you may also encounter other survivors. Neutral floor: it can be a mix of friendly or dangerous floors, or it may be a floor under special circumstances, or even an empty floor, etc. The situation is complex, and participants need to rely on their own exploration. All game participants need to descend as quickly as possible, ultimately reaching the ground. Killing players from different factions can yield substantial rewards, including but not limited to a large number of kill points, revival cards for this game, key floor intelligence, skill extraction opportunities, special important items, and more. Victory conditions: this game includes 2 types of points, kill points and ranking points. Killing participants from different factions can earn a large number of kill points, while killing monsters yields a small amount of kill points. Ranking points are awarded based on the total ranking upon reaching the ground. When the first player reaches the ground, the game will enter a countdown phase. Once the countdown ends, the game will enter the judgment phase. Players who have not reached the ground, except for those with the highest kill points, will lose the game directly. During the judgment phase, the remaining number of players on both sides will be compared. The side with more players wins entirely. The side with fewer players will be ranked according to total points, and those with higher scores can also be considered winners, while the rest will be deemed to have failed the game. Failure penalty: lose 3 highest level skills and be forced to acquire the skill Curse of the Building, F level. You can never take the elevator. Some skills will become ineffective, such as not being injured from jumping off. More specific game rules and details can be viewed on the in-game device. Violations will result in game failure. All language barriers have been eliminated, allowing you to communicate freely with people from any country. Good luck! Task briefing ends. Han Chen began the teleportation. The rustling wind made it difficult for Han Chen to open his eyes. Han Chen looked around. Above was the sky. This was a vast rooftop. No, describing it as vast seems more appropriate. Han Chen was at the edge of one side of the rooftop, while the other edge was far away. At this moment, there were quite a few other people standing on this rooftop, presumably Han Chen's teammates. However, because it was indeed very vast here, it appeared that there were fewer people. Not far ahead, there was a high wall across the center, marked with a red cross. The high wall spanned the entire rooftop, with both sides extending directly from the edge of the building, a considerable distance, likely to prevent people from climbing over from the sides. This should be the wall mentioned in the rules that separates the east and west sides. The opponents were right across. Since there was this wall, the area of the rooftop that Han Chen could see should only be half. A simple multiplication by 2 gives an estimate that each floor of this building should be about the size of 10 football fields. In the building, that's an absurdly large area. Calculating this way, it seems that passing through the large maze of the dangerous floors would not be easy. Han Chen lowered his head in thought and suddenly noticed a smartwatch-like device on his right hand. Is this the in-game device mentioned in the rules? Han Chen raised his wrist to take a look. Besides a screen, there was only a button on the side. Han Chen pressed the button. A prompt box appeared in front of him. Attention! First-time use, you have activated the Personal Prompt System. Personal Prompt System has functions such as viewing game prompts, displaying floor information, showing nearby teammate locations, and indicating nearby severe threat locations, but some functions require payment of certain prompt points to use. Prompt points can be obtained by completing tasks on the Personal Prompt System or by killing hostile game participants. Additionally, you are currently in preparation time. After 3 hours, the stairway doors from the 91st to the 90th floor will open, and the game will officially begin. The prompt box information finished displaying and disappeared. Han Chen looked again at the wrist-mounted personal prompt system. Not to mention anything else, the ability to display floor information in nearby severe threat locations was already impressive. Han Chen pressed the side button again. The screen of the personal prompt system lit up. The home page of the system appeared. First, it displayed the time, followed by a countdown for preparation time. Next to it was an icon of a building, with the number 100 plus beside it, likely representing Han Chen's current floor count. Below that was a coin icon, with the number 300 next to it, presumably indicating Han Chen's current prompt point balance. What could 300 points do? Han Chen swiped left and right to check other functions. Display current floor information, 100 points. This should indicate whether the floor is a friendly floor or a dangerous floor. Display severe threat locations on the same floor, 300 points. This, according to the description, could only last for 1 minute, which seemed a bit pricey. In other words, Han Chen's current point balance could only display floor information 3 times or 1 severe threat location. Display prompts. Clicking this had free prompts and paid prompts. The paid prompts showed none available at the moment. Han Chen clicked on the free prompts again. A message popped up. Prompt 1, except for certain special entities, the main floor slabs and walls of the building cannot be destroyed. Han Chen nodded at this prompt. This setting was quite reasonable. If the floor slabs could be destroyed, one could just smash down from the 100th floor straight to the first, who would still dare to navigate the maze. Han Chen clicked again. Prompt 2 appeared. Prompt 2, before the troops move, the supplies must be prepared. Most floors lack food and water sources, please prepare in advance. Prompt 3, only the top 10 floors have stairs in the same location. Prompt 4, if something happens and you think you remembered wrong, saw wrong/heard wrong, trust your brain, eyes/ears, something must have happened. Prompt 5. Han Chen read through these prompts in one breath. Even the free prompts were quite useful. They basically supplemented the details about this building. After finishing the last one, Han Chen looked up. Many people had gathered in front of the tall partition wall on the rooftop to check it out. There was an impatient man, possibly very confident in his abilities or perhaps not having read the prompts at all, who threw a punch at the partition wall. His fist ignited in the air, causing a small explosion upon impact with the wall. Was his skill an explosive punch? After the dust settled, the man looked at the partition wall before him. The wall, in a show of courtesy, had shed a bit of plaster. However, that was all. The man tried to punch the wall again, but it was the same. Just a bit of plaster fell off. The main structure showed no signs of damage whatsoever. Han Chen lost interest. With little preparation time left, he needed to use this time to gather food. He glanced around. Not far behind him was the entrance to go downstairs. Han Chen began to walk toward it. The sky was gray and overcast. It was clearly daytime, yet it felt dim, as if a color filter had been applied. Han Chen reached the door, right next to the edge of the rooftop. He leaned out to look. This was a building located within the city. Not far away were a few slightly shorter buildings. Further out, he could see a building even taller than this one. However, that building was broken in half, leaning against a slightly shorter building beside it. It looked extremely visually striking. Looking down, below dozens of floors was shrouded in gray mist. The ground was completely obscured. The surrounding buildings were also half submerged in the thick gray fog. A little further away, the gray mist and gray sky blended together. Apart from the occasional discernible outline of a building, nothing else was visible. It was lifeless, with only the sound of the wind and the voices of participants behind him. This was a dead city. A plain stairwell. There were a few people going up and down, and 2 or 3 smoking. Han Chen arrived at the 100th floor. The entrance to the 100th floor was a spacious hall. On both sides were large floor-to-ceiling windows. The decor was luxurious, with carpets on the floor. It was hard to tell if it resembled a hotel or a KTV. In the middle of the hall were rows of sofas, presumably for people to rest, and many were sitting on the sofas talking. There was also a bar on the side, with some snacks and drinks, as well as cigarettes and cigars. A sign next to it read, "Please help yourself." It seemed the system was quite user-friendly, knowing to provide some snacks and drinks. In front of the bar, a few people were desperately stuffing snacks and drinks into their pockets. Were they starting to hoard supplies? Han Chen frowned. These people probably hadn't seen the free hint. Free hint 6, the 91st floor is the supply replenishment floor, where you can get the food, weapons, tools, etc. you need, with unlimited supply. Because of this hint, most people in the hall were not in a hurry to grab anything, but instead sat on the sofas chatting with others. However, even knowing that the 91st floor would supply materials, it was still a good choice to take some food with him just in case. Han Chen approached the bar and took some chocolate bars. For survival, grabbing high-energy food like chocolate was undoubtedly the most cost-effective choice. Then he went for water. Mineral water was the best choice, even better than sugary energy drinks. Because replenishing moisture was the most important responsibility of drinking, Han Chen stuffed 2 bottles of water into his pocket. He also noticed that when the food on the bar was taken, the corresponding food surface would lower, and then a new surface filled with food would rise up, so it would automatically replenish. On the other side of the hall, he could see the entrance to a long corridor, with a sign next to it, "There are rest compartments inside." Rest compartments. This was exactly what Han Chen needed right now. He walked down the corridor, and the indicator lights at the entrance of the compartments ahead all showed that they were occupied. Han Chen walked in for quite a while before finding an empty compartment. He entered the compartment and closed the door. A paper was posted on the back of the door. "This compartment is absolutely safe. The outside cannot hear the sounds inside, nor can anyone force their way in. Please use it with confidence." Soundproofed, Han Chen turned to look at the compartment. There was a sofa, a wall-mounted TV, and a bathroom nearby. It was similar to a KTV compartment. However, there was also a large bed next to it, presumably for resting. The bedside table had some snacks and drinks. There was even a box of condoms. So considerate. But Han Chen didn't need that. He came here mainly to try out his skills and maybe draw a prize. In the QQ membership, there was a privilege to summon a mascot, QQ Xiaobing, and QQ Group Steward. Han Chen wanted to see what these 3 summons could do. He activated the skill. First was QQ Xiaobing. She appeared in front of Han Chen. To his surprise, he had originally thought it would be a cartoon character appearing in reality, like the previous pirated Mario. However, the QQ Xiaobing that appeared was the image of a real girl, a teenage girl. She looked somewhat cartoonish, with a round face, center-parted bangs, and a ponytail, a blue school uniform skirt, and a silly smile that looked strikingly similar. However, she just looked unrealistically good-skinned. After all, it was a cartoon character made real. QQ Xiaobing waved at Han Chen. "Hi, I'm the girl Xiaobing, a game master with exceptional skills. If you want to play a game, just tell me the menu." "Menu," Han Chen said. "Okay." Xiaobing reached under her skirt and quickly pulled out a rectangular sign with some writing on it, handing it to Han Chen. Han Chen glanced at it. It listed some games like Guess What I Draw, Idiom Relay, Guess the Code Picture. It seemed a bit useless. Han Chen returned the sign to Xiaobing, frowning. "Do you have any other functions?" Xiaobing shook her head while stuffing the large sign back under her skirt. "No." Han Chen felt a bit disappointed. So it was just a humanoid game console. "Let's try the next one. Group Butler." Han Chen summoned the group butler. It was just a robot, with a relatively rounded body and limbs, a round head, no mouth, just 2 eyes. It stood silently beside him after being summoned. "Do you have any functions?" Han Chen had to ask. "Yes, I can help you create groups. You are now a distinguished member and can create a group of up to 2,000 people, the robot replied in an electronic synthesized voice. "What's the use of creating a group? People in the same group can send messages and make calls remotely, and even send pictures," the group butler said. "So powerful? Are there any limitations?" "Of course, I can only send remote signals. If it's too far away or in a place that can block my signal, communication won't be possible." "Are there any other functions?" "There are some minor functions, like muting members and group announcements." "Got it." Han Chen truly understood. This group butler was just a large communicator. It felt somewhat useful, at least a bit more than Xiaobing. The third was the group mascot. Just hearing the name, Han Chen didn't think this thing would have any strong functions. Han Chen initiated the summoning. A black figure appeared in the air and then landed. Han Chen looked over. It was a penguin, but it was slightly different from a real penguin. It felt a bit cartoonish. "Are you the new master?" The penguin stared at Han Chen and spoke in a young male voice. Han Chen nodded. "What should I call you?" the penguin asked. Han Chen replied. "Hello, Han Chen. I don't have a name. You should give me one," the penguin said, looking at Han Chen. "Naming. It immediately asked for a name. This caught Han Chen a bit off guard. Dodo, penguin. What should I name it? How about I call you WeChat? Han Chen suggested tentatively. What? WeChat? The penguin's face instantly showed disbelief. Isn't that name good? The penguin didn't say anything more, just jumped up. Smack! The penguin slapped Han Chen with its right flipper. Han Chen covered his face. If you're not satisfied, just say it. Why hit me directly? I hit you to let you know I'm quite dissatisfied, the penguin said. Then, do you have any requirements for the name? Just say it, and I'll think of something accordingly. I am the Dodo Emperor. It would be best to have a name with an imperial aura, the penguin said. Han Chen frowned. What kind of nonsense is Dodo Emperor? But according to its request, the name needed to have an imperial aura. Han Chen frowned. Then just call yourself De Huang, as in the emperor. That name sounds like calling a dog. Can you come up with something more meaningful? Then you can be called Yishir Huang. How about that? Han Chen suggested tentatively. What is that? Penguin poop isn't even yellow. It's not about yellow penguin poop. There's a powerful emperor named Qin Shi Huang. If you want an imperial aura, then be Yishir Huang, just as domineering as him. Listen carefully to this name. Does it sound good? It sounds like yellow penguin poop and like poop emperor, too vulgar. Why are you such a hassle for a summoned creature? Those two beside you are also from Dodo's family, yet they haven't said a word. Han Chen said irritably. Those two are robots. I am real life. Can they be the same? It's just a name. Can you come up with a good one? Then do you have any abilities? Show me, maybe it will give me some inspiration, Han Chen said. Abilities? Abilities. Of course I have them. As the Cuckoo Emperor, I certainly have my special abilities. Then show me. Watch closely. The penguin waved its right flipper, and a long golden scepter appeared in its flipper. At one end of the scepter was a round bulge, inlaid with several colorful diamonds. This is the Cuckoo Emperor's scepter, the penguin said. And then? Han Chen asked. The penguin pointed to the colorful diamonds on top. Each color of diamond here represents one of my abilities. Oh. Han Chen looked at the several diamonds on the scepter, listening intently. Several diamonds, that would mean several abilities. Is this little penguin really that strong? The penguin pointed to the yellow diamond. This is the Cuckoo Yellow Diamond, representing the ability of Cuckoo Space. Space ability? Han Chen was a bit surprised. Tell me more. If it's a space ability, it should be quite powerful. Yes, with the yellow diamond, I can see the most recent visitors to this space. For example, two naked men with fat bottoms sat on the sofa you're sitting on 10 minutes ago. The penguin pointed to the sofa Han Chen was sitting on. Damn! Han Chen quickly got up and moved to the bed beside him. So, your space ability is just being able to see the most recent visitors? Han Chen said. Yes, and I can leave private messages that only the message sender and the owner of this space can see, the penguin replied. What about the other diamonds? The abilities of the other diamonds are also very impressive. The penguin patted its chest and then pointed to the green diamond. This is the Cuckoo Green Diamond, representing the power of music. With it, I can play high-fidelity surround sound music anytime, anywhere. Is that it? Han Chen frowned. That's it. Then let's move on. This is the Cuckoo Red Diamond, representing the power of Cuckoo Show. With it, I can change into a cool outfit anytime. Only for yourself? The penguin nodded. Is there more? This is the Cuckoo Blue Diamond, representing the power of the Cuckoo Game Hall. With it, I won't be bad at card games or chess. And with it, I can kick people. Kick people, meaning I can use a kick every once in a while, and this kick is quite powerful. Can you demonstrate? What's the rush? You'll have your chance to see later. Oh. Then, the penguin pointed to the cloud-shaped gem at the very top. This last one is the power of cloud space. I can store some items in the cloud space, but not living things. Han Chen's eyes lit up. Isn't this just a portable warehouse function? This function is so practical. How big is the space? Han Chen asked. Generally speaking, it's about the size of a drawer. Han Chen's expression froze instantly. Just the size of a drawer? That's a bit small, just slightly bigger than Han Chen's pocket. But, because you are a distinguished Cuckoo member, the space becomes the size of a wardrobe. The penguin patted its chest again. Awesome! Han Chen sincerely praised. The penguin mentioned so many abilities, but none were as important as this storage space skill. Because as Han Chen's summoned creature, having the storage space ability meant Han Chen also had the storage space ability. And Han Chen's main ability was to draw items. Basically, every time he played the neon smiley game, there would be a lot of items to carry. He really needed a storage space ability. The penguin put away the scepter and nodded in satisfaction. So, after seeing so many abilities, you must have thought of my name, right? Han Chen thought for a moment. How about Emperor Goose? The penguin immediately nodded. Not bad, it sounds like a strong figure. From now on, I shall be called Emperor Goose. So, can you tell Emperor Goose what your current situation is? Emperor Goose asked. Han Chen briefly introduced himself and his circumstances. So what are your plans now? Emperor Goose inquired. I plan to activate a skill, draw some items to store, and then go to the 91st floor to replenish survival supplies, Han Chen replied. Then go ahead and draw, let Emperor Goose see what good things you can get. Han Chen nodded. The only screen in the room was the television. Han Chen could only activate the skill on the TV. The effect of the prankster was still in play. The cost was still mischief. However, Han Chen turned to glance at the dazed housekeeper. Housekeeper, come here for a moment. The housekeeper walked over foolishly. Press this, Han Chen pointed to the lottery button in the center of the TV. Okay. The housekeeper raised his hand and pressed the lottery button. But the screen only displayed a prompt, insufficient balance. What the heck, insufficient balance? What currency does your lottery draw use? How can there be insufficient balance? Emperor Goose asked. Han Chen glanced at Emperor Goose. Do you want to know? Emperor Goose nodded. Then press this button and you'll find out. Han Chen picked up Emperor Goose and brought him to the screen. Emperor Goose truly believed what Han Chen said and pressed the lottery button. However, nothing came out. The screen still showed insufficient balance. Still no balance, Emperor Goose said, puzzled. Han Chen silently set Emperor Goose down. He almost understood. The current cost of the lottery was one act of mischief. But the housekeeper was a robot, and Emperor Goose was a penguin, neither of whom had any eggs. So both of them would show insufficient balance when drawing. Damn. In the end, he had to do it himself. Han Chen pressed the lottery button. A wave of intense pain. Han Chen gritted his teeth and endured it. An object fell out from the side of the wall-mounted TV, looking like a rifle. Something really fell out, and it even came with a note. Emperor Goose picked up the manual that fell out with the rifle. Let me see. Han Chen leaned in to look at the manual. Emperor Goose looked puzzled. Why do you look so pained just drawing a lottery? It's nothing, just paid a little price, Han Chen casually replied, glancing at the manual for the item. Prankster's amazing rifle, a regular rifle, aimed at a target. The target will be scared half to death for a short time, but once you pull the trigger, it dies instantly, becoming utterly boring. The effect on others is very short-lived. So with this prankster rifle, no matter what target you aim at, the bullet will turn around and kill the user of the rifle. That's right, you aim at the target, pull the trigger, and you shoot yourself, causing the target to fall into a long-lasting shock. The effect on others is extremely impressive. Han Chen and Emperor Goose finished reading the manual together. Is this the kind of stupid stuff your skill draws? Emperor Goose asked Han Chen. Not really, there should be some decent ones too. Han Chen drew again. This time, a dagger fell out. Prankster's pranking dagger. This dagger increases the damage to the user by 500%, meaning you can efficiently commit suicide with this dagger. You can hold this dagger and commit suicide in front of your friends, who will instinctively think you're playing a prank, and when they realize you're really dead, their expressions will be quite spectacular. The effect on others is very powerful. Emperor Goose looked at Han Chen. Let's try again. Although I was pretty foolish before, I wasn't this foolish. Han Chen frowned and pressed the lottery button. Snap. After a sharp pain, a dagger fell down again. No, this dagger was smaller, looking more like a scalpel. Prankster's surgical scalpel. This scalpel can automatically perform the surgery to turn you into a woman, allowing you to suddenly tell your brothers that you are actually a woman, and then observe their wonderful expressions. This seems pretty good, the Goose Emperor said. What's good about it? Relying on this kind of thing to go down to the next floor, you basically won't survive, Han Chen replied. Then do you have any other methods? Not that there aren't any. Han Chen brought up his skill panel. In the item options, there were two unused items. One was a small skill enhancement item that Han Chen had never used. The other was the purification item just given, which could purify one item. Han Chen wanted to see if the purification item could remove the prankster's effect. To be honest, the lottery skill modified by the prankster, whether the items drawn were enhanced or weakened was hard to say, but the cost was simply too painful. Han Chen currently had no ghost abilities. He was an ordinary person and would get hurt, unable to withstand it at all. Han Chen chose the purification item and aimed the panel at the television. Wall-mounted TV, current status, affected by skills, dimensional lottery machine, and pig slaughter plate, effect applied by the user, cannot be purified. Abnormal situation, cursed by the prankster's effect, can be purified. Seeing this explanation on the panel, Han Chen's anxious heart relaxed. Sure enough, it was about clearing all other people's effects, not the effects produced by Han Chen's modified skills. After using this purification item, the television was equivalent to a normal lottery machine, carrying Han Chen's original normal pig slaughter plate effect. Let's use it. If not, Han Chen could only endure 2 or 3 more lotteries at most. If they were all this kind of item, it would probably be very dangerous this time. Han Chen used the purification item. The television flickered. The cost of the lottery also changed to free. What did you do? The Goose Emperor asked. I enhanced it a bit, now I can draw again, Han Chen said, pressing the lottery button. What came out was a small item. Han Chen took a glance and was surprised to find it was a lighter. Active lighter. If there's no activity, bite the lighter. When a person dies, they can bite this lighter to immediately revive. Wow, a revival item? The Goose Emperor exclaimed in shock. Han Chen nodded in delight. But according to the description, it can't be triggered by the deceased themselves. A second person has to help the body bite the lighter. Han Chen said, looking at the Goose Emperor. Fortunately, Han Chen was not alone, he had a summon creature, so this revival item could still be used. However, this was also based on the premise that the summon creature was loyal enough. Generally, summon creatures are very loyal to their master, but there are exceptions. Is this Goose Emperor a general case? But it seems no one has heard of a summon creature giving their master a big fight. So regarding the Goose Emperor's situation, Han Chen wasn't very clear. After all, he had just met it. Let's not think about it. Let's move on to the next one. Snap. This time what fell out was a boot? Han Chen was stunned. Your skill only gives 1 shoe? The Goose Emperor interjected. Han Chen didn't respond, just opened the instruction manual to take a look. Boots of Calmness. Wearing them can increase your movement speed to a certain extent and significantly reduce your skill cooldown time. Acceleration? It can also reduce skill cooldown time? These 2 attributes made Han Chen's eyes light up. Acceleration goes without saying, it's useful for anyone. As for reducing skill cooldown times, among Han Chen's skills, there is actually only one skill that has a cooldown time. That is the lottery skill. How long is the cooldown for this skill? Han Chen isn't quite sure. At least, throughout so many game worlds, Han Chen has never been able to use this skill twice in the same game world. With these, calm boots, perhaps Han Chen could use the lottery skill twice or even more in a single mission. Moreover, it can also be used by the Goose Martial Emperor, even if his skill with a cooldown sounds rather average. Great! Unfortunately, it only provided 1 boot. Han Chen can only wear 1 calm boot and 1 sports shoe, which is quite uncomfortable. Next. This time, what dropped was an ordinary-looking rubber ball. A rubber ball for playing on the roadside by mischievous kids can only take effect once. The user throws this ball forcefully, and upon landing, it will summon a mischievous kid out of thin air to retrieve the ball. The nearest living being will be compelled to rush forward to save the kid. At this moment, a speeding truck will be summoned, ignoring the rules, to crash the kid and that living being into another world. The description of this item is somewhat complex. However, Han Chen understood it. In simple terms, throw it out, and it can summon a truck to crash into another world. And it has the phrase ignoring the rules. Isn't that equivalent to a lethal weapon? Very strong. Very fierce. Next. This time, what dropped was a red handgun. A gun? No, this shape looks like a flare gun. Airdrop flare gun, shoot into the sky, and shortly after, a plane will come to provide support. Using it indoors with a low ceiling will change it to a supply truck. You can choose from 3 modes: supply drop, weapon supply, air support, with specific support content being random. There is a certain cooldown time, and the cooldown time is shared. After reading this, Han Chen could only sum it up in 1 word. Very useful. Next. A stack of label paper dropped, all blank labels but with a camouflage background. Enhanced military label paper. Stick the label on your firearm/vehicle/artillery/aircraft/mecha, and it will give the target a random effect lasting 3 minutes. This effect will not have purely negative outcomes. About an hour later, the firearm will return to its original state, and the label will disappear, so please manage your time well. These several items all have random properties. Han Chen frowned. The randomness of the drawn items means that his abilities could fluctuate greatly. One moment he could be unstoppable, the next he could be timid. Very risky. Forget it. Han Chen wasn't too worried. In the game of Neon Smiles, he has always been a special gambler. He avoids risks when possible, but when he must take a risk or the potential reward is significant, Han Chen will gamble fiercely. He pressed the lottery button again. This time, the free attempts were over, and a cost was required. Sing for 3 hours without going off key. 3 hours. Forget it. There are still 2 hours left before the game officially starts. Can you collect these items into your space? Han Chen pointed to the pile of items on the ground. Of course, the Goose Martial Emperor waved his staff and pointed at the items on the ground. The items instantly disappeared. The Goose Martial Emperor even casually packed some snacks. Next, it was time to stock up on supplies. Han Chen put away Cuckoo Little Ice and Cuckoo Group Butler, but when he tried to put away the Goose Martial Emperor as well, the Goose Martial Emperor repeatedly refused. Can't I go out and sightsee with you? The Goose Martial Emperor said. Han Chen thought for a moment. Now, everyone here is a game participant, and many people have summoned beasts, so it wouldn't be strange for the Goose Martial Emperor to follow along with others. It wouldn't attract too much special attention. Moreover, these are all game participants from the same team as Han Chen, they are teammates. Letting them know about the existence of the Goose Martial Emperor wouldn't have much of an impact. Alright then, Han Chen reluctantly agreed. He went directly down the stairs, walking all the way to the 91st floor, with the Goose Martial Emperor following behind. The prompts also indicated that floors 93 to 100 are rest areas. Han Chen glanced at each of these floors as he passed by. Each floor had the same furnishings, and there were many people on each floor. Han Chen estimated that, based on the number of people, there were several hundred just from his team across nearly 10 floors. It could even be over 1,000. It was quite a large-scale game. As Han Chen descended, many people noticed the Goose Martial Emperor following behind. Among them, several girls exclaimed, "This guy's summoned beast is a little penguin, so cute." Han Chen completely ignored them, and the Goose Martial Emperor also chose not to respond. The 92nd floor is the entertainment floor. This floor is a bit different. It is also a hall, but the hall is filled with various gaming tables. There are also slot machines and roulette, among other things. In fact, this floor is a casino. However, Han Chen found it uninteresting. Because everyone didn't even have money, the supplies were all freely available, and there was nothing of actual value to gamble with. The 91st floor is the supply replenishment floor. The 91st floor has only one hall, lined with rows of storage shelves, where various supplies are neatly categorized. There are also many people selecting supplies from the shelves. Since the shelves are open, the system doesn't bother with animations. All supplies taken will immediately refresh a new one in the original place. In any case, there is plenty to go around. On the storage shelf at the entrance, several backpacks of different sizes and colors are neatly arranged. Next to it is a sign, storage bag. Below, there is a small note explaining, includes super space storage bags, with a capacity of 10 times the surface volume. The weight of the items placed inside will become 1/20th of the original weight. Han Chen looked at the explanation. 10 times the capacity, 1/20th the weight. It means that even when filled, it would only weigh half of a regular backpack at full capacity. Isn't this just like his previous level 3 bag? However, this one doesn't have the more noticeable negative effect of hiding in the bushes, and carrying too many items will still make it heavier. For most people, it is still a very important item. Han Chen already has the Goose Martial Emperor's cloud space storage, so its importance is slightly less. But it doesn't stop Han Chen from carrying one. It's always good to have more supplies. The backpacks also come in various sizes and styles to meet different people's needs. Han Chen took a medium-sized backpack. A larger backpack would indeed affect movement, while a smaller one is just right. Han Chen looked at the categories: food, water, tools, daily necessities, weapons. Food and water don't need to be taken out all the time. They can just be stored in the Goose Martial Emperor's cloud space. Han Chen began to pick food, and the Goose Martial Emperor waved its staff to stuff items into the space. The food started off normal, with compressed biscuits, canned beef, and fresh fruits and vegetables. Then it got a bit unusual, with donkey whip, pig's delight, wild ginseng, and so on. As he went further, the food became increasingly peculiar. Han Chen didn't even know these could be called food. For example, dried maggots, longhorn beetle intestines. Han Chen even saw packages of fresh human meat. That's right, transparent plastic packaging, with fresh, bloody human flesh inside. Some even had visible human fingers. Han Chen felt a wave of discomfort. This is called food? There must be a Hannibal among the participants, right? But Han Chen thought for a moment. Fresh human flesh might not only be used for eating. For certain creatures or other existences, it could serve as a suitable bait. Han Chen packed a portion into the space of the Goose Martial Emperor. There was nothing much to say about drinking water, just stuffing in some mineral water would suffice. Of course, Han Chen also added a few cans of his favorite lemon tea. It didn't take up much space, just a little to make himself comfortable. The shelf of daily necessities was quite rich. toilet paper, underwear, tents, towels, sunglasses. There were even shampoo and mousse. Who would bother with hairstyles while clearing a level? It was likely that only those with corresponding skills would find them useful. Han Shen didn't have much to pack, mainly just some toilet paper and a few other daily necessities. In the tools section, besides the usual wrenches and hammers, there were advanced tools like chainsaws and electric drills. There were even explosives for engineering. Very user-friendly. Han Shen packed some of those as well. Weapons were what Han Shen was most interested in. In addition to common cold weapons like daggers and swords, there were a large number of firearms and various firearm accessories. There were grenades too. Using firearms was a required course in school, so Han Shen was relatively skilled with guns. He packed a rifle, a handgun, and then a large amount of ammunition. He also equipped the rifle with a switchable magnification scope. After that, Han Shen packed a crossbow and some crossbow bolts. After all, guns were very loud. A silent crossbow might be more useful in certain situations. He also packed a few grenades. After loading all these supplies, Han Shen's backpack and the Goose Martial Emperor's space were almost full. There was still a bit of space left, and Han Shen didn't want to waste it, planning to pack a little more of something else. However, he had no idea what to pack, so he went to see what others were loading. It seemed that due to different skills, the items others packed varied greatly. A fat man was desperately stuffing chocolate into his bag. He must have some chocolate-related skill, as most people would choke if they tried to eat chocolate as a meal. One person clearly had a throwing knife skill, ignoring firearms entirely and frantically packing daggers into his backpack. Another man was selecting items from the daily necessities shelf. What caught Han Shen's attention, and that of others around, was, this man was followed by a short-haired, long-horned, bikini-clad succubus with a voluptuous figure, curvy in all the right places, with small wings and a tail. The man walked ahead, and the succubus followed respectfully, swaying as she walked. It was obvious she was this man's summoned creature. The skill was summoning a succubus. How delightful. Thinking of this, Han Shen turned to glance at the Goose Martial Emperor beside him. The Goose Martial Emperor was also staring at Han Shen. After a moment of eye contact, Han Shen turned back to continue gathering supplies. The supplies were quickly prepared. Most of the supplies were packed into the Goose Martial Emperor's space, with only a small portion that needed to be used immediately packed into Han Shen's storage backpack. There was still more than an hour before the game officially started. Han Shen didn't plan to rest. He still had one more thing to do. Find a team. That is, to act with a few fixed people. Soon the game would start, and thousands would surge toward the entrance. Perhaps most of the opposing team would collide at the 90th floor. When the situation got chaotic, having more teammates would be helpful. Moreover, as the game progressed, the number of people around would decrease, likely leading to small group actions. Han Shen wasn't so reckless as to rely solely on himself and the goose to clear levels. Han Shen went upstairs, returning to the 92nd floor, the entertainment level. This floor was relatively close to the starting point, not as crowded as the 91st floor's supply level, and had entertainment equipment, so a considerable number of people chose to stay here. Upon entering the entertainment level, there were indeed many people shouting for teammates with their skills. Is there anyone with a skill to judge direction? Is anyone forming a team for shooting proficiency? Food manufacturing skill. Anyone with a skill to show off would shout in the hall. If a skill sounds particularly useful, people would immediately gather around to invite others to form a team. This is often the case in most competitive games. Players from the same team spontaneously form groups, turning the preparation time at the start into a large talent exchange market. What are we going to do now? The Goose Emperor said, looking at the chaotic scene. We need to find teammates, Han Shen replied. Aren't you going to look for that one who can summon the big-bottomed succubus? The Goose Emperor asked. That skill is just average, it's not a must-have, Han Shen said. Then what kind are you looking for? One with skill points, Han Shen answered while thinking. Should he shout out too? If he did, what skill should he shout? Which of his skills would be useful in this game? Something that would attract attention. Han Shen pondered. His skills were quite complex and hard to shout out. Plus, searching for teammates one by one was too troublesome. It would be better to join an existing team. The people in an established team had already been vetted, saving him a lot of trouble. It was also easy to find a ready-made team. He just needed to look for groups of people who were clearly gathered together and still calling out for others, as they were likely to have a team but were short on members. Many even held up makeshift signs that read need combat skills or need supply skills. What did he count as? Combat skills? Supply skills? It seemed like he had a bit of both. More like a jack of all trades. Especially with supply skills, anyone could wield a gun, but not everyone had the airdrop supply signal gun. However, Han Shen thought, although he had the signal gun as a supply item, if he joined a team as a supply skill holder, he might have to be responsible for supplying everyone in the team. Han Shen didn't know how many people his signal gun could support. He also didn't dare to try, because this thing had a cooldown time, but it didn't specify how long, and he was afraid of wasting it here, making it troublesome if he couldn't use it for a long time afterward. He decided to look for a team with no specific requirements. After that, Han Shen asked 3 teams in a row. The first team had a combat specialist whose main skill was Lightning 5 Whips, which could unleash a powerful 5-whip attack, but the windup was huge, allowing opponents to ambush during the preparation. To be honest, Han Shen thought this skill was just average, mainly because their supply person was very unreliable. The supply person's skill was high energy food, which could produce lard in abundance. Han Shen couldn't imagine having to eat lard for every meal later on. The second team had a combat specialist whose skill was flick sniping, which allowed them to flick their sniper rifle and guarantee a hit on the target. This was relatively standard, but the supply person in this team was even more outrageous than the first. Their skill was overcome hunger. You could make someone no longer feel hungry, but they would starve to death, with the days required to starve increasing by 50%. Goodness, while other teams had supply personnel who could create food, this team's supply relied entirely on starvation. The third team was the one Han Shen was relatively satisfied with. There were 4 people in the team, a young man, a strong man, a young woman, and a slightly older, slender middle-aged man. The strong man, who looked nearly 30, was naturally the main combat specialist. Although he wore what looked like normal short sleeves and long pants, he had knee and elbow pads, clearly a fighter. He had 3 skills, all decent combat skills. I am Black Tiger Afu. When you attack, you can shout out a flashy skill name, and then gain a temporary boost in attack power. Enhancements can stack infinitely, but the name of your move must be related to the move itself. Breaking the cauldron. When you attack, you can break nearby objects and gain a temporary enhancement. The more expensive the broken object, the stronger the enhancement effect. Double Eagle. When someone aims a gun at you, there is a 90% chance to empty all the bullets in the gun. The first 2 skills are decent combat skills, but they do have certain flaws. However, when combined with the third skill, it becomes a godly combination. With the third skill, the enemy essentially cannot shoot him from a distance and can only engage in close combat. This way, the first 2 skills can be put to good use. Because of this skill, everyone directly calls him Black Tiger Brother. The young woman is responsible for supplies, dressed in ordinary jeans and a short-sleeve shirt, looking only slightly older than Han Shen. She looks decent as well. Her supply-related skill is McNugget Hero. You can give someone an extra piece of fried chicken. Reverse corpse technique. You can restore a processed or destroyed corpse, even if it's just a small piece, back to a complete corpse. That's right, according to her. The second one is also a supply skill. Han Shen's initial reaction was a bit confused. However, once the young woman explained, Han Shen understood. Reverse corpse technique can restore a complete corpse from a piece of corpse. And chicken nuggets count as pieces of chicken, so she can turn a nugget into a chicken. Then she can turn the chicken into meat. Besides the 2 supply skills, she also mentioned another skill. It's called Wife's Lipstick. You can write scumbag on someone else's car/mansion/body with lipstick, which can bring a random curse effect. You can also write other content for different effects. There are many other effects. For example, writing CPDD can attract the opposite sex, and writing "It's so cold today" can make nearby people keep a certain distance. Her skills are a bit hard to nickname. Everyone initially wanted to call her Fried Chicken Sister, but she seemed very averse to having the word chicken in her name. They then thought of calling her Wife's Sister, but she refused that too. In the end, at her insistence, everyone called her Affectionate Sister. Then there was a young man, wearing a jacket. He looked a bit older than Han Shen and wasn't very talkative. His skill is, a golden nest and a silver nest can't compare to my dog's nest. You can generate a random small house, which contains certain corresponding items. This is also a supply type skill, and it can be summoned during combat to disrupt opponents. There's another skill used for direction finding. I marked a location. You can mark a location, and no matter how far away you are, you can see this mark without being obstructed by walls. It's also a useful skill in a maze. But his skills mainly revolve around the small house, so everyone directly calls him Small House Brother. Finally, there's a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing an old suit. He looks frail and talks more than Small House Brother. His facial expressions are quite rich. It is said that he was the first to find the others in the team. Regarding his skill, he only mentioned one. We are really strong. You can bind a teammate relationship with others, after which all your skills will be slightly weakened, while your teammate's skills will receive a certain enhancement, and the number of bound teammates cannot exceed 5. That's right. His skill is to enhance his teammates' skills. Everyone even specifically tested his enhancement effect. Affectionate Sister's McNugget skill, which originally added 1 piece, became 2 pieces after his enhancement. The effect was immediate. Everyone called him Uncle Enhancement. After gaining a bit of understanding about everyone's skills, Han Shen also briefly mentioned a few of his own skills. Of course, he kept it concise. Including the skills of the Goose Martial Emperor, Han Shen also picked out the useful ones to mention. Han Shen had quite a few skills and items, and even though he hadn't mentioned them all, everyone nodded in agreement. After that, they got to know each other. They found a private room to discuss their plans. The Goose Martial Emperor also came over to listen. Can it hear? Sister Deep Affection pointed at the Goose Martial Emperor and tentatively asked Han Shen. It should be able to hear, it's just my summoned beast, Han Shen nodded. So, the Goose Martial Emperor also got a seat. The group officially began their discussion. First, no one knew what the 90th floor would be like, but it certainly wouldn't be a door from this team facing another team's door. That way, both teams would end up fighting right from the start, making the race downwards meaningless. So everyone estimated that entering the 90th floor would lead to a large maze, making it difficult for the two teams to encounter each other. It was hard to say whether there would be monsters in the maze. However, considering the thousands of people currently present, with so many entering the maze at once, they would mostly be surrounded by teammates in the early stages. With over 1,000 people, even a single spit from each could drown the monsters. It felt very safe. Monsters weren't a big problem. The bigger issues might be how to navigate out of the maze and the subsequent challenges as they descended further. The group discussed for a while. They felt that no matter what the maze was like, sticking with the main group was the best choice. First, having people in front to scout would save a lot of effort in traversing the maze. Second, being surrounded by many teammates would maximize their ability to deal with any enemies they encountered. Thus, a preliminary plan emerged. After the game started, they would wait for a while until many others had entered before going to the 90th floor. Once inside, they would follow the team in front. This way, the risk would be minimized, and they could move freely. Everyone agreed unanimously. After that, they made some adjustments to their supplies. Mainly, they exchanged redundant items in their backpacks for other things. Soon, the preparation time ended. The game officially began. Many teams started heading towards the stairwell. Han Shen's entire team didn't rush to move but waited for a while. A few of them even played some Texas Hold'em. After 20 minutes, Han Shen looked around. The entertainment hall had emptied out quite a bit, but there were still some people leisurely playing poker and slot machines. It seemed there were quite a few others planning to do the same as Han Shen and his group. I think it's about time, right? Uncle Strengthen said. I think it's good to go, let's move, Brother Black Tiger nodded. The group began to set off. In fact, there were several stairwells leading down, located at different positions on this floor. Han Shen and the others took the one with the most people, situated in the entertainment hall. As they descended, they encountered others discussing things on the stairs. There were just too many participants. Even after 20 minutes, there were still so many people. They passed by the entrance to the 91st floor and continued down. The lighting in the stairwell became dimmer, giving it a somewhat eerie feel. Upon reaching the entrance to the 90th floor, there were no more stairs leading down. The walls turned into old, chipped lime walls, and the large door to the 90th floor became an old-fashioned, thick iron fire door, with some rust spots on it. Get ready to enter, Brother Black Tiger said. Han Shen nodded, and the two stood on either side of the fire door. They pushed together. The door was quite heavy, but not too difficult to open. Then, in front of Han Shen was a very spacious hall. The walls were like black curtains, and many bright chandeliers hung from the ceiling. Here, there were still quite a few people standing and watching. On the opposite side, many identical wooden doors were lined up, looking like dozens of them. The few of them looked at the empty hall. Is this the 90th floor? There's nothing here, just a hall? No. They were very clear that this was just an entrance hall. The real 90th floor should be behind those wooden doors across from them. A few people approached the wooden doors. At this moment, someone occasionally pushed the door and entered inside. With so many wooden doors, which one should we go through? Sister Deep Emotion asked. Let's take a look at what's behind the door first, Han Shen replied. Just then, a small team of 3 entered a nearby wooden door. As the door opened, Han Shen and the others craned their necks to look inside. They caught a glimpse of the situation inside. It seems to be a corridor, Han Shen said. I saw it too, it's just a connecting corridor, Brother Black Tiger said. After all this, none of these doors are separated? Then we can just walk through any of them, Sister Deep Emotion said. Everyone nodded. If there was a long connecting corridor behind, it wouldn't matter which door they chose. At that moment, a team of 4 entered a door not far to the right of Han Shan and the others. They were followed by a lion, which must be someone's summoned beast. "Let's follow them in," Uncle Strengthened said. Han Shan and the others nodded. As soon as the 4-person team entered and the door closed, Han Shan and the others pulled the door open. Han Shan peeked inside. It was indeed a very long corridor. So long that Han Shan couldn't see the end on either side. There were rows of doors on both sides of the corridor. The floor was covered with an old carpet, and corridor lights illuminated the walls. It felt like a corridor in an old-fashioned inn, but much longer. As Han Shan and the others stepped inside, looking at the long corridor and so many doors, they felt troubled. In less than 2 seconds, the team ahead had vanished. In such a short time, they must have entered one of these doors. But which door it was, no one knew. So they decided to go through the door directly opposite. Just as Han Shan was about to push the door, he felt something was off. In the hall outside, people were occasionally pushing the door to enter this corridor. How could it be so quiet inside, with not a single shadow in sight? Just then, Brother Black Tiger pushed open the door. Han Shan could only follow to see what was behind the door. Behind it was a room. It looked like a room in an old-fashioned inn. There were no windows. The light was on, but it was somewhat dim. A large bed, a carpet, ordinary in furniture. Everything was old. Next to it was a bathroom. The light was also on. An old wash basin, an old toilet, yellowed, with long-standing water stains on it. There was a slight odor. That was all there was in the room. No one else. Clearly, the previous 4-person team did not enter this room. "They didn't come in here," Uncle Strengthened said casually. Since it was just a room, they didn't linger. They exited the room and returned to the corridor. The long corridor was still empty and silent. It made people feel very uncomfortable. Han Shan also had a bad hypothesis. "Check for visitors and see where that team ahead went," Han Shan said to the Goose Martial Emperor. The Goose Martial Emperor nodded, and a staff appeared in his hand. The yellow diamonds sparkled. Then the Goose Martial Emperor shook his head. "No visitor records." "No visitor records?" Han Shan was taken aback. "Yes, it likely means that no one has come through this corridor for some time before us," the Goose Martial Emperor said seriously. "Can this little penguin do it?" "We just saw people come in," Uncle Strengthened said, looking at the Goose Martial Emperor. "Hard to say, maybe the other side has corresponding skills and activated incognito browsing," the Goose Martial Emperor replied. Han Shan didn't believe such a coincidence could happen. He turned to pull the door they had entered through. Han Shan tugged at it, but immediately froze. "What's wrong?" Sister Deep Emotion asked beside him. "I can't pull it open." Han Shan replied. "Is the entrance sealed?" Brother Black Tiger said. "No, it seems it's not a sealing issue." Han Shan turned the handle again and tried to push. The door was surprisingly easy to push open. Han Shan and the others clearly remembered that they had entered this corridor by pushing the door. Now that they were returning, it should have been a pull to open the door. Yet, it was still a push. Han Shan quickly moved forward to check the situation behind the door. Sure enough, the back of the door they had come through had also turned into a hotel room. The original entrance hall had disappeared. The others were equally startled by this scene. They had just entered for a moment, and the entrance hall was gone. Han Shan instantly understood. No wonder, having followed those 4 people just a few seconds behind, he had never seen them again. "What's going on?" Brother Black Tiger asked, puzzled. "What else could it be?" "We've officially entered the maze," Han Shan replied. "So what do we do now?" Sister Deep Feelings looked at everyone and said, "What else can we do? Since we've already entered the maze, we can only brace ourselves and move forward," Uncle Strength said, taking 2 steps ahead and pushing open another door in front of the group. The door opened, revealing yet another identical hotel room. Looking around, the furnishings were completely the same. "Still a room?" Uncle Strength frowned, intending to close the door. "Wait!" Han Shan called out to him. "What's wrong?" Uncle Strength was taken aback. Han Shan took out a dagger and placed it on the floor at the entrance of the room. "Let's do an experiment to see if the room switches automatically when the door is closed." As he spoke, Han Shan closed the door. The others waited nearby for the result. After a moment, Han Shan opened the door. The dagger was still lying obediently on the floor. "It seems that at least closing the door doesn't cause the room to switch," Han Shan said, picking up the dagger and putting it in his bag. The others nodded. Then, Brother Black Tiger opened several doors ahead. Without exception, each door led to an identical room. "So it really is just rooms," Brother Black Tiger said, feeling a bit disheartened. "Then we can only move forward or backward," Uncle Strength said. The group had no other opinions and could only move forward. Forward or backward were the only 2 paths. Brother Black Tiger took the lead, opening the doors on both sides as he walked, not missing a single one. If there was an exit behind any door, Brother Black Tiger would find it immediately. However, to prevent any monsters or enemies from bursting out when a door was opened, Han Chen took out his handgun from his bag, loaded it, and held it in his hand. The group walked for a while, opening dozens of rooms. Ahead, the corridor still seemed endless. This corridor was unreasonably long. Han Chen kept his eyes peeled as he walked. The corridor had light green patterned wallpaper on the walls, and the floor was covered with cheap red patterned carpet. The wall sconces were all in good condition, with none broken. All the doors were the same dark wooden doors, without any door numbers. In short, after walking for quite a while, everything remained unchanged, with not even a hint of variation. Han Chen couldn't find any information. However, the group could only grit their teeth and continue moving forward. The monotonous rooms, with no changes, made everyone increasingly weary. Damn, why is it so long? This can't be an endless corridor, right? Uncle Strength said irritably. I think it might really be like that, Brother Black Tiger replied. I miscalculated. I thought the maze would have all sorts of twists and turns, but it turned out to be a long straight path. There was someone who could summon a motorcycle, but I turned it down. Uncle Strength was quite frustrated. If we had a motorcycle, we could have just driven forward for a bit and reached the end. If we could drive infinitely forward for a while, we would have known by now, and we wouldn't be this tired. It's not your fault. Who knew there could be such a long corridor hidden in a building? Sister Deep Feelings comforted him. I refused at the time mainly because that guy didn't have any fuel skills, and could only summon one vehicle a day that could only seat 2 people. I thought it was a bit useless. Brother Strength continued. Now it seems, actually, it's much more useful than I thought. The group continued to move forward. The end was still not in sight. Could it be that we got it wrong? The exit might not be at the end, but in the room? Han Chen spoke up. The group stopped in their tracks. What Han Chen said made a lot of sense. If they couldn't reach the end of the corridor, they could only try their luck in the room. Brother Black Tiger pushed the door into the adjacent room. The furnishings were the same, but this time, the group began to search. They opened the wardrobe and pulled out the drawers. Inside the drawer, there was a bottle of mineral water with no label, and a small bag of something else without any label. Han Chen tore open the packaging and found it was just a bag of puffed snacks. Just simple. Supplies? It didn't even provide any information, seemingly afraid that Han Chen and the others would misunderstand. Quite considerate. The group pushed over the wardrobe and flipped the bed in the room. They could say the entire room was almost turned upside down. But apart from the mineral water and snacks, nothing else was found. Did they get it wrong? The exit wasn't in the room? The group felt discouraged and went to search the next room. In the adjacent room, the drawer didn't contain mineral water and puffed snacks, but a pack of jelly. Nothing else was there. The group searched the next room. This time, the drawers were completely empty. There was nothing else, not even any markings that could provide information. Basically, they found nothing. It seems the exit isn't in the room either. Han Chen shook his head and said, let's keep walking down the corridor. If we still can't see the end after going further, we'll break through the wall, Brother Black Tiger said. The group nodded and continued forward with determination. Monotonous, tedious, long. Han Chen even wanted to call out QQ Little Ice to pass the time while walking. After walking through dozens of rooms, Brother Black Tiger at the front suddenly stopped. What's wrong? The others came to his side to look ahead. They were all instantly stunned. Not far ahead, the doors of the corridor rooms were open. And further back, the doors of the rooms were also open. Along the corridor, the doors were all wide open. The group was momentarily taken aback. Has another team been here, or? Sister Deep Feelings said. Everyone understood what would follow Sister Deep Feelings or this is just the place where everyone came in earlier, and they have returned. The group hesitated to speak. Everyone actually understood what the others were thinking. Han Chen spoke directly. Goose Martial Emperor, check the visitors here again. Goose Martial Emperor nodded and took out the staff again. While Goose Martial Emperor was checking the recent visitors, everyone felt very anxious. If they really had returned to the place they entered, it only meant one cruel fact. The last group to pass through here was us, Goose Martial Emperor said. The hearts of the group instantly turned cold. What the hell? What the hell? Why did we come back? Uncle Strength stomped his feet in frustration. The others also sat down in despair. They drank some water and ate something. They had been walking for a while, and everyone was a bit tired. The corridor is a dead end, and the rooms are also dead ends. What is this maze all about? Brother Black Tiger said. I don't know. The system shouldn't trap us here. It's likely just that we haven't found the exit, Han Chen said. Then where could the exit be? Sister Deep Feelings said irritably. That's right, at this moment, everyone was very frustrated. It was the kind of painful feeling where no matter what they did, they couldn't solve the puzzle, and they had no ideas at all. Han Chen was also desperately thinking, will the system give any hints, or is it just that I haven't noticed? After walking for so long, has anything changed in what we've encountered? Brother Black Tiger said. The others nodded. Brother Black Tiger also took out the explosives from his bag. There weren't many walls that could be blown up. The floor, the ceiling, and the walls on the outer sides of the two rooms. They decided to try blowing up the wall inside the room first. Brother Black Tiger installed the explosives next to the wall and exited the room. None of them were experts in demolition, so they had no idea how powerful the explosives were. They could only try to stay as far away as possible. They also took the wooden door with them. Once they felt they were far enough away, they lay down on the ground. Brother Black Tiger pressed the detonation button. Boom! Dust and debris burst out from the room. After waiting for the gust of wind caused by the explosion to pass, they stood up. The lights in this area had been blown out, and the corridor went dark. They took out their flashlights, stepped on the debris, and approached the room to check. The explosion's power was indeed great. The door to the room had completely vanished, likely blown to pieces. The walls on either side of the door were also missing several chunks, with cracks running along the top. Everything inside the room had been blown away. However, as they looked at the wall closest to the explosives, the very wall they intended to blow up, their hearts sank again. The wallpaper on this wall had been nearly destroyed, and the bricks of the wall were exposed. Yet, the main structure of the wall remained intact. Compared to the wall in the corridor, the explosives had seemingly had no effect on this wall inside the room. Why? Can't we blow it up? Brother Black Tiger murmured as he stared at the wall. The free hint said that the main structure of the building cannot be destroyed. I suspect the outer walls are the same, they cannot be damaged, Han Chen sighed. The others looked at Han Chen. So, you're saying we can't blow up the wall to get out? Uncle Strength said. They all nodded. Are we trapped here? Uncle Strength asked. Not exactly, there should be an exit, we just haven't found it yet. Han Chen replied. We've already checked one room and one corridor, where else could there be an exit? Uncle Strength said irritably. Think again. Han Chen frowned. His mind was racing. Outside was an endless corridor, with a bunch of rooms on either side. Where could the exit be? Was there really something special about this place? Han Chen thought for a moment. If this corridor continued straight, it would lead back to where they had been before. If it satisfied the condition of returning to the starting point after walking, could it mean this corridor is actually a loop? Han Chen stepped out of the room and looked down the corridor. This corridor was clearly straight, with no curves at all. Han Chen briefly recalled how far he had walked to return to the starting point. Calculating that distance, if the corridor were a loop, it wouldn't be a very large one. It was impossible that there was no visible curvature at all. The current situation could only mean this corridor is not a loop. That meant it was something else. Han Chen turned to look at Little House Brother. He hadn't said much throughout, making him less noticeable. However, Han Chen still clearly remembered his second skill. I marked a location. You can mark a location, and no matter how far away you are, you can see this mark without any walls obstructing your view. Little House Brother, can you help me? Han Chen said, turning to him. What? Little House Brother responded. Help me mark a location from where we are now, using your skill. Han Chen said. Right here? Little House Brother pointed to the ground beneath him. Yes. And then? Then take a look. Can you see this mark from a distance ahead? Han Chen asked. Xiao Wu Go looked ahead. No, I can't see my mark up ahead. No? Are you sure? Sure. Great. Han Chen slapped his thigh. What's wrong? Hey Hu Go asked. I feel like I have a clue, Han Chen said. What do you mean? Uncle Jia Chang chimed in. Let's walk forward along the corridor, Han Chen said. Although the others didn't quite understand Han Chen's plan, they said nothing more and just followed him, silently watching what he would do. Xiao Wu Go, keep an eye on that mark behind us, and tell me when it suddenly comes to the front, Han Chen instructed. So, they began to walk forward along the corridor again. After a long walk, Xiao Wu Go finally spoke up. That's it, the mark suddenly came to the front. Xiao Wu Go suddenly said. Then this is the place, this is the most special spot in the entire corridor, Han Chen exclaimed excitedly. What's so special about it? Jia Chang asked, puzzled. Because this is the junction where the first part of the corridor connects, so when passing through here, the mark that was originally behind will suddenly come to the front, Han Chen explained. Oh, the others seemed to ponder this. As the most special place in the entire corridor, if there is an exit, it's likely to be here, Han Chen continued. Here? The group looked around. There were rooms on both sides. Could the exit be in the rooms? The few of them quickly split up and entered the rooms on the left and right, starting to search. Cabinets were opened, nightstand drawers were pulled out, and beds were overturned. Still, nothing was found. We didn't find anything, Hei Hugu said. Nothing? Let's search more thoroughly, Han Chen said, feeling a bit worried. This was just a hypothesis. The exit was most likely here, but it might not be, and Han Chen didn't have much confidence. Han Chen followed them into the room. The others had already started lifting the carpet. They had lifted the carpets in both rooms, but still found nothing. Han Chen could only look at the walls around. Hei Hugu also pulled down the wardrobe against the wall. At that moment, Han Chen's eyes widened in an instant, because he saw a faint line on the wall behind the wardrobe. Han Chen hurriedly stepped forward to touch it. The wall here was soft, and when pressed, it slightly sank. It seemed like just wallpaper was applied, and the back was empty. Han Chen tried to push harder. Pop! The wallpaper was punctured, and Han Chen's hand reached into the wall. The others were astonished to see Han Chen's hand poke through. Is it an exit? Uncle Jia-Chang asked excitedly. Han Chen nodded gently. It might be. Then hurry and pull it open to take a look. Uncle Jia-Chang said. Be careful, get the guns ready, Han Chen reminded. The others nodded and took out their guns. Only then did Han Chen slowly start to tear the wallpaper. He slightly enlarged the opening, and a faint light shone through. Han Chen looked through the opening. Up close, there was a dark room, then a window, and behind the window was a dim corridor. The decor looked similar to the long corridor they had just walked through. However, the lighting was very dim, and the wall lamps could only illuminate the area around them, making it impossible for Han Chen to see far. What's inside? Sister Xinqing asked. It's another corridor, but darker, Han Chen replied, continuing to tear the wallpaper. Soon, a hole big enough for a person to enter was torn open. The group cautiously crawled through the hole. It was an empty little room. There were no lights. Next to it was a window and a door. The light relied entirely on the wall lamps outside. Han Chen leaned to the window to look outside. He then realized that this was an intersection of corridors, with the window facing one corridor and outside was another horizontal corridor. The light in the corridors was dim, giving it a somewhat eerie feel. Another corridor. Uncle Jia-Chang frowned. Little cabin brother, remember to leave a mark here. Let's try moving forward, Han Chen sighed. Little cabin brother nodded. The group pushed open the door and stepped out of the small room. The corridor remained eerily quiet. It was terrifyingly silent. To the left, right, and ahead, there was no end in sight. 3 paths, which one do we take? Black Tiger brother asked. Han Chen pointed to the left and right. These 2 sides are in the same direction as the endless corridor we just came from. Perhaps they are also endless. Black Tiger brother understood instantly. Got it, then let's move forward. He began to walk ahead. The others followed. Although this corridor was decorated similarly to the previous one, Han Chen quickly noticed a difference. It was the density of the rooms. The previous corridor was lined with doors as far as the eye could see. This corridor was different. The doors appeared to be more sparse. This might mean each room was considerably larger. After walking for a while, they finally reached the first door. It was the same wooden door. Black Tiger brother pushed it open to take a look. Sure enough, it was still a hotel room. However, the decor was slightly different from the previous room. This one was much larger, with 2 big beds and a sofa. There was even a bathtub in the bathroom. That was all. The room across was identical. The group did not linger and continued walking down the corridor. With little cabin brother around, they would soon find out whether these corridors were endless. After walking for a while, another intersection of corridors appeared ahead. This was not bad news for the group. The presence of a horizontal corridor suggested that it might not extend infinitely like the previous one. However, if there were many corridors extending infinitely, that would be another matter. Just as Black Tiger brother was about to move forward, Han Chen suddenly reached out and pulled him back. What's wrong? Black Tiger brother turned, surprised. Han Chen immediately made a shushing gesture. What is it? Black Tiger brother asked quietly. To the right, there's a bit of movement, be careful, Han Chen said. Black Tiger brother was taken aback. Then he listened carefully. Indeed, he heard a faint rustling sound coming from the right ahead. What was it? A person? Or something else? Let me take a look, Black Tiger brother said to everyone. They nodded. After saying that, he stepped forward quietly, reached the intersection, and peeked his head around the wall to look to the right. He only glanced for a moment before quickly pulling back. His face was pale, filled with panic and a hint of fear. What did you see? Did you see a ghost? Uncle Strength asked quietly. A W woman. Black Tiger brother stammered. A strong man like him speaking so hesitantly gave Han Shen a very bad feeling. A woman? Let me see. Goose Martial Emperor also darted out, reaching the intersection to peek to the right. He took a look and immediately recoiled. What the hell can you call that, a woman? Goose Martial Emperor exclaimed. Han Shen could see a hint of terror in his eyes. Was Goose Martial Emperor also a bit scared? So the group hurriedly gathered to take a look, including Han Shen. To the right was also a dimly lit long corridor. Han Shen looked over and immediately understood why Black Tiger brother and Goose Martial Emperor reacted this way. In the distance of the corridor, there was a gigantic woman's head, nearly filling the entire corridor. The skin was pale with a hint of green, resembling a decaying corpse. The severed neck was in contact with the ground, moving towards them like a snail, using slime to crawl. What sent chills down Han Shen's spine was, the head had its eyes wide open, with a strange smile on its face, as if it were laughing at them. It was getting closer at an increasing speed. The group immediately recoiled. Damn! What a huge woman's head! Uncle Strength cursed. What should we do? It's already coming towards us. Sister Deep Emotion panicked. As a woman, she was considered timid among the crowd. Seeing that ghostly figure, not screaming was already a sign of her composure. Use the gun. Han Shen quickly pulled a rifle from his bag. That terrifying dead head scares me without a gun. Now that I have a gun, I have no reason to be afraid of you. Han Shen took a deep breath and leaned out. At that moment, the enormous head was nearly 10 meters away. It was very close. Han Shen immediately fired. The bullets shot out at an angle, all hitting the woman's head. Puff puff puff. The bullet struck. The skin burst open, instantly creating a hole. A burst of rapid fire exploded a mass of flesh and blood on the woman's face. It looked even more grotesque. However, even with its face completely disfigured, the woman's head did not stop. It continued to rush towards Han Shen, faster and faster. Can't a whole magazine of rifled bullets kill it? Han Shen furrowed his brows. Brother Black Tiger sensed the danger and pointed to the door of a nearby room, shouting, "Quick, get inside. The door is too narrow. The deadhead can't get in." Everyone nodded and hurried into the room. Han Shen was the last to enter, and he immediately shut the door behind him. Everyone huddled behind the bed, pulling out their guns, nervously watching the door. Han Shen quickly changed the magazine of his rifle, aiming at the entrance. The rustling sound grew closer. Under the door, light from the corridor seeped in through the gap. The rustling sound reached the door. The light coming through the crack disappeared. The sound suddenly stopped. This meant that enormous woman's head had stopped at the door, just a door away from everyone. They were about to open fire. But at that moment, the rustling sound started again. Light seeped in under the door. The dead head had moved away from the entrance. Did that dead head just linger at the door for a moment and then leave? Everyone was taken aback. Did it know they were about to shoot, so it moved away? It sensed the killing intent, right? Bang! Just as everyone was puzzled, a loud and crisp crashing sound echoed from the wall. That dead head was actually banging against the wall. Han Shen was stunned. If it was a monster similar to a zombie, it should only have simple instincts, right? Shouldn't it instinctively bang against the door? Although the door frame was narrow, the dead head couldn't get in. Moreover, if it chose to bang against the door, everyone's firepower could cover it through the door. The wall was different. Bullets couldn't penetrate the wall, and it wouldn't be shot at while crashing into it. Could it be that this dead head had some intelligence, knowing to choose a safe place to crash? Han Shen frowned. Bang! Bang! Each impact was stronger than the last. The entire room trembled. It felt like if it kept banging, the wall would really break open. What should we do? This thing is crazily banging against the wall, Uncle Strength asked. What else can we do? Go out and give it a burst. Brother Small Hut also pulled out a rifle, rarely speaking up. Wasn't Brother Penguin just spraying with the rifle? How effective was it? Sister Deep Emotion said. Brother Penguin was the nickname everyone had for Han Shen. After all, he had a little penguin with him. How effective was it? Isn't that obvious? If it was effective, it wouldn't still be out there banging against the wall. Han Shen frowned. He looked at the rifle in his hand. Generally, a rifle can penetrate a skull. Han Shen was sure of that. But this dead head was just too big. The skull would also proportionally enlarge, and with such a thick skull, Han Shen was uncertain if the rifle could penetrate it. From the looks of it, it seemed like it couldn't. The rifle doesn't seem very effective. It looks like it can't penetrate its skull. Charging out to exchange fire might be very dangerous, Han Shen replied to Sister Deep Emotion. Everyone felt a wave of discouragement. Then should we use explosives or grenades? Brother Black Tiger asked again. Grenades? That's actually a good choice. Let's use grenades, Brother Strength nodded. So, who will go? Brother Black Tiger looked at everyone. By asking this question, he had long lost the courage he had when leading the charge. It seemed he was sufficiently frightened by the head of the dead. Everyone exchanged glances, falling into silence. A few people had backed down. I'll go, Han Shen said. The others immediately reacted as if they had been saved. Then be careful. Han Shen pulled a grenade from his bag and walked toward the door. At that moment, a banging sound erupted a few meters to the left. The head of the dead was right there. Han Shen took a deep breath, suddenly opened the door, and looked left. The head turned at the sound, facing Han Shen. In that instant, Han Shen understood why this dead head had been banging against the wall. It wasn't because it had the intelligence to dodge bullets. It was because its two eyes had already been shot out by Han Shen. At this point, the head was unrecognizable. The entire face was riddled with gaping holes, the skin turned inside out, and thick blood dripped down. Anyone with a fear of clusters would be terrified to death. Han Shen could even see the exposed white bones from the densest part of the gunfire. The giant head, hearing Han Shen's voice, charged toward him. Quick as a flash, Han Shen threw a grenade into the eye socket of the head. The grenade landed in the flesh with a puff. Then he quickly closed the door behind him. He lay down. Bang! The giant head crashed into the wall to the right of the door. Then came an explosion. The grenade had detonated. The door was blown open. Dust rushed in. Everyone coughed violently. Beep beep. The personal prompt system in Han Shen's hand emitted a notification sound. You have killed a monster, beauty face, earning 200 points. A kill notification. It seemed he had blown it up. That was convenient. But the name of this monster was really unpleasant. Beauty face. Beauty? Also, this notification sound, which automatically went off, wasn't good. It could easily expose their location at a critical moment. He wondered if he could switch to a meeting mode. Han Shen got up from the ground. How is it? Do you want to go out and take a look? Uncle Strength asked. No need, Han Shen pointed to his left wrist. The kill prompt has activated. Phew. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief and hurry to the door to look. Outside the door in the corridor, the nearby corridor light had been shattered. Then, at a slightly farther distance, everyone could barely see the condition of the head. A grenade had detonated inside it, causing it to explode completely. The top of the skull was blown off, and brain matter splattered all over the ceiling. Han Shen took out a flashlight and moved a bit closer to inspect the interior of the giant head. He mainly wanted to see what organs were inside. Was it just a brain, or did it have heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys as well? The former would indicate that this head was a part of a monster. The latter would mean that this head was an independent monster. However, Han Shen was disappointed. The inside had been blown to bits, a chaotic mess. Red tissue, blood, and white tissue were mixed together, making it impossible to discern its original form. Coupled with the strong smell of gunpowder and the stench of decay, Han Shen could hardly stand it. Forget it. Let's hurry and leave this place, Sister Deep Emotion said, looking at the scene before her, feeling nauseous. Everyone felt disgusted as well. Let's go, let's go. They quickly moved away. No matter which direction, they needed to leave this place first. Although Brother Black Tiger was deeply shaken inside, he still gritted his teeth and walked at the front. Do you think there might be other head monsters here? Brother Black Tiger said as he walked, his voice trembling slightly. It might not just be a head, it could be other body parts of a big guy, Han Shen said, stepping forward. Other parts? Brother Black Tiger was taken aback. Yes, like a big arm, a big hand, or perhaps even a big guy's joy, Han Shen casually remarked. Big guy's joy. The term made everyone ponder. They arrived at an intersection in the corridor. Brother Black Tiger instantly felt anxious. He leaned out and looked around. Fortunately, both sides of the corridor were empty. Brother Black Tiger sighed in relief. No situation. It seems the density of those head monsters isn't high here. Not necessarily, Han Shen pointed to the ground ahead. Everyone looked down at the spot Han Shen was indicating. On the carpet, there was a deep red drag mark, like the trace left by that giant head moving. It was unclear whether it was from left to right or right to left. Then, let's go straight, Brother Black Tiger said. No one objected. Just as they were about to proceed, Han Shen suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment, it seems there's something on the right. What? Everyone tensed up and turned to look right. The right corridor was empty. However, further down the corridor, it seemed there was indeed something. What could it be? They cautiously approached, the air growing noticeably more pungent with the smell of blood. As they got closer, they could see a mass of red on the ground. It looked like a large lump of flesh. Looking ahead, the ground, walls, and ceiling were all covered in similar sticky blood and flesh. Sister Deep Emotion frowned at the sight and said, "It looks disgusting. It can't be." Han Chen poked at it with the muzzle of his rifle. A blood-soaked human skull emerged, still wrapped in some sticky flesh, as if it had melted and then solidified. "That's right, it's a person," Han Chen replied. Everyone instantly frowned. However, since it wasn't their first time in the game, they had seen dead bodies before, so their reaction wasn't too severe. Uncle Strength looked at the more extensive red flesh ahead. There are quite a few dead people. The main issue is whether this is an atmosphere prop generated by the system or real people, Han Chen said, rummaging forward. Soon, he found a blood-soaked backpack among another mass of sticky flesh on the ground. At a glance, Han Chen recognized it. The style was identical to the backpack on the shelf on the 91st floor. "This is a storage bag from the 91st floor. These dead people should be other task participants," Han Chen said. The group's brows furrowed even tighter. "Then, how did these people die?" Brother Black Tiger exclaimed. "Is the skill ready?" Han Chen looked at the Goose Martial Emperor. "Not yet, it's still early," the Goose Martial Emperor shook his head. "It's probably the giant dead head's doing," Uncle Strength said. "But how could that dead head make it so gruesome? The flesh is all rotten, like it was soaked in acid," Sister Deep Emotion remarked, looking at the blood and flesh on the ground. "It has a big mouth, right? It eats it, digests it, and then poops it out, and it ends up like this," Uncle Strength said, gesturing as he spoke. The Goose Martial Emperor immediately laughed, and it sprayed it all over the wall. "The deadhead must have diarrhea, right?" Everyone burst into laughter. Han Chen chuckled as well. "You little penguin are more interesting than I thought," Uncle Strength laughed. Although Han Chen was also laughing, he continued to search through the blood with the tip of his gun. "What are you looking for?" Brother Black Tiger asked curiously. "Weapons," Han Chen replied. "Why look for weapons? Are we short on weapons?" Uncle Strength asked, puzzled. "No, these are task participants, they should have weapons. If we can find their weapons, it could provide a lot of information," Han Chen continued. "What other information can this provide?" Uncle Zhang was taken aback. "If there are no scattered weapons and everything is in the bag, it means they didn't even have the chance to draw their weapons, proving they were ambushed or taken down in a very short time. If there are scattered weapons, it means..." Han Chen was explaining halfway when he saw a dark object among the flesh. His heart instantly sank, because it was an automatic rifle. Everyone also saw the automatic rifle that Han Chen had uncovered. "If there are scattered weapons, what does that mean?" Sister Deep Emotion asked tentatively. "It means that they had this kind of weapon, but it should have been ineffective against whatever they encountered," Han Chen replied. "It's a rifle." Everyone looked at the rifle, falling into silence. Almost everyone carried a rifle, which was the main weapon of the entire team. If the monsters these dead people encountered were not afraid of rifles, then dealing with them would be quite tricky for everyone. Inside, it was similar to everyone's backpacks, just some supplies and tools, some even stained with blood. The game hadn't started long ago, and everyone's supplies hadn't been consumed much. They only took a few clean supplies. Sister Deep Emotion found it disgusting and took nothing. While everyone was gathering items, Emperor Goose, having nothing to do, turned to Sister Deep Emotion and asked, "You can restore body parts, right?" Sister Deep Emotion looked at Emperor Goose, finding this little penguin interesting. "Yeah. Why?" Sister Deep Emotion nodded. "So can you restore the fragments on the walls and the ground?" Then if you use your skill, could there be a situation where a butt appears on the wall?" Sister Deep Emotion had nothing to say. After everyone took some items, Brother Black Tiger urged, "This place isn't safe. Let's hurry and leave." "Then let's go," Han Chen said, knowing he was a bit cowardly, but immediately leaving here might not be a bad thing, so he agreed. They returned to the fork in the road and chose to go straight. The reason was simple: they couldn't determine whether the red mark was from left to right or right to left, so they chose not to go either way and went straight. The rifle's effectiveness was minimal. Brother Black Tiger pulled out 2 grenades and held them in his hands. Little House Brother also took out a Molotov cocktail. They walked a bit further, passing through several forks. This place was interconnected, but it seemed every area was the same. They also heard gunfire coming from a distance. It should be the task participants firing. However, they didn't know if they were shooting at monsters or if it was a firefight between 2 teams. They decided to ignore it and not take the risk of checking out the source of the gunfire. After all, there was no benefit in going, and it was a matter of life and death. They continued walking forward. To everyone's surprise, as they moved forward, the corridor's decor changed. First, the corridor widened significantly, and the ceiling rose higher. The carpet became thicker and softer, the wallpaper more beautiful, and the intersections of the corridor turned into archways. The doors of the rooms on both sides also expanded a lot. Each room had become a double door, made of good wood, completely different from the cheap wooden doors before. Each room had turned into a luxurious room, furnished with luxurious furniture. "It looks like this and has leveled up," Uncle Zhang said with a smile as he looked at the genuine leather sofa in the room. "Since the corridor is different, does that mean we're close to the exit of this floor?" Brother Black Tiger also smiled. Han Shen shook his head. "It's hard to say about the exit, but there's something not quite right now." "What?" Han Shen pointed to the door. "A room with such a large double door feels a bit out of place." "It is a bit. And what? And now? The size of each room's door is just enough for that giant deadhead to come and go as it pleases," Han Shen said, sending a chill down everyone's spines. What do we do?" Brother Black Tiger stammered, clearly terrified of such things despite his robust build. "Then let's hurry and move forward. Get out of this floor as soon as possible. Leave the others to figure it out," Brother Strength said as he stepped out of the room. There was nothing wrong with that statement. Brave, this path must be walked. Cowardly, this path must still be walked. So why not walk faster? Everyone quickened their pace. They reached another intersection in the corridor. It was hard to tell which intersection this was for them. At first, they would cautiously explore the forks in the road, but now they just wanted to leave quickly and pass through without hesitation. However, when they reached the intersection and looked to both sides, they immediately stopped in their tracks. A little further to the right, there were 3 giant heads from before. One of them was even stuck to the ceiling like a snail, hanging upside down with its back to them. The other 2 were facing the group. Their original expressions were relaxed and natural, but as soon as they saw the group, they instantly transformed into eerie smiles. The upside-down head seemed to sense them too and slowly turned around, wearing the same strange grin. Han Shen finally understood why the walls and ceiling were covered. It was because these things could crawl on walls. 3 dead heads appeared at once. Everyone's faces changed. "What do we do?" Brother Black Tiger looked at the 3 heads, panic-stricken. He was already scared, and now he was terrified. "What else can we do?" "Throw your grenade," Han Chen shouted. Oh. Brother Black Tiger desperately threw a grenade at the 3 heads. The grenade exploded right in front of the upside-down head. Most of the shrapnel pierced into the skin of the hanging head. The head was instantly torn open. Yet it still maintained its smile, looking even more unsettling. Moreover, the upside-down head continued to move quickly toward the group. Its hair dragged on the ground as it advanced, followed closely by the other 2 heads. Clearly, throwing the grenade directly was not enough to damage its skull or harm its internal structure. The group began to retreat. Han Shen fired his rifle, aiming directly at the eyes of the dead heads. The 2 eyes of the upside-down head burst instantly, juices splattering everywhere. However, it was not significantly affected and continued to advance toward the group, its speed not even slowing down. The group could only start running backward. Brother Little House lit a Molotov cocktail with his lighter and threw it at the upside-down head. The bottle smashed against the exposed skull, shattering and igniting. The upside-down head caught fire. The flesh on the head shriveled and carbonized in the flames, crackling. The long hair deformed and disappeared in the fire. Yet the upside-down head still moved toward the group. This was no mere dead head, it was practically a dead head tank. The group could only retreat, trying to create distance. They reached another corridor intersection and were met with a devastating sight. On both sides, there were 2 or 3 more giant heads, which immediately noticed the group. In an instant, nearly 10 dead heads were rushing toward them from 3 directions. "Why are there suddenly so many dead heads here?" Uncle Strength cursed. "What a deadhead breeding ground," Han Shen cursed back. What to do? The group could only quickly retreat toward the one direction that had no dead heads. Han Shen took out the remote explosives from his bag and turned to Brother Little House. "Can you hold them off for a moment? I need to use the explosives to blow them up." Brother Little House instantly understood. He activated his skill. A small house appeared in the corridor, about the size of a typical booth. It was an ice cream house. On top of the small cabin was an ice cream sign, and inside the cabin, an ice cream machine was automatically generated. Han Shen understood why the little cabin brother could also be responsible for the supply work. The cabin blocked off most of the corridor, so it would take a while for those heads to crash into it. Han Shen placed the explosives on the ice cream machine in the cabin. Everyone took the opportunity to quickly move away. The power of the explosives was significant, and everyone was well aware of that. A few heads met at the intersection and tried to move towards the group but were stopped by the little cabin brother's ice cream cabin. Bang! The cabin didn't hold up for long before being smashed by those heads. The ice cream machine was also knocked over. Everyone ran desperately, passing through an intersection, turning and hiding behind a nearby wall, while Han Chen pressed the detonation button. Boom! A shockwave hit. Everyone squinted their eyes. You killed, beautiful face, *6, earning 1000 points, diminished by quantity. The prompt system on Han Chen's right arm displayed the kill notification. Not all were blown to bits. Really tough. What a hard head. Han Chen frowned. How is it? Sister Deep Emotion asked. Not all were blown up, Han Chen replied. This power can't kill them all? Sister Deep Emotion found it hard to believe. It really is a bit difficult to deal with, Han Chen nodded. Don't get entangled with them, let's hurry up. If we waste all our ammo here, what about the remaining 89 floors? Uncle Strength said. Everyone nodded. They began to run in the direction away from there. After passing 2 intersections, they returned to the relatively narrow and shabby corridor they had been in before. They didn't stop, continuing to walk away from those heads. Everyone's thought was simple: since this maze could lead anywhere, it was better to stay as far away from those heads as possible for safety. After that, it was still the monotonous corridor, but fortunately, they no longer encountered any heads. They walked like this for nearly an hour, passing many corridor intersections, yet it was still the same corridor. Everyone was very tired. They thought they were in an infinite corridor again. But the little cabin brother told everyone that his previous mark was far behind on the left and hadn't moved. They could only sit down in a room and eat something. Rest a bit. The little cabin brother summoned a small cabin in the corridor. This time, it randomly turned out to be a beverage shop. Inside, there were drink machines, beverage ingredients, and ready-made ice cubes. Sister Deep Emotion volunteered to make some drinks for everyone. 1 cup of iced drink for each person. After a long journey, having a cup of iced beverage felt quite refreshing. This maze is really strange. We've been walking for an hour and still haven't reached the boundary, Uncle Strength cursed. I feel something's off. This maze really feels endless, Brother Black Tiger said. Then let's change direction and see, Uncle Strength suggested. Han Chen sipped his lemon tea, looking serious. Something was indeed off. Han Chen recalled. This maze hadn't been static from the start. Not far in, they encountered a giant head. But to be honest, in that area, they only encountered a giant head once despite walking so far. However, when they entered the luxurious room area, nearly 10 giant heads appeared casually. Now, having moved away from the luxurious room area, they hadn't seen a single giant head. So, in the luxurious room area, the density of giant heads was visibly increasing. Would there be any significance to this situation? Han Chen thought for a moment and suddenly spoke. Do you think those heads gathering in the luxurious room area might be guarding something? Everyone was taken aback. After a brief moment of thought, they nodded. Thinking about it, the place with the most heads is definitely different from the corridors in other areas. It must have its special significance, Brother Black Tiger said. Then should we go back and take a look? Uncle Strength frowned. Really? We finally managed to come out for something uncertain, and now we have to go back? Sister Deep Feelings showed a difficult expression. I also think we can take the risk to go back and take a look. Little Cabin Brother expressed his stance as well. 4 out of 5 agreed to return. So everyone set off back. Although they had decided to go back, those giant deadheads couldn't be dealt with just by determination. They still needed some tactics to handle the hard skulls of these deadheads. As they walked, they discussed and felt that the previous method was still the most feasible. Black Tiger Brother would lead the way, with Han Chen following beside him with a rifle. When encountering deadheads, they would dodge, trying to attract multiple deadheads together to deal with them, in order to save the already limited explosives. Specifically, Han Chen was responsible for mainly shooting to blind the deadheads' eyes, limiting their movement. If Han Chen missed, Sister Deep Feelings and Uncle Strength could provide backup shots. Little Cabin Brother was responsible for summoning the cabin to temporarily block the deadheads, while Black Tiger Brother would throw explosives. Goose Martial Emperor was in charge of boosting morale, cheering everyone on. The division of labor was clear, and everyone performed their roles. This way, they could avoid being flustered and confused when encountering deadheads. They began their return journey. The way back was faster since it was a path they had already walked, and they had seen the situation once, so they naturally moved a bit quicker. Soon, they arrived at the spacious corridor with luxurious decorations. Only then did they slow down and become cautious. Before long, they encountered the place where they had blown up 6 deadheads. The wallpaper was blown to shreds, with a large number of deadhead fragments stuck to it. The condition of the fragments varied depending on their distance from the explosion center. Those nearby were reduced to coal slag, while those farther away were still somewhat fresh. There were still many remains of the 6 heads, even though they had been blown apart. They had to step over several places. Finally, there was an entire skull lying on the ground. It looked quite visually shocking. As they moved forward and turned a corner, everyone froze. On the left side of the ground lay a giant head cut in half. Brain fluid and tissue were oozing everywhere. Was this head taken out by someone else? They stepped forward to check. Han Chen looked at the cut, which was very neat, clearly made by something sharp. But what puzzled Han Chen was that the cut was completely carbonized, as if it had been burned. A skull that can't be moved by rifle bullets, and yet it's cut so cleanly? What kind of weapon was used? Black Tiger Brother exclaimed in surprise. It could be a chainsaw, Uncle Strength said, looking at the head. It might not be a chainsaw. The cut is completely carbonized, indicating that there was high temperature during the cutting. What could produce high temperature while cutting? Han Chen looked at everyone. A lightsaber, done by a Jedi, case solved, Goose Martial Emperor said. A lightsaber. Everyone nodded. Yes, based on the wound, a lightsaber seemed to fit quite well. Don't guess for now. Can you just bring out the visitor for us to see? Han Chen asked Goose Martial Emperor. The cooldown time hasn't passed. I can't use it. Goose Martial Emperor shook his head. Wasn't your cooldown pretty fast before? It's been so long now, and it's still not ready? Han Chen was a bit surprised. It should be because of Uncle Strength's skill enhancement effect. My visitor's skill originally had a long cooldown time, but now it has become a shorter cooldown time for 2 uses, followed by a longer cooldown time. Goose Martial Emperor explained, I'm currently in that longer cooldown period. Really unreliable, Han Chen frowned. So, does that mean there might be a Jedi with a lightsaber around us? Uncle Strength frowned. That shouldn't necessarily be the case. Han Chen pointed to the bloodstains on the ground. The blood has dried up. It should have been a while. Even if there was a Jedi, they might have already gone far. Everyone nodded. Han Chen looked inside the dead head again. The internal structure was also cut in half, but because the cut was very neat, Han Chen could make out some details. First of all, inside this dead head, there was indeed a large brain structure. Then, to Han Chen's surprise, there was a large sac-like structure next to the brain. Han Chen was certain that this was an organizational structure that absolutely did not exist in a human head. Han Chen poked it with his rifle and saw that beneath the large sac-like structure, there were many long, slender sac-like structures. It looked like stomach and intestines. What are you looking at? Sister Deep Emotion frowned at Han Chen's actions. I'm looking at how these deadheads have digestive systems. They might really be able to eat people and have diarrhea, Han Chen said. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned silently. It was a bit disgusting. Then see if there's a reproductive system. Can these heads mate and produce little heads? Emperor Goose walked over and said. Forget it, studying this further is too disgusting. Han Chen straightened up. Let's keep looking ahead, Brother Black Tiger said. Seeing the deadheads taken down gave him a lot of courage. The group continued to move forward. After a turn, they came across a corridor with dead heads that had been cut open. Some were cut in half, while others were cut diagonally or into several large pieces. In short, the cuts were very casual, as if these deadheads were not taken seriously at all. The brain tissue of the deadheads was scattered all over the ground, crunching underfoot, making people feel quite nauseous. However, since one Lei Feng had already taken down a large batch of deadheads, everyone felt much less concerned and began searching the surrounding rooms for anything that might be hidden. In the many corridors around, there were dead heads lying quietly on the carpet. The group counted, and there were more than 20 dead heads that had been taken down. If this were left to the group to handle, it could only be said to be very tricky. Finally, as they passed an intersection and were about to check the room on the right, they discovered something very special. The room on the right was no longer a wooden door, but an iron door. It was the first time they had encountered an iron door after walking this long on this floor. It was quite special. Everyone exchanged glances, and each person's eyes were filled with excitement. They approached the door to check. On the ground in front of the iron door was an iron lock. However, the lock had been cut in half, with melting marks at the cut. Clearly, that Lei Feng had already gone in before them. The group looked at each other. Is there anything still inside? Uncle Strength asked the group. Everyone shook their heads. Probably not, but let's go in and take a look, Brother Black Tiger said as he grabbed the doorknob and pulled on the iron door. Creak, the iron door was pulled open. A bright room was revealed. Everyone entered the room. It was a very large room, with a ceiling much higher than that of the corridor. It felt more like a hall. There was a crystal chandelier shining above. The floor was carpeted, and the walls and ceiling were adorned with golden marble tiles. It looked luxurious. However, the entire room was empty. Looking around, there was nothing at all. Han Chen widened his eyes and looked at the surroundings. On the opposite wall of marble tiles, there was a pattern resembling a Go board, covering the entire wall. 2 pieces were placed on it, and several squares were painted red. Other than that, there was really nothing else. Where's the stuff? Has it really been taken away? Brother Black Tiger said, looking at the empty room. Damn it, we came all this way for nothing, Uncle Strength said angrily. Han Chan also felt a bit disappointed. What could the things here have been? He looked at the pattern carved on the wall. This pattern might be related to the original item that was placed here. Why carve Go on the wall? Is this a chess room? The items in this room are a special set of Go? A special game record. Perhaps it's a special Go that can be used as a weapon. Yixing, right? Han Cheng looked again at the pattern on the wall. There were two pieces, one black and one white. The black piece was in the center of the entire board, surrounded by several squares painted red. The white piece, however, was in the upper left corner of the board, quite far away. No squares around the white piece were painted. Why were the squares around the black piece painted? Does it have any significance? Han Cheng stared at the wall, deep in thought. So, what do you think? Is there something to this chessboard on the wall? Uncle Zhang, who was nearby, casually interjected as he saw Han Cheng looking at the wall. Han Cheng nodded vigorously, yes. Perhaps the items in this room can't be taken away at all. Ha! The others were puzzled by Han Cheng's words. What do you mean by can't be taken away? Sister Shincheng asked, confused. Han Cheng pointed at the chessboard on the wall. This should be what we're looking for in this room. Ha! The others were still confused. Smack! The Goose Emperor jumped up and slapped Han Cheng. Stop pretending, can you just say it in one breath? The others nearby were stunned. It was quite rare to see a summoned beast hit its master. Damn it, isn't that a cool way to talk? Han Cheng raised his hand to block the Goose Emperor's slap. Can you just finish your sentence in one go? Fine. Actually, this chessboard should be the map of this place. The lines correspond to the corridors. Han Cheng said. The red squares should correspond to the luxurious rooms and corridors, and the black piece in the center of the red squares naturally corresponds to the room we're currently in. The others suddenly understood. Then, what about the white piece in the upper left corner? They said. The position of the white piece indicates a specially designated room, with a map inside to mark it, proving it's a very important place. Currently, the place that could reach this level of importance is most likely the exit. Han Cheng said. Exit. The word sounded so tempting to everyone, especially after they had been stuck in the monotonous corridor for so long. Then let's not waste time, let's go quickly. Uncle Zhang immediately urged them to move out. Wait, let me count the number of squares first, Han Cheng said. Han Cheng quickly made a note. When they stepped out again, everyone was invigorated. Exit. Could they finally leave this cursed place? Uncle Zhang was almost cheering. He showed no signs of a middle-aged man's composure. Han Cheng also figured he wouldn't want to enter hotel corridors or similar places again in the future. The exit was a bit far. Along the way, they encountered one or two wandering deadheads. Everyone chose to avoid them from a distance. Even if they were spotted by the deadheads, Xiaowu would summon a small house to block the corridor, allowing everyone to escape, mainly to conserve their limited explosives. Who knows what important use the explosives might have later? They couldn't waste it all on making deadheads pop like popcorn. As they got closer to the exit, Han Cheng also saw one or two corpses of the deadheads that had been cut open. Corpses. Should it be called the corpses of corpses, since the deadheads were already dead? The same smooth cut, with a charred cross-section, proving that the Leifeng had also passed through here. Proving that the Leifeng had also seen the map from the chessboard. Also proving that Han Cheng's guess was most likely correct, at least aligned with what Leifeng had thought. Unfortunately, the Goose Emperor's skill cooldown hadn't finished yet, so they couldn't watch the replay. Han Chen still wanted to see if that laser sword skill was really a laser sword. Soon, everyone had arrived near the presumed exit. A left turn ahead was the supposed exit. Han Chen could see from a distance that a large section of the corridor wall was missing. Clearly, there was a hall on the other side of the presumed exit. It was highly likely that it was indeed the exit. The group was so excited that they were almost ready to run over. But Han Chen suddenly called out to everyone, "Wait, don't go yet. What's wrong?" The group stopped in their tracks. Han Chen's deductions so far had been almost entirely correct, so they were now inclined to heed every word he said. That laser sword that's been killing people left and right has been walking ahead of us, right? Han Chen said. The group nodded. We can now deduce that this laser sword should be a participant in the mission, right? Han Chen continued. The group nodded again. But we don't know which team he's from. What if he's from the opposing team? Han Chen said. The group fell silent for a moment. What I mean is, if he already knows about the exit, could he be waiting there for other participants? After all, at the only exit, intercepting other players would be the most efficient. Han Chen said. The group gasped. Indeed, the possibility Han Chen mentioned was very likely. After all, this game was still a competitive type. So what do you think we should do? Sister Deep Emotion looked at Han Chen and asked. In this situation, there isn't much we can do. We can only say to hold your guns tightly, be cautious, and if you see the opposing team, shoot them to pieces. What do you all think? Han Chen said. The group nodded. That's the simplest and most effective plan. Everyone took out their firearms. Black Tiger and Han Chen gripped their rifles tightly and slowly approached the presumed exit ahead. Soon, Han Chen and Black Tiger reached the end of the wall. The two could see that ahead was a hall, with stairs leading down in front of them. It was a classic staircase in a luxurious building, shaped like an inverted Y, with stairs descending on both sides that met in the middle to form a large staircase, then continued downward. However, since Han Chen and Black Tiger were crouched behind the wall, they could only see the upper half of the stairs. They had to peek down to see what was below. Take a look? Black Tiger pointed his thumb down the stairs. Han Chen nodded. The free hints included rule explanations. This game had enemy and ally indicators. The heads of enemy team members would display a small red triangle, though not as prominently as the indicators in Han Chen's resort. Teammates in their summons would show a green triangle, while friendly system characters would display a green circle. This indicator was basically stuck to the scalp. Moreover, the game's indicators were quite intelligent. They would only appear automatically when you wanted to determine friend or foe. For instance, when Han Chen looked at Black Tiger and the others, the indicators never appeared because Han Chen already knew they were teammates and didn't want to judge friend or foe, so it wouldn't show automatically. Therefore, when enemies were hiding, if you didn't notice them, the indicator wouldn't appear due to your thoughts. There was no situation like in the resort where the indicators exposed oneself. Han Chen felt that the enemy and ally indicators in this game were more user-friendly and suggested promoting them in Neon Smiley. Now, Han Chen nodded at Black Tiger. The two prepared to peek. Both of their guns were loaded, and once they saw the enemy's indicator, they would shoot without hesitation. Strike first. The two quickly poked their heads out from behind the wall, their eyes looking down the stairs. Their rifles were also aimed below. Sure enough, 3 people were standing at the bottom of the stairs. They all had bright red triangles above their heads. Enemy team. Han Chen did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Click click. The sounds of 2 metal firing pins striking almost echoed simultaneously, yet no gunfire followed. Han Chen and brother Black Tiger immediately exchanged glances, both eyes filled with astonishment. How could this be? Both of their guns jammed at the same time. Jamming was already rare. How could it happen to 2 people simultaneously? How could this be? Han Chen quickly withdrew behind the wall. Brother Black Tiger hurriedly followed suit. Leaning against the wall, Han Chen felt a bit shaken. If they had been any slower, and the enemy had reacted and opened fire, it would have been the end for Han Chen. Brother Black Tiger had the Yen Shuangying skill, but Han Chen did not. What's going on? Uncle Strength, standing nearby, was completely baffled. He only saw Han Chen and brother Black Tiger draw their guns and then hurriedly retreat. Han Chen and brother Black Tiger exchanged another glance. I don't know why, but our guns suddenly jammed. Brother Black Tiger said. Could it be that the enemy also has the Yen Shuangying skill? Han Chen frowned. The others were surprised and even a bit at a loss. Just then, a voice called from below, "Brothers upstairs, stop hiding. Come out, don't worry, guns can't be used here." This shout left Han Chen and the others exchanging glances. The enemy was directly calling them out? Can we go out? We can't go out, Han Chen said. The others nodded in agreement. At that moment, another voice called from below, "Brothers, hiding isn't a solution. The only exit is right here. If we don't leave, you can't get to the next floor." Then came another voice, "Yeah, come down, we won't use guns, let's have a fair and just duel." Listening to the 2 voices from below, everyone frowned. Indeed, the enemy occupied the only exit. If they didn't go out and just waited here, it wouldn't work. Brother Black Tiger understood the situation as well. He patted his chest and said, "How about I go out first to check the situation?" The others could only nod. Brother Black Tiger had the Yen Shuangying skill, which made him immune to gun damage, along with a bunch of combat skills. Letting him check the situation was undoubtedly the best choice. After Brother Black Tiger finished speaking, he stepped out from behind the wall. Han Chen also cautiously peeked out to assess the situation. Below stood 3 people, a burly middle-aged man, a handsome young man, and a thinner young man who looked a bit pale. There were also 2 severed heads nearby, indicating that dead heads had wandered over here as well. One of the severed heads had its entire face cut off and was left hanging aside, showcasing the twisted humor of the three. "Oh, looks like we have a martial artist here." The burly middle-aged man smiled at Brother Black Tiger. "You guys tell me, how do you want to duel?" Brother Black Tiger shouted down. The burly middle-aged man stepped forward. "For the duel, it's naturally one-on-one. However, there are a few conditions." The thin young man smiled, stepping to the left to reveal a wooden sign standing behind him. The sign depicted an AK rifle and a bow, but with a red cross over it. "Just like what's on this sign, the first condition is that no firearms or any ranged weapons are allowed." Then, a new sign appeared in the thin young man's hand, this time showing two people fighting, while a third person stabbed one from behind. Again, a large red cross covered the image. "The second condition is a civilized duel. It must be one-on-one, and no one is allowed to sneak attack or stab from behind." The thin young man set the sign on the ground, then a third sign appeared in his hand. The third sign displayed his photo, with a piece of symbol underneath. "The third condition is, you are not allowed to hit me." The thin young man set up 3 signs and smiled, saying, "These are the 3 conditions. Do you all understand? It doesn't matter if you don't, anyway, you can't violate them." The burly middle-aged man in front twisted his neck and said, "Alright, let's get started. I'll be the first to fight you." Brother Black Tiger nodded and walked down the stairs. "No, this won't do. The audience has all hidden away. This duel lacks atmosphere. I'll set another rule." The thin young man said, and set up another sign. "Fourth condition, both sides must have people come out to watch, and every 5 minutes they must cheer." The moment he set up the sign, Han Chen felt his body lose control, and he was forced to step out from behind the wall. The others felt the same way. They all silently walked out, standing behind the railing on the upper floor, watching the situation below. "What kind of skill is this, that can force us out?" Uncle Strength cursed. "Obviously, it's a skill for setting rules." Han Chen replied. "Is it that strong?" Sister Deep Affection frowned. "There should be limitations, otherwise, they could just directly order us to commit suicide without the hassle of a duel," Han Chen said. Everyone nodded. "Since the audience is here, let's get started quickly," the burly middle-aged man urged. "Wait, I need to prepare too," Brother Black Tiger shouted. "You still need to prepare?" The burly middle-aged man was displeased. "Yeah, isn't it forbidden to launch a surprise attack? If I prepare a bit, you shouldn't have any way to stop me, right?" Brother Black Tiger said. Then go ahead and prepare," the burly middle-aged man said helplessly. He then turned and glared fiercely at the thin young man who set the rules. "Why did you set a rule against surprise attacks?" The thin young man could only spread his hands. "I prepared this for you, after all, your ability." "Fine." The burly middle-aged man had no choice but to give in. Brother Black Tiger began his preparations. He placed his heavy backpack aside and started rummaging through it. Then he pulled out a bottle of red wine. The wine bottle looked exquisitely crafted and appeared expensive. Brother Black Tiger pointed at the label on the bottle. "This is Romani Conti, the only expensive wine I recognize." The 3 people across from him looked at Brother Black Tiger pulling out the red wine, confused. They had no idea what Brother Black Tiger was planning to do. Then they saw Brother Black Tiger slam the red wine bottle against the wall. Smash! The wine shattered, and liquid splattered everywhere. The 3 people across stared blankly. "What are you doing?" The burly middle-aged man frowned. "This red wine is very expensive. I'm afraid if I get taken out later, this wine will be a resource for the enemy," Brother Black Tiger said. The 3 people across were speechless. Then Brother Black Tiger pulled out a bundle of cigars. "I don't know what brand these cigars are, but cigars are never cheap." He then began to break the cigars. "Enough! None of us smoke cigars, just get started already," the burly middle-aged man scolded. Finally, Brother Black Tiger smashed a bottle of foreign liquor. "Alright, let's go." "Okay, let's go," the burly middle-aged man said impatiently. He then spread his hands. 2 figures even larger than him appeared on either side, each over 2 meters tall. One looked like a warrior, wearing armor and holding a long-handled spiked club. The other resembled a mage, dressed in a robe and holding something like a staff. Both summoned beings had one thing in common: their bodies were covered in sharp, elongated steel spikes, resembling hedgehogs. They looked quite formidable. However, one thing surprised Han Chen: this burly middle-aged man looked like a thug, yet he only had summoning-type skills, which felt a bit strange. Looking at the 2 large hedgehogs, Brother Black Tiger also frowned. "Let me introduce, this is the Pain Warrior, and this is the Pain Mage. Their abilities both make enemies feel pain, but in different ways," the burly middle-aged man chuckled. He then gave orders to his 2 summoned beings. "It's up to you 2 now." The Pain Warrior nodded and walked towards Brother Black Tiger. The Pain Mage, however, remained unmoved. "I can't move. What's going on?" The burly middle-aged man was taken aback. The thin young man who set the rules quickly reminded him, the rule is that it can only be a one-on-one fight, so two people can't gang up on one. Why did you set that? My pain mage will be. There are a bunch of people on the other side, and we only have 3 people in total. Can we do it any other way? Besides, your pain mage is pretty average. Fine. The burly middle-aged man nodded. He then gave a new order to the pain mage. You go find someone to duel upstairs. Okay. The pain mage rushed up the stairs and looked at the crowd. Who among you wants to fight me? This guy was covered in sharp metal spikes, making him quite intimidating. Below, the burly middle-aged man laughed heartily. Don't worry, my mage won't smash you directly, but will harm you in another way. Brother Black Tiger frowned as he looked at the pain warrior, who was covered in metal spikes. He had just smashed a few bottles of expensive liquor and crushed a few costly cigars. The effect of burning the boats on his combat power had reached a considerable level, but he was still troubled. How to deal with this big porcupine? While Brother Black Tiger was pondering, the so-called pain warrior charged at him. He swung the wolf-tooth club in his hand, which was also covered in long metal spikes. Seeing this, Brother Black Tiger dodged the attack of the club and suddenly had an idea. The head of the club had spikes, but the handle did not. Ultimate move. Steal the baby porcupine from Mama Porcupine. Brother Black Tiger shouted the name of his move. The skill, I am Black Tiger Afu, activated. Brother Black Tiger felt his body lighten instantly, and his strength increased. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the handle of the pain warrior's wolf-tooth club, then exerted force. With the dual enhancement of burning the boats and I am Black Tiger Afu, Brother Black Tiger's strength had reached a terrifying level, and the pain warrior couldn't resist at all. The wolf-tooth club was snatched away by Brother Black Tiger. He didn't hold back and swung the club directly at the pain warrior's head. Thud! The pain warrior's head was heavily struck, crashing against the wall with a muffled sound. The spikes on his head were severely deformed. The pain warrior must be in great pain now. Without hesitation, Brother Black Tiger followed up and continued to strike the pain warrior with the wolf-tooth club. Little porcupine seeks mama. Little sea urchin drives a big car. Brother Black Tiger shouted the names of his moves while attacking. On the other side, the pain mage rushed in front of the crowd. You, who wants to fight me? The pain mage said. Han Chen and the others exchanged glances. Among them, Uncle Strength had no combat power at all, and Sister Deep Feelings and Brother Little House had almost none. As for Han Chen, he had originally prepared, but it was all about guns. Now that he suddenly couldn't use a gun, his combat power plummeted to just slightly stronger than an ordinary person. It was like preparing for a language exam all day, only to find out the test was on math. Should he call for an airdrop to supply a weapon now? That was the only option. Han Chen could only pull out the airdrop signal gun. He then stepped forward, speaking boldly, ready to face death, then let him fight you. Han Chen pushed the Goose Martial Emperor to the front. The Goose Martial Emperor was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Han Chen, I. The Goose Emperor let out a series of penguin calls. Han Chen immediately whispered in the Goose Emperor's ear, "You're so agile, he shouldn't be able to hit you. Just go test your opponent's abilities. I'll get the weapon and come to rescue you. Besides, as a virtual summon, you generally can't die, right?" As Han Chen spoke, he raised his hand and fired a signal flare. The red signal flare shot up and stuck to the ceiling, burning brightly. It was uncertain if it would be effective. At that moment, a large oval-shaped teleportation portal appeared on the wall of the corridor, and another appeared on the opposite wall. Virum, a military truck roared through one of the portals and drove into the other. A high-tech box sprang out of the truck's cabin and fell to the ground. The box had a white metallic shell with blue light strips, resembling a space capsule from a sci-fi movie. Han Chen hurried over to take a look. Meanwhile, the Goose Emperor, watching the suffering mage across the way, also steeled himself and approached. Are you ready? The Goose Emperor conjured his staff and glanced at the suffering mage. Come on. The suffering mage raised his staff. The tip of the staff emitted a dazzling red light. The Goose Emperor suddenly jumped up and kicked. A force similar to true energy shot out from the Goose Emperor's kick, striking the suffering mage directly. The suffering mage instantly flew away like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the far end of the corridor. Han Chen, who was checking the weapon supplies, turned around at the noise and was taken aback. This penguin is so powerful? At that moment, Han Chen noticed that the blue diamond on the Goose Emperor's staff was glowing. Wow! So this is the blue diamond kick privilege. So strong? The others nearby were also astonished. Everyone thought this penguin was just a mascot, but it had such a trick up its sleeve. Is it done? Everyone watched the suffering mage across the way. The suffering mage struggled to get up. Many of the spikes on his body bent. What are you looking at? Kick him again for a finishing blow. Uncle Strength said to the Goose Emperor. The Goose Emperor turned to Uncle Strength and replied, "What are you talking about? The skill is on cooldown. Just one kick?" Everyone was stunned. Just one kick, the Goose Emperor nodded. At this moment, the suffering mage had returned. He looked somewhat angry, fall into pain. As he spoke, the staff in his hand pointed at the Goose Emperor. The staff emitted a dazzling red light. Han Shen expected some kind of light wave, electric spark, or flame to be released, but nothing happened. Instead, the staff, after emitting red light, surprisingly spoke, as a male penguin, like other male penguins, you have no external genitalia, you only have a cloaca similar to that of a female. Due to your special physiological structure, male penguins can also become objects of desire. You know that in Antarctica, male penguins are. The staff spoke in a mechanical, cold voice, delivering incredibly cruel words. The Goose Emperor was stunned. Then, the staff continued to elaborate on the process in more detail, becoming increasingly explicit. For those who didn't know, these words were merely rare and enlightening. However, for the Goose Emperor, these words became terrifying. This was the horror stemming from the penguin's primal instincts. "Stop talking," the Goose Emperor shouted, covering his ears. Seals will eat the still-living penguins bite by bite after finishing, starting with the most elastic flippers, and some seals will even eat while. The staff relentlessly continued to describe the cruel reality. The more the Goose Emperor listened, the more agitated he became. At that moment, the staff suddenly said another line, "You can't compete with WeChat." This sentence is like a final blow, completely pushing the already unstable Goose Martial Emperor over the edge. "Damn it, I'm not fighting anymore," the Goose Martial Emperor shouted one last time while covering his ears, and then vanished on the spot. Clearly, this was a sign that the Goose Martial Emperor's mentality had collapsed, returning to a non-summoned state. The Pain Mage nodded in satisfaction and looked at the crowd. "Next, who among you wants to fight me?" Meanwhile, Black Tiger Brother was still relentlessly beating the Pain Warrior, firmly holding the upper hand. The armor on the Pain Warrior had severely deformed, and most of the spikes on his body had fallen off. He now looked like a plucked chicken. Just then, the Pain Warrior's eyes suddenly emitted a red glow. Boom! He raised his hand and blocked another blow from Black Tiger Brother's wolf-toothed club. Then, the Pain Warrior threw a punch directly at Black Tiger Brother. This punch was incredibly fast, landing squarely on Black Tiger Brother's shoulder. Black Tiger Brother winced in pain and staggered back several steps. He looked at the Pain Warrior in shock. The speed and strength of this Pain Warrior had clearly increased to a whole new level. What was going on? Suddenly stronger? While Black Tiger Brother was still in disbelief, the Pain Warrior charged at him again. This time, he was even faster than before. "Next, who among you wants to fight me?" the Pain Mage said. The crowd exchanged glances. "Let me do it." Han Shen stepped forward from the back, holding a particularly shaped sword. This sword was unique, looking like it was made from Lego blocks. And indeed, it was. Not long ago, during the battle between the Goose Martial Emperor and the Pain Mage, Han Shen had approached the supply box and pressed the red button on top. A hissing sound of gas escaping followed, and the lid of the supply box slowly opened. Han Shen looked at the high-tech appearance and thought it might be a laser gun or a laser sword. Then Han Shen saw a bag of Lego blocks. What the heck? Han Shen picked up the Lego blocks, and underneath was a transparent glass electronic instruction manual. It looked very high-tech. After glancing at the instructions, Han Shen realized that these blocks were indeed weapons. Strictly speaking, they should be called weapon parts. According to the manual, these blocks needed to be assembled into corresponding shapes to achieve the desired weapon effects. There were roughly 3 forms: a gun, a sword, and a shield. Following the manual, assembling the corresponding shape would yield the corresponding effect. After assembling the gun, he would also need to assemble bullets, and the bullets would have effects based on their assembly. Han Shen thought that even if he assembled a gun, it wouldn't be usable, and a shield would only provide simple defense, which wasn't very useful. So, he decisively assembled a sword according to the manual. After a flurry of activity, Han Shen successfully created a sword. Lego Holy Sword, as deadly as an ordinary sword when cutting people. Moreover, when clashing with any weapon, it can withstand one collision, after which it will shatter with a brief delay, causing a large number of Lego blocks to scatter on the ground. Stepping on Lego blocks, no matter how thick the shoes are, will cause excruciating pain, rendering the shoes ineffective for the wearer. After the Holy Sword shatters, it will restore itself after a brief delay. In summary, it was a sword that could create area traps. After assembling the sword, Han Shen prepared to confront the Pain Mage head-on. While Han Shen was assembling the blocks, he had also observed the duel between the Pain Mage and the Goose Martial Emperor. He had gained some understanding of the Pain Mage's effects. That staff should be able to utter words that inflict emotional pain on enemies, causing mental suffering. Mental attacks, indeed. The Goose Martial Emperor was a penguin, which was obvious to anyone. However, aside from Han Shan, no one should know about the Goose Martial Emperor's identity as the QQ mascot, yet that staff could still mention WeChat matters, proving that this staff seems to be able to reveal things even the user does not know. However, it doesn't matter. Han Shan is confident that he has no particularly sensitive aspects. Whatever the staff says, he shouldn't be as vulnerable as Emperor Yi. Besides, what could this staff possibly say that would be earth-shattering? At most, it could attack Han Shan for being orphaned, attack him for being poor in the past, attack him for having his skills taken by the system and being placed in a remedial class? Han Shan is already used to being orphaned, and the latter 2 points are completely irrelevant to him now. Han Shan is confident that no words can hurt him anymore. He stepped forward. Come on, I'll fight you. Go for it. The crowd cheered on. It was hard to tell if it was genuine or a result of the rules enforcement. Alright, then take this. The pain mage did not hesitate, pointing the staff directly at Han Shan. The staff emitted a dazzling red light once more. Although you are handsome and many girls have shown interest in you, you have no money to take them out for dinner or movies, so you can only refuse them one by one. How can there be such a useless man like you? Han Shan felt no ripple in his heart upon hearing the staff's words. A smile even crept onto his face. Is that it? My homeroom teacher's words are more offensive than that. Han Shan raised his sword, ready to strike. At that moment, the staff spoke again. Shen Ranner. Who? Shen Ranner? Han Shan froze, his steps halted. What does she have to do with this? Then the staff continued. Shen Ranner's skill actually only has one use. Han Shan's brows furrowed tightly upon hearing this. She could have used that one skill to trade for her face and voice back, but she gave her only chance to you, because she didn't want you to die in the game of neon smiles. So, she exchanged her hope of returning to her original appearance for your hope of survival. It seems like a fair trade because without her skill, you wouldn't survive the next game. Han Shan listened, his sword drooping. You owe her a lot, but you have no chance to repay her, because she died in her game 2 days ago. Now, you have money, and you have the ability to trade for her face back. You want to repay her, but there's no chance left, forever gone. The staff spoke coldly, even using some rhetoric. Han Shan fell silent. So Shen Ranner was like a reincarnation of a mother. But Shen Ranner is dead. He has no chance to repay her at all. Han Shan found it hard to accept this situation. However, from the moment the staff uttered Shen Ranner, Han Shan understood that it was speaking the truth. Han Shan had originally been confident that nothing could make him feel bad, but now it seemed there was indeed an exception. A very significant exception. Han Shan, are you okay? Sister Deep Feelings called from behind. I can manage. Han Shan gritted his teeth in response. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to hold back his sadness. This is not the time for despair. How could he let a summoned object take him down with just a few words? Han Shan raised the Lego Holy Sword again. This time, he looked at the Pain Mage with more determination in his eyes. Han Shan charged at the Pain Mage with his sword. The Lego Holy Sword swung down. The Pain Mage could only raise the staff to block. Clang! The staff collided with the Lego Holy Sword. When Han Shan tried to retract the sword, the Lego Holy Sword shattered instantly. A large number of yellow Lego blocks scattered all over the ground. Han Shan was quite surprised. He had known that there would be a lot of Lego blocks scattered, but he didn't expect it to be this many. In an area nearly 10 meters in diameter, there were Lego blocks everywhere, and not just in one layer. Han Shan was left with only the hilt in his hand. He looked at the blocks covering the ground and took a few steps back. No matter what, the goal had been achieved. The Pain Mage was also taken aback. What kind of broken sword shatters with a single hit? Mind your own business. Han Shan retreated. Awoo. The Pain Mage let out a howl. As he spoke, he moved slightly and stepped on a block. The sharp pain made him convulse, and then he stepped on more blocks. Then came even greater pain. The Pain Mage was overwhelmed by the agony and collapsed to the ground, landing on even more blocks. Han Shan couldn't bear to watch. All he could hear were the continuous screams. The Pain Mage had truly become a Pain Mage now. Just then, a gust of wind suddenly blew behind Han Shan. Thud! A muffled sound. Han Shan looked over. A person had crashed into the wall behind him to the left. It was actually Brother Black Tiger. At that moment, he had several scratches on his clothes, and his skin was visible through the tears. His face was slightly deformed from the beating. He had been thrown over. Damn it, I don't know why, but the strength on the other side suddenly increased. Brother Black Tiger cursed. Amidst the Pain Mage's screams, everyone hurriedly asked Brother Black Tiger, what happened? Weren't you just overpowering them? Everyone had just seen Brother Black Tiger completely dominating the opponent, and in just a moment of distraction, he was thrown over like a three-point shot. Brother Black Tiger struggled to get up. I was originally overpowering them, but this guy suddenly got stronger, and I could only defend. Then he suddenly got stronger again and hit me with a punch. Suddenly got stronger? Han Chen turned his head in confusion. Yeah, suddenly his eyes lit up, and it was like he was on steroids. Brother Black Tiger had just started to explain when the Pain Warrior had already caught up. He was holding a bent and deformed wolf fang club. He charged up the stairs and stepped on the Lego blocks on the ground. Then it was the same process as the Pain Mage, repeating itself. The Pain Warrior couldn't withstand the intense pain and fell to the ground, instantly letting out a pig-like scream. A duet of screams with the Pain Mage. While the two were screaming in succession, Han Chen quickly asked Brother Black Tiger, "You said that the Pain Warrior's strength increased noticeably twice? Once after fighting for a while, and once just now?" Brother Black Tiger nodded. Yeah. Han Chen immediately nodded. So that's how it is. Han Chen suddenly understood. The Pain Mage's ability wasn't just to create mental attacks through language, causing inner pain to the opponent. He should also be able to enhance the Pain Warrior's combat power by inflicting pain on the opponent. After Han Chen emphasized this, everyone, after a brief moment of shock, nodded in agreement. They all roughly understood that the Pain Mage had used his pain skills twice, once on the Goose Martial Emperor and once on Han Chen. Coincidentally, the Pain Warrior had also been enhanced twice, with the timing matching perfectly. So that's how it is. They thought the Pain Mage had no particularly lethal significance, but it turned out he was actually a support mage. Everyone looked at the Pain Mage and the Pain Warrior beside them. They were both screaming while trying to crawl up from the Lego blocks. The screams had already diminished significantly. Looking at their reactions, "Those little yellow blocks of yours seem quite terrifying," Uncle Strength interjected. Han Chen nodded, "So just don't step on them." "What about the damage?" "It seems there's no damage, just pain." "Then doesn't that mean?" "Yeah, it can only be a drag." Earlier, in the hall downstairs, the three of them were squatting by the door, about 10 meters from the stairs, smoking and silently playing cards. The slender youth who set the rules frowned. "Can your Pain Warrior handle it?" The burly middle-aged man shrugged it off. "Of course, it just absorbed the opponent's pain and is now in its strongest state. It can easily take care of those weaklings over there. We can just continue playing cards." But, just then, a scream echoed from above. "Tisk, listen, the opponent is screaming," said the handsome youth. "How tragic," the rule-setting slender youth nodded. The burly middle-aged man's expression changed, and he instantly clenched his cards. "That sound doesn't seem right." Another scream came from upstairs. The two screams mixed together, and the burly middle-aged man's face immediately showed signs of panic. "No, that's my Pain Warrior and Mage screaming." The faces of the other two changed instantly as they looked up. The situation above couldn't be seen directly. "Hurry and check it out," said the handsome youth. Smack! Han Chen swung the Lego holy sword down onto the ground of the staircase closest to everyone. After a brief delay, the Lego sword shattered. Blocks exploded everywhere nearby. However, there was still a distance between the scattered blocks and the others. "Alright, now both sides of the staircase have surprises," Han Chen said to everyone. On the other side, the Pain Warrior and Pain Mage had just endured excruciating pain to clear a space free of Lego blocks. These Lego blocks were even more perverse than Han Chen had imagined. If they tried to sweep them away with something, they would automatically stick firmly in place, unable to be moved. The Pain Warrior and Pain Mage could only use their hands to clear them, but touching them would trigger intense pain. They could only endure the pain to clear the area, like trying to pick up burning coals with their hands. At that moment, the three opponents also came up the stairs. Leading the charge was the burly middle-aged man, who shouted loudly, "What are you two screaming about? Boss, don't step there." The Pain Mage and Pain Warrior quickly gestured to stop him. The yellow blocks scattered everywhere would catch anyone's attention. After the reminders from the Pain Mage and Warrior, the burly middle-aged man immediately halted his steps. The Pain Mage and Warrior sighed in relief. "What on earth is this?" the burly middle-aged man asked, pointing at the blocks on the ground. "I don't know what it is, that kid over there set it up. Stepping on it hurts a lot, to the point where you can't move." The Pain Mage shouted. "A trap skill, huh?" The three of them looked down. "Can't you put something down to step on?" the burly middle-aged man shouted. "Putting something down won't help, boss. Even with my thick steel boots, stepping on it still hurts like hell," the Pain Warrior quickly replied. "Nothing works?" the burly middle-aged man frowned. Just then, Han Chen stepped on the blocks and ran over in a few strides. "Hey, you three, who wants to fight me?" Han Chen didn't charge in to attack directly, as that would likely be deemed a sneak attack. he figured he would be forced to stop midway. The three exchanged glances. "I'll fight you," the handsome youth answered without hesitation, full of confidence. As he spoke, he drew 2 sword hilts from his waist, one in each hand. Then, blue laser sword blades shot out from the hilts. A laser sword, it turned out, was his skill. The other 2 stepped back a couple of paces to give the handsome youth space. "Damn it, isn't a laser sword considered a hot weapon?" Han Chen cursed. "This one's set to low temperature." "A laser sword can be set to low temperature?" Han Chen frowned. "If you don't believe me, feel for yourself," the handsome youth replied, bringing his hands together. He then began to perform a series of rapid, fluid movements with his hands. "Is there a skill called flower shaking hand?" Han Chen frowned. He saw the laser sword in his hand swinging rapidly, like a blue glowing 5-speed fan. "Touch it," the handsome young man shouted at Han Chen. At that moment, the handsome young man seemed to be both offensive and defensive. Han Chen was still more than 2 meters away from him, just out of reach of the 5-speed fan's attack. However, even at this distance, Han Chen could feel a gust of cold wind rushing towards him. This thing really seemed to be on a low temperature setting. "Freezing laser? Indeed impressive, come up and let's fight to the death," Han Chen shouted. The handsome young man frowned at the yellow blocks scattered around. "Do you think I'm stupid? You come down and we'll fight." "Then forget it, I won't fight," Han Chen said, striking the Lego holy sword against the marble railing. The Lego holy sword shattered instantly, with a multitude of blocks scattering everywhere. Some fell down the stairs, landing around the 3 people. "Bye-bye, take your time cleaning up." Han Chen turned and left. The 3 on the opposite side looked at the yellow blocks on the stairs. The painful warrior's wary reaction towards the yellow blocks made them hesitate to act recklessly. "Boss, whatever you do, don't step on them. You can clear them with your hands, it will hurt a lot, just endure it." "It seems there's no damage," the painful warrior continued to shout. The 3 on the stairs could only follow the painful warrior's instructions and prepare to clean up the scattered blocks. The burly middle-aged man gently touched one. A sharp pain shot to his brain, as if his finger had been violently chopped off. "Ah!" He couldn't help but let out a pig-like scream. "Is it that painful?" The other 2 frowned and tried to touch one as well. "Ah!" 3 pig-like screams echoed. At this point, Han Chen's simple goal was achieved. He temporarily restricted the movements of everyone on the opposite side, at least preventing them from coming over for now. Next was the next step. Han Chen returned to hand the Lego holy sword to Brother Black Tiger. "Try it out, see if you can pass through the block area with the sword." Brother Black Tiger nodded, took the sword, and gently stepped on a nearby block. He recoiled as if electrocuted, shaking his head. "No way." Han Chen felt a bit disappointed. It seemed that only the one who spilled the blocks could be exempt, not just anyone holding the sword. So this hypothetical plan was no longer useful. He had originally wanted Brother Black Tiger to take the sword and directly eliminate the few people on the opposite side. After all, due to the excruciating blocks on the ground, the opposite side had some restrictions on their movements, and Brother Black Tiger would surely win easily, eliminating future troubles. However, it seemed that the bug couldn't be exploited, and this plan was no longer feasible. Moreover, the opposite side couldn't move, not that they couldn't act at all. If it were Han Chen, who had no abilities, even if the opposite side was somewhat restricted, he wouldn't feel capable of defeating the painful warrior and that laser sword. At this point, it seemed everyone should take advantage of the cover of the Lego holy sword to leave through the exit directly, or behind. While Han Chen was pondering, Little House Brother suddenly shouted. Han Chen quickly turned to look. In the distance, at the intersection of the corridor, another zombie head appeared. It was unclear whether it was attracted by the pig-like screams or just wandering over. It had also noticed the group and began charging towards them. What to do? Han Chen quickly stepped forward and struck the Lego holy sword against the ground. The corridor was now covered in Lego blocks. "Can this thing stop the zombie head?" Brother Black Tiger asked timidly. "Hard to say, let's be prepared for both." Han Chen patted Little House Brother's shoulder. "Help us set up a little house downstairs." Little House Brother nodded. Bang! A small house appeared at the stairway, covering the Lego blocks. This time, it was a single-person restroom. According to the instructions, just wearing shoes would cause excruciating pain. However, it should be possible to pass through with something else as a cushion. Of course, Han Chen wasn't sure, but even if he couldn't get through with a small house as a cushion, he could still carry everyone across those few steps by himself. "You all go first," Han Chen said. The others nodded. With Brother Black Tiger's help, one by one, they all reached the top of the small house. There was no triggering of excruciating pain. Then they crossed over the block area from the top of the small house. A burly middle-aged man nearby saw this and turned to the painful warrior. questioning him sharply. Wasn't it said that using something as a cushion wouldn't work? Isn't that a house over there? I don't know, boss, but stepping on shoes really doesn't help, the painful warrior replied, looking innocent. The handsome young man patted the burly middle-aged man's shoulder. Do you think it might be because it needs to be something very thick to work? At that moment, the dead head also reached the block area. It moved directly onto it, hardly slowing down. The deadhead's face still wore its eerie smile, unchanged. Indeed, excruciating pain had no effect on the dead. Time to retreat. Han Shen flipped over the small house and took a few steps down to the stairs. Below was a hall covered in red carpet, resplendent and magnificent. The exit was a pair of double doors, also golden, with vertical long rod handrails, looking quite luxurious. It resembled the grand entrance of a luxury hotel. This was the exit. The group moved forward to leave. At that moment, Han Shen saw the rule sign that the previous thin young man had set up. If he removed this, would the rules cease? Han Shen immediately reached out to pull down the wooden sign that allowed only one-on-one duels and prohibited firearms, while with his other hand, he pulled out a pistol and aimed it at the people on the stairs. The three people on the stairs were frantically stacking wooden signs on the steps. They had already experienced the power of the blocks and could only desperately pile them thicker. They didn't actually know that a single layer of wooden signs was enough. It wasn't their fault. Who would think that these blocks could only penetrate shoes? However, Han Shen had no intention of reminding them. He pulled the trigger directly. The gun clicked but did not fire a bullet. It's useless, only I can remove the sign to stop the rules, the thin young man sneered while conjuring wooden signs on the stairs. What a hassle. Han Shen put away the gun. Don't even think about running. At this point, the wooden signs had piled up into a small mountain beside the three. The handsome young man stepped on a wooden sign and immediately jumped onto the nearby railing, quickly sliding down. There were no blocks on the railing, so he slid down smoothly. If it weren't for the stairs being too wide, the handsome young man would have already slid down. He then waved a blue lightsaber at Han Shen. Han Shen smashed the Lego holy sword in his hand onto the ground. A large number of Lego blocks once again covered a vast area in front of him. The range was extensive, nearly 10 meters wide. The handsome young man couldn't even jump over it. He tried to go around, but Han Shen smashed down again. More Lego blocks nearly completely covered a large area next to the exit. A man-made minefield. Faced with so many Lego blocks, even if the others wanted to stack wooden signs over, they would probably need to pile 3 or 4 stacks to get through. At the rate the thin young man was building the wooden signs one by one, by the time he finished, Han Shen and the others would have long gone. The handsome young man could only look at the blocks in despair. You take your time building the bridge, bye-bye, Han Shen said. The handsome young man glared fiercely at Han Shen, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Good luck! The others suddenly echoed in unison, including the handsome young man. It was the rules forced encouragement, just in time to trigger. It sounded full of mockery, especially since he was cheering for himself. Just wait. The handsome young man stared hard at Han Shen. I'll catch up to you later and definitely carve you up piece by piece, he said, throwing one of the laser swords in his hand towards Han Shen. The blue laser sword abruptly stopped in mid-air and fell to the ground. It should be considered a melee weapon, but when thrown, it becomes a throwing knife, classified as a ranged weapon. Han Shen, stop dragging it out, let's just go, said Sister Deep Affection beside him. At that moment, Uncle Strength had already pushed the door open. Black Tiger and Little House were still pushing the door, waiting for Han Shen and Sister Deep Affection. Alright, let's go, Han Shen nodded and turned to enter the exit door. But suddenly, he remembered something. He grabbed Sister Deep Affection's shoulder. Sister Deep Affection, there's something I need to ask. What? Sister Deep Affection was about to enter the door when she was stopped, looking puzzled. Can your skill that restores corpses to their complete form be used from a distance? From a distance? Yes, but not if it's too far. Why? Sister Deep Affection looked at Han Shen in confusion. Then, can you do it like this? Han Shen said. At this moment, in the corridor on the stairs, the painful warrior was entangled with a deadhead in a small area not covered by Lego blocks. The deadhead occasionally extended its long tongue to attack, which had many sharp spikes on it. He had already smashed the monster's tongue twice with his mace, and the middle of the tongue was crushed, but it could still whip around. He also struck the deadhead's forehead hard several times, directly caving in the entire forehead. But the deadhead still wasn't dead. It was still trying to wrap its feeble tongue around the painful warrior and swallow him. The painful warrior could only keep hitting. The painful mage could only attract the deadhead's attention to provide some help to the painful warrior. Nearby, the burly middle-aged man and the thin young man were still trying to climb over the Lego blocks on the surrounding stairs to reach the railing. Their agility was not as good as the handsome young man, so it was indeed difficult for them to climb up. The painful warrior continued to strike the side of the dead head. Just then, he suddenly noticed that the dead head's forehead, which had been caved in, suddenly bulged back out. Then, the dead head in front of him suddenly rose up. What was going on? Next, the painful warrior saw a complete body appear behind the dead head. 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 breasts. It had transformed into a gigantic and complete woman. No, it should be said, a gigantic and complete, unclothed woman's corpse. The giant woman's corpse attempted to stand up, her back hitting the ceiling. A large amount of debris and dust fell down. At this moment, the thin young man and the burly middle-aged man had just slid down the stairs. Their agility was much worse than the handsome young man, so they were much slower. When the 3 heard the huge noise and turned to look, they were instantly startled by the suddenly emerging giant female corpse. Who wouldn't be terrified to see such a large corpse appear behind them? The female corpse had already climbed down the stairs, her massive arms swinging down carelessly. The screams instantly echoed throughout the space. Not far from the exit, Sister Deep Affection quickly climbed down from the small roof beside the exit and hurriedly ran into the exit door. Without the height of that small house, Sister Deep Affection wouldn't have been able to see the dead head from below and wouldn't have been able to activate her skill. Penguin brother, your idea worked really well. It actually restored a terrifying thing, Sister Deep Affection said while running. In the spacious corridor behind the door, everyone took a quick look at the situation at the entrance. Seeing the giant female corpse approaching, they hurriedly closed the door and stepped back repeatedly. Outside the door, there were massive tremors accompanied by screams. Debris kept falling from above. It felt quite horrifying. Who knew if that complete corpse version of the deadhead would break through this nearby door? Let's hurry and go. Everyone no longer lingered and jogged towards the door on the other side. Han Shen took a special glance at the system on his wrist. Although everyone had already gone down a long staircase in the hall, they should have descended 1 floor by now. But the watch still displayed the 90th floor. Was the descent not deep enough? Or did they only count as reaching the next floor after passing through the previous door? The group arrived at the door. It was a heavy metal fire door, a double door. It looked exactly like the one from the 91st to the 90th floor. Although Han Shen hadn't paid attention to the doors on the upper floors, it seemed to be the same. It seems, all the entrance and exit doors on each floor look like this? Brother Black Tiger thought the same and spoke up. It seems so. I remember the doors on each floor when we went down before were also this style. Sister Deep Emotion nodded. That's good, from now on, we can just dive through this door whenever we see it, Uncle Strength said. As he spoke, Uncle Strength slightly pushed open a crack in the door and peered inside. What's on the next floor? Brother Black Tiger asked curiously. Looks empty, Uncle Strength replied. Empty? Everyone was taken aback. Yeah. Uncle Strength pulled open the large door. The group peered inside. As they looked around, they saw a grayish space. On the bare, undecorated concrete floor stood many concrete columns. In the distance, it was empty. Han Shen could see the buildings across from them. It was like a bare floor with only a concrete frame built. With no obstructions, the wind howled through, sending a chill through everyone. They walked in and closed the door. Han Shen glanced at his device. Sure enough, after entering this door, the floor display changed to the 89th floor. The time was just past 4 a.m. The outside sky was dimly lit, and this floor had no lights. The entire space felt very dark. It was somewhat oppressive. Han Shen turned to look at both sides. On either side was a wall that stretched from one side of the floor to the other. Apart from the door they had come through, the entire wall was intact. There was no second entrance or exit. The entrance should be ahead. But what felt strange to Han Shen was that this floor seemed too small, even much smaller than the rooftop. It was easy to see almost everything at a glance. Hey, there seems to be something glowing over there. Sister Deep Emotion pointed ahead. Everyone looked in the direction she indicated. Indeed, there was a place ahead where a concrete wall emitted some light from behind it. Let's go take a look. Brother Black Tiger automatically took the lead. He seemed only afraid of dead heads. Han Shen pulled out his gun again and followed Brother Black Tiger closely. They quickly arrived at the wall. Sounds of movement came from behind the wall, along with some crackling burning noises. Brother Black Tiger and Han Shen immediately leaned forward. Han Shen aimed his gun at the wall. Behind it stood a disheveled middle-aged man. In front of him was an old gasoline barrel with flames flickering inside. He stood beside it, staring at the flames in the barrel. When Han Shen looked at him, there were no green teammate markers or red enemy markers displayed. This meant that this guy was not a participant in the game. He was a projection in this world, an NPC. Han Shen breathed a slight sigh of relief and carefully examined the man before him. He wore dirty, patched old clothes, a hood from his top covering his head, and a messy, dirty beard that made it hard for Han Shen to see his face clearly. The impression he gave Han Shen was that of a homeless man. Just then, the homeless man looked up at the group and spoke. "You all must be tired, sit down and rest for a while," he said in a hoarse voice, pointing to the side. Next to him was a large rolled-up old red carpet, which was also dusty but could serve as a temporary seat to sit on. "There may be pursuers behind us, it's not very convenient. Can you tell us the exit to the next level directly?" Han Shen spoke up. "Right over there." The homeless man pointed to the ground in the distance. Everyone followed his and indeed saw a staircase leading down. "However, I wouldn't recommend you go down now," the homeless man said. "Why?" Han Shen was taken aback. "Because the next level may not be as peaceful as this one. You don't look very energetic right now, you should rest here for a bit." "Of course, that's just a possibility, I can't guarantee it. We probably can't rest now, there may still be pursuers behind us," Han Shen repeated, turning to head down. The pursuers he referred to were not the three people from before, but the complete, enormous female corpse. "Don't worry, no one will be chasing you. Once you pass through that door, no one else can come in here before you leave. Those pursuing you will only go to other rooms on this level," the homeless man said. Han Shen was taken aback by the homeless man's words. He suddenly realized that since he passed through that door, the noise, vibrations, and screams had all vanished in an instant. Only the sound of the wind blowing past at a high level remained. It really seemed to be the case. Everyone looked at Han Shen, and he nodded in response. "What he said seems fine, resting for a bit is okay. At worst, they'll chase us in," Han Shen said. Since evening, everyone had been navigating the corridors for so long and had been entangled with 3 enemies for quite a while. They were indeed very tired. Now, having a peaceful environment to rest for a bit was much better than resting in the current location. Everyone nodded and quickly sat down, completely ignoring the dust on the rolled-up carpet. This spot was right at the edge of the floor. Just a few steps forward, and they would reach the end. Sitting on the rolled-up carpet, they could see the outside scenery. It was a viewing spot. However, there wasn't much to see. It was still the pitch-black and lifeless building complex, shrouded in a grayish mist. The dense fog below could not be seen from the rolled-up carpet. Less than a minute after everyone sat down, Han Shen noticed the screen of his portable device flickering slightly. Was there a new notification? Han Shen looked at the others. They nodded as well. They had also received the information. Han Shen opened it to check. There were 2 identical messages. "Your teammate has killed an enemy game participant. You have received an assist reward, 1,000 points, and gained some kill points." 2 messages meant 2 assists. Clearly, it referred to the 3 people from before. They should have been taken down by the enormous female corpse, granting Han Shen the assists. However, there were only 2, which meant 1 person was still alive. But that would probably change soon. The others also received assist points. Everyone looked at Sister Deep Feelings. "What does your reward say?" Sister Deep Feelings nodded, extended her hand, and showed the received information to everyone. Indeed, her information contained 2 kill notifications. Clearly, using the monsters in the maze to kill players would be directly counted as kills by the system. Sister Deep Feelings opened the messages and checked them with everyone. Unlike Han Shen and the others, her 2 messages were not identical. "You have killed an enemy game participant, receiving a basic reward of 3,000 points, unlocking map purchase rights. You can now buy maps from certain NPCs and gain some kill points. You have killed an enemy game participant, this is your 2nd kill in this game, receiving a basic reward of 3,000 points, an additional reward of 500 points, and a free key intelligence opportunity that can be used at any time, along with some kill points." After everyone read the 2 messages, they were all astonished. Killing guarantees a direct reward of 3,000 points, and it seems to increase, while killing a dead player only gives 200, and that decreases, killing 6 only gives 1,000. No wonder the hints encourage killing enemy players so much. It turns out the rewards for killing other participants are so generous. However, what exactly are those last 2 rewards? Especially the one about unlocking map purchase rights. After reading the information, Sister Deep Emotion looked up at the homeless man. He was also sitting on the rolled-up carpet, staring blankly at the flames. "Do you sell maps?" Sister Deep Emotion asked tentatively. The homeless man turned to glance at her. "Yes." "Sell? How much?" Sister Deep Emotion quickly continued to ask. "It depends on the level of detail of the map. There are 3 levels of detail in total. The most basic is 1,000, the medium is 2,000, and the most expensive is 3,000 points, the homeless man said. "Can you tell me what the differences in detail are?" Sister Deep Emotion asked. "The most basic only shows the terrain, the medium includes some information in addition to the terrain, and the most expensive adds some important information on top of the medium level, he explained. So, is this map for the entire building? Sister Deep Emotion inquired. Of course not, it's just for one floor. You can buy a map for any floor you want, except for the very bottom one. Any floor? Yes, but let me warn you, don't blame me for not reminding you, the maps are non-refundable and non-exchangeable. Be mentally prepared, some floors are very simple, and the corresponding map might only show a few simple boxes or circles, the homeless man added. This made Sister Deep Emotion even more conflicted. How about we go down to take a look at the floor first, and then come back to buy the map? Would that work? Sister Deep Emotion suggested. The homeless man shook his head. That won't work because once you pass through the first door down there, you can't come back. Sister Deep Emotion frowned at this statement. She turned to look at the others. So, do we have to spend money to buy a map for the next floor? Sister Deep Emotion asked. Everyone instinctively nodded, including Han Chen. The unpleasant feeling of getting lost on the 90th floor had left a significant shadow in everyone's hearts. If they had a map, it would definitely save a lot of effort and time. After all, this is still a racing game. So, how much should we buy? Sister Deep Emotion asked. How much to buy is a question. A map starts at 1,000, which is indeed expensive. For 1,000, you can see the category information for 10 floors. The most expensive map, buying 3 maps would be enough to see the category information for all floors. Moreover, if the next floor is particularly simple, that points would basically be wasted. How about we just buy the cheapest map? Even if we encounter a particularly simple map, it won't hurt as much, Uncle Strength said. But if it only shows simple terrain, is that useful? Many rooms can't be understood just by looking at the terrain, right? Brother Black Tiger said. Then should we buy the medium one or the most expensive one? The most expensive one costs 3,000, and if we can't take down an enemy participant on the next floor, we might not even recoup the cost of the map, Uncle Strength frowned. Does Brother Penguin have any suggestions? Little House Brother looked at Han Chen. Han Chen thought for a moment and said, I think buying a medium one is good. It can serve as a trial. If we find it insufficient when using it, we can buy the most expensive one next time. If we find that a lot of information is not useful, then we can buy the cheapest one afterward. Han Chen's reasoning was very sound. Everyone nodded. Then let's buy one to try. Give me a map for the 88th floor, at the medium price, Sister Deep Emotion said to the homeless man. All right. The homeless man stood up and pulled out a rolled-up map on parchment from a dirty bag in the corner. You just need to scan this map with your device, and you can view it on your device too, the homeless man said. It can be used on multiple devices. Sister Deep Emotion nodded. Everyone eagerly opened the map to take a look. The map was quite large. When unfolded, it was already filled with content. It indicated that the next level was very complex. Everyone glanced at it. The map was filled with boxes of various sizes. It looked like many rooms. However, these rooms did not share walls, and their arrangement was not orderly. It gave everyone a strange feeling. There were no words on it, only some icons. However, among the icons, there was an arrow with a box. This was the exit icon. In other words, this map marked the locations of the floor exits. That made things easier. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In their subconscious, other information was not very important. The most crucial thing was still the exit. Do you need anything else? The homeless man asked. Anything else? What do you have? Uncle Strength asked. Some tools, some food and water, some firearms, and other odds and ends. You can also trade food and water for them, or you can directly exchange them for points, the homeless man said, pulling out some items from his tattered bag. Han Chen looked and saw homemade shotguns, daggers, screwdrivers, some old-looking canned goods, and mineral water. This guy could be considered a simple supply point, though the quality of the supplies was indeed lacking. However, there was a homemade bomb that piqued everyone's interest. Their explosives and grenades were quite limited. They had already consumed quite a bit on the 90th floor. Supplementing with homemade bombs was not a bad idea. To exchange for points, it was 25 points. For food, 2 cans would suffice. Everyone chose to trade a few cans for some homemade bombs. To everyone's surprise, the homeless man received new cans and was quite excited. As soon as he left, he pried open the can and started eating with his hands. Don't you already have cans? Han Chen frowned and said, Are those cans inedible, so you sell them? The homeless man shook his head. No, my cans were exchanged with your points from the system, and there are only 2 kinds. I've been eating them for a long time, and I'm sick of them. Having new flavors of canned food, of course, I want to try them. The homeless man's tone made it seem like he had really been here for many years. Everyone laughed and shook their heads. This projection NPC was quite immersive. They simply drank some water, ate a little, and then rested. People couldn't go without sleep. Han Chen lay on his side in the sleeping bag, staring blankly at the pitch-black building across from him. A sense of frustration quietly crept into his heart. Shen Ranner, oh Shen Ranner, how are you? Sigh. A few hours later, after everyone finished resting, they prepared to set off. Just as the homeless man said, no one else had come in here. What surprised everyone a bit was that their devices had not received the third kill notification. This indicated that among these three people, one guy was still alive. Everyone thought for a moment and could guess who was still alive. They quickly packed their gear and walked down the nearby stairs. The homeless man watched them go downstairs. As they descended, Han Chen heard the homeless man casually say, "A word of advice, after this game ends, try to stay away from the neon smiley face game. Participating in this game until the end will only lead to complete disorientation." The moment Han Chen heard this, he suddenly looked up, but the homeless man had already turned away. As a projection NPC, saying something like that made Han Chen feel that the situation behind it was not so simple. However, he had no time to worry about that. The door at the bottom of the stairs is a single iron door, already rusted. Unlike the boundary doors on the previous floors, everyone pulls this door open. Inside is another concrete-walled corridor, with incandescent lights overhead. At the end of the corridor is a double fireproof iron door, the same style as before. Everyone understands that beyond this door is the 88th floor. Han Chen plays a trick. He holds the single door to prevent it from closing, then asks Brother Black Tiger to go to the other side of the corridor to open the boundary door. As long as the door doesn't close, perhaps they can keep passing through. Everyone can take a look at the situation on the previous floor to decide whether to buy the map. However, on the other side, Brother Black Tiger uses all his strength but cannot open the door there. Han Chen tries to close the door on his side. The door on Brother Black Tiger's side immediately swings open with a push. Clearly, the bug cannot be stuck. Han Chen can only go to Brother Black Tiger's side. Everyone pushes the door open, and a strong light shines in. Then Han Chen sees something that makes his eyes widen in shock. Because Han Chen sees the blue sky. Yes, a clear blue sky with fluffy white clouds floating above. Everyone is equally astonished. Clearly, it is a floor between buildings, yet it has a sunny day inside. Han Chen momentarily cannot tell if this is the 88th floor or another world. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, an infinite corridor can fit into a floor. It wouldn't be a problem to fit a world with a sun in it. Everyone walks through the door. In front of them is a path made of solid wood planks. No, it should be a wooden plank walkway, because on both sides, the ground is slightly lower, revealing the water's surface. The walkway extends forward for several meters, connecting to a two-story small building. This small building looks quite exquisite, quietly standing on the water's surface. Everyone looks to the sides. They can only see the boundary line between the water surface and the sky. This entire place is a vast expanse of water, resembling a lake. On the farther water surface, two other small buildings can be seen, identical to the one nearby, likely the entrances for other task participants. However, because they are too far away, it is impossible to see if there are any people. The door behind them stands alone on the water's surface, just a door, with no supporting walls. Behind the door is empty. What a random door. Han Chen even deliberately turns back to see what the back of the door looks like. Han Chen has been curious since childhood about what the back of a random door looks like when it opens. As a result, when Han Chen turns to look, he is directly stunned. Peering at the back, the door is no longer visible. It's as if there is no door here at all. Uncle Jiaxian looks at the vast water surface, frowning and saying, "The map isn't drawn as complicated as this. Why does it look so simple in reality? Could it be that this isn't the map for this floor at all?" Oh, Uncle Jiaxian's complaints are cut short, his face suddenly enlightened. Could it be? Uncle Jiaxiang says as he looks at everyone. Everyone nods at him. Yes, clearly, the complex content on the map should all be underwater. Underwater. So, can you all swim? Sister Deep Feelings asks hesitantly. I'm okay, Han Chen replies. After all, swimming is a very important survival skill. So in the rule school, swimming is a required course. Han Chen is quite adept at swimming and is also skilled at underwater diving. I'm okay too, Brother Black Tiger nods. I can manage, Brother Little House says. I can swim a bit, but I'm not good at diving, Uncle Jiaxiang says. But I can't swim, Sister Deep Feelings says with a sad face. You can't swim? Everyone is also surprised. Such an important skill, and she didn't even learn it before entering the game. I've always been afraid of water, especially deep water, Sister Deep Feelings says shyly. Then, you stay here for a while, We who are good at swimming will go explore, Brother Black Tiger said. Sorry, Sister Deep Feelings replied. Speaking of good swimming skills, it seems we have a guy among us who is really good at it. Han Shan spoke up. Are you talking about? Uncle Strengthened asked. Who else could it be? Han Shan said. Everyone nodded. They all knew who Han Shan was referring to. Han Shan activated his skill. Snap. The Goose Martial Emperor was summoned by Han Shan again. You called me out, I'd been bored to death over there, the Goose Martial Emperor said. After a day of rest, he probably had forgotten the previous mental shadow. Stop talking, I called you out for a task. Han Shan said. Another task for me? The Goose Martial Emperor was a bit surprised. Yes, do you see the water around? Go underwater and take a quick look for us, then come back and tell us the situation. Han Shan said. Here, this is the map. Sister Deep Feelings took out the map and unfolded it for the Goose Martial Emperor to see. The Goose Martial Emperor glanced at it and shook his head. Who the hell can remember this? Han Shan pointed to the location of the exit icon on the map. This place is the exit. You don't need to worry about the other places, just go check this one. Oh, let me take another look. The Goose Martial Emperor stared at the map. Keep your eyes on it, don't get lost down there. Han Shan reminded. The Goose Martial Emperor nodded. After that, Han Shan held the Goose Martial Emperor down and made him look at the map for 5 minutes before letting him go underwater. The Goose Martial Emperor dove down with a splash, and after a brief ripple on the water's surface, there was no more movement. How long can a penguin swim underwater? Sister Strengthened asked. About 20 minutes, Han Shan said. Let's go check that little house first. Everyone nodded. Walking across the bridge, they reached the 2-story small building. The building was built on a platform above the water, with glass sliding doors on 3 sides, very transparent. Han Shan could see through the glass doors. Inside, it was decorated like an apartment hotel room, with a bed, a wardrobe, a refrigerator, and a bathroom with a stove. It felt quite nice. If it weren't for being in the neon smiley game world, this place seemed like a good spot to spend a few days on vacation. Everyone opened the glass door and went inside to take a look. Although it was on the water's surface, the room was not damp at all. Han Shan took a closer look at the bed and immediately noticed something was off. Wait, Han Shan said. What's wrong? Everyone was taken aback. The bed is messy, Han Shan said. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately glanced at the bed. Although the bed was still covered with white bedding, the sheets on the quilt were a bit wrinkled. Would Neon Smiley give everyone a messy room to stay in? Clearly, someone had sat there. Han Shan looked around the room again. He examined the floor closely. There are water stains on the floor, but they are already dry. There's a package of leftover yogurt in the trash can. And all of this was telling Han Shan one thing. Clearly, before us, someone else had been in this room. Han Shan said. Unfortunately, the Goose Martial Emperor had gone down, and they couldn't check the visitor records now, so they didn't know what the previous situation was. Our speed shouldn't be too fast. It's normal for someone to be ahead of us, Sister Deep Feelings said. This Neon Smiley is really lazy. A group of people left, and they can't even clean up the room for us, letting us stay in a room that someone else has used. Uncle Strengthened said. This is what I'm worried about. Han Shan said. What? Uncle Strengthened was taken aback. I'm just afraid that the previous group might come back. If they are from the enemy team, they could become a threat to us. Han Shan said. Aren't the water stains on the floor already dry? That proves they left a long time ago, right? If they dove down, it shouldn't have been for long, Sister Deep Feelings said. I don't think that's necessarily the case. The little house brother in front of the wardrobe suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked at the little house brother. There is diving equipment in the wardrobe, said little cabin brother. Everyone hurried over to take a look. Inside, they saw 2 brand new diving suits and matching oxygen tanks neatly arranged in the wardrobe. The 2 sets of diving gear occupied 2/3 of the wardrobe space, with a noticeable empty spot beside them. Clearly, there should have been another set of equipment there, but it had been taken away. One set of equipment has been taken. Was it just one person? Black Tiger brother asked. Everyone nodded. It could only be that way. I didn't expect this system to provide diving equipment. That saves a lot of trouble, Uncle Strength chuckled. But there are only 2 sets. Black Tiger brother frowned. 2 sets is already good. Anyone coming after will have nothing, just have to hold their breath underwater. Uncle Strength laughed again. I'll go upstairs to see if there are any other diving equipment. Black Tiger brother went up the nearby stairs and quickly came back down. He shook his head. It's empty upstairs. It seems to be for viewing. Only 2 sets? Han Shan frowned. This neon smile was too stingy. He then looked at the wardrobe. He noticed a small button panel on the cabinet door. There was a small red indicator light and a button. The button had the words refresh on it. Refresh? Han-chan pressed the button, but nothing happened. Can't refresh? Or is it just not used that way? Han-chan tried pulling the wardrobe door closed. The indicator light instantly turned green. Han-chan pressed refresh again. The indicator light turned red once more. Han-chan opened the wardrobe door to check. Sure enough, it had transformed into 3 brand new diving suits, so it can refresh to new ones. Everyone was also surprised. Then, it was very likely that the previous visitors were not just one person, but rather a multiple of 3 plus 1. Most likely 4 people, and less likely 1 or 7 people. More than 7 people would make the group too bulky, which was unlikely. How long can this oxygen tank last? Sister Deep Emotion looked at the diving gear. Who knows, Uncle Strength casually replied. Black Tiger Brother pointed to the label on the oxygen tank. Doesn't it say here, shallow water area 70 to 90 minutes, deep water area 40 to 50 minutes? If that's the case. So, roughly speaking, that's about 60 minutes. The water stains should last that long too. If those people before didn't successfully reach the exit, they should be back soon. Han-chan took out his gun. Everyone nodded and took out their guns, preparing themselves. They waited cautiously for a few minutes, but there was still no movement around. There was no wind here, so even the sound of water was absent. It was very quiet. Han-chan decided not to wait any longer. He had little cabin brother keep an eye on the surroundings while he personally taught a few people how to use the diving equipment. After all, Han-chan was very familiar with using diving gear, while the others might not be as experienced, especially Sister Deep Emotion. As it turned out, the others had also had some exposure before. Once Han-chan taught them, they recalled it easily. Sister Deep Emotion was a bit more troublesome, but after some effort, she managed to learn. Are there any tips for using diving equipment? Sister Deep Emotion asked. The biggest tip is to not panic. Panic not only affects your actions but also increases your oxygen consumption. This is what my diving instructor told me on the first day, Han-chan said. Okay, I'll try my best. Sister Deep Emotion nodded. They waited for half an hour but did not see anyone else coming out of the water. It seemed that the group ahead had really left, but Han-chan was also puzzled. Why was this Goose Martial Emperor taking so long? If it weren't a summoned creature, and Han-chan could sense if it was killed, he might really think something had happened to it. After waiting for more than half an hour, finally, ripples appeared on the water's surface. A black head emerged from the water. It was indeed the Goose Martial Emperor. It leaped out of the water and landed on the platform of the little cabin, landing smoothly. He wasn't a real penguin. His movements were nothing like those clumsy penguins on the shore. Why were you gone for so long? Han-chan quickly asked. Hearing this, the Goose Emperor turned and stared intently at Han-chan. Ask that again? Why were you gone for so long? Han-chan repeated. You really have no shame asking that. What's wrong? Han-chan was taken aback. Your broken map doesn't even have a scale. Do you know how vast that area is below? I nearly drowned. So what's the situation down there? Sister Deep Feelings asked. The water is deep, and at the bottom is a submerged town, quite large. Town. Han-chan frowned. He instantly understood that the boxes on the map corresponded not to rooms but to an entire building. What about the exit? What's the situation with the exit? Han-chan urged. You want to know about the exit? First, show me that map again, the Goose Emperor said. Sister Deep Feelings took out the map and placed it in front of the Goose Emperor. So you ended up lost after all? Han-chan frowned. No. The Goose Emperor looked at the map. I didn't go wrong. But at the exit, there's nothing. Nothing? What do you mean by nothing? Han-chan pressed further. Just a bare, empty seabed, nothing there. Is there something around that you overlooked? Han-chan looked at the Goose Emperor suspiciously. There's not even a single water plant around, just bare. How could I be mistaken? The Goose Emperor replied. Han-chan frowned. The map couldn't possibly be fake. But with the Goose Emperor saying that, it seemed the situation was more complicated than he thought. Han-chan sighed lightly. Forget it, let's go see for ourselves, Han-chan said. Then you better be mentally prepared. That place is far, the Goose Emperor reminded. It's fine, there's a small speedboat behind the house. We can take the speedboat directly above the exit and then go down, Brother Black Tiger said. Everyone nodded and immediately prepared to set off. Han-chan was quite surprised by this boat because it proved that the previous people hadn't taken a boat. They might have gone straight into the water. Was it because they didn't have a map? Han-chan could actually check on the visitors with the Goose Emperor now. However, Han-chan felt it was meaningless, since those people had already left. It wasn't very significant. It would be better to save the skills for other places. For example, at the exit, to see how others left would be more useful than using them here. Preparation for departure. Considering the complex situation below, one oxygen tank per person might not be enough, so everyone specifically refreshed a few more oxygen tanks to put on the boat. They also brought extra diving gear to prevent any accidents. Han Chen even specifically tried out the storage bag. He used Sister Deep Feeling's bag, as hers was the smallest. Sure enough, after trying it, Han Chen discovered that everyone's storage bags were actually waterproof. As long as the buckle was fastened, it would automatically seal out the water. It belonged to some high-tech neon smiley face. There was another issue. It was the communication problem after entering the water. You couldn't talk underwater. Regular divers communicated with hand signals. However, the others hadn't learned diving signals, and even if they started now, they wouldn't remember many. Communication would be very limited once they were in the water. Basically, they could only rely on their hearts having 0 West. This wouldn't do. Han Chen thought for a moment and summoned the group manager. What is this? Everyone was surprised. You have other summons? Brother Black Tiger was taken aback. This is a communication robot, Han Chen said. He then directly asked the group manager, are you waterproof? The group manager nodded, supports waterproofing up to 200 meters deep. Then we can't talk, but can we communicate in the group? Of course, as long as I'm in a summon state, everyone can communicate telepathically. Okay. Han Chen gave the group manager an order to pull everyone into a group. Everyone could immediately communicate without restrictions. Since there was hardly any space left on the boat, Han Chen had to put away the group manager for now. Everyone boarded the boat and moved towards the surface of the water at the exit. Along the way, Han Chen kept looking at the map. There were a few icons that piqued his interest, but the group's goal was to reach the next level, so it didn't seem necessary to deal with them. So Han Chen simply ignored them. The speedboat moved smoothly across the calm water. They passed several small buildings on the water from a distance. They did not encounter any other boats. The group continued in a general direction. Occasionally, they had the Goose Emperor dive to calibrate their direction. Soon, they arrived near the exit on the map. What shocked Han Chen and the others was that there were already 7 or 8 empty small boats stopped on the water's surface. These small boats were all stationed above the exit. Clearly, they had come straight for the exit. They must all have maps. Han Chen cursed directly, damn, it looks like this map is a bestseller. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, Han Chen brought the Goose Emperor over. Playback, when was the last person who went into the water? The Goose Emperor nodded and took out his scepter. The yellow diamond flickered. The most recent person went in half an hour ago. 3 people, the Goose Emperor replied. Half an hour. That's not long. This group might not have left this level yet, so let's be careful, Han Chen said. Everyone nodded in agreement, preparing to dive. They donned their diving equipment. Han Chen looked at the deep lake water. After thinking for a moment, he spent 100 points to purchase the floor information. This floor information was limited because it only indicated whether the level was dangerous or friendly. Knowing it was a dangerous level didn't weaken the monsters inside. Knowing it was a friendly level didn't guarantee safety, as there could still be hostile participants lurking in the shadows. This also cost 100 points. It really wasn't worth it. So Han Chen and the others had never used it. However, now, looking at the deep water, Han Chen felt a bit concerned. After all, once they were in the water, movement would be difficult, and there was also the risk of drowning. As terrestrial animals, humans have an instinctive fear of deep water. If there were monsters, it would be even more terrifying. Han Chen needed something to make himself feel more at ease. He purchased the floor information. The information displayed on the device's screen, you are currently at level 88. This level is a dangerous level. A dangerous level. Han Chen's heart sank. This meant there were monsters below. What are you looking at? Sister Deep Feelings glanced at Han Chen's device screen. Her expression also changed slightly. So that means, yes, there are monsters below, Han Chen sighed in response. The expressions of everyone changed as they pulled rifles out of their bags. Han Chen pressed down on their rifles. Forget the rifles, use handguns or daggers instead. Ha! Sister Deep Feelings was taken aback. Normal firearms have an effective range of less than a meter underwater. There's not much difference between rifles and handguns are a bit more agile, Han Chen explained. A meter? Sister Deep Feelings was quite shocked. Yes, being able to shoot a meter is already lucky. So if we encounter monsters or enemies below, we'll practically have to shoot them point blank, Han Chen said. Then I'll just use a dagger. Brother Black Tiger put away his gun. Monsters are underwater, and we can only fight at close range? This. Uncle Strength frowned. There are several weapon icons on the map, which should indicate the presence of underwater firearms or harpoon guns. It depends on whether you all are willing to go, Han Shen said. The group exchanged glances upon hearing this. Should they go? I'm not going. I'd rather take some risks and leave this cursed floor as soon as possible, Brother Black Tiger said. The others nodded vigorously in agreement. Searching for weapons underwater would be exhausting, and it would also consume extra oxygen. Not to mention, who could guarantee that places with weapons wouldn't have monsters? If there were monsters where the weapons were, wouldn't that be even more dangerous? Han Shen didn't say anything further. The group put on their diving gear and prepared to enter the water. Let's go, Han Shen said as he sat by the boat. The Goose Martial Emperor suddenly shook Han Shen's shoulder. What about mine? What about what? Han Shen was taken aback. My diving gear. You, a penguin, need diving gear? You still know I'm a penguin. I'm a bird, not a fish. I can hold my breath, but I can't breathe underwater. The Goose Martial Emperor stared at Han Shen. Han Shen turned to look at the spare equipment in the boat, scratching his head. Well, although we have a few spare sets, there's nothing you can wear. So you want me to drown underwater? Aren't you supposed to be immortal? Once I die, my cooldown time is 10 days, so think it through. Can't you just go back to your summoning space to breathe? Oh right. The Goose Martial Emperor nodded. He immediately jumped into the water. Then why should I hold my breath? I can just go back to the summoning space to breathe, just like this. The Goose Martial Emperor began to flicker on the water's surface, disappearing and reappearing repeatedly. It was as if he was blinking. Han Shen's stamina quickly drained away. He felt rapidly fatigued. Even though he was sitting, it felt more exhausting than running wildly. Stupid goose, stop. Your comings and goings are draining my stamina. Han Shen scolded. Okay. The Goose Martial Emperor obediently stopped flickering. Han Shen took a moment to catch his breath and rest a bit. Alright, last step. Han Shen summoned the group's butler robot. Splash. The butler robot fell into the water, splashing a lot of water. The metal robot immediately sank to the bottom. The chat channel is available now. Everyone can use group chat once we go down, Han Shen said. The group nodded. Han Shen took one last look at the time and jumped into the water. Then everyone followed suit. Remember, no matter what happens, bite down on your respirator, Han Shen said in the group chat channel. Got it, Brother Black Tiger's voice echoed in Han Shen's ear. Han Shen submerged underwater. The water here was still very clear, with light shining down from above, providing high visibility. As Han Shen dug a little deeper, he saw the town at the bottom of the water. It consisted of various small multi-story buildings. The scale was indeed not small. However, directly beneath Han Shen was completely barren. There was nothing. Just a blank space. It seemed, just as the Goose Martial Emperor had said, that there was no exit below. Han Shen continued to dive down, with the others following. Considering everyone's poor diving abilities, Han Shen deliberately slowed his descent. It really seems empty down there, Sister Deep Emotion said. Yeah, I told you, the Goose Martial Emperor replied. As Han Shen dove down, he kept his eyes on the bottom. It should only look empty, that doesn't mean there was truly nothing. As Han Shen observed, he quickly noticed something different. Because, at the bottom of other areas, the water was dark. But directly beneath his feet, the bottom was a large area of light color. This color difference wasn't immediately clear at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it became increasingly obvious. Han Shen focused on this patch of light color, carefully discerning it. The area of light color at the bottom was quite large, roughly in a regular circular shape. A circle? Only artificial objects would have such a regular circular shape. Han Shen immediately understood. Below, it should be the top of some building. This idiot Goose Emperor must have swum to the rooftop, wandered around, and then returned to report. Blind Goose, can't you see such a large exit? Han Shen scolded in the chat channel. Where? Goose Emperor retorted. Below, this large area is the roof of the exit, Han Shen said. Goose Emperor stared at the bottom of the water for a moment and suddenly realized. Oh, I can't blame myself, it's buried underground, how could I see it? Goose Emperor said. The group quickly descended to the bottom of the water. It was a bare expanse, but it looked quite regular. Beside them was the group manager that had just sunk to the bottom. It stood quietly nearby. Han Shen looked down and touched the ground. Sure enough, it felt very regular. It was concrete, so the entrance should be on the side. Let's look for the entrance, it should be on the side, Han Shen said. Understood, Black Tiger replied readily. The group swam to the edge of the light-colored bottom. The edge of this large concrete building was only slightly higher than the muddy bottom beside it. It was half buried in the ground. Such a large building, and there's no display on the map? How ridiculous! Han Chan raised his right hand and pulled up the map on his device. Upon closer inspection, this location on the map was entirely marked with an exit icon. It felt as if the exit icon was blocking the original terrain information. It seemed it wasn't entirely undisplayed. The group circled around the dome for a small half circle and indeed found an entrance. The entrance was half buried in the water, dark and uninviting, making everyone feel uncomfortable. Moreover, knowing that there were likely monsters inside, no one wanted to go in. But there was no choice. Han Chen turned on the underwater searchlight on his head and shoulders and was the first to enter. Then came Black Tiger. Since Han Chen was the most familiar with diving, he had to lead the way. Upon entering, there was a downward staircase, followed by a long corridor. There were also some thin pipes on the side that Han Chen couldn't identify the purpose of. I've placed markers at the entrance, just ask me if you need to determine the direction, Little House said. This was directed at Han Chen, who was leading the way. Okay, Han Chen responded. After walking for a while, a left turn appeared ahead. Fortunately, there was only one path. At least it wasn't a maze. The corridor on the previous level had already made Han Chen feel nauseous. However, as they got closer, Han Chen noticed something was off. Because at the turning point ahead, light was shining from the left. Moreover, it wasn't just one beam of light, there were several. This indicated that there were people after the turn. Probably the ones from before. Took half an hour to find this place? Quite foolish. Be careful. There's light shining from around the corner ahead. Han Chen warned the group in the chat channel. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately heard Black Tiger's response, "Don't rush, I'll go with you." Then, Black Tiger quickly reached Han Chen's side. "You two be careful," Deep Feelings sister said in her channel. "Let's go." Black Tiger patted Han Chen's shoulder. Han Chen and Black Tiger swam forward. He had already drawn his dagger, cautiously turning the corner. The two of them were instantly stunned. The corridor after the turn was filled with people in diving gear, all in disarray. These people were motionless, slightly floating in the water. The searchlights on them were still lit, their beams crisscrossing in the narrow corridor. Han Chen and Black Tiger looked at each other, both faces filled with shock. "What do you see?" Deep Feelings sister asked. "A lot of people. But they all seem to be dead," Han Chen replied. "Dead people?" Uncle Strength and a few others also gathered around, equally shocked. "How did they die?" Sister Deep Emotion looked at the bodies and said, "I don't know, let me take a look first." Han Chen glanced at the nearest body beside him. The corpse had its mouth wide open, slightly swollen from being in the water. Han Chen didn't see any obvious wounds. However, the style of the diving suit was exactly the same as the one Han Chen was wearing. It must belong to another participant in the game. Han Chen then looked at the two bodies in front. Again, there were no obvious wounds, and in this situation, it was impossible to determine how they had died. But to have so many bodies at once, they must have been killed by something. "Goose Woody, check the last visitor situation here," Han Chen quickly said in the chat channel. With Uncle Strength around, Goose Woody's skill could be used twice in a short time before entering a longer cooldown. Han Chen remembered this. Understood. A small shadow darted past. It was Goose Woody in the water. "I found out, the last group of visitors had 3 people, and it was less than half an hour ago. Just tell me what they experienced." "Not very clear." "Not very clear?" "Yes, I could only see that they swam here and were surprised to see the bodies that were already there." "And then?" "Then they swam a little further, as if they saw something, and the 3 of them suddenly stopped, then they started to struggle wildly in the water, and soon it was completely quiet." "What did they see?" "I don't know, the situation on the other side of the corridor can't be seen in the visitor records," Goose Woody replied. "Was there nothing approaching them?" "No, suddenly they just started to struggle violently," Goose Woody emphasized again. Goose Woody's words made Han Chen feel a chill down his spine. If nothing approached, how could so many people be killed? Was it a monster? Or other task participants? How could it have been done? Was there something highly toxic in the water ahead? Han Chen moved away from the corpse in front of him and looked ahead. There were about a dozen bodies floating in the corridor, preventing Han Chen from seeing what was further ahead. However, according to Goose Woody, it seemed they had seen something. "Can you not say such terrifying things?" Sister Deep Emotion timidly said in the chat channel. "I'm just speaking the truth," Goose Woody replied. "Can you tell how they specifically died?" Uncle Strength asked. "Can't tell, no external injuries," Han Chen answered. "What should we do then?" Sister Deep Emotion said anxiously. "Alright, Goose Woody, you go ahead and scout a bit, we'll wait for you here," Han Chen said. "You want me to go again?" Goose Woody protested. As long as I don't die, you basically won't die. If you don't go to scout with your face, who will? UTM. Fine, I'll go. Goose Woody swam forward, easily passing through the gaps between the bodies. The others anxiously waited in place. Ah! Goose Woody shouted in the chat channel. What's going on? What did you see? Han Chan asked nervously. There's nothing on the other side of the corridor except for the bodies, Goose Woody said. If there's nothing, why are you shouting? Uncle Strength cursed in the channel. Nothing is terrifying. It proves that whatever killed them has already left and could suddenly pop out from any corner ahead, Goose Woody said. Sister Deep Emotion became even more flustered. Do you feel anything uncomfortable right now? Han Chen asked. No, I'm very comfortable right now. Why do you ask that? Very comfortable? Are you sure? Sure, I'm comfortable to death. Then that's fine, I'm mainly worried you might be poisoned. I'm coming over now. Han Chen set off, and Brother Black Tiger followed. He used his hands to push aside the bodies in the corridor and swam forward. Soon, Han Chen passed through a patch of corpses and saw Emperor Yu. A little further ahead, there floated the last body, solitary. Perhaps it was the first person to die. How strange, this corpse has no oxygen tank. The breath-holding champion doesn't need an oxygen tank, right? Behind him, Uncle Zhang casually remarked. No oxygen tank? Han Chen turned to take a look. Indeed, beside Uncle Zhang, there was a corpse without an oxygen tank. Although the corpse lacked an oxygen tank, it was wearing other diving gear, which seemed somewhat unusual. Perhaps this person has a breath-holding skill or an underwater breathing skill, so they don't need an oxygen tank, Han Chen said. After all, everyone has skills. Encountering someone with an underwater breathing skill is quite normal. Wait! Suddenly, the voice of Brother Heihu echoed in the channel, sounding a bit anxious. What's wrong? Han Chen asked. Brother Heihu was right next to Han Chen, slightly ahead. He raised his right hand, pointing straight ahead. The corpse in front just moved a bit. What? Han Chen quickly turned back. He saw that the foremost corpse was still floating in place. However, it had changed from facing away from everyone to now being sideways. Moreover, it was slightly rotating in the water. The corpse's searchlight was still on, and in the narrow, pitch-black corridor, the beam of light was clearly rotating. Han Chen raised his pistol, trying to approach and take a closer look at the corpse. Could it be that the water flow disturbed the corpse as we got closer, and you saw it wrong? Han Chen said while moving closer in the chat channel. No way, I can't be mistaken, both of its arms moved, Brother Heihu replied in the channel. Upon hearing this, Han Chen could only continue to approach. After all, with the pistol underwater, he could only output fire by getting close. Han Chen stared intently at the corpse. The corpse was slightly rotating in the water, seemingly just pushed by the current, moving due to inertia. Han Chen saw that both hands seemed to be holding something. What could it be? Just as Han Chen was trying to see clearly, the corpse's originally downward-facing hands suddenly lifted. It directly raised whatever it was holding. This corpse really moved. The searchlight on Han Chen's shoulder shone directly on the object in the corpse's hand. In an instant, Han Chen saw it clearly. It was actually a book. There were 4 reflective characters on it. Heavenly Stage Combat Techniques. Heavenly Stage Combat Techniques? Han Chen's heart was completely shocked. To encounter the legendary Heavenly Stage Combat Techniques in such a place. How many powerful figures across the continent had never even seen the Heavenly Stage Combat Techniques? Yet here, in this ghostly place, he encountered it. Han Chen's mouth dropped open in astonishment, even gasping in shock. The breathing regulator he had in his mouth fell out instantly. A large amount of cold water surged into Han Chen's mouth. Gasping turned into gulping cold water. The cold water rushed into Han Chen's trachea, bringing a stinging pain like needles. He was choking. Han Chen reflexively wanted to cough, but he managed to hold it back first. He closed his mouth, then reached out to find the fallen breathing regulator, biting down on it again. At the same time, he swallowed the water in his mouth. He re-established his breathing. The entire process took just over a second. At this moment, Han Chen also heard the panicked voices of everyone around him. Brother Penguin, I'm choking, what should I do? It was Brother Heihu's voice. My mouth is full of water, there's nowhere to cough it out, I'm going to die. It was Uncle Zhang's voice. Brother Penguin, I'm choking, I'm going to drown here, my lungs are going to explode, I can't hold on until I float up, I'm sorry. This was Sister Xinqing's voice, and her tone was especially frantic. Han Chen turned to look, and sure enough, everyone was instinctively flailing in the water. This is the struggle of drowning, but it is a meaningless struggle. Han Chen immediately shouted loudly in the chat channel, it's okay to choke on water. Hold your breath, close your mouth first, find the breathing apparatus. Put it back in your mouth and bite down. My mouth is full of water, even with the breathing apparatus I can't breathe. I'm going to die. Uncle Gigi responded. Just swallow the water in your mouth. It's fine. Swallow it down until you can bite the breathing apparatus. Han Chen continued to desperately direct everyone in the chat channel. Han Chen, I can't find the breathing apparatus, I'm really going to die. Sister Deep Feeling's voice was already trembling. Han Chen quickly said again, it's okay. Most people can hold their breath for nearly a minute, you have plenty of time. The breathing apparatus is on the right side of the tank, reach back and feel for it. I can't reach it. I really can't reach it. Sister Deep Feeling's voice grew weak. Han Chen hurriedly searched for Sister Deep Feelings. The people behind, along with some bodies, were mixed together, and everyone's outfits were quite similar. Han Chen couldn't tell which one was Sister Deep Feelings. Han Chen was also a bit flustered. If Sister Deep Feelings, in extreme panic, crazily inhaled water, taking it all into her lungs, then Han Chen wouldn't be able to save her. Isn't it right here? Open your mouth. The voice of Brother Black Tiger came through the chat channel. Listen to Brother Penguin, swallow the water in your mouth, it's no problem. It was still Brother Black Tiger's voice. Thank you. I think I can breathe now, really, thank you all. Sister Deep Feelings responded to everyone, desperately expressing her gratitude. Han Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that because Brother Black Tiger was the best swimmer among them, he quickly followed Han Chen's instructions and managed to help Sister Deep Feelings regain her state. Just then, out of the corner of Han Chen's eye, he saw a moving beam of light behind him. Han Chen suddenly turned around, and sure enough, a person in a diving suit was lunging at him with a dagger. Anyone coming from this position couldn't be Brother Black Tiger and the others. It could only be the body that had just been holding the heavenly stage combat techniques. This guy was not a corpse at all, he was a person pretending to be dead. Han Chen's movements were agile. With a flick of his flippers, he dodged the dagger. The guy, seeing the dagger miss, raised the heavenly stage combat techniques with his left hand, aiming it at Han Chen's face. Han Chen felt a pang of fear at this strange book and immediately turned to retreat. The person next to him then kicked off the wall and turned to escape. This bastard is trying to run. Han Chen immediately swam after him. Be careful, Sister Deep Feelings shouted in the channel. I'll do my best, Han Chen replied. Be careful, I'm with you, Brother Black Tiger responded. Han Chen desperately chased after the figure ahead. That guy swam forward while frantically stirring up the dirt along the way and on the walls. The water became very murky, and Han Chen found it hard to see the situation ahead. Goose Woody, are you still alive? Han Chen called in the channel. I'm right behind you, very healthy, Goose Woody replied in the channel. You go help me keep up with that guy in front, I'm struggling a bit, Han Chen said. Are you treating me like a police dog? Stop talking nonsense, can you keep up or not? Bullshit, can a penguin swim faster than a human? What kind of penguin am I? Might as well be a KFC chicken. Then you better keep up. Just watch. After Goose Woody finished speaking, Han Chen saw a small black shadow shoot past him like an arrow, darting forward. In the dark space, there was a splash of water. Suddenly, a light appeared. A person in a diving suit surfaced. He clumsily crawled onto the shore. He took off the breathing regulator and gasped for air. It was a young man. Then, he looked at the backpack placed in the corner. He rushed over and pulled a handgun from his bag. Then he aimed the gun at the square surface of water behind him. In this space, the only entrance and exit was the 2 or 3 meter wide square opening in front of him. Chase, can I catch up? The man muttered. At that moment, there was another splash from the opening. The man tensed up. Is it really coming after me? No way. He tightened his grip on the gun. Puff! The water surface broke. A shadow sprang out, landing directly on the ground beside him. The man was taken aback, because what emerged from the water was not a person, but a small penguin. It looked like a particularly rare breed. Where would a penguin come from in a place like this? Something's definitely wrong. The man wanted to shoot. Gah! The little penguin, lying on the ground, looked at the gun in the man's hand and tilted its head curiously. But the man did not pull the trigger. The sound of the gun is loud. It might attract those few people I just managed to shake off. So, I'm sorry, little penguin, but I need to find something a bit more torturous. The man pulled out a dagger from his waist. Then he plunged it fiercely toward the penguin's neck. Are you really going to stab me? The little penguin suddenly spoke human words. Then it rolled over, and its right wing somehow grasped a golden scepter. Thud! The little penguin struck the man with the scepter, nearly knocking the dagger from his hand. Although the man was even more confused, he had already realized that this penguin was a big problem. It had to be killed immediately. The man's eyes were fixed on the penguin, his right hand ready to strike with the dagger. The little penguin suddenly jumped up and kicked at the man from a distance. Before the man could understand what this penguin's action meant, a strong gust of wind suddenly burst forth, sending the man flying and crashing hard against the wall. The sound of water. Han Chen emerged from the water. The Goose Emperor stood in front of him, facing away, holding a handgun in both wings. The gun was aimed ahead. Han Chen's headlamp illuminated the area, revealing a man in a diving suit sitting against the wall opposite, frowning and looking weak. Above his head was a small red icon. He was a participant from the enemy team. All done? Han Chen asked the Goose Emperor, removing his breathing regulator. Of course, with my kicking privilege, once used, an ordinary person would break at least a dozen ribs. Cool. Han Chen climbed out of the water. He looked up. Although it was underwater, there was breathable air, suggesting a gas chamber-like situation. Above were various pipes and valves, resembling a valve control room. Han Chen took the handgun from the Goose Emperor and aimed it at the man in front of him. At this point, Han Chen had more or less figured it out. The corpses in that corridor underwater were mostly the work of this man. Earlier, Han Chen had seen the book in the man's hand titled Heavenly Stage Combat Skills. He began to think of all sorts of random things inexplicably. He was instinctively shocked, instinctively opened his mouth wide. This caused his breathing regulator to fall out, and he choked on water. The other members of the team reacted the same way. This proved that it wasn't just Han Chen's personal issue. This man's skill must be able to force those who sought his book to open their mouths in shock. However, since he chose to run away, Han Chen estimated that this skill was only effective the first time others saw it. On land, forcing others to open their mouths in shock was purely a foolish skill. But underwater, opening one's mouth in shock could have deadly consequences. Even ordinary people, without systematic diving training, could manage to use diving equipment through trial and error. However, once faced with the situation of choking on water, ordinary people basically don't know what to do. The people who died in the corridor were clearly game participants lacking professional diving training. At a loss and coupled with a fear of deep water, these individuals were unable to save themselves after choking. In the end, they became the score rewards for this guy in front of them. This guy, in that corridor, relied on his skill to trap and kill several waves of game participants lacking diving experience. However, he didn't know when to stop. Eventually, he encountered Han Chen. As for why Han Chen didn't see a red marker distinguishing friend from foe above his head at first glance, he understood. The free hints explained it. It stemmed from the game's playing dead mechanism. When you play dead, opponents and teammates will not see any markers above you. This mechanism exists in many neon smiley face games. Because playing dead and hiding are common situations in actual combat, in many neon smiley face game worlds, there are no enemy or ally markers displayed when playing dead or hiding. Then, Brother Black Tiger and the others also emerged from the water. They looked at the young man in front of them who was unable to move and frowned. Is it this guy? Han Chen nodded. Hiding in the little black alley pretending to be a corpse to ambush people, that's too sinister, Uncle Strength scolded. Han Chen shook his head at the young man. If you knew when to stop, you should have been in the lower level by now. The man smiled weakly. Damn it, I only have this one stupid skill, and it's not easy to find a good place to ambush. How could I just stop? I understand, but you have to pay for what you do. Can that book Heavenly Stage Combat Techniques be left to us as a memento? No, after I die, the book will disappear. If you want it, you can choose to let me go. We can trade. The young man seemed to grasp at a lifeline. Forget it, Han Chen said as he directly fired his gun. Then, Han Chen glanced at the display device on his right wrist. The kill information had already come in. You have killed an enemy game participant, earning a basic reward of 3,000 points. You have gained a chance to draw for a combat item. This draw opportunity can only be used on special floors and is temporarily reserved, along with a certain amount of kill points. Sure enough, each kill reward is random. Sister Deep Feelings' 2 rewards were a map purchase qualification and a piece of crucial intelligence. Han Chen's was a chance to draw for a combat item. But in any case, the kill rewards were quite generous. It can only be used on neutral floors. Uncle Strength frowned as he looked at Han Chen's message. Neutral floors. We'll see when we get there, Han Chen said, no longer dwelling on it. Then, everyone opened the storage bag in the corner, mainly to see if there were any useful supplies. The items inside were taken out one by one. There were some food and water, as well as some firearms, ammunition, and tools. The things matched what everyone had packed. However, there was one very special item that caught everyone's attention. It was a small dark wooden box, seemingly made of sandalwood or walnut. There was a small brass lock on the wood, without a key. But the most special thing was that the entire box was wrapped in many white strips of cloth. The cloth strips looked a bit old, with red writing on them. Everyone looked at it, and the writing repeatedly said one thing: do not open, do not open, do not open.